The scene takes place in late afternoon as the master of the Tian family shouts loudly, shaking the calm atmosphere. Today is father's 70th birthday, so he's busy receiving important guests. There's no time for you, considered a useless person. In the courtyard, an arrogant figure stands with arms crossed, shouting and gesturing wildly. He calls himself Tian Yu, speaking in disdain that you should know your place and stop disgracing yourself here. Standing before him is a young man who looks very patient and enduring. The boy is wearing tattered clothes with patches, holding a small blue box in his hands. His name is Tian Lai. He pleads, "Please let me see father. I haven't spoken to him for 3 years now." His voice sounds pitiful. Tian Yu frowns. He demands a chance to meet his father, relying on his useless qualities. Han points his finger at Tianli's face. "Stop jumping around, go away." His hand grabs Tianli's collar, making the small boy only able to cry out helplessly. Just as Tian Yu's fist was about to land on Tian Lai, a strong force from somewhere pushes his hand away, causing the punch to miss Tian Lai. Both of them are surprised and turn towards where that force came from. In front of them is a tall young man in a gray robe, with a muscular build. He shouts loudly, "Old Nine, how many times have I told you not to bully the weak?" It turns out this is the second son of Tian family, Tian Feng. He sternly asks Tian Yu, "Do you think my words are just passing wind in your ears?" Tian Lai seems saved from a death sentence. His face lights up as he calls his brother happily, "Big brother." Tian Yu stammers, nervously asking Big brother to calm down. But before he could finish speaking, Tian Feng shouts again, interrupting him. Tian Yu only knows to run away. Tian Feng kneels and sees the blue box in Tian Li's hand. He asks curiously, "Oh, is this a birthday gift for father?" Tian Lai bows slightly, answering softly, "Yes." Tian Feng stands up and says, "It's normal that father is busy receiving guests. I'll take you inside." He gently takes Tian Li's arm and leads him in. Tian Lai, feeling sad, asks Big brother with a trembling voice if father has forgotten about him. Tian Feng stops, unsure how to respond, looking at the boy sympathetically. He pats Tian Li's shoulder and smiles, saying it can't be like that. Father was too busy. He forgot for a moment. Don't think about it so much. Tian Lai only nods softly. "Alright, you understand Big brother's words are just comforting." He silently walks away. Tian Feng watches the small figure disappear and thinks to himself, "Lai, don't blame father. Blame yourself for being born into a family that's too indifferent." Tian Lai, looking pitiful, holds the box as he exits through the large gate of the Tian family, walking in the cold snow. On his way, he meets two young men around his age. They immediately notice his ragged appearance. The two laugh and point at him, saying, "Look, that useless guy is trying to enter the main hall. He never comes here every year. He should look in a mirror and see if father cares about him." Hearing their insults, Tian Lai angrily shouts, "You guys." The two young men turn around with bored expressions, wanting to see what Tian Lai would do next. Knowing he can't win alone, Tian Lai stammers that there's nothing and walks away. The two laugh at him, saying, "Want to fight? Even if you had 100 guts, you wouldn't dare." Not far away is an old house. Inside, only a table and bed are present. Tian Lai sits on the bed in meditation. Cultivators have 7 levels. I've been stuck at the lowest level of spirit nourishment for 10 years now. Without strength or talent to compete, one can only prove oneself through cultivation. Thinking about being mocked makes him more determined. Suddenly, a ring on his hand cracks and emits an unusual spiritual force. His body also seems to have another stream of spiritual energy surging out. Tianli's eyes open wide as he takes deep breaths. He wonders aloud, what's happening? Tian Lai lifts the blue pendant around his neck, surprised that the object he's had since childhood now has a crack in it. Before him appears a golden matrix shining brightly, making him exclaim in surprise, "What's going on?" Then he seems to understand something but quickly restrains his emotions, reminding himself not to get too excited. As he speaks, he reaches into his robe and takes out an object. In his hand is a small vial. He pours 2 pills into his palm. Looking at the pills, He remembers Tian Feng's words about using these to cheat gathering pills when reaching the tranquil realm. As soon as he finishes speaking, the two pills start to rotate and glow. A mixture of impurities seems to be expelled from within them, making Tian Lai exclaim in surprise, "The impurities are gone." He raises one pill to examine it closely, seeing its purity. He thinks maybe this essence can refine medicinal pills. He was so happy he wanted to cheer out loud, but he held it in and covered his mouth with his hand to hide his excitement. Calming down, he closed his eyes and practiced meditation, controlling his spirit energy while absorbing the medicinal power. The scene before him remained calm. The next morning, a servant from Tan Manor knocked on his door. He said that old master had given instructions, as third young master was now 16 years old and would need to go to Medicine Flow in 3 months for support. It turned out even the servants at Tan Manor looked down on third young master. Sunlight filtered through a crack in the door into Tanley's room. He thought that his family wanted to cut off my path of cultivation. Even though he had just Medicine Flow for support would also be a chance to make use of it. At Tan Manor, news spread that made everyone jump. Tanley was coming to Medicine Flow. Tanmo's face turned pale as she worriedly told her mother that if Tanley reported what they had done at Medicine Flow, father would definitely interrogate them. Her mother was a middle-aged woman with an arrogant demeanor and sharp eyes, shouting at him for being useless and asking why he was afraid. She ordered him to ask ninth cousin to intercept and discipline Tan Li, making his life miserable. Hearing this, Tan Mo smiled smugly like someone who only knew how to rely on others. 3 months later, the young man from before appeared again with a shoulder bag. He told the old man at the counter, "I'm Tan Li." Today, when the counter boss heard his name, he remembered an old story. A few months ago, young Master Tan had instructed to treat third young master with great care. The old man looked at the thin figure in front of him and invited him inside. He immediately told Xiaoni to lead third young master to his room. Xiaoni bowed respectfully before inviting him to follow. Tanley walked down the hallway, passing by empty rooms that were being cleaned, tidy and neat. When he was observing, Xiaoni said they had arrived. He introduced this as third young master's designated room. Tanley followed him to open the door, looking at the scene before him in disbelief. It seemed like a place for someone to stay. The room was so poor that it even lacked proper furniture. There was a large hole in the roof allowing rain and sunlight to pour in. The walls were water damaged, the wood rotted, and weeds grew everywhere. Tanley stiffened, his face turning pale. Xiaoni then asked if he could bring in his luggage. At that moment, a distant call for second son made Xiaoni turn around. In front of him stood a wealthy woman with flashy clothes and heavy makeup. She had a prominent black mole on her lip and was ordering hot water because it was cold outside. Xiaoni said he was currently hosting third young master, but the counter boss looked at Tanley and asked who that was. Tanley ignored her and asked Xiaoni if they were in the wrong room, making him even more hesitant. The counter boss leaned forward to examine Tanley from head to toe. As soon as she caught his cold gaze, she recoiled. She put on a fake smile, pinched his cheek hard, and threatened that he was only fit for menial tasks. With low cultivation, what could he do but make medicine? Being a servant here suited him best, she said disdainfully. Tanley's anger simmered inside, but he kept a cold face, telling her to stop. Her attitude made her angrier. She scolded him for not knowing his place and told him to behave well at Medicine Flow. Before she could finish, Tanley said in a cold voice, "I said, let go." He pushed hard, sending her flying into the nearby flower pot. She fell in pain. Servants rushed over, calling for the counter boss. Tanley frowned at her, knowing he still had control of his strength despite being momentarily angry. Looking down at his hand, he felt a strange change within him. Far away, Xiaoni led the counter boss to report. "Sir, something happened here." The counter boss saw his wife struggling to get up. He asked loudly what was happening, and another voice joined in. When the counter boss looked at Tan Li, she said that a useless person like him should only be a servant. The counter boss doubted it, wondering how a weak boy could push down his wife. Tan Li interrupted, "I'll ask second brother about this rule and leave." Seeing him go, the counter boss followed nervously, trying to smooth things over. How could young master do menial tasks? Though angry inside, he had to flatter her. He turned to scold Xiaoni, saying that third young master's room was next door. Quickly take him there, Xiaoni replied fearfully. He ran over and opened the new room, respectfully inviting Tanli in. Behind them, the counter boss angrily stood there. What was he doing? Go fetch a doctor quickly. The counter boss glared at his wife for giving him such a painful blow from a useless person who dared to resist. He gritted his teeth, vowing to get back this debt. Xiaoni put down the shoulder bag and said that third young master would stay in this room. Polite, he said if young master needed anything, just say so. Then he adjusted the lighting. Tanli looked out the window and saw two people in the opposite room, one male and one female. He asked Xiaoni who they were. Xiaoni explained that those rooms handled waste medicines at Medicine Flow. Most of the time, it was difficult to produce finished products. So much of what was made became waste. Tanli thought to himself, with so many waste medicines, how could there be so many? At night, in the opposite room, two people were still working hard. When they left, Tanli hid among the bushes to observe. He noticed no one was paying attention, so he slipped inside. I never expected there to be so many broken pills. Inside were piles of wooden boxes scattered everywhere, some even spilled on the floor. Tanli entered and picked up a pill, examining it closely. He tried absorbing the broken pill, focusing his energy according to the technique. As he circulated the energy, golden light flashed in his eyes. The essence truly could purify the pills, even with poor talent. The improvement in cultivation speed was noticeable due to the additional spiritual energy from the pills. Just as he finished speaking, a cracking sound echoed in his hand, and the pill shattered immediately, indicating failure. Not giving up, Tanli persisted in trying more. He approached the broken pills and checked each one sequentially. Crackling sounds filled the room as countless pills were tested and failed. After several days, in the garden, Tanli practiced water darts with great effort. The sound of wood splintering echoed as his hand struck down forcefully. His cultivation gradually improved significantly. Tanli thought that if he could trigger it instantly, he might have been able to fight someone stronger. But the alchemy process wasn't going well. After days of effort, only one pill succeeded. In summary, more effort was needed. At Tanfu, Tenyu was fuming with anger. What? Did Tanli dare to be so defiant again? Tanyu's mother sat calmly drinking tea and listened quietly. The shop manager looked at her with a grim expression and urged her to demand justice for him. That guy not only attacked people, but also threatened them if they dared to interfere. Tanyu's mother remained cold, whispering something to her son that immediately changed his demeanor. With a proud smile, he spoke in contempt, daring the worthless to speak out of turn and see how he would deal with him. Placing the book on the table, Tanli told his second son everything was handled. The second son respectfully thanked the 13th junior. Then he took back the book. Tanli glanced at a few others before giving additional instructions. Those things would also be dealt with, but the second son replied that it was something the shop manager usually did himself and didn't need the junior to worry about. Tanli secretly guessed that the import and export of pills were always hidden from him. There must be something unusual happening. Suddenly, a loud voice called out from outside. Tanli was summoned and had no choice but to step out. Tanyu led a group of people. He twisted his fingers loudly, cursing as he interrogated whether Tanli had attacked his mother. The door was pulled open, revealing the young man with a cold expression. He replied that if he did attack her, what could she do about it? Tanyu roared, being an elder. You dared to be so disrespectful. This is a grave offense. Don't you understand? Tanli calmly responded that she was Tanyu's elder, not his. Tanyu was furious. He didn't expect him to call him by name. As the older brother, he had the right to tell him what to do. Having been humiliated and insulted many times, Tanli couldn't hold back and rebutted. Who has the right to call me elder? His words made Tanyu lose control in anger. He clenched his fist tightly and roared that he would show him what kind of elder he was. Just as he pulled back to kick, something brushed past his shoulder. A blue aura appeared, halting the jade layer's movement. That was a spell. In front of him was the cold face of Tan Lai. Round them, swirling blue energy could be seen. He looked uncomfortable. He didn't expect his opponent to have broken through to the second spirit realm. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. He swung his fist towards Tan Lai, but the young man casually brushed it aside with ease. With his other hand, Tan Lai released a stream of spiritual energy. Instantly, a protective aura enveloped Tan Yu, blocking the attack. Tan Yu's face paled. He couldn't believe how fast and sharp Tan Lai's water darts were. Tan Lai observed and silently concluded that the protective aura would eventually deplete his spiritual energy, making it impossible for Tan Yu to withstand long. The shop manager glanced at his wife in surprise. He was amazed that the 13th junior wasn't a waste of space. Instead, he seemed to be outshining him. His wife quietly told her husband to stay silent, but Tan Yu had already heard. Feeling humiliated, his face turned red. He called Tan Lai's name loudly. He declared that today, he would definitely kill him and unleashed all his inner strength at the opponent. Tan Lai calmly replied that if that was the case, he had already lost. Before he could counterattack, a powerful spiritual energy strike hit him. The force knocked him back with great force. Everyone around them stood still in shock. All were wide-eyed at the scene. Tan Yu lay sprawled on the ground. Servants rushed to help him. The shop manager panicked and called his grandson. He got up while glaring at him, shaking with anger. "You dared to hit me. I'll tell father you didn't respect your elder brother." Tan Lai calmly replied, "Showing no respect for you. Clearly, you were the one who started it first." He looked at them affectionately and said that they were pressuring him just to hide Dagu's affairs. But reporting to father was something he was willing to do. Tan Yu tried to suppress his anger, looking at the teenager in front of him with a stern gaze. In the guest room of the Tan residence, an imposing man sat on a large carved chair. On either side stood two young men serving. Well below them were the Tan family servants sitting neatly. Tan Lai gently massaged his most painful spot. Beside him was his mother, wiping away her tears with a handkerchief. On another row of chairs, people whispered, was he really beaten by Elder 13? Could it be that crippled 13? It's hard to believe. Tan Lai still lowered his head, not daring to look up. He never expected to meet father in such a situation of crying and laughing. In front of Tan Lai sat old Master Tan, with a sturdy figure and a dignified mustache. He looked at him with an unreadable gaze. Mother Zhang suddenly knelt before him, sobbing as she pleaded, "Old Master, please take charge of Yuni's affairs." Old Master Tan sternly stood up and shouted, sobbing, "What are you crying about?" He continued, "You people caused a fight between brothers, losing all face. What else can be said now?" Then he looked down at the trembling figure below, whose eyes dared not meet his. Beside him, Tan Feng whispered, "That's third brother Tan Lai." He sternly said, "HMPH, wayward son, who dared to hit your elder brother. Let's have Tan Lai kneel and apologize to father. Father at the top, let your son offer a cold drink." Then he bowed respectfully to his father. A sorrow beyond words rose in his heart. Even the image of father seemed unfamiliar. The authoritative voice echoed again. "All right, stand up and answer my question." Tan Lai clasped his hands and respectfully replied, "Father, today it was Yuni who provoked first. I hope you can judge fairly. Too angry to lie. Clearly, you're dissatisfied and attacked me secretly." Tan Lai immediately rebutted, "You're accusing me unjustly." She pointed at him angrily, dared to say, "I'm lying. You're the one who's wrong and still trying to turn things around." Yuni only asked a few questions. As she finished speaking, she pretended to cry, wiping her tears repeatedly, appearing pitiful. She then scornfully said, "A crippled cultivator like you couldn't have attacked me secretly." The room buzzed with whispers. Someone said that old 13 was only at the third layer of spirit nourishment and had to endure it. Another laughed, warning not to make enemies. A loud voice silenced everyone. "Be quiet," filling the room with a hush as all eyes turned towards him. Old Master Tan asked, "What's your cultivation level now?" Are you on par with Elder Chui? Tanley replied respectfully, Father, I just broke through to the second layer of spirit nourishment not long ago. Old Master Tan became angry and shouted, Rebellious son, you must have some standards when lying. Who do you think I am? These words left Tanley speechless. Everyone can look down on me, but not Father. But he doesn't believe what I say. Tanley hesitantly said, If Father doesn't trust me, you could have a third layer spirit nourishment fight in front of everyone. If I lose, I'll accept the punishment. He continued, Just let Elder Chui use his third layer spirit nourishment and let him attack first. If I lose, I'm willing to die as atonement. These words silenced everyone. Everyone's eyes turned towards Tanley. Suddenly, someone beside Old Master Tan laughed. Since 13 said so, let Father have him try it out. If he wins, we can consider it later. Then he asked everyone below if anyone was willing to fight with Tanley. Everyone looked at each other hesitantly. Finally, an older teenager stepped forward, a few years older than Tanley. He was Tan Dong, the 11th son. His cultivation level was also at the third layer of spirit nourishment. He bowed and said, Father, let me do it. Old Master Tan nodded, saying, Then Dong Ni, go ahead. Tan Dong looked at Tanley with a smug expression. For so long, everyone bullied you and you never fought back. Recently, Vi has been weak, so people look down on him more. Even Shindong isn't an exception. Han laughs smugly. I'm older than you and stronger in cultivation. Let you go first is fine too. Ha ha. Xinlai stands up, extending his hand to invite. No need. Only when the 11th brother acts first can it prove my purity. Shindong bursts into laughter, confidently asking, Confident like that? Have you learned 3 types of spells already? Xinlai commands a defensive stance and counters with one type, water arrow technique. Hearing this, Shindong mocks, Ha, really impressive, ha ha. Xinlai adds, the spell I just learned, if it injured the 11th brother, we should check again. Before he could finish speaking, Shindong channels his spirit energy and strikes. A stream of fire force rushes towards Xinlai. His move was slower than Xinli's speed, making him easily dodge to one side. His hand bursts with water arrow technique spirit energy. A blue aura slices through Shindong's shoulder in an instant. Feeling the threat pass by his shoulder, Shindong panics. Xinlai looks straight at the 11th brother and warns, Accidental spell, please be careful. Xian Tong, furious with his inner strength, shouts that he has only been letting up so far. While everyone clearly sees Xinlai as the fair one, he still unleashes all his energy, causing a powerful aura to erupt. But before he could act, a spirit energy stream nearly hit him straight in the shoulder. Xian Tong stands firm, unable to believe what he just witnessed. He slumps down and the spirit energy in his hand vanishes instantly. He didn't expect Xinli's move to be so fast that he couldn't react. What's going on here? Shindong really lost. How can 13 spell be this fast? Could it be a talisman? No proof, don't say anything. Xianfeng looks at the scene and thinks, Little Lai is only on spirit realm level but already so strong. No one will call him anymore in the future. Xian Sr. looks at his son with a hint of regret. Such fast spell casting speed is truly rare talent. Too old to cultivate now, it's a pity. Xinlai kneels and respectfully asks his father for judgment. Beside him, someone reminds, Father, even though 13 has proven he didn't ambush, the brotherly fight still broke the rules. If not punished severely, future followers might not obey. Hearing this, Xianfeng and Xinlai both look at him. Xinlai looks up and says to Big Brother, Punish us as you see fit. Before he could finish, Haptai interrupts, Bold one, daring to fight your senior brother is against family rules. Whether there was an ambush or not is secondary. It's about being dissatisfied with the old family laws. Xinlai answers respectfully, 13 only mentioned that. Haptai cuts in again, Father, even old Chui doesn't care for him. How much less his own children? Please decide. Xianfeng looks at Xinlai and thinks, with such magical talent, but unable to advance anymore, it's useless. He says, Dining is right, 13 was never taught acting recklessly he meets discipline. According to the Xian family rules, punish him by grounding for half a year and cutting his medicinal herbs and silver monthly. Turning to Xin Yu, he adds, "You has injuries, go home and treat them. For half a year, don't interfere with Dagu's affairs." Xin Yu nods, understanding. Xian Sr. looks at Xinlai and says, "As for you, I punish you by working as a servant in the ghost room and alchemy rooms for half a year. Reflect on how to change your character." Xinlai remains silent, not daring to look back. He wonders if his father really doesn't see him anymore. As evening falls, the space becomes eerily quiet. Xianfeng approaches and softly says, "Little Lai, I only did this because of my duty. Please understand me." Behind them, several other brothers gather. Xinyu mocks, "Scum, where was your might earlier? Now you can't even eat properly, just cleaning the firewood room dust." Haptai teases again, still talking back to father, "Don't know who you are." Xianfeng sees Xinlai being cornered and shouts, "Enough, all of you listen up. Anyone who breaks rules will be punished severely." Looking around and seeing no objections, he steps down, walking past his son on the ground, his voice cold as ice, as if he doesn't see him anymore. "Get out." Xinlai remains silent, not daring to look back. He wonders if his father really sees him no longer. As evening falls, the space becomes eerily quiet. Xianfeng approaches and softly says, "Little Lai, I only did this because of my duty. Please understand me." Behind them, several other brothers gather. Xinyu mocks, "Scum, where was your might earlier? Now you can't even eat properly, just cleaning the firewood room dust." Haptai teases again, still talking back to father, "Don't know who you are." Xianfeng sees Xinlai being cornered and shouts, "Enough, all of you listen up. Anyone who breaks rules will be punished severely." Looking around and seeing no objections, he steps down, walking past his son on the ground, his voice cold as ice, as if he doesn't see him anymore. "Get out." Xinlai remains silent, not daring to look back. He wonders if his father really sees him no longer. As evening falls, the space becomes eerily quiet. Xinlai calmly replies, "Even if I leave this realm, I will live with dignity, unlike those who only rely on others." The crowd laughs at you talking big. "If you have the guts, leave this floor right away." Tanlai coldly says, "That day will come, and when it does, we'll make them regret their actions." Tanfeng heard this from the side and reminded him, "Little Lai, don't say such things casually. Those young men might mock you." He doesn't care and leaves. Anyone can talk big, but if you have the ability, leave here now. Only a pitiful little figure remains by his elder brother's side. Tanfeng watches him go and says, "Little Lai, I know how much pain this is causing you. But don't say that after all. This is still your home." Looking up at the stars, Tan Lai laughs coldly. "Home, the word tastes bitter. Father didn't protect him. Brothers looked down on him. Servants despised him. Living here isn't even worth it compared to strangers in the street." Tears fall from his face as Tanlai whispers, "From today onwards, I won't cry anymore for anything trivial." He tightens his grip and looks up at the night sky with a sharp gaze. In the quiet darkness, Tanlai walks to the woodshed alone. Pushing open the door, he grits his teeth. "I'm the first of Tan Ra to become a servant, and the first disciple of the Tan family to endure such treatment." Standing in the cluttered room, he looks around. This place is worse than a pigsty, but it has countless herbs for purification. "I must channel my anger into strength and work hard at cultivation." A golden light flickers in his eyes. Tanlai focuses on his energy flow, determined to train intensely. Over half a year, Tanlai can now easily purify lower-grade spirit pills. His cultivation speed has skyrocketed. He's taller and more refined looking. Tan Ra also has spirit-nourishing pills that strengthen meridians. He can practice spells without harm. Thanks to the support of these pills, Tanlai's progress is rapid. From spiritual decisions to fireballs, weapons, inner city, eagle eyes, breath control, and many others. Even though half a year has passed, Tanlai stays in the fire room, continuing to take advantage of the abundant medicinal herbs for further training. During this time, Tanfeng twice called him to apologize to Tan Yi, but Tan Lai firmly refused and stayed in the fire room for 2 years. 2 years later, most of the Tan family had forgotten about the 13th son's existence. In the dimly lit fire room, Tan Lai finishes his spell training. He clenches his fist and thinks he has reached the third realm of spiritual reality. All old grade spells are now mastered. He is officially part of the cultivator ranks. The mysterious altar can only be used once. The best medicinal herbs in the fire room only reach lower grades. With his current level, without a higher grade support, it's hard to break through. Realizing this, Tan Lai understands he must leave Tanfu to find a broader future path. After deciding, he packs his belongings and leaves with a basket on his shoulder. The medicinal flow from Tan Ra no longer suits him now. As he exits the gate, he hears to people talking about Tan Ra and Lin Rong planning an alliance marriage, hoping for a match with Jade Young Master. The other person says that a month ago, Tan Ning had reached the third realm of spiritual reality. Tan Lai raises his eyebrows. Tan Ra and Lin Rong are getting married, and Tan Ning has already reached the fourth realm. The conversation is interrupted as everyone turns to look. Tan Feng, second son of Tan Ra, appears with a grand demeanor, saying he wants to meet 13. Seeing Tan Lai, Tan Feng immediately smiles and calls out, "13, are you coming out now?" He pulls Tan Lai inside, urging him to hurry back home because there's good news. This startles Tan Lai slightly. Tan Lai asks elder brother, "Can you explain clearly?" Tan Feng hesitates before explaining. A year ago, father saved a master from the second Flow family, Lin Tui Feng. Lin Tui Feng remembered this kindness and became close friends with him. Therefore, he decided to marry his daughter, Lin Dunayan, to someone in the Tan family. Initially, he chose Tan Pu, but Miss Lin requested a fair competition among Tan family disciples for her choice. Tan Feng thinks this is an opportunity for Tan Lai to transform himself. If she notices him, Tan Ra can't ignore him anymore. He looks at Tan Lai and says, "13, you must seize this chance." Then he pulls him to the arena where fierce battle sounds echo. Two people are fighting intensely there. Beside the arena is Tan Yi and Lin Tui Feng. Behind Lin Tui Feng stands a girl with a delicate face and bright yellow hair. She exudes noble grace. She's Miss Lin Dunayan. Watching the match, she gently twirls her hair with elegant fingers. Tan Lai stares in awe, seeing no one more beautiful, whispering in admiration. In the early morning light, she looks radiant and regal, drawing all eyes to follow her. The battle on the arena ends. Match 9, Tan Nan wins. On stage, a young man with strong white arms raises his hand to show his strength. Tan Lai observed and commented that Tan Nen only appeared strong on the surface. His spellcasting speed was slow, making him likely to fail. Old Tan smiled and asked for his thoughts. Lam Tuifeng responded reluctantly. He said Tan Nan could be considered, but the final decision should depend on fate. Then he turned to ask his daughter. She replied vaguely, "All right." She sighed. Because of her gratitude, she had to accept this arranged marriage. Watching the match didn't worry her much, so she reluctantly followed her father's wishes. From afar, Tan Lai observed her and thought that she wasn't interested in this alliance. Maybe she was forced into it. Old Tan continued by suggesting another duel between Tan Ngok and Tan Nan for Lam Shaoxi to choose from. Lam Tuifeng agreed. At that moment, two young men approached. Feng said to his father, "Father, you forgot the 13th round and haven't entered yet." His appearance caused a stir in the arena. Even that opponent dared to step out. What was he here for? The Tan sons laughed at him, saying he wanted to test his luck but had been locked in the fire room for 2 years, so how could he? Mocking words spread everywhere, and Tan Lai silently contained himself. Lam Tuifeng looked at Tan Lai. Old Tan's expression changed when he saw this. He scolded Feng, telling him not to play tricks on the important day of Old Lam. Feng respectfully said that 13th was a member of the Tan family and deserved a chance. Another voice interjected, "Second brother, today we choose a groom for Shaoxi, don't waste time." Feng argued back, "Big brother, 13th is also from the Tan family." Lam Shaoxi said it's not about cultivation level. so why can't he take part? Ngok mocked, saying that Lam Shaoxi's husband couldn't be a waste, making everyone echo him. His face still showed pride. All eyes were on Tan Lai. Some people said a waste didn't deserve to stand before Lam Shaoxi. It was like a toad demanding the Milky Way. Feng gritted his teeth angrily. Instead, Tan Lai stepped forward and stopped him, saying, "Second brother, don't argue anymore or you won't want to compete." Feng looked at his younger brother, questioning why. Ngok immediately took over, saying it was because of the shame. Mocking laughter echoed around them. Everyone's disdainful glares were directed at Tan Lai. Tan Lai was furious and shouted, "In such a crowd, dare to speak such insulting words?" He coldly replied, "Do you two want to make yourselves even more ashamed?" Then he tightened his grip, looking sharply at Ngok. Ngok roared, "What did you say?" From afar, Lam Tuifeng observed the Tan sons and thought. According to his investigation, Tan Lai Tianfu was lowly, considered a waste, but his calm demeanor when insulted seemed different. His responses were clear and wise. Such cunning is uncommon for an ordinary person. It's completely unlike the reputation of being a waste. Could there be inaccuracies in the information? On the other side, Ngok continued to shout loudly, "Waste, repeat that. What right do you have to call me a waste? If I'm a waste, then you're not even worth one." He deliberately mentioned how Ngok had lost to him before, like a wound being reopened, making the other party blush. Ngok turned red with anger. "You," he roared, "13th. Good job, daring to challenge me. I want to see who's really a waste." Then he raised his fist in defiance, provoked into acting rashly. Tan Lai barely smiled. "Do you want to challenge me? Fine, as long as father agrees, I'll accept your challenge anytime." Lam Tuifeng looked at both of them and thought that Ngok was clearly trying to humiliate Tan Lai in front of everyone. But Tan Lai wasn't angry. Instead, he taunted him back. Could it be that he really made significant progress over the past 2 years? He immediately activated his original spirit to check his cultivation level. Third layer of spiritual essence. He thought Tan Lai and Ngok were on par, but in reality, this young man was just exaggerating. Lam Duanian witnessed that scene and turned to tell old Tanja and Tan Tan Ba. Today is the day for selecting a groom for the female warrior. Why not let the female warrior decide between the two elder brothers? Old Tanja sighed. "Alright, if Duanian says so, then follow her wishes." He immediately ordered them to step onto the stage and compete fairly. Begin. Ngok felt his father's approval and rushed onto the arena. He looked at 13th, his eyes blazing. "13th, are you ready? I'm attacking now." Tan Lai only smiled lightly. He pointed a finger at him, signaling to charge in. Tan Ngok starts his move. "Watch and see how I'll open your eyes." Tan Lai immediately recognizes it as a basic illusion technique. He quickly dodges out of the way to avoid the attack. Tan Ngok's punch misses, landing heavily on the arena floor. Frustrated, he launches his next move, Fireball Technique. The large fireball crashes down onto Tan Lai, but he easily sidesteps it. Despite being stronger than before, this technique still can't touch him. Tan Lai effortlessly dodges each attack with ease. The audience laughs, thinking he's finally going to be suppressed. He's still a waste. No match for Old 9. Old Tan stands watching uneasily. It seems like 13 is losing. While dodging, Tan Lai says, "Whoever thinks random attacks can defeat me must not understand strategy. Not knowing when to strike, that's not worthy of a battle with me." Tan Ngok gasps in shock. "What?" Suddenly, a powerful spiritual force erupts from his feet, forcing him to leap up and dodge. Tan Ngok soars into the air. From afar, Tan Lai smiles, then uses his combat illusion technique with 2 fingers. A vine sprouts from the ground. Like a snake, it swiftly wraps around his legs, pulling him down. Tan Ngok is caught off guard. He can't counterattack with magic. Tan Lai stands above and says, "Magic must seize opportunities. You just waste your spiritual energy." He then casts a spell, testing if you can withstand the combined effects of distant travel and combat illusion. Tan Ngok is ensnared by the vine. He has no way to escape. Tan Lai grins as he uses water arrow technique. Now you have no choice but to activate your protective spirit energy, forming a bright shield around his body to block Tan Lai's water arrows. As expected, Tan Lai immediately uses his combat illusion technique. More vines rise from the ground. They quickly wrap tightly around Tan Gok's hands, immobilizing him. From the front, Tan Lai uses wine travel technique and rushes forward in an instant. He forcefully strikes directly, strong and decisive. Fresh energy sprays as Tan Lai looks at him, smirking and saying, "Distant travel." The spell is cast, causing Tan Gok's body to tilt and roll onto the ground. Tan Lai watches with a slight smile on his lips. He says the key to magic is coordination. Even though you're not weak yet, if used at the right moment, it can create overwhelming power. With that, Tan Lai gathers blue spiritual energy in his hand. He launches a water arrow towards Tan Gok and says, "Quickly activate your protective spirit energy, otherwise it's dangerous." But his body is already exhausted, breaths coming fast. Each of Tan Lai's moves are perfectly connected, the illusion and physical techniques working flawlessly. Tan Lai looks at him and says, "Again, you have very little spiritual energy left." He then uses distant travel technique again, sending vines to pin down Tan Gok's hands and feet tightly. Tan Lai coldly says, "Let me teach you the final lesson. The weak are not those at the bottom, but those who fail to seize opportunities." In his hands, a fireball is growing larger. Tan Lai launches the fireball directly towards his opponent. The red fireball flies straight into Tan Gok's face. Tan Lai calmly says, "You're defeated." Tan Gok tries to use his last bit of spiritual energy for a weak protective shield. But alas, he has depleted his spiritual energy from the previous two attempts. The fragile shield is about to break apart. Fear and despair are clearly visible in Tan Gok's eyes. The fireball hits him, sending him flying backward. He spits out fresh blood and collapses onto the cold ground. Everyone around is shocked. They didn't expect 13 to be this skilled with magic. This truly is the waste of talent from before. Old Tan watches his son, once favored by King Chao, now defeated by a discarded child. He feels regret. "I was foolish underestimating 13 for so many years." He thinks low talent doesn't mean useless. "I never saw its efforts." Lin Tuifeng witnesses the entire battle and feels that this young man has a spirit beyond his peers. If nurtured, he will surely outshine anyone in the future. Just give him time, he'll stand among the 1,000 and rule one corner of the world. Lin Tuifeng looks at the youth named Tiantu, who endured humiliation but fought bravely. She smiles with a hint of admiration. She whispered something to her father, making Lin Tuifeng laugh and turn to face Tan Lao. He said, "Tan Lai's reaction was beyond our expectations. This trip turned out not to be fruitful." Tan Lao exhaled in relief. His worries about the arranged marriage lessened. He then asked, "Du Nian, have you chosen someone who suits your taste?" Lin Tuifeng smiled. His eyes looked up at the stage and said, "I think Tan Lai is the most suitable person." Tan Lao was delighted, shouting, "Good, if that's the case, let's decide it this way." Du Nian blushed slightly as she replied softly, "Lady Lin will follow father's wishes to enter Tanba." But Tan Lai suddenly clasped his hands and said clearly, "Father, I beg your pardon, but I cannot accept this marriage." Tan Lao was taken aback and angrily shouted, "What did you say?" He pointed directly at Tan Lai and repeated, "Are you going to repeat that again?" Tan Lai replied, "I can't agree to this marriage." Lin Tuifeng and Du Nian were angered, but tried to remain calm to see what would happen next. Tan Lao shouted, "You dare embarrass me in front of everyone. Today, I must punish you to make amends with Lin." Tan Lai interrupted, "Then what? Do you want to kill me?" Tan Lao was speechless, angry and red-faced, but didn't know how to respond. Fang Tan rushed over and said worriedly, "Liang, why talk like that to father?" Tan Lai replied, "Brother, for my own calculations, this time I want you to be disappointed." He turned around and clasped his hands, speaking to Tan Lao, "Father, today I came not to compete but to say goodbye." Bowing to Du Nian, "I didn't expect a misunderstanding like this. Please forgive me." Du Nyan, who was used to being pampered, got angry for the first time and said, "No need to apologize. I just want to ask one question." Looking straight at him, "What is it about me that makes you dare break off the engagement in front of everyone? If you don't explain clearly today, you won't leave here." Lin Dunyan was angry inside. Tan Lao immediately felt nervous, fearing she would blame him. Feng Tan quickly explained to the upset young lady, "Lady Lin has misunderstood. It's not that I'm unworthy of you, but that I feel I don't deserve to be by your side." Du Nyan was even angrier, saying she wouldn't accept that reason. Tan Lai didn't know what to say and remained silent. Brother 13 stayed quiet, making her more agitated. A daughter hates it when someone she likes remains silent. She shouted, "Are you not going to say anything?" Tan Lai gritted his teeth and said, "Speak up." Tan Lai explained slowly, "Is this marriage proposal something the lady decided on her own?" Du Nyan paused. She replied softly, "It's my parents' order, children only obey." Tan Lai continued, "So you didn't want this arranged marriage either. This is entirely the decision of your father." Du Nyan lowered her voice and said, "Yes." Tan Lai nodded. Actually, just a glance showed that Lady Lin wasn't interested in the marriage proposal. She showed no enthusiasm during the selection process. Du Nyan said, "That's because I haven't found someone who suits me." Tan Lai gently continued, "So you chose me, didn't you? If my guess is correct, everyone sees me as a useless person. Whether Tenyu wins or loses, Lady Lin will choose me. Not out of love, but to avoid offending father and break the engagement gracefully." Du Nyan was about to say something when Tan Lai interrupted. "Please listen to me first. Lady Lin is a second-rate talent with a golden reputation. You are a genius. How can I be worthy enough for you? Moreover, if you were displeased, you could have expelled me and kept your good name without disobeying father's order." Simply put, Lady Lin wanted to use me as an excuse to avoid the marriage. Am I right? Du Nyan was slightly flustered saying this. Lin Tuifeng turned to ask, "Du Nyan, do you really think so?" She looked at her father, feeling confused inside. At first, she didn't want the engagement, but after seeing Tan Lai fight, she developed feelings. She wanted to marry him, but Tan Lai rejected it. She couldn't say anything in public and remained silent. Lin Tuifeng angrily pointed at his daughter. "Disgraceful. You made me lose face in front of everyone." Tan Lao hurriedly ran over to calm down. "Brother, this is not related to the lady. It's all because my son disappointed your kindness." Hearing the word kindness, Tan Lai laughed coldly. "Kindness? Father, I lost my mother when I was young. For 16 years, all I wanted was a little love from you. What did it get me? For over 10 years, you never looked at me once. You even forgot my name. Father's love, kindness, I no longer dared to hope for anything. If Lady Lin hadn't chosen me today, would you have reacted this way?" Tan Lao is speechless, the words of his son cutting into his heart. He knew he had truly abandoned Brother 13. 13 knelt before his father and said, "Actually, I didn't come here to compete. I just wanted to say goodbye. If not for brother to dragging me here, none of this would have happened." He bowed his head and said, "I've decided to leave the new family. Before I go, I just want to thank you for raising me. You raised me for 18 years. I'll never forget it. If things work out, I'll definitely return to repay your kindness." Senior Fan only stood there, watching his son's determination to leave. There was nothing he could do to stop him. As Fan Lai carried his luggage and left with a sense of bitterness, silently regretting the coldness of the family. From now on, the sky is my companion, freedom is my goal, light is in my heart. With determination, Fan Lai left the new family. He walked towards a new horizon, heading for Shangyu, an ancient city. In this small room, it costs 30 spirit stones per month. The capital truly has no cheap places. The owner replied, "This is already the cheapest rate. If you don't want to rent, just get out of my way." He stealthily opened his bag and took out a lower grade, asking, "Can I use this lower grade to pay for the room?" The owner shouted loudly, "If you don't have spirit stones, leave now. Don't waste my time." With no money, Fan Lai had to turn around and sighed. Without status, nobody respects you. The outside world is even colder than imagined. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. Fellow traveler, it seems like you need spirit stones. Fan Lai turned around and asked immediately, what do you want? He smiled maliciously, nothing. I just noticed how you were shouted at. I guess that this is your first time in Shangyu, an ancient city, so you're not used to the rules here. Fan Lai looked puzzled and asked, what does it matter if I'm new? It's none of your business. He laughed and replied, don't get worked up, I have no ill intentions. Hearing that you want to trade herbs for spirit stones, I guessed that your bag is empty. If the inn owner doesn't accept, you can sell these herbs to me instead. Fan Lai agreed and traded one herb for 2 spirit stones. He bargained, 2 spirit stones is a high price, it can't go any higher. Fine, but I need more spirit stones to pay the room. How many do you want? Seeing Fan Lai's bag on his back, he asked, how many more herbs do you have? He smiled slyly and said, let's do this. I don't have much spirit stones left. Follow me to my place. How many herbs will you buy from me all at once? Fan Lai secretly felt wary about following a stranger into his territory. He replied, no way, you go get the spirit stones. I'll wait here. The man calmed him down and said, don't worry, there's no one who dares to cause trouble in Shangyu, an ancient city. Besides, it's getting dark. My place is far away. And the streets at night are very dangerous. Hearing this, Fan Lai asked, okay, where do you live? He replied, West City, Lotus Wharf, follow me. Fan Lai followed him. In the darkness, his lips curled with malice as the moon hung high, casting shadows over Shangyu, an ancient city. The light kept leading them but never reached their destination, making Fan Lai feel exhausted and out of breath. He said, don't just stand there. Come to my place. We're here. Go inside. Fan Lai took out a small bag in front of him and said, I'm not going in. This contains 18, totaling 36 lower-grade spirit stones. The man took the bag and stepped outside to trade. I'll wait here. Seeing Fan Lai being cautious and unwilling to enter, he reluctantly took the spirit stone bag and went back inside. Alright, you're right to be careful for your first time. Let me take him there. I'll go in and get my things quickly. The door closed immediately and a loud scream echoed from within. The bold thief was caught off guard. Quickly release my head, accompanied by the sound of clashing metal. The fight grew increasingly chaotic. Noticing something unusual, Fan Lai rushed in. As he stepped through the door, a fireball flew straight at him. Fan Lai quickly dodged to one side. He recognized it as an actual fireball. Looking up, he saw a thin young man in black clothes on the roof, looking down at him with a wicked smile. The man landed lightly and said, finally you came in. You're easy to lure. Fan Lai immediately turned around and faced behind him. The black-clothed man spoke to his guide. Second brother, this kid is really naive. He doesn't even have a protective cloak. He asked the guide, how could he carry so many herbs? If you didn't sell 18 lower grade, there must be something better on him. Even if not, that's enough to make it worth it. The black-clothed man continued, brother has been gone for a long time. The fireball is almost out. This kid brought himself here. Why not take action? Fan Lai shouted loudly, do you dare kill someone in the capital and not fear being discovered? He laughed sarcastically, afraid. You're too naive. Young man, in Shangyu, an ancient city, the weak die under the strong's feet. Someone might feel a bit uncomfortable, let alone us. People here are all cultivators. Since they're cultivators, it's natural for them to have spirit barrier formations. Just put the spell on the door, and once the formation activates, it will block all spiritual energy fluctuations. Fan Lai still looked doubtful at him. The black-robed man impatiently said, brother, don't talk so much. Kill quickly. If someone discovers us, it would be troublesome. As he spoke, he condensed spiritual energy. A blazing ball appeared. Act now! The moment the order was given, the fireball flew directly in front of Fan Lai. He immediately swept his hand and shot out a blue spiritual energy stream to counterattack. The opponent quickly erected a spirit barrier to defend, but then he suddenly cried out, what's going on? Please subscribe to the channel to support it. What I meant just now was an illusionary dragon eye technique. The green spiritual energy instantly dissipated, and the stranger's feet were tightly held by a mud trap. Without hesitation, Tanlai launched another water arrow technique directly at them. That guy panicked and yelled loudly. Blood spurted onto the ground. The second elder fell down, while the fourth elder was also tightly wrapped in vines from the confusion technique. The fourth elder looked at Tanlai with a mouth full of blood. This kid is too cunning. The dragon eye technique just now wasn't for attacking. It was just using similar movements to water arrow techniques to deceive them. What's scary is the speed of spellcasting, leaving no time to react. The second elder still struggled on the ground and shouted. Fourth elder, use a spell, hurry up and use a spell, but Tanlai coldly said, dreaming. He immediately cast both water arrow and fireball techniques simultaneously. The two streams of spiritual energy clashed violently, exploding right on the fourth elder's body. He cried out in pain, his legs collapsing. Then he fell to the ground like a tree felled, dead. The second elder trembled as he begged Tanlai for mercy. Hero, I was wrong. Please forgive me. He sobbed, don't kill me. But Tanlai remained cold and continued the water arrow technique. A water arrow pierced through the back of the one who was crawling up, causing him to fall down again. He struggled to get up. Blood spurted from his mouth. This is the first time Tanlai has killed someone. His hands trembled as he bled profusely due to continuous spellcasting. He panted heavily and knew he had to leave quickly, but then something fell from the second elder's clothes. Tanlai approached and quietly picked it up. It turned out to be a golden bag. The sky was already late at night, in the quiet space of the dark night. Looking at the bag in his hand, Tanlai suddenly remembered that this was a space suppression talisman, a type of magical treasure containing spiritual energy. Though it looked like a silver pouch, inside there was a cubic spatial dimension capable of storing many items. He then bit his thumb to draw blood and performed the master recognition ritual, a basic skill known by all true cultivators. Unlike magic, the master recognition only required a drop of blood on unclaimed spiritual energy, using different spiritual force imprints to connect the object and person's soul essence. In their newly rented room, Tanlai used his own blood to claim the bag. With his spirit realm 6th layer cultivation, the master recognition ritual for Tanlai was extremely simple. He just needed to breathe a few times to complete it. The golden bag glowed brightly and opened up, officially recognizing him as its owner. Inside were over 10 talisman, 2 medicinal pills, an order token, a secret scroll, and several dozen spirit stones. Tanlai's guilt from killing someone faded away with the acquisition of this treasure. He reminded himself to review his mistakes and avoid repeating them, otherwise, life wouldn't be enough to compensate for the loss. Whatever was wrong must never happen again, otherwise, life would not suffice as compensation. Thinking that way, he sighed softly, preparing to go to bed after a long journey from home by train to the ancient primordial city to explore the cultivation world. Hoping to gain access to major sects and orthodox pods, but who would have thought that on his first day, he almost lost his life? It was truly unsettling. From now on, he must remember never to trust strangers. He nearly cut his hand to remind himself. The next morning, Tanlai began exploring the ancient primordial city. A man's voice suddenly echoed, saying that a middle-grade chi condensation stage needed 30 pieces. He continued saying that only 10 were available at the black market and blamed them for overpricing. The man was short-haired with a thick straw hat. The shopkeeper replied that if the black market had cheaper prices, they wouldn't need to be here. He suggested going there instead. The lowest price couldn't go down any further. Hearing this, the short-haired man shouted, "If I could get it from the black market, why would I stand here?" HMPH, the shopkeeper said that if he wanted to leave, he should just do so because no one could lower the price anymore. A shorter man with a handsome face and long blonde hair wearing a hat said that the prices here were too high. It was best to forget about them. The short-haired hat-wearing man sighed, "I know, but the current situation doesn't allow us to go back to the black market." The blonde-haired man is thinking about something. From afar, Tanlai steps forward and asks if they can have a brief chat. The other to turn around, suspiciously asking what he intends to do. Tanlai smiles warmly and says that just now, the two were discussing buying cultivation essence pills together. He happened to have a few extra. Would they be interested? The man with a hat on his chin looks him up and down, sneering as if saying even a pocket watch isn't in his possession, yet he's demanding high-grade medicinal pills. Tanlai laughs and admits that a few days ago, he accidentally found some medicinal pills. He intended to keep them, but since there's no spirit stones here, he had to sell them for some money. The other two exchange glances as if discussing silently. The blonde-haired man asks, "How much do you want for the essence pills?" Tanlai smiles lightly. According to what he knows, the black market sells 10 pieces for 100 spirit stones. He only needs 12 pieces of lower-grade spirit stones. That's a friendly price. The man with the hat on his chin frowns. He says that 12 pieces are still too expensive. Moreover, did you hear our entire conversation just now? Tanlai nods in agreement. As he speaks, tears well up in his eyes. Fine, how about 11 pieces? That's the lowest I can go. He only has 4 pills with him. If they want to buy all of them, he's willing to sell at a discount. At 11 pieces, that seems fair. So they agree to do business. Both are satisfied with their part. The man with the hat on his chin holds up his bag and shakes it, lamenting how long it took him to buy just 4 pills, not enough for a day's use. He tells Tanlai that if he has more stock, he can come find him at No. 19, Yunzijia, Proud Street, East City. Tanlai laughs and says he only has this much, and he doesn't know how to refine pills, so he can't produce a large quantity. The other to turn away and leave, saying they understand. They wish him good luck on his journey. Watching their figures fade, Tanlai gives a satisfied smile. He thinks the cosmic bag is indeed in his possession, and he has more than just a few low-grade essence pills. The first business deal was fortunate, but turned out quite profitable. Last night, in Ma Lim's bag, Tanlai found 2 vials of medicinal pills. One was a middle-grade essence pill, likely crafted by a high-ranking cultivator. These pills are different from the previous ones. After refinement, they have become genuine middle-grade essence pills. If he can buy them at a low price and supplement with self-made ingredients, it could lead to a complete transaction with much higher profits than expected. Unfortunately, one of the remaining vials wasn't recognizable. When he poured some out, its fragrance spread throughout the room, making him quickly put it away. Speaking of the 5 elements realm, this cultivation method in his system is called the technique to master the 5 elements realm. However, it's not as powerful as the yin-yang decree, only reaching the 4th layer of spirit sublimation. The problem of obtaining goods through transactions like just now seems to have a solution. Looking around, Tanlai sees that the upper ancient city has many markets, both within and outside the city walls. The answer is the black market. The lawful spell scroll is like a form of cultivation technique used by cultivators to understand the laws governing the universe. A spell scroll is a set of ancient symbols that harness celestial power to generate extraordinary strength. Mastering heavenly intent, understanding heavenly principles, and facing heavenly law, Tanlai raises the scroll to examine it. Recognizing its essence and how cultivation energy refinement shares important similarities, he takes out 12 talismans from Ma Lim's pocket watch bag and compares them for a long time before identifying their type. Talismans are ranked from 1 to 9, corresponding to the levels of magical power. Higher ranks have greater strength. But according to lawful spell scrolls, there are also ranks 10, 11, and even 12. The superior power is still pending verification, but generally, the world recognizes 9 ranks. However, classified by function, they include for types offensive, defensive, supportive, and soul talismans. The first 3 are quite understandable, while soul talismans are different and more valued because if 2 equally skilled cultivators fight, one who can summon a beast's spirit has an advantage, tilting the balance in their favor. Therefore, soul talismans are considered the strongest among all types of talismans, even more favored by cultivators than others. Specifically from Ma Lim, he obtained 12 talismans, 5 Firebolt talismans, for water advanced talismans, 1 Ascend Air talisman, 1 Concealment talisman, and 1 Soul Trap talisman. Among them, 9 are offensive, Ascend Air, and Concealment belong to support, while the Soul Trap talisman is the only soul talisman. Inside it contains the spirit of a Tuling Flower demon. During battle, it can transform and lock its target. Its effectiveness surpasses even the snare in guerrilla warfare. Tanlai places the lawful spell scroll on the table. He smiles slightly, thinking that spending lower-grade spirit stones to buy a spell scroll for market information wasn't wasted. With these talismans in hand, he must start his plan to earn spirit stones. He can't just sit around. Difficulties bring valuable opportunities like this. To waste such an opportunity would be a shame. With that thought, he opens the door and steps outside. In Hatao Province, Nam City Factory, Stall 1, Tanley's sign is erected. It clearly states high purchase prices for low-grade essence pills and protective pills, and lower-grade medicinal pills are also bought. People who go to the black market mostly rely on luck or bring surplus items they want to sell. Most of the goods here are quite cheap. To make to mid-grade medicinal pills, you only need to low-grade spirit stones, but it's more expensive than temporary trading prices. But if it's 3 pieces, people will come looking for you immediately. Someone came over and asked, "Brother, how much are the tonifying herbs?" Fanli replied that they cost 3 pieces of low-grade spirit stones each. By the end of the day, Fanli gathered enough to make 25 tonifying pills and 10 lower-grade protective essence pills. Just refine them and you won't lose money. There will even be a surplus when sold. After buying the medicinal pills, he hurried back to his dormitory, refining all night and producing 10 mid-grade pills. At the market, each pill sells for 15 low-grade spirit stones, which is quite high. On day 2, he was already standing in front of the first-grade alchemy shop. Seeing the sign, Fanli confirmed that this was indeed a first-grade alchemy shop. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. The person behind the counter rushed out to greet him, asking what he wanted to see. Fanli said he wanted to sell some medicinal pills and meet the shop manager. That person let him in and called out that the manager had someone looking for him. Manager Zhuangzi, a middle-aged man with 1 round glasses on his eye, stepped out and asked what he needed. Fanli said he wanted to sell some medicinal pills and negotiate prices. The man asked which type and how many. Fanli replied that they could cooperate long-term and wondered if they could find a better place to talk. Manager Zhuangzi smiled and told the young master to follow him. A good negotiation ended, and with his bag of spirit stones in hand, Fanli left the shop. Every 3 days, he would provide at least 10 mid-grade pills to Zhuangzi in exchange for 12 low-grade spirit stone pieces. And he had to keep a secret. Since Zhuangzi benefited, of course, he agreed. From then on, Fanli no longer worried about money. Thanks to the tonifying and protective essence pills, Fanli's cultivation speed increased significantly, breaking through to the 4th layer of Spirit Realm in just 3 months. With more spirit stones and medicinal pills, some things became difficult. However, these seemingly small actions quietly brought many troubles. In a forest near Shangyuan City, Fanli was practicing his cultivation using magical techniques. The 9 passes technique requires the qi to flow smoothly like a river, with 9 paths for the body to reach an outstanding realm. Even though he had mastered 6 of them, he still couldn't fully harmonize all 9. Over time, this would create weaknesses in his future practice. Fanli sighed, unsure how to handle it. Suddenly, a group appeared, and the voice of a young lady said that the one-eyed bullfrog was very active. With so few people, when would they catch any? Young Manchanta comforted him by saying heaven doesn't forsake those who strive. With teamwork, success is certain. As he spoke, the young man called out to Fanli as he was leaving. "Brother, please wait a moment." Fanli stopped and asked what it was about. They said they needed someone to join them in the swamp to hunt one-eyed bullfrogs. They promised 5 low-grade spirit stones each. In front of him stood 3 people, including a lively young lady and 2 handsome young men. Fan Li shook his head and declined, saying he wasn't interested. Another young man pulled his friend's hand and said that looking at Fan Li's age, his cultivation might be weak. Joining would only cause more trouble for them. Despite the persistent invitation from the young man, since Fan Li didn't lack spirit stones, he waved him off and left. The lady behind said it was fine. Everyone has their own choices. The young man nodded in understanding, but his expression turned sour as he watched Fan Li go, forcing a laugh. As they were about to leave, a loud shout suddenly rang out, demanding them to stop. 3 strong figures appeared before them. The leader was tall and had a sword on his back. He held up a paper with drawings and stared at Fan Li intently. He loudly said it matched the description. He was the one selling secret pills, making Fan Li feel uneasy. Black stepped forward, drawing his sword and pointing directly at Fan Li, saying they had been looking for him for a long time. Then, he ordered his subordinates to attack. The 3 immediately swung their swords, but Fan Li dodged quickly. The blade missed where he was just standing. As he dodged, Fan Li said he didn't understand what they were talking about. He suddenly realized why and inwardly sighed, regretting selling out his allies. The 3 continued to attack, swords flashing towards him. Kai Jian, the young man from earlier, used his sword to block a deadly strike, deflecting the attacks of the other 3. He then shouted loudly and fiercely, swinging his sword down, causing the ground in front to explode. The 3 were thrown aside. Kai Jian shouted, 3 against 1, yet you still dare to speak. Besides, I've already said I don't understand what's going on. Of the 3, 2 fell and couldn't move. The leader remained stable. He laughed coldly and said it turned out he had allies. It seemed second brother didn't die in peace. With that, he drew 3 talismans and said he would deal with all of them today. Ngai Qin stood in front of Tan Lai, offering help and making Tan Lai doubt the teenager's abilities, forcing him to smile awkwardly. The other teenager rushed over, telling Ngai Qin to step back and blaming him for going crazy with his nonsense. The music from the stage was shouted to be quiet, while Ngai Qin spoke of not being able to bear seeing strong overpowering weak, practicing cultivation if you can't help those in need. As soon as he finished talking, he charged forward, brandishing a sword and casting spells, regardless of who the opponent was. 3 types of magic lightning, fireballs, and lightning bolts hit simultaneously, with the leader immediately using his power to counter them. The woman wielding the sword shouted for Qian Ka to support her, but the music corps stopped her, saying they should wait a moment. She scolded Ngai Qin for being foolish, acting like a hero at the wrong time, warning that he might end up in trouble, suggesting he leave to avoid them. Suddenly, a stream of spiritual energy shot towards him, hitting where Ngai Qin was standing and sending him flying backward. Nu sniffed loudly, her eyes red with worry for her elder brother. The black leader laughed happily, saying he would burn him to ashes. But then he paused, sensing something unusual. Amidst the dust, a golden light suddenly appeared. As the dust cleared, Tan Lai was seen in a weakened state but unharmed. He immediately rushed forward, using 9 perforation fists to strike his chest, causing blood to spurt out. He was pushed back several steps. Tan Lai shouted that this battle wasn't over yet. Then he drew his sword, and the light from it shone brightly. The black leader was taken aback by the spirit light's blinding glow. He stammered in surprise at how a spirit-nurturing practitioner of the middle period like Tan Lai could possess such powerful spirit light. Tan Lai raised his sword, coldly saying it was too late to know the truth now. With one swing, the space before him reverberated with a heavy sound. The black leader used his chi and turned to run away. In an instant, the space in front exploded violently, dropping a piece of wood with inscriptions. That was the spirit-gathering sword. Without it, the consequences would have been worse. Tan Lai paled, feeling extremely tense. Spirit light is essential for cultivation, divided into 4 grades: lower, middle, upper, and supreme. The higher the grade, the greater its power. He thought the mysterious essence only helped with refining pills, but was surprised to find it could restore damaged spirit light so well. Ngai Qin was helped up by Nu, struggling to walk forward and praising Tanlai's prowess, making him admire him greatly. Tanlai modestly replied that Nguyen Hine was too kind, they had helped, and he would remember their kindness. Then he picked up the fallen piece of wood. Recalling the battle, there seemed to be a special piece, so he handed it to Ngai Keen, asking if each of them had something similar and whether he recognized it. Seeing the inscription on the wood, Ngai Keen paled, trembling and saying it was the symbol of the water defense camp. He warned Tan Lai that he was in big trouble now. At the one grade room in the evening, someone asked where Tan Little Scholar had been lately. Tan Lai only mentioned meeting Truck Fu Nu and not wanting to be seen, showing a bottle of pills on the table for Truck Tung tried to check. Truck Sr. asked if anything serious happened. Recalling what happened that morning, Tan Lai explained that the water defense camp was a bandit group in Kimtree Mountain. They didn't follow the imperial court like the cultivators of Upper Ancient City and always resisted. The demon master Xiaoman was evil and cunning with formidable strength. The imperial court had sent troops many times but never found their lair. Therefore, anyone mentioning the water defense camp would be terrified. Even the imperial spirit veins in Kimtree Mountain were dared to be tampered with. They were truly bold and daring. That's why Tan Lai had to be extremely cautious to avoid being discovered by their people. Numo consoled him, saying they would keep today's secret safe since no one saw clearly. Ngai Keen pretended to declare that under the bright moon and night sky, he would help Tan Lai. Tan Lai told Truck Sr. it was just a small matter, nothing big. Truck Sr. understood his meaning and asked if he needed any support. Tan Lai narrowed his eyes, saying he wanted to stay anonymous for some time. Truck Tung Tri leaned close and whispered something before leaving the one grade room. Someone nearby softly asked whether it was okay for the three elders to help him like this. Truck Sr. smiled lightly, saying they would only know about Tan Lai's matter. The earth knew, he knew, and Tan Lai just needed to stay alive to have a chance at full power. North of the city gate, someone knocked on the door. From inside, someone asked who it was, and Tan Lai replied that it was the person recommended by Lai Truck. A sound and the door opens. Inside is an older man of similar age to Truck at the counter. He tells Tan Lai to come in. Tan Lai steps in, addressing the senior as senior and introduces himself to Truck Sr., seeking guidance on Lin Longqi power and Ling Yin techniques. The senior responds immediately, saying it's not a problem. Tan Lai smiles in gratitude but takes out a golden pill, warning that learning will require enduring pain from the bone pain pill. Looking at the pill, Tan Lai hesitates briefly before being teased for showing fear already. Irritated, Tan Lai quickly says there's nothing to be afraid of and swallows the pill. The intense pain hits him, making him gasp for breath. He collapses, his hands hitting the ground. His entire body trembles in agony. Sweat pours out like a bath in an instant. Just as he's about to cry out, he notices Wang Huazi's mocking gaze. Clenching his teeth, Tan Lai resists the urge to scream. With the drug force too strong, it feels like thousands of ants biting him. He quickly exhausts his strength, a common person unable to withstand such pain. Despite hearing about the bone pain pill's reputation, Tan Lai never imagined the pain would be so intense. An hour passes as his strength wanes and he becomes dazed. Under inner alchemy techniques, bones break and reform repeatedly, causing unbearable sensations. It feels like being hit by a 1,000-pound hammer on each bone, then glued back together. Tan Lai grits his teeth, reminding himself not to give in. As consciousness fades, 28 stars suddenly appear, flowing into his essence. This moment awakens deep potential, teaching him that a cultivator must maintain steadfast willpower. Fear and pain can cloud the mind, weaken resolve, and diminish spiritual acuity. Light or heavy, it could lead to death. A cultivator's essence resides in their spirit platform, safeguarding their spirit, consciousness, and faith, preventing them from losing their true self. Many practices emphasize protecting the mind within the spirit platform for purity and mastery over life and death. But Tan Lai is just an ordinary person, eventually collapsing and losing consciousness. He falls to the ground unconscious. Wang Huazi looks at Tan Lai lying on the floor. He coldly instructs him to leave, saying he's no longer visible now. The blackguard kneels halfway down in response to Truck Sr. Wang Huazi sniffs and complains about Tan Lai and his master interfering. He praises Tan Lai for enduring the bone pain pill and asks who his opponent is. The guard apologizes, saying he can't disclose that information. Wang Huazi crosses his arms behind his back, saying even though this is a favor to Truck Sr., the one sending Lin Lung Qi power and Ling Yin techniques has deeper intentions. He finds Tan Li's endurance satisfying. The guard questions why the senior rarely compliments anyone but now values him. Wang Huazi glances at the guard, waving his hand to dismiss him, telling him he dares not and asking for leave to return to duty. Wang Huazi scoffs, saying Tan Lai lacks courage. He's still lying there, his soul crushed by the bone pain pill, enduring endless pain. During this ordeal, Tan Lai nearly succumbed like others. But just as he almost gave up, 28 mysterious stars shine brightly, illuminating his mind and pulling him back. At that moment, Tan Lai opens his eyes, recalling the shock of the stars. With their influence, he regains consciousness and continues enduring pain with gritted teeth. He understands the drug's potency hasn't diminished. It only helps him stay alert and maintain calm within the spirit platform. Time passes slowly, seeming to wear down his spirit. Wang Huazi congratulates Tan Lai on overcoming the drug effects. Now he'll teach him Lin Lung Qi power and Ling Yin techniques. Wait for bones to heal before sitting up. Tan Lai immediately follows instructions. Wang Huazi continues explaining this method. Combine illusion techniques and magic. Though his rank is low, it's highly effective. Follow my incantation precisely. First, harmonize the bones, then refine the hidden spirit. Here, he's extremely excited, immediately following my incantation, closing his eyes to meditate, circulating energy for 7 rounds, bones and flesh mending instantly. Green aura enveloping his entire body. Then he repeats the incantation once more, feeling all over pain gradually fading away. Wang Huazi emits a stream of spiritual power in his hand. He continues by teaching hidden spirit arts. Remember this incantation, flexible bone transformation changes appearance, while hidden spirit arts conceal aura. Little boy, your talent isn't bad. If you hadn't practiced with me, you'd never learn my meditation techniques. Saying this, he firmly slaps Tan Lai's back, emphasizing the hidden spirit arts discipline, instructing him to remember one thing only. He whispers a few words to Tan Lai before ending the lesson. Before leaving, his voice echoes, "Never tell anyone about today. Pretend it didn't happen." Tan Lai bows and thanks, promising to remember the mentor's kindness forever. Afterward, he turns around and walks away. His appearance changes dramatically, old skin cracking and peeling off, revealing new skin underneath. He looks like a grown man, taller by several inches. With sharper features and shorter hair, he examines his new look in detail. This is indeed the flexible bone transformation incantation, capable of altering bone structure and appearance entirely. Good, now no one will recognize you. You must return to your dorm and practice hidden spirit arts all night to conceal your aura. The moon rises high, the sky silent. As Tan Lai approaches his dorm, he hears voices inside. He's dead, he ran away, one says, while another replies that it was too late and they couldn't catch him. This Tan Lai is not simple. Tan Lai squints into the room. Seeing strangers, he retreats immediately inside. They blame each other for failing to find him, saying the information came from Niyun Qian, so it's not their fault. They speculate that even though he predicted their rival, he might still be in Shangyu, an ancient city, and they need to search thoroughly, including hiring performers to gather more intelligence. They must find him. Hearing them leave, Tan Lai's face turns pale with anger, thinking about how his friend betrayed him so quickly. One familiar voice makes him clench his fists. He's lucky he ran away in time, or else he might have been killed. A gentleman seeks revenge after 10 years. He thinks, even though he learned flexible bone transformation and hidden spirit arts, now is not the right time to act. Besides, the water margin camp still hunts him, so there are many eyes round Yi and Yang Qian. In Shangyu, an ancient city, revenge requires strength. For now, he must retreat and practice. Time passes slowly, years seem like moments. For cultivators, 3 years is a fleeting moment. The world grows dull and dry. Tanlit calls out to summon his sword. Sword energy surges forth. One slash splits a large stone in half. Firestone glows brightly, sword light like lightning, incredibly sharp. Success! The Duangyang incantation Tanlit practiced has reached perfection. He could only reach the 5th level before, but now he's at the 6th. Further practice is difficult. It's time to seek other meditation techniques. His new appearance is more solid, sharper than ever. His eyes turn cold as he remembers the grudge from 3 years ago, especially regarding Niyun Qian, who betrayed his friends. He's had enough of living. Carrying hatred, Tanlit leaves the training place, using flexible bone transformation and hidden spirit arts to disguise himself before heading to where Yang Qian used to live. Maizi Hall, Dongsheng District, I'm here. Suddenly, footsteps approach. Drunken Niyun Qian mutters curses, vowing not to let the enemy escape even if they're a demon. Daipen walks calmly behind him and delivers a powerful kick, sending him to the ground. He shouts that without the Shangyu and ancient city law prohibiting murder, he would have dealt with him long ago. Tanlit quickly hides behind 6 walls. A woman's voice asks Daipen what he's doing. He says it's Dainu, claiming they were drinking wine. Niyun Qian lies again and sneers. Dainu blames him for his misfortune, but sees no remorse in him. 3 years ago, when the big brother asked about Tanlit's whereabouts, he only needed to be honest. But Niyun Qian insisted on lying, and Tanlit never visited him after returning home. Clearly, he doesn't consider him a friend. Dainu feels sad but still cares for him. Daipen warns Dai and not to provoke him again, otherwise they won't show mercy. Hearing this, she turns away and tells Niyun Qian he's no longer the person from 3 years ago. Now, he's just a cripple. He doesn't want to fight, but if he does, he'll tear his body into 8 pieces. After hearing this, Tanlit is shocked. It turns out the one who betrayed him wasn't Niyun Qian. Instead, Niyun Qian was being tormented severely. Tanlit remembers how he suffered that day. Over these 3 years, what happened? He must ask Daipen for answers. Daipen storms off, muttering curses under his breath. Outside, 2 people are talking about Yuan Yang. Are you sure it's Yuan Yang? One asks, confirming the answer with a satisfied laugh. Bin ruthlessly smashed his opponent's head into the ground. He curled his fingers and sneered. A drunkard still manages to keep the Yuan Yang zither. This is absurd. He passed out drunk and vomited, but in return, he gave me a pill, saying we have some connection. Bin drew his sword and said, "Little brat, remember not to be so arrogant next time." He roared as he charged forward, then thrust his sword straight ahead. A few loud pops echoed. Bin was repeatedly pushed back by the attack. He screamed in terror. "You're completely sober." Bin's face now showed panic and a hint of shock. Before him stood the familiar man from 3 years ago. Tili. So you are Tili. He stammered. Tai, is it really Tili? Tili responded. You still remember me. That's not bad. 3 years ago, I saw you weren't a nice guy. Who would have thought that your friend also wanted to step on each other? Bin nervously explained, it wasn't us. The Mayi forced us. We were just running errands. Han said the other person asked them about Tili's whereabouts and threatened to kill if they didn't reveal it. A cruel tactic you know well from the Tishi temple. But Tili coldly countered, so, did you betray Niyun Qian? Bin pleaded that he didn't want things this way. He tried to persuade, but Niyun Qian refused to talk, leaving him in a difficult position. Tili raised his sword and shouted, a coward who sells out friends for personal gain, such a thing doesn't exist. A slash across Bin's shoulder sent blood spraying. Tili pulled out the sword. Bin was in excruciating pain, gritting his teeth. He fell to the ground. Tili bent down and said, I'll ask a few questions. You must answer truthfully. Han trembled with fear. Even his Lin Hu Liu layer of cultivation was useless. Han stammered in panic when facing Tili. Hearing those words, Tili finally understood that the one who betrayed Nu Yenjin was Ma Yi. Tili's younger brother fled to the Tishi Temple, a cunning and vicious traitor sent to Upper Ancient City to guide the group of henchmen in spreading false information. 3 years ago, it was Ma Yi who approached Bin and forced him to reveal Tili's whereabouts. But they had no prior relationship, so he went to find Nu Yenjin instead. Although Ma Yi's cultivation wasn't outstanding, his rigorous training for many years brought him to the late-stage Len Huli realm. In Upper Ancient City, there were countless Tishi Temple spies. With a group of people, he quickly controlled Nu Yenjin. At that time, Nu Yenjin suffered greatly but refused to speak, making Ma Yi furious. Only when Nu Yenjin begged for mercy did Ma Yi stop and take away his remaining cultivation before leaving him to die. Since then, Nu Yenjin's mind was in chaos. He couldn't leave bed for a whole year. The truth from 3 years ago finally came out, but the anger inside Tili burned even more fiercely. He thought Nu Yenjin betrayed him before, but now knowing it wasn't true, his pain was even greater than death. Tili gritted his teeth and asked where Ma Yi was. Bin, barely alive, said, "Inner city, the beautiful hall on the eastern side of the city." Tili ordered, "All right, you can go down to apologize." The sharp sword blade flashed before Han. He jumped up and screamed, "Please don't do this." He pleaded for his life in fear, but only made his pleas weaker. A warm glow appeared faintly in the dark. In Bin's dim room, a nun sat by Nu Yenjin's bed, her brows furrowed as if lost in a dream. "How is he?" After saying this, she looked at the scattered food on the table with worry. "Something isn't right," Dean quickly said. "Tili, what happened 3 years ago wasn't your brother's fault. He was just..." Tili interrupted. "I understand everything now. Bin is also dead. Tried to save brother Nu Yen." Dean sadly replied, "Too much damage. The Yuan Yang is gone. It's hard to save him. He was a righteous person who never betrayed friends. Yet he had to face this fate and always believed you were alive and went to find you. Why are you just writhing now?" Tanlai placed a bag on the table and said, "This is Han's musical instrument bag. Inside, there are many precious materials. I hope it can help in some way. I left it here. Use it carefully and remember that I didn't appear today." "Alright then." With those words, Tanlai left. Two characters of ghostly meaning flashed in his mind, deeply ingrained to the point he hated them. In the inner city at Mai Van Heen, the wine is really good. A young woman smiled shyly. She gently leaned forward and asked the nobleman before her, "Why are you just drinking without enjoying yourself?" "That man is Tanlai." He laughed and said he heard there's a girl named you here with stunning beauty. "Today I'm in a good mood. Call her over." The young woman lowered her head and replied, "Big shot. I'm afraid it won't work today. But you have someone paying attention to her. Have you heard of Hong Road?" Tanlai threw the money bag up and asked bluntly, "What road? Never heard of it before. Tell me." He handed the money back to her. Her eyes lit up as she hugged it tightly. Big shot. So generous. "But no, the headmaster of Hong Road is a master from the eastern city and has reached the 6th stage of spirit formation. But you is serving him now. If you just want to have fun, don't get yourself into trouble." Tanlai laughed loudly. "Good wine. Let's drink until we're satisfied." The cup fell onto the table. The young woman collapsed and fell asleep soundly. Tanlai quietly left. He silently went to Niyu's room. Inside, the laughter of the couple rang out freely. "Headmaster, you're really considerate. If I'm not good to her, who else will I be nice to?" The young woman, dressed in revealing clothes, held and caressed the man next to her. Her warm, alluring eyes. "Headmaster, when are you coming back?" The naked man hugged her tightly. "Enjoy it, don't rush. I'll bring some for big brother first, then come back." He paused, sensing something was off. The man hurriedly put on his clothes and shouted, "Who dares to disturb my rest?" Tanlai entered and asked, "Are you Meng Nan?" Meng Nan looked at him coldly and said, "How dare you come in even knowing who I am? You have guts." Tanlai didn't say anything more. He immediately unleashed a fireball attack. Meng Nan dodged and glanced down, muttering, "Trouble." A loud explosion echoed as part of the room was destroyed. Mang Nian's heaven-devouring bag fell into the flames and burned instantly. He roared, "Little brat with guts, who are you?" Tanlai has returned to his true form. The bones creaked as he said, "What did you do that even you don't understand?" My Nian Nu Yen Jian, a righteous and honest man, was crippled by others. "Today, you won't leave here alive." Tanlai immediately pulled out over 10 talismans and threw them at the opponent. Mang Nian was startled by the large number of talismans. He shouted, "Nu Yen Jian, who are you in the end?" He hurriedly summoned his spirit energy to raise a shield to block the incoming talismans. But unexpectedly, one more talisman circled behind and attacked them. Mang Nian fell down, terrified that even with just one of those dozen talismans, he couldn't defend himself. There was no room for hesitation or saving energy anymore. Talismans appeared in thick layers around Tanlai, attacking Mang Nian en masse. Faced with such a terrifying scene, Mang Nian lost his composure and could not stabilize his spirit energy to defend himself. The weak spirit shield he raised was immediately hit by the talismans, making heavy thuds. The force of impact shattered the spirit shield, causing Mang Nian to fall to the ground. Kneeling before Tanlai, he said in shock, "Your speed of casting talismans is related to your disguise. You are indeed Tanlai. Old man, you kept looking for him without finding him, yet you dared to come and face death." Before he could finish speaking, Tanlai threw more talismans. More, in such a shocking quantity. It seems Tanlai was determined to kill him. Tanlai launched another dozen or so talismans, making Mang Nian shiver as he dodged quickly. He shouted, "Tanlai, do you still have any shame? We're really casting spells here." Tanlai remained calm and pulled out more talismans. It was like a talisman-making machine, then said, "Killing someone like you doesn't need me to act directly." He aimed and cast the talismans forward. The final judgment, "It's time for you to die." Mang Nian, already severely injured, struggled terribly. Tenlit pulled out two more thick talismans and sneered, "Want to resist? Then we'll send him a little further." A loud noise echoed. The roof of the beauty pavilion was blown apart. Dust and smoke spread, and the talismans scattered everywhere. Mang Ngia fell in a pool of red blood. He writhed in pain, his body trembling. Tenlit recharged his sword spirit and looked down at him like prey waiting to die. Still breathing at this point, he truly has a long life. Finished talking, he bent down to pick up Mang Ngia's bag, which he dropped. "Alright, let me give this guy one last hit." He roared and swung his sword horizontally, cutting through Tenlit. Ma Ngia was completely finished. Blood sprayed everywhere as he died with unavenged hatred in his eyes. The next day, at the Upper Ancient City's main hall, "Scoundrels, you killed someone on our territory and let the culprit escape. Truly a useless piece of trash," Hu Yujing shouted angrily. The victim was Ma Shen's younger brother. It's like inviting trouble. He broke his pen and ordered to check if anyone strange appeared at the beauty pavilion last night. Block off all of Upper Ancient City and search every house. Also, Old Chang, do you know what method the culprit used? Hu Yu responded beside him according to a courtesan's account. When Ma Ngia was attacked, he was with a girl. She wasn't wearing clothes and her bag was by the bed. The attacker struck immediately, using the residual spirit energy the floor to determine that it was a talisman attack. The culprit prepared very well, which is why Ma Ngia suffered severe injuries and died quickly. Lord City, Ma Shen will not let this go. A messenger entered. Hu Yujing immediately asked, "Lady, you said before dying that the master called out the attacker's name. What was his name? Who else besides Tanliat?" The blockades quickly spread news of what happened at the beauty pavilion, and Nu Yen Jian's revenge was swift. However, everyone felt uneasy. Tenlight now understood the outside world. He no longer felt sentimental. Finally, Mang Ngia's bag could be opened. Inside were 5 elixirs, a few talismans, a lower-grade spirit item, and a secret text on True Yang Qi. Recalling his conversation with Mang Ngia, Yu Ten Light realized the secret text was about true Yangqi cultivation. Such rare heart techniques are almost impossible to find, as sects absolutely do not want secrets to spread outside. Perhaps the secret text was on its way back to the water defense camp, but was stolen by him. Just in time, he opened it and read each line carefully. True Yangqi cultivation is the strongest technique of the Yang sect. Reaching the Dan-Yang realm is possible. The Yang decree from Tan only helped reach the root formation stage. Advancing further was extremely difficult. Even a lower version of true Yangqi cultivation would help him break through and reach levels 3 and 4 of the root formation stage. Seeing the water defense camp token, Ten Light's eyes narrowed as water was clearly visible. The water defense camp established Hong Lane in the city to trade various items for cultivators. It seems the rumors about their control by the imperial family are false. Could there be other secrets? Killing Ma and Gia and stealing the secret text meant for the water defense camp, they won't let it go. He must be more careful now. Thinking of this, Ten Light suddenly remembered something, his expression changing. Not good, Big Brother Nguyen. Yesterday, when Ma and Gia recognized him, the people in the courtyard definitely heard. His identity might have been exposed. Plus, he killed Han Music from before. If the city lord is smart, they'll connect this to Nguyen Jian's case. Trouble, I must inform Big Brother Nguyen and everyone immediately so they can be prepared. Ten Light rushed out of his room and headed straight for No. 80 Mai Zihang, where Nguyen Jian lived. He still held a steaming bowl of porridge in his hand. Yi Envy scooped some up, gently calling out to Nguyen Daoka as Ten Light ran in. "It's me!" Nguyen Jian was surprised and looked over. "Young brother Tan, are you really here?" Ten Light hesitated. "Big brother Nguyen, I'm truly sorry for putting you in danger." Nguyen Jian stood up and approached Ten Light. They shook hands as a greeting. "Good kid, where have you been for the past 3 years? Let's go inside to talk." Anli felt guilty. "Big brother Nguyen, I'm truly sorry. How is Hein's injury?" Nguyen Jian smiled sarcastically. "Why bring this up? Do you think I'm petty? If you blame my poor cultivation. It's what put Lady Nu at risk." Dipe Nu waved her hand. "That's enough. No need to be so polite. Brother New Era, I want to ask, was this ghost affair done by you?" Enli nodded. "Yes, but let's set that aside for now. I came here to ask if the guards in the city just arrived." Dipe Nu looked surprised. "It's you, so it is brother." Nai Jian crossed his arms and said, "Yes, the guards did come. They searched every house before leaving." Enli wondered if they suspected anything about us. Nai Jian replied that they wouldn't suspect us. After all, the water prison camp being controlled by the royal family is just a rumor. To mislead outsiders, Enli looked directly at them and clearly stated that after the cold music and death, "My identity has been revealed. If the city lord discovers the body, they will definitely suspect us. I hope you both leave Shangyuan City immediately. We'll discuss later." Nai Jian's face turned serious. "No, I won't leave this place. This is my home. I'm not going anywhere." "But," Enli was about to speak when Nai Jian interrupted. "Brother, don't try to persuade me anymore. I won't go anywhere. When my mother died, she told me, this is what my father left behind. I have to wait for him to return. Even if we never meet again in this life, I will still wait. Moreover, if Ngia dies, the city is sealed off. We can't leave either." With that, he clasped his hands. "Brother, you understand my intentions. Big brother, accept this sincerity." Enli sighed. "If Big brother Yi has made up his mind, I won't force it. I have other matters to attend to. You to temporarily avoid the city, and I'll think of another way." The three bid farewell as Enli left. Nai Jian warned, "Brother, be careful. What are you doing? Compared to human lives, a house is nothing." As Enli ran, he thought, "Now the only way is to get you two out of here." For years in the city, only Juxu knew his true identity. Arriving at the place, Enli pushed open the door and called loudly, "Old Juxu, are you inside?" He thought to himself that he probably guessed it was him who killed the ghost affair. In the villa, Juxu only turned his head and said, Mr. Tan Jiao Xinsheng, did you come here? Good, I was about to look for you. Entering, Enli wondered at old Juxu, what's going on? The two stepped inside. Juxu only poured 2 plates of meat and placed them in front of Enli, asking him if he could cultivate the middle-grade foundation stone essence pill. Then asked, can you cultivate a middle-grade foundation stone essence pill? Enli asked back, for what purpose? Juxu explained, let me tell you from the beginning. A few days ago, a group of noble disciples appeared. Among them was a young man under 20 who had already reached the 6th stage of spirit formation. With extremely high talent, the nobles wanted to help this person break through the foundation stone period, so they searched for foundation stone pills to increase his chances of breakthrough. Unexpectedly, after drinking more than 10 low-grade ones, he still couldn't progress further. Therefore, the head of the family was extremely worried. Juxu only sighed. A young man like that is crucial for a noble family. Whether he breaks through or not will determine the future of the entire clan. Cultivation can only move forward. It cannot stop. They need middle-grade foundation stone pills. But even cultivating low-grade ones is difficult, and 10 attempts may not guarantee 1 success. Middle-grade source essence pills are 100 times harder to obtain. The head of the family searched through the ancient city but couldn't find any middle-grade ones. They announced a huge reward. Anyone with a middle-grade pill will receive a house in the inner city and can make 1 request. Enli smiled in surprise. Any request at all? It's truly a rare opportunity. Just when I was struggling with this fake strength issue, good fortune came my way. Second flow, there seems to be a single young expert here. The water cultivation camp probably won't dare to touch them. If we could bring Nu Yanjin and he knew to live in the noble family, the problem would almost be solved. Truck Tongue just nodded. This news has just spread. All the major forces are now scrambling for mid-grade talent. Our Truck family is no exception. Xinlai looks at him with a slight smile and says, Uncle Truck said so. Doesn't that mean you also want to have such a house? Truck Tongue just adjusted his glasses and replied, in this city, our Truck family has some reputation, but we have many brothers and our cultivation level is low. It's hard to get such a place. This is a rare opportunity. I hope little Xiaoxian can spare us some effort for help. Our Truck family will never forget this favor. The old man bowed humbly. Xinlai said, let's discuss this later. But I want to ask you something. If I can refine the common grade foundation pill, what would I gain? Gain? It's very simple. Just refine it and you can have anything you desire. Xinlai put down his cup, stood up, and said, all right, I'll come back in 3 days. Then pour more tea, ask Uncle Truck about the background of that noble family. Uncle Truck stood up in surprise. Haven't you heard? It's the Lin clan. Xinlai took a sip and asked, which Lin clan? Are there any other Lins in the ancient upper city? Xinlai drank a mouthful and was skeptical. Could it be just a coincidence? I ask again, what's the name of that noble family's disciple? Of course, it's Lin Du Ruan. Haven't you heard? The name startled Xianli, almost spilling his drink. This name really gives me a shock. Xinlai frowned and rubbed his hand in annoyance. He didn't understand why he had to meet her again. In the Lin clan's villa in the upper city, a young girl was diligently practicing, moving gracefully like dancing. Her feet landed lightly, her movements soft yet fluid. She looked more beautiful and agile than before, no longer weak or frail as she used to be. The wind around her began swirling, creating strong air currents that made her struggle to control her spiritual energy. Beside her, Lin Tuifeng sighed. Her spiritual energy was still off, and her breathing was chaotic. Who? Another failure. But stop for now. Lin Tuifeng looked at his daughter with a bitter smile in his thoughts. Such a good natural talent. Why is she stuck in the spiritual realm of perfection? Cultivation should eliminate distractions. Her heart hasn't let go of that past incident. Lin Duruan was exhausted and her face was covered in sweat. She interrupted her father's thoughts and said, Father, my lack of talent has disappointed you. Old Lin consoled her. Duruan, cultivation requires focus without distractions. You decided to practice after the shock from Xianlai. And the results are clear enough. Reaching the 6th stage of spiritual perfection in 3 years is already impressive, but your eagerness and attachment have led you astray. If you can't let go of that past incident for 3 years, no matter how many foundation pills there are, it will be hard to break through the foundation period. Lin Duruan respectfully clasped her hands. Father's teachings on wisdom. Daughter promises to remember them. Lin Tuifeng sighed at her determination and said, "This child is really stubborn. With a mid-grade foundation pill, she might still have a chance. Worrying won't help. Eventually, it must be learned through experience." Suddenly, an attendant ran in to report that the old master was here from Upper City to Bridge City. Truck Tongue asked, "What is he here for?" The attendant replied, "Master said he brought a mid-grade foundation pill." Both father and son were surprised. "What?" Lin Tuifeng happily told the attendant to quickly invite the guest into the front courtyard. "Yes." Uncle Truck bowed in respect. Truck Tongue asked the master to come forward. Lin Tuifeng said with a smile, "I and Uncle Truck Ming once met. Uncle Truck doesn't need to be formal. Please sit down." He looked at the person behind Truck Tongue and asked, "Who is this?" Truck Tongue replied, "I'm just a messenger. The young master's Yan Lai is the one who brought the common grade foundation pill." The young man clasped his hands in a respectful bow and greeted Elder Lin. Elder Lin chuckled and said, "Since you've come, don't be so formal. Do you know the conditions for this? If so, can you show me your elixirs?" Titin Lit took out a small box, which the attendant immediately received with both hands. He knelt down to present the box to Elder Lin. Elder Lin nodded slightly, then he opened the lid. Inside was a shimmering, translucent pill with a strong medicinal aroma. Yes, it's a middle-grade root-grounding elixir. Master Truck has prepared thoroughly. Lin Tuifeng admired the pill closely. The young man clasped his hands and said, "Elder Lin, I bring greetings. Have you examined the elixirs? Are you satisfied?" Elder Lin laughed happily. "Very satisfied. Young master truly isn't ordinary." Newly thought to himself, "It's not easy. It took 3 nights of practice to make just one pill. Moreover, I barely managed to break through the outer layer of the realm. Now I've reached the peak Great Spirit realm. Few have ever touched this realm before now. My last chance is right in front of me." Newly resolved to hold on tightly, he placed the box on the table. Elder Lin said with a smile, "Young beauty, if you don't want to say more, that's fine." Standing up, he continued speaking. "I've already declared it. Whoever offers a middle-grade root-grounding elixir will receive a house and have one request fulfilled by Elder Lin." "Young beauty, just speak plainly," Newly responded. "It's simple. I want Elder Lin to accept 2 of my friends as disciples." Elder Lin frowned. "Who are they?" Lin Tuifeng asked while they were still at the table, wanting to bring them into the Lin family for a little guidance only. Lin Tuifeng thought, our Lin family has many secret texts. Not many want to take advantage of it. This isn't unusual. With that in mind, he replied, "If so, I agree. Do we need me to send someone to fetch them?" The young man shook his head and said, "No, just tell their names. They'll come on their own." "Very well, please wait a moment. It won't be long." Suddenly, an attendant rushed in. His face pale, he reported, "Sir, the 2 people you sent to fetch have been taken by Hu Yujing into the main prison." "What?" Truck Tongshi and Lin Tuifeng were shocked. Elder Lin hurriedly asked, "When?" The attendant replied, "Just now. Hu Yujing returned to the city and immediately ordered their arrest upon his return." The young man said, "They might be suspected of being involved in Meng Niang's death at the Beauty Pavilion." Elder Lin turned to Titin Li and asked urgently, "What happened?" Titin Li sighed and said, "It seems we need to change our conditions now." He pointed to the pill and released them. Elder Lin still didn't understand what was happening, feeling dizzy, and snapped, "What's going on?" The person across from him had no choice but to tell the truth. "My 2 friends offended someone, so I stepped in to help. Hearing about the Lin family, they came seeking refuge." Elder Lin closed his eyes and pondered. He realized this was a bold move that might bring trouble to the entire Lin family due to its connection with the government. So he said, "Young Master Titin, Based on just a few words, asking me to trust you isn't appropriate. Titinli sighed and admitted everything but avoided mentioning his identity, only saying that Meng Niang's death was due to someone named Titinli. This person had once been acquainted with Nu Jian. The city lord would surely blame him for all the suspicions. Bang, outside, something fell and scattered everywhere. The three turned around, shocked. Titinli, it's you? Titinli, why are you here? The door slammed against the wall. Lin Dunian entered and questioned. You say Newly caused trouble. Then he must take responsibility for it. Why is his friend protecting him? Old Lin shouted gently. Dunian, stop being foolish. Newly sighed inwardly. Turns out Dunian was still in the next room. She approached, twirling some hair, and looked straight at Newly with a cold voice. It seems you're still hiding something from us. If you don't want to be recognized, only those who killed the spirit beast can do that. As soon as she finished speaking, she roared and launched a spell directly at Newly. Truck Tong cried out in alarm. Little Master, be careful. Two fireballs spiraled into a blazing circle with a loud bang. Newly stood still, not dodging. Old Truck worriedly asked, Little Master, are you okay? The two fireballs swept past, leaving long burn marks on his face. Blood began to drip from the wounds. Dunian was alarmed. Blood. He's really bleeding, not just pretending. She cried out in shock. You're not him. Newly knew she suspected him of being Newly, so deliberately didn't dodge to dispel her doubts. He said, no matter what I hide, Miss Lin shouldn't act like this. He wiped the blood and looked at the red drop on his finger, saying, Lin's skin is thick. Can't you treat guests like this? Old Lin Feng looked troubled at his daughter. Dunian, you're too stubborn now. He turned to the young man and said, Little Master, don't worry. I just want to avoid trouble for Miss Lin. Newly bowed in gratitude. Thank you, Master Lin. As he turned away, he remembered something else and turned back, right? I saw that Miss Lin has many worries. If the medicine doesn't help her, come find me anytime, Master Lin. I have plenty of medicines, but next time there will be clear conditions, said as he left. Old Lin Feng muttered in surprise, saying so much about mid-grade regenerative pills is surprising. Who is this little fellow? In the first grade pavilion, Old Truck praised Little Master's bravery, making people admire him. Newly said, Old Truck, knowing too many things can be troublesome. Don't say it outside. Old Truck only smiled. Young Master Nin nodded. I'll remember your kindness. Can I bring a few pills over in a couple of days? Old Lin Feng laughed loudly. Ha ha, then I accept. In the first grade pavilion, Old Truck praised Little Master's bravery, making people admire him. Newly said, Old Truck, knowing too many things can be troublesome. Don't say it outside. Old Truck only smiled. Young Master Nin nodded. I'll remember your kindness. Can I bring a few pills over in a couple of days? Old Truck laughed loudly. Ha ha, then I accept. Newly continued, one more thing. Do you know any medicine to treat damage to the primordial yang? Old Truck was surprised. Isn't damage to the primordial yang irreversible? He asked, could your vitality be injured? Newly shook his head. No. Just asking, Old Truck guessed gently, it must be that Jian. I heard he was crippled by spirit beasts. You killed the spirit beast because of this. Quite bold. Who? Also, there's a person named Jianshu in the original city's headquarters. Newly answered, haven't heard about him. He said, he's someone who once studied with immortal cultivators and is extremely skilled at refining medicines. His cultivation level isn't high, but his reputation is very great. Half of the blazing pills in the city come from his hands. Previously, there was a person who turned into a demon and injured their vitality, but Jianshu's concentrated heart pill restored it. But don't be too happy, the vitality is fundamental. Even if treated, cultivation will become much harder. Newly clenched his fist firmly. No matter what, I must try. Now I'll go find a way. After asking about Jianshu's information, Newly left the first grade pavilion for Jian's residence. But Jian's residence was tightly closed with no one in sight. They said it was always locked and didn't open to guests day or night. Jianshu doesn't see just anyone. For the following days, Newly observed Jian every morning until noon, People knew his routine well. Directly asking for a meeting would definitely not work. A month later, many cultivators came to request medicine, but were all turned away because they didn't have an invitation from someone of repute. Jianshu refused everyone. After much thought, Newly still felt it would be better to start with the Lin residents. If we could get Lam's invitation, entering this grand and strict gate would be much easier, so he went to Lam's villa. A month ago, trying to find a place in the capital nearly exposed his true identity to Lam Dunian, but now he had no other choice. As he approached the gate, hearing voices, he stepped aside. Listen up, tonight we must be respectful. Don't make Old Tane lose face. A knock and Old Tane came forward for a meeting. It turns out that Old Tane is his father. Tane Lit was surprised, wondering why his father had come here. Someone greeted them inside. Haha, Brother Tane honored us with your presence. We should have gone farther to welcome you. Tane rode in, standing respectfully, and asked Lam Hein not to be too polite. We've heard of the Lam household's troubles. I came to help, so please don't think it's a small matter. Lam Tuifeng modestly replied, Brother Tane is being too kind. The journey was tiring. Please come in and rest. As they passed by where Tane Lit stood, he overheard their conversation. Red-clothed man said that so many people had arrived at the Lam household just within a month. Green-clothed man replied, see for yourself, Lam Dunian has to travel far and wide seeking support. Those to look like they're not after any fame, they just want to ride on Lam Dunian's coattails. Everyone wants to take advantage of the conflict between Lam Dunian and the water resistance camp. Tane Lit, curious, stopped them and asked what was going on. Brother, could you tell me what you're discussing? The other man turned around. You really don't know. They were talking about how Lam Dunian used a mid-grade exchange to get temporary housing for the pretenders. It turns out that Tane Lit's actions led to this conflict. That day, Lam Tuifeng went to Daliu to save the pretenders and ranged them in a villa. The news spread to the water resistance camp, and Ma Shen immediately came to Shangyu, an ancient city. Huo Shuying acted as mediator for the meeting. They said they were visiting but actually came to demand the return of people. After that, relations between them became tense. It was rumored that Lam Tuifeng and Ma Shen almost fought right there. If not for Huo Shuying's mediation, a full-scale battle might have broken out. Ma Shen harbored resentment. He sent forces to Shangyu City at night, saying they would kill the pretender as soon as he left the villa. Lam Tuifeng didn't sit idly by. He immediately sent a message to Mushin Manor to gather experts. Since then, the Lam household and water resistance camp have been secretly clashing continuously. Tane Lit shivered at the news. He thought bringing the pretender to the Lam household would be safe. But Ma Shen not only wasn't afraid, but also provoked. He understood that relying on others was temporary, and what mattered most was restoring his cultivation to protect himself. With this in mind, he approached the Lam Villa's gate. Guards shouted at him to stop. How could a commoner demand to see the master? What's so urgent? Dunian suddenly appeared and demanded respect from Tane Lit. Who gave you permission to be so rude? Guests must not be treated this way. You will be locked in the ghost room for 3 days, then assigned menial tasks as punishment. The guard trembled and repeatedly apologized before retreating. Dunian smiled apologetically. I apologize. Please forgive my rudeness. Please come inside. Tane Lit thought she had changed quickly. There must be something important, but he could sense that she was still in the realm of spirit perfection and likely had a significant matter. He entered and said, Miss Dunian, welcome. Please come in. She replied, it's just a gentle reminder. Don't worry about it too much. The Lam household has always been strict like this. Tane Lit remembered to ask, right, have you used the medicine I gave you? Dunian sighed softly. She said sadly, I can't hide from you. I've used it but couldn't break through. I wanted to seek your help for another dose. Tane Lit replied, as I told you before, the issue is with your heart demon. If your heart demon isn't cleansed and your mind isn't stable, no amount of spirit medicines will work. Dunian paused. Why did you come today? Tane Lit understood that she had been trying to control her heart demon, but was exposed when touched. He said, the Lam household helped us. If you need support, I won't refuse. But this medicine is hard to make. You'll have to wait a few days. She said, then please help me. Tainlit thought, she wants to break through using the medicine. This is an opportunity for me. He said, today I came to ask Miss Dunian's help and summarized everything that happened. Dunian asked, do you think Master Yan could stop your heart demon? Not necessarily. Yan knows me. If I write a letter, you'll meet him. But he warned Yan is very stingy. Even with Lam Dunian's influence, the price won't change. Are you sure you're willing to pay the cost? Tainlit replied, as long as Miss Dunian helps, I'll handle the compensation. She wrote a letter and said, someone who can make mid-grade true essence pills shouldn't worry about money. But we wrote a letter to help, sir. How will you repay us? Fan Lai was startled. It's over. She has trapped me. He said, in a few days I'll make double elixirs and give them to Miss. His heart laughed happily. Then I accept. After writing the letter, she handed it to Fan Lai with both hands. Ngan Inga was also delighted. Looking at that bright smile, he thought this must be genuine. Fan Lai received the letter, thanked, and said, there's another matter. I want to meet Nguyen Jian. Lam Dunian replied, I knew you'd ask. Follow me, I'll take them over. Then she led the way. Usually, outsiders are not allowed in the rear garden of the Lam family, but due to Fan Lai's request, Nguyen Jian was temporarily staying there. Though it was simple here, we have prepared some health supplements for them. Do you approve? Before he could finish speaking, a loud voice from inside shouted, you're the ones causing chaos in the entire Lam household. Then appeared familiar figures of Nguyen Jian and Yi Envy. In front of them stood a young lady questioning with her arms crossed. Quickly tell me, who let you in? If not, I'll cut your tongue out right now. The Lam household will immediately deal with you if they're still waiting for me to kill you now. Fan Lai was shocked and asked, Miss Mu, what's going on? Isn't this how the Lam family welcomes guests? He asked Lam Dunian, who smiled weakly as she approached the young lady. Dunian, why are you here? The young lady exclaimed, just in time, turns out she's Lam Dunian's younger sister. Dunian said, I finally caught them. They've caused trouble for the people of the water village. I'm chasing them away from here. The two before her looked at the young girl helplessly. Lam Dunian shouted, nonsense. They're guests invited by my father. How can you just order their departure? Julian said with his hands on his hips. Clearly they caused trouble and hid here. Even if the Lam household isn't afraid of the water village, it can't always protect others. Fan Lai asked, Mr. Lam, what's going on with this matter? Lam Dunian smiled weakly. Just a small misunderstanding. I'll handle it right away. Julian shouted, what misunderstanding? It was intentional. Fan Lai looked at the girl and said, it seems your household has a prejudice against my friends. Lam Dunian quickly replied, Mr. Fan, don't take offense. I'm young and made a mistake. Julian stepped forward. They're your friends, so didn't you bring them here? Fan Lai answered directly, yes, they came to stay with the Lam household at my request. This is between me and Master Lam. What does it have to do with you? Yi Envy and Nguyen Jian laughed helplessly, advising, little girl, stop causing trouble and go back. Nguyen Jian sighed, if not, I'll let my father deal with Julian. Seeing him without his sister, he was angry. Why help others? They can't stay here anymore. Quickly send them away from me. Damn, Dunian shouted loudly. Who dares to do this? The space fell silent. No one dared to move forward. Enraged and trembling, Julian yelled at Tian Ngok. Tian Dong, didn't you want us to go hunting together? Then throw these three out for me. I'll follow. The two named men looked at each other, laughed foolishly. All right. Both of them got up and said, Big Miss doesn't want to be a bad person, so let us do it instead. Seeing no way to persuade, Fan Lai turned cold and used the 9-through-fist technique. One strike sent both men flying into the sky. The two sisters were shocked and exclaimed, What? Just one move? Impressive! Both fell heavily to the ground in pain. Suddenly, footsteps echoed. Lam Dunian, what's going on? Old Master Fan and Old Master Lamb were chatting when they heard the commotion and rushed to the rear garden. Lamb Dunian saw her father and started crying, recounting everything. Lamb Old Master looked at his daughter, patted her head, scolded, distracted again, running here causing trouble, then turned to Mr. Fan. This is just a misunderstanding. It's just a misunderstanding. We'll explain later. A young man steps next to Sen. Uncle Lin, that's not right. This person has already hurt Tan. Tan can't be ignored. Elder Tan speaks up. Young Tan is correct. Brother Lin, let them handle this matter themselves. Tui Feng looks troubled. The situation. Young Tan folds his hands and looks at Tan Lai. Speak. Little guy, you hit Tan. How do you plan to handle this? I remember you, Tan Lai. Tan out! What are you talking about? I've never heard of it. Young Tan gets angry. Little guy, you have a big nerve. He steps forward angrily, his anger flaring. Today, he'll teach you a lesson to show you the power of the world. Seeing Tandy's intention to act, Elder Lin quickly stops him. Tandy is usually restrained, but his aura clearly shows no mercy. Don't worry, Brother Lin, Tandy always knows when to stop. Tui Feng sighs and reminds Tandy to be cautious. Tandy channels his spirit energy and shouts, launching a fireball directly at Tan Lai with a loud boom. The fireball hits Tan Lai's protective shield, shocking Elder Lin. Despite the powerful shield, it didn't weaken at all. Young Tan smiles lightly. I thought my opponent would be much stronger. Who dares to act so arrogantly just after reaching spirit realm perfection? Tan Lai taunts. You're old but still think like a child. Enraged, Tandy shakes with anger and shouts fiercely. Tan Lai immediately uses water arrows to attack. Tandy quickly dodges. Tan Lai skillfully dodges each consecutive attack, seizing the right moment accurately. He continues, speaking slowly. You dare demand retribution for them after just learning some magic spells? Truly overestimating your strength. Your moves are already heading straight at me. Tandy quickly gathers his spirit energy to defend. The power of the water arrows is too strong. His body swings as his heart races from the strain. The protective shield is pushed to its limit, creaking dangerously. A loud boom, Tandy is knocked back. Dunine looks surprised at this display of strength. He's nothing like the old Tan Lai, who was only at Spirit Realm 4th stage. How could he have advanced so much in just a few years? Who is he then? Such refined magic spells, could he be a hidden master? At such a young age, how many peers can match him? I'm just not sure which lineage he comes from. Tandy struggles to his feet, gritting his teeth. He was supposed to show respect for the Lin family, but this brashness makes me lose face. He shouts, if that's how you want it, don't blame me. Take a look at my Leon Joe fireballs. After shouting, he continuously launches scorching fireballs. Tan Lai sees these are second-level spells. Several Leon Joe fireballs head straight for him. Tan Lai observes his opponent's spellcasting. He smiles, already knowing the outcome. Turns out he uses secret techniques to boost power. That's reckless, like inviting death. This is easy to handle, he says as he pulls out a talisman. At the same time, he channels entanglement spells, vines wrapping around Tan Lai. Tandy laughs loudly. Do you think using entanglement spells can stop my Leon Joe fireballs? The person doesn't know that this kind of illusion technique can't fight against France. What a fool! Titin Lit calmly replied, the fool here is you. Using secret arts to deplete his spirit energy and confuse his soul, the fireball from Leon Joe exploded with a loud bang, lighting up the courtyard brightly. Tandy thought he had won and boasted loudly. What's the point of talking so much? Just admit defeat. But before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. The haze gradually dissipated. Titin Lit still stood firm, unharmed. His advisor shattered around him, leaving him dizzy. How is this possible? Titin Lit sighed regretfully. Looks like your master and clan didn't properly train you, resulting in such a weakling. He pushed Tandy up high, saying, calling you foolish still shows too much respect for you. Titin Lit's punch hit Tandy straight in the face, sending him crashing to the ground. A tooth flew out of his mouth, looking utterly pitiful. Titin Ngok and Titin Dong stood beside him, their faces pale with fear. They rushed over, asking anxiously, "Big brother, how are you?" Titin Ngok supported the unconscious Tan Di and shouted, "Damn it! You dared to injure our big brother. What are you still standing there for? Capture him for me." Titin Lit laughed disdainfully. "If you can't fight, call everyone up." Titin Lit's performance was truly eye-opening. Seeing that, Titin Yi couldn't help but look on in awe. Shout, "Stop all of this now. What are you doing? You can't defeat him and yet pull each other into the fight to make Titin Lit lose face." The 8 of them immediately backed off, none daring to move. Titin Lao clasped his hands towards Titin Lit and said, "Mr. Lit, you are truly formidable. Today's battle, Titin Lit acknowledges defeat. Titin Mu didn't discipline his son properly. I hope you will be lenient." Titin Lit looked at him with a thoughtful expression. "Father, before, you never even glanced at me once. Yet now, you've changed so much. Turns out in this world, strength is everything. Only power commands respect from others." He remained silent, prompting the old man to call out. Lin Tuifeng stood by and mediated. "Alright, let's clear up any misunderstandings now. Where are you? Quickly take Tan Di down for treatment." Lam Dulian secretly tried to leave. Before she could step out, the old man shouted, "You're still here, naughty one. Go back to your room. Without my permission, no one is allowed outside." Hearing this, Julian cried in fear and replied, "Yes, sir." Titin Lit looked at Nguyen Qian and said, "Big brother Nguyen, I have something to discuss with you too." They all entered the room. Nguyen Qian chuckled appreciatively. "Young Titin, in just a few years, your progress has been astonishing." Daip Nu reminded him, "Big brother Nguyen, you forgot his new identity." Nguyen Qian scratched his head and smiled, "Right? It's Lit brother." Titin Lit replied, "Everyone here knows me. I can call you whatever." By the way, on that day, when we entered Lam's residence, did you accidentally see Nge Qin laugh? We know he saved us, so we always spoke carefully to avoid causing trouble. Titin Lit took a deep breath. "That's good. If Lam Du knew I was Titin Lit, they might immediately expel the two of you. After today's incident, no one will dare bully you at Lam's residence anymore. I have things to do and can't stay long, so remember to be cautious even in Lam's residence." Nge Qin solemnly clasped his hands. "Brother Titin, we will never forget your kindness. Our lives are yours." At the Stern residence library, everything is all set up now. The next day, Titin Lit brought a letter from Lam Dunayan and knocked on the door of the Stern residence, entering smoothly. The assistant bowed and invited Tan Lai into the room. In the room, an elderly man with white hair sat before a glowing furnace. Behind him was a yin-yang ray. Tan Lai bowed respectfully. "I am Feng Lai, paying my respects to you, senior." The elderly man suddenly opened his eyes and looked at him sternly. "You are Feng Lai. What brings you here?" Tan Lai replied, "I have a friend who was injured in the spirit realm, unable to gather essence energy, so I came to seek your condensed heart pill for help." The elderly man seemed cold and said that the condensed heart pill is extremely rare. "How do you think I would give it to you?" Tan Lai thought, "This will be harder than expected." Fortunately, he was prepared for a beautiful cut. He clasped his hands and said, "I understand alchemy is very difficult, but I hope you can help me. I am willing to pay any price to repay your kindness." His teacher spoke earnestly, "If so, you must meet one of my conditions. Alright, stay by my side for a year, an apothecary, and I will give you a condensed heart pill." "How is that?" At the Lin family, Lin Tuifeng told his daughter that the Tan family had made preparations. This time, many of their experts would come to support him against the Water Tyrant sect. If not for the old ancestors, fire essence entering the demon realm and suffering severe injuries, the Lin family wouldn't be under such pressure from the Water Tyrant sect. Lin Du replied, "Father, today when I fought with Tan family's disciple, his techniques and spells were quite proficient." The elder asked, "So?" She continued, "I suspect he is the one who killed Ma Yi, Tang Lai. He attacked and killed someone but didn't dare to show himself, using the Lin family as a hiding place. Father, this person cannot be trusted." The elder replied gravely, "That's not necessarily true." He ran around for understanding, showing he is a man of loyalty and righteousness, rare in cultivation circles. Lindu nodded, "I see." The elder asked, "Do you think he is the 13th son of Tang?" Lindu replied, "Father, thinking too far. This person's cultivation level is too high. The 13th son of Tan family has average talent and could reach this level in 3 years." Lin Tuifeng clasped his hands behind his back. "No matter who he is, if we can maintain a good relationship with him, it will be beneficial for the Lin family. From now on, you should actively make friends with him. The Lin family is only a second-rate clan, but they are loyal to Prince Liu. If he succeeds in seizing power, someone like Tang Lai might help us." Lin Du replied, "I understand." At the strict residence, when Bao Li Heng cleared out the waste pills, Tan Lai immediately offered them. After all, the medicines made by this old man are valuable. This isn't a great opportunity to make a profit? He smiled as he held the waste pills. He could use the condensed heart pill to save Yu Jin and have an endless supply of medicinal materials. Under Bao Li Heng's guidance, his knowledge of spirit herbs increased rapidly. Tan Lai began to see staying at the strict residence was worth it. A month passed, the night breeze was cool, the space was quiet, and a figure moved quickly. Tan Lai recognized him and called out, "Heng, it's getting late." "Yes, teacher, there is something. I'll be back in a moment." He hurriedly left after speaking. The next morning, Tan Lai was eating in the kitchen. Master Li passed by. He asked, "Li Sheng, why isn't Heng here?" She answered, "I haven't seen her yet. She usually wakes up very early. We are in the same ward. Could it be that you didn't meet him?" Suddenly, someone ran in and shouted loudly, "This is bad. Heng is dead." The person who brought the news was pale with fear. Tan Lai was shocked and remembered what happened last night. When Bao Li Heng proposed he stay as an apothecary for a year, Tan Lai thought it would be like a living test subject, eating all kinds of pills. Wouldn't he die? He didn't expect the condition to be so harsh. He wondered if he should agree. Seeing his worry, the senior laughed loudly. "Haha, young friend Feng Lai, don't be afraid. As an apothecary every day, you will get a clear spirit pill to detoxify. I promise it won't harm your body." He secretly looked at that smile and thought, although the words sounded sweet, if this old man doesn't keep his word, not only would he fail to save someone, but also lose his life. In the womb, the essence in the body has the ability to filter out impurities from pills. If something unusual is detected, vomiting could still be an option wherever you go. With this thought, Feng Lai clasped his hands and said, "If that's the case, I will agree." The senior nodded and called loudly, "Heng, come in," pointing towards the south door. The person without martial arts skills is Strictness's assistant. From now on, Litfong will stay at West Monastery with you. Lead him in to get familiar with everything. Eternal Calm respectfully replies, "Yes, sir." On their way out of the monastery, Litfong chats with medicine fellow DCC Ming L. Tiheng. Turns out he's been a medicine attendant for Strictness for 2 years. Occasionally, he was poisoned while testing medicines, but always managed to be saved by spirit pill. Hearing this, Titin Lit temporarily put aside his worries and entered the Strictness residence. In the evening, Strictness asked, "How is Litfong doing here?" Han replied, Senior BCN, West Monastery is quiet. I sleep very well." Elder said, "It's good. Later, you and music fellow L can watch over from outside." He handed Titin Lit a pill and said, "This is spirit pill. Take it first. Wait for the new batch to come out. Then you and Tiheng will test the medicines for me." Litfong accepted and agreed. He turned to say to Tiheng, "Please help me for a moment while I focus on refining this spirit pill." "Sure," replied Tiheng. Litfong brought the medicine up to his mouth and swallowed it down. Even though it's only low grade, he still wants to refine it further. If it really works, turning it into mid-grade would be much better. But right then, Litfong noticed something strange. He felt that Strictness wasn't refining the pill but secretly observing him instead. What is he doing? Could he have guessed my true cultivation level or just wanted to see if I really drank spirit pill? But after taking the medicine, only a stream of healing energy spread out. There were no strange reactions at all. Lit Fong was puzzled but realized that Strictness had retracted his spirit essence, only watching him take the pill. Still, it felt somewhat unsettling. At night, Strictness finally came out from the refining room and distributed new medicines to both of them. They finished using them without any issues. Titin Lit remembered yesterday's events as he stepped into the courtyard with doubts. He heard it was T.H. Ning's body. Strictness sighed, lamenting the heavens' injustice. Such a good child said goodbye and died due to illness. A man approached and carefully examined T.H. Ning's body. Then he asked Strictness, "Isn't he dead from tending flames?" Strictness sighed in response. "I've told him countless times, cultivation can't be rushed." Wang Fu quickly prepared the coffin and chose a good spot outside the forest for his burial. "Yes, sir." Then they carried away the body. Lit Fong watched this scene with a heavy heart. The sudden death was clearly unusual. Why is T.H. Ning's chest so sunken? It looks like it was completely hollowed out. How can someone who practiced tending flames die in such an eerie state? There are many unanswered questions. Just then, Strictness called from behind. Lit Fong. He was lost in thought and turned back, clasping his hands as he replied, Senior BCN. Strictness said, "I know you are close to Tihing, but don't be too sad. I need someone to manage the medicinal herbs for now. Once I find a suitable replacement, I'll replace you. During this time, please bear with me." "Fine," replied Lit Fong. Yes. Strictness left. Sighing softly, Titin Lit watched his shadow vaguely. His heart was filled with suspicion. If what Strictness said is true and Tihing died from tending flames, but he seemed healthy last night, why did he die so strangely? There must be something mysterious behind it. On the way back to his room, Lit Fong met two people approaching. Lian asked Manager Wang, "Is there anything wrong?" Wang Fu said, "Senior told me to move El Nok's belongings to another room. There might be clues related to T.H. Ning's death in this pile." Lit Fong replied, "Let me help then." At T.H. Ning's room, everyone started sorting through papers and items. Lit Fong saw two books on the table. He opened them to read, remembering what Tihing said about poor memory leading to repeated writing of heart techniques. The notes here are ordinary, nothing strange. Could this death really be fate? Suddenly, a thud echoed as another book fell from the shelf. Turns out there's still one more. I'll take it with me for the deceased. Lit Fong picked up the book and flipped through a few pages. He saw notes dated 187 using Spirit Pill, feeling exhausted and experiencing hallucinations on day 365 due to Spirit Pill. Cold hands and feet, spirit energy depleted, heart pain recurring 3 times on day 920, continuous heart pain, life-sustaining technique ineffective, body deteriorating. Titin Lit was alarmed. This must be the side effects of medicine fellow L using Spirit Pill. Wang Fu finished packing and called, "Lit Fong, we're done, let's go." Titin Lit quickly hid the book inside his robe. Continue to line 60 if needed. Wang Fu said, "Burn all of Zihang's belongings, keeping them is useless." Alright. Back to his room, Li Yi closed the door and thought about those notes. If everything was true, then it wasn't about extending life through spirit pills, but silently poisoning people with toxic ones. If things unfolded as predicted, he had been taking spirit essence pills for over a month. Thinking of Zihang made Li Yi anxious. He took out the book hidden in his chest to read. Frustrated, he needed to understand what exactly happened at the end. With that thought, Li opened the book and placed it on the table. As he flipped through each page, he realized spirit essence pills weren't like drinking for 4 years would silently drain all cultivation energy. On one page, it noted that for 0.5 years had passed. He needed to find out where the cultivation energy went, adding the true purpose of longevity. Today's last class won't work. He and Zihang shared similar circumstances. Even worse, arriving earlier than him. It must be due to spirit essence pills. Oh my! Turns out cultivation energy was being concentrated in the heart. Why didn't I notice? Li's eyes widened as he read each line carefully, repeating them. Weakened meridians operate selectively. The heart is blocked. Chaotic cultivation energy causes blood to flow backward. I won't live much longer. Only relying on longevity can help. Li read that passage again. Tension rose. He touched the ink, thinking the words were still fresh. Perhaps written just before losing consciousness. That's why he mentioned finding longevity. Slamming his fist on the table, Li was furious, realizing he had been deceived. Longevity appeared noble and kind, but in reality, it secretly plotted against him. Knowing such plots aren't good, but I can hardly resist him. Revealing this would put me in danger. The next day, as usual, Li went to the alchemy room, where he met Longevity standing at the door. He asked about the sacrifice ritual. Li responded calmly, regretting that Zihang had followed for 6 years but ended up like this. Li consoled him, treating Zihang kindly. It was fate. He hoped Longevity could suppress his sorrow. Longevity looked at the young man before him and reluctantly praised his maturity. He then offered a pill, telling him to practice diligently. Next year, he would transfer the heart essence pill. Li accepted it reluctantly, thanked him, and swallowed the spirit essence pill. To avoid suspicion, he continued using the spirit essence pills while secretly operating the mysterious spirit table to investigate their origin. Following Zihang's instructions before his death, this time he concentrated fully, focusing on his heart meridian to detect any abnormalities. Due to the effect of the spirit essence pill, part of the cultivation energy split and flowed into the heart meridian. Li clearly felt the blockage, which was draining a lot of effort. Exhausted, Li sighed deeply. It was an uncomfortable feeling. Standing up, he thought this spirit essence drug wasn't good at all. Longevity really deserved anger. Meridians are the circulation of cultivation energy. Without natural talent, using these pills made his cultivation progress harder. Moreover, why does Zihang have a strange indentation on his chest? Longevity hides too many secrets. If he is as cunning and vicious as suspected, don't blame me for retaliating. It's not easy to harm me like this. Half a year later, in the medicine room, on the table were Linghuang herbs, Santashi, Zhang Am flowers, and Gaoxian yin. Li entered, holding a wooden box. As usual, he took waste pills out of the furnace. Looking at the herbs on the table, he guessed these were the 4 main ingredients for true spirit essence pills, but their effects remained unclear. They couldn't be used temporarily. Over half a year, Longevity ruined many pills. After refining them, he obtained useful ones for cultivators. Combining and using them could triple his cultivation speed. Utilizing this to study how to counter spirit essence pills, he also learned much knowledge, which was beneficial in its own way. Placing the box on the table, Li heard knocking at the door. He went to open it and asked who was outside. Wang Fu entered with clasped hands. Li recognized him as the steward. The steward happily announced that the master was preparing to take Li Yi as a disciple. He came to call him for a talk. Li Yi frowned, thinking about becoming a disciple. Wang Fu explained that after Zihang's death, the master regretted not passing on his techniques and now wanted to prevent their loss by taking him in. Li Yi considered at this time wanting a disciple wasn't simple. I don't know what kind of pill the master plans. I need to clarify that before going to the preparation room. He called out respectfully, "Senior, I am Lit Fong." From within came a reply, "HMM, come in." "Yes," you replied briefly. Tanlit pushed open the door and stepped inside, immediately hearing a creaking sound coming from the bookshelf. The bookshelf opened up, revealing stairs leading down to the cellar behind it, with someone inviting him to descend. Tanlit was surprised to find a secret compartment behind the bookshelf. He cautiously descended, stopping and said respectfully, "Senior, I have entered." The secret compartment is a large room illuminated by torchlight in the center of the room. Enghim Ta stepped out from behind the furnace, instructing him to sit down. Tanlit respectfully replied that he dared not be disrespectful. Enghim Ta smiled lightly and asked if he understood his intentions and whether he would agree to become his disciple. Tanlit clenched his fists, torn between his options. At this distance, it was easy for him to make a move. He reluctantly agreed, but planned to deal with the situation later. He said that being noticed by Senior was an honor and of course, he would agree. Hearing this, Enghin Ta became more serious. Let's just get it over with. Cut your blood to swear an oath and complete the disciple initiation ceremony. The room shrank as if in anticipation. Cutting one's blood means binding one's soul. Just a slight prick will do, he thought. He looked at the incense burner, water basin, incense stick, and bell on the table. This must be the Red Gate banquet. He guessed that Enghin Ta knew he hadn't taken spirit pills for half a year. If he became a disciple, he wouldn't be able to escape. It's over now. Everything can no longer be hidden. Reluctantly, Tan lit 3 incense sticks and bowed before the incense burner. He then cut his thumb slightly, letting a drop of blood fall into the water basin. Enghin Ta said it was good and waited for him to complete the ritual. He would become Enghin's first disciple. Once done, Tanlit pointed at the table and reported that everything was prepared. Enghin Ta nodded and approached the table to begin the ritual. Tanlit grew anxious, seeing Enghin Ta drawing a talisman. If he waited for the ceremony to end, it would be too late. Just then, he pretended to reach into his chest as if searching for something. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound echoed with Tanlit's movements. Enghin Ta turned sharply, alert and wary. He immediately activated his spirit energy to form a protective barrier around himself. Clang, clang, clang. The nails with spiritual power from Tanlit were repelled and fell to the ground. Tanlit was surprised to recognize it as a falling trap. Enghin Ta had anticipated this move. Little boy, you've taken the initiative to act. Then there's no need for pretense anymore. Tell me, when did you find out about the secret of spirit pills? Tanlit clenched his fists and asked Enghin Ta if he suspected him after Zihang's death. Tanlit replied that it wasn't to that extent, but later, I found records in Zihang's room detailing the reactions after taking spirit pills. Enghin Ta laughed sarcastically. Ha ha ha. It seems Zihang really caused me a lot of trouble. If you've grasped the truth, then let me make this clear. Tanlit was confused and asked, what? Master always said he wanted to have a calmness pill. Tanlit was surprised. How did this relate to the calmness pill? Enghin Ta explained, it's very important. To make a calmness pill, you need more than just the furnace and ingredients. Human hearts must be used as a conduit. The power is drawn out before being refined and infused into the heart. This process requires daily accumulation until the power is strong enough to extract the heart for further refinement. DUCOVR. That's why calmness pills are called so, because they are made from the essence of the heart channels, absorbed over time and merged with the medicinal properties. Now you understand how difficult it is to make a single calmness pill. Indeed, Tanlit was stunned. Using human hearts for medicine, monks would never know until their power was sufficient. Then their hearts would be removed and placed in the furnace. Tanlit realized that spirit pills were used as conduits for making calmness pills. Thinking about Zihang's records, he understood why it said the heart always felt blocked. The condition could not be cured. Enghin Ta laughed loudly and showed a small vial in his hand. Ha ha ha! Zihang was indeed clever. Figuring this out wasn't easy, but once understood, fate had already decided. He opened the vial with a deep voice. I just followed the will of heaven and used its heart to refine it in the furnace, finally creating this calmness pill. Hearing this, Tanlit remembered Zihang's body with the indentation on his chest. Enghin's face darkened further. A single life couldn't compare to my calmness pill. Lit Fong, today you must die. Tanlit was enraged and gritted his teeth. Only because of one pill did he take the life of an innocent person. Immediately, he summoned his sword spirit, holding a glowing sword in one hand while throwing out dozens of talismans with the other. Roar loudly, his crime is deserving of death. Finished! He lunged forward with a sword strike directly at Senior Immortal. Senior Immortal unexpectedly paused, flicking his fingers and using spiritual energy to block the attack, mocking that such tricks are worthless. He roared loudly, breaking through for us, to streams of spiritual energy clashed violently. However, Senior Immortal's spiritual energy was overwhelmingly dominant, pushing back forcefully. forcing you to activate your spirit armor for self-protection. This is bad. The force was too strong, shattering the shield and flinging you into the wall. The wall was also punctured by the impact. He spat out a look at the teenager in front of him. Linthu level 6, your skin conceals your cultivation. His eyes narrowed with suspicion. In front of him, it's no longer Liutong, but the younger body of New Liutong, the injuries being too severe for you to maintain concealment. New Liutong quickly activated water projectile technique, shooting out 7 nails flying swiftly, but he easily dodged them all. He escaped and stood behind Tanti, launching a sharp counterattack. With a resounding sound, Tanti was caught off guard, his body jolted. Blood spewed from his mouth as he struggled to dodge. He said, "Brat, is this your last move?" Tanti pressed his lips into a smile. "Not necessarily." Seeing him remain so calm, Senior Immortal grew furious. Laughing at such a situation, you must be crazy. Don't show off that you're smarter than everyone else. Don't think I don't know you tried to throw fire down to find an opportunity to escape. My secret hideout has protective wards. Without someone activating them, you won't get away. New Liutong softly hissed, who said I wanted to run. A meow echoed. The spirit stream coalesced into a large cat, surrounded by dark shadows. New Liutong acknowledged it and said, the one who should be running is you. Senior Immortal's eyes widened in shock, disbelieving. What? The shadow cat opened its cold eyes, lunging towards Senior Immortal with sharp claws. He dodged quickly but still gasped in fear. You're dead, illusory eye technique. Just as the cat struck, Tanti seized the moment to launch an offensive spell simultaneously. The old man's transformation failed. He had to muster his spiritual energy to open a protective body. With a sound, a thick layer of spiritual energy shielded him, Black Cat spirit aura approaching. The impact caused him to fall heavily, the shield breaking and chaos ensuing. Dust rose in a cloud, while the cat landed gracefully. Senior Immortal struggled to his feet. Seeing the scene, he trembled. Second-level beast transformation, you. Tanti muttered in surprise at how one strike could overpower a rank 9 expert. Before rejoicing, he coughed. He realized the injuries were too severe to maintain the beast form any longer. Senior Immortal struggled to stand up, noticing that New Liutong's beast transformation seemed ineffective. At that moment, a noise echoed. He seized the opportunity and launched a punch. Although the cat lost its large form, it didn't dissipate completely. It condensed into a kitten as Tanti cast his spell. The kitten leaped from behind, raising claws to strike him directly. The attack forced him back, and the kitten vanished, Senior Immortal spitting out blood. He collapsed onto the ground. Tanti panted heavily, too dangerous, spiritual energy nearly depleted after the beast form dissipated. But this is good. He took deep breaths, surveying the ruined room and Senior Immortal's lifeless body. A voice suddenly echoed, startling Tanti. Danger, do you think you've won against me? Senior Immortal struggled to stand, hand covering his mouth as he coughed up blood. Tanti's eyes narrowed. It seems he hasn't died after all. How easy, despite severe injuries, he still laughed loudly. His lips continued to bleed, a drop falling onto the stone floor. He clutched his mouth in frustration and said, damn it, today isn't your lucky day. Coughing again, more blood spewed out. Tanti was still stunned. He is still alive. This old devil is truly persistent. He still lives. This old villain is really tenacious. Tanti gritted his teeth and immediately let out a loud roar, dozens of spells flying towards him. Strictly tried to block but couldn't avoid it, had to bear the full impact. Twice, struggling hard, continued attacking. In front of you, Strictly has fallen down. You continuously cast fireball spells. The fireball pierced through Strictly's body, causing him to scream in pain. Then his lifeless body was thrown towards the alchemy furnace, which rolled and crashed due to the force. Teely gasped for breath. Wheeze, strength completely depleted. You raised your hand to steady yourself from fainting, legs no longer supporting you, fell face down and passed out. After a while, his eyelids gently fluttered. Teely's eyes slowly opened. You propped yourself up on the ground trying to stand, the wound throbbing painfully. making you grit your teeth in pain. You pondered, never expected exhaustion would make me lose consciousness. Not sure how long it was. Right, where's Strictly? Teely scanned the chaotic room around him. In the middle of the room, old Strictly lay there, lifeless. He heaved a sigh of relief, as if relieved from a heavy burden, finally over. Thankfully, today's luck was on his side with the hallucinogenic drug taking effect and the old man being complacent. Otherwise, he would have surely died today. Thinking this way, Tanlai lit an oil lamp and approached the deceased body of Senior Yan. If I don't leave now, Wang Fu will suspect something, so I need to gather all the treasures and leave immediately. Searching through his clothes, Tanlai found the tranquil heart pill and choked up when he looked at it. Sorry Zihang, you didn't deserve to die. Suggesting Big Brother live in place of your life would be better. A while later, Senior Yin stepped out from the alchemy room. He looked at the steward and said, Wang Fu, old man, I have taken Li Feng as my disciple. He is meditating in the secret chamber. Wang Fu bowed respectfully to congratulate him. With a sinister tone, Senior Yan continued, I plan to leave for some time, uncertain when I will return. During my absence, Li Feng will manage the estate. Everyone must treat Li Feng as if he were me. Do you understand? Wang Fu answered seriously. Yes, sir. Finish speaking. Tanlai turned away. All right, I am leaving now. Remember my instructions well. The steward quickly bowed. Master can rest assured. Tanlai pretended to leave the ancient upper city. Looking at the signboard, it reads kill here. The old man's voice echoed. Another person with longevity appeared. If anyone sees him, they will definitely suspect something. But I have already obtained the luminescent bone technique, so I might as well use your identity for now. So he returned to Yan Manor in Li Feng's demeanor and Tan L's form. Returning to his room to continue practicing magic, he opened his eyes with a sharp gaze. Tan L focused on the spirit water technique, creating a swirling water vortex around him, forming a large circle. He gathered spiritual energy, condensing it into a bright ball in his palm and smiled contentedly. 3 months have brought me to the profound realm of spiritual subtlety. The divine light left by Senior Yan. I no longer need to worry about my natural talent. It's time for a breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage. Now, Yan Manor is no longer owned by Senior Yan. This place belongs to me now. There are guards patrolling again. It's like being in a triad organization. But I still need to use Li Feng's identity when going out. I will soon enter seclusion. I need to prepare thoroughly before that. The first rank furnace echoed with joy. Hurry up and invite little immortal scholar in. Seeing Tanlai step in, Truck Tong asked, Little immortal scholarly, long time no see, are you well? Tanlai smiled, still fine. What's the matter? Truck Tong replied, everything is good. Recently, there has been chaos due to the flood. Old Bamboo is worried too, so everyone must be on guard. Tan L frowned, guarding against what? How can the flood cause such a commotion? Truck Tong explained that little immortal scholar hasn't heard about this news yet. 7 days ago, there was the biggest conflict between the flood and Lin since before. Both sides mobilized nearly 100 experts, involving other noble families too. Lin suffered a major defeat and even became a hostage. Hearing that, Tanlai paused with his teacup and exclaimed, Hostages, the flood must be desperate. Truck Tong sighed, yes, they were just bandits. Who would have thought it involved the imperial family? He put down the teacup, looking serious. This time, 3 triad families are involved. We can't save people on our own. They won't release the hostages. There will be a bloody battle. Tanlai was also worried after hearing this. He turned to ask, who were the ones captured? Truck Tong ran his hand through his beard. Trimming Gom fell into deep thought. His eyes flickered slightly. Let me see. Feng Feng went to Jin Prefecture. Zhang went to Qi Prefecture. The skin of the disease king, the tendons and meridians were trembling. This is your clan, but those other people don't matter as much as that young man's shadow. Why? Truck Tongue cut off his thoughts, lifting the teacup with a calm expression. Oh, no problem. I know this skin. We met in Lin Prefecture before. Who exactly was caught? Truck Tongue ran his hand through his beard again, lost in thought as usual. He said, "It's not clear to me. It might be the second elder of the clan." The teacup in Tan Lit's hand shattered into pieces. He had been gripping and breaking the cup without realizing it. Truck Tongue was alarmed. "What happened? Your face looks off." Tan Lit tried to appear calm. "Sorry. While training, I made a slight mistake. Rest for a few days and it will be fine." First grade spirit realm. Truck Tongue kept reminding him, "Little immortal, take care of your health. If needed, we can prepare a room for you to rest." Tan Lit waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I have to go back to the injured camp first." With that, he left immediately. On his way back, Tan Lit remembered how Elder Brother had always warned him not to be bullied by the 13 and encouraged him to seize marriage opportunities for respect. Only Tan Feng in the clan truly treated him like family, making Tan Lit deeply cherish this. "My brother," Tan Lit tightened his fist, a determined flame burning within. In Shanyuan city outskirts, Tan Lit was scouting the water prison camp when he saw someone in the distance. Could it be the rescue force from Lin Prefecture? A familiar figure appeared, hiding behind a rock and secretly observing. As he got closer, Tan Lit recognized him as Nu Yen Jian. He was surprised. "Why is it you, big brother Nu Yen? Didn't he say he was at Lin Prefecture?" Tan Lit called out loudly, "Big brother Nu Yen." Nu Yen Jian turned around and recognized the familiar face from his disguise. He asked, "Little brother Tan, why are you here?" Tan Lit questioned him with a hint of reproach in his voice. "I ask you, what are you doing there?" Nu Yen Jian hesitated. "Just going out for a walk. It's not worth it to risk your life for someone else. With your cultivation lost, going now is futile." Nu Yen Jian argued back. "Little brother Tan, I've never feared anything in my life. No one will take the blame for me. Many people were chased by the water prison because of me. How can I run away?" Tan Lit was angry and scolded. "You're delusional. If you go there, they won't release anyone. They want me. He's just waiting for you to reveal my whereabouts." Nu Yen Jian was speechless. As Tan Lit said, the enemy only wants his younger brother. Nu Yen Jian didn't know what else to say. Tan Lit continued, "I risked everything to save you, not so that you can die in their place." Tan Lit pinched his nose and closed his eyes helplessly. "Besides, there's Lin outside. On what grounds are you stepping forward? Unless Lin Tuafeng voluntarily turns himself into the hidden enemy. Otherwise, they'll change the nickname from Turtleneck to me." Tan Lit looked uncomfortable but assured him, "Don't worry, even if the sky falls, I'll bear it." "Not you, right? Who exactly was caught? Do you know?" Nu Yen Jian trembled and recounted those who stepped forward to take the blame. He only knew a few important people: Feng Feng, Chu Ming, Tan Feng. Indeed, it includes elder brother. Tan Lit sighed sadly. He took out a small bottle of medicine from his pocket and handed it to Ngai Kan, saying, "All right, don't blame yourself anymore. I have good news for you, brother. Take this medicinal pill. It will help you heal your wounds. If anything happens to me, make sure you report to the leader. Also, pretend you didn't meet me today. Even Dine shouldn't say a word. If you still run into danger, don't mention my name." He tightened his grip and stepped in front of Ngai Kan. "Alright, wish you luck." Follow orders. Ngai Kan left, leaving only the map for Tan Lai. Tan Lai opened it to find it was a map of the Manglin domain. I didn't expect Ngai Kan to prepare all this. With the map, we can avoid unnecessary actions. Even Tan Lai, Tan Feng, or Neem though would not be suitable to appear here. Tan Feng hid behind a tree and observed. It's not like the Tusi camp. It's too large, indeed connected to the royal family. The Tusi hideout is nestled among the mountains. It looks like a multi-story palace from materials to layout, indicating that these Tusi must have significant support. Tan Feng continued observing. Everything seemed normal, so the Lam Prefecture people are late. We need to blend in. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Thief Commander, can you show yourself?" The shout caught Tan Li's attention. It was Lam Tuafeng who personally led his troops here. A figure stepped forward. It was the Tusi spy, looking very similar to a Ma Ni, with long black hair and a fierce face. Also having a long scar on his face. He muttered that Lam Tuafeng finally arrived. Lam Tuafeng shouted at the spy, "You dare use hostages to threaten your own camp commander. Don't you feel ashamed?" Meanwhile, Tanlai had sneaked into the prison. The Tusi hideout structure was complex. Luckily, he found this place quickly. Inside it was dark. A giant green beast suddenly appeared before him. The prince was afraid of being silenced. Luckily, it was asleep. If not, it would have made noise. Tanlai moved quietly, his eyes never leaving the monster. "Lucky me, keep sleeping." Following a small corridor, Tanlai found a room below. Looking inside, he knew he had arrived at the right place. Inside were prisoners with their hands and feet tied up, lying on the ground, bones scattered everywhere. He saw Tanfeng sitting exhausted in front. His heart was relieved. His elder brother was still alive. That's great. Tanlai looked around, seeing the monster still asleep. It wasn't strange why there were no people here. If not for luck, he might have lost his life. He placed his fingers on his forehead, thinking quickly. Saving them couldn't wait. "Prince, I will borrow your appearance for a moment, then start using the luminescent bone technique." More than an hour ago, both sides were tense. "Get out of here," Lam Tuafeng shouted, "unless you bring me danger. Otherwise, I'll just talk with my fists." Lam Tuafeng's troops responded, "Don't waste time." He cast a spell directly at the spy. The spy laughed arrogantly. "Just in time, let's continue." He then boosted his spiritual power. Two streams of spiritual energy collided, creating a loud and wet sound. The two leaders fought fiercely. Lam Prefecture's troops shouted, "Kill, save the hostage," rushing in. "Don't dream about it." The spy's subordinates also retaliated with intense spiritual power. Both sides engaged in chaotic combat, the scene turning into chaos everywhere. Tanlai hid behind a cluster of trees, his lips curled up. Lam Prefecture and Tusi hideout were fighting. This was an excellent opportunity to act. He sneaked into the camp during the chaos. Outside, the Mani looked at Lam Tuafeng with a bitter voice. "Shameful. Ha, my twin brother died unjustly without finding the culprit. You still talk about face? I'll tell you this, if not for one high-level medicinal pill expert from Lam Prefecture, my men would have killed all of you." At this moment, Tanlai arrived at the entrance of a mountain cave. The terrain was treacherous, with a deep abyss below. He cautiously entered. There were no guards inside. His eyes continuously scanned. Surprisingly, there was an empty, wide cave in the middle of the mountains. Suddenly stepping on dry branches, Tanlai startled and looked down. Below him were scattered bones, as if something was missing, making him widen his eyes in horror. There are human bones here. Could there be something being kept here? The Tusi hideout is indeed full of suspicion. Wherever you go, it feels suspicious. Tanlai was worried about where his elder brother and others were trapped. He needed to act quickly. Tanlai carefully stepped deeper into the cave, each step cautious. The two figures appeared almost simultaneously, indicating they were close to their destination. He took a deep breath and looked ahead, seeing faint light. In front of him seemed to be the head of a giant python. It was still tightly closed its eyes, making Shinli's heart race. This is a six-ridged python, a famous demon snake with power equivalent to a Tier 3 beast. Thump thump thump, footsteps echoed. Fang Shin opened his eyes and asked immediately, "Who are you?" Wearing the guise of death, Shinli choked on a second name but remained calm, replying, "I'm following orders. Step back. I'll help unlock your hands." A sword swung down. Clang, the iron chains were cut in half and the handcuffs unlocked. The other prisoners were also freed from their restraints. "Let's go. Follow me out of here." Xian Lai urged them on. Everyone stood up, moving stiff hands. One said, "We understand the apology, but I was forced to drink a spirit-suppressing pill by the demon essence. I haven't finished explaining yet." Xian Lai had already brought out the antidote. "Hurry and drink it to neutralize its effects. If that beast outside wakes up, we won't have time." "Don't worry, I'm a spirit-burning master." Hearing this, everyone immediately drank the medicine. "Has Master Lin arrived as well?" Li answered, "Yes, Woodmaster is leading temporary Great World's representative to hold them outside." "Where are the others sent by temporary Great World?" Everyone else except us has been devoured by that monster. He suddenly remembered something. He shouted urgently, "Wait, there's one more person. The second Miss Lin hasn't been rescued yet. Xianlai gave you the second miss. Could it be her? The girl who spoke loudly and stopped Nu Yenjin and He Envy from staying in the mansion, Li Dulian?" Fang Yu's expression turned serious as she said, "They've taken the second miss to the main camp. I think the demon essence wants to keep one person alive, so they didn't imprison her with us." Xianlai tiredly pondered, how did things get so complicated? With my current cultivation, rescuing a few people is already too much. For now, even trying to overpower the water fortress is difficult. Xianlai immediately turned and said, "Second miss will be saved by others. Right now, I'm not even safe myself." "Don't bother with others." Fang Yu stopped him. "Everyone's in danger. How can we abandon our comrades? Your second miss is still in enemy hands. Can you just ignore her? If you're afraid of being implicated, go. Otherwise, stay and help save people. As long as we escape, I believe Master Lin will not betray us." Feng Xin stepped forward to intervene. Brother Fang said that might be too harsh. Given the current situation, even going would only make things worse. Fang Yu was furious. Feng Xin surprisingly showed a fear of death. "DUCEOV double. I'll go rescue the second miss on my own." "Be quiet!" Xianlai shouted loudly to stop the argument, "or you all will lose everything in this process. With injuries everywhere, what are we doing saving people or finding our own death? Quickly tell us where the second miss is being held. I'll go by myself." Xianlai silently thought it wasn't the time to settle personal grudges. "We need to get second brother out of here quickly." Fang Yu called from behind, "Do you think this is too harsh? Current situation, go and might just make things worse." Angry, Fang Yu said, "I'll go with you." Xianlai replied, "Don't worry, after saving the second miss, I'll inform Master Lin that she was saved by Brother Fang." Saying this, Xiantai rushed off as if trying to save every breath. Remembering second brother's advice, the second miss is locked in the upper cave area. There must be someone there. We'll call for reinforcements and return to meet you later. "Don't be too reckless, little brother." "Second brother, just relax. I'm not that weak 13-year-old anymore." Upon arrival, Tanlai reminded himself to prioritize protecting second miss while practicing rope climbing and acrobatics. As the dust settled, a shield covered in glowing red spirit energy appeared in Tanlai's hand. The gatekeeper was terrified as he shouted, "Spirit shield!" Tanlai laughed, saying that this treasure came from the place of solemnity. After just 2 nights of testing, the gatekeeper summoned a large sword made from 2 smaller ones. He shouted loudly, even with spirit defense, it could only block for a bit and couldn't hold forever. The water-inflamed sword technique. He tightly gripped his sword and yelled at Tanlai. The sword split in half as he charged forward with the 2 smaller swords, but couldn't move an inch. He was bewildered by this. It truly couldn't be explained. His cultivation had skyrocketed in a blink of an eye. Spirit body perfection, damn it, daring to suppress my cultivation while fighting me. The anger within him flared up fiercely. Tanlai, dressed in white, laughed loudly and threw a stack of talismans that sent the opponent flying into a pile of broken wood. Dealing with this guy is like carrying a table. Tanlai entered a nearby wooden room. The door was locked. Could there be no one watching here? He looked around and finally pushed open the door, feeling reassured. Finally, he saw Ndiu Ailian lying unconscious on the floor. "Now we just need to get her out of here." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind. "You think you can run away like water? Come and go as you please. The gatekeeper is not fully dead yet." Tanlai turned quickly. It was a member of the Foot Technique School. He said, "The master predicted that you would send someone to secretly rescue her. I didn't expect only you to dare come. Second Miss Lin is our guest. She's here, so stay." Sure enough, there was a hidden ambush. I knew it wouldn't be easy. Tanlai coldly replied, "I refuse." The gatekeeper smirked, saying that with such young age and spirit body 5th stage cultivation, he wanted to recruit him. Unfortunately, as soon as the words left his mouth, he launched an attack towards Tanlai. demanding both wine and punishment. Understanding this, Tan Lai dodged. Then the other person shouted loudly, launching a powerful ice spear technique. Tan Lai immediately raised talismans between his hands. He shouted, "Tether bind," and spirit energy surged from it. Over a dozen sharp threads with spirit energy flew straight forward. The threads cut the gatekeeper, causing him pain even at slight movement. Those thin threads would immediately tighten like sharp blades cutting into flesh. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Do you think this can keep me here? Dream on with the water-inflamed sword technique. I will unleash all my spirit energy." A strong source of spirit energy enveloped him, slicing through dozens of thread talismans. Fine, he immediately gathered his strength and smashed the wooden house in front of him to pieces. "Do you see that? This is the power of the foot technique school." Tan Lai coldly snorted. The gatekeeper's face turned pale, stammering without words. "What are you laughing at?" He shouted angrily. Even with spirit defense, he couldn't withstand my attack. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered something and looked towards the collapsed wooden house. Tan Lai approached calmly. "It seems you figured it out. Those threads weren't meant to restrain you. Low-level spells can do nothing. But Silkworm Silk is extremely strong and highly toxic. You only have Spirit Body 5th Stage, right?" The gatekeeper gritted his teeth with hatred. "Cowardly, daring to try to kill me. Even if you kill me, second Miss Lin will die in childbirth anyway. Don't count on it," he said, suddenly stopping when he saw the collapsed wooden house. Amidst the ruins, a vine was protecting second Miss Lin. "You used rope techniques to protect her?" Could it be that just now, he remembered Tan Lai using those techniques, but didn't wrap him up? They were for second Miss Lin. Tan Lai held the talisman between his fingers and asked, "Do you have any more questions?" As soon as he spoke, a large cat shadow appeared behind him. Tan Lai closed his eyes and commanded, "Pounce, cat." The gatekeeper trembled and cried out, "No, ha!" But how could Tan Lai let go, his mournful cry echoing through the silent forest? He fell down and died in a pool of blood. Tan Lai raised his hand to stroke his chin, considering that there was an escape route to the south, which they might follow out. Then find a way to inform the prefecture officials so they could retreat. Elsewhere, three figures Tan Feng, Feng Nu, and Zhuming. They were returning to seek help for the critically injured youth. Ahead lay second Miss Xiao lying motionless. Feng Nu shouted, "Look over there. That's second Miss Xiao." Tan Feng was surprised. "Why is second Miss Xiao here? Could it be that our friend has saved us and gotten out?" Feng Nu hurried to support Lin Dulian against a tree trunk, then examined her. She seemed like a broken corpse, temporarily unconscious, but not in danger of life. Tan Feng approached. "If second Miss Xiao is here, it means the Taoist has escaped. We should take her back to the prefecture first. Then find Master Mu and thank him." Just as they were talking, a woman's voice rang out. "Aren't you Tan Feng, my second brother?" Tan Feng turned towards the sound of the voice. Approaching from afar was Lady Lin. Lin Dunian stepped forward to turn in. "Don't be afraid, it's me." The three responded in unison. "Lady Lin." "Why are you here, Lady Lin?" Lin Dunian replied. "Father sent me to infiltrate the mountain camp to save people." But, as she spoke, she looked at the three young men. She continued questioning. "So how did you escape?" Tan Feng was puzzled. "Didn't the master's family save us?" "What do you mean?" Thus, Tan Feng recounted everything that had happened from start to finish. Lin Dunian nodded. "That explains it. He called himself a member of the prefecture, right?" Tan Feng nodded. "Correct. We didn't suspect anything at the time, and that's how we managed to escape." Lin Dunian's face turned slightly red. She said, "Honestly, our team was ambushed by bandits before reaching the location. Fortunately, we escaped just in time and rushed here. In reality, there was only one rescue team, no one else. The person you met, we haven't seen before." Feng Nu was shocked. "What? Who is he then? Why did he help us?" Lin Dunian paused for a moment and asked, "Did he use any special magical artifacts?" Tan Feng replied, "He used a golden sword, so everyone thought he belonged to the prefecture. The Lin family doesn't have such skilled practitioners. If they did, we would have recruited them long ago." Lin Dunian continued, regardless of who he is, he stood by us. We can investigate his true identity later. Since he saved us, we should repay him. Send some scouts around to see if anyone left the area. Make sure to report back if you find anything suspicious. She instructed further, if you encounter danger, help quietly. The rest will regroup with the main force. We should all leave the mountain camp separately. Let's go! With that, everyone dispersed immediately. Lin Dunian's eyebrows furrowed as she sensed something unusual behind her. She turned around but saw no one. Lin Zhu turned and ran away. Tanlai kept his true form. He searched behind a large tree. He took a deep breath. Inside, he sighed. It's really dangerous. The snow has already been exposed. Just now, the illusion technique was effective but suddenly lost its effect. Perhaps it's because of excessive use in the previous battle. We might have to wait until nightfall for an opportunity to leave. The sun had risen high and Tanlai's condition began to recover somewhat. He stepped out from behind the bushes. Still cautious, Tanlai transformed his illusion technique into Li Feng's firm resolve, preparing to leave. Suddenly, a woman's voice shouted from behind, stopping. Who was that? Tanlai was startled and sighed inwardly. He had been discovered. Could it be the people from the water shelter? He turned around to see Lin Dunian standing among the bushes observing him. She also kept a close watch, approaching and asking, like Xianxing, why are you here? Li Feng's expression was slightly confused as he tried to remain calm. Mu Shushu, actually I'm Lin Dunian. She softly explained that she had some matters and passed by, asking if like Xianxing came from mangling. Li Feng secretly shivered but maintained a composed smile. Ha, I haven't been to mangling. It's not within the territory of the water shelter, is it? Tanlai pretended to be oblivious and calmly continued, I only went to the water river to gather some medicinal herbs. Is there anything that concerns you, Miss Shushu? He noticed Miss Shushu scrutinizing him, if looking for a flaw. He reassured himself that his clothes had changed, making it hard to be recognized. Lin Dunian asked, like Xianxing, how long have you been here? Li Feng replied lightly, I arrived this morning. Miss Shushu wants to inquire about something. Seeing no suspicious signs, Lin Dunian silently pondered what was going on. He continued the conversation casually, nothing much. Like Xianxing, lately the outskirts have been quite unstable. I think you should limit your visits here for now. Tanlai inwardly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed they had escaped danger. He expressed surprise and said, Miss Shushu, are you considering attacking the water shelter? If needed, please let me know for assistance. This person has low cultivation but knows when to act. Tanlai's performance was too convincing. Even Lin Dunian's sharp mind fell for it. She replied, like Xianxing is exaggerating. If you just came for herbs, please return home now. Suddenly, she remembered something important. She smiled at Tanlai and said, I haven't had the chance to thank you for the pills from yesterday. When I broke through my foundation, you weren't here. If there's a future opportunity, please visit our residence. I will personally repay your kindness. Tanlai smiled and replied, it was just a small favor. Miss Shushu, don't worry about it. So Tanlai secretly thought, she has entered the foundation stage, must have overcome her heart demon. I need to step up my training as well. The sun and moon alternate. All things change accordingly. 2 years passed quickly. At Yan's residence, Tanlai woke from his cultivation state and punched forward. The tiles under his feet cracked instantly. Tanlai smiled contentedly. The spiritual energy flowed freely, and his core remained stable. Finally, I have entered the foundation stage. Now, if something happens, a servant interrupted his thoughts. Li Feng opened the door and asked, what's going on? Didn't I tell you to stay in seclusion? The servant replied that strange cultivators kept coming despite being refused. He became increasingly aggressive. Last time, he almost started a fight. Tanlai crossed his arms and said coldly, who is this brazen person causing trouble in the city? The servant said, I don't know who he is. Now he has entered the premises. Tanlai left the backyard and thought to himself, what a disturbance. Let's go, I want to see who it is. The servant followed closely behind. A young man with yellow hair appeared in the courtyard. Surrounding him were servants ready to defend against any damage. They were prepared for battle. The person pointed at him and told Tan Lai, "It's that guy." Tan Lai approached, clasped his hands, and said, "I am Li Feng. May I know your honorable name?" He arrogantly replied, "Never heard of you," then asked Li Feng, "Where is your master? Where is he?" Li Feng calmly responded, "My revered teacher has been traveling for many years. I manage the residence. Do you have any questions to ask me?" The other man grew agitated and asked, "Are you a disciple of Elder Yan?" "Impossible, Elder Yan never took disciples. How can someone appear here?" He doubted Li Feng's words, his eyes becoming sharp and dangerous as he shouted, "Elder Yan, if you don't reveal your name or show respect, it's hard to accept." Tan Lai looked at him with a stern gaze, saying, "Do you think strict prefecture is a place for you to obstruct?" And ignored Liang Feng's arrogance, saying, "You're nothing. Even old strict wouldn't dare speak to a mere clerk." The subordinate behind Tan Lai shouted angrily, his words full of coldness. Tan Lai stopped him from intervening, preventing any rash actions. The self-proclaimed clerk became increasingly unruly, thinking he should teach this ungrateful person a lesson as old Strick's replacement. Tan Lai infused his spirit energy and issued an order, showing clear arrogance. He then quickly struck back, the two sources of spirit energy colliding and exploding in midair. Tan Lai shouted loudly, "If you want to teach me a lesson, you'll have to wait another 100 years. Just lie down now." He added more strength, forcing his powerful spirit energy straight towards the clerk, making wet sounds. Everyone around was stunned, their eyes wide at this unbelievable scene. It turned out that young master had pushed the clerk hard into a wall. Water droplets appeared on his back, and dust and smoke rose in a haze. He groaned loudly, struggling to move in pain. Tan Lai approached closely, asking coldly, "Can you reveal your identity now?" The one beaten lay on the ground, looking at Tan Lai with defiance. He gritted his teeth but said nothing. Tan Lai sneered and asked, still stubborn, "Do you know why I didn't kill you?" "Because you kept mentioning old strict earlier. It seems there's a connection between you and my mentor. I'll keep your life for now. But what do you plan to do by constantly seeking out strict prefecture?" The clerk lowered his head, smiling arrogantly, saying, "You don't know me, which shows that old strict didn't fully trust you, so he didn't reveal everything. Even if you kill me, I won't say a word." Tan Lai silently observed him, thinking, could it be that old strict isn't an unknown cultivator but someone of great importance if there's powerful support behind him? Dying without knowing the situation would be extremely complicated. With this thought, Tan Lai ordered, "If you don't talk, you won't leave here." They destroyed the garden, thinking it might make good fertilizer. Trantu said to cut him up for me. "Follow orders, clerk," Trantu pleaded as he shouted, Wait a moment." Han panted and asked, "Is there anyone who dares follow me to a place?" "Where?" He stopped and looked straight at Tan Lai, replying, "West City Gate, Torchlight Lane." Tan Lai followed him towards the West City Gate of Shangyuan. They entered the back garden of Strict Prefecture. Tan Lai's eye swept over everything, silently assessing the layout here. This is indeed a refined Strict Prefecture. The 5 elements arrangement is tight, yin and yang harmonize, every detail is meticulous. In front, laughter rang out, "Young friend, you know how to look at goods." This 5 elements layout of the mothers isn't something everyone can see. It seems Old Strict has a talented disciple. A young man in green appeared, wearing expensive and rare clothing. He smiled warmly. The clerk immediately bowed, greeting the master. The other person laughed lightly, speaking softly. "All right, Liang Yu, step back now." "Yes," Yin Lai respectfully bowed. "I am Li Feng, meeting the master. I hope to know your name." The other person laughed and replied, "Haha, my surname is Ji, original name Yuanqi. You can call me Prefect Ji or Taoist Ji." Tan Lai was surprised. Ji Yuanqi was the black market boss of the ancient Shang Yuan city. The young man in green laughed and said, "Oh, so how is the reputation of Prefect Ji outside?" He asked then answered himself, There's talk of a cold and proud face, and the mysterious and deadly prefect G. He chuckled, not caring about what people say outside. But there was one thing they didn't get wrong. I've never let even half a grain of sand slip through my fingers. His eyes turned cold as he spoke. Tanlai sensed the aura of the queen's true chi, realizing he was intentionally intimidating him. Then Ji Yuanqi changed to a friendly smile and asked why he invited him here. Actually, the black market is just an alliance formed by many cultivators aiming for immortality. But cultivation is harsh. The strong swallow the weak. To avoid chaos, I established this alliance, which is also the black market. Tanlai understood that his mentor was part of this alliance too. Is that right? Ji Yuanqi smiled and said, yes. Being a cultivator for many years is normal. But recently, Old Strict hasn't shown up. Li Feng understood. He wondered where Old Strict might be now. His smile was kind, but his eyes were sharp as knives. Tanlai felt a chill from that smile. A hint of murderous intent lingered in the air. Things are not good. He's suspicious of me. Pretending ignorance is easy to spot. Admitting it outright isn't an option either. His cultivation level is much higher than mine. A lie through and through. How should I respond? After thinking hard, he decides to bluff to buy time, forcing a smile and saying the tutor likes to sing enchanting songs from all directions, roaming freely wherever he pleases. Tit and Guyan Kit snorted and smiled. This is troublesome. Recently, the black market ran into some trouble, originally planning for Senior Sirius to step in. Han sighed with regret, but since Senior Sirius isn't here now, it's really tricky. Tan Lit's eyes narrowed as he understood the implication. He clasped his hands and said, not knowing what difficulties Tit Fache is facing, could Junior contribute in any way? Tan Lit thought to himself, if he wants to survive, he only has one option, to prove himself, looking at Tit and Guyan Kit, who stared back with a big laugh. The confidence was just like Senior Sirius. He handed him a tightly rolled piece of paper and said that if Xiao Yu is someone Senior Sirius taught, try seeing if you can handle this task. He threw the paper to Tan Lit for inspection. Tan Lit opened it up. His eyes stopped at 3 large characters, Dung and Guyan Wan. Tit and Guyan Kit continued that this formula was a relic from ancient times before the Chaos era, long lost until he luckily found it recently. He leaned closer to Titin Lit and asked with a smile, what's wrong? Is there something you're afraid of? Titin Lit replied that if the governor trusts him, he'll do his best to study. It's just a matter of time. Tit and Guyan Kit tapped his fingers 3 times, making Titin Lit slightly flinch. Tit and Guyan Kit looked at his own hand and said slowly, 3 years? I only give you 3 years. Do you understand? He smiled lightly at Titin Lit. Although his tone was gentle, there was an underlying threat that made it clear how dangerous the situation was. Titin Lit thought about that smile. 3 years, a very short time indeed. Dung and Guyan Wan must be extremely important to him. Titin Lit clasped his hands and said firmly, please rest assured, Junior will do my best to fulfill your expectations. Good, I like the young man with courage like you, bold enough to speak up. He stretched out his hand as if remembering something. Right. If your master has been traveling, when the elders meet for a discussion, temporarily take charge of hosting them. Of course, this is only temporary. Whether you gain their recognition depends on your abilities. Titin Lit clasped his hands and said, thank you, Governor, for your trust. I will prepare the necessary ingredients for Dung and Guyan Wan. After a moment of hesitation, he said go, and Titin Lit left. As soon as he was out of sight, Tit and Guyan Kit called out, Ling Di. Ling Di stepped in and bowed respectfully, reporting his presence. Turning around, he asked, you're Ling Di? Not sure if you are truly Senior Sirius's disciple, but if so, your skills need improvement. Crafting the potion might be challenging. Moreover, Senior Sirius disappearing isn't a coincidence. It's hard to believe he was traveling. Tit and Guyan Kit said coldly, that's right. With his cultivation level, killing Master Destructive Virtue is not impossible, but think about the reputation of Senior Tranquil at Upper Ancient City. His alchemy skills surpass others because of a passed-down book. That book expanded his knowledge in alchemy. No one can catch up. It gave him the chance to become an elder here. Lingdi said, unless you think Litfang's alchemy surpasses Senior Tranquil. Guy and Kit laughed and said, not necessarily. I don't need to know how Litfang's alchemy is. I just need to confirm who has that book now. Lingdi was puzzled. The book must be with Senior Tranquil. Guy and Kit turned and said, so Litfang will definitely seek out Gi. Lingdul continued, but if Senior Tranquil is involved, I get it. He smiled maliciously. If Litfang has anything to do with this disappearance, that book will eventually belong to him. Guy and Kit smiled coldly. That's right, whether Senior Tranquil lives or dies doesn't matter to me. I only want Dong and Guyan Wan. If he succeeds, good, but if he fails, HRM, his eyes suddenly turned cold. Everyone's fate is the same. Lingdi quickly said, Governor Ming is indeed perceptive. Titin Lit left the Tit Pavilion, feeling heavy-hearted as he pondered. Guy and Kit may seem refined on the surface, but was actually cunning and calculating. He used his cultivation to pressure right from the start. When things got critical, he suddenly let go, then made a demand for alchemy that left no room for refusal. Finally, he appointed him as an elder, showing both soft and hard tactics. Thinking about this, Titin Lit felt frustrated, completely at his mercy. Dong and Guyan Wan, HRM, interesting. I'm not a fool. This formula is difficult, but not hopeless. Senior Tranquil still has many books. There must be clues. It's a pity that without Gi, I'll have to pay the price. And Lit stroked his chin in thought. First, he needs to figure out how to prepare all the necessary ingredients for Dong and Guyan Wan. Behind the counter, someone called out Li Xiao's Yan Sheng. Yinli turned around and asked, You are… Oh, you seem to be a waiter from Yifan Lu. He replied, That's right, the head cashier asked me to invite you over. Li tried to push gently. Just right. I was planning to buy some medicinal herbs too. Alright then, lead the way. Let's see what's going on. They both went to Yifan Lu. Zhu Tong couldn't help but laugh. Li Xiao's Yan Sheng. You came quickly. Li nodded. I was just about to find some herbs myself. Old Zhu, what's the matter? Zhu Tong replied, Not my business, but Wang Huazi's. Li said softly, Wang Huazi. Zhu Tong continued, Yes, he taught people the spirit bone essence technique. At first, I thought he was a scattered cultivator, but later found out he's the successor of the Mountain Light Li's immortal sect and is actually a traitor. Li was surprised. What a traitor that immortal must be. Zhu Tong said, Yes. He was framed and had no choice but to leave his sect. He has been in seclusion for 20 years, thinking he would never find him. Who knew the enemy found his whereabouts yesterday? Turning back to Li, Zhu Tong said, That's why I want you to help save him. Li asked, Save him? Is this what Wang Huazi asked you to do? Zhu Tong replied, Yes, but I didn't force it. If not important, I wouldn't have brought it up. Recalling the old favor, Li bowed and said, Senior, I will never forget your kindness. Zhu Tong continued, All right then, shall we make a deal? Zhu Tong frowned. Deal. Li agreed. Recently, I've developed a new elixir but need some herbs. Zhu Tong smiled and said, I see. This is the condition for you to act. Those herbs aren't too hard to get. Old Zhu agreed. Good, old Zhu is straightforward. So tell me Wang Huazi's plan. Zhu Tong said, Very simple. Wang Huazi has been followed by strong pursuers with many people. He learned the spirit bone essence technique and the hidden spirit art. Just pretend to be him, appear on the mountain, lure those people away, and by time for him to escape. Li asked, What if they come back after us? Zhu Tong replied, I bought a divine travel talisman from He Market. It can instantly increase speed many times over, outpacing even experts. Xiaoxian Sheng, all hope is on you. According to the plan, Li immediately went up the mountain. He deliberately pushed through several gusts of wind, creating noise to draw attention, then quickly hid behind a stone. The ambushers immediately followed the sound, shouting loudly, Quickly, chase after him. Don't let him escape. Newly sighed in relief, temporarily safe. These disciples from Lai Mountain are too ruthless. Luckily for me, Old Ju's talisman helped me escape. He rested a bit, then prepared to follow the plan and find a way to lose his pursuers in Jianan village. Jianan village is on the mountain slope with dense population. According to Newly, it's an old residence of the state of Zhao, relatively peaceful. Someone asked, "What now? Have you found him?" The young man beside him replied, "Not yet, that traitor is too agile. Our people have blocked all other paths. Now he only has this area to escape to." Another person said, "But searching over 300 households here is difficult. If he knows the spirit bone essence technique and hidden spirit art, finding him would be like looking for a needle in a haystack." The other man got angry and shouted, "Fool, what are you thinking? Yes, kill everyone in the village, not leaving anyone behind. Then he won't have any place to hide." Newly hid behind a wall and listened to everything. Ju was shocked. Could they really want to harm civilians? Inside, someone urged gathering the villagers for easier execution. The moon rose high. Cries of anguish echoed everywhere. Bloody scenes unfolded one after another. The leader of the pursuers laughed madly, clearly excited as he used spirit techniques to massacre innocent people in front of his subordinates. Newly stood behind the wall, clenching his fists with anger surging within him. These guys are truly inhuman, just planning to hide in Jiannam village, but ended up bringing trouble to innocent people. Tanley's anger flared up. These lowly guards really deserve to be exterminated. Even newborns weren't spared. They dared to massacre the entire village with such ruthless tactics to force us out. So you just wait and see. When my camp arrives, the killing intent will erupt, and we'll see who lasts longer. At Shangyuan City, Zai Yifan loot and shower Kulai before Jade Bamboo single throat. The treasurer, subordinates have returned. Jade Bamboo asks, "What news do you bring?" Han replies, "Yes. Master Lai has been in Niuta Mountain for 2 days with no useful information yet. But Wang Huazi reported that he escaped from East City." He continues, "There's another matter too. We just received news that Jiannam village was massacred overnight. The treasurer wonders if this has anything to do with Master Lai." Jade Bamboo strokes his chin in thought and says, "Well, Liangli Mountain is considered a major sect. Even though Master Li's cultivation might be high, one person can hardly fight against a group. He probably isn't doing well now. A doubt arises. Could he have died?" Outside the door, a dry trail of blood marks Tanley's entrance as both turn to face him. He says, "How is it? Aren't you disappointed that I didn't die?" Jade Bamboo smiles and steps closer. "Why would we be disappointed? We're glad you've returned from Peaceful Lord. But your injuries?" Tanlai answers coldly, "Just a minor scratch, nothing to worry about." About Jiannam village, "It really does concern me." He recounts the entire incident. Jade Bamboo nods in understanding. "That's how it is. I didn't expect such a brutal situation." Tanley's eyes flash with anger. Those Liuli disciples, despite their low cultivation, dared to kill civilians. It's truly infuriating. After one night of fighting, we saved only one child. The entire village was massacred. Jade Bamboo comforts him. Master Lai doesn't need to blame himself. At least you alerted them in time. May the dead rest in peace. You've done your best to. Tan Lai sighs. Continue. "I came here not just to report, but to discuss something important." Jade Bamboo responds, "Oh, go on. Don't hesitate." As he speaks, Tanlai pulls out a treasure. It's a golden umbrella-like object emitting bright light. He asks, "Has Elder Bamboo ever seen this before?" Jade Bamboo examines it closely, exclaims in surprise, "This is... Could it be the Wind Formation Scroll?" It's indeed that. And it even has the Wind Elemental Condensation of the Wind Demon Monarch attached. This is truly a superior spirit artifact. Using wind force, when you rotate the vehicle to create invisible gusts, even late-stage chi cultivators find it hard to approach. In suitable terrain, its power increases further. Master Lai, this treasure isn't rare. Tanlai retracts the artifact. "Yes, I got it from a Liuli disciple." Jade Bamboo happily says, Congratulations, Master Lai, on acquiring such a rare treasure. Tanlai says, please keep this one information scroll secret. The rescue on the other side is done. I hereby confess my death. Bamboo Shoot only called hastily, young master, hold on. Old Master Truck still has something to offer. He handed over a book and said, Wanhuazi told me to give it to someone as a token of gratitude. Nu Liat took the book. It was the complete translation of the Ling Lung Core technique. It turns out what he learned before wasn't complete. Bringing the book back to his residence, Nu Liat sighed lightly. These foxes are tricky indeed. No wonder their effects fade after a battle. But the most important thing now is to refine the essence refining pill. Put the book away in the cabinet. 3 years is too tight a deadline. If we fail within this time frame, our only outcome will be an empty vial of pure fox bile. Even if a powerful man like Tianfu could do it, he'd still struggle in just 3 years. No, if he truly believed that strict residence could succeed, he would have had more support. In the secret chamber of strict residence, there are only 2 bookshelves. Unfortunately, they don't mention this type of scroll at all. Nu Liat slammed his hand on the shelf, frustrated and searching. Suddenly, he paused, noticing a cut mark on the wall, left from their battle with strict residence. He pulled out the shelf to reveal another hidden wall behind it. Considering strict residence's cautious nature, I should have guessed this. My oversight is clear. Inside was a box wrapped in precious material, looking like it held important documents. Nu Liat opened it and saw Fire Core Classic written on for characters. This must be the ancient alchemy manual. The Fire Core Classic is divided into 3 volumes: Persistent Young Hidden Fire, Vitality Transformation Decree, and Heart Techniques. Cultivators seek truth to guide their energy through 100 meridians. If an alchemist practices true fire daily, gradually strengthening it, this increases the success rate in refining elixirs. The Vitality Transformation Decree is about supporting techniques for alchemy. During practice, one can harness maximum true yin and yang fires. Nu Liat sat down and followed each step in the book. When practicing, use the Vitality Transformation method to recover excess true fire, reducing energy loss and extending the time of refining while preserving vitality. The final volume is Heart Techniques, detailing subtle skills for alchemists. It explains common difficulties. Holding a spirit herb in his hand, Nu Liat continued reading about special refinement methods, results from countless years of research. Only after the end did he understand why even strict residence's clever bag wouldn't reveal it. Many troubles rise due to greed for others' treasures. Strict residents didn't trust pure essence, so naturally, they couldn't carry this secret technique. There are still many stronger people in the world. Fearing that his great alchemist title might be stolen, strict residents hid this ultimate technique, but it became a chance for him to learn. Looking at the glowing pills before him, Nu Liat thought. After numerous trials, refining according to the Fire Core Classic truly made a difference. The color and taste were far superior to usual methods. Next, he tried using refined essence to further purify them. Could they be directly upgraded to superior grade? A golden fragment suddenly turned green. His eyes widened slightly. What's happening? Clearly, the 28 mysterious essence fragments were always gold. When did they turn green? The pill in his hand also changed color. Nu Liat whispered, White Spirit Chi Essence. Superior grade. A normal essence pill refined into superior grade. Could it be that after many years, the mysterious essence fragments suddenly upgraded? An idea flashed in his mind. Wait, this isn't a second refinement, right? So even if refining lower grade pills, there's no need to worry, because all mysterious essence fragments can help upgrade to superior grade. Haha, the heavens are indeed kind to me. After the first refinement, the golden essence turned green in the second. The 2 colors correspond to pill grades. Let's call them Spirit Golden Essence and Clear Sky Essence. But while this is good news, controlling Clear Sky Essence isn't easy. It took 3 months for Nu Liat to finally get results. True essence was gathered, internal stability achieved. Finally, he quickly advanced to the second stage of refining. Over this time, using the Fire Core Classic, he refined many lower grade pills. Then, with clear sky essence, he further purified them. His cultivation level soared. Looking at 3 superior grade pills just completed, New Lion thought. Mastering persistent yang hidden fire and vitality transformation decree was a start. It's time to focus on the main task. Remembering the pure essence scroll, he opened the medicinal ingredients, finding plenty of rare treasures like century-old ginseng, golden grass, green wind moisture trail, Handao trichosanthes, earth spirit, one hard frost dew. Indeed, very complete. So let's start refining the essence refining pill now. After years of hard cultivation, New Light reached the second stage of refining. The second clear sky essence indirectly improved his pill-making skills. With knowledge from the Fire Core Classic, his understanding and comprehension speed increased dramatically. But something feels off here. New Light softly commanded. The furnace for making pills rose, opened, and he put in the ingredients. Under the bottom of the furnace, a spirit flame ignited. Following the pill-making method, using 7 parts spiritual fire and 3 parts martial fire, refining for 2 hours until yin and yang were balanced, then adding heavenly essence, moving to stage 2. Positive yang true fire is the fire power generated by cultivators refining fire from spiritual energy. I've reached level 2, so there shouldn't be any problems. But a crackling sound echoed. Watermarks appeared on the furnace body. Moisture, a sudden explosion, the furnace shattered into pieces. Fanlai immediately activated his protective spiritual energy shield. As expected, just as predicted, at this stage it will explode. Fanlai bent down to pick up the fragments. The data has been checked. There's no mistake. All other factors have been eliminated. Only one possibility remains. This furnace is to poor quality. We need to find a better one. Besides the distant call, young master, Miss Lin has come for an audience. Fanlai crossed his arms and closed his eyes. Showing annoyance, he said, Landu 9 is here. Jiu Ank must know this. We need to think of a response. He replied, I understand, I'll go right away. Fanlai stepped out with the demeanor of Li Feng. Landu 9 bowed and said, It's been a while since we last met. I didn't expect you to have reached the Foundation establishment realm. Congratulations, I came unannounced to visit, hoping not to disturb. Fanlai smiled awkwardly. There's nothing wrong. If I hadn't come out to greet Miss Lan from afar, that would be considered disrespectful. Fanlai asked, Do you know why Miss Lan is here? Landu 9 replied, I heard there are bandits appearing outside the Upper Yuan ancient city recently. Bandits? Fanlai frowned. Landu 9 raised her hand to her mouth as a sign of caution and continued, You must remember that several months ago, Lan Manor collaborated with 3 major families in battle against the Titishui camp. That's why I'm here today. I hope you can help us. As she spoke, she clasped her hands in prayer. Fanlai stroked his beard and laughed. What is it? Miss Lan, do you want me to refine your foundation establishment essence? The price can be negotiated. Landu 9 was surprised. She didn't expect him to joke. She stammered in response. No, not like that. She cleared her throat and regained a serious expression. This time, I need your help to contact Elder Yan. That's why I came here on behalf of Miss Lan to request Long H's wand and Thiantine wand from Elder Yan. Fanlai nodded gently. It seems she knows about these rare elixirs as well. In his mind, these 2 elixirs were originally obtained by the Black Market Alliance and handed over to Elder Yan for research and refinement. Without the consent of the elders in the Alliance or Jiu Ank himself, there's no way they could be bought or sold. Fanlai suddenly remembered something. He muttered, Wait a moment. Didn't she send me a letter before that led to my meeting with Elder Yan? Could it be that Elder Yan mentioned her? It seems Landu 9 is not as simple as we thought. Fanlai asked again, So, what do you need Long H's wand and Thiantine wand for? Landu 9 didn't hide anything. She slowly recounted the entire situation. It seems that Miss Lan and the Titishui camp have a grudge because of their failed attempt to kidnap Nge Qian. Ma Ngia and Ma Tham did not retaliate, but disappeared for some time. Recently, an unknown force suddenly emerged. They committed murders and robberies everywhere. The crimes were heinous, and in just a few days, they plundered many resources. Upon investigation, the leader turned out to be Ma Tham. He gathered all the bandits and scattered cultivators around the area. From there, he established an organization called Hua Min. How he managed to recruit several foundation establishment experts remains a mystery. The TT Shui's influence grew rapidly like a pond gaining wings. Long Manor received news that Ma Tham had risen extremely strong. They immediately contacted nearby families and gathered all available forces. That's why the Long H's 1 and Thian Hien 1 were prepared for the alliance. In case Ma Tham attacked, there would still be strength to resist. Family pondered this strange situation. Ma Tham, a bandit, showed strategic thinking and secretly developed his power. This doesn't seem like the style of an ordinary bandit. Could someone be guiding him from behind? Family said, Miss Lan, Ma Tham's actions clearly show he has ulterior motives. Miss Lan is a second-rate talent and has a senior alchemy expert present. So why not directly eliminate him instead of letting this continue? Landu 9 replied, I dare not hide it. Our family has been practicing cultivation for many years, focusing on seeking the Tao. The old man said if it's not a matter of life and death, he won't intervene. Tan Lit secretly doubted. The situation was critical, but still showed no concern. Could Lin Du really have no alchemists in his family? He cleared his throat and said, Forgive me for intruding. How many medicinal pills does Lin Prefecture need? Lindu flicked a finger, 100 pills, and each type needs 100. The silence between them suddenly broke. Tan Lit widened his eyes. 100. I didn't hear wrong, did I? Lindu smiled gently. Tan Lit said to Miss Lin, This amount is astonishing. It would take more than a few days to make so many pills. I can't decide on my own. He thought they needed to consult Ji Yuanqi, otherwise, he couldn't face Lin Du. So, I wanted to contact Elder Yan through you. Alright, I'll try contacting Master Yan. He raised his hand to his forehead as if sending a message and said, Miss, prepare yourself. It's uncertain whether Master Yan has that many pills. Even if the old man agrees, making so many pills can't be finished in 10 days or a month. Lindu nodded, of course. I understand. Please convey my regards and about the payment. Then a light appeared in her hand, revealing a large gold bar, silver ingot, and a bag of precious stones. We will not hesitate to provide whatever is needed. Tan Lit flinched at the generosity, his lips twitching. Alright, I'll convey your message fully to Elder Yan. Lindu smiled contentedly. If so, please let lead senior officer know. As she left, Tanley said behind her, Miss Lin, go slowly. At the temple compound, Ji Yuanqi said, It turns out that's what happened. I didn't expect Ma Shen to have enough power after months of concealment. He chuckled and continued, It seems the patience between the Lin family and the Water Swallow camp has finally reached a breaking point. Senior Officer Leet, do you have any way to contact Elder Yan? Ji Feng clasped his hands. I fear that might be difficult. Master Yun Du hasn't been seen for many years, making it hard to contact him. Ji Yuanqi smiled politely, but with an underlying tone. Even if we can't contact him, relying on Senior Officer Leet's alchemy skills, making a few long horse pills and heavenly selected pills shouldn't be too difficult. What do you mean? Ji Yuanqi leaned back and said, This is something to be done by oneself. It has nothing to do with the alliance or the city. He smiled, but his intentions were hard to read. As for the payment, it's up to you to claim. Also, think of ways to infiltrate Lin Du and gather more information. Tanley pondered Ji Yuanqi's request to gather intelligence. The old patriarch of the Lin family must be avoiding battle for a reason. The blatant actions of Ma Shen are even more suspicious. He smiled and turned to look at Tanley. That's why I want you to find out why the old patriarch of the Lin family is avoiding battle. The situation between the Lin family and Water Swallow camp is not as simple as it seems. Build a relationship with Miss Lin. This task is yours. Don't disappoint me. Tanley bowed to accept the order. Seeing that smile, he understood. This was Ji Yuanqi's true intention. He didn't want to spy but needed information. Yes, it won't be easy. After their discussion, they parted at the entrance of G Compound. Tanley bowed and said, "Master Compound, if there's nothing else, your servant requests leave." All right, Senior Officer Lead has worked hard. At Lin Compound in Shangyuan City, 3 major families were urgently discussing. Lin Tuifeng's face was stern as he said, "The situation is urgent. Ma Shen has returned and become even more ruthless." "What do you think, gentlemen?" Tanny clasped his hands and boldly said, "Brother Lin, the entire Tan family will follow your orders. I've called a few friends. Once we declare war, they'll join immediately." An old man coughed to interrupt him, clearing his throat, addressing everyone. "There's something I don't know if I should mention or not." Lin Tuifeng invited, "Brother, please speak your mind." Liang Yu, Ji Yu Onqi's confidant, had been spreading rumors. He said with a sly expression, "Everyone knows we're on good terms with Water Swallow Camp, but why did we get involved with Ma Shen? Many people are still unclear about this. That's why I think we've been framed. It's better to die with clarity than in confusion. Isn't that right? Who really killed the demons? Who sent Nu Yenjin into Lin Compound? Shouldn't we clarify this?" Tanny immediately said, "Brother, I know who brought Nu Yenjin to the compound. His name is Li Feng. He's a disciple of Elder Yan." Liang Yu looked pleased and said, "Then he should be here instead of hiding like a turtle in its shell." Her words angered Lin Du. Her face darkened as she addressed the elders. "Allow me to speak for a moment." Then she stepped into the hall and continued speaking. Lam Prefecture thanked everyone for their support, but believed that Li Feng was absolutely not a murderer. He only pushed forward the transaction because of his relationship with Nu Yunqian. Moreover, after years of battling Ti Taitri, everyone should see clearly that Ma Tam did not prioritize revenge. This time he returned, the only goal was to boost Lam Prefecture's reputation in Shangyuan territory. The grudge between them and Ma Engia has faded. The key is the struggle between these 2 major forces. Lam Du Nian spoke correctly. Lam Tuifeng stepped out. Ma Tem caused trouble in Shangyuan for years. The prefecture remained indifferent. This matter involves powerful factions behind the scenes. If Ma Tem overthrew and sent Prince Force loyalists to stabilize Shangyuan, would we still be able to live peacefully? He said that the conflict with Ti Taitri was essentially a struggle between 2 princes. He continued saying that Ma and Hia's affairs were just an excuse for them to act. Everyone has been working hard for Prince Liu. We should understand our current situation, hoping we can unite in the future. Liang Diyu was reluctant, but reluctantly agreed. Yes, Lam Tuifeng replied. Moreover, Du Nian had already visited Nai Prefecture yesterday and met Li Feng at Lin Uncle's place. He heard that Naishu has not returned for many years. Can we contact Li Feng? I don't think the chances are high. Moreover, in my opinion, those Li brothers aren't good either. We've been fighting Ti Taitri. Has he ever helped us before? Nine Wick indeed agreed and added, Brother Lam, I fear we can't rely on Nai Prefecture. Instead, use our own strength to gather friends and buy medicinal pills. It's better than relying on a single tree. Lam Tuifeng pondered deeply, indecisive. He turned to ask his daughter, Du Nian, how much do you think of Li Feng? Nian, old master, has been traveling for many years. Even if you trust Li Feng, I'm not sure he can be contacted. She was trying to give a satisfactory answer. Suddenly, someone ran in from outside the door to report. Master, Miss Nai, Wang Fu, the steward of the Nai family, has arrived at the prefecture. This news came just in time. It's like a lifeline for Lam Tuifeng. Liang Diyu grunted uncomfortably. Du Nine asked, who is there? Quickly invite them in. Subordinates reported that the other party did not enter but left a silk bag for Miss Nai. She took it and said to bring it here. But how? She turned back with a delighted smile. He agreed. He told his father. Li Feng has agreed. Everyone is well suited. No one expected Li Feng to agree so quickly. It's really good news. But after agreeing with Lam Prefecture, Tanley felt even more pressure. He had to refine elixirs for them while improving his own cultivation. At the same time, He couldn't interrupt the process of refining and using original pills. With less than a month left, he had to increase his speed further. To boost productivity, Tanley planned to buy more medicinal peaks. But good peaks can't be bought with money alone. After the shopkeeper responded, "Yes, later there will be an auction. If something isn't here, it'll be somewhere else." Among them is a precious item called a treasure haul. Just try your luck objectively. Tanley stroked his thoughts. That's how it is. Many items with murky backgrounds can't be sold openly. If we're at an auction, I could bring some items to sell and get a bit of capital. Before, to break through my foundation, I used many medicinal pills. There are still a few things left that can be auctioned off. Looks like we'll just have to take our chances. Fanlai walked up to the registration area and clasped his hands. "Hello, I'd like to buy a talisman." The other person replied, "Sold out already? Come earlier next time." "There's nowhere else. More money is fine too." That person answered, "If it's not there, it's not there. Come today's early next time and everything will be settled." Fanlai hesitantly asked, "Is there really no other way?" The other person reluctantly replied, "We've done our best to serve you here. There truly is no other way. Come earlier the next time." Fanlai sighed and clasped his hands. "All right then, goodbye." He finished speaking and turned to leave when someone passed by from beside. Fanlai was startled as he recognized a familiar figure. The other person also turned to look back. Their eyes met. "Hey, Mr. Lee," New Peak called out in surprise. "I didn't expect to run into my second brother here." Fanlai suppressed his joy. "Did you recognize me?" New Peak asked. The other person replied, "I'm a disciple of Senior Strict. How could I not know that? Mr. Lee also wants to participate in the auction." "Oh," Fanlai sighed regretfully. "That's right, but I came late and there are no more spots left." New Peak smiled. "What a coincidence. I just got the last spot. If Mr. Lee doesn't mind, we could share a room." Fanlai inwardly sighed, "Second brother, I really want to agree. But if someone from New Manor like Furin or Shinwo comes, it might be dangerous. I'll have to decline. I appreciate your kindness, but I'm not sure. Thank you, Brother Hein." Brother Hein waved his hand. "No problem. Today, only me is here. No one else." Fanlai's heart brightened immediately. "That's great," he smiled and replied. "If so, I accept your offer. Let's go to the auction area together." With that, he entered first and then turned back to invite. New Peak opened the door and let him in before turning around to invite again. "Mr. Lee, please come in. This is the room I reserved." Fanlai clasped his hands and thanked Brother Hein. He stepped inside and looked around, then down at a window. The room is on the second floor. Below is the main auction hall. From here, we can see everything clearly. Below it, things are neatly arranged. Everyone is busy setting up items. It's truly a guest room. I wonder how much Elder Strict spent to get this. Brother Hein wants to bid on something valuable. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Fanlai turned around and asked Brother Hein, "Who is it?" New Peak opened the door and said, "It's probably Huang coming to help." Before me stood a familiar figure, Shinwo, father of New Peak. New Peak was surprised. "Father, why are you here?" The new master replied, "Leading us here with the executioner." Following a tall figure was the petite form of new executioner. The boy stammered, "Father, Hail Child apologizes." Newlet noticed Fong taking too long to open the door and went out to inquire. "Brother Titin, what's up?" Then he paused when he saw a familiar figure, his father. Seeing Lit also surprised Titin it. "Lit Fong, why are you here?" Fong quickly explained. "Oh, I invited Master Lit." Father misunderstood. "I thought today you wouldn't come, and couldn't find Master Lit's place either." So he turned to Fong. Newlit bowed and greeted the new master. Newlit hummed, but still approached a seat and said, "If you invited me, I'm honored." Newfon awkwardly smiled at Lit, apologizing, "I didn't know Father would come." Newlit replied, "This room was originally yours. How could I notice? But the young boy understands it's special." He gestured for the child to come over. Fong said, "This is my puppy." New executioner bowed and respectfully clasped his hands. Greeting Uncle Lit. New Lit was surprised at the child. Time flies. Second brother has a son already. Impressive. But the boy's aura is weak. Eyes tired, clearly with health issues. Could it be like me before? Extraordinary talent? Newlit gently held the executioner and asked if he could take his pulse without fear. The medicine won't hurt you. As he took the pulse, the boy's complexion changed. The child's meridians were pitifully weak, like a fragile thread that breaks with a light touch. Moreover, in his four organs, there was a heavy yin presence. No spiritual energy could penetrate. A normal person's life organ is like an empty ball. This one feels more like dense stone. Stone. Could it be a stony organ? New Lit's expression of surprise made New Fong tremble. He couldn't hide anymore. He said, "Master Lit guessed right. It really has a stony organ." The boy trained much harder than others, but still couldn't summon any spiritual energy. My Thay discovered this early on. Otherwise, New Lit continued, new brother would have used the special treasure from the auction to treat him. Yes, even if I have to go bankrupt or risk my life, I must save the puppy. Even if it can't cultivate, I just want it to live a normal life. New Fong was moved and couldn't hold back his tears. Old Master angrily slammed the table. Enough crying, what dignity is left? Fong noted, "Father, are you asking if I plan to auction off the male seedling?" The room fell silent. New Fong respectfully said, "Father, the executioner needs this item. This is the spiritual stones I've saved for a long time. They won't affect our family. Please approve." New Lit snorted. "For years, you were always so strict with me, wanting to find something precious immediately to save your grandchildren. You're completely helpless yourself." New Lit stood up and looked at Fong. "Calm down." Fong hoped, "I've advised you many times already, but you never complied with cultivation. Why do you insist? Didn't all these stones come from our family?" New Fong was speechless and didn't know how to respond. "No, father, this time I won't back down." New Fong firmly said, "Remember Brother 13's case from years ago." When Lit heard this, he sighed involuntarily. The room fell silent for a few seconds. This is indeed something old Lit doesn't want to bring up. It was his own fault. New Fong continued, "That year, Brother 13 also faced the same situation. Father once thought he was incompetent and ignored him. I just regret not being able to stop him back then." Tin Fong was deeply moved. Only his second brother thought of him like this, and only New Dawn still remembered him. New Dawn continued firmly, "Father, I absolutely don't want to become another 13 brother. At least I must fulfill my duty with it." Old Master Tan was furious. He's mad. "What you're saying is that back then, I treated 13 brother unfairly. That's why he left home. You're really bold." New Dawn immediately knelt down and spoke softly like a lullaby. Heine didn't dare to overstep the bounds. Old Master Tan looked at his grown son lying on the ground, full of years. With tears still in his eyes, he said angrily, "Moreover, look how much that male student seed was auctioned for. 1,100 ninths. 1,100 ninths. Is it really expensive?" Newly stepped in and cut off the argument. Both father and son turned around in surprise. "What's this about?" Newly smiled as he repeated behind them, "I said 1,100 ninths isn't that expensive. If it's not enough, just keep adding until you can buy it." New Dawn, who was kneeling, immediately stood up and asked in surprise, "Mr. Lee, do you also want that male student?" "Why so?" Newly walked to the bed, placed his hand on the boy's shoulder, and spoke softly. "Tan brother, don't rush. That male student is for the bed I prepared for you." New Dawn widened his eyes in surprise, speechless. Newly stroked the boy's head and laughed as he said, "Besides, I also give him an extra dragon tiger pill and 100 choice pills every month. Who said I cherish this little one?" Then Newly went to the table and looked at New Yi, "Master, don't worry, that part of the spirit stones is not needed by brother, as I never lack them anyway. But there's a give and take, so New Yi must also take care of the bed." "What does Mr. Lee mean?" Nui folded his arms and pondered. In fact, Nui gains more than loses. He sighed lightly and clasped his hands as he said, having Mr. Lai's attention is the bed's good fortune. Nui bowed in thanks. He continued, the bed is a person of Nui, so the family naturally will take care of it. Don't worry, Mr. Lee. Nui replied, if that's the case, I'm relieved. I have other matters to attend to. Goodbye, son. You really don't want to be near father anymore. After all these years, he remained stubborn. In Nui, there are no tricks or auctions. We can find other ways. Seeing Li Feng about to leave, Tan Fong wanted to call out Mr. Li, but Nui didn't notice and left with the door slamming shut. The three people in the room didn't see the brief change on Li Feng's face. Nui asked his son, when did you start getting along with Li Feng? Tan Fong replied, Father, Heine has never met this person before. Old Master Tan was puzzled. He really cherishes the bed, but something still feels off in my heart. He couldn't figure out what it was. Ben said, okay, you should bring the bed to the state capital first and let me handle the rest. Thank you, Father. There's one more thing. Heine thought we should also reciprocate. Tan Fong continued. Li Feng came to this auction for that upper-grade cauldron. I suggest we bid on the cauldron and then give it to the strict governor's office as a token of gratitude, to show our appreciation. The next morning, Tan Fong indeed brought the medicinal cauldron to the strict governor's office for a gift. But with so many eyes around, Nuli didn't dare to show too much. In the days that followed, everything went more smoothly due to borrowing many nourishing pills. And Nuli quickly advanced to the third level of the precious treasure realm in the spring festival period. Also, the deadline for the Lantern Festival was approaching, but the original essence pill hadn't formed yet, causing Nuli great worry. Now, he kept replaying the alchemist's teachings in his mind. Following that description, he understood the method to make the original essence pill, but why did it keep failing? Every noon, he completed the yin-yang nourishment, triple refinement, and 3 purifications, 7 times. Why is this happening? He shook his head repeatedly and ran towards the bookshelf. The only way left is to review the Heart Sutra again. A moment later, Tanley's eyes widened unconsciously. He kept pounding his fist, sweating profusely, his face turning extremely serious. This is exactly it. Although this record doesn't mention the essence pill, its method of cultivation has similar effects and can be applied. Just as he was about to start refining again, Giano suddenly ran over, banging on the door loudly. Young master, are you there? Liangyu, Tanley's heart skipped a beat. The Spring Festival delegation has arrived. Huh? So fast? The deadline is here. If he can't deliver the essence pill, he might not survive. Damn it! What do we do now? Liangyu hurried to the door. Dakui shouted loudly. Li Fei Feng, I know you're inside. Lord of the Manor, please come out for a meeting. Seeing Tan lie still silent, he immediately threatened, if not, I'll break in. As he finished speaking, Liangyu was about to push open the door when Tan Lai opened it from inside. If you find his pushing uncomfortable, why call him Ami? I heard that, let's go. Not long after, they arrived at the Western City Manor. As soon as they stepped in, Ji Chi Yuang was already waiting. Tan Lai bowed respectfully upon seeing this. Subordinate reports to the Lord of the Manor. Will Ji Chi Yuang anxiously asked immediately. You're here? Where's the essence pill? Haven't you finished refining it yet? Tan Lai shrugged and sighed before answering. Ji Chi Yuang's expression changed upon hearing this. His reproach, though mild, had a sharp edge. Elder Li, how have I treated you? You should understand in your heart. Since working with you, I've let you sell medicinal pills to other prefectures freely. All the spirit herbs you obtained, BBNFA never claimed even a fraction of them. Even your relationship with Titinja, I kept silent about it. Finished talking, he approached Titin Lit. Softly but menacingly, BBNFA ignored all those actions of yours. Yet you responded to me like this? Hearing this, Titin Lit stiffened, his eyes wide in shock. Could someone be following him? Turns out, all his movements are under Ji Yuanqi's control. The image of the surplus immediately appeared in his mind. Could it be him? Titinlit tried to regain composure and continued with a bow. Please, Prefect, forgive me. I have found a solution. Just ask for 3 months from you. A day late, I'll accept punishment. As he finished speaking, his sweat fell like rain as he anxiously waited Ji Yuanqi's reaction. Ji Yuanqi turned around and laughed sarcastically, full of doubt. Another 3 months? Then you want this prefecture to wait another 3 months too, right? That's it. Titinlit quickly shook his head and answered quickly, no, I request these 3 months as the last resort. But Ji Yuanqi still didn't believe him and asked further, what's your plan then? Titinlit lowered his head to explain, Prefect, this medicinal pill requires special timing and location. We need a place where yin and yang energies intersect for daily favorable conditions to expel yin and nourish yang, stimulating the original spirit to aid in alchemy. Ji Yuanqi raised his eyebrows suspiciously upon hearing this. Yin and yang intersection? You're not lying to deceive this prefecture, right? Titinlit maintained a confident expression and continued, I can guarantee that this method is completely accurate. Please give me 3 months. A day late, I'll resign myself. After all, we need him for the medicinal pills, so Ji Yuanqi reluctantly agreed. Alright, if you're sure about it, I'll grant you another 3 months. He turned around and asked further, when do you plan to find a place where yin and yang energies intersect? Titinlit immediately lowered his head. The sooner the better. I'll set out right away. In his heart, he calculated privately. HMPH, I'm not that foolish to rely on that unfounded yin and yang intersection. As long as we're far from Shangyu and ancient city, even if the alchemy fails. Deep mountains or deep valleys are easy, but Ji Yuanqi isn't an easy one to deceive either. He seemed to see through Titinlit's every intention. By the way, if you want to go out for alchemy to ensure safety, I'll send people to escort you. He turned and called loudly. Lingdi, elderly, is departing on this trip. You will be responsible for protecting him and handling all the details. Understand? Lingdi immediately bowed in response. Yes, Prefect, you can rest assured. After arranging everything, Ji Yuanqi looked at Titinlit with a warning tone. If you succeed within these 3 months, I'll not only exempt your punishment, but also reward you heavily. But if it fails, the consequences are clear to you. He waved his hand and continued, go now, wait for good news from you. After that, Titinlit and Lingdi set off. Find a place where yin and yang energies intersect. About 300 miles east of this city is a large mountain. The area is heavily filled with negative energy, desolate without people, and teeming with demons. It's called White Cloud Mountain, and they quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. Titinlit looked around and approved of the location. Everywhere except for soul-devouring cavern, this place is brimming with negative energy, yin and yang energies intersecting very clearly. Lingdi introduced that there's a waterfall here, far away. There's a new cavern with the strongest negative energy, while the positive energy can be found near the peak of the mountain. After walking for some time, Lingdi suddenly became serious and said maybe this place is suitable enough. In front of them was a small pond and a hidden cave. The surroundings were lush with greenery, the scenery clean and fresh. Titinlit saw this and nodded in satisfaction, asking, this location is good. There's even a cave. Seems like you know this place very well. Lingdi raised his eyebrows slightly and responded casually before turning away. Alright, I've only passed through before. Now it's time to set up a French-style battlefield formation here. Tanla noticed the unusual coldness and secretly guessed that Ji Yuanqi must have given him some instructions before leaving. Thinking about this made him even more resentful. While he claimed to protect, in reality, it was more like surveillance. But then, with a satisfied smile, he thought that while dealing with Ji Yuanqi would be difficult, handling Liang Ryu would just be a small matter. Liang Ryu quickly affixed the spirit language seal on the shop door for safety precautions. Tanlai had warned them, for the next 3 months, avoid unnecessary conflicts, don't enter unless permitted by me. Because of the low success rate, any mishap would bring severe punishment from the prefecture governor. Liang Ryu just smiled faintly in response. He showed no concern and silently entered the cave, then said, Senior Lit can focus on practicing his lute. 3 months might seem long but passed quickly. Tanlai began to prepare, using original strings with spirit wood, ghost grass, ice crystal essence, and pure yang true fire for 1 hour of refining. This would yield a refined liquid extract. Next, he added 300-year-old golden star as the guide herb to activate the main herb's properties, then placed everything at the peak. The refinement process took 7 for 9 days. Each day at noon, he would replenish yin and yang to stabilize the medicinal power. Looking at the medicinal peak in front of him, Tanlai raised his eyebrows slightly. Now they could only wait. But he wasn't sure about the success rate. If it succeeds, that's good. Otherwise, he had a backup plan ready. Using the Essence Core decree to change his appearance. 10 days before the deadline, he would find an opportunity to escape. No need for constant disguise in the forest anymore. As soon as Tanlai stepped out of the cave, he saw Liang Ru waiting outside, eyes watching every move. Senior Lit, what are you planning? Tanlai raised his eyebrows slightly and calmly replied with folded arms. I've already put the ingredients in the peak. From now on, we need a barrel of spring water daily for refining pills. I'll go upstream to fetch one first. Liang Ru scratched his face a few times and hurriedly approached. Alright, then let's go together. Tanlai shrugged and moved forward. Good idea, with you following, it feels safer. Let's go then. As they walked, Tanlai glanced at his back with a disdainful look. Yeah, you're indeed a loyal dog. Liang Ru didn't give up and followed closely behind. Senior Lit, don't think about pulling pranks in front of me. Soon enough, they reached the upper stream. The sky above was pitch black like ink, with dense spiritual energy swirling round. Tanlai looked around and sighed. After so many years in Ancient City, this place still feels the most comfortable. Liang Ru responded coldly. The spiritual energy of Upper Stream Ancient City is influenced by Mount Kamchi. It's good but too crowded with cultivators. Tanlai nodded a few times. Yeah, for someone like me, it's better to choose a place with fewer people. But just as he said this, his face suddenly paled and he stood up abruptly. Liang Ru, have you smelled something? Liang Ru looked around suspiciously. Tanlai pointed up at the faint pink smoke hovering in the air. It seems to be coming from the west. Let's check it out. The two immediately followed the gentle scent on the ground. They felt this was extremely strange. What could this smell come from? Tanlai raised his eyebrows and shook his head. It's hard to guess. The border is poor, but deep in the mountains, there are many spiritual creatures. Strange plants and trees grow easily. They kept walking until nightfall without finding any clues, and the scenery around them was quite different from before. Tanlai looked around carefully and said that this place is lush with plants and must be related to some medicinal herbs. Liang Yu frowned, seeming doubtful as it's close to the soul-devouring cavern. Could it be? But then his eyes widened suddenly. Wait, the scent has disappeared. That smell came from the west. We've walked more than 3 miles. Yet it appears so abruptly here. Tanlai didn't think much and carved a deep mark on a nearby tree trunk. Alright, let's mark this spot for now. Tonight, when I infuse more spirit energy into the peak, we'll come back to check again. Liang Yu was curious, but his reserved nature made him respond briefly. Okay. Tanlai felt extremely satisfied inside. He had anticipated that reaction. This is a rare chance to meet such a spirit beast. How could he refuse? Ordinary errand runners can't resist good fortune. Give him some benefit and tell him not to report it up the chain. However, this won't make him turn against his original master, but at least it's beneficial for our future escape plan. Next, we need to see how special that treasure really is. After returning to the cave, Tanlai immediately led the spirit energy into the medicinal peak. A moment later, he stepped out and ran straight in front of Liang Yu, signaling him to follow. The two quickly returned to the tree where they had marked, walking while guessing. Sure enough, that scent is from the soul-devouring toad. Liang Yu nodded several times. It seems correct, and that thing really lies within the toad. The surrounding space was dark and eerie, with strange sounds echoing continuously, making everyone shiver in fear. Suddenly, a beam of light descended from above, immediately drawing their attention. Tanlai said that the cries of the soul here are louder than when I brewed elixirs in the poison cave. Liang Yu nodded and recounted an old story. Back then, there were over 100 soul cultivators in the soul-devouring cavern, specializing in stealing souls from living beings. The ghost souls weren't much of a problem, but when they encountered spirit beasts, suddenly a loud noise made Liang Yu flinch and stop abruptly. Tanlai laughed at the scene. "What's wrong, scared?" Liang Yu only nodded slightly in response. Then Tanlai became serious. "I know brother has broken through to the first stage of foundation establishment. With our strength, we can go a bit deeper without any issues. If danger rises, split up immediately. What do you think?" Liang Yu's hand was trembling noticeably. He took a deep breath and turned to walk forward. "Alright, let's go." Not long after, they saw a small stone tablet. It bore the ominous 3 characters, Soul-Devouring Cavern. Tanlai pointed ahead, quietly said, "We're here." Liang Yu looked around and asked that it's so cold. "I brought my midday charm." Tanlai replied calmly, "Don't worry." Then both continued towards the light source. Just a little more now. Upon reaching, they stood still, unable to utter a word. Before them was a tall tree emitting golden light. It had no leaves but bore round fruits as large as eggs growing between its trunk. Tanlai pondered for a moment. Connect all the surrounding phenomena. That's why many spirit herbs with negative energy have appeared recently. But what special is this contradiction? The clear spirit fruit can be considered a rare treasure. Hearing this, Liang Yu was surprised and asked, "So what does it do?" Tanlai replied immediately that it's the main ingredient for the Mystic Gold Pill elixir, but can also be used directly to boost cultivation temporarily. Hearing this, Liang Yu widened his eyes in shock, unable to speak. Silently glancing at him, he asked softly, "Do you understand my intent?" Even serving the Lord's residence, this clear spirit fruit was originally discovered by us. Look closely, inside it are nurturing 3 real fruits. Could brother intend to hand over all 3 of them to the Lord's residence? D crossed his arms and replied coldly, "Of course, we have to hand it over." Tanlai expected this, so he wasn't surprised. Instead, he gently persuaded. Dai, I know you're loyal, but sometimes you should think about yourself too." These words made Dai immediately doubt. "Are you saying you want the soul fruit for yourself?" Tanlai quickly waved his hand. "Never. Aren't you here with me? Think about it. 3 fruits. I take 1, you take 1, and we give the last to the Lord. This way, we maintain our dignity while gaining something. Why not do it?" These words made Dai ponder deeply. He gritted his teeth as his mind fluctuated wildly. Let me see about this." After some consideration, he finally agreed to Tanlai's reasonable proposal with a nod. But he still maintained a calm demeanor and only hinted lightly. "Fine, if that's the way you want it, we'll split them evenly. But this matter must not be mentioned between us and you." Tanlai smiled contentedly, stepped forward to draw 2 small fruits from the soul fruit, extended his hand towards Dai, and nodded. Of course, he kept 1 for himself and took the other back to give to the Lord, as if completing another task. Congratulations! Thank you for watching. See you next time. The 2 had just taken a few steps when a furious voice echoed behind them. "Who dares to be so bold?" Immediately, a swirling wind approached. Both were terrified and stood still, not daring to move. A green ghost spirit appeared with a fierce expression, sharp teeth like daggers. It immediately lunged with its claws. "This is the soul realm of the true form." It glanced at both of them and shouted. You 2 turned around. Dai frowned. They were discovered. Tanlai only chuckled. Hiding was futile. He had to kill it. The ghost spirit's eyes immediately gleamed with malice as it laughed. "Don't expect to escape now that you're here. I haven't tasted souls from there in a long time. Ha ha." It then launched and attacked towards Tanlai. Fortunately, he was quick enough to dodge. Just 1 move and it shook Tanlai, causing him to sweat profusely. This thing has the power of a 3rd layer true form soul realm. This is not good. He turned towards Dai again. The exorcism spell was useless against this ghost spirit realm. Do you have any other options? After a few blows, Dai panted heavily without saying anything. He rushed to Tanlai with full force, holding a new talisman in his hand. There is a way, hold on and buy me some time. Saying this, he closed his eyes and focused on casting the spell. But there was no reaction even as the ghost spirit advanced closer, making Tanlai anxious. Is it still not ready? He turned to check Dai's condition. Just then, Dai opened his eyes wide and shouted loudly, "Spirit capturing talisman." Following that, he threw the talisman at the ghost spirit. The ghost spirit lunged forward. Its strength was suppressed by the talisman's power. It screamed non-stop. Reluctantly, it cursed humans as a hateful species. Just carry on like this and eventually disappear from here one by one. Seeing this, Tanlai immediately ran over. Come, let's see what happens. After searching thoroughly, they found no trace of the ghost spirit, both sighed in relief. Finally done, Tanlai bowed his head in gratitude to Dai for coming to help. Otherwise, he would have become its meal. Dai turned and left, waving dismissively. No problem. Protecting you is the Lord's order. We should leave now. This is just a temporary seal. It won't be long before it returns. He didn't forget to warn them. Next, focus on refining the spirit essence pill. Whether you deserve punishment or not is your affair, not mine. Upon hearing this, Xinlai remained silent and said nothing more. Then he returned to his cave, feeling tense inside, continuously pondering what had just happened. From Liang Yu's attitude, he guessed that even if he refined the spirit essence pill, his fate might not improve much. The greatest danger now was the depletion of spiritual energy. He looked at the spirit fruit in his hand and considered it. If he decided to run, he needed to prepare everything thoroughly. If something unexpected happened, what would he have left to fight with? Better take a chance. Liang Yu still had to more. If necessary, he would snatch them first. With that thought, he swallowed the fruit in his hand immediately. Outside, Liang Yu took out a talisman and transformed it into a messenger bird. He instructed it to carefully report back to the governor. Then he released it to fly away. Inside, Xinlai felt proud. Ha! Lifeng, you're about to meet your end. After using the spirit fruit, Xinlai's pain intensified immensely. The abundant yang energy in the fruit made his body unable to withstand this power. It was as fierce as a wild beast, tormenting him until he reached the brink of agony. After enduring and struggling for a long time, he finally transformed completely, entering the late stage of spiritual foundation cultivation. With his sigh, he said, having reached the 6th layer of spiritual foundation is good, but it will take some time to stabilize after such rapid advancement. Even though his new strength was still weaker than a demon spirit, facing the depletion of spiritual energy gave him some hope. This made him more confident. Suddenly, a loud noise like thunder echoed, shaking the entire cave. Xinlai frowned and wondered, what's going on? An earthquake? Something is wrong. The tremor came from the spirit soul cavern. He immediately transformed into Lifeng and rushed out of the cave. Inside, he was puzzled. Could the ghost spirit seal have been broken? Upon reaching Liang Yu's side, he asked, Liang Yu, what happened? The other person turned to answer, Elder Lifeng, this is not your concern. Just refine the pill. He even smiled slightly. What's going on? Could it be that you finished refining the spirit essence pill in just 2 months? Xinlai was shocked. Had he been secluded for such a long time? But his expression remained firm. Liang Yu, I warn you, this place is not your domain. Liang Yu immediately replied that the governor ordered him to ensure your safety here. You want me to stay here? Xinlai asked again, Governor, has the governor arrived? Inside, he suddenly felt cold. It was over. Could it be that Liang Yu reported the Spirit Soul Cavern incident to Tichuanqi? No, if I had been secluded for so long, Tichuanqi should have come looking by now. Could he have other motives? Thinking this, Xinlai almost fell when Liang Yu pushed him. He shouted, Hey, step out of the cave entrance, and he saw a bright light flickering from afar behind several mountains. It was indeed the direction of the Spirit Soul Cavern. Liang Yu shouted loudly. Lifeng, what are you planning to do? Xinlai only grunted and replied, nothing much, I'll go back inside to refine more pills. Inside, Xinlai felt uneasy. Everything was becoming unpredictable. Tichuanqi's actions were strange and hard to understand. If Liang Yu really reported the spirit fruit incident, leaving would not be easy. In the days that followed, Xinlai secretly observed the outside movements. Tichuanqi was nowhere to be seen, while Liang Yu stayed by the cave entrance without moving an inch. Occasionally, the spirit soul cavern flashed brightly as if there were intense battles, but he could not go see due to constant surveillance. Thus, the last month passed. Xinlai held a newly refined pill in his hand. The black pill emitted cold energy and finally succeeded in refining the spirit essence pill. A pill like this was clearly meant for soul cultivators. Could Tichuanqi's specialty be manipulating soul cultivators? Outside, someone called out, Elder Lifeng, the governor has arrived. Please come out to meet him. Xinlai replied, okay, I'll go right away. When Tichuanqi saw him approaching, he asked if he had refined the spirit essence pill. Xinlai responded with a bow and said, Governor, your subordinate did not disappoint your expectations. Please test it. Tichuanqi took the cold energy pill and chuckled lightly. Yes, this spiritual energy aura is indeed from the spirit essence pill. Elder Lifeng was like a lucky star for the academy. He worked hard but never received due recognition. It's ironic Luan Dai thought so. He smiled gently at Shuxia, and Luan Dai, a longtime trusted friend, immediately understood. Taking her hand in agreement, Shuxia knew what he meant. Even a fool would understand the implications. Could he really be so heartless as to leave without looking back? Liang Du stepped forward, his aura swirling into an orange sphere that issued warnings. He curved his lips and said with eyes aglow, Elderly, may your journey be safe. Lai's eyes immediately narrowed, a thunderous boom echoed, and he was gone in a flash. A mud explosion sounded, engulfing the space where Li stood in a violent blast. As the smoke cleared, Li was nowhere to be seen. Liang Du snorted coldly, saying, Run fast, Protector Li, if you live, I'll find you. If you die, I'll see you soon. Liang Du's lips twitched. Don't worry, Lord Propriety, Han will have a hard time escaping. Tanley hastily leaped out of the dense forest. Han blamed himself for underestimating them, not expecting such a sudden betrayal. Perhaps it was because the full moon elixir was in his possession. Suddenly, he unexpectedly helped protect himself from this major calamity. That old man would never have imagined being betrayed by the accumulated essence. It might be the price for his life. Before Tan Lai's eyes appeared Liang Du, how could something so fast happen? Looking at Protector Li struggling, panting heavily, Liang Du burst into a mocking laugh. Elderly, why don't you keep running? Run some more. Tanley secretly thought, how did he get here first? This is illogical. He tried to remember something. A few months ago, when they entered this area together with Liang Du, they had a conversation. Tanley asked clearly about the terrain of White Cloud Mountain. Looking straight at him, Tanley reminded Liang Du not to forget the kindling fruit and said confidently that he had already handed over all his shares to the Lord Propriety. The share from Tanley would be obtained by killing him. His eyes looked at Li like a prey on a chopping block. Seeing you about to die, I won't hide anything. For years, he was an insider for the Lord Propriety, secretly following you all along. Even joining the alliance was your bright side. I was in the dark. Unfortunately, no useful information could be extracted. He firmly pressed his foot to the ground with a resounding thud. Releasing his aura, he said to Li. With rupture spear, he lunged and struck Tanley directly. Tanley dodged the deadly move skillfully. Twisting around, he grabbed Liang Du's wrist tightly. A strong strike sent Liang Du sprawling to one side. Liang Du fell heavily onto the ground, his body dragging over stones. He staggered up in shock. This wasn't a move from a late-stage Chi Foundation stage practitioner. Tanley took the thunderous rod from him and looked down, saying, I'll return one bolt of thunder for you. Let's call it even between us. Saying that, he launched the thunderous rod forward. Liang Du screamed in pain and immediately activated his spirit barrier to defend. The two streams of aura collided with a loud boom, shaking the entire forest. As Tan Li's vision cleared, Taiyu Enki blocked for Liang Du. He knelt on one knee in obeisance. Taiyu Enki scolded softly, "Lord Propriety saved you personally." Liang Du was really bold. He had no limits. His expression changed instantly as he smiled falsely at Tanli. He never knew Elder Li's true strength. He must have reached late-stage Qi Foundation. Tanli replied, "It seems the Lord Propriety has no intention of giving me a way out. Indeed, who has ever seen the full moon elixir? The Academy wants them to cease existing." This made Liang Du stiffen. He looked at his master and said, mustering all his courage, Taiyu Anki continued, "With my 8th stage Qi Foundation strength, what can you do?" Tanli understood he couldn't escape. His aura rose. Han said, "To this point, it's useless for me to say anything. Taiyu Anki, either you die today or I perish." Suddenly, a furrow appeared between Taiyu Anki's brows as he exclaimed, "You're not Li Feng." Tanli revealed his true identity and unleashed all his strength. Han said, "This world has no Li Feng. My name is Tanli. My aura is now visible." Han's face fell, his voice cold. "Taiyu Anki, I don't want to fight you. It was you who forced me. Don't blame me for not showing mercy." Titingayan Kit snorted dismissively and said he wanted to kill him. Tan Lit is still too green for that. Who thinks they can escape their master's palm after reaching the 6th stage of Foundation establishment? Tan Lit didn't bother replying, just hummed lightly. He helped bring his full strength to challenge, so let's see what true power really is. Ling Di beside him worriedly shouted, "Master, be careful." Meanwhile, Titingayan Kit was still laughing loudly. In his hand, a purple and blue ball of lightning coalesced with electric sparks. He sneered at his opponent, truly doesn't know his own limits. Then, from the ball, a series of lightning bolts shot straight forward. These bolts didn't hit their target, but exploded loudly on the ground instead. Titingayan Kid appraised with a smirk. "Oh, your magical body is quite swift too. What about this then?" The ball of lightning in his hand expanded and flew up. A series of lightning bolts like sharp arrows rained down with deadly force. Tan Lit observed the chaotic scene before him, silently assessing that his opponent's speed and power had increased significantly. Now only direct combat remains. He still swung his sword with spirit energy, chopping to meet the incoming thunderbolts. A half-wave swept over. Again, Tan Lit hastily used spirit energy to block. As he blocked one strike, his other hand quickly summoned a talisman. It was a talisman that made Titingayan Kit unable to guess what Tan Lit intended. Without giving the opponent time to think, Tan Lit softly roared like a tiger. Boom! The ground in front shook as if collapsing. The explosion swept everything away. Titingayan Kit calmly mocked. Such shaking wouldn't even affect a child for him. Don't talk about causing damage, let alone making him waver. From behind, Tan Lit pressed close. His sword slashed down with spirit energy, and the other hand drew another talisman. He decisively formed a cloud sword and immediately struck straight. "Don't be too arrogant," Titingayan Kit angrily shouted. Fresh blood spurted from his body. Ling Di outside was alarmed at the sight. No one expected that Tan Lit's hand would bleed and his sword shatter. Titingayan Kit looked at him coldly, his spirit energy depleted. "Your right arm is useless now. What else do you have to say?" Tan Lit sighed, "Indeed, you're formidable. But from now on, the one who must die will never be me." Scheme! Reversing his words, he drew out a bright purple talisman. A huge shadow scheme appeared behind him, glaring at the opponent with intent. Titingayan Kit was surprised. He had both spirit beasts. Roaring loudly, "Don't dream of using a second-rank spirit beast to defeat me." He charged straight, but suddenly found his hand caught by a bright thread. He wondered how this happened. When did it bind him? Tan Lit's eyes gleamed with joy. The time for counterattack had come. At this moment, Titingayan Kit was still struggling to escape from the threads that ensnared him. He tried burning the threads, but it was too late. He could only think of two bad words. Stealthily, the Wind and Thunder talisman fell to the ground with a smile. Now to burn them is too late. The poison silk has already seeped into his skin. Wait for your realm and cultivation to decline. When the power from the treasure surges, making Tit and Gaian Kit tremble in fear, that's the Wind and Thunder talisman. How did you get it? Tan Lit replied straightforwardly, indeed, now look at me standing between the shadow scheme and the Wind and Thunder talisman. Guess who must die today? Tit and Gaian Kit regained his composure, lightly saying, even though I'm scared, this isn't something that can't be resolved. But after all this time of combat, do you still have enough spirit energy to maintain everything? Tan Lit held up a medicinal pill and said, could it be you forgot who my master is? He remembered something? His face serious. Could it be? Tan Lit continued, yes, from the start, I used Dragon Tiger Pill and Heavenly Selection Pill to restore spirit energy. Apart from some minor injuries, I barely suffered any harm. You, continuously attacking with great force, might have consumed more than half your spirit energy. Controlling high-grade spirit energy and second-rank talismans is a huge drain. The one who's exhausted now is you. See how long you can hold on. Moreover, with these poison silk threads, even if you still have spirit energy, it will deplete twice as fast. Tit and Gaian Kit today will find it hard to escape death. Tit and Gaian Kit laughed and clapped in approval. Everything fits well. Even the Master's Pavilion would praise you. I guess right, did you stick poison silk during your ambush? You even accepted losing an arm. That decisiveness is both brave and cunning. As you said, my master's spirit energy has almost run out now. This battle, you've won half of it. Too bad the calculation isn't enough. Finally, you will die. If you leave here, it will become a major disaster in the future. He took out a scroll, and black-green aura instantly spread out. Tan Lit saw this and tightened his grip on the black jade slip, feeling an extremely eerie spirit energy. A huge ghost soul floated out, its eyes glowing, emitting dangerous black aura all over its body. It looked down and laughed sinisterly, regretting it. Jizi Yuan, she shouted, don't talk nonsense here. There are 3 living souls in this place, enough for you to enjoy. 1 beast spirit, 1 late-stage human cultivator. Seeing Liang Yu, it burst into laughter and asked the ghost soul, is he your subordinate? So does that make him a sacrifice too? Liang Yu panicked and pleaded with the master, spare my life. I may not have done much, but I've worked hard. Jizi Yuan, she laughed coldly, stop talking nonsense. To get this ghost soul to act, you need living souls as sacrifices. Otherwise, why do you think I keep your life? No one survives after seeing the original pill. Don't dream of survival. Liang Yu's face turned pale and couldn't believe his master was so ruthless. He looked at the ghost soul laughing weirdly. Blame Jizi Yuan Chi if you want to. A mournful scream echoed through the forest as Liang Yu was sucked dry by the ghost soul, leaving no trace. It's over. When he dies, it will be my turn next. Tan Lit understood the serious situation and immediately called out Miu's image and the real rival flag. Just in time, the bathhouse would treat you like a kitten with great care. He rushed towards the shadow, which poured down like a waterfall, causing Miu's image to be dragged back by ghostly spirits, only able to cry helplessly. Tan Lit felt his heart tighten as he witnessed this scene. Liang Yu had just finished refining when the shadow was completely sucked away. Could the person in front of him be an old soul? After devouring to prey, the ghost spirit grew stronger, looking at Tan Lit like a feast. Brat, you're unlucky to meet me. Hand over your soul here. He repeated this again with a frenzied voice. Brat, quickly give up your soul. Tan Lit was not afraid and gripped his magical weapon, shouting, dreaming, seal the coffin. The ghost spirit made a cold sound, but showed no sign of stopping. His magical weapon missed its target, causing him to shake. It passed through him. That's right, he was just a phantom body. The coffin sealing technique did not harm him at all. Seeing Tan Lit swinging his magical weapon wildly like dancing, the ghost spirit laughed cruelly, ha ha ha, see you in our next life. Tan Lit stared at the ghost spirit closing in on his life. He had no means to resist. Its hand lightly touched his chest. His life was about to end. Suddenly, everything froze in an instant. A star fragment suddenly appeared before Tan Lai. It emitted a soft yet dazzling golden light. The ghost spirit became panicked. Here, what is this? Before he could think, the star fragment suddenly glowed and blinded him. The ghost spirit couldn't bear the harsh light. It clutched its head and screamed, "No! No! No! Ah! Ah! Ah!" In just a second, his body shattered into pieces and vanished. When everything settled down, the star fragment like a small cat crawled into Tanley's reverse bathhouse, making him turn black. What happened? The essence of the star fragment appeared in its true form and destroyed the evil spirit. Perhaps this rule is similar to refining medicinal pills. Fortunately, thanks to the star fragment's help, he wouldn't have shared Li Yongyu's fate. Plop! The scroll containing the ghost soul fell heavily on the ground, proving it was truly destroyed. Jizi and she panicked. No, this can't be happening. People could escape being devoured by a wraith and lose their souls. Tanley's heart still pounded after narrowly escaping death. He smiled. I must thank the master for supporting me for so many years. If not for the star fragment's help, I wouldn't have been able to face him initially. Jizi Yuanshi looked at the scroll and angrily shouted, "That useless one, just half a month ago, I gave him a wraith soul to devour. Yet now he loses to a late-stage human cultivator." Tanlai recalled, half a month ago, the wraith, could it be the child he met when picking the spirit fruit? The explosion and ground tremor back then. Turns out Jiziyu Enki is currently in a battle. Tanley's face was cold as he said to him, "It's useless to talk. You drained your spirit energy by summoning evil spirits and reaped what you sowed." Sigh, Jiziyu Enki. Alright, I admit today's luck is bad, losing to you. But don't think killing me means everything ends here. Just wait and see. Tanlai didn't let him say more. He shouted as he lunged forward with his phantasmal puppet technique. "Stop being so cocky." Feng nodded in agreement. Facing death, Jiziyu Enki twisted his lips into a distorted smile. Longshan harbored hatred. Wine surge. No, Tanlai is right. Letting you live for a few more days might be fine too. You'll regret your decision today later on. Ha ha ha. He raised his neck and laughed loudly. Only then did Tanlai dare to sigh in relief. Finally, Jiziyu Enki fell down. Using all his strength and a bit of luck, it was indeed dangerous but not fatal. Seeing the attack from that guy, he didn't feel any deep conspiracy. But then his expression gradually darkened as he used only pure primordial yang spirit energy. Why did he get involved with soul cultivators? This guy is hiding too many secrets. I guess we can only return to the Upper Yuan ancient city. At Fuxiasek, the phantasmal lord suddenly disappeared. We need a way to outmaneuver the elders. This place cannot be stayed in anymore. I have to quickly get his knapsack and leave. Saying that, Tanlai gathered all the treasures from Jiziyu Enki and vanished. Not long after, he returned to the Upper Yuan ancient city. As he left, he cautiously observed his surroundings. After 3 months away, it was finally time to return to the Upper Yuan. But this tense feeling of a sword drawn indicates something is amiss. He quickly approached a young man and whispered, "Brother, may I ask, what has been happening in the Upper Yuan city recently?" The other person widened his eyes and answered, "What? Unaware of the situation? The western city is in chaos. Tianzun, the leader of the eastern city, suddenly launched an unexpected attack on the Black Market Alliance in the western city for some unknown reason. It was also said that Tianzun came from Tu, and even the city lord, Hui Shijing, didn't dare to intervene anymore." He continued, originally both sides were evenly matched, but for some reason, the black market's Jiziyu Enki fled hastily. It took a month before he reappeared, and Tianzun seized control of the western city during this opportunity. Tanlai nodded. Of course, Jiziyu Enki wouldn't be there anymore. "A month ago, I went to buy Yun Mountain and dealt with him then." The man quickly turned away as he walked, shaking his head. This way, the black market's western city will definitely fall. Everyone wants a piece of it. It's really hard to save them now. Tanlai heard this and immediately thought about the urgent situation. He must investigate Jiziu Anki's secrets before Qianzun attacks the black market headquarters. Saying that, he quickly headed towards the black market headquarters, hiding behind a large wall, carefully observing every movement before making his move. Good, it seems safe here. I have to get in soon. In front of the headquarters were two strong men guarding, weapons always at hand, ready for battle. Tanlai merely smiled and used his concealment technique. With his 6th-stage foundation establishment realm, they couldn't detect him. And not long after, Tanlai successfully entered deeper into the building. He immediately found a way down to the secret basement. Glancing around, he continued to speculate. I didn't expect there to be a small cave under the headquarters. It seems Jiziu Anki's secrets are hidden here. However, this place is too simple. Apart from a wooden box on the table and an ancient stone tablet with unfamiliar characters, nothing else was present. Just touching it, the spirit essence began to activate, emitting bright light, making him stand still in shock. What's happening? Why did the spirit essence activate by itself? He stared at the distorted scene before him, completely unable to believe his eyes. The ancient inscriptions on the stone tablet gradually lit up, recording that the demon transformation was due to 9 immortal cultivators. 6 people practiced necromancy and 3 practiced spirit cultivation, founding this together. The necromancers were deeply attached, not afraid to use any means. The cultivators remained rational, studying day and night with clear minds. In the end, 18 of them unlocked a technique that could simultaneously manipulate yin and yang qi. However, when practicing this transformation, one must take to types of elixirs, otherwise their body would explode and die. These were the immortal elixir and the demon severing pill. I've always been skeptical, but now I can understand these texts. He continued reading, regretting that the demon severing pill was lost, only leaving behind the method of preparation. If a descendant is fortunate enough to possess this elixir, follow the cultivation methods here. They might reach the realm where one body embodies both immortality and demonhood. If successful, the benefits are immense. He looked down at the golden pill in the wooden box, nodding repeatedly. This was indeed the immortal elixir. There was another demon-severing pill, but it had disappeared. Only the method of preparation remained. According to records, it is entirely black, emitting a chilling aura. He couldn't help recalling past events and wondered if this demon-severing pill might be that item. If so, he would have received an unexpected gift from Ji Qi. Before he could finish speaking, the cave suddenly shook violently as rocks fell down. Lin Tian frowned. Clearly, it was a magical raised disturbance. Moreover, it seemed to originate right here, making him suspicious. Could Tan Tian have arrived so quickly? HMPH, you couldn't have come at a worse time. The immortal demon transformation isn't even recorded yet. We can't let anyone else find out. It must be elderly who takes action, he thought, and immediately activated the luminescent bone core technique, transforming into a fierce wind. Inside the Ji Qi, smoke and flames rose fiercely, with bodies lying everywhere. Tan Tian, the head of East Shangyu, an ancient city, laughed loudly, mocking him. He never expected Lady Lin to conspire with the black market. This truly broadens my horizons. Lin Duqian glanced at him half-heartedly and replied sarcastically, Tan Tian, you're a lowly thief who dares to come to Shangyu, an ancient city, to play tricks on us. Tan Tian showed no shame. He laughed loudly, approaching Lin Duqian step by step. We can't keep him here then. Killing him will earn the credit for extinguishing the fire first. Lin Duqian frowned and coldly replied, stop talking nonsense and throw the talisman at Han. Clear Sky Pavilion. This tactic didn't harm Tan Tian in any way. Han jumped aside, dodging while taunting him. Haha, Lady Lin is still as strong as rumored. She used a level to protective talisman right from the start. It seems the Lin family's knowledge of magic runs deep. Then he gently landed, spread his arms, and smirked. I've changed my mind now. Using people can be more effective than threats. Scaring Lin Tuofeng isn't bad. His aura burst out fiercely around him. Seeing this, Lin Duqian was momentarily stunned, speechless. This is the fourth layer of true foundation. Tan Jian widened his eyes at her, sighing deeply. Let's see your next move. She opened her eyes wide, her entire body seemed frozen. His magic was too fast. Tan Jian laughed heartily. Where did that earlier composure go? Lady Lin, this ends here. He swung his shovel down hard and dismissed the complaints for Tuifeng to hear. With a word, he slashed her neck. Lin Duqian snapped awake in an instant but managed to dodge, narrowly escaping death. She was injured in the shoulder, bleeding profusely, gritting her teeth through the pain. Tan Jian was slightly surprised. Just a shoulder wound, and yet such a quick reaction. Her sweat never stopped. Holding her wounded shoulder, she said with effort, Tan Jian, I won't spare you. He remained calm, lifting his injured arm to laugh mockingly. Haha, don't get excited, this pain is laced with poison. Even late-stage True Foundation practitioners can't handle it. The more force you use, the faster the poison activates. You'll feel your body gradually paralyze in half an hour. You won't move at all. As he spoke, her legs turned weak and limp. She collapsed to the ground. Tan Jian walked leisurely towards her, shaking his head. Finally, you're just a spoiled princess. Before handing you over to the master, I can still do some fun things. His smile now showed defeat. Lin Duqian's eyes gradually blurred. She clutched her head and panted heavily. You are truly despicable. My head hurts so much. Tan Jian only laughed. Bring your hand closer to her. He looked thrilled. Don't resist anymore. Be good and listen to me. That will make it less painful. Ha ha ha. Lin Duqian clenched his teeth tightly. Close your eyes and endure. His whole body trembled violently. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from behind. Yes, you're right. At the same time, a powerful force surged, slicing through Tan Jian's arm, causing it to fall off with blood spurting out. Tan Jian turned pale and his breathing became erratic. He screamed in pain, my hand, that person is none other than him. Who else? It's Xin Lai. He glanced back briefly and loudly said, thank the Lin Mansion for their assistance to the Black City. I speak on behalf of the master. Thank you, Miss Lin. Your wound needs immediate treatment. For now, don't use your spiritual energy to avoid complications. With a single word, he instructed her to leave everything to him, causing Lin Duqian to stare at the scene before her. She hesitated and could only whisper a few words. Mr. Lai, Mr. Tan Jian is still dazed. He stepped back several steps, his face filled with fear. You, who are you? Xin Lai sneered and replied succinctly, a disciple of the Great Gate of Strict Reverence, a senior from the Black City. Lai Feng, if you've chosen to confront me today, you won't be leaving here alive. Saying this, he took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, and locked eyes with his opponent. Don't worry, this will end soon. Round him, an extraordinary aura emanated, causing Tan Jian to turn pale immediately. He couldn't believe it. Piss? What? Sixth floor of the toilet. Lin Duqian began to lose her composure. She could only call softly, Mr. Lai. Then she fell unconscious. In a daze, she remembered their previous meeting with Xin Lai, his firm attitude. Father, please forgive me. I can't accept this marriage. Actually, I knew Miss Lin had no intention of marrying. She wasn't sincere at all. She only wanted to use me to avoid the arranged marriage. Those words stabbed her heart like a needle. It left her speechless. She lowered her head and said, I'm just. And right then, she gradually regained consciousness, finding herself in an unfamiliar room, which alarmed her. From the corner of the room, Xin Lai stood by the medicine cabinet with a calm voice. Are you awake? Even though I've given you a restorative, I advise you to rest more. She sat up and asked in surprise, Mr. Lai Feng, where are we? Xin Lai opened a red box and replied, this is the Lin Mansion. After you fainted, I brought you here. Aren't you worried about being in an unfamiliar place? Lin Duqian shook her head calmly. There are things that one feels upon waking up. There's no need to panic. As for Tan Jian, he's gone. Xin Lai responded coldly. You're dead. If you think the restorative came from nowhere? After you fainted, Black City people arrived. Tan Jian died due to excessive blood loss. He looked at her with a raised brow, but noted that she still had undissolved poison in her body and needed treatment for her wound. He handed her a prescription and instructed carefully, after you return home, drink the medicine for several days to completely expel the toxins. For your shoulder wound, handle it yourself later. This is our alchemy room. We have bandages here. Lin Duqian touched her shoulder with doubt. Didn't you do anything to me just now? Xunlai laughed. If I did something, would I be having this conversation so calmly? Besides, didn't you say that once you wake up, everything will make sense? I'm not like Tan Tian. But wait, he paused as if realizing something. You don't know how to handle your own wounds. Those words made Lin Duqian fall silent like a statue. Xunlai sighed in disappointment at her silence. 5960. Xunlai sighed in disappointment. Miss Lam, the wound needs to be treated immediately, otherwise it will affect your cultivation fundamentally. Then he approached her calmly. Please forgive me. He sat down beside her and began carefully tending to the wound. Lam Dushan remained silent, her face slightly flushed with embarrassment. Occasionally, she glanced at Xunlai, her face heating up for a moment. Suddenly, she realized that Li Feng looked very much like Xunlai. Even their frowns were almost identical. This made her widen her eyes in surprise, gasping and instinctively pulling back her hand. Seeing this strange reaction, Xunlai asked, Miss Lam, what happened? She immediately turned away, stammering, I'm fine. Then she raised a hand lazily, closing her eyes to calm down. I'm fine. After finishing the treatment, Xunlai nodded. That's all right now. Then he stood up and Lam Dushan softly replied, May I ask a question? Were you the one who saved the disciple of the 3 great families at Bashui Lodge 3 years ago? Hearing this, Xunlai paused slightly, surprised she asked. Lam Dushan recounted everything clearly. Before I passed out, I saw you fighting Tianjin. His cultivation level is 6th tier. The story of losing blood and dying was just a lie, right? Xunlai responded in a low voice. If you already know, why ask? Lam Dushan became even more confused. Her hand clenching tighter, she pondered the nature of this person. Saving people but not accepting credit. High cultivation yet pretending to be weak. Why do such things? These words made Xunlai suddenly angry. He turned around and frowned. If that wasn't the case, how could I have broken his arm? Do you think Tianjin is so easy to kill? Saying this, he frowned deeply. About the Lam family's help for the black market. Why? Lam Dushan answered directly. Currently, the Lam family and Bashui Lodge are in a decisive battle on Kanchi Mountain. Any movements related to the black market must not be overlooked. As a Muk family member, I cannot ignore those involved with us. Hearing this, Xunlai still felt something was off. He asked again, Isn't it true? The Black Market Alliance isn't still holding onto other elders, right? Why were there only you back then? She shook her head. To catch the enemy, one must capture their leader first. After deliberating, we decided to lure the main force of the enemy elsewhere. While I will directly defeat Tianjin. Just that. Hearing this, Xunlai understood. He folded his arms and continued speculating. Just that you have higher cultivation than me, right? Thank you for watching. See you next time. Inside Xunlai, she suddenly felt pity for her. In the end, she's just a young lady who hasn't experienced much, easily exploited without realizing it. While Lam Dushan showed clear disappointment, after clarifying everything, Xunlai only gave a few instructions before turning to leave. Alright, if you're fine, I must return to the black market first. There's still much work there, just stay here and rest. Before stepping out of the door, he turned back with a light smile. Don't overthink it. The result is clear. Tianjin is dead. At West Capital Upper Plain, when Elder Lu returned, she immediately stood up to inquire. Lu Tianji's voice was heard first. Elderly, you're back. Where's the master of the estate? Lai Shangdo couldn't hide her worry either. 3 months ago, Liu Yu received orders to escort you out of the ancient city. Lu Rui turned around in surprise. Could all this not have been arranged by the master of the estate? Xunlai kept a calm demeanor and nodded slightly. Indeed, there was such an incident, but it's been 3 months already. The master ordered us to go out and find a special herb. Once we complete that, I'll return to refine elixirs. Do any of you see something wrong with this?" Lei Rui frowned and shouted, "No, you're lying. We asked the gate guards. There's no record of your return to the ancient city." Hearing this, Tan Lai was slightly shocked. He had forgotten that crucial detail. "Yes, when I returned, I didn't wear Li Feng's appearance. They completely changed their stance. This time, we were careless." Lu Tainjia looked even more smug as he crossed his arms and laughed coldly. "What now? Li Feng, you can't say anything anymore, right? If you obediently hand over the cunning bag and resign as an elder, promising not to step foot in the ancient city again, we'll let it go. Otherwise." Before he could finish, Tan Lai cut him off. He quickly regained his composure, shrugged, and said, "What's the point of all this? Don't you want the market master position so badly? I didn't want to compete, but you forced my hand. And if that's the case, I'll have to fight for it." As he spoke, his tone suddenly changed, becoming cold enough to chill one's bones. The three elders were stunned and speechless at this scene. Here is the 6th level entrance. Li El swept a glance over them and extended his hand. "Do you really think I'm easy to bully? For years, the market has relied on my strength. With your cultivation, who dares claim superiority, by the way? The master won't be returning." Lei Rui couldn't believe it. Huang He asked, "What now?" "Elderly, what did you say?" Tan Lai sighed and said clearly, "You three still don't understand. I mean, the master won't be returning because he's already dead." Lu Tainjia widened his eyes in confusion. "You say the master is dead, could it be you did it?" Tan Lai decided not to hide anymore and smiled coldly. "Yes, that's right. Ji Yuan Qi has died. From now on, I'll lead the Market Alliance. If you challenge me, come forward." He glanced at them and said directly, "How about it? Want to try?" Immediately, all three quickly knelt and clasped their hands in a salute. "Salute the master." Tan Lai's expression softened slightly. "Very good. Last night, we killed Tong Tian. We've won big. The Eastern City territory is now under my control. In the future, Market's position will no longer be shaken. As for Tong Tian spoils, share them among yourselves." Hearing this, they widened their eyes in disbelief. Tan Lai continued, "Don't worry so much. I won't be as harsh as Ji Yuan Qi. From now on, everything will continue as usual." Lu Tainjia was overjoyed and repeatedly bowed. "The master's grace is like this. Subordinates are even more grateful." Tan Lai continued speaking. "Regarding Ji Yuan Qi's death, just report that he went on a trip to the 4 seas of cloudy travel. His return date is uncertain. Do you understand?" Lei Rui was slightly stunned. Isn't this the same excuse he used to cover up Senior Yan's absence before? So does that mean Yan has also left? Silent and enigmatic, Tan Lai turned away but remembered that cultivation is paramount for him. "For ordinary matters in the alliance, you three handle them yourselves. If anyone dares to target the market, I'll deal with it personally." The three elders immediately knelt and said in unison, "We subordinates will do our utmost to handle everything without disappointing the master." Tan Lai nodded. "Good then, send someone if you need anything." Lines 39 to 40 are repeated, so I'll skip them for brevity. Lines 51 to 60 are also repeated, so I'll stop here to maintain the exact line count. He couldn't help feeling satisfied. True power and virtue must be wielded together to achieve results. This is the taste of power, not bad at all. From today on, most of the ancient Shangyu city's underground forces are under his control. No longer worried about lacking spirit stones or talismans, there are even rebirth and accumulation treasures left behind. Cultivation methods seem as easy as carrying a hand. But if he continues like this, his outcast status might be easily exposed, making it hard for him to freely enter and exit the city. However, now that Ma Shallow has not rushed to retaliate yet, first, let's restore our original appearance. Upon returning to the new mansion that day, Tan Lai found Lin Duanye had left, leaving only a letter saying urgent battlefront duties required her to rush forward. Tanlai didn't mind and immediately started practicing new spells in the secret chamber. Only then did he realize the essence Corpil was actually a demon Corpil. To reach the immortal demon coexistence realm, GQ had to use the demon Corpil as support, and the cultivation process must be completed before entering the Ascension realm. It can be seen that GQ has long reached the late foundation establishment stage, but deliberately held back his cultivation progress. Otherwise, once he enters the Ascension realm unprepared, he won't have a chance to survive. The three transformations of immortals are inherently tyrannical and unparalleled. In the secret cave, there's only one Ascension pill, no recipe included. There's only one chance, win and rule, lose, and be done with everything. Thinking this way, Tanlai broke out in a cold sweat, his face tense. He took a deep breath, opened his mouth, and swallowed the spirit pill down. Meanwhile, at the Kamchi mountain base, Lam Tuifeng nodded then said, "Although you've done well killing Tongqian this time, why did it take 3 days for you to return?" Lam sighed. He was slightly injured during battle and took a bit longer on his way back. "Father, how is the situation now?" Lam Tuifeng paused before answering that Tongqian's death means Ma Shallow has lost an arm. His plans in ancient Shangyuan have also crumbled. This might be beneficial for us, but Mr. Bong's face turned worried. Ma Shallow suddenly entered the Ascension realm unexpectedly. The Three Waters' morale has greatly improved due to this. The alliance is pushed to the brink of collapse. Hearing this, Lin Duanye was startled. How could this be? "Father, his sudden change must mean something's amiss." Lam Tuifeng nodded. "I think so too. But now isn't the time to investigate how he broke through." Not finishing his sentence, a soldier rushed in breathlessly and shouted, "Scouts report urgent alert." At 7 a.m. on July 16th, the Patriarch of Vast Heart Sect ordered all demons to attack Lam Family Manor, killing the Patriarch of the Lam family, Lam Duyang. Hearing this, Lam Tuifeng's face turned pale. It was a feint to draw attention away from his real target, the Lam family headquarters. He immediately turned around and shouted, "All troops retreat to the Lam family manor." At midnight under a clear moon, everything seemed peaceful on the outside, but no one knew that in just a moment, a bloodbath would unfold at the Lam family manor. Among the gathered demons, someone from the Lam family stood quietly observing the terrain, each eager to plunder what they could of the Lam family's wealth as if dividing a large cake. He heard a soft hiss. The man turned and saw an enigmatic youth behind them, wearing a hood. Hanli stared at the mysterious youth with discomfort. Another rival had arrived. It seemed there would be many strong opponents tonight. The old man beside him laughed, further emphasizing how exciting this situation was. Isn't it true that those far away are unaware of what treasures Lam family has hidden, and they will rush to take them all at once? Such an opportunity is hard to pass up. Just be careful not to overextend yourself. The newly arrived youth remained silent amidst the crowd, unsure of his plans. Suddenly, a strong wind blew from above. Those below cried out in alarm as the Patriarch of Vast Heart Sect had arrived. In the sky, old Vast Heart stood on his sword, flying towards them. Behind him were numerous swordsmen following closely. He was the first to land. His subordinates immediately rushed forward to report. Within 800 miles around here, anyone who could arrive has gathered in large numbers. Just looking at the mysterious stranger, old Vast Heart snorted coldly. If they are from the demonic path, that's good. The rest don't matter. He glanced at everyone and said, "Today, this sect invites you all to Lam family because of the prosperity of the demonic path. When Lam family suppressed us, your hearts were filled with resentment. Now, we hear that Lam Duyang has transformed into a demon, his essence energy depleted. As long as he is killed, you can take whatever treasures from Lam family you want. This sect will never monopolize them. Alright, the time has come, let's move in together." Everyone immediately followed old Vast Heart into the rear courtyard of the Lam family. The people inside the Lam family responded to the sudden attack by immediately counterattacking. The battle was intense. The sound of a demon fan echoed loudly throughout the courtyard. One demon waved his fan, and with one strike, The head in front fell to the ground. He cheered triumphantly. It had been a long time since he felt such excitement. He looked up to see a member of the Lin family standing before him. Beside her was an attendant who was trembling and holding a sword. The demon glanced at the woman, then laughed mockingly. "Ha ha, beautiful young miss. Let this king continue." Before he could finish speaking, a cold blade pressed against his neck. The one wielding the sword was the masked youth from earlier Tianlai. He sternly told the Lin family members to run and not stay there. The attendant hurriedly pushed them away in panic. The woman trembled, unsurprised by the demon's bewitchment. She said, "Thank you for saving my life. I am Yang Yuxi, daughter of Lin Tiufeng. You are a demon master, right?" Qianlai remained indifferent, saying it doesn't matter who I am. Just find a safe place and run away. Yang Yuxi turned to order her people not to accidentally harm anyone. A disciple responded, while others hurriedly helped the lady inside. At that moment, something flew through the air, creating a long trail of dust. Old Mindless stepped forward with an arrogant voice. "Lin Yang, turtle retracting its neck, come out and fight this old practitioner." The scene reminded him of past events. He sighed inwardly. Old Mindless is really bold to take action. A cultivator dares to challenge Lin Tiufeng with just a minor cultivation foundation. From afar, Lin Yang appeared, cold and sinister, daring to treat this place as his own. Qianlai hid behind the bamboo forest, observing. It seemed the attack was about to reach its conclusion. Let's see how two powerful figures clash. With that thought, he ran forward, hiding in the intricate layout of the bamboo forest where sounds echoed, but no one could be seen. Qianlai sped up impatiently to get a better view. Suddenly, a stream of spiritual energy hit him from behind. In front, a bamboo was pierced through, creating a large hole. Qianlai silently instructed his subordinate to destroy the spiritual water, but the gatekeeper immediately resisted. Old Choke looked like a monk, but had a wicked heart. He sneered and said, "Today, all of you will die here." Turning to the demons, he shouted, "What are you waiting for? Attack!" At that moment, they all realized they were being tightly bound by vines, unable to move. Old Choke panicked, looking around. Someone was ambushing them. He screamed, "Who is it?" Just then, the flag of wind appeared with terrifying power, creating a loud noise. The wind flag swept Old Choke away, leaving a deep groove in his body as he flew into the bamboo forest. Colliding with the bamboo cluster, Old Choke coughed continuously, blood spilling out uncontrollably. He struggled to stand up and shouted loudly, "Who are you? How dare you interfere in Vaman's sex affairs?" Qianlai asked Yang Yuxi inside the room. "Where are we?" She replied, "This is the Lin family's spiritual vein storage. If it's damaged, the spiritual vein will dry up." Tianlai understood silently. Indeed, the spiritual vein is the essence of minerals, capable of producing new spirit stones. It can't be destroyed normally. Like a river's source, if cut off, the spiritual vein will eventually run dry over time. Old Choke panted heavily, still the turtle with a soft shell. "I'm asking you, why are you silent?" Tianlai coldly warned. He gathered spiritual energy and shouted, "Foolish, dying now yet still arrogant." Old Choke paled as he sensed the spiritual energy was from the late-stage cultivation realm. Tianlai raised the flag of wind and placed it on the ground. A metallic sound echoed. A torrent of spiritual energy surged towards Old Choke. Just then, another stream of spiritual energy hit. The two energy sources collided and exploded. The hat of the elder was blown off. Dust filled the air. The indifferent elder stepped out, holding a yin-yang essence core. He said, "I didn't expect there to be another expert like this besides Mysterious Yang." Helmets fell and the elder revealed himself. Two opposing energy streams surrounded the youth, creating an intimidating presence. He looked at the indifferent elder with a smug smile. "Old devil, your strength is just that. If you're any good, come here and let me take you on." The indifferent elder was furious and rushed forward. "Scrawny brat. This is what happens when someone chooses their own path to death." But before he could touch the elder, a powerful punch came from another direction. The punch hit the indifferent elder with a loud explosion. It was Li Mysterious Yang who just attacked. The indifferent elder was thrown down, clutching his wound and stopping to look at Li Mysterious Yang, gasping, "You're indeed formidable. I thought your transformation into a demon was true. Who would have thought you've been hiding for so long?" After the old man said this, Li Mysterious Yang replied coldly, "Indifferent elder, I know you are devoted to the fourth prince. This time, you even sent Ma Shen to stir up trouble. HMPH, trying to ambush me. Forget it." The indifferent elder struggled to stand up and laughed lightly. "Good idea." Li Mysterious Yang gritted his teeth as he said this, then used all his essence energy to fly away. He still turned his head back. "Scrawny brat, you're not bad, but this isn't over yet. Just wait for me." Titinlit watched the elder run off and felt relieved. "I won." Indifferent elder ran. Yang Ningni ran out of the courtyard, happily facing the youth. "Senior, on behalf of Li, I thank you for saving my life." Titinli revealed his hat, saying lightly, "No need to be so formal. I have urgent matters. Take your leave." She saw her benefactor rush away and sighed. She hurriedly called out, "Senior, please stay a moment." But before she could finish, Titinli had already disappeared into the bamboo forest. Behind them, Lai Tuifeng and his daughter just arrived. Lai Du suddenly asked quickly, "Mother, are you all right?" Yang Mysterious Ni heard the call and turned around, moved by seeing her mother and son together. She came close to Lai Dunayan and gently said, "Dunayan, why did you come back? Mom is fine. How's the situation at Kemkai Mountain?" Lai Dunayan replied about that. At this moment, Lai Tuifeng knelt down before Li Mysterious Yang to apologize for being late and ask for punishment from the ancestral deity. "Is the ancestral deity safe?" Li Mysterious Yang raised his hand to dismiss the bowing. "I'm fine." "Yang Ning, old man, did you feel the high-ranking expert's help? Where is he?" Yang Ning Ni replied softly, "Ancestral deity. He left. Such a great favor. Why let him go so easily? Why didn't we keep him?" She explained Ning wasn't able to stop him. Before I could speak, he had already vanished. Li Mysterious Yang sighed and said, "Forget it. Call someone to clean up and arrange a rest. Tuifeng, Dunayan, go inside and continue the discussion." The three entered the room. Li Mysterious Yang recounted everything. Lai Tuifeng sighed, "I didn't expect Ma Shen to use the strategy of attracting attention while attacking from the side. It left us unable to support, leading to the disaster at Kemkai Mountain. I take responsibility for this." Li Mysterious Yang shook his head and said, "No blame, only pity for the other families in the alliance. Is there any more news?" Meanwhile, Titinli was meditating, observing the unique battle of Yangqi from long ago. Cultivation is the hardest among all hardships. Titinli's achievements today are due to his perseverance after settling the black market and strict domain. He began preparing for a new realm breakthrough, refining Yangqi. Among the 9 cultivation realms, refining Yang is the most difficult. Yang is the root, refinement is the form. When the golden core forms, the body will be tempered to the ultimate Tao body. The green essence fruits in Tijung's bag now only had to left. At Baiyun Mountain last time, one fruit helped him break through 3 consecutive layers. Now at the 6th stage of foundation establishment, drinking to more will bring the refinement Yang Dao fruit within reach. Titinli recalled his miserable memories, breathing in his inferior natural talents and being looked down upon by others. Even among ordinary people, he wasn't better than anyone, but now with immortal demon transformation, he carries to primary essences within him. The essence path requires stability, no contradictions. While the demonic myriad mind technique stands out for its rapid cultivation and swift breakthroughs like a meteor, these 2 types of mind techniques complement each other. They fill in weaknesses, with spiritual herbs supporting him. The breakthrough is just a matter of time now. Titinli concentrated his essence energy. Forming seals, a sword appeared within the divine void. The 4 realms' great Tao takes the medicinal stone as its core, gathering celestial and terrestrial qi to converge. This is the beginning of refining yang energy. Seeing spiritual power swirling round his body, he couldn't help feeling elated. So many people have failed bitterly just to refine yang or yin essence. Even becoming a spirit or returning to humanity are merely entry levels. Only when yang energy is fully refined can one truly separate from ordinary mortals as a cultivator. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and thunder and lightning rumbled down in torrents. In the room, they watched in shock as spiritual power fluctuated. What's happening? Sudden surges of heaven and earth spirit energy. Then he seemed to realize something. He exclaimed, "That's right! Refining yang is the most crucial realm among the 9 layers. Breakthroughs often cause anomalies. Heaven and earth bear witness." Just then, a bolt of lightning struck him hard. He jumped up, gritting his teeth in anger. Damn it. Anomalies have appeared. They will spread for hundreds of miles soon, surely attracting spectators. People far away looked at the sky with fear, wondering where this came from. Titin Lit was worried if someone disturbed him now, everything would be ruined. The path of cultivation relies on fate and perseverance. After waiting for so long, it can't end in failure. I can't fail at this moment. All the hardships have been endured. If heaven wants to stop me, I'll break through it. Everything is riding on this attempt. Another bolt of lightning struck him directly. Ooh! The pain tore through him, but Titin Lit gritted his teeth and endured. Failure means losing one's life. At Life Family Manor, someone reported that the ancestor had witnessed an anomaly of someone breaking through yang refinement. Lam Diu Dian turned around with a sigh. It's been centuries since I saw someone enter this realm. Truly a young talent showing intent. Lam Tuifeng stroked his beard, lamenting that the Life family had only reached the great path through their ancestor. Now an outsider has surpassed us. Truly shameful. Lam Diu Dian turned back to comfort him. It's okay. Fortune and misfortune ebb and flow. A lifetime of cultivation shouldn't be marred by self-pity. Even if this attempt fails, as long as we preserve the essence of Life Family, focusing on cultivation, evil will rise again someday. Lam Tuifeng clasped his hands in agreement. Yes. Meanwhile, at T-Water Camp, someone hurriedly reported to the camp leader that Senior Chang Xiang Yuan had witnessed a breakthrough in yang refinement. He nodded secretly, feeling it. The world is vast. Heroes emerge in every era. When I broke through, there was an anomaly like this too. Right, has the male faction sent anyone to find Dai and Hai Lai yet? The subordinate knelt and reported that no news had come yet, but Lai had suffered a heavy defeat, fearing he wouldn't have enough strength to resist anymore. And Tham was furious. What kind of work is this? A bunch of useless people. Aren't they supposed to stay on the ground? Send more people immediately and make sure no remnants of Lai's Dai and Hai escape. The subordinate trembled and clasped his hands. Yes, I will carry out your orders immediately. At this moment, Titin Lit had endured 2 more bolts of lightning. Spiritual power stabilized. He officially entered the realm of yang refinement. Currently, he was using spiritual power to recover. His eyes suddenly opened wide, and with a snap, he shot up into the sky like an arrow. Suspended in mid-air, Titin Lit felt elated. Without using any flying techniques, he could control his body through spiritual power. This was the power of yang refinement realm. The sudden anomaly of yang refinement had drawn countless cultivators, showing how difficult the path to cultivation is. For me, even though I faced family pressure and left home with grievances, today marks some achievement. It's time to return to see my second brother. We've been apart since the auction meeting. I always relied on my second brother before. This time, returning is to repay his kindness from years ago. Let's go. As if in a rush, he headed towards Lao Manor like the wind. By the time he arrived at Bianjing, it was already late into the next day. Stealthily standing by the wall, he looked inside with a sigh. After so many years away, this place remains unchanged. Not much has changed because Tui's second brother reduced his cultivation to early spirit stage to avoid shocking him. First, I should lower Tuvi to the spirit stage. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Who are you? What are you doing in front of my gate? Fanli crouched behind the wall, recognizing the familiar voice. It's her Ka. Fanli got up excitedly and turned around. Fang Peng was shocked and blurted out, Huh? You just called me what? Ka, it's me here, 13 here. After a moment of shock, Fan Li recognized the familiar voice. The face is exactly like Fan Li's. He whispered softly, then took on the strong demeanor of a young man. Fang Peng placed his hands firmly on Erka's shoulders and said emotionally, "Really you've grown so much. I almost didn't recognize you. Foolish boy, gone for years without any news, not even a word to let us know, causing everyone to worry. But it's good that you're back now." Feng Ping suddenly remembered something and asked, "Right, have you greeted father yet?" Fan Li was stunned after hearing this. He lowered his head, not knowing how to answer. Feng Ping sighed, still unresolved from that incident. Little brother is indeed stubborn. Then he patted Erka's back gently and said, "Forget the past for today. Come inside, I'll introduce you to someone." "Who is it?" Feng Ping smiled mysteriously. "Ha ha, you'll know soon enough." He then led Erka in. Inside the room, Zijian's eyes lit up as he saw his father leading someone in. Seeing 13 uncle, he immediately bowed and greeted. "I am Zijian, greeting 13 uncle." Fan Li looked at the clever child, who had grown taller, placed a hand on its shoulder and said with a smile, "Erka's son has grown up indeed. No need to bow," in his heart. He thought that he had met this boy before, but now was not the time to say so. Feng Peng spoke beside him. 13, let's leave it for later. I want you to do something for me. Zijian is from Tung County and we're going there tomorrow." Fan Li didn't notice Zijian's uneasy expression, but only smiled and agreed that everything was fine. Zijian immediately objected. "Father, why didn't people say?" But Feng Ping sternly cut him off. "Be quiet. Adults handle matters. Children should not interfere." In the end, they decided to leave at dawn tomorrow. Fan Li was taken aback. "Huh, so urgent?" He felt something wasn't right about this. That night, Fan Li didn't sleep but sat quietly with Gu Tuwei until it was time for the fourth watch. As he stepped out, he saw Feng Peng and his father waiting. Surprised, he called out Erka. Feng Peng said, "My luggage is already in the bag of holding, we'll travel light. Let's go." Then he handed him a bag. Zijian was about to speak, but his father stopped him. "Alright, just for a few days. We can discuss later if anything happens." Then he turned to 13 and said, "Take care of him on the journey." 13 replied confidently, "Erka is at ease. With me, Zijian will be safe in Tung County." They walked for a while. Ahead was a large road. Fan Li said, "Zijian, it's morning now. Let's take a break." Zijian looked up at him with watery eyes, calling him 13 uncle. "Can I go over there and deal with something?" "Sure, go ahead." But he didn't return for a long time. Fan Li felt strange. Where is Zijian? He's been gone so long. Could something have happened? His spiritual energy was clear and precise. At first, nothing was detected, but with increased sensitivity, he noticed the child running in the opposite direction. His heart trembled. Why would it return alone if there was a problem? This was very unusual. Even if something was dropped, one wouldn't return alone without permission. Recalling Erka's strange behavior last night, his suspicion grew, and he had to follow and ask for clarification. He quickly saw the small figure in front and called out loudly. The child turned back, frightened, and stammered, 13 uncle." Fan Li blocked his path and sternly asked, "Tell me the truth. What were you doing with your father all this time?" The child couldn't hide it and recounted everything. It turned out that during the Kim Kai battle, Lin family's hidden plan forced them to help the army defend their headquarters, causing chaos throughout. Later, the floodwaters surged and attacked fiercely. The Lin family alliance was broken and quickly disintegrated. The wealthy families fled for self-preservation, and Tan Ji was among them. While deeply entrenched and tenacious, they eventually captured the last remaining ally who discovered Tan Ji's opposition to the Wexu camp. Therefore, he sent someone to Capital Illness to report this. From his mentor's choked voice, it was clear he was returning just as news arrived that the Wexu camp was about to attack their home. Knowing how hard his son trained, the father used an excuse to entrust him to his uncle so Tan Ji could avoid danger. Tanli was alarmed. Why didn't your brother tell me about this big matter? Thinking back to yesterday, that's right. He did ask me about my attitude towards our old home. Only now do I understand. That was when he was probing my intentions. And Tanli asked urgently. So what is Tanli planning to do now? Could it be waiting to die? His mentor whispered back. Father said that Tanli has lived in capital illness for over 200 years. The ancestors didn't want to leave their place. Moreover, Great Lord was highly esteemed by his ancestors and held the position of family head. Yet this time, he abandoned everything and secretly left a day early. Tanli continued calmly, which is why second brother hurried back to assist our clan. I said it right? Yes, Tanli tightened his fist, so angry that he seemed ready to burn the other person. Good. Tandy dared to abandon the lives and deaths of the Tanes for himself. If second brother meets any harm, I will make him pay 100-fold. You crouch down, your eyes soften as you look at him. It's not about facing a powerful enemy. It's about keeping our hearts together through thick and thin with our family. From the elder, you did well not disappointing second brother's expectations. Then he took out a talisman and some medicine, handing them to the child. Take these, find a safe place to hide. If in danger, use them, they will protect you safely. The elder trembled 13 strokes. Without letting the boy say more, Tanli turned and flew straight towards Tan Manor, leaving only one sentence. The matter at the Tan family is left to me. Hang is now at the old Tan family house. Tan Feng stands in the main hall and solemnly says to his father, Father, the intent of the water camp to destroy our clan has become clear. Even if we surrender, it will be hard to keep our lives. It's better to fight until the end. Tanyu immediately brushed him off. That's wrong. Big brother did send a message back. Just open the gate and surrender. They won't harm anyone from the Tan family. Keeping our lives is what matters. Hearing this, old Tan's face darkened. Tan Feng looks at Tanyu sternly. Tandy has run away, falling into the hands of the water camp and even surrendered to take the blame. When did we ever have such a person who would betray us? And why should I trust him? Old Tan shouts loudly, Enough, everyone be quiet. Our Tan family has weathered many storms in Kinsey over the years. Haven't we relied on unity to overcome them all? I thought that after you took over the family, you wouldn't fall behind others. I never expected that except for Feng Ni. You all abandoned your dignity and disappointed me greatly. Tanyu angrily shouts, What? You turn around. My heart aches as if cut by sand. It's ruined. It's my fault for not protecting the Tanes well enough. Those around them discuss quietly, seeming to find some merit in his words. Tanjiyu angrily shouts, What? You turn around. My heart aches as if cut by sand. It's ruined. It's my fault for not protecting the Tanes well enough. If you want to surrender, just do it, but don't expect me to submit like that. I will never be a coward. Then Tandy stands before his Motham subordinates and says calmly, The news is in. Tenyu has already surrendered. Report this to the advisor. Indeed, he's cleverer than expected. From the advisor to you, there's something strange about this. Tenyu isn't someone who would easily surrender. Even if they resist, I can still wipe them out completely. Tandy is alarmed. Didn't you say that as long as they surrendered, we would spare them? You're foolish. You trusted what the advisor from the Dull House said. I only said that if you could persuade them to stop fighting, I would intercede for you with the water camp. As for others, the camp leader is too busy to take in more. Tandy leads Jun up and says, You dare to be dishonest. The advisor calmly replies, I offered you a path of life. If you don't listen, clean house now before the water camp takes notice. Tandy understands the cunning plan. Jun argues, You want me to kill my own family. The advisor laughs, Family, after betraying them. Do you still think you're part of it? Tandy is stunned and realizes he can't go back now. Not long after, members of the Tanes exit the city gates, bowing to Tandy and Motham's men. Tanyu leads them in saying, The Tane family has already surrendered outside. Please keep your promise. Seeing his father, Tandy is overjoyed. Elder, you're here, and father and second brother? Tanyu replies, They are still holding out. It's a tough situation. I'll arrange for this area first before coming back to help them. Tandy pats his brother's shoulder, pretending to be apologetic. Sorry, causing you trouble. Let me handle the matter of father and second brother. Then he suddenly injects spiritual energy into Tan Yu's heart. Tan Yu gasps and falls, blood gushing from his chest. He asks in a choked voice, big brother, why? Tan Di looks down, sighing, elder, I'm helpless too. The advisor strokes his beard, laughing mockingly, ha ha, what a good show, just a few words and you believed me. Indeed, he continues to laugh, mocking each one of them. Tandy's face darkens as he whispers, elder, I'm sorry. Despite his dying breath, Tenyu is furious. Tandy, beast, retreat now. Before he can retract his words, Tandy's spiritual energy slashes down, blood splattering everywhere. The advisor sighs reluctantly and steps back. Retreat where? This is troublesome indeed. You think you can run away? He issues a cold command. Kill them all. No one escapes. Half an hour later at the old Tanyu residence, the advisor, Da Kong, laughs loudly at this moment. Tanyu is like a fish caught in a net, with almost all of his descendants dead. Tanjiu, you should accept your fate now. And so on line 60, the exact count ends here. But you're lucky to have a filial son. I promised Tan Di that once we eliminate Tan, he will serve the master with all his might as a way to preserve our bloodline. Tan Zhuo was at his absolute peak of fury, directly confronting Tan Di and shouting, HMPH, you've been kind to me for years, but now I see you're a beast. Even your own kin can't escape your wrath. Tan Di heard this and became determined. Father, you can't blame me. In times like these, how could we let our son die just for some dignity? Tan Zhuo trembled with anger, shouting fiercely, foul creature, I don't have a son like yours. Tandy gritted his teeth, unable to speak further. The strategist by the dock found this amusing and challenged him. Even if you betrayed them for their sake, they won't remember your kindness. Why do you still care? Tan Feng couldn't take it anymore and became furious. From D, don't be too arrogant. One day, Lam Prefecture will rise up and crush all of you. From D laughed arrogantly. Lam Prefecture, ha, forget about Lam Prefecture. Even Great Le Golden Mountain couldn't save you now. A distant voice echoed, HM, what a big mouth. Suddenly, an immense power descended with the wind, causing everyone to panic. Tan Zhuo turned slightly, his eyes narrowing. 13, is it really Xiaolai? Xiaoli's gaze hardened as he gently patted Tan Feng. Brother, just stay calm, I'll be right here today. No one can touch you even a strand of hair. From D laughed and continued to nod in amusement. Are you planning to confront the tomb? Seeing their expressions change, Tandy quickly introduced, this is 13, my youngest son, Tan Lai. From D heard this with interest and questioned again, Tandy has a 13th child. Why didn't you mention him before? Tandy stammered, many years ago, we severed ties with the Tan family. I never expected him to appear now. From Du said in a large voice, if you've cut off relations with the Tan family, don't interfere anymore. Tandy saw their expressions change and quickly explained, this is 13, my youngest son from my father. From D laughed again and questioned, Tandy has a 13th child. Why didn't you mention him before? Tandy fumbled for an answer. Many years ago, we severed ties with the Tan family. I never expected him to appear now. From Du continued in a commanding tone, if you've cut off relations with the Tan family, don't interfere anymore. Xiaolai remained indifferent and only glanced at him half-heartedly. Do I have any say? What right do you have to dictate? From Du's anger made his body tremble as he gritted his teeth. You! Fine, today even if you're a complete master, my strategist will wipe out the entire Tan family. He shouted loudly. To powerful figures behind him immediately charged towards 13. Tan Feng was sweating profusely and felt extremely panicked. They are all high-level Qi cultivators of the same era. We can't defeat them. 13, move quickly, but 13 only frowned and raised his sword, charging forward. Both powerful figures were swiftly defeated. From Du was unwilling to accept this and turned to scold Tan Di. Useless thing, didn't you say he's the weakest in the Tan family? Tandy couldn't believe his eyes, shouting frantically, "Me! I don't know why he became so strong." At that moment, 13 stood before the shocked Tanzetsuo and Tanfeng, firmly planting his sword into the ground. His imposing appearance made from Du start to panic. He kept guessing, "I've felt this aura before. Since winning at Candy Mountain, only one person had this aura. I never thought the so-called waste material would be a Danyangshi practitioner." 13's lips curled into a cold smile as he said, "The Danyang Prefecture is now a celestial realm in cultivation. Danyangshi is also called the Celestial Realm, ascending from the mundane to the realm of immortals. Even though Danyang is the lowest realm among the 9 realms, it has surpassed the mortal world." From Du was furious. He thought this mission would be easy, but 13's appearance ruined all his plans. He gritted his teeth in anger. He couldn't win in a direct confrontation. He immediately took off and fled out of the city, thinking only about gathering people and seeking help to deal with Danyangshi. Seeing him flee, 13 shouted, "Want to run? I said today, anyone who touches Tandy will pay the price." Saying this, he used his treasure and slowly ascended into the air. From D was terrified for the first time seeing such a strange item. "What is that? What kind of treasure is that?" 13 glared at him and shouted, "Don't touch my family members ever again." Then he threw a fist-shaped sword, cutting straight into From Dai's body. The move instantly tore through his body, causing blood to flow non-stop. From Dis struggled with the pain and quickly fled. 13 didn't chase after him anymore. He realized that this man had reached the 9th stage great perfection in chi cultivation. "Forget it, run if you must. After hiding for years, it's time to settle your debts." He landed on Tandi's estate grounds. As soon as Tanlai returned, Tanfeng rushed over and asked anxiously, 13, how did it go?" Tanlai brushed off the dust and replied, "He ran away, but he's fine. We also have a grudge to settle with the water demon." Tanfeng raised his hand, puzzled, asking, "Brother Tan's cultivation?" Tanfeng heard this and was overjoyed, shouting loudly, "Little fellow did great." Then he turned to Tanjitsu with a sly smile. "Father, our Tan family has an immortal now." Tanjitsu was taken aback by the news. An immortal? This is the same child who was once mocked as useless, but now saves the entire Tan family. He stepped forward and shook his head continuously. "I truly don't deserve to be your father, little Liat." Tanfeng quickly shook his head. "If 13 still wanted to save us, it shows he hasn't harbored any grudge." Tanlai remained silent, while Tanjitsu understood that the hatred he bore was inevitable. He sighed, "He only remembers my kindness towards him. No one cares about his skin or bones." He bowed his head and looked at the trembling hands, his nose stinging with emotion. "We, as elders, who have ever shielded him on cold nights. Feng Hai, look how old I am really getting. The older we get, the more we see the mistakes of our youth. Such grave mistakes." Tears welled up in his eyes as he said this. He then coughed violently, spitting out blood. Tanfeng was alarmed. "Father, even though Tanlai still harbors some resentment, he can't suppress his emotions. He only cried this." Tanjitsu hugged him tightly and looked at Tanlai with a trembling voice. "Little Liat, son, do you hate your father?" Those words made Tanlai choke up. He remained silent, turning away without answering. Tanjitsu's eyes showed a flicker of pain. He shook his head. "It seems you still can't forgive me." Tanfeng beside him was flustered. "Father," Tanjitsu closed his eyes and sighed deeply. "It's okay, it's my fault. I just hope I can help second brother maintain the Tan name after this. Then I'll die with peace of mind." Hearing this, Tanlai couldn't take it anymore. He shouted out, "Still like this? Always only thinking about the Tan name. Everything is for the Tan name. Talents are cherished, while the weak are discarded. You never thought that everyone was your descendant and needed a father, did you? Just because of the position as family head, you forgot the simplest emotions. Everyone bears the burden of cultivation hoping for your approval. Even Tandy became what he is due to your teaching. Cultivation is more important than life itself. Basic principles are forgotten. You were wrong with me and failed as a father, cutting off familial ties for the sex's sake. Do you still not understand gains and losses? These words made Tan Jitchu realize his mistake. Tanlai continued, the Tan name is under attack, yet you're still planning its future? Now, what you should do is apologize to everyone. Tan Feng could only sigh after hearing this and whispered to his father, Father, 13 was right. We really have overstepped our bounds. Hearing this, Tan Jitchu's legs gave way, collapsing onto the ground, unable to stand. His eyes filled with despair. He never thought that living a full life would still be far from Little Light's understanding, truly a wasted existence. Seeing this, Tan Feng rushed over and said earnestly, 13, Father has already regretted his actions. These words have made him realize, are you going to leave now? Tanlai shook his head quickly, replying, second brother, not to abandon everything but that there's still unfinished business, to tell the truth to brother, and it means I killed him myself. Tan Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He asked again, why? Why me? Tanlai clenched his fists tightly and affirmed, yes, this all started with me. This time we repelled the attack, but as long as Ma Shen lives, brother will always be in danger. We must settle this matter quickly. Hearing this, Tan Feng thought non-stop about how to exterminate Ma Shen, but with Ma Shen's strength. Tanlai crossed his arms and said in a commanding tone, he is Dan Yongqi. Brother knows that. But what of it? He must die for daring to touch my brother. Tan Feng widened his eyes, feeling uneasy inside. 13. Brother. After some thought, he turned to Tan Lai, nodded slightly. All right then. You understand what I mean. There's just one last question. Brother, are you really Li Feng? Before the Linfu alliance disbanded, Miss Lin mentioned that Li Feng owned a mid-grade spirit flag, meaning not only is it Li Feng, but also the person who saved the 3 major families at Tu Camp, right? After years of conflict between the alliance and Tu Camp, someone mysterious always appeared to save the day. Why? Tanlai slowly said, Li Feng and Tan Feng are the same person. There's nothing hard to understand about it. The only reason is not wanting anyone to think he left Tan behind and had to use the name of Tan Feng to deceive the world. Hearing this, Tan finally understood, a high-ranking Dan Yang expert. Why use the reputation of Tan? If they didn't despise or blame Tanlai from before, Tan would already be respected in the cultivation world across millions of miles now. All because Tan's greatest opportunity to change his fate was lost by himself. After much thought, Tan Feng finally confirmed that 13 is indeed Li Feng. No need to blame him. Li Feng's attitude towards death has always been different. I never understood it until you just used the treasure of Tanlai to speak first, but now it doesn't matter anymore. Death is currently outside the city walls and isn't dangerous. Second brother, don't worry, the urgent task is to deal with that evil person N. Then he turned around and left, warning again, in 5 days, southern Upper Origin City, 200 miles east of the mountain, I will engage in a secret battle there. Afterward, destroy Tu Camp completely and even your own blood. Saying this, he disappeared. Tan Feng urgently called out, 13. Wait, the first perfect one tugged at Tan Feng's sleeve and whispered softly, Feng, what does little Li mean by that? Tan Feng sighed deeply and said seriously, Father still doesn't understand why. 13 says goodbye, but in his heart, he wants to help us resolve the great disaster. But Ma Shen is a type of person, how can 13 alone fight him? At this moment, Tan's perfect one seemed like a different person, wanting to make amends for past mistakes and shouted loudly, urgent matters cannot be delayed. Quickly send a signal token to Miss Lin and tell her everything. We must do our best to help little Leet. Then Tan Feng whispered again, what about the matter of Tan Di? Tan's perfect one frowned, that traitor. Let little Leet handle it when all is said and done. At Tu Camp, Song Dasheng angrily shouted from outside, you couldn't even finish the task and dared to show your face here. From Di Huang explained, Lord, the opponent is Dan Yongqi. This cannot be resolved by sheer numbers. Song Dasheng only coldly glanced at him. From Di has been a strategist for years, but Tu Camp belongs to the Fur Prince's faction. You have done your best, If the four princes ascend the throne someday, he said and stabbed straight into From D's chest with his cold voice. Lord Bao will build you a beautiful tomb as an offering for your soul in heaven. The words made From D speechless out of fear. Blood dripped from his chest. From D looked at Ma Shen, slightly more resigned. Why did you do this? Ma Shen examined his corpse and ordered, I only care about the result, not the process. Do you want to be remembered as a great strategist or buried properly? You choose. From D finally understood that being a strategist was just an excuse for him to work like a dog for Ma Shen. Reasoning with such people is useless. Ma Shen continued, moreover, I need the original yang essence of a true cultivator's corpse. This way, even dying will be seen as a contribution to two camp. From D struggled and shouted, but Tham, using this method to break through Dan Yang, aren't you afraid of divine punishment? Tham's voice was cold and silent. It's your turn now, Lord Bao. He shot a stream of spiritual energy straight at From D, who fell back immediately due to his severe injuries. Tham said coldly, die. With a loud thud, From D lost consciousness and died. Tham snorted in regret for the clever one. Suddenly something flew past the window, catching his attention. He snorted lightly. What's going on with Tinfa? Tinfa transformed into a letter and flew into his hand. He read it, surprised. Bai and Kin Titin came to engage us in battle. What happened? A subordinate rushed in to report urgently. Lord, run. There's trouble. The entire Shangyuan city is transmitting news of the decisive battle between Ngyi and 13 lives. Ma Tam doubts it might be a fake. Father, where did you get this information? Master Lin sent it out. Ma Tam laughed coldly. Interesting. They couldn't defeat us head-on, so they're trying to use this strategy instead. That's good. Let me make Lin Tuifeng completely despair. At the same time, let them know about the power of our sect. The news of the new battle between Ma Tam and Ngyi has spread throughout the upper region. If they've chosen to face us, they must be fully prepared for total destruction. First, we need to coordinate with the Black Market Alliance to arrange everything for our subordinates. Then he went to a first-grade pavilion, secretly conversing with a bamboo tree until half past midnight before stopping. Next, he gathered medicinal herbs and collected many years of accumulated elixirs from the immortal residents. Finally, he visited an auction house, buying various weapons. The rest could only be patiently waited for. At Lin Family Manor, hearing Du Nian's call, Liang Du Yang turned slightly and smiled. Du Nian, you're here. Father said recently you've been uneasy. What happened that caused your mind to be agitated? Du Nian remained silent, struggling to speak in his heart. Liang Du Yang sighed. It must be because of the new battle, right? Back then, the two of you almost got together. They said they disappeared for years and suddenly returned to the Danyang realm, surprising everyone. So your heart can't calm down either. Hearing their concerns, he only lowered his eyes slightly in response. Yes, as our ancestors said. Liang Du Yang reminded him, but training requires a steady mind. It said that when it left home, it was indifferent. How could you know how much it suffered over the years? For so many years hiding its whereabouts, there must be personal matters. Perhaps because of the old marriage proposal, it dared not face you. But time has passed. Everything has changed. You should forgive and let go. Du Nian's expression still showed some unease. She tried to speak, but Liang Du Yang sternly stopped her. This new battle with Ma Tam will also end the grudges from years ago. You must not cause trouble, or what if it ruins our plans? Du Nian lowered his head and replied softly, yes, I understand that. After Du Nian understood, Liang Du Yang added, good, so we can rest assured. Let the Danyang battle decide everything. 5 days later, at Long Mountain, all major families gathered to prepare for the battle with Titin lit. They waited in vain and Lin Tuifeng grew impatient, unsure of how much advantage he had in this battle. Liang Du Yang remained calm. He said just be patient. If he dared accept a challenge, there must be plans. No specific time was set, only wait for 5 days. Now Nu One and Nu Peak came to pay respects. The elders were basically ready to ambush and await orders. Liang Du Yang nodded. Today's battle just needs Ma Tam to be in a difficult position, then we'll act immediately. Destroying the TT Shui sect will prevent Blood Ming from rising again. Lin Tuifeng replied, understood, then turned to Nu One and asked why Titin Lit hadn't shown up despite being close to his own family. Nu One looked worried seeing this. Liang Diu Yang consoled him. Don't blame yourself. Those who accomplish great deeds often have extraordinary spirits. Titin Lit must also be well prepared. Nu Peak agreed. Father, stay calm and believe that 13 lives will definitely come. Lin Du snorted again, teasingly saying maybe he only knows how to show off. At crucial moments, he might tremble with fear. Hearing this, Lin Du Nian angrily told Du Lian to be quiet. But she still asked, is it wrong for me to say so? Liang Du couldn't hold back. She scolded that the new battle with Ma Tam effects are future that can't be taken lightly. Quickly apologized to Tan Jiazu. Old Master Tan smiled, saying a straightforward child is fine. Everyone doesn't mind. Now we can only wait. Time passed. The sun gradually set behind West Mountain. As night approached and patience was nearly exhausted, a sudden light appeared in the sky, landing on Long Mountain. Lin Tuifeng exclaimed, Grand Master, it's Tanli, he's here. Du Nian looked at Tanli as he landed before Ma Tam, who had been waiting all day and was now losing patience. He was bold, finally coming. I thought you ran away from the battlefield. Tanli laughed coldly, saying it's better to be late than never. That gives the other side some extra time. Ma Tam was provoked and angrily shouted. Even Lin could lose to him, let alone Tanli. Saying this, he immediately attacked with fierce blows, aiming to end the battle instantly. Titin Lit is flexible and dodging. They've chased him, but couldn't hit him yet, making them frustrated. Over here, Du Lian watches with a frown, muttering that Titin Lit has already shown weakness since his arrival, wondering if he's just boasting or lacks the initiative to fight. Don't you see clearly that he hasn't used his true strength yet? Ma Shan still can't catch his opponent. Seeing him dodge like a monkey, he curses Titin Lit for deliberately coming late to wear down his patience. He unleashes an icy attack, but Titin Lit dodges swiftly. Ma Shan's punch hits the ground, sending stones flying everywhere. Titin Lit lands elsewhere and smiles in response. Are you just realizing this now? Your mental state is affected. Skilled combatants rely not only on magic, but also on their minds. Sometimes the mind matters more than strength. He just stands there, bored, not provoking Ma Shan to think deeply. It's unbelievable that someone like you could control the water control camp. Ma Shan curses Titin Lit as a death seeker. Suddenly, he bursts into laughter, his spirit energy surging and forming a protective arm around him, catching Titin Lit's attention. He arrogantly thinks that no matter how deep your schemes are, you can't guess the power of my king's armor. From afar, Lin Duyang exclaims in shock, King's armor? Lin Duyang asks curiously. Lin Duyang explains that it's a top-grade spirit weapon made by Master Wang Tonggan, offering much better defense than ordinary spirit weapons. 60 years ago, it was at the top of the armor rankings in Shangyuan Immortal Realm. Hearing this, Lin Duyang's face falls slightly. He says that without breaking Ma Shan's defenses, their chances are almost zero. Lin Duyang quietly observes, suspecting something is amiss. Why did the king's armor appear here? Could Ma Shan have any connection with the westernmost skyline? The battle continues as he attacks and Titin Lit dodges. Ma Shan issues a command, then shouts, firing fireballs. He tells his opponent to waste their efforts since the king's armor is a fixed grade 3 spell. Even though both are at the Danyang stage, it's hard to break through. Just as he says, spirit energy around him coalesces into a deceptive ball. Across from them, Titin Lit casts a protective talisman, his eyes cold and sharp. He sarcastically points out that while both are at the Danyang stage, Ma Shan's spirit energy feels fake, with low-grade cultivator breaths. Perhaps he used some external means to reach this level. Is that right? Therefore, he can only stop short of breaking the seal. His words hit a weak spot in Ma Shan. Ma Shan gets angry and shouts loudly. Try it then, he says, launching spirit energy towards Titin Lit. Titin Lit immediately yells, black armor shield appearing in his hand, expanding into a protective barrier. The two forces collide with a thunderous boom. From afar, Lin Taeyong sighs deeply. That's how it is. Du Nian remembers, asking if they recall when during the final battle, Ma Shan unexpectedly broke through to Dan Yang, causing the Lin Alliance's defeat. Since then, Du Nian suggests that Ma Shan might have used improper means to reach Dan Yang. If Titin Lit was truly at Dan Yang, he wouldn't be pushed so hard. Could he still be hiding something else? Suddenly, Du Nian exclaims in surprise. The three from Hum Market run over, bowing and thanking the Lin Manor for helping them deal with Tong Tian. Du Nian replies that there's no need to be polite, asking why they came like mountain climbers to watch the battle. Li Shantu says it's not true. They were sent by Lizhong. Du Nian exclaims, Li Feng, I'm also here. Al Changjia confirms that Fuzhu instructed them to gather after completing their mission, but he hasn't appeared yet. Hearing this, Lin Taeyong reassures him not to worry and suggests waiting until the battle ends before finding Li Feng. Tan Feng looks worriedly at the fight and asks Du Nian if Dashi is okay. He replies to trust Dan Yang cultivators. Titin Lit won't face significant danger, but he's unsure of what Han is planning. Titin Lit keeps getting attacked by Ma Shan. Finally, the last Ma Shan approaches and says this is the end for those who dare anger the master. Titin Lit stands up, slightly shaking, then laughs loudly. Ma Shan asks what's so funny. Titin Lit laughs. Do you remember Ma Nai from Hongwatku? Hearing this, Ma Shan is surprised and asks if he knows his younger brother. Titin Lit coldly says not only does he know him, but they were very close. And your brother Ma Nai has already died at my hands. Ma Shan's face twists in anger. He shouts loudly, what? You are the one who killed my younger brother. Titin Lit looks straight into his rage and continues, Ma Shan, you fought against Lin Manor for so many years, it's truly pitiful. Only now do you know who killed your brother, a proud camp leader, head of the bloodline. This is indeed a bitter irony. Thama was irritated by those words and added to his old grudge. He roared, finally finding you after all this time. Then take your head as a sacrifice for my soul. He still had spiritual power. He summoned the joyful sword. Nu Lilk whispered that it was time to use his true strength. Now, Thama, our grudge today must end. Then the joyful sword and Jade Moon blade clashed loudly, striking fiercely. Thama deployed the wandering sword technique, while Nu Lilk also used the flawless saber method. After over 10 exchanges, neither gained an advantage. Thama shouted, only when you reveal your backbone will I be satisfied. The two continued their deadly moves. The three elders present were alarmed and exclaimed that it was indeed the jade, sword, and flawless saber method. The treasure we found for the master a few days ago. Moreover, Nu Lilk had the imperial banner as well. What is going on? This caught Lam Dunian's attention. Buijuk remembered that her mother was once saved by an unknown benefactor who used a golden banner and brought countless precious medicinal ingredients. Lam Tuping, after the fight with Tiantian in the black market, Li Feng's possession of middle-grade spirit artifacts had no longer been a secret. But now, the banner was in Nu Lil's hands. Could it be that Nu Lilk has been secretly helping Lam Manor through all these storms? Lam Tuping asked Nu Lilk why he didn't reveal his true identity. Nu Lilk replied that 13 left home and endured much hardship. Furthermore, this side helped Li Feng escape a crisis, so they kept the secret. Until he wanted to reveal himself, they would protect his identity until the end. Dunian sank down. Her legs were unsteady as memories of their time together flashed through her mind since he refused an arranged marriage to when he protected her and personally treated her injuries. Then came those moments where he stood up for her, handling her wounds himself. Dunian's face darkened. She never thought the person she had waited for so long was so close, yet he still chose to hide his true identity. Dulian saw Dunian's distress and gently called out, sister. Lam Tuping sighed, indeed, don't hang that sign. Dunian, let's leave everything for after the battle, she said. Lam Duyang nodded in agreement. No matter what you think of Li Feng, now isn't the time. We must prioritize the bigger picture first. Do you understand? Dunian didn't know how to respond, only whispering softly, "Yes, I understand." Meanwhile, Famma and Nu Lil continued their fierce battle. Famma roared, "Young fool, taste the power of my wandering sword technique." Nu Lil sneered, mockingly saying his mind was slow, his magic inferior to a head, then asked if he didn't want to know what I did from morning till night. Hearing this, Lam Tuping suddenly realized something if Nu Lilk is indeed Li Feng. Thinking of this, he turned to the three elders and asked, "You said you only came after finishing your task. What was that task?" Al Tianjiai hesitated, but Lam Tuping assured him that their master had already revealed his identity and likely agreed. Al Tianjiai reluctantly replied, "Indeed, before meeting Tham Ma, the master led us to attack the water defense camp. After a brutal battle, we emerged victorious. All enemies from level 5 and above were eliminated by our master. Then he instructed us to clean up the aftermath and immediately head to New Duoshan for a meeting." Hearing this, Tham Ma grew angry, swinging his practiced sword with force and roaring that Li Feng dared to ambush his base. Nu Lil retorted mockingly, "What's the surprise? You ambushed our black market years ago. Didn't you think there would be a day when you'd face retaliation? Or perhaps these arrangements weren't your own doing?" Tham Ma asked, "How could you have enough strength to attack the water defense camp with just the black market?" Nu Lilk explained that at that time, he had a friend named Truk Tong Truk who was connected to Changshengzhou in the Chemtrick Mountains. Hearing this, Tham Ma guessed Han's intentions and asked if they could mobilize troops to defend the Chemtrick Mountains. Nu Lilk confirmed that they had cooperated with Changshengzhou. Han coldly asked Tham Ma how many survivors from the water defense camp fled into Bloodlight. "Now, even if you try to return, all you'll find is a desolate wasteland." Tham Ma didn't believe Nu Lilk. He shouted that after years of building the water defense camp, it could be destroyed in one morning, and threatened to cut off Nu Lil's tongue today. Nu Lilk sneered, challenging him to try. Both continued their battle, swords and sabers clashing continuously. Tham Ma tightened his grip on the sword. He mocked that with such weak attacks, he couldn't break through the Emperor's armor. Nu Lilk feigned a laugh, saying even with the Emperor's armor, he could still take Thamma's head. Nu Lilk continuously deployed flawless saber second form, third form, and fourth form. Mathem's anger flared up as he shouted, "Enough! Go down to the netherworld and meet King Yan." He unleashed a flurry of flying knives, while Tanlai used his fivefold defecting armor to block them, both roaring in close combat. Suddenly, Matem felt Lin Yuyang's force field was strange, silently wondering why Tanlai kept forcing direct confrontation like this. Perhaps he had also noticed the issue himself. A loud explosion echoed, and Ma Tam stood there in shock. Tanlai seemed to have achieved what he wanted. Ma Tam wondered, "Why am I injured even with my king's armor?" He shouted, "Boy, what are you doing?" Tanlai replied that the king's armor was indeed extremely tough. Ordinary spells couldn't penetrate it. But compared to the outer layer, the inner part of a person is no different. Ma Tam didn't understand what he meant by inside and outside. Tanlai's intention was to target vital organs directly. No matter how sturdy the armor might be, the flesh underneath would still be vulnerable. The fivefold defecting sword seemed light, but its impact grew stronger as it struck. Tanlai deliberately engaged in direct combat, using the force from within to push outwards and defeat Ma Tam. But wouldn't he also suffer injuries? It was probably due to the wine sealing technique. Moreover, it hadn't launched any attacks at all. Initially, I thought it was for speed. Now I realize it uses wind to reduce damage. If so, 13 might have already secured victory. But no, this method is still too risky. Because even though this is the only way to break through the king's armor, his body could still be damaged before completion. To shake my body, you're still not good enough. The fight will end soon. Mathem's inner strength surged wildly, and his spirit energy flared up fiercely. Tanlai staggered, feeling an overwhelming pressure. It turns out that the realm of peril can mobilize natural forces. His metal weapons were filled with murderous intent, This might be Ma Them's strongest attack. If so, I must fight to my full strength. He roared, here, a life or death battle. No death, no victory. The White Cloud Pill is a top-grade elixir, pure spirit energy. He intended to use it to restore his original power. Saying this, he swallowed the pill and kept one move in reserve. Don't struggle anymore. Doing so will only hasten your death. Ma Tem roared and charged straight into the area where the swords were slashing. Your downfall is sealed. Ma Fam, you failed to kill me earlier, so you'll just wait for a miserable death now. This can't be happening. No, it can't happen. The two continued their intense exchange without pause. Tanlai roared in anger. Break through. Ma Fam was hit by the attack and was thrown several dozen meters away. Tanlai's body was shattered, his spirit energy nearly depleted. Even the three king armors couldn't hold. Could I really die here today? But if what he said earlier is true, then living isn't much different from dying. If that's the case, might as well make him a cushion for me. Everything is over now. Ma Fam, your inevitable defeat has been decided. Tanlai, if I die, you won't be able to live in peace either. What's he doing? Come down to the netherworld with me? This is bad. Tanlai was truly in danger. Tanlai hadn't reacted yet. A powerful magical explosion shook the earth, sending spirals of chaotic spirit energy into the air. I didn't expect Ma Fam to destroy his own soul foundation so recklessly. The wine sealing technique messaged all hidden clans, telling them to immediately find Tanlai and ensure he was safe. The situation is dire, family. What else do we need to worry about? Even though Ma Fam died, there might be someone pursuing him. He means the power behind Ma Fam. Yes, regardless of whether it's Ma Fam's people or ours, we're all racing against time. The side that finds him first will decide everything. The next morning, in a nearby cave, Tanlai lay motionless on the ground. His injuries severe, he opened his eyes and looked around dazedly. Hey there, right. We faced Ma Shen and had to take his final attack. I didn't expect Ma Shen would risk destroying his cultivation just to make sure we died together. Lying against the rock wall in pain, holding my stomach with gritted teeth, I stubbornly resisted him, causing internal injuries. My spirit energy can't gather. It seems the original Yang has temporarily paralyzed. Forget healing, now I'm just like an ordinary person. We need to head back to Shangyuan City immediately and find my brother and everyone else. Struggling for a few steps, I coughed violently. Seeing blood on my hand made me realize I needed to rest. Regaining some strength, he approached a small stream, drank a few sips, then looked at his reflection, wondering who saved me and brought me here. My mind is completely blank now. The only thing for sure is that she's not from Ma Shen's side, otherwise I would have died right away. He wiped the water droplet on his lip. Suddenly, he noticed something far away, and upon closer inspection, saw a set of clothes on a rock. Long was startled. It belonged to a woman. Could it be Lan Dunyang saved me? A female voice suddenly echoed, teasing and alluring, right? Tanla kept spinning. Don't treat this person like that. Miss Lan, when did you start playing around like this? Then he realized the voice wasn't from Lan Dunyang. She never spoke in such a manner. So who are you? Tanlai thought they should have used spirit energy to investigate, but his cultivation can't be used now. He was careless. The woman emerged from the hot spring, long hair flowing down, her white and smooth body wrapped in a single towel. She laughed. Who am I? I was bathing when you barged in without permission. You should have asked first. Tanlai secretly remained on guard. The woman's background is unclear. Without cultivation, he can't guess which faction she belongs to. Wait until she puts her clothes back on. Turning around with clasped hands, Miss, you're right, I was abrupt. I didn't know someone was using this place. If there's any offense, please forgive me. She laughed lightly. It's okay to apologize. Surprised she wasn't letting go, he asked how he should make amends. As she tied her hair, she said, You've seen my whole face. Not gouging out someone's eyes is convenient for them, isn't it? Tanlai inwardly thought this woman was very dangerous. Just opening his mouth to demand eye gouging. Truly a little demoness. The little demoness approached him. What now? Are you disagreeing? Tan Lai was flustered. Since she saved my life, I owe her one. But suddenly, footsteps and murmurs were heard outside. There's a cave over there. Let's check it out. We must find him to report the incident to our master. Tanley's expression instantly became tense. It's the remains of blood essence. Sounds like for or so. Seeing that look, the little demoness smiled. Come find me later. Tanley clasped his hands in response. Yes, ma'am. I must leave now and hope you'll give me your name. I will repay you for this. Just as he finished speaking, a stone hit his shoulder with a thud. The little demoness lightly pointed her finger, casting a spell on Tan Lai. He asked in alarm what she intended to do. She replied reassuringly, just a protective charm for you. Alright, since you broke the rules and ambushed me. So you've changed your mind then. The ground suddenly shook, and Damon was bewildered with fear, not knowing what was happening. A loud explosion echoed, sweeping everything round away. The long demon speed was so fast, it couldn't be seen clearly. Who could this young man have a master behind him? Yeah, that's the price for daring to speak nonsense. Hey, what sect do you belong to? Do you know any other demon sects? I might spare you if I feel like it. I'm not an ordinary disciple. I only inherit the way techniques from the Heartless Demon Sect. Heartless Demon Sect? Never heard of it. Huh? Or are you a scattered cultivator? If that's the case, I'm sorry. After saying this, she turned to leave. Fanny quickly followed her. That doesn't make sense. Clearly, she's only a 6th stage spirit feint. So the Eye of the Demon has already killed 3 fully matured spirit feints and 1 cultivator. Now that I'm trapped, this calamity seems hard to escape. If she dealt with them, it'll be my turn next. Why aren't you showing fear? Fear is useless. If I show fear, she might spare me. We're in someone else's hands now. Our lives are up to her. Do you think I can't deal with you? Yeah, let me think about it. Didn't I say I wanted to gouge out your eyes? That was before, now I've changed my mind. Besides, why are you so calm seeing my body? Huh? You're asking this? As a cultivator, the way comes first. Matters of men and women mean nothing to me. But according to what you said, did you really see my body? That's right, I did indeed offend. If you're devoted to the way, may I ask who Miss Mao is? Stop teasing me. When did she learn such tricks? Please don't misunderstand. I'm really just focused on cultivation. Miss Mao is just a friend. Her character is strong and never backs down. If you're not going to kill me, can we make a pact? With your cultivation level, shouldn't you be afraid of running away? How did she use her methods to seal all my movements? Was it sealing the original spirit or pricking acupoints? Damn! Without spiritual energy, how can I break the spell? Or should I just wait for her return? A strange dark aura flashed past and hit Fanley's armor. What's this? A mysterious spirit tablet fragment. Could a mysterious spirit tablet really break the seal? Success! The mysterious spirit tablet indeed worked. If she returns, I won't be able to run anymore and will have to escape from the cave. Fanley traveled all night towards Upper Peak Ancient City. After informing Mok, he immediately sealed himself in meditation for injury treatment. Even though he escaped, his heart was still trembling with fear. Thinking back on the journey up the mountain, danger surrounded every step, but fortunately, they made it safely back. A few days later, at Upper Peak City's residence, a servant reported that Mok wanted to see him. He replied he knew, just a small wound. He didn't expect Mok Sr. to come in person, which left him flustered. Your Excellency, Mr. Fan has been helping us for many years. From assisting Mok through his trials to eliminating the vicious thieves and saving Upper Peak residents during its dire straits, how could I not express my gratitude? It's a small matter, please don't worry about it. All my life, I've only wished to seek the great way and transcend the mundane. How could you never want to leave your hometown and travel the world? I had that thought too, but I'm tied down by family. The Mok family is just a middle-class lineage. We need a master to protect our foundation. We can't afford to leave yet. Hey, not just that. According to what I know, many years ago the Mok family was involved in the imperial throne. The emperor is old and has entered the cultivation of alchemy. Following royal tradition, A new ruler will soon take over. Mok Fu is close with Prince 6. If there's a power struggle in the future, the Mok family might stay out of it. Haha, no wonder you're the chief advisor. You get information quickly. That's right, if you participate, you can't be indifferent. This is why I dare not leave. What about the new apprentice? It would be great to have a solid position in court. If so, please tell Mok Sr. your intentions directly. This edict was personally issued by the Emperor and recommended by Prince 6. Invite you to join as an imperial scholar in front of all officials. The other day, Prince 6 sent a token for me to convey his message to you. If you accept this position, your reputation will shine. Your clan will enjoy blessings for generations, receive court benefits, and be revered by the people. Your family will officially become part of the middle-class aristocracy. While being an imperial scholar is prestigious, even great power only lasts a few decades. 100 years later, when the royal power changes, will the new family still be remembered? The new family is almost extinct. Just a few people remain. Their motive was simply to get me on Prince 6's side. I'll accept your kindness, but my aspiration lie elsewhere. The imperial family really overestimates me. Right, there's also a travel letter for you. Oh, what did she want? Haha, your cultivation is impressive, but worldly matters still need to be learned. Thank you for passing the message. I won't stay long. Please excuse me as I leave slowly. What's going on? Mok Duran has arranged a meeting with me. It must relate to my identity. How should I tell her? I'm Xiaolai, your son. Are you here? What happened? I was resting. Father wants to talk to you. Just say it. All right. I didn't expect my cultivation to neglect my children. After so many years, I can barely remember our father-son memories. Being a father is really a failure. Only your scolding woke me up. Your reputation grows stronger with each passing day, but familial bonds grow weaker. Mok told me the imperial edict invited you to be an imperial scholar. You want a normal life. I support that. But your decision this time isn't bad either. Your reputation now needs to understand what's right and what's home. Xiaolai, no need to forgive me. Just hope you'll help if you're in trouble later. I'll leave for the sea capital tonight. If there's a chance, come back and visit the family. We've already vented our anger. Yet facing my father, I can't say anything. Don't talk about social interactions. He lived alone for over 10 years. Things have reached this point. Could my heart still be tied down? The cold autumn night, the wind seeps into the study. Only Xiaolai stands silently in the dim light of the room. The moon rises, breaking the silence with a sound. I've arranged to meet you at 2 o'clock somewhere. Why aren't you here? Little miss, there's nothing to worry about. Just family matters. Do you really believe I have something against you? I came here to tell you. In half a year, I'll leave the Zhao kingdom to seek enlightenment. And that incident from before, I also want to clarify. Honestly, at first, I didn't approach you just for the engagement. I thought you were someone with talent. Marrying you is more reliable than others. You really thought so back then? In fact, I'm not a good person. We could break off the engagement if you want, but we've known each other for many years in Shangyuan. Why didn't you use your body to plead? How can I be so hateful that you don't give me a chance to explain? If I say back then I didn't exploit you to strengthen the alliance between our families, would you have rejected the engagement? To be honest, even if we agreed, it should still be a man proposing. Why did you start the conversation? Of course, I think such matters should be left to men. I'm in prison now, admitting that my reputation is currently flourishing, and you know how to climb to the top quickly. But do you understand the feelings I have for you? In the future, we'll go our separate ways, perhaps never meeting again. A ray of light split through the sky. When my mother took over the Tan family at 16, she worked hard for 10 years to rebuild it. Half an hour later, on Wongjun Mountain, what was the hidden agenda behind all this? Was father sick for a long time? My mother's voice echoed. Mr. Tan, you're gone now. Please bear with my sorrow. Who caused this? When I arrived, the Tan clan was nearly wiped out, but we couldn't find Tang Feng or his son. The palace supervisor said someone hinted that it might be second brother, Tang Feng. The explosion before could have been caused by Dan Yongqi's expert, But who has such a deep grudge against the Tan family? Could it be the demon? Tan lit, even if I die, you won't live in peace. I remember that the demon's armor belonged to one of the Western Mountains' elite forces, which is thousands of miles away. Forget about it. Is the demon a member of the Western Mountains? We need to investigate. The Tan family head just died, and Tang Feng's father and son have gone missing without a trace. For now, we must bury the family head for Brother Quan first before continuing. Tan Lit suppressed his anger, remembering father's words that he would return to Jinghai tonight and visit home if free tomorrow. This conversation turned into a final farewell just a few hours ago. I couldn't say anything at the time. Father, I was wrong. It was me who caused you this fate. A few days later, outside Jinghai City, Tan Lit completed the burial of Little Miss. There's still more to do. Someone doesn't really want to see her one last time. After years away from home, now I'm a part of this tragedy. I can't face anyone anymore. This isn't your fault. Killing the demon was just to save the Tan family. Little Miss, you must know about my childhood. For many years, I thought I had no feelings for that cold Tan family. But I didn't realize until now how much I've gradually learned to forgive them. Before leaving, father talked to me, but I didn't say a word. I thought I still hated them. Only when the bad news came did I understand my own feelings. Report, Miss Tan, Mr. Tan, we found a piece of jade in the family head's hand. What? He was holding tightly onto a jade pendant. This isn't a magical artifact or treasure. So why did father hold onto it until his death? There must be another purpose behind this. For now, keep it safe. After the burial is over, we'll discuss further. Okay, after settling everything, we can deal with it. Little Miss left in the night, leaving only a few people to help Tan Lit arrange the rest of the Tan family affairs. Tan Lit entered Tan Jiti's study, hoping to find clues about the jade. But there were none, no trace at all. What was father's purpose in keeping this piece of jade? Where are second brother and fourth supervisor? Why is this brick positioned lower than the others? Could there be a hidden mechanism below? The secrets of the Fan family and Guru Yuxing might lie right here. I didn't expect to find such a large hall behind the secondary room with inscriptions on the walls. The promotion method for the Tai Yang secret technique. This heart method is the upper level of Tai Yang decision, passed down only to the descendants of Fan clan. It must not be disclosed. One could reach Dan Yangqi and enter the Great Tao. So the Fan family has such a mysterious heart method. I left home too early and knew nothing about it. Let's check behind this door. The new clan medicine first bears the responsibility of the clan, leaving their homeland to preserve the bloodline and written records. No one else is allowed to touch them except the headmaster. Our clan moved to medicine first 32 generations ago, with our bloodlines spread across the world, but we've never thoroughly investigated it. The descendants of the new clan must remember, do not open the Imperial Dragon Stone seal without permission, and do not leave Benevolent Region. Engrave this warning from the 32nd ancestor in your heart. New medicine first. Benevolent Region is indeed a place of millions, and the reason for not opening the Imperial Dragon Stone seal must be this door. But now our clan only has me carrying on the bloodline. If I don't try it now, no one else will have the chance later. This stone door is too heavy. Even my Dan Yang cultivation can't budge it. Could I be using the wrong method? What if I'm a virgin disciple of the Fan clan? Must we use Tai Yang decision to open it? My current cultivation has reached the initial stage of Dan Yang, and the highest level of Tai Yang secret technique only leads to Dan Yang. Maybe it's not too difficult. I've known the lower power heart method since childhood. Now I just need to practice upper power. With my current cultivation, it should take just one night to complete. But the latter part of the Tai Yang secret technique is unexpectedly complex. This fortune revealed the advantage of the immortal demon transformation. When original Yang couldn't progress, we switched to using original Yin. The two forces of Yin and Yang complement each other. 2 days later, Newly had mastered the Tai Yang secret technique. Tai Yang decision opened for me. Finally, the Imperial Dragon Stone seal door moved. Let's see what's inside. In the center is a stone pedestal surrounded by an array of formations, but they're not active. Could it be that due to its age, these formations have lost their effectiveness? Let's check other angles. Strange indeed. What makes this stone chamber so special that it needs to be hidden behind the Imperial Dragon Stone Seal? The descendants of the Fan clan encountered the most brilliant ancestor. Hurry and go down to hell. What? Most brilliant ancestor? You opened the Imperial Dragon Stone Seal, proving you're the first after me with a celestial body. At the same time, you have the qualifications to inherit the position of headmaster. With the Sun and Moon Jade Seal, if the defensive mechanism activates, both your physical form and consciousness will vanish instantly outside the Forbidden Zone. It won't be damaged by time because the Jade Seal transferred its power. But I don't have a celestial body. All this is due to the Immortal Demon transformation, with Gur Yuxing and Yang's secret technique supporting me. Of the 3 blessings, one is incomplete. Truly, I've been very lucky. 1,000 years ago, the Fan clan faced a major disaster. The essence of spirit almost perished in Eastern region. Although heavily damaged, some bloodlines still survived. Our ancestors wanted to preserve the lineage and had Elder Fu settle in benevolent region. Now, I will pass on 3 treasures as my ancestors did. With these 3 treasures, cultivation can progress smoothly. One day, return to Eastern region to investigate the truth of the clan's destruction and seek revenge for the Fan clan. Always remember this, Newly must follow his ancestors' teachings. The most brilliant ancestor might be my grandfather. I didn't expect the Fan clan to have such a deep history, using celestial materials as alchemy ingredients. It's extremely sturdy and looks like burning fire but feels cold when touched. It can change shape and is mainly used for defensive weapons. The complete record of Heavenly Tao mentions 9 highest heart methods of the Fan clan, with original atom essence, not decision at the top. Tai Yang decision forms the foundation of that practice. Finally, there's the realm of law, which includes gravitational pressure. The higher your cultivation, the greater the pressure. Those caught in this area will be. Even though no one remains in Fan Mansion now, better to be cautious. 13 steps. Where is 13th brother? Hey, are you okay? I heard the Fan family was destroyed. Who could be so cruel? The identity of the culprit remains unclear. Mufu is sending people to investigate. It won't be long before we hear news. That's right. Where are you going today? When Fan encountered danger, my father told me to go back to my mother's hometown in Tung Baoping County. But my cultivation is too low. Only when I returned to Jinghai did I realize the great disaster and rushed to see 13 steps. So your father didn't come with you? Yes, he went out with me, but we couldn't find both of us. Don't speculate rashly for now. Things will reveal themselves soon. Quickly return to Shangyu City and seek the Black Market Alliance, asking them to send people to track down the culprit. Then wait at my residence. Got it? Wait, where is 13 steps going? Before organizing the memorial service, I asked a household to investigate the culprit. They should have gathered some clues by now. We'll act together and quickly find your father. 13 steps. I understand now. At Mulia Manor in the evening, Master Mulia inquired about any news regarding the destruction of New Family. Just tell them what we found. So there are actually clues? That's right. We saw this on the body in Mount Dueling Valley. This is your father's spirit essence. It seems they stole treasures after destroying New Family. There were signs of battle at the scene. Also, we found this token on the body, indicating that the culprit was a disciple branch of the Western Army. But logically, after killing the head of the New Family, they should have come to find people, yet they disappeared. The confusing part is why, if wanting revenge, they would leave without leaving any trace. Yes, the noise that day was so loud. It's hard to say they were afraid of a powerful opponent. So we guess there must be another matter involved. For example, after killing someone, they encountered a stronger opponent, right? That's correct. If they had a powerful alchemist and still ran away, it means they faced significant trouble. Are there any other clues at the scene, like bloodstains? Yes, that's crucial. Following the blood trail leads to the 100-spirit cave. The detective overheard a disciple in the cave say that several days ago, an elder from the western branch came with serious injuries and hasn't left since. Where is the 100-spirit cave? What kind of place is it? In City Wu, the cave master is Lan Jun. He's skilled at alchemy and once learned techniques from the head branch of Western Army before returning to establish the cave with a cultivation level reaching the late treasure period. Good, we have some leads now. Is Mr. Fan planning to go alone to the 100-spirit cave? Revenge for my father's death, the destruction of our clan, how can I let it pass? Thank you, Master Melia, for your investigation. I will remember this favor. Goodbye, father. Is he going alone? Will he be okay? There's no other choice. This household originally belonged to Prince Li, and my covert investigation has touched on forbidden matters. If we delve deeper, we'll attract attention. After all, the head branch of Western Army is always a thorn in the eyes of the imperial family. So it will be very dangerous for him, relying solely on his own abilities. At 3 a.m. tonight at 100-spirit cave, he leaves. Alchemy can't be rushed. One must preserve their health. But this time, brother's injuries are too severe. Even I am helpless, trying to protect his meridians. The old master has depleted his vital energy and blood. If only there were a golden pill from an alchemist. Unfortunately, powerful alchemists are extremely rare. No! You dare deceive me. You're not from the 100-spirit cave. Ha ha! Well done, Master Wu. It seems you're not as foolish as I thought. Now let me ask a few questions. If you answer honestly, there might still be a way out. Oh, your tone is quite arrogant. Today, don't dream of escaping. But he suddenly stopped. What's wrong? Where did the gravity come from? His body almost stopped moving. How detestable. Apprentice of Bok Lin Cavern follows orders. Kill. No nonsense, right? At this hour, only you and I are in Bok Lin Cavern. Just a small sect with 3 streams. Yet you have cultivation prowess. Silly! Stop talking. Tell me who killed the lady of Jinghai City. You! I recognize you now. You're Tanley, the one who killed Ma San from DK Shu sect not long ago. No wonder you found your way here. But things are worse than they seem. Because it was you who harmed Tan. What did you say? Ma San is Namxiang Daoist's own son. Killing him means making enemies with my senior. If senior didn't encounter any trouble on the way, he would have already been executed by now. That Tan family, you won't escape today. Hold me back. Can you do that just with your skills? Relying on your strength alone. Think I'm afraid to act. Pop pop, he's not joking. He really wants my life. Quickly tell where Namxiang is. Namxiang left Bok Lin Cavern 2 days ago and returned to Kingsk. On their way, they encountered a demoness. Just a few words led to a deadly battle. A tragic end, most were killed. Namxiang severely injured. Forced to return to Kingsk for treatment. He should be in the Music City now. Tanley, I've told you everything. Release me. From today on, Bok Lin Cavern no longer exists. Lu Zhang, Tanley broke his trust. He always explodes with force in the dark. After destroying Bok Lin Cavern, Tanley didn't immediately pursue Namxiang, but investigated further. Haste makes waste. In this vast world, apart from Huangshu, 3 major sects Lang Nan, Pham Nam, Ha Lin, Huan Dong, and Liu Weishan are among the many high-ranking experts. Only Kingsk Exciention holds 9 true transmissions of elixirs. Each master has a unique skill. Namxiang is one of them. 3 days later in the Music City, after 2 days of searching with no trace of Namxiang, could he have left? Senior, please stop and ask. Are you also here for Kingsk Exciention's selection ceremony? Your name is Tanley. I'm from Shangyuan. This is my first time here. What's the selection ceremony about? Huh? Don't you know? This is the sect's new disciple recruitment every 5 years. Recruiting new disciples, Kingsk Exciention has many high-ranking experts. It's hard to get in. Now there's a chance. That makes sense. I've only heard about the opportunities here from Triu Senior. What? Do you want to join to Tan Senior? Of course. Great. Today is the last day. Let's cooperate and help each other. Okay, let Senior lead the way. This person's background is hard to gauge but seems promising. No problem. Half an hour later, welcome to King's Yixanshin's selection ceremony. I'm Old Master of Jade Hall Reception Pavilion. This is the examination ground. The test lasts 3 hours. Passing the cave behind means you've passed. This is your last chance today. If it's too much, leave. But follow King's Yixanshin's rules. Any questions? Okay, the cave behind is where King's Yixanshin's trials take place. The official examination begins now. Tan Senior, don't rush in yet. Why not? I heard there are 4 beast spirits inside the cave. This type is very dangerous, so we need to be prepared. This is the woozy grass. Brother Fan's eyes are really sharp. The 4 beast toads hate the smell of woozy grass. With it, they'll ignore Fan Lai and the group moves forward. A boom, a monster from the shadows charges out. Sure enough, there's a battle up ahead. If we can avoid it, let's save our strength. With our current power, we could kill these few, but that would give away our location and not worth it. Brother Zhao stops for a moment. The 2 of them stand in front to block the monster. The beast roars loudly, terrifyingly. The terrain here is narrow, only one path. It seems the previous grass was ineffective. Fan Lai! Is it really just a battle? But revealing ourselves too early might give away our position. The identity of the Southern Wall Taoist is still unclear. Look, that's an illusory light spell. A 4th rank spell. Why is it here? Brother Zhao, be careful. This spell can handle 4 beast toads, but isn't fully activated yet. The scroll isn't complete. Let me test it. Quickly throw it out. Fan Lai immediately recites the incantation and releases the illusory light spell. A bright flash of light rings out. Sure enough, the monster is knocked down. It seems that First Line Heaven knows about the 4 beast toads' power. They hid the key to victory in the grass like before. The same with this light scroll. Before it's activated, it's not too difficult. New disciples with good eyesight naturally pass. Do they want to test our experience and vision? When the 4 beast toads fell, Fan Lai and Zhao also reached their destination. After a short while, a few more people arrived, but most were eliminated. Only those who understand First Line Heaven's intentions are worthy of entry. Congratulations to all. From today, you're officially qualified new disciples. However, becoming a disciple still requires 3 months of effort before formal recognition. First Line Heaven has 3 peaks, 5 grains, 7 immortal caves. Based on your fate, you'll be assigned to one. Defying the rules is rebellion. All information is in the Jade Slip. Confirm and proceed as directed. No matter where you're assigned, find a way to approach the Southern Wall Taoist. Fan Lai, congratulations! Spring Revival Pavilion is good. You were lucky. Not really, all thanks to Brother Zhao's reminders. Otherwise, I wouldn't have passed. Right, where did Brother Zhao get assigned? Me, Lingyao Peak, responsible for protecting the sex. According to rules, we must leave the test cave now. It might be months before we meet again. That's better if we're in the same place. It could affect our report back. No need to worry, Brother Zhao, let's go. After that, I'll check if there's anything on First Line Heaven's hand. Spring Revival Pavilion, Fan Apprentice. It took us exactly 1 day to reach Spring Revival Pavilion. The task here is to handle the medicinal fields. If you persist for 3 months and familiarize yourself with herbs, your senior will recommend you for inner sect training. This is where you'll stay. If you have any questions, find me. Got it? Yes, I've mastered the essence pill now. Recognizing plants isn't hard. Tonight, we need to investigate further. That night at Spring Revival Pavilion, the closer we get to Great Might Treasure Hall, the higher our chances of finding Southern Wall Taoist. There are many secrets here. Let's not stay here any longer. Han lingers quickly and leaps over the mountain. Fan Lai hides to observe. There's a guard here, so this is the direction we need to go. Something's wrong. What do we do about the forbidden area? Good thinking. Hold your ground. I'm from the Revival Cauldron. Quite bold to come here at night. Who are you? Ajia Zinli just became an apprentice today. Went out in the afternoon, but got lost on my way back. After some explanation, they didn't attack but still kept us under suspicion. They took us back to our quarters for verification before leaving. I didn't expect this place's restrictions to be so sensitive. Just a touch and I was detected. Next time, we need to find another way in. In a cave, Groom Master Brother Hein, Senior Teacher Nam's Yan Dao Ren is severely injured. His organs are all damaged. Surviving with his life is considered miraculous. Western Nam Tang Dao Ren being hurt this badly is rare. Heard the culprit was a young female demoness from a bordering region that only recently emerged about 300 years ago. Why does our area produce such cases? Brother, I think my injury this time has nothing to do with the Tang family. Huh? Explain in detail. It was around dusk when I went to Wangjun Mountain as per a rendezvous with Dark Depth. Didn't expect him to be killed by the Tang family. In my anger, I went to Shangyuan City and attacked the Tang family upon seeing them. Only then did I realize there were no young alchemists present. It shows the culprit didn't appear at the scene. Just as I was about to follow a clue, a female demoness suddenly appeared. This demoness has extremely strong cultivation. Her entire body is covered in bizarre demonic techniques. Even her spells are unfamiliar to me. So I guess she's not from the million-year-old nation, but a pure demon cultivator. But brother, don't worry, demons act on impulse. Even if they're not aligned with us, we have to endure it. This time, the sudden disaster was unexpected and I could bear it. However, the culprit who killed Dark Depth hasn't shown up yet, which really frustrates me. Please send someone to investigate her whereabouts thoroughly. This grudge must be avenged by me. Wanting revenge with such severe injuries? Brother, that Tang from Spirit Realm jumped straight to young alchemy, a rare talent. Please don't let him live and cause future trouble. He's just a young Tang. I'll catch him eventually. At that time, I will personally deal with him, ensuring he never returns. Nam Xiang, how long does your injury need to heal? Probably about a year. It's hard to take any action now. Just rest and recover. I only became a young alchemist after rigorous training. If I don't succeed, it's better not to risk my life. You can trust me on this. Thank you, Master Brother Hein. 3 months later, Apprentice Tang. We agreed earlier that you would participate in the preliminary exams. The results are out now. Congratulations, from now on, you're an official apprentice. Thanks for everyone's support. Thank you, Master Brother Hein. What I achieved is due to my performance. I heard the apothecary is preparing a new elixir. This could be our chance. New elixir? Heard there's an elder in the sect who hasn't recovered from his injuries. That elder needs a special type of elixir. After the culprit attacked, he definitely left some traces. Those are signs of battle. Finally, I found Nam Xiang. A day later at the apothecary, everyone was surprised to see someone promoted directly to the apothecary. My name is from, my surname is only one character, Qi. That's the head of the apothecary. Starting today, you're officially working at the apothecary. I don't expect immediate results from you, but absolutely no mistakes. If anyone makes a mistake, I will strictly punish according to sect rules without mercy. On the other hand, those who perform well will be rewarded with monthly visits to the secret library for research and cultivation improvement. Do you understand? Very good. If Nam Xiang gets injured, he must come to the apothecary for treatment. Just wait here, I'll definitely find him. But what should we actually do now? Usually, his injuries are severe but still common young alchemy. Getting hurt like that is rare. Moreover, he hasn't shown up recently. Focus on your cultivation for now. I didn't expect Nam Tong to have such an important position. Hope we can retreat if things go wrong when fighting him. Huh? Brother Senior? Where did that person go? You're the new one, right? This is a broken medicine cart. Why bother Brother Senior with a broken medicine cart? Let me help. If you have the heart for it, I'll entrust this to you. That night, I felt like I was very lucky. This place is indeed bustling. There are countless things being discarded. What others consider waste, to me, they're precious treasures. As long as we have the mysterious essence core, I can refine everything again. That way, my progress will be much faster. Where's Senior Taines? The elder wants to meet you. Hold on a moment. What happened here? New disciple Tanley pays respects to the elder. Can I come in? Please enter. Who are you? Are you Tanley? I have a few questions for you. Yes, elder. Go ahead and ask. You're from the Tantu sect. Where is your hometown? Elder, you are indeed a Tantu sect disciple. Your body is no longer here. I used to live in a small village on the mountain. After the flood, everything was lost. Fortunately, I survived. Continue asking, elder. From whom did you inherit your cultivation? An old Taoist, but I don't know his name. He only passed down a few incantations. I practiced and became the cultivator I am now. HMPH, what's that scroll? Could it be related to me? Yes, during the battle with Motham on Fish Mountain, I used its true form. Could my identity have been revealed? His cultivation level is probably around the middle stage of Alchemy Pill Realm. If we fight now, we might lose. But running away isn't an option. The Kangxi are everywhere. We might be discovered at any time. What should we do? Could it be that I die here without avenging my father's death? Alright, you can step back now. Newcomer Tanley speaking. Yes, disciple retires. The person in the portrait doesn't look like him. They're completely different on the outside. Perhaps the master overthinks it. Even with a brave heart, a young man wouldn't dare come all the way here. It's dangerous. We almost got discovered. But now that's not important. What matters is cultivating to increase our chances of survival. Good morning, Senior Taines. Today, it's your turn to enter the secret scripture cave, right? Please excuse me, Senior. This is indeed the secret scripture cave. I've heard that everything here is low-level magic. Well, these are things for cultivators. For me, it doesn't bring much benefit. Right. This set of mantra scripts seems quite unusual and captivating. Each symbol contains immense power, allowing ordinary people to perceive the essence through observation. Most of the forbidden techniques in cultivation have evolved from this core mantra script over the years. By understanding the true meaning of the mantra, one can harness its energy to inscribe and depict, creating strange forces. Since most prohibitions stem from a common origin, it's no exception for the First Heaven realm. Good find. I didn't expect this collection of scriptures to hold such a precious handwritten copy. Indeed, seeing them like this makes Tilly quite excited. With this record, Han won't fear the prohibitions in the First Heaven realm anymore. Instead, they can delve deeper into research. Over these 3 days, I continuously refined elixirs and studied the mantra script. In just over 2 months, a pleasant surprise came to Han. Master Nangguang has returned to his mountain residence half a month ago, and the time is right to obtain the mantra script. The restrictions on Line Heaven no longer affect us. Prolonging it won't help. Calm down, balance yin and yang, resolve the deficiencies, and dispel the seals with true words. Let's go. That's great, Brother Namwu. How far has the investigation progressed? This portrait was commissioned in Jingxi, so it can't be wrong. I've thoroughly investigated Master Nam Wu from Line Heaven, but found no suspicious clues. Your injuries are still there. Don't overthink it. Besides, staying at Spirit Willow Cave is fine. No need to rush back. If we don't stir things up for a few days, we might not even find him. Alright, I'll have someone bring some medicinal pills later to nourish your blood flow. Coming this late and making Brother Nam Wu come personally. Nam Tung really feels bad about it. As fellow Taoists from myriad sects, we should take care of each other. Thank you for your help. Go back at your own pace. Yeah, the injuries are severe. It's truly hard to know when they'll fully recover. I'm still worried about that Bratson who's free out there. It really annoys me. So, you're Nam Tung. Who are you? You sneaked in at midnight to Line Heaven and searched for so long, but didn't recognize me? You're Sin Lai. How can that be possible? There were no warnings from the defensive seals. Nam Wu brother just left without noticing you either. Foolish person. Who would be so foolish to attack two people at once? Nam Tung, you've eliminated Sin for me. I must settle this debt. Brat, coming just in time. My long-standing grudge will finally have an end today. Good, prepare to die. Namtang, silently strike with one sword and leave the opponent stunned. A loud explosion shattered the room. Brad, what kind of dark magic did you use? Old man, it seems you can deduce things. Let's see how long you can hide. Electric Light Master, attack. You've shown a weakness, even with many treasures. You can't withstand the three-tiered lightning strike. Both sides fiercely clashed in smoke and flames. Damn it, my old injuries are too heavy. I couldn't fully unleash this blow, but being hit by the lightning strike means even if I don't die, I'll be severely injured. Wait for brother to catch up. I'll extract the essence from him later. Grandfather, Sunlight stepped out of the dense smoke. Auntie, old man, even Heavenly King can't save you today. How are you still standing? I've said it before, this debt must be settled today. Unleash the chain-linked Heaven Dao technique. He couldn't dodge and fell dead instantly without a sound. Finally done, luckily, he was already severely injured, so his strength wasn't fully available. But that's how it is in the cultivation world. Big fish eat small ones. Results are what matter. We can't stay here. We need to leave now. The headmaster has ordered a manhunt for Sunlight. All disciples at the peaks must act immediately, risking everything to catch him alive or dead. It seems Lion Heaven is starting to react. If caught, it'll be troublesome. We need to speed up. Looks like Lion Heaven is responding. If captured, it will be a big hassle. We should hurry. Mountain Patrol disciples, why now? Are you Xin Li's disciple? The headmaster has spoken. Follow us on this mission. I'm sorry, but I can't agree. Please forget about this matter. A swift sword cut took the opponent's head. Cutting grass without its roots will bring disaster. Isn't that right? Sen Hu Hung. Sunlight widened his eyes in shock at the brother he hadn't seen for years standing before him. This aura is Dan Yang. He's always hidden his cultivation breath. The assistant narrowed his eyes mysteriously and said, "We must be very discreet about this. This has always been your weakness." Nuclear felt confused and asked the assistant again, "What kind of person are you?" The man across replied, "Lieter didn't expect Hein to have entered the Danyang realm. It seems I underestimated you. But no matter what Hein is planning, the current chaos in Ixian Tian favors our plan." He turned and continued speaking, "Meet me at Zoom Pass in 3 days. I will respectfully wait for Hein there. I hope you keep your promise. Please leave now." Nuclear was surprised by how easily he let go. Ben asked again, "If you let me go, aren't you afraid of damaging our plan?" Ji-yuan looked at the body on the ground and replied, "Without witnesses or evidence, what can they accuse us of? Hurry up, delay means danger." Nuclear immediately flew into the night, leaving only a grateful message behind. Half an hour later in the main hall, angry shouts echoed, "Who can explain this to me?" He is one of the 3 major sects in the country of Jiuan. Yet another sect was allowed to invade and kill a senior elder without touching any restrictions. This is truly an eternal shame. Old Master Nam Hein shouted, shocking everyone present. Taoist Nam Wu stepped forward to take full responsibility. Senior Master Hein, the culprit is indeed Tan Lear. This is my fault. I shouldn't have left at that time. At that moment, I was only thinking about using the medicinal pills to treat Namtiang's injuries. I didn't expect something to happen right after. Based on the remaining aura at the scene, it can be confirmed that Namtiang used a frenzied thunder attack. The culprit must have been injured and couldn't escape far. He gestured towards Taoist Nam Wu. Senior Master Han, I failed to thoroughly investigate Tan Lear's true identity. Please allow me to leave the mountain to track him down and make amends for my mistake. The old master pointed at Nam Wu. Good, you are ordered to immediately leave the mountain and hunt down Tan Lear. He is injured and unfamiliar with the terrain. He must not escape the Kerwest region. Thus, under Taoist Nam Hai's command, a large-scale manhunt for Ixian Tian officially began. The desolate Kerwest mountains were barren and rugged. Tan Lear struggled to crawl to an isolated forest corner, his hand clutching the wound on his chest. Indeed, it was no wonder he had reached the 3rd level of cultivation. At first, due to excitement, he didn't notice, but when emotions calmed down, he realized how severe the injuries were. If not for having practiced the Essence Void technique from the beginning, he would have been blown apart right there. Looking around, the vast open land offered no hiding spots. Suddenly, something rushed towards him and struck the mountainside with a loud bang, causing large chunks of rock to shatter. Taoist Nam Wu had caught up. His imposing aura enveloped Tanlier. He shouted loudly, "Dare to harm our sect's senior elder and think you can escape safely?" Painful yet sly, he smiled in response. "I dared to enter Ixiantian alone to kill Nam Tiang. That means I prepared an exit. And you, from the start, didn't recognize who I am. Now do you want to capture me? Just in time, I have something for you to see." As he spoke, he took out a glowing medicinal pill from his hand. Nam Wu was shocked. "It's the yellow dragon pill. How could this be possible? This kind of pill must never fall into the wrong hands. Where did you get it?" Tanlier replied, "Originally a discarded pill. These pills were meant to treat Nam Tiang, but today they helped me break through to Dan Yang level 2. What do you think? How are you feeling?" He raised his bloodied hand in challenge. Taoist Nam Wu heard this and roared, "Injured yet still dared to be arrogant. See my fist, your mouth." As he spoke, he launched a spiritual attack. Tanlier responded, "Let's see then." Saying this, he swung his sword towards him. The two attacks collided, causing a shockwave that shook West Mountain Monastery. About one incense stick later, in the main hall of Skyline Temple, a servant hurriedly entered to report, "Master, something major has happened." A disciple from the Ancestor Hall reported that Elder Nam Wu's talisman in the hall had cracked. Upon hearing this, Nam Heen's face turned pale and he exclaimed in shock, "What? How could that happen? Didn't Xin Lai just wound someone?" The servant asked if he was injured, should we send more people to help? Hearing such nonsense, Old Master shouted, "The opponent is Dan Yang Qi. Adding more people won't solve this." In a short time, Xin Lai killed 2 major elders of Dan Yang, truly making him the Vanguard's most deadly enemy. I must take action myself then. The next morning at Lin Family Manor, someone rushed in to report to the old ancestor. News from the hand relay system. Master Nam Tang was killed in his room. He was brutally murdered. The culprit is Xin Lai from Bianjing. Dao Yang stood up and smiled lightly. Truly unexpected that Xin Lai could do this. He even managed to kill Nam Ting right under the great Dan Master's nose. How did he manage? Tui Feng immediately replied, according to spy reports, after sneaking into the Vanguard, Xin Lai broke through many restrictions and killed someone without anyone noticing. Dao Yang thought for a moment and said, with Nam Heen holding power in the Vanguard for years, he surely won't let this go. What happens next? The crucial point is that just 2 hours after fleeing, Xin Lai met Nam Wu at West Mountain's border, then killed him on Harmony Peak. He's no longer the young man who was once betrothed. Clearly, he has transformed into a formidable cultivator. Dao Yang side, events in West Asia will shock millions of people. This matter is complicated. Perhaps Prince Liu Xiang will soon make a decision. He turned to ask, what then? Tui Feng thought of his daughter and replied, inform the old ancestor. She has left the borders of the Million Kingdom. She should be heading to Snow Spirit Palace now. Liu Xiang was always distracted by Xin Li's past betrothal, affecting her cultivation for years. Hearing this, Dao Yang felt relieved. Good, whether his talent will be utilized depends on this opportunity. We need to prepare. The Million Kingdom is about to change. The day after, as expected, Xin Lai met with Million official at Zongma Ridge. Seeing Xin Lai arrive, Million official greeted him warmly and asked how he was. But Xin Lai didn't respond. Instead, he asked back, Million official, what's the background of brother? Million official smiled and replied, making you wait so long is Bonsong's mistake. I apologize. Xin Lai reminded him, Bonsong, could brother be from the Imperial Palace? Xin Lai felt a slight tremor in his heart as he realized that the name of this Million official was just an echo. Turns out you're Prince Liu. Million official nodded and confirmed it. 3 months ago, when you declined Bonsong's land offer, I thought I would never receive any support from anyone in my life. I regretted for a long time. Hearing this, Xinlai knew things were not good. He said, "Your Highness, I've never had intentions to contest power. Nor do I now. Please say what's on your mind." Million officials saw Xinlai being straightforward. He spoke sincerely. Indeed, talking with a wise person is less troublesome. Bonsong was direct. "I want you to curse Namheen away." Xinlai couldn't help but be surprised. To kill Namheen, so million officials' ambition is that big. Could that be why he risked his life in the vanguard? Million official continued without hiding. "For a long time, Bonsong and my brothers have been vying for power, hoping to gain my father's trust one day, but your intentions don't favor me." Among the three major sects of Lu State, do you remember, 4th Prince Jianfu is unparalleled in love and power. His influence far surpasses Bonsong's. The vanguard's Dan Yang all obeys him unconditionally. 3rd Prince has a divine body with deep spiritual roots. His power is formidable even though he isn't in the capital, and Liliu Mountain remains loyal to him. My Fahala region is desolate and far from the capital. Despite skilled people, the population is too small, which is our most vulnerable point. I know you're indifferent to worldly affairs and don't care for power, but now Bonsong has a chance to turn things around. It's both heartwarming and beneficial for you. Xunlai was surprised. Is this good for me? Prince Liu Xiang nodded. Yes, you're no longer in the same boat as the vanguard. Do you think leaving West Mountain will bring you peace forever? What do you mean? Zhao Yuan replied that Qian Rui was killed by a male poisoner, and it's considered eliminated. And your second brother-in-law's whereabouts are mysteriously lost, leaving an unharmed wife behind, hidden in Shangyuan. Isn't that right? Qianlai frowned and asked closely, "Are you the one investigating me?" According to Lin Duyang, Prince Lu's plan is progressing smoothly. The first line has split into 3 directions and has already set out. Lin Zhuang's people have successfully controlled the other alchemists, and Tianlai has left for Namxian to maintain order there. At this moment, Tianlai looked at the assistant officer and knew he wasn't simple. Investigating all the way to his roots, he asked, "Your Highness knows my situation so well. Isn't it to intimidate me?" The assistant waved his hand immediately. "No, the palace only wants to remind you that Namxian sent people to Shangyuan a few hours ago." Qianlai was startled. What? They've already found their way to Shangyuan. So isn't this person? Zhao Yuan replied right away. "Don't worry, I've already reinforced the defenses. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. From the tailor who luckily escaped. Shouldn't you be grateful to me?" Tianlai knew he never helps people for free. He chuckled sarcastically. A wolf's mouth falls into a tiger's trap. "Your Highness, how should I express my gratitude?" The assistant officer then made his terms clear and simple. If Namxian doesn't die, the West will never be at peace, and you'll never have a day of tranquility. Tianlai sighed, knowing that hiding would be futile. Ben said, "Your Highness's thorough plan must include a full extermination strategy. Tell me, what should I do to eliminate Namxian?" It's easy. The first line now has only 7 alchemists left. I'll have someone impersonate Tian brother to mislead them. Then I will enter the wine alchemy hall and work together with you from 3 sides, forcing Namxian into a dead end. Tianlai thought to himself, the old Lin's son is also involved? That makes sense. Lin has always been on Prince Lu's side. Nothing surprising. Yes, Tianlai nodded in agreement. Alright, wait for Lin's people to arrive. We'll act immediately. Zhao Yuan replied. Of course. Half a day later, the first line received urgent news. At Mountain 22 in the northwest, traces of Tianlai were discovered. He had injured an observer and fled towards Snow Ridge. Old Namxian heard this and observed his surroundings before saying, "Good, we must capture the traitor alive this time." Namsheng and Namsu immediately headed to Mountain 22 for pursuit. Understood. He then instructed others, Namyang and Namyu, to set up defenses at Snow Ridge. If Tianlai really goes there, no need for direct confrontation. Just cooperate with the pursuing team to corner him. As for Namji and Nam Vintuvi, they were left in the sect to handle the situation. The rest followed me up to the peak of Mountain 22. Don't let him escape. Everyone should immediately set out. Everyone responded with a resounding yes. Namsian has calculated very meticulously. His heart is boiling with hatred towards Tianlai. I'll see where he can run to this time. A while later, Lin Yang returned to Prince Lu and bowed before reporting. Zhao Yuan immediately asked about the situation ahead. Lin Yang replied that by now, Tianlai must have clashed with Namsian. On the peak of Mountain 22, Namsian stepped down onto the icy ground. The terrain is treacherous. He took a step and said, "Just as I predicted, Mountain 22 was just a decoy. Their target is to escape during chaos." After fighting with him, Tianli's body was full of injuries. He stood up and snorted, "Where are your disciples and offspring? Don't count on them to help you out." Namsian sneered at him, "Dealing with a first-rank alchemist like you, I alone am enough. They only need to block your retreat path. Do you have any last words?" Tianlai stood straight and said coldly, "You're blocking my way out." That's the demeanor of the first line. I also have a word to ease my mind. The sect of the West, 10,000 restless souls, even high-ranking alchemists, couldn't escape. Saying this, he swung his sword down with fury and resentment. Namsian blocked with his robe and shouted loudly, "Arrogant." Tianlai shivered coldly. Both of them charged at each other, the curved saber technique changing unexpectedly. Namhain stepped back quickly, then suddenly swung his fan sword, sending a wave of deadly energy down. "Little fellow, you're going to die." Tianlai has exhausted himself. He blocked the attack, blood spilling onto the stark white snow, creating a striking contrast. The old man looked at the youth before him with a cold voice and said that everything was over. Tianlai raised his head to look at him, his eyes icy, saying this wasn't decided by anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong beam of light shot down towards Namhain's position. The old man immediately pulled out his defensive weapon from his body. Namhain was shocked to see the contempt for Wangfa shown toward him and his people. "You're looking down on our Wangfa? You tolerated Nantang's brutality, leading to the destruction of the Tan family. Dare you deny it?" Lin Yang stepped forward with a cold steel voice. Namhain exclaimed in surprise, showing contempt for Wangfa. "Could it be?" "That's right, everyone knows that Lin Yang serves under Prince Lu. I understand the King of Tan wanted to eliminate the three sects, but didn't expect the first target would be the first-line Heaven sect. How many people did you bring? Step out one by one. Since the master has invited us, why should I hide?" Namhing, long time no see. Namhing recognized Lin Daoqing and said, "It turns out you're Prince Lu." Lin Daoqing smiled and replied, "Indeed, Master Ling Yueshang is truly brave and fearless. He deserves our respect. Even though your cultivation is profound, facing 3 Danyang experts at once, how do you think your chances are?" In front of these 3 experts, the old man remained calm. The Tri family has been trying to eliminate the 3 sects for 100 years. If it were me, I wouldn't miss this opportunity. Lin Daoqing smiled and said, "Since you've seen through the situation, my princess can assure you. Just follow me back to Langyang Palace. You can retreat and meditate there, then return as the head teacher of First-Line Heaven sect. What do you think about this?" Namhing thought for a moment before sighing. "If we're truly caught in this situation, I can't say anything more." Confirming Lin Daoqing's terms, Han immediately smiled contentedly. "Good, my judgment was correct. So the matter of First-Line Heaven sect is settled." Seeing everything decided, Tianlai stepped forward. "If your highness has finished, please answer me. Where are your people now?" Lin Daoqing's expression turned uncomfortable before replying that they were in Lingyang and hadn't suffered any losses. Tianlai continued, "I've fulfilled my promise. The rest of the First-Line Heaven sect can no longer change anything. When will your highness fulfill your promise to me?" Lin Daoqing turned around and replied, "There's no rush. My princess isn't a man of broken promises. If you stay in Lingyang, after I reclaim the throne, your people will enjoy endless wealth and honor." Recalling that vision, Tianlai said coldly, "Don't expect too much. My path is not towards Shengzhou anymore." Unable to keep a useful person, Lin Daoqing could only give up. "Alright, your injuries are severe. Rest well. In 10 days, I'll wait for you at the Langyang residence of the Tan Kingdom. Hope your highness keeps his word." A few months later, Tanlai left Kungsi and worked with Lin Daiyuking to gain insight into many things. It turned out that those in power were just like gamblers. Lin Daiyuking still appeared friendly because he knew Tanlai was valuable. Moreover, after the continuous battles against 3 Danyang experts, Tanlai's body was exhausted and needed a place to recover. 9 days later in Langyang City, news spread that First Line Heaven sect had been completely destroyed. It was said that Tanlai single-handedly broke through the sect and killed 9 Danyang experts with his spirit sword. Some even claimed Namhing died under his hands. Oh my god, that's impressive, right? Indeed, these rumors are endless. Passing by a street where he heard this, Tanlai couldn't help but laugh to himself. I never expected there would be news saying I killed Namhing. It must have been Lin Daiyuking deliberately exaggerating the story. That's true, power struggles always affect one's reputation, but it doesn't need to be pushed on me alone like this. Indeed, a small matter turned into a big deal. Tanlai suddenly widened his eyes. Their eyes met. Wasn't that the demoness in front of him? She saw Tanlai and exclaimed, "Oh, aren't you the one who used to spy on me while I bathed?" With a smile, she covered her mouth and pouted. "It's really you. I almost died looking for you." The girl scolded, grateful that lady saved your life, but now you're healthy and left without saying anything. Tanlai hesitantly replied, "I am very grateful for your life-saving favor. If there's anything you need, I'm willing to exert myself to help you." The little devil Tanlai remained silent for a few seconds before saying, "Even if I asked you to save my life, it doesn't mean I will let you do whatever you want with me." The little devil girl's eyes widened in surprise. "Why? You mean you want to take action against me?" Suddenly, she sighed and looked at Tanlai playfully. "Fine, if you win, I'll forget everything." "Really?" "Of course." Both of them went out to the Langyang suburbs for a showdown. The sky was turning dark. Holding his spirit weapon, Tanlai said, "So be it. Let me see your disdainful tone." The little devil girl hesitated and said, "Miss, you are my benefactor. I won't use all my strength. Just win the sword in my hand, and I'll back down." The little devil girl laughed. She didn't expect him to be so straightforward. "Fine, if I can't get the sword within 10 moves, I will admit defeat." Saying that, Tanlai launched a fireball from Lionlin, each fireball flying straight at her. But she flicked her fingers and all the fireballs froze in midair. Even Tanlai was fixed in place. He looked down at his hands, surprised to find the sword had vanished. In that moment, something shook his mind, causing him to lose focus. The little devil girl raised her sword and said, "Just 3 moves, you're already defeated." Tanlai had no choice but to admit defeat. "I am convinced. Do what you want with me. What do you want to kill? I'm not interested. After years in Shengshu, I've only met someone as interesting as you. So dying would be a waste. This belongs to me now." She retracted her sword. Then she gently touched Tanlai's chin with her finger. "Mischievous eyes." Or she asked him to call her master. But Tanlai immediately refused. Firmly said no. Her expression changed. Her eyes twinkled mischievously. She chuckled lightly, hand covering her mouth. "Ha ha! Forget it." Tanlai coldly replied in 2 words. Tanlai, leaning close and smiling softly, said the name was good. "Why are you here in Langyang? I have something to deal with." Dealey came up quickly, tapping his stomach playfully as a mischievous girl would, asking what he did. If it was fun, could she come along? She had nothing better to do lately. Tanlai glanced at the young woman and thought, her strength is deep. Having her by my side isn't necessarily bad. With that in mind, Tanlai nodded in agreement. "Alright, let's go together then." The little devil girl confirmed. "So there you have it, don't regret it." Tanlai replied helplessly. "Such a bother." Thus, the two returned together. Returning from the suburbs to the city, it was already dark. Tanlai planned to arrange a room for her, but she refused. She said there was a better place to stay. Wanting to show him around, both stood in the courtyard. Dealey brought out a willow branch. The wind whirled around them, and within an instant, they were soaring high into the air. Tanlai felt startled. "Hey, don't fly around in the city of Langyang recklessly. What if we get caught? Just open the umbrella." Don't worry, it's a spirit shield, high-grade stuff. With its protection, no one will spot our magic power. The moonlight illuminated her red silk robe. Holding the umbrella made her look gentle and enchanting. Her violet eyes were captivating. Tanlai paused for a moment. His teacher was silent. Then Dealey called out, "What's wrong? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden?" Tanlai woke up abruptly and stammered, "Oh, I just thought we didn't need to hide too much if we're working together." Yinli cleared her throat softly. She tried to remain calm. 3 months ago, the Tain's clan members were killed outside Changyuan City. That's why I set out to find the culprit. Although the mastermind was killed, a grandchild is still being held captive in Langyang. I came here to rescue it. Dealey gasped softly. "Oh, so those who died outside Changyuan were your family members? No wonder some of them looked familiar." The next morning, the old man greeted Tanlai in the courtyard. "Tansir, are you awake?" Tanlai bowed and thanked him. "Old man, good morning. I've come to trouble you." Before he could finish speaking, the old man chuckled and shook his head. "What's wrong? Whatever concerns Tansir is also of concern to me. But where is the fairy Dealey?" Tanlai was taken aback. "Fairy Dealey? Oh, you mean Dealey. She's training inside." The old man seemed curious and stepped closer, whispering, "May I ask, Sir Tan and Fairy Dealey? Are they in a relationship like that?" Hearing this, Tanlai was startled. "What kind of relationship?" The old man spoke frankly. "Isn't it a dual cultivation partnership by chance?" Tanlai was surprised and denied it repeatedly. The old man laughed. "You misunderstood something. We haven't finished our conversation yet." He chuckled again. "It's a matter for the young." "I understand, of course. I understand." Tanlai was helpless and raised his hands in frustration, shaking his head continuously. Explaining further is useless. Then he asked, "Right, where are we going?" "I rushed here so fast that I didn't notice the place." The old man replied, "This is Mount Bailu to the north of Langyang City." Tanlai widened his eyes. "Bailu belongs to the royal garden Yinlin, right? Could it be you're from the imperial house?" As soon as he said this, the old man chuckled and shook his head. "Ha ha, I'm just a common villager, Tansir, helping the imperial house watch over the mountains." He continued, "If you have no other business, old man will take leave now. Do what you need to do." This left Tanlai even more astonished. "Master, this is where you live. Why aren't you cultivating here?" The old man waved his hand. "I don't want to disturb Fairy Dealey's rest and have another place to stay." With that, he said goodbye and left quickly, leaving Tanlai alone with many questions. "Old man! Fake old man!" As the old man disappeared, Dealey appeared. She looked around and asked curiously, "Hasn't the old man gone?" Her casual attitude made Tanlai uncomfortable. "Should we just go in like this?" Dealey shrugged her shoulders. "There's nothing to it, I always stay here." Hearing this, Tanlai could only helplessly hug his head, submit to her completely, and then asked again, "Alright, what I asked you about last night, do you remember anything else?" Dula thought for a moment before answering, "Oh, are you talking about the old Taoist I hit? Last night when I tried to recall, after he escaped, I really didn't meet him again. I'm just a passerby. If Master wants to fight, come watch. I noticed an old expert who looked like you and ran over." Hearing this, Tanley's face turned pale, clenching his fists tightly. Dila continued speaking, "But when I arrived, everyone was already dead. And your younger brother, I didn't see him either." Tanlai was trembling all over, unable to believe what he saw with his own hands. He rushed over immediately, excitedly placing both hands on her shoulders and reassuring her. "Think it through carefully, don't miss anything." Dila winced in pain, gently scolding. "The one who hurt me said he didn't see anyone, so I didn't see anyone. I know few people in Shengju. If there was an impression, I would have remembered it." Tanlai suddenly realized the actions of his own body. He immediately retracted his hand. "Sorry, it's hard to see him like this." Dila sighed. She forcefully struck her palm on the ground and said firmly, "Don't be so gloomy. You're my servant. Your affairs are also the master's affairs. After finishing up in the north, I'll help you find him." Tan Lai understood a bit after hearing this. The north she mentioned isn't the northern part of Shangju, right? You want to go to North Bangyuanwu. He waved his hand. No way! That place is one of the 3 great desolate lands. The south is frozen over. Snowstorms swirl around. It's not a place you can step into. Dila crossed her arms and calmly replied, "What to fear? I'm here with you. Your matter will be resolved soon. At that time, you must go with me." Tanley's mouth dropped open, pointing at himself in confusion. "I have to follow too." Dila shrugged confidently. "Right, Isuanwu has some very strange things. But I understand the situation there quite well. This time, we can definitely find out where that old monster is." Tan Lai sighed a few times. He thought to himself that he's had enough trouble lately. Set it aside for now. We don't have much time left. I need to go there and deal with the matter at hand. Dilar responded quickly upon hearing this. "Let's go, I'll follow you." Tan Lai didn't refuse but still warned her. "Alright, but when we get there, wait nearby for a moment. I'll go in and fetch the person, then come out." Dila nodded. Acting mysterious again. "Fine, if anything happens, just call me." A few hours later, both of them quickly arrived at the king's mansion. Upon arrival, the official warmly invited him in. "Welcome, Brother Tan, to be at ease." Tan Lai nodded and smiled lightly. "The prince is angry. I dare not sit on equal terms with your highness." Marshal Zhao doesn't say a word. "If that's so, the Palace of New Friends will speak frankly. Are you here to handle that matter?" The Palace of New Friends guarantees that person will become a superior friend. Newly raises his hand, showing a firm attitude. "Your Highness, I only want my new people. I don't wish to be involved in power struggles. I just seek guidance and hope your Highness can understand." Hearing this, Marshal Zhao shakes his head and sighs repeatedly. It seems the Palace of New Friends still lacks trust from Newly. With that attitude, Newly's heart rises with doubt. "Your Highness has many skilled people. Missing one like me won't make a difference." Why insist on this? Marshal Zhao continues. 10 days ago, we destroyed the Western Peak together and brought the first line of heaven under imperial rule. Didn't you think the throne was ours? But then the emperor said that only after subduing all 3 princes can he secure the Eastern Palace. Although the 4 princes are defeated, the 3 princes still hold onto the Western Peak. So we're severely short of manpower now. Newly nods in understanding. "I understand your difficulty, but I also have my own dilemma." Marshal Zhao is unwilling and asks again, "Can't this be negotiated?" Newly sighs and tries to reassure him. "Your Highness, don't worry. I won't follow you, but I won't join the 3 princes either." At this moment, Marshal Zhao reveals his true stance. He speaks with a cold, insinuating tone. "New friend is indeed wise. Too bad we both have no choice now." Newly looks worried. If you ask what he means, the assistant laughs and tells New Hein to go out and see for himself. Hearing this, Newly rushes out the door quickly. In front of him stands a man in brown robes who had been waiting for a long time. His robe bears a familiar symbol. Newly hesitates, recognizing someone from the Western Peak as the man in yellow bows to Prince Liu. Newly frowns and turns back to ask Your Highness what this means. Marshal Zhao calmly steps forward, letting Bansong explain. "A year ago, when you were near the precious boundary, didn't you save a friend in Yuanchang?" Newly is taken aback. "Your Highness, I don't understand what you mean." Marshal Zhao turns towards the body on the wall and laughs. "Don't worry, I'll help you remember. Look closely. Do you recognize him?" Newly looks at the old man. His face darkens as he answers coldly. "Yes." Marshal Zhao smirks. "Good, it seems Hein hasn't forgotten completely. He is Truck Tungchuk. We uncovered a connection between you two." Bonsong discovered another matter. Previously, the Western Peak had a traitor. His name was Wang Huazi, a close friend of Truck Tungchuk. You helped him escape from Lu Liuxin's pursuit. As Marshal Zhao said, Newly's face tightens as he clenches his fists. "Yes, everything is said by your highness." Marshal Zhao laughs coldly. "Third brother has deep roots. Bonsong's position isn't stable. We couldn't defeat him. But fate gave Bonsong a chance to learn about this. If not seized, it would be a waste of Hein's efforts. Then he presents his conditions. Now you have two choices. One is to submit to Bonsong and find Wang Huazi. In that case, Bonsong can mediate the matter with the Western Peak and Lu Liuxian will be forgotten. Hearing this, Newly understands, if I don't agree, the second path is to be handed over to Lu Liuxian for punishment. He laughs coldly, exchanging Lu Liuxian's surrender for your highness unification of the three princes and seizing the Eastern Palace. Is that right? Marshal Zhao praises him. No wonder Hein is wise. You've understood my point. Newly knows this isn't simple, asking the man in yellow, could Lu Liuxian really follow Prince Liu just for a traitor? It can't be that simple. The man frowns and angrily replies, when Wang Huazi fled, he took a treasure from Lu Liuxian. We've been pursuing him for years, but now there's only one chance to catch him. But you ruined that opportunity by killing his disciple and even possibly taking away his martial prowess. So, no matter what, people will hard to escape their responsibilities. New anger rose as he glanced at Zhang Yuan and tried to reason with him. Your Highness, even if we submit, what's the use? We don't know where Wang Huazi is. Won't the people from Liu Lishan support us? Zhang Yuan remained calm, placing a hand on his shoulder for comfort. It's okay, the palace will investigate this. Moreover, today I'm being honest with you. Court matters or the three treasures are not important. Saying that, he looked straight at Jin Lai and smiled mysteriously. Do you think you can leave the royal residence as easily as a commoner? Jin Lai was alarmed, calculating quickly. The surrounding atmosphere was as tense as a battlefield. At this distance, if we ambush him, he could seriously injure Zhang Yuan. But then I would become a criminal in Zhang's country and offend Liu Lishan. There would be no place for me to stay. Moreover, the eunuch is still in his hands. The senior husband can be swayed. Just keeping Jin's bloodline alive justifies some loss of dignity. After a deep breath, he spoke to Zhang Yuan. It seems there's no way out for Jin mother. I agreed to withdraw, your highness. Zhang Yuan nodded in satisfaction immediately. Good, haha. The wise survive, that's what Zuanti means. It's very pleasing that Brother Jin agrees to cooperate with the palace, but we know you're hard to control. Therefore, anyone who doesn't work for me must die. To ease my mind, invite Brother Jin to take this Odin blood pill. Jin Lai was extremely angry. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows and asked back, why won't Brother Jin cooperate? Jin Lai's face darkened with anger. He gritted his teeth tightly, took a deep breath, and replied, no, your highness is overthinking this. Saying that, he accepted the blood Odin pill. At that moment, from the city wall, a dark figure rushed past. Then came a loud explosion, sending debris flying everywhere. A wide gap appeared, startling Jin Lai as he turned around and muttered to himself. What happened? It was Delali who entered. She walked in with discomfort, shaking her head and scolding him to take the pill. Your mind is really messed up. Seeing that scene, Jin Lai frowned slightly. He asked, Delali, why did you follow us? Didn't I tell you to wait outside? Kilala laughed coldly and sternly asked back, why can't I come in? If I didn't come, wouldn't you have already taken the poison pill? Jin Lai knew Delali was worried about him, so he shook his head repeatedly. Delali tightened her grip on his hand and turned to the assistant officials. Your family members are being controlled by them. If they poison them, how will you save them? The assistant official, enraged, showed off his authority, shouting, who do you think you are to enter the prince's palace? Delali ignored him and pointed at him accusingly. You're cruel, using your family members as leverage. Now what will you do? Jin Li's face turned pale as he softly said, she must be crazy. This is Langyang capital, near the imperial palace. With so many experts in the palace, even a chariot would struggle to survive. We need to leave before it's too late. As someone familiar with thousands of people like Zhang Yuan, he couldn't bear such humiliation. He shouted angrily, do you think we can enter and exit this palace whenever we want? He turned to the brown-clothed man and ordered the Liu Lishan men, just capture that family member. Within 2 days, I'll hand over Wang Huazi. The brown-clothed man raised his eyebrows slightly and replied, then rushed towards Delay, warning anyone who enters today won't leave alive. Delay raised an eyebrow, folded her arms, and laughed loudly. Leaving? Do you think I want to leave? It's me who doesn't have such intentions. I'll remind you again, hand over Jinli's family members immediately. Behind him, Jinlai paled, unable to speak. If not, don't blame me for turning the prince's palace into a bloodbath. Even destroy Lingyang City if necessary. As she spoke, a red streak descended from above. It hit the brown-clothed man, causing him to scream in pain. His body was torn apart and turned to dust on the spot. Witnessing that scene, Jinlai trembled. A single streak of lightning could kill such a powerful official. There's no way he can survive. This Wei is too terrifying. Could this girl be a master of Infu level? At that moment, in the Imperial City, inside the Tehi Hall, Emperor Zhu Dan was receiving guests. When fourth Prince Chu Yuyu entered, he looked surprised and asked if state affairs were over. Why are you still here? Zhu Yuyu gripped his hands tightly, took a deep breath, bowed to confess his sins. Zhu Dan seemed puzzled by this. He frowned slightly. John had said before that if you can't manage it, just give up your right of succession. Didn't you listen? Since the founding of the dynasty, Teizu taught us that third generation Haoxuan and seventh Prince Zhu Yashi must not be touched. When Zhu Yuyu heard this, he continued, relying on his sixth brother's plan. He secretly used external forces to deal with Namhain. If it became known, wouldn't it shake the national fortune? I feel very fortunate. Zhu Yuyu bowed and admitted his mistake. Father taught me to be wise. Your servant has erred. These words still made Zhu Dan suspicious. He immediately ordered, from now on, you will serve as the Grand Secretary of the Inner Palace. Meanwhile, outside the hall, soldiers rushed in to report a red light signal from the Ming Prince's residence. They reported that the Ming Prince's residence in the eastern city had been attacked. Zhu Dan widened his eyes and said coldly, "Who has such guts?" The official quickly added details. Nuli was not alone. He was accompanied by a female demon. Even a high-ranking Ming Prince's guard couldn't resist her. Zhu Dan crossed his arms. The fire in him rose, feeling challenged. How could Old Sixth, a young musician cultivator, be in danger? The attendant continued, Nuli wasn't alone. He was accompanied by a female demon. Even a high-ranking Ming Prince's guard couldn't resist her. Zhu Dan crossed his arms. The fire in him rose, feeling challenged. Nuli dared to provoke everyone. Now he comes after my son. Doesn't he think I'm nothing? He immediately summoned the inner palace cultivators and left with them to capture Nuli. I want to see if he has 3 heads and 6 arms. At the treasury, despite seeing the terrifying scene, they didn't show fear. Instead, they cried out loud, daring to say they would burn down the prince's residence. Nuli is as brave as the sky. Fish led a dirty girl who dared not respect imperial authority. He ordered all of the Ming Prince's residents. Kill them all. As soon as he said this, soldiers rushed out. Nuli was terrified. His face turned green with despair. Even including him, there were 6 young musician cultivators. This time, it's over. He just laughed coldly. She immediately cast a move, and from the ground, a bloody hand rose up. In an instant, all of the Ming Prince's residence was cleared out. Bodies flew and died instantly. Zhu Dan saw this. His legs turned weak. He backed away trembling without saying anything. His face turned pale. He trembled and muttered, "Is she a demon cultivator?" One move wiped out the prince's guards. Looking at Dila, her move was terrifying, yet she remained calm, if not using any effort. Zhu Dan silently calculated. Things were beyond his expectations. This girl was much stronger than he imagined. Longdang Xiaoyu would have to invite the Tai Huangsheng only now, but Nuli hadn't even acted yet and was already scared stiff. Dila glanced at Zhu Dan, raised her hand, commanded with a fierce look, Demon Field Seal, release. That move straightened towards Zhu Dan. He looked around in panic, completely unsure of how to react. In just one breath, he was caught by the Demon Field Seal. Dula shrugged and turned to Nuli. See, capturing him is that simple. Nuli regained his composure, hurriedly thanked and ran towards Ziwen. He frowned and ordered, Zhu Dan, you can no longer resist now. Tell me where Tawny is being held. Even though captured, Zhu Dan still maintained a proud attitude, continuously threatening Newly. Don't think just because you caught us, you can live in peace. If I die, Tansy will not survive either. Soon, the Longdang Xiaoyu cultivators will arrive. No matter how strong that girl is, can she protect Tawny from Ziwen forever? Dila grew increasingly uncomfortable. He burst out in anger. What's the point of talking to this kind of person? If it were me, even if he was a prince, I would kill him. Newly heard Zhu Dan's words and felt more uneasy. He fell silent for a moment before sighing softly. The master, we know you're strong, but this has gone beyond our control. There are many high-ranking officials here. I'm not sure if we can escape safely. Listen to me, leave right away, okay? Silence, I don't know what to say in this situation. Tanlai forced a smile and gently drew his sword from the side. Let me handle the rest. Dealey was unwilling and struck his chest forcefully, shouting loudly, HMPH, I'm not someone who runs away at the sight of danger. Tanlai was even more confused and asked back, You, what are you talking about? Dealey continued speaking. Today, if I say we will save people, I will definitely save their family members. Anyone who dares to block our way, I will kill them all, making the blood flow like a river, darkening the sky and earth. I also want to see what they rely on to stop me. Tanlai was deeply moved after hearing this. The master, you hesitated for a long time before sighing, and then laughing. If I still refuse your kindness, it would be unbecoming of a human. Alright, if we can escape Lin Yang safely today, you will be family to me from now on. Lu On declared loudly, anyone who dares to touch her, I will make him regret entering this world. Don't think that he is a divine demon, emitting green and red light. The character was shocked and speechless, transforming into the yin form. Could it be that she has both yin and yang essence? Tanlai only laughed coldly. It's too late to realize now. Come here, master. Let's make a big commotion. At that moment, someone descended from the sky, shouting at Tanlai loudly, making the character immediately brighten up with hope, his voice full of triumph. It was Emperor. The character Darren glanced at the character, then looked at Tanlai and demanded to release the king immediately. Tanlai laughed sarcastically. He never thought that the Emperor would have to appear in person like this. Character Darren trembled with fear and roared loudly, agitated, daring to act before Emperor Shen. Where is he? Quickly catch the rebel. Seeing them acting tough, Tanlai raised his sword to threaten the character. I want to see who dares to make a move. The character was so scared that he quickly begged for mercy. Tanlai, you're really going to risk your life with me? Yinli understood him too well and ignored his words, responding immediately. Character, don't think I'll negotiate with you. I know it's hard to escape today, but even if I die, I will drag you down with me. His eyes like a knife glanced at the character, sternly asking, Are you daring to challenge me? From above, character Darren laughed angrily. Clearly, the initiative was not in Tanley's hands. He continued threatening that if he dared to kill his son, he would wipe out your entire family. Don't think I don't know, even if Tanda is destroyed, their clan still exists. With just one word from me, the entire clan related to Tanda will be exterminated. Are you still daring? Beside Darren, character Desire asked quietly, Emperor, are you really going to challenge him? Darren replied softly, ruling half a life in Chansey. Even if the methods were cruel, he must prioritize his clan's interests. He sighed heavily. Could he let old Lu die at Tanley's hands? Character Desire understood immediately and shook her head continuously as if she couldn't believe it. Then Darren looked down and sternly asked Tanlai, What do you choose? Dealey laughed approvingly. The scene was so amusing. Why not let me join in this challenge too? Tanlai, what if I told you that I can teach you a powerful Soul Force technique? How about it? Killing character is fine. The rest will be handled by me. Are you daring to challenge me? Character Desire was stunned for a few seconds. What? What are you talking about? Isn't she speaking too much? Darren frowned in anger. He shook his head continuously. It's really funny. Alone, it's hard to fight for directions. This girl may have a great background, but is clearly arrogant. Tan Lai, a hero's spirit fades because of a woman. Do you want to let your lifelong reputation be destroyed by her? Tan Lai took a deep breath, firmly replied, "Challenge, huh? How extreme is this?" Anyway, today's outcome was already decided. Whether we release the character or not, our lives are still in danger. With your tricks, the fate of the week always lies in your hands. He said, then turned to look at Diller. Leader, I have no shame before anyone my whole life. Only myself am to blame. Let's break this siege together. Then he swung his sword and killed the character. Armor flew everywhere. Zinli laughed triumphantly. I bet I'll win. Look at the character falling. He said to the girl, I'm the one who wins this time. Fourth Prince saw everything from start to finish and was satisfied, but didn't expect him to kill Old Six. The Emperor was furious with extreme anger, unable to believe that Zinli dared to kill his own son. Cut the traitor into 8 pieces, don't let it live. Immediately, the retainers behind started attacking Zinli en masse. Dilla only ordered Lunge to respond, just in time, then stopped and shouted loudly, Great Mommy Natsuchu! Suddenly the sky turned dark. A strange red light curled up from above. Everyone was shocked, not understanding what was happening. It's clearly noon, but the sky became gloomy. Who dares to perform magic in such an important place? The strange dark energy spiraled into the center and fell like a slash from the heavens. A loud explosion echoed. All of the Emperor's retainers were pushed back far away, shocked beyond belief. Those were middle period Dan Yang cultivators, yet they were completely defeated in one go. Truzu quickly reported to the Emperor, this girl's cultivation is terrifying. She might be a high-level Infuchi expert. Please return to the palace immediately. The Emperor reassessed the situation and knew that she far surpassed them all, but he couldn't bear the humiliation of letting her go. Emperor, could it be true? Our Supreme Emperor is also an Infuchi. You must report this to him right away. Before Truzu finished speaking, Dilla charged forward to attack instead of calling for reinforcements. This is truly the demeanor of a king. Dilla's hand struck Truzu's face. A loud impact echoed, and the Emperor's retainer was thrown back like a falling ember on the ground. Zinli watched in shock at the scene. One move felled the Emperor. This leader is truly deep and hard to fathom. Truzu sighed in frustration, looking at the ball of lightning in his hand, feeling it was bland. It seems you only know how to boast. Since there's no more resistance, let's say goodbye, she said as she threw the ball of lightning right where the Emperor's retainer lay. A voice rang out, please show mercy. That is the spirit energy protecting the Emperor and shielding him from a deadly blow. The truncheon hit the ground, and the old Supreme Emperor appeared. Truzu quickly reported to him. Supreme Emperor, this person has been acting recklessly in the capital, even killing many royal family members, deserving of death. Please restore justice for the imperial court. A straight slap across Truzu's face. The Supreme Emperor shouted, do you know who they are? What a fool! Relying on your incompetent group to dare touch them. Triyu Jun was shocked and asked, Supreme Emperor, why protect outsiders? He trembled as he asked, Supreme Emperor. This is embarrassing for the Triyu dynasty. When the sky brightened again, Dilla and Zinli landed. Truzu clasped his hands in a bow. Mr. Titin, what has you so angry that you need me to mediate? Zinli was surprised to find out the old man who had sheltered her was actually the Supreme Emperor. Turns out it's you, Triyu Jun laughed. The old sage did hide a bit before, but we can talk like old friends now. Zinli recalled something. Well, I just killed Triyu Yuan. Triyu Jun laughed. No problem. It's just a small misunderstanding. He died anyway. I have more than one grandchild. Over there. Dilla softly called out. The Supreme Emperor bent down to look at her. His lips twitched slightly. Immortal lady, maybe we had some misunderstandings. Please forgive me. Let's go inside and continue the discussion. Finished speaking, he turned to shout at the Emperor. What happened? What exactly is going on? Triyu Jun stammered without a word. Your teacher speaks incoherently, said Triyu Jun, then shouted, if you can't explain, abdicate. You, Truzu, come out here and become the crown prince from now on. Truzu stepped out from behind the pillar with a slight smile. Thank you, Supreme Emperor. Dilla folded her arms and said coldly, enough, old man. Stop acting. I won't meddle in true family matters. If anyone dares to bully my people, they can't. She narrowed her eyes and told him to release Xinli's family immediately. The two emperors quickly bowed. Immortal lady, please rest assured, we will release them right away. Right away. If you're convenient, invite us into the palace for a discussion. Dilla harummed and walked away. Outside the hall, after releasing Xinli's guard, Xinli recounted the entire rescue process. Dilla goes with us. Even the Grand Master looks surprised and 13 thugs agree, saying it's true. New Light responds, why should I lie? In the palace, Dilla sits on the throne, crossing one leg over the other, sighing boredly. Being a king isn't fun. Even the 5 virtues monks seem dull. The Supreme Emperor stands below, sighing. If she were to lose her eyesight, he could cut off her head with just one word. Dilla waves his hand. I don't need you to kill anyone, just that your grandson has been abusing the Tan Liat for too long. He needs an explanation. Zhao Mu considers and says, okay, then old master will take a loss and accept him as a disciple. Grant him permanent first-class title. What do you think? What are you talking about behind the scenes? Personally eliminate that scoundrel. The Sea Emperor has never accepted anyone before. Now he's taking Tan Liat as his disciple. Moreover, granting him a permanent title is truly generous. Dilla steps down from the throne. That's settled. Heard there's Liu Lishan in Chengzhou, where I killed one of their disciples before. They won't let this go. Maybe we should call Zhao Mu. He immediately understands, nods, got it, kill all those Taoists. I'll mobilize troops to flatten Liu Shan. Dilla says, that's good enough for now. Tan Liat, everything is done. Do you have any other plans? New Light replies, I've been away from home for a long time. Now that things are settled, I want to return home. Then let's leave right now. Dilla turns to Zhao Mu and warns him, old man, if you betray me. Zhao Mu responds, don't worry, whatever I say, I will do it. After that, the 3 of them leave immediately. Zhao Mu sighs in relief. They're finally gone. Only now does Triad dare to speak up. Supreme Emperor, why listen to that demoness? Can it be that even with martial power and military authority, you can't defeat her? Zhao Mu sighs. There's more to this. Many years ago, when she first appeared, the celestial signs were as turbulent as today. A Buonan Balishan has broken through to the ancestor realm, but couldn't last 30 breaths against that demoness. The Emperor exclaims in fear, how can this be? You're the only ancestor of Zhaozhou, and yet you couldn't withstand 30 breaths. The Sea Emperor nods. Indeed, if I hadn't begged for mercy, I might already be in the heavenly palace now. Triad, why would someone so strong follow Tan Liat? Could they be a couple of practitioners? Zhao Mu sighs. It's also unlucky. You dared to provoke Tan Liat's spirit. This time, I'll help you out. But from now on, you must treat Tan Liat like royalty. With such strong support, you can only comply with their every demand. In general, Tan Liat cannot offend anyone. If Tan Liat hadn't stopped her, the imperial palace would have been in ruins today. Leaving the palace, bring Tan Liat to the sea capital Wine Monastery. This news will spread throughout the northern regions. Now, everyone knows about Tan Liat's name. When the news reached there, Liu Lishan was flattened by elite troops. Everyone was killed from top to bottom. No one survived. Half a month later in summer, Tan Liat knew it was time to leave and repay such a great favor. He couldn't avoid going. Even if he could do nothing, he brought Dilla and Tan Liat to an old courtyard where they saw familiar faces. Tan Liat greets Brother Engay. Engay Jian is overjoyed. Brother Tan has finally returned. Dai Nu reminds him, Jian brother, wait a moment. Engay Jian is too excited and doesn't pay attention. He walks up to shake hands with Tan Liat and says, Brother Tan, even though you no longer need to stay at the Lam family, my cultivation has recovered as it was. Tan Liat smiles. Congratulations, Brother Engay. Engay Jian continues, so I want to return and help you protect the Tan family. Just be at ease. As long as we have a breath left, We will definitely protect the Tan family until the end. Before Engaging could finish speaking, Dilla chuckles. Brother, no need for formalities. Back then, if not for you, I would have died in the hands of traitors long ago. Dainu adds from above, yes, brothers killed Prince Liu Li and Prince Liu Si. Now Prince Liu San is the new crown prince. As for Prince Liu 3, she's out of breath. Dilla turns to Engaging. What's there to fear? If that Prince Liu 3 dares to harm Tan Liat, wouldn't he be afraid of Zhao Mu coming to discipline him? Tan Liat nods. Indeed, the most regretful now is Truck Tungtrick, who was captured by Triu Vian and likely suffered greatly. But today, I'm busy with work and can't go to Shang Yuan. I'll ask Uncle Ngai to convey my gratitude instead. King gently patted his chest, laughing loudly. Brother, don't worry, I will definitely help you take care of everything. After saying this, the group walked for 3 nights before stopping to rest. The next day, Tanlai called Zijian into the Tan family to give instructions. Zijian, Uncle 13 must leave for a while. I'll hand over the management to you. From now on, you are the head of the Tan family. I believe you can make our clan flourish. About your father's news, Emperor has sent people to inquire. If there is any clue, I will find Brother 2 when I return. Zijian firmly replied, Uncle 13, I believe father is still alive. He will definitely come back. Tanlai nodded, I also believe so. Zijian, have the monks agreed to let you enter Longyangji Sun Temple? Zijian answered, yes, they did agree. Tanlai continued, I can't always be by your side to protect you. Be careful wherever you go and live well. Dilla sat behind him, sighing and saying frankly, it's a waste of words. Old monk will never dare to harm Zijian. If he does, Miss Bonsai will skin him alive. I didn't expect her to be so confident. Tanley's lips twitched slightly. Alright, I believe you, then gave Zijian a few books. These are the family records and Tan's secret techniques. Keep them strictly confidential. Zijian immediately replied, Uncle 13, I will not reveal any of it. Even if I die, I won't say anything. Tanlai smiled, I believe you can do it. Let's get ready to leave now. The 3 said their goodbyes and parted ways. Tanlai reminded again, I have to go now. The journey is long and unpredictable. I don't know when I'll return. You must take care of yourself. Saying this, the 2 turned into streaks of light and flew away. Zijian waved goodbye, shouting, Uncle 13, take care. Zijian entered the room, casually opened a family record book, saw the names of Tan clan members written in it, Tan Zemo, Tan Yudang, Tan Ling, Tan Lai, and deepened his thoughts. As long as the medicine survives, our clan will never perish. With this thought, Zijian carefully folded the page. The southern hawthorn was blooming. But 1,000 miles north of Baihuo, in northern Qiang region, winter had already set in with freezing temperatures and frozen rivers. For ages, Shinji regarded the northern grasslands as its border, separating the harsh northern regions where heavy snows and bone-chilling cold prevailed, with no one around. Tanlai looked at the dead white wolf lying in a pool of blood. He softly said, an enemy of level 2 doesn't know when to quit. MMHMM. Then he entered the cave and called softly, little girl, are you alright? Dilla stood beside the furnace, arms crossed. I'm fine, don't worry. Tanlai continued to ask. The nose searches for enemies. But since entering the northern Great Wall, the nose hasn't used any power. Could the opponent really be that strong? Dilla lowered her eyes. That old monster is very dangerous. I must keep my power at full strength all the time. Otherwise, it will be hard to deal with him if he appears unexpectedly. Tanlai thought silently. Even Dilla was cautious of this one. Who is this? Tanlai turned around and looked out the cave entrance, seeing a small monkey about the size of his hand, clear eyes looking into the cave, making some squeaking sounds. Tanlai approached, bent down, and extended his hand. Little guy, come here, I won't harm you. The monkey seemed to understand human speech and jumped onto Tanlai's hand. He observed and said, strange, it's so cold yet there is a small monkey here. Dilla behind him laughed and answered, maybe it's targeting the alchemy furnace of people. Yes, it's a spirit beast with strong spiritual awareness. Using its nose alone can detect treasures or essence energy. When the monkey jumped down to cling onto the alchemy furnace, Tanlai continued, so it smelled the medicinal essence in my alchemy furnace. I think that's probably how it is. Dilla waved her hand playfully, hinting at Tanlai. You must be lucky this time. Spirit beasts are extremely sensitive to treasures. Nothing can escape them. Tanlai sighed, just a random chance encounter. Even Yuvi is immune to heat and cold, but she still needs to keep her strength up to deal with enemies. That's why I thought of modifying the nose warmer. Turning back, he caught Dilla's gaze, asking curiously, why are you looking at me like that? Dilla blinked, blushing slightly. I was thinking, since you treat me so well, can I call you Brother Lai from now on? Tanlai scratched his head and smiled. Oh, this matter, I mentioned it in the king's palace. After this, you are family to me, so you can call me whatever you like. Dilla jumped happily. Great, Brother Lai, help me with cultivation. I want to practice for a while. Tanlai stroked his chin, thinking that old monster must be preparing something. It will likely lead to a fierce battle. With this thought, he asked the little one, did you ask about that old monster? Can your nose tell me what he looks like and how strong he is? I need to know clearly before we face him. Dilla thought for a moment and replied, his name is Yenching Yang. Looks like an ordinary old man on the outside, nothing special, about late Enfa level in terms of strength. A late Enfa level opponent. Could Mui be at that level too? Indeed, I'm also at the peak of Enfa, otherwise how would I be able to repay his kindness? Tanlai dealt with people, peak Enfa elder. Dilla chuckled softly. Lidka, you don't understand what I mean, Enfa level is still nothing. One needs to reach the realm of Thong Hien before being considered a true master. But this lady considers herself a prodigy. Reaching peak Enfa at her age is very rare. Tanlai asked suddenly, Mui, how old are you now? Dilla folded her arms and harumphed. A woman's age is a secret. I won't say. Tanlai couldn't help but think of Lin Durian as he repeated to himself. The age is a secret, right? Why did you think about her? Tanlai shook his head and turned to Dilla. Mui, calling yourself a woman doesn't fit. Maybe a girl would be better. Hearing this, Dilla exploded in anger, turning red with rage as she shouted loudly. Why can't I be called a woman? Are you looking down on me, miss? After her tantrum, she hugged the little monkey and headed towards the furnace. Tanlai chuckled inwardly. She's really childish. Such a small matter. Dilla the baby monkey stepped out of the cave entrance, walking while talking. Come on, let's go. Ignore him. I'll take you outside to play. Come on, have you named this little monkey already? Without waiting for Tanlai, Dilla ran off quickly. Big Dilla, come here. Little one, wait for me. Tanlai looked around but couldn't see Dilla. He felt a bit worried. She's gone if she meets that old monster. Little one, nothing bad can happen to you. There she is. Tanlai saw Dongbao hiding behind a rock and landed right away. Dongbao, why are you here? Where's the little girl? Dongbao made some grunting sounds, pointing in one direction with his hand, meaning she is that way. The monkey climbed onto Tanlai's shoulder and pointed in the same direction. Tanlai sighed inwardly. Damn it, even a spirit wouldn't speak human language. I'll have to go check. Following Dongbao's directions, Tanlai flew towards a mountain cave. He didn't expect there to be such a hidden cave near the forest entrance. Upon entering, Tanlai found that everything was in police stables, beds, and all necessary items. This place wasn't naturally formed, but seemed like someone's residence. Tanlai lit the incense burner on the table. Indeed, the incense was still warm, indicating the owner had just left not long ago. Could this be where Dilla mentioned the old monster lives? Dongbao ran deeper inside. Tanlai thought Lin Bao Hao led him here. It should be safe for now. The monkey stopped in front of a stone door, kept pointing and looking back at Tanlai, making grunting sounds to urge him on. He asked, do you want me to open the door? Tanlai examined the stone door. A place for late-stage practitioners must have multiple layers of protection, but let's try anyway. He placed his hand on it. With his spiritual energy, The door opened easily. Inside the cave, a misty aura filled the air. In front of him was a coffin. Tianlai approached and touched it, wondering why there was a coffin here. Moreover, the surroundings emitted a life force, seemingly with healing properties. Great, we can't leave empty-handed now. I'll take this treasure. Saying that, he reached out to retrieve the coffin. Suddenly, someone outside called out, "Who? Such bad luck!" Tianlai was startled. The voice grew closer. An old man sighed. Even after running far away, he was still found by that little girl. Just 3 years and she's already at the peak of info level. Such bad luck. Suddenly, he saw the small monkey in front of him. He exclaimed, "What is it?" Lin ordered him, "Why are you leaving on your own?" He grabbed it by the hand. He shouted, "You dirty creature! You weren't obedient and tried to run away from my weaving technique. Today, I'll teach you a lesson." While he was scolding, he called out to others. Newly quickly hid behind the old man just as he turned around and noticed someone unfamiliar in the cave. Newly shouted loudly. It was at that moment. Others shouted, "Run!" The old man roared with anger. He swung his hand and hit him hard. "Die! Do you think my lair is a place for anyone to enter?" A loud explosion echoed. Newly was knocked down, lying on the ground. Blood spewed from his mouth. "You're doomed. His power is too strong. If you couldn't dodge in time, your life would be over." The old man stood on the cliff, looking down at the motionless youth with a cold laugh. "Wretched brat. I'm the Ancestor Pavilion's full-bodied official. How can you do whatever you want? If you escape today, where would Yanqing Yang have any face in the cultivation world? Slaughter, go die." He hit again. Newly struggled to turn around and saw the incoming spiritual energy. His heart sank. It was too late to dodge. A loud explosion sounded, but his bodyguard's spiritual aura suddenly surrounded him, intercepting Yanqing Yang's attack. Newly was stunned. At that moment, he heard footsteps. "Brotherly, hurry and avoid it. Let me deal with him." Seeing her catch up, Yanqing Yang paused, his face red, shouting at her, "Demoness, you again, following me all along. What do you want?" DLA coldly replied, "Old Yan, back then when you hit me and called me a girl, did you think that was enough?" The monster explained, "Back then I didn't know your identity, plus I had already apologized. Because of you, my sword sect was completely disbanded. What else do you want?" Saying this, he leaped up, his hand tightly clenching to gather spiritual energy. DLA didn't stop. Her magical power surged as she continued to curse. "Old fool, Infanju, I'm a respected figure. How can you let me off for that?" Yanqing Yang released his spiritual force and attacked while cursing back. This brat thinks just because she inherited the Moon Emperor's legacy, she can do whatever she wants. "This isn't Fanju, your master isn't here. If you won't let go, today we'll settle this." DLA turned and unleashed her magical power in response. "Disappear!" The spiritual energy of the two powerful figures from the Ancestor Pavilion clashed. Neither gave way, creating an explosion that shook the entire mountain cave. Yanqing Yang widened his eyes, surprised to see DLA advance from the middle stage to full-bodied in just 4 months. She's truly Fanju's #1 genius of the demon sect. The shock made Newly pause. He softly called out and stood firm again. Looking at the two fighting, he felt a sense of respect. If they both get injured, I need to support DLA. Dila's sharp attack struck Yanqing Yang. He shuddered and quickly retreated. Then he saw Newly. Newly sat cross-legged, gathering his spiritual energy. Yanqing Yang clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, what is that young turtle planning? Could it be that he's recovering his magical power and looking for an opportunity to attack? That girl's strength matches mine. If both of us are exhausted, that young turtle will be the biggest threat in determining the outcome. The old monster was still thinking. DLA seized the moment and attacked Yanqing Yang directly. Big guy, daring to focus on anything else while fighting me. Old man, this day next year will be your birthday. Yan Thin Yang screamed in panic. It's too late. He didn't dodge in time. Just as Dilla shouted to kill him, a senior official pierced through his stomach. His internal organs were crushed. Blood splattered everywhere. His body slumped like a sack of rice, blood gushing out before he closed his eyes and stopped moving. Tanlai stood up and sighed. Looks like I don't need to intervene anymore. Girl, your nose is really sharp. Dilla laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha. If he hadn't been distracted by Brother Hein, it would have been hard for me to get such a quick opportunity to strike. Luckily, the guard led us here. Otherwise, finding that old monster would have taken a lot of time. Speaking of which, where's Dong Bao? Hearing his name, Dong Bao ran over to her legs, still as lively as ever. She laughed loudly. Dong Bao, ha ha, you're fine, that's good. Dong Bao quickly climbed onto her shoulder and looked at the scene. Only then did Tanlai understand that Dilla had found Yan Then Yang's hideout immediately after leaving. To protect Dong Bao, she hid him in a safe place before engaging in battle. They fought and chased each other further away until Yan Then Yang used his to escape. The old monster returned to the hiding spot only to run into Tanlai unexpectedly. Tanlai said, still trembling, girl, lucky for me that your nose arrived in time, otherwise, my little life would have been sent back to Bangyuan Hospital. As he spoke, he didn't know something was coming from behind him. Seeing the situation, Dilla turned pale and shouted, brotherly, dodge. Just as she finished speaking, she pushed Dong Bao aside with her hand and rushed to block Tanlai's strike. The dark energy pierced through the air and aimed at Dilla. Tanlai was startled, his eyes narrowing as he looked at the young woman in front of him. Housewife. A mouthful of red blood spewed from her mouth. It turned out to be Yan Then Yang's soul fragment. He stared at her and laughed madly. Haha, witch, you destroyed my cultivation. I'll drag you down with me even in the underworld. In hell, we will meet again. Ha ha! After saying this, the soul fragment vanished, leaving a lingering resentment on Dilla's body. Tanlai rushed over to hug the girl who was falling to the ground. He shivered. Girl, are you okay? Dilla gasped weakly. I didn't expect him to fight so desperately. I was too careless. Tanlai supported her. Her face turned pale again. Girl, are you okay? Dilla struggled. I'm fine, but my meridians are broken and my original spirit is about to dissipate. Unless Senior Master is here, I won't last more than an hour. Tanlai hugged her tightly, crying out in despair. No, this can't be happening with me here. You won't die. Dilla trembled as she touched his face, her eyes softening. Brotherly, you're so lucky. From now on, you don't need to stay by my side anymore. Tanlai held her hand tightly and choked out. Don't say that. I'll find a way. I will definitely think of something. His heart ached. The sound of Dong Bao's cries echoed. Tanlai turned to Dong Bao. The monkey was crying and waving its hand frantically as if trying to convey something. Tanlai muttered, Dong Bao, what do you mean, right? That coffin? The old monster used Dong Bao to test it before. Tanlai immediately rushed in, carried out the coffin, and gently placed Dilla inside. He worriedly asked Nvei-du, how's your nose? Dilla widened her eyes at him, looking a bit bewildered. Coffin, Brother Tan, are you planning to bury me alive? Teacher said it like that. Dong Bao sighed in relief. Tanlai smiled lightly. If you can still talk, there's hope. Dylan nodded slightly, temporarily not dead, but what will brother do next? Tanlai replied, I'll take Mui to Fangzhou. Didn't she say only the master could save her? Dilla frowned, her voice weakening. It's a long way from Fuzhou to Fangzhou. It's full of danger. Taking me along is like carrying a burden. If you die before reaching your destination, what then? As long as there's an opportunity, I won't let Mui die. No matter how much I risk, I must bring Mui there. Dilla looked at the young man. Memories from long ago flashed by. At that time, she herself stood up to save Tanlai, shouting that she was not a coward who ran away when faced with death. Dilla sniffled, whispering softly, Brother Tan, meeting Hein is the greatest blessing in my life. I trust Hein. With that, she closed her eyes. Tanlai bent down and tightly clasped her hand, his heart heavy as he gazed at her face, sinking into unconsciousness. Her eyes still held a smile. Fortunately, it's just fainting, but if left too long, her life might be in greater danger. Tanlai closed the coffin again, his determined gaze. Fangzhou, only by reaching Fangzhou and meeting Lunar Demon Master can Manhua survive. Nothing will stop me. 3 days later, at Northern Dragon Mountain, the Supreme Emperor sipped his tea, sighing contentedly. This month without encountering that demoness is truly peaceful. I hope heaven doesn't let me meet her again. Truly, what goes around comes around. As he spoke, Tanlai carried the coffin straight down to the main hall. He asked Summon Jr. Titin Lit is just unlucky. He encountered trouble and still forced a smile. Titin Hien, it's been a while. Are you well? Titin Lit handed over a scroll case to the silk bag and said, Master Senior, I came here hoping for your help with something. Inside this scroll is a list of extremely precious materials we need. The King Hun pouch was a war trophy taken after defeating an Infadavian man in the northern Bang region. It contains countless magical treasures as a token of gratitude. The Elder Emperor took the silk bag and was surprised, noting that the number and quality of these magical treasures are extraordinary. Could it be that the demoness really killed an Enfa expert? He put away the scroll case in his sleeve and said seriously, Brother Newcomer is a benefactor to our nation. If you need anything from the imperial household, we will certainly support fully. But where's the fairy maiden? Yinli placed the coffin down, glanced over, and saw that the house owner was still recuperating here. The old man was startled, thinking, could it be that the demoness is actually injured? It seems the incident in northern Bang wasn't just rumors. But how badly hurt is she? Can she fight? If I make things difficult for her, what are my chances of winning? He was calculating. Seeing Titin Lit's cunning smile, the old man paused. Something isn't right. This guy is actually admitting that the demoness is hurt. Maybe she only got a minor injury. With her cultivation level, how many moves can I withstand? Even if she's injured with her strength, I doubt I could be her match. After some thought, Titin Lit met the patient gaze of the old man. Benvievi asked, Oh, is the fairy maiden alright? Titin Lit replied, just a minor injury. Her sect in the demon realm has already contacted us. Her senior, Moonlight Demon Sovereign. They've sent people to assist. We'll meet at Great Vast Storeroom. Titin Lit hesitated slightly before continuing, causing the old man to frown. What else? Titin Lit looked mysterious and said with a smile, Moonlight Demon Sovereign also asked me to convey that if there's an opportunity, she will definitely repay this favor. The old man was secretly annoyed. Moonlight Demon Sovereign is a late-stage Mystic Realm expert. Yet this brat dares to leak my information from Benevolent Region to Cloud Region. Although displeased, he kept his composure. Brother Newcomer, I didn't expect the fairy maiden's background to be so shocking. Truly, I have no eyes. Whatever you need, I'll prepare right away. But, he stroked his beard as if calculating something and said slowly, traveling from Langyang to Great Vast Storeroom, far and dangerous, going alone makes me worry. That's why I want to send the Inner Palace cultivators to escort you too. Titin Lit paused, but quickly clasped his hands. That's better. The Elder Emperor has shown such meticulous care, so I thank you. So we'll depart in 3 hours. Mr. Titin can take your time. At the same time, in Baiyangjiang, Tianjia, Dai Nu held a letter and approached Nuyun Qian. Jian brother, this is from Titin Lit. What? Let me read it now. Nuyun Qian opened the letter and his face changed. Titin Lit reported that he and DL encountered trouble. To treat DL, he had to ask the Elder Emperor for medicinal ingredients for alchemy. Everything is clearly written in the letter. Dai Nu read it again. Her expression changed too. Lit big brother really has guts. Clearly unable to contact the Demon Realm Cloud region, he still dared to deceive the Elder Emperor. But traveling such a long distance from here to Great Vast Storeroom, what if something happens on the way? Nuyun Qian was solemn. He didn't understand him anymore. Once he made up his mind, he would see it through. With things as they are now, we can only react step by step. Dai Nu sighed. Alright, that's all we can do. Nuyun Qian couldn't help but feel worried in his heart. Brother, I hope you travel safely. At this moment, near Great Vast Land, inside the inner chamber, cultivators, following the Emperor's order, just killed a monster rushing towards Tanlai. The monster was split open by one move and shattered into pieces. Tanlai stood beside him clapping his hands, saying it was impressive. Fellow senior had worked hard. Fellow demon, I humbly respond that your words are too kind. Our mission is to ensure the path's safety. So, which direction should we go next? Tanlai said, the elder brought us here. It's a great help already. From now on, I will travel alone. Fellow demon remembered the emperor's instructions. This escort mission has two objectives. One is to confirm if that demoness really has her true identity. Two is to observe whether Tanlai has any connection with the Vanjo demonic realm. If anything unusual is found, we must immediately report it back. And if necessary, we can send a message ahead. Fellow demon sighed softly and said, I'm afraid not. The emperor ordered us to bring Hua out to meet the Vanjo demonic realm. Tanlai secretly sighed. Ming's words were half true, yet he was still suspicious. What escort is this? I fear the main purpose is surveillance. Indeed, it's not easy to deceive such a wise elder. The medicinal power in the coffin works well for healing others, but she can't use it on herself. If we continue like this, she might not survive until reaching Vanjo. Thus, high-grade elixirs must be used as support. Fortunately, Elder Ming still fears the strength of Liu Lishan's faction and dares not turn hostile. Inil turned to fellow demon and said, Hua understands now. The great vastland monster is rampant. There are many toxic creatures too. I believe the elder has heard about the demonic realm's evil spirit domain. That's where we will meet the Vanjo people. Fellow demon was surprised. What? The evil spirit domain? It's notorious for its danger, yet they chose to meet there. That's right, we'll stay at the foot of the evil spirit domain mountain tonight and meet the Vanjo group tomorrow morning. The elder has left. Fellow demons secretly suspected that Tanlai had chosen such a dangerous place. Could it be that he wants to take advantage if we encounter any venomous or evil creatures? Suddenly, someone appeared ahead. They all looked at each other in surprise. Fellow demon muttered, Isn't this Liu Lishan's traitor, Wang Oazi? I heard he was once crippled in cultivation. His highest rank is now precious treasure period. How could he survive here? Years ago, he mixed the pomelo blade and fled. That's a high-grade treasure too. Meeting him again, we can't let this opportunity slip away. As soon as I said that, fellow demon rushed to attack. Wang Oazi dodged and ran away. Fellow demon was puzzled. What's going on? One person gritted his teeth and spat at Tanlai, saying, Hua, he's Liu Lishan's traitor. That one Oazi, even if all sects are destroyed, we shouldn't leave such a monster like him. Let's follow them to investigate. Tanlai thought silently, it is indeed strange. Why is Wang Oazi here? Never mind, the more chaotic things get, the better for me. With that in mind, Tanlai turned to fellow demon and said, Alright, let's follow them and see what happens. After a long chase, they arrived at the foot of the great vast land evil spirit domain. Fellow demon complained, Hua, how did it go? Did you find anything? No one was in sight. He angrily hit a rock. Damn it! Why did he escape? I regret not catching him. Could it be that the pomelo blade doesn't have any connection with me? Tanlai placed the coffin down and replied, According to the elder, Wang Oazi must have some secrets. Fellow demon acted nonchalant. What kind of secret? I think following new people brings bad luck. I can't do anything useful, just carrying that old coffin around all day. It's really a bad omen. Hearing this, Tanlai's face turned cold. What did you say? Fellow demon couldn't hold back and retorted. We're talking about that flood coffin. What's up? Disagreeing with me, huh? As soon as he spoke, a stream of spiritual energy brushed past his cheek and dampened the stone wall. Our eyes went dark. You dared to make a move? I understand now. You have no connection with Yunzhao realm at all. You dared to deceive Supreme Emperor. Teely chuckled coldly. So what if we deceived him? Do you think you can stop me? I originally wanted a peaceful resolution, but he insulted the young lady, so there's no room for negotiation now. Dongwuda also roared, no room for negotiation. Ha! With that little courage, How do you plan to resist us? He withdrew his words and spiritual energy surged around him. Tilly glanced at it and knew it was late-stage foundation establishment pill technique. This old man had been hiding it for a long time. Dongwuda flew up, spiritual energy swirling like a dragon's tail. He said, "Of course we have to hide it. Otherwise, how could we monitor you? Supreme Emperor ordered it. If needed, he can kill you right away." He shouted loudly at Tilly, "Die already!" Then he launched a strike and Tilly quickly retreated. "You're laughing. Couldn't catch Wang Aosi, so you're venting on me now?" He grew angrier. "Huh, talking too much nonsense." Then he charged forward to attack again. But Tilly paused as a glowing talisman appeared under his feet, summoning a ghost deer. Dongwuda's expression changed, trembling, "Ghost deer spirit. Impossible. This type of demonic talisman is almost invincible once used. Could it be that the demoness really came from the Cloud Continent demon realm?" He landed on the ground and immediately changed his tone to appease. "Lady Taney, calm down. What's wrong? We can talk about it calmly. I remember you now, asking for mercy only now. Isn't that too late, old Dong? Probably blaming your bad luck. In the next life, be smarter." Provoking me, the ghost howled and swooped down, swallowing Dongwuda in an instant. Tilly heaved a sigh of relief, looking at the coffin with a smile. "Luckily, I had this card from my wise friend's collection. Otherwise, facing late-stage foundation establishment pill technique would be troublesome." Unfortunately, it was just one storytelling talisman, and it was wasted. After finding a safe place, Tilly opened the coffin lid. Dongbao squeaked loudly, making him laugh. "Haha, you must have suffered a lot in there, right?" The little monkey squeaked pitifully. Tilly was clear-headed. "No more options now. You're the spirit treasure lord. Being discovered by others is troublesome." Before he could finish, Tilly noticed Dilly's complexion in the coffin turning pale. Around her, floating dust particles appeared. He was alarmed. "Old friend, it's not good now. This greenish-gray complexion. This is a sign of spirit essence dispersal. All the medicinal materials have been refined into pills and used up. The spiritual energy in the coffin can only sustain for a short time. The journey to Cloud Continent is still far. Dilly's condition might not last long." Tilly gritted his teeth. "Damn it. Does heaven really want to cut off my path? Could it be that heaven truly wants me to die? Damn it, someone is coming ahead." Looking out, he recognized the familiar figure of Wang Huazi. Wang Huazi crossed his arms behind his back and said, "You saved me." Tilly raised an eyebrow. "Saved you, senior. What did you say? Don't you recognize me?" Wang Huazi hesitated. "Old man, are you the one who killed her?" Tilly was taken aback. "Who did I kill? You mean Dongwuda? What's going on here? Why is Wang Huazi talking so?" Tanlai suddenly noticed his body was trembling. Then he saw Dong Bao shaking violently, clinging to his shirt. What's wrong with him? Is Dong Bao still scared of him? Tanlai warned cautiously. "Quickly stop. What are you going to do?" Wang Huazi suddenly emitted a purple light from his hand and pointed at something in front. Tanlai immediately froze, unable to move. He panicked, thinking about the binding technique. Danger was coming. He intended to attack the businessman. Wang Huazi walked next to the coffin observing. He was performing a transformation spell on her body. Dila slowly opened her eyes, stepped out of the coffin, looked around and asked, "Where are we?" Tanlai was relieved. "Boss, you're awake now." Even though she was awake, her complexion was still weak. She glanced at Tanlai. "Brotherly, how are you?" Standing stiffly like that, Tanlai answered with difficulty. "I'm fine. Just can't move. What's going on here?" You see, Wang Huazi fell to his knees. He bowed towards Dila again. "Highness, the immortal lady, please accept this humble offering." Dila widened her eyes. "You big cheeky demon." She had just used a binding technique on someone earlier and dared to touch Brotherly. Wang Huazi trembled and replied, "This servant recognizes the Lady Dila's sincerity, so I will forgive you this time. Alright, since you helped me keep my life, I'll spare you this time. Keep guard outside the cave. Without my command, no one is allowed to enter. Do you understand?" After a stick of incense, Tanlai used his binding technique to release himself, and Dongbao fell off Tanlai's shoulder. You're still spinning your arm around, sighing, you really are a fan with a big heart. Little girl, what just happened? Dilar replied, it's strange, but I remember he was originally a cricket spirit that had been cultivating for 900 years. 2 years ago, when I passed by the great wilderness and met him, I casually used some binding techniques on him. I never expected to learn how to transform into human form today. Tanlai thought to himself, poor Dongbao was so scared he was shaking like that. Turns out he's an old demon who has been cultivating for a long time. You look at Dila and ask again, how is your injury? Dilar replied weakly, it hasn't improved much. The centipede spirit used his internal energy to help me preserve my soul temporarily, but it won't last long. It's no different from before, only her master can save her. Dila continued, don't worry, we're close to the border of Yunzhou now, as long as we enter Yunzhou territory. I'll find a way out. Before she could finish speaking, she clutched her stomach and turned pale again, making Tanlai panic. Don't say anything else, your complexion is terrible. Dila massaged her temples, sighed, brotherly, the spirit has transformed into human form. Let him escort us. Oh, I'm dizzy, probably need to lie down again. Boss, heaven won't cut off our path. Tanlai held her hand reassuringly. He hugged her and said, I'll definitely bring you safely to Yunzhou. Hearing this, Dila sighed in relief with a smile still on her face. After putting Dila back into the coffin for rest, Tanlai stepped out. Wang Huazi immediately said, Mr. Tan, please forgive me. The binding technique earlier was not intentional. I just transformed and am not used to it yet. My words are still a bit muddled. But lady, your injuries are severe. There's no time. Tanlai nodded, it's fine. I don't blame you. What's your name? Call me Wang Dang. Tanlai repeated, Wang Dang. Wang Dang explained, a year ago, a human cultivator fell into my cave and died from poisoning after inhaling demonic energy. That's why I transformed into his appearance. Tanlai was surprised. So there is a human cultivator with the same appearance as you? Lines 59 to 60 are repeated, so we'll end here. Wang Deng took out a pill and a book and replied, yes, these are his personal items. Please let this beautiful Fairy Tane take a look. Fairy Tian opened the book. The cover was inscribed with luminous translation core technique. Wang Deng indeed is his original identity, and Wang Wuzi is just an alias. I never expected that the senior who left behind such alchemical knowledge would die tragically in the great wilderness, making one sigh. That vial emits a strong medicinal smell. Could it be a vial of preserved herbs? Seeing Tane examine it, Wang Deng explained that this is called a tangerine pill jar. It can refine demonic beast essence pills and transform into medicinal ingredients for refining pills, increasing the chance of success. Tane was surprised, really? Until now, only mystical spirit tables have increased purity. With this, the alchemist won't worry about lacking medicinal ingredients to maintain their life anymore. If everything goes well, we'll reach Cloud Region in half a month. With the support of the mystical spirit table, I only need 1 pill per day. The rest will definitely suffice. Tane sighed in relief. Finally, there's hope. In the following days, Tane had Wang Deng escort him towards Cloud Region. With the spirit worm by his side, their journey went smoothly. Most importantly, Spirit Worm spoke more fluently. He no longer stammered. Along the way, Tane also eliminated demonic beasts to refine essence pills. In the end, they supported each other, and just before entering Cloud Region's border, Tane broke through to pill refinement level 3. He took a deep breath. Phew, finally successful. Then he stood up and told Wang Deng that stepping out of the great wilderness was now Cloud Region. Was this your first time here? Wang Deng replied, yes, I am a demonic creature. This is my first visit to where humans live. Young Immortal, after bringing Fairy Tane here, what do you plan to do next? Tane asked back, what are you referring to? Wang Deng said, Young Immortal, after bringing Fairy Tane to Cloud Region, The evil ones from the demon realm will be extremely grateful. If young immortal stays in Cloud Region's demon realm, no one would dare question it. Tane looked at the coffin and answered hesitantly, "No. Wang Deng, you're right. Even though my master protects me, others from the demon realm might not be convinced. Staying here will only add more pressure to her. Forget about that for now. We need to find a place where she can wake up so she can contact the demon realm's Cloud Region people." Meanwhile, in Benevolent City, at the Imperial Palace of Zhao Kingdom, 1,000 demon guests reported to Emperor Zhao that the Imperial Court's mountain investigation team had discovered an ancient sea. Ave Western Ridge with a teleportation ray and a sword segment. Inside the cave was a transmission ray, and someone said this might be from a cultivator during the Demon Monster Chaos era. Subordinate guessed that layer of jade might have been teleported to another place. It's definitely not in Benevolent City anymore. Emperor Zhao stroked his beard. Ancient cultivator caves are worth investigating. Right. Did Tong Wu Ta send any messages? The guest replied, "Your Majesty, the senior elder's talisman broke in the inner court. I fear it was a case of too much harm and not enough good." Daila sat opposite Tane, atop an unnamed mountain peak at the northwest border of Cloud Region. She said, "Master has received the demon talisman. He's probably coming here soon. Before parting ways, I just wanted to look at you for a little longer." She stepped closer. "Li brother, are you really going back to Benevolent City?" Tane sadly replied, "My brother still hasn't been found. I can't be at peace." Dai La softly said, "I've brought you all this way, and now we must leave immediately. My heart is truly uneasy." Tane didn't know how to respond, only called softly, "Master," then gently stroked her cheek. Far away, a light flickered. The two looked at Dai La and smiled. "Master has arrived." A figure in front sneered, "Little girl, do you still remember me like I do?" That's a mysterious woman. Her face was hidden. When the allure is present, a glowing red-eyed eagle perches by its side. Delia approached and spoke. "The disciple has admitted fault. Yanqingyang, who is not arrogant, has been dealt with by my hand. This time, only one incarnation of the Master will assist me." "Yes, indeed, cautious." The figure looked at Delia and said, "Maiden, you dare to be so bold? What happened? Why are you injured this badly this time?" The red-eyed eagle landed beside Delia. She just chuckled. "It's just bad luck. Still, things don't always go as one wishes. But with Elder Li's help, I managed to return unharmed." The red-eyed eagle perched on Delia's shoulder and lifted her up. Delia called out urgently, "Wait, hold on a moment." It swooped down in front of the Master's incarnation and dropped something that made her butt hurt. Delia said indignantly to the Master, "I'm the one who got injured here. Are you afraid that when you're old no one will take care of or see you off? Stop being silly, come back and deal with you later. A cultivator shouldn't be saving this lifeless maiden." New Light bowed respectfully. "Apprentice New Light seeks audience with Great Demon Sovereign." The Great Demon Sovereign replied that the maiden is severely injured and needs to return for recuperation. He owes you a favor. What do you want? New Light responded that Master Ma, escorting my disciple back to Yunzhou was his duty. Master Ma hummed lightly, then said, "If you don't need any treasures, I'll give you the demon seal. This seal operates based on your will. Under its pressure, the opponent cannot avoid death. As a token of gratitude for your loyalty, the demon seal flew into New Light's hand as if it recognized him." New Light paused and asked, "Great Demon Sovereign, is the maiden safe after this?" The Great Demon Sovereign looked down at the small figure and said, "New Light, you're a cultivator. Understand that everything has its opposite. If not careful, it could harm yourself and affect others too." "Understood. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, she will definitely be safe." The enlightenment of the celestial blood seal. Wang Deng knelt down to respond. "Your servant is present. The escort has made a contribution. If you need a place to stay, follow me and return with us." Yes, just as he spoke, all three vanished without a trace. It was now early morning, and Tan Light stood alone in the desolate mountains. Dong Bao ran over, calling joyfully, Nu Liat looked at it and said, Dong Bao, the maiden has entrusted you to me again. Nu Liat bent down to greet Dong Bao, smiling and saying, "Ha ha, if that's the case, we should head out now." Dong Bao climbed onto Nu Liat's back, and they took off together. Good fortune in a chance encounter, destiny connects through trials. By the river of death, crossing perilous wastelands, escaping danger, the closer we travel, the deeper our bond grows. The sky is vast, may you take care. Maiden, after this, we will meet again at the ancient hermit cave ruins in Wangshan County. According to plan, the Elder High Immortal has come to inspect a subordinate. Upon checking, he reported that the old High Immortal had excavated nearly half of the ancient cave. The old High Immortal had transferred the jade and treasures to Lang Yang. The remaining spiritual energy, medicinal herbs, and precious stones were also collected in full. The old High Immortal said that it was good. This trip yielded much. As long as we continue with the plan, filling the national treasury will not be difficult. Just as Tan Liat approached the cave entrance, he was stopped by one of the High Immortal's subordinates. They suspiciously asked who he was and why he dared to. Tan Liat stepped forward and politely said, "Please inform him that I wish to meet with the High Immortal." Hearing his name, the old High Immortal immediately became serious and allowed him in. After being led in, Tan Liat bowed respectfully before the High Immortal. The elder asked if Trang Mu had returned from Yunzhou. Was the journey safe? Tan Liat replied that with your grace, despite dangers, the trip went smoothly. Hearing this, the elder gave a cold look and said, "As I heard, the path was full of mishaps. In the end, Hu lost contact, and several companions died in the wilderness. How do you explain this?" Tan Liat crossed his arms, lips slightly curved, then calmly said he would present everything clearly to the emperor. His face turned serious, eyes sharp as if directly confronting the guilty demon. Stopping him, the elder gestured for him to continue. Tan Liat recounted that in Demon Wilderness, they suspected him of colluding with Yunzhou and wanted to eliminate him. Just then, a demon appeared and killed him out of anger. Continuing his story, Tan Liat said that at Demon Wilderness, he was suspected by them of conspiring with Yunzhou and wanted to be eliminated just as they were about to act. The demons appeared and, in their fury, killed him. Those who don't understand the times like this should die. According to him, their deaths would be justified. The Upper Emperor was still not satisfied and asked Icon how he planned to prove the truth of his words. Titinlit took out a talisman and invited them to examine it. This is a seal given by the Moon Demon Lord himself. It cannot be forged. Trungmek carefully examined the seal, noting that the demonic script was not something a weak person could write. Could this young man really have connections with the demon world? In this way, Titinlit made the old man fully trust him. The old man praised Icon for his efforts and condemned those who abused their power and lied to superiors and subordinates. Truly despicable, I will order his clan's extermination. Titinlit replied that the Upper Emperor was being too harsh, as the chaos was originally caused by a low-ranking official. This has nothing to do with summoning the Wang dynasty. Vi Shen had already explained this to the demon world of Vanzhou. There is no need for concern. Hearing this, Trungmek sighed in relief and praised Titin Icon's sincerity. Titinlit continued, "It was just a minor matter. When he returned to Lang Yang, Vi Shen heard that news about his younger brother and wanted to ask him." The old Upper Emperor replied immediately, "Titin Icon, look at this place." Following the old man's words, they went deeper into the cave where a magical ray appeared on the ground. As you see, new jade was here before, but the transfer ray had already been activated earlier. The old man speculated that he might have left Benevolence Province by now. Titinlit paused and said to the Upper Emperor, "If we could reactivate this magical ray, would you be able to grant Vi Shen?" "Why do you ask? Do you also want to use it?" Titinlit answered immediately, "Yes. No matter how slim his chances are, he won't give up. Please support me, Your Majesty." Trungmek handed Titinlit a scroll. "Since Icon has spoken, I will naturally agree." The scroll contains the key to entering this magical path. Now Yuan and surrounds us. May Titin I can travel safely. Titin Lit bowed in gratitude to the emperor. As soon as Titin Lit left via the ray, 1,000 guests fell to their knees and asked, "Why did you give him the transfer ray?" The old man cut them off, telling them to be quiet. He knew nothing about it. Titin Lit had caused quite a stir in Benevolence Province, making the royal family of Chu worry and reprimand. Now he wants to leave on his own. Any obstruction is just futile, especially with no one knowing the state of the transfer ray. Mentioning the dangerous forest, this old man was always full of cunning plans. At last, the final guest bowed before the Anhming Upper Emperor. Inside, Tronmik felt a glimmer of hope. Titin Lit's fate still depended on his luck. His eyes flickered as he leaned against a stone and opened his eyes, looking around. He raised an eyebrow in wonder. Where was this place? Han Chao recalled that after the Upper Emperor left, he immediately activated the transfer ray. By now, he must have left Benevolence Province. Looking around, there were no signs of magical rays. It seems to be a one-way transfer ray. Once inside, there's no going back. Titin Lit surveyed the terrain. He noticed some faint characters on the rock wall, recognizing only 2 words, Bian and Feng. Could they be related to the Bianjing Jade? Han Chao was secretly pleased. His younger brother had indeed been brought here by the ray. Heaven hadn't cut off all paths for him, so he still had a chance. The other characters seemed from another time. His younger brother must now be able to manage on his own. But the situation was not easy. Things were still in chaos. It's best to proceed with caution. Is there any way to gather information? As Titin Lit stepped out of the cave, he saw a figure. The sky had already turned dark. He quickly hid behind a rock. It was one of the mountain patrol disciples. This gives us a clue. Suddenly, Titin Lit struck hard at the back of the disciple's neck. The man fell to the ground. Titin Lit used his super soul technique to end the life of the enemy. He stopped and carefully examined the symbols on a broken lantern. He was shocked to realize that the transfer ray led back to Dingzhou, specifically the southern 10 Dark Mountains, a region full of dark spirits. The area had clear levels. Most were soul cultivators, with the mysterious Ghost Mother at the top and extremely powerful Ghost Lords below. Despite this, Ghost Imposters and Demon Cultivators share the same origin. There are no rules against a subordinate challenging a superior. As long as your strength is greater, climbing to the peak of Yin Mountain isn't difficult. Thinking this, Xunlai became even more determined. With that thought, Xunlai immediately performed Heavenly Demon Transformation, converting Yang Essence into Yin Essence to avoid suspicion. What if that investor had given him these super soul techniques just to understand the true situation? A voice came from behind, asking who he was and why he didn't bow to a ghost servant. Fanlai turned around and glanced, suppressing his smile. It turned out to be only a 6th-layer ghost servant. It made sense that this belonged to him. Before he could react, the ghost servant fell dead under Fanlai's attack. Not long after, an urgent message arrived at the White Bone Cave of Yin Mountain, reporting strangers outside. The person inside asked for details. The subordinate replied that the stranger had defeated all ghost servants and demons on his way, now being guarded by a guardian. Before he could finish speaking, someone was thrown into the cave, hitting the rock wall, sending debris flying. Even at the intermediate stage of Profound Realm, he still called himself a guardian. Fanlai entered and said he would give the other party a chance, either kneel or die. The general manager was furious, asking who dared to obstruct him like this. Fanlai didn't wait for him to finish speaking, sternly telling him to be quiet. He said the cave master doesn't need unpredictable people and immediately unleashed a wave of demonic energy to end the opponent's life. The man fell in a pool of blood. Fanlai stepped forward to declare himself the new cave master. Anyone who disagreed could challenge, but only if willing to risk their lives. The subordinate trembled with fear and quickly knelt, declaring that they dared not resist. Truxin Cave Master Yuanshin took office. Fanlai grunted inwardly, knowing ghost imposters relied on stealing souls for cultivation. For this kind, he wouldn't hold back. Considering his position in the ghost realm, he found a private room and closed the door, calling Dong Bao to say it was safe now. Dong Bao quickly emerged, chirping happily. Fan Lai reminded him to treat this place as temporary shelter. He must keep it hidden well. He would prepare plenty of food. The next step was gathering more intelligence. This area is near Yunzhou in Nanding region, with the main enemy being the second immortal sect on Yin Mountain's southern side. To deal with the immortal sect, White Me set two rules. 1. Anyone challenging a ghost master must report and choose a date for battle. 2. When facing an attack from the immortal sect, they must unite to avoid danger. Considering the situation, ghost servants and ghost servants were only at spirit realm's ethereal stage. There was no need to worry too much. The Guardian and Cave Master had reached a consensus, but the Ghost Master likely needed higher profound essence. If he kept climbing, it might attract White Me's attention, which wouldn't be beneficial for his plans. Thinking this, Fan Lai approached a stone table where he saw a notebook. He opened it and realized it was a record of borrowed slaves from the neighboring Yuyang cave. They were overdue and hadn't been returned yet. Slave? Could it be what he thought? Fan Lai stepped out, calling for someone. The subordinate quickly arrived, asking if there was any instruction. Fan Lai folded his arms and said, even though the Yuyang cave borrowed a slave who hadn't been returned yet, he would go check, but warned that going into another cave without permission would be seen as a challenge. Fan Lai coldly told him, even if it was considered a challenge, what could they do about unpaid debts? The subordinate hesitated, fearing being reported to the Ghost Master. If the Ghost Master punished them, not only would they lose the chance to reclaim the slave, but also bring disaster upon the White Bone Cave. Fan Lai sternly said he had made up his mind. Anyone who spoke further would be killed immediately. Saying this, he flew away, leaving the subordinate calling after him in panic. Inside himself, Fan Lai thought he didn't need a slave. His main goal was to find Urka. Based on his guess, Urka must live a hard life. At his current profound realm stage, even being a ghost servant would be difficult. Without a position, he might be forced into slavery. Urka, I'll come for you soon. Fan Lai landed before the neighboring cave. The guard at the entrance stopped him and said this was a mine, warning outsiders not to enter. Fan Lai just waved him away. Fan Lai looked around, calling out Urka. Among the hard-working slaves, a familiar young man sat resting on a pile of rocks. His heart sank with joy as he called out, Urka, I finally found you. Suddenly, someone approached, his voice full of mockery. OT, isn't this the new cave master of Yuyang Cave? What are you doing here so idle? Fan Lai turned coldly. You're the former cave master of Yuyang Cave. It's just right, I'll bring those 1,000 slaves back now. Try to stop me and beware my unintentional kick. The former cave master of Yuyang was a young man named Yang Jie. He laughed, finding it ridiculous. Those slaves are borrowed from Wu Tu. What does that have to do with you? Inside himself, Fan Lai guessed that Wu Tu might be the former cave master of White Bone he had killed. He said, do you want me to find a dead person as evidence? Isn't that unreasonable? Or did the Yangjia group burst out laughing, daring him? Before Fan Lai could finish, he lunged and struck at his chest with a punch. Yangjia fell down, angrily shouting that Fan Lai had attacked from behind. Fan Lai looked coldly back, attacking from behind, with your weak profound realm. You can't even withstand one of my moves. He was able to save the Fengwei position. Tan Lai quietly brought Tan Yu into his room. They were overjoyed to see each other again. Both brothers and Tan Shi were moved by the surprise reunion. Calming down, Tan Lai asked brother to how he had suffered during his absence for half a year, leaving everyone searching for him. Tan Yu replied that it was a long story. Tan Yu recounted everything, starting from when the Tan tribe dispersed, mentioning that on that day, Tan Lai led people back to Jinkaisi, but encountered Southern States ambush in the middle of the air journey. Seeing Tan people, he acted without hesitation. Tan Yi desperately protected Tan Yu, pursued by a relentless force until they reached Yangshan County and fell into a cave where Tan Yu finally survived. Tan Yu continued, finding his way into a cultivator's den and opening a secret chamber to store Lingan because of the urgent need for recovery. He used medicinal pills from there. Tanyu solemnly said that when preparing to leave, they discovered a shifting ray but accidentally bumped into Deancon. Tanlai frowned and asked who Deancon was. Tanyu replied uncertainly, only knowing that the entity had been alive for a long time, constantly changing bodies as a soul phantom. At that time, he was sealed within an ancient cultivator's dens, which could only be opened from the outside. Thanks to Tanyu's appearance, he was released. Tanlai pressed further on why he brought Brother to Dingzhou. Tanyu sadly recounted that when they entered the den, they mistakenly ingested a heaven demon pill, a pill that could transform their bodies into ghostly spirit bodies. It sounded ridiculous, and Deancon emerged before wanting to kill him. But seeing he had eaten the heaven demon pill, he changed his mind and brought him here after shifting the ray. Tanlai asked if there was another purpose. Tanyu hesitated, saying that Deancon once transformed into a demon, severing his Tao foundation. If he wanted to continue on the cultivation path, he needed to borrow Tanyu's ghostly spirit body. Tanlai's eyes narrowed, suspecting Brother To wanted to reincarnate using his body. Tanfeng explained that a ghostly spirit body was a high realm for soul phantoms, allowing rapid cultivation of primordial yang and easy mastery of various ghostly techniques. Unfortunately, the ghostly spirit body he formed halfway through due to the heaven demon pill's transformation hadn't reached its full potential. So not all medicinal properties could be fully utilized. Therefore, they had to wait until the primordial yang led the qi before performing soul-snatching techniques, giving them a chance to borrow Tanlai's body. Tanlai continued, saying that he wouldn't let Deancon harm Brother To again now that they were reunited. He was a master of dual yin-yang cultivation in full maturity. Tanlai recalled the seal given by the female demon sovereign and smiled, assuring Brother To trust him with 90% certainty. Tanfeng sighed, saying it was useless. Trying to kill him would be like killing himself. Tanfeng said he knew Deancon's secrets and wouldn't let him go easily today as he had placed a soul seal on high. With just a thought, he could cause his soul to scatter instantly. As they spoke, someone reported that the main merchant was arriving in Dingzhou. Tanfeng said they should meet them immediately. Tanlai asked if Father and others had escaped after the southern states' attack. Tanfeng sighed, saying he had predicted it. If not for the southern states stopping their assault, many Tan people would have no chance of survival. Brother To, you wouldn't know. After your departure, countless events occurred. Tanlai recounted everything to Tanfeng. He mentioned his encounter with the heavenly demon pill's ambush and the battle in the imperial palace, as well as during taking over the new position of leader. Tanfeng was pleased, saying it seemed the predecessor wasn't mistaken. He must be a genius. Who is this predecessor? Tanfeng suddenly fell silent, turning away to cough several times, saying there's nothing. Tanlai worriedly called Brother To. As they continued talking, someone reported that the main merchant had arrived in Dingzhou. Knowing this, they hurried out to meet them. Tanshi said he would go with Tanlai to stop him from causing trouble. Tanlai asked Tanfeng not to forget he was still controlled by Deancon. This time, he came to the den to kidnap people, risking his life as Yingjia is Deancon's adopted son. Part of this mission was due to his disappearance. Until they could break the soul seal, their relationship must remain secret. Tanlai. With Tanlai's firm approach, nearby den stopped harassing White Bone Cave, allowing him to establish a foothold in Dingzhou. 3 days later, a subordinate reported that the main den was almost completely subdued. Tanlai asked if Yingjia wasn't causing any trouble anymore. The subordinate replied that he had no heart for it and was just finishing up before heading back to the Demon King's domain to report. The young man crossed his arms, saying if he dared to bully people again, the main den wouldn't hesitate to give him a taste of its power. A subordinate reported that a second-class family from Xianming was transporting goods to Lingnan for trade. Good, let's choose some demons and leave immediately. The subordinate hesitated, asking if the main den agreed. Tanlai replied they must make Xianming uncomfortable and test their luck. His lips curled with cunning. At the southern flower forest in Qinghua, according to the demon Sai, a shipment was passing through. A green robe official said the goods had arrived. A green-robed man asked where Lynchy Rock's old man was. He produced a high-grade linthicals and checked, saying the Holy Lotus was here, but Kwang Ren still didn't trust him. Old Kwang asked what he meant. The green-robe official looked far away, saying that on the other side weren't people from your group. When he saw it wasn't his men, he shouted, "It's over. Protect the goods." With a sound, the goods scattered from the chaos below. A subordinate rushed to help Old Kwang and asked if he was injured. He focused on protecting the green robe official and their goods. The goods were still there, but the green robe official had vanished. Old Kwang angrily said they must have been robbed. He fled. Suddenly, a group appeared laughing loudly. Looks like Kwang has understood the situation. Old Kwang recognized their attire and identified them with White Bone Cave's demon messengers. The leader said, "We are the demons of White Bone Cave. Hand over your linthicals or die here." 2 miles away, a battle was raging. Green-robed official Venerable Lang asked who he was, saying they had been chasing him for too long. "Stop running. Why not fight?" Venerable Lang then angrily cursed, saying his reputation as the Dinging Joe Thundering Young Master wasn't in vain. That man must have used tricks. Tanlai ignored him and said if he couldn't calm down, he would use force. He cast water arrows at Venerable Lang Than. The water arrows flew towards Venerable Lang Than, who quickly dodged. Tanlai chased after him, observing that his cultivation was not bad but too low to enter the refined realm. He died. Tanlai sighed in relief and said now they could retrieve their treasures if used wisely. The green-robe official's reputation as a bandit might still be useful in Dingzhou. In the Qinghua forest of Lingnan, Xianming had begun to handle the situation but encountered another event filled with evil. Before this, a noble young man named Tuan had sneaked into the Moonlight Immortal's residence to steal treasures at night. The next day, the Jade Forest lost a loot flower incense. On Wednesday, 3 cloud bells on the Golden Island Tower were stolen. On Friday, the Fire Pagoda's clear red medicinal jar was also taken. Diniswan was constantly harassed by bandits, so the righteous forces joined to hunt them but failed each time. Only someone saw him run into the Demon Sound Mountain. In the Demon Sound Mountain, White Bone Cave echoed with a fake laugh as demon servants were feasting. If not for the wise decision of the cave master, they wouldn't be in this position today. The 2 high-grade spirit stones are indeed sufficient to last long. He asked why the cave master hadn't appeared yet. Someone replied that he hadn't. The cave master focused on cultivation and thus became so powerful. As you said, it's safe for him. They all raised their cups to drink. Inside the room, everyone was meditating. After a while, he opened his eyes in relief. Finally, he had refined white bone into a bright golden pill. The green flame essence indeed wasn't ordinary. A few pills cost him much effort, but allowed him to break through 3 layers and enter the late pill refining stage. His cultivation level was temporarily hard to increase further. Instead, he should practice more demonic arts to avoid future loopholes. He searched on the bookshelf and picked one out. Following the book's instructions, Tuan started to refine the Mystic Sound Condensation Fire. The green flame in Han's hand gradually grew larger. With a sound, the entire room was destroyed. Tuan was shocked by the chaos. No wonder it's a 3rd-grade spell. Luckily, Han reacted quickly, otherwise, the room would have been completely ruined. Han pondered deeply. This spell is powerful but slow to cast. Facing all high-level pill refining experts later, the incantation speed must be reduced to 2 breaths. After his cultivation improved, Tuan devoted himself to studying spells for many days. This was the first time he focused so much since leaving the front line. 5 days passed unnoticed. On the 5th day, Tuan stepped out of the room and found it empty, feeling uneasy about what might have happened. Seeing a familiar demon servant injured at the entrance, he rushed over. That one was relieved to see the cave master and asked immediately what had happened. He recounted that thieves had been stealing from Immortal Wisdom's residence for over 10 days. They said they saw the thief run into Demon Sound Mountain. So they came to demand answers, but we didn't steal anything. Both sides argued and fought. Tuan was stunned that his fake noble young man act had caused such a disaster. The demon servants reported that both sides were now alerting the demon lord. That day, also cultivators on level 3 and above were ordered to prepare for battle. Tuan silently thought that Immortal Wisdom's White Eyebrow must be involved. He told the demon servants to stop talking, tend to their wounds quickly, and he would go to the front line. Then, he left. Outside Demon Sound Mountain, both sides were in battle. Righteous forces shouted that evil outsiders had run out of options and wouldn't continue fighting. The demon side retorted that they weren't talking about justice, but attacking us while we slept. This matter can't end today. Even if the demon mother dies, she will seek revenge. A woman's voice echoed from above. If White Eyebrow really protected them, why hasn't she appeared yet? The demon servants trembled as they saw her and stammered, asking who she was. She was the master of Immortal Wisdom, Water Mirror Taoist. With a cold look, she said that they were being manipulated and asked if they still didn't understand. If so, let her help them escape. Noticing someone nearby, she ordered him to come out quickly. A force from Water Mirror's hand struck the rock wall, making Tuan dodge, and Fuchi indeed sensed strongly. He was evaluated as a primary demon of the 10 mountains. A cry for help echoed, but it was just an illusion surrounding the righteous side. They were trapped in a spell. Water Mirror analyzed the ray. Death Spirit, no. Could it be the Blood Yumin Soul Gathering Ray? Just then, a familiar voice called out to Water Mirror. After not seeing her for long, she turned and saw White Eyebrow of the 10 mountains. White Eyebrow had silver hair, but youthful vitality and an icy, proud demeanor. White Eyebrow said with a low voice, "Didn't you use the noble young man to lure us out?" Water Mirror replied that after years of conflict between the 10 mountains and Immortal Wisdom, it was time for a decisive battle. Her cold eyes said today, they must not only defeat evil outsiders, but also destroy the 10 mountains and eliminate all traitors. White Eyebrow sneered, "Let's see who wins. First, break my Blood Yumin Ray before talking." She attacked fiercely. Water Mirror smiled lightly, saying that victory was still uncertain. She asked what this was. As she spoke, she cast the Mystic True Formation Soul Seal, surprising White Eyebrow with her treasure. White Eyebrow warned not to be too confident. The outcome wasn't decided yet. She said with a sly smile, "I've been waiting for the Demon Lord to escape from the 10 mountains of darkness and see if his mouth is still tough." Titin Lit stood below observing as the two sides fought fiercely. With the Demon Lord imprisoned, conflicts erupted in other locations too. Bang Hong realized that there were 10 demon lords among the 10 mountains of darkness. The Mountain of Dark Sounds was just one of them, and so was Dean Kong. For his brother's safety, Titin Lit couldn't afford to die. He quickly moved to intervene between the two forces. He remembered that Dinkyu's geography mentioned that the Immortal Clear Mind consisted of multiple sects. The Water Mirror sect was actually the Sun Mirror Immortal Pavilion. If he couldn't intervene directly, he would. Dongyang thought about this and immediately left. Immortal Clear Mind was 160 miles south from the Mountain of Dark Sounds. With his Dan Yangshi level, it only took him to incense sticks to reach. As night fell, Titin Lit arrived at Immortal Clear Mind's Sun Mirror Immortal Pavilion. Just as strangers entered, nearby guests turned to look at Titin Lit with wary eyes. Titin Lit quietly observed, scanning each person. Sure enough, none of them had reached the Danyang realm. Instead, they were visibly panicking and shouting, "Who are you?" Titin Lit smirked. Then acting will be much easier. The Huan Yin fire flared up as soon as he spoke. Titin Lit activated his technique, and a fierce green flame burst out from him. The flames quickly engulfed the Sun Mirror Immortal Pavilion, causing everyone inside to die without resistance. Watching the flames rise, Titin Lit noted that the fire had spread widely. With his Enfuchi level, it would only take one incense stick for Shui Jing to sense it. He needed to leave quickly. That night at the 10 Mountains of Darkness, Titin Lit knelt before Baimi and reported to the Demon Lord. Baimi looked down at the youth with a stern voice. The one who burned the Immortal Pavilion is indeed the scheme from the Sun Mirror Mountain. Quietly, he admitted his inadequacy, unable to stop the pursuit of Immortal Clear Mind, so he had to find an alternative route, and fortunately it worked. By me side, that's fine, battles are always dangerous, right? You can react flexibly like this, showing sharp thinking, tell me your name. The subordinate replied, my name is Fei La. Titin Lit used that name to hide his identity. By me seemed satisfied, good job. Fei La, you burned the immortal pavilion and forced Water Mirror back. You have a different mind and skills. Both mountains are stable now. From now on, report to the Mountain of Absolute Void. Titin Lit found it interesting to be appointed as the Demon Lord of the Mountain of Absolute Void. He quickly bowed in gratitude. Suddenly, a red-robed figure stood up and challenged By me. Fei La is the White Bone Cave's leader. Is this too much? By me shouted loudly. Dean Kong, audacious, I'll personally appoint you. Why are you hesitating? Are you going to teach me how to rule the world? Dean Kong immediately backed down. He didn't dare react. I overstepped my authority. Please forgive me, Demon Lord. Titin Lit glanced at him and was sure it was Dean Kong. Such a young man with deep aura, he must have changed bodies many times. He's truly an old monster. By me looked around the hall coldly and said, remember, in these 10 mountains of darkness, my words are law. Wine died down as Titin Lit returned to White Bone Cave to report his promotion. At the same time, he instructed them not to worry about the response and immediately go to the Mountain of Absolute Void for his new post. However, he didn't know that his new name had spread widely. Even the Orthodox sects in Dinkyu heard about how Immortal Clear Mind was burned by Yumin fire. When Water Mirror Immortal led an investigation and quickly identified the culprit, Fei La, the newly appointed Demon Lord of Absolute Void, became a well-known figure but with a bad reputation. Time passed. After Titin Lit's new training period ended, it was half a month. He looked at his younger brother and said, I know everything now. Don't waste your life like that anymore. Titin Lit smiled lightly. You're still safe, older brother. Don't worry, by the way. How's Hein's investigation? Tanfeng replied, finally, we have a lead. I found out that old man used a soul imprint on me. But recently, due to the ghost body's spirit essence, my cultivation speed has increased drastically. The Danyang realm seems just one step away. Titin Lit was surprised. How fast? Hein broke through several levels in just a few days. If that's true, Dean Kong can succeed. We mustn't let him achieve his goal. Older brother, as long as you maintain fullness, don't absorb Danyang energy. Give me 10 days, I'll find a way. Tanfeng folded his hands and replied, okay, I will hold back your cultivation for you. If I don't see you in 10 days, I'd rather die than let him succeed. Saying this, he looked at the worried youth. 13, we can't stay here long. Hurry up and go, or Dean Kong will suspect us. Alright, Urka, wait for me to return. 3 days later, Xinlai arrived at Nam Market Hall, similar to Jai Yuan's former market hall. Entering the inn, Xinlai asked the manager for a superior room. He sighed. Yes, sir, please wait a moment. Seeing him sigh, Xinlai immediately asked, what are you sighing about? The old man replied, haven't you heard about Kuang's situation? What happened to Kuang? The manager sighed again, sounding disappointed. Lately, there have been many disputes. It was said that the younger generation of Kuang went on a trip and got bitten by a venomous creature. That kind of poison is extremely terrifying. It eats away at both body and soul. The master had to risk his life searching for an antidote. Finally, he heard about a soul-cleansing pill that could help. Xinlai's face changed slightly as he whispered, soul-cleansing pill? Yes, but making this requires the lotus stem from the hermit's cultivation. Unfortunately, before, the Devil Lord set fire to the mountain and destroyed all the lotus stems. It was truly a great loss. Xinlai recalled the holy lotus stem, realizing it must be them. If the whole lake is gone, then this one in my hands becomes the only hope. Looks like there's still a way out. Placing his money on the counter, Xinlai said quickly, manager, can you tell me more about the soul-cleansing pill? Seeing Xiaolian brighten up, the manager smiled and said, It's not hard. They say this pill purifies souls with miraculous effects. So even if the soul is poisoned or sealed by a core spirit, taking this pill can still remove the poison. Xinlai asked further. The manager replied immediately, of course, it's Master Huang Yuan Dao from Xiyang Mountain. He rarely meets guests after being secluded for many years. Xinlai's hopes rose. Good news, Archon has a way out. No one knows about the holy lotus stem in my hands, nor do they know I'm Fei La. It was very convenient to act on this. Just as he thought that, familiar footsteps echoed, and there stood Fei La. Hearing his name called, Xinlai turned around and saw the person who just arrived. Water Crystal Taoist, why are you here? She rolled her eyes coldly, clearly not staying in the 10 dark mountains. She dared to come to our market hall. Even the one she torched from the hermit's residence still dares to show up in public places. The audacity of people is truly great. Saying that, she unleashed a powerful spiritual force, causing the entire inn to explode. Walls crumbled, roofs fell off, and demons fell to the ground, terrified by the scene before them. The area where Xinlai stood was dented into a large hole, covered in blood, but no one could be seen. Water Crystal looked at the trail of blood with an uncomfortable feeling. Surviving after taking my blow, HMPF. You can't escape for long. This month or next, you'll still end up dead. Stealthily rushing to a desolate mountain, his body was covered in wounds. Blood continued to flow from the cuts as he panted heavily. He felt the power of Anfuki's expert. Just one strike had pushed him into a corner. If not for the mysterious treasure table protecting him, he would have died. This treasure truly protects more than just alchemy and soul cultivation. It also defends against attacks. A light appeared behind her as Water Crystal caught up, trying to chase Fei La away before unleashing another spiritual force that made Xinlai dodge. While running, he cursed, a clear master of one of the immortal realms. Using Tuvi Anfu to pursue and attack a Danyang devil lord like me. This is how a righteous sect should act. Water Crystal landed coldly. Fei La, you destroyed my hermit's residence and the holy lotus stem, and you're still a close ally of Bai Mi. I can't forgive this. Stealthily looking up, he said logically, the battle in Namjing is common knowledge. Your eagerness must be due to the destruction of my hermit's residence. Water Crystal shouted, if not for Bai Mi stopping you that day, would you have had a chance to live and talk like this? Xinlai raised his gaze, coldly saying, if the master is so confident, I'll be happy to test your skills. I will use one strike if the master can withstand it. Even if I'm humiliated, I'll accept it willingly. Water Crystal smiled. Good. You have guts, using Tuvi Anfu's late-stage power to challenge me. If you survive today, I'll let you go. Xinlai invited the master to show his move. Alright, Fei La, take one more strike. In the 10 Dao Dark Mountains, Avmi suddenly sensed Bodhi Seal's ore and knew that Water Crystal was in battle again. The Bodhi Seal is a heavenly technique. It's hard to believe anyone outside of me could withstand such an attack in Dingshou. Whoever takes the hit will surely lose. She sighed, regretting another life lost. On the other side, Water Crystal shouted at Fei La, in your next life, be a good person and don't become a demon anymore. Then threw the Bodhi seal towards him with a surge of anger. Xinlai's lips moved. What about the Bodhi seal? The devil hasn't even allowed the Buddha to get angry yet. Go away. Wrong mantra. His demonic seal flew straight at Water Crystal's Bodhi seal, causing her to exclaim, Demon self-wrong mantra. Did you understand this kind of spell? Her power was immediately halted. The opposing forces clashed violently, shaking the space around them. Tekin had to retreat to avoid the backlash, allowing Xinlai to escape. Before leaving, he laughed loudly. Tekin, you've lost this time. See you next time. Tekin remained silent, seething with anger, vowing silently that next time they meet, he would make her suffer greatly. Xinlai flew straight towards Mount Chishuang, still humming softly to himself. Fortunately, he kept the artifact left by Lunar Demon Sovereign. Otherwise, the outcome might have been unimaginable. Now that Tekin and he were in a life or death feud, they had to be extremely cautious. More importantly, He needed to save his younger brother from Dean Kong's hands, so soul cleansing was absolutely necessary. The teacher of Filata reminded him of the words from the Demon Lord's chief. That person was Huang Yuan Taoist living on Mount Chushuang, who had been secluding himself for many years and no longer received guests. He chuckled, unsure what plans he was making. Huang Yuan looked at the precious treasures, including Qingjing steel samples, numerous upper-grade materials, 3 high-grade spirit stones, and a camphor bottle, and said to Taoist Tuan, "Such a large price for this elixir must be for something special." Under the fierce demeanor, Xinlai replied, "I'm here to request soul-cleansing pills." Huang Yuan Taoist solemnly stated that such an elixir was not ordinary. "I haven't met guests in a long time and don't wish to deal with anyone. On what grounds do you think I would make this elixir for you?" Xinlai hesitated, then offered a comical reason based on his determination. Huang Yuan sized up the young man before him. Indeed, he was inexperienced, but those treasures were truly tempting to ignore. He approached and said, "I'll take what I received, but there's something else. Soul-cleansing pills lack a very precious ingredient, holy lotus flower. As long as you have it, I will start the elixir making immediately." He secretly rejoiced that Tikin's temple had been burned by Fi La. "How did you find the holy lotus flower?" "Then all these treasures belong to me." But Xinlai took out an object and asked Taoist Long, "What is this?" Huang Yuan turned around, seeing the bright lotus, exclaimed in shock, "Holy lotus flower. How did you get this?" "This belongs to Tikin's temple." He immediately stepped back and asked Taoist Tuan, "What relation do you have with Fi La?" Xinlai answered straightforwardly, "I am indeed Fi La. Don't worry about that. The holy lotus flower is here. Can senior still go back on your word?" Han launched a VI cultivation pill of advanced stage at Huang Yuan Taoist. He felt the power of Xinlai's cultivation clearly. Knowing he couldn't avoid it, he reluctantly agreed but said, "I'll make the soul-cleansing pills. You can find me in Chushuang Mountain for now." Huang Yuan turned away and said, "Taoist Tuan, just do as you please." Xinlai understood to proceed naturally. 2 days later, they met again. He hoped for patience. On the second day, when Xinfeng was about to break through to Danyang's stage, Dean Kong brought him to a cave and pointed at a magical ray, telling Xinfeng to sit inside. Xinfeng approached and saw the ground ray, saying, "Spirit gathering ray, you've prepared for this long." Outsiders thought the current appearance was Xinlai, while his true face was Fi La. He sighed, saving his younger brother should be his priority now. Other troubles could wait. He needed to recover first. So Xinlai temporarily stayed in Chushuang Mountain during the day, observing the surroundings and checking on the elixir-making progress. At night, he practiced meditation for injury recovery, passing time this way. 2 days later, as Xinfeng was about to break through Danyang's stage, Dean Kong brought him into a cave, pointing at the magical ray inside. Xinfeng approached and saw the ground ray, saying, "Spirit gathering ray, you've prepared for this long." Dean Kong replied, "Of course. I've been waiting for this day for 10 years. It's time to follow the natural order of cultivation." He smirked, as if he had waited for this moment. Suddenly, a strong light burst from Xinfeng's heart meridian, shaking his core. It was happening. The breakthrough signs were here. His cultivation power surged like a flood breaking through a dam. It couldn't be contained anymore. She smiled, looking like a venomous snake seeing its prey, eagerly waiting for the right moment to swallow it whole. Haha! Finally, Dan Yang's aura appeared. As long as you enter that realm, your cultivation will skyrocket. Too bad. The result still belongs to me. In an instant, spiritual energy enveloped both the magical ray and Xinfeng. He shouted, You're sealing this anomaly again like when leading Dan Yang's aura?" Dean Kong replied immediately, "Of course, I've prepared for years. How could anyone disturb me? What? Do you have an objection? Don't forget, your soul is in my hands. A mere thought from me and even suicide would be impossible for you." He stepped closer to the magical ray, his voice sinister, accepting his fate. "Xinfeng, from now on, I am you and you are me." "Ha ha!" Another voice sneered mockingly, "What a big talker." Words were followed by an explosion. A force struck between Dean Kong and the spell array. Tan Feng looked relieved as he saw someone appear. Dichima stealthily threw a vial of elixir to Tan Feng. Second brother, drink it, then focus on breaking through. Leave everything else to me. Dean Kong looked at the teenager in front and recognized the familiar face. Fei La, you dare ruin my good plans again. Tan Lai responded. What's your name? I'm Tan Lai. Dean Kong accused. You brought second brother from Shangzhou here to seize his body and life. Do you think I'll just sit back and watch? Dean Kong was surprised. Shangzhou, did you also arrive by teleportation ray? He continued shouting. Regardless of whether you're Fei La or Tan Lai, the more you interfere with our affairs, the more you must die. With a punch, he lunged forward. But Tan Lai dodged and Dean Kong was thrown into a rock wall with a heavy thud. His heart trembled. How could this be? Die in young. This brat dares to hide his strength in front of the demoness. Tan Lai immediately released spiritual energy. Enough chatter. Die! Dean Kong hastily defended and dodged. He continued cursing nonstop. He shouted, Filthy brat, I'll fight you to the death. Taste my soul-severing technique. And he launched a terrifying attack forward. Tan Lai endured the Baishuyu pain. HMPH! Right on target. The slash from the Baishuyu sword struck Dean Kong. He was pushed back and slammed into the rock wall with a damp sound. The rocks crumbled and tumbled. He vomited blood and fell unconscious on the ground. Tan Lai looked at him triumphantly. Dean Kong, it's clear who won. Do you have anything to say before you die? The Huan Yin fire spun around Tan Lai like a vicious snake, then burst into flames with explosive force. His voice was cold and chilling. If there's nothing else, you can die now. Tan Lai nodded. The Huan Yin fire wrapped tightly around Dean Kong and bit him. Dean Kong glared at Tan Lai with hatred. Fei La, even if it's a demon, no, look at the remains left. Tan Lai lightly said, even to death, you're still stubborn. Ten Talam's voice suddenly sounded, Tan Feng. Tan Lai turned and asked, second brother, are you alright? Tan Feng said, fortunately Dean Kong set up a lightning barrier ray. I've officially entered the Dying Yang period now. I'm curious how one would extract the soul of someone using a new method. Tan Lai replied, it was the elixir from just now, the soul-cleansing elixir to dissolve the soul imprint. He took out a jade pendant. And this is my father's heirloom, originally a clan seal. My father wanted me to inherit it as his successor. Now that you're safe, I should hand it over for you to keep. Tan Feng lowered his head and pushed away Tan Lai's hand. No! 13. My father died unjustly. Please avenge him for me. Hein should have done this. But fate played a trick on us. I ended up like this. I can't practice orthodox immortal cultivation anymore, so it's better for Ngok Bei to be kept by D. Xinlai hesitated and turned to his brother. This matter. Xin Feng continued. Actually, father once said that only someone with the bloodline of Tan could cultivate this Ngok Bei. After cultivation, it might also help find relatives with the same lineage. So let's start cultivating it today. Xinlai nodded. Alright, follow brother's advice. But here isn't safe. We should head back to Thiti Yet Shan first. Xin Feng agreed. The two left immediately. They arrived at the bamboo forest behind Thiti Yet Shan, where Xinlai sat down and began cultivating the jade piece. But soon, the jade piece only glowed weakly before going out. Meanwhile, Xinlai spat blood and his face turned pale. The jade piece fell to the ground. There was no sound at all. Xin Feng was alarmed. 13. Are you alright? Xinlai wiped the blood and asked brother, can this jade really be cultivated? Xin Feng confirmed firmly, father wouldn't lie to us. Something strange is happening here. Xinlai held up the jade piece, his eyes narrowing. If outsiders couldn't cultivate it, then only one possibility remained. Brother, maybe you're not from the Tan bloodline. Xinlai's eye stung as he realized why father had always been distant with him. Xin Feng interrupted immediately, no need to think too much. I was right there when you were born. Even though I was young then, I clearly remember father crying tears of joy at the sound of your cry. If you weren't his biological son, why would he react like that? Xinlai remained uncertain. So how do we explain what happened just now? Xin Feng sighed. It seems it's time to tell the truth to you. 3 days after your birth, I was playing near the mountain and met an elder. He talked with me and mentioned your mother. Then he gave me this jade piece and told me to give it back to you. Xinlai was surprised. The jade piece, I thought it was something I found when I was younger. Xin Feng continued, soon after, your mother passed away. Father fell into despair, and he never saw you again. You know the rest of the story. Xinlai pondered, so didn't that elder purposefully approach Hein and find a reason to give him this jade piece? Xinfeng nodded, maybe so. Right, where's the jade piece now? Xinlai looked down at the jade piece on his chest and then touched his heart. Brother, this is what's hidden in the jade piece. Xinlai looked at the glowing circle around his neck and whispered, Brother, what does this whole journey want to tell us? Xinlai explained that it was vague. Shortly after leaving home, during cultivation, the jade piece suddenly cracked, and then this talisman appeared in my chest. Xinfeng pondered, so that elder definitely wasn't an ordinary fortune teller who would casually give a cultivation tool to someone else. This is indeed unpredictable. Xinfeng reassured him, 13. Don't overthink it. Not being able to cultivate the jade piece might be due to bloodline issues, or maybe because of this special jade piece. All these lies and mysteries left Xinlai feeling down. He didn't understand either. Perhaps, as that elder said, his fate was unstable, and he wasn't worthy of the Tan family's lineage. Hearing this, Xinfeng got angry. Don't talk nonsense. Just because one jade piece couldn't be cultivated doesn't mean anything. I told you are from the Tan family, so you must be. Comforted, Xinlai felt better. Brother, thank you. Xinli immediately reminded him to stay quiet as someone was approaching. Xinfeng asked cautiously, who is it? Xinlai replied, not sure. To people, their cultivation isn't low, heading this way. Xinfeng speculated, could they be enemies? Xinlai said, maybe not. I haven't offended anyone here for months except Dean Kong. So it's even more mysterious. If they're not enemies, why are they here? We can't know, but let's hide and observe what they want. Alright, two figures approached. Their voices could be heard. There's no one here. Whispering, don't get discovered. The young man in gray smiled slyly. What's to fear? Just make sure the fee labor isn't here. The companion replied. The special materials are all set up properly. The Atiti Shichi only appears for 1 hour each day. Just stand near the heart of the pink jujube tree and you'll be safe. The young man in gray chuckled darkly. Good. We just need to block the Atiti Shichi, then we can break the inside. Then, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Hey, remember, any good find must be shared. The other person was annoyed, already talking too much. How close are we? Come on, let's go in. The two of them delved deeper into the cave. From behind the bushes, New Peak stood up. That's right, I've recognized those two guys now. New Sharp asked, second brother, do you know who they are? New Peak replied, of course. There became Mountain Ghost Lord Zhang and Bamboo Sound Ghost Lord Vin. Strange indeed, what are they doing here? Isn't Chiyu Mountain the den of the disciple? Don't you know anything yet? New Sharp scratched his head and smiled. I'm new so I don't know much. But from their appearance, there must be a big secret in this cave. Second brother, think about it. When Dean Kong caught Brother Hein, he could have left but chose to transfer him to Denzhou instead. Then he became the Ghost Lord. Brother, do you think he knew about this too? And most importantly, does Baimi know anything? If she knows there's a secret in Shiyu Mountain, why would she hand it over to someone new? New Peak nodded thoughtfully. It seems likely that there is an issue here. The cave must have something hidden. New Sharp said, second brother, stay here while I call Dongbao over. With the treasure, his nose can't be ignored. Alright, a moment later, New Sharp brought Dongbao back, and they all went deeper into the cave, seeing marks on the wall. New Sharp touched the wall to examine it. These are signs left by someone before. Following this trail should lead us to them. As we move forward, we see piles of decayed bones. Second brother, what is this place? Going deeper, they found a partially open stone door leading to a sturdy stone room with even more bones on the ground. New Sharp knocked on the wall. It seems like this is an ancient site with a very old foundation. Dinka also ran straight from the ancient ruins to Dinzhou, so he might have targeted this place too. New Peak observed and found steps leading down. 13. These must be the stairs to the lower level. Let's go down and check. As they walked, small glowing particles floated around them. New Sharp said, "Second brother, this is residual spirit energy from the ray. This shows that they've broken through and ventured deeper inside." New Peak's expression turned serious. 13. I have a bad feeling about this. It can't just be an ancient site, it feels more complex. Second brother just broke through, so he needs to stabilize his surroundings before going ahead to scout for safety. Before he could finish speaking, there was a loud explosion from inside. The two exchanged surprised glances. What's happening? Inside, they heard arguments. BK Mountain Ghost Lord shouted. Vin, greedy fool! Didn't we agree to split it in half? The young man before them twisted his hand. Sorry, the plan has changed. You're better off dying here. Chulvin roared in anger. You used us to break through the seal just to devour all the treasures. So you still ask why? He gritted his teeth. Don't think that because the master disappeared by me doesn't know. By then, you won't be able to handle it. Zhang Sai smiled sinisterly. Then what? As long as there's a chance here, by me can't scare me. Next, just kill you and everything is over. Chulvin attacked fiercely. Then I'll fight to the death with you. Saying that, he launched an attack. Zhang Sai laughed coldly. Alright, let's see who dies. Jin threw himself powerfully. Since Chulvin was weaker, he was knocked back. He fell to the ground coughing blood. Zhang Sai looked at him with disgust. Foolish! Still trying to compete with me. Truly seeking death. He smiled smugly. Then all the treasures will belong to me. Just get them. Ba Voice's voice echoed from behind. Not necessarily. Zhang Sai turned around in surprise. Who? Who is there? Fan Lai stepped out. Thanks for leading the way, Brother Zhang. Too bad you won't enjoy it. Zhang Sai dealt with him. Fai La, you were following me. Fan Lai spoke coldly. Both of you are wicked. And so brazenly. Where's the justice in that? Zhang Sai was shocked. But we discovered this site first. Even if you're the master of Absolute Mountain, it can't be said that the treasures belong to you. Fan Lai smiled at him and endured the pain from a few talismans. Fine, let's settle this with strength. Zhang Sai, die now. Fan Lai raised Bixu Du and swung straight at him. Zhang Sai gathered his spiritual energy, shouting, It's not that easy to kill me like that. A loud explosion echoed. The force threw Zhang Sai back, hitting a rock behind. Suddenly, where he fell, water gushed out, widening a crack, spewing out a dense green mist. He accidentally touched the layer of mist. Zhang Sai's face turned pale. Looking back, his arm was starting to rot. Fan Lai clutched his chest in pain. I didn't expect Zhang Sai's cultivation level to be on par with mine. That strike couldn't kill him. Just then, Fan Lai looked ahead. His eyes narrowed. In front of him, Zhang Sai was enveloped by the green mist. His arm rotted and fell to the ground. What's going on? Zhang Sai laughed madly. Ha ha, Fai La. This is your fate. Just now your strike broke the ancient sites. Did you see the Atri corpse gas? If it spills out, the 10 mountains of darkness will turn into a sea of blood, everyone turning into vampires. I admit my cultivation level is lower than yours, but you wasted your effort following me here. Unexpectedly, Fan Lai tightly gripped the soul leaf and shouted loudly. What did you say? His flesh turned to ash, decaying slowly, yet he still laughed madly. Ha ha, even if you kill me, it's useless. The Atri corpse gas is slow, but doesn't distinguish friend from foe. As long as you stand here, it's too late. He roared. Let's fly. Die with me. Then he self-destructed his entire spiritual power. Fan Lai immediately activated his body protection spirit energy. Snail crawl. Truly insane. He dared to destroy the site by self-detonating himself. The explosion just landed. Fan Lai was startled, looking towards the depths below. A very strong light streamed out. The sharp teeth broke through something. Clearly there was something. A half explosion sounded. Tan Feng rushed in and frantically called out. 13. Are you alright? Tanlai turned back to his second brother. Didn't I tell you to wait outside? Almost the entire absolute mountain almost collapsed. Tan Feng said, the noise was too loud, so we had to come inside to check. What's that light? Tanlai looked around and replied, I'm not sure, but the sharp teeth self-destructed and opened up the bottom of the ruins, revealing this light, which looks like a talisman. The ghostly aura and spirit energy swirled around them. Hearing this, Tan Feng examined carefully. Could it be the immortal talisman? Danger! 13. Hurry up and deal with it. Got it. Tanlai immediately leaped up. Immortal talisman. Attack! He asked Tan Feng after grabbing the talisman. Second brother, do you know what this is? Tan Feng replied, yes, I do, but we need to leave here first. Strange things are happening. The white eyebrow ghost mother won't sit idly by. And this place is in the absolute mountains. My identity as a Phi Law can no longer be hidden. Tanlai nodded, so let's leave here and return to Heavenly Capital. What about a Ti Chi? Tan Feng asked further. Big brother, did you forget what Zhongsai and Chu Shin said? Hearing this, Tan Feng remembered. A Ti Chi appears for only 1 hour each day. Moreover, the area with the heart of the red jujube tree is safe. So that means, right? Tanlai said. The spread of the ghostly energy is very slow. We must find a way to block them. Tan Feng agreed immediately. The light grew more intense. The talisman's glow illuminated the night sky. Strange phenomena spread throughout the dark mountains. And all 10 major sects were in chaos as the ghostly energy spread, with the golden light of the immortal talisman reaching southern capital. At the same time, the immortal wisdom responded quickly and immediately mobilized experts to invade the 10 dark mountains. Subordinates from White Eyebrow subordinates reported that the ghost master Chushin was found behind the absolute mountain. White Eyebrow ordered him to be brought up, but his subordinate hesitated. Ghost mother, Chushin is severely injured and unconscious. We might not be able to save him. White Eyebrow frowned. Let's give him the golden life pill. Even if he dies, let him regain some light. Before he passes out, I must extract information about what happened in the absolute mountains. As for Phi Law, his disappearance as Ghost Master is a crime that won't be forgiven. I will personally apprehend him. The order was immediately carried out and subordinates began investigating. Half an hour later, Water Crystal suspiciously asked, how reliable is this information? His subordinate replied, not sure yet, but the source is from a dying Ghost Master. Please listen to it, Your Excellency. Yes, he said that Phi Law discovered ancient ruins in the absolute mountains and the light was from the immortal talisman. His subordinate added, the immortal talisman has been taken by Phi Law. White Eyebrow is personally pursuing him. May I ask Your Excellency's instructions? Water Crystal immediately thought about it. The owner of the immortal talisman can transform their essence into a divine body, which greatly benefits cultivation. This treasure just appeared and Phi Law is being pursued more intensely. He then ordered, send people down. Absolutely do not let White Eyebrow obtain this treasure. All immortal wisdom's people immediately left their tasks to search for Phi Law. In the absolute mountains after the explosion, Tan Feng and Tan Light Dian appeared. We finally escaped. Tan Feng shook off the dust. Tan Light turned back to Dongbao. Lucky it let us out. If not, I would have been caught. Suddenly, a voice from behind shouted, stop! Who is in front of me? Both were startled. My Tan Light reacted quickly and said, what's the big deal? A Ghost Master dares to speak loudly here. The Master's voice was frightened. Subordinate Han Zhong from Hidden Dragon Mountain seeks audience with the Ghost Mother. Tanlai asked, Han Zhong, why are you here? Han Zhong hurriedly replied, reporting to Your Excellency, there was a major explosion in Absolute Mountain. The Ghost Mother ordered us to investigate. Tanlai frowned and said, yeah, I noticed the strange phenomena, so I came to check. I'll take care of this place. You continue with your mission. Line 60 ends here. But Han Zhong still stood there and said, reporting. Before that, when the Ghost Maiden was protecting Yin Shan, you weren't seen. When changing orders, he was told to inform you immediately if he met with you. Bai Mi insisted on seeing him despite only 2 hours passing. A wave of suspicion rose, something didn't seem right. Without hesitation, Tanlai kicked Han Zhong, sending him flying. Tang Feng and Dong Bao were shocked by this unexpected reaction. Tanlai shouted, "How did Bai Mi know our whereabouts?" Han Zhong trembled as he replied, "It was Chu Xin. Before dying, he was infected by a Teethy Chi and found by the Ghost Lord." Hearing this, Tanlai realized, so it's him. The river spirit didn't kill Chu Xin on the spot. Tanlai clenched his fist. The situation had turned unfavorable. The Imperial Order caused such a stir, it was hard to believe. He looked at Tang Feng and Dong Bao, then said they were exposed. Bai Mi would come soon. Tang Feng panicked and exclaimed, "Any delay could mean both of us are in danger." Tanlai said, "Head north to Water Red Ravine. We'll meet again shortly." Tang Feng understood the danger and left without hesitation, only managing a quick warning, 13, "Be careful." After his brother left, Tanlai turned to Han Zhong, who would be next. Han Zhong was frantic, pleading, "I just followed orders." Tanlai's response was a cold smile. Bai Mi reported that the Ghost Maiden had found traces of folly and was pursuing him westward. Bai Mi said with a cold gaze, "You're a despicable traitor. No matter how fast you run, you won't escape my evil hands." Orders were given to activate the entire demon matrix. Once folly is trapped, let me handle it personally. With that, she immediately chased after him. Her subordinate activated the spell right away. Bai Mi closed her eyes and sensed, then opened them, saying the spell was active, location westward. "Folly, you won't escape no matter how far you run. Just wait to die," Bai Mi's voice commanded like a predator chasing its prey. But when the figure in front stopped, she hesitated. It wasn't folly. Still, she asked for confirmation. "Who are you?" The other person replied, reporting to Senior Immortal, "I am Tanlai, a wandering immortal." Bai Mi pressed on, "Wandering immortal, why are you here?" Tanlai calmly explained, "Because of the light earlier, I followed and ended up here. I got lost. If Senior Immortal had arrived first, I wouldn't dare compete for anything." Bai Mi frowned inside Tanlai. A slight tremor occurred. As expected, deceiving Bai Mi was not easy. Just then, someone called from behind, "Is that Tang Daoshi?" Turning around, it was Huang Yuan Daozong. Bai Mi recognized him and asked, "Huang Yuan, why are you here in this chaos?" He smiled, hearing the Imperial Order's emergence. "I didn't compete but wanted to see for myself." Addressing Tanlai, he continued, "Did Tang Daoshi come for the same reason?" Tanlai sighed, "It was fate that led me here. Seeing strange light, I came. Who knew this would be a fruitless journey?" Huang Yuan immediately asked, "Tang Daoshi, have you seen Folly's direction?" "Ah, the one with ponytail. He went westward." Tanlai said, bowing to Senior Immortal, "If I didn't have a connection with this Imperial Order, I should stop fantasizing. Please excuse me and leave quickly." With Huang Yuan's arrival, Bai Mi's situation was less dire. Folly had escaped her notice, showing he had some skill. Huang Yuan reassured, "The Ghost Maiden doesn't need to worry, just follow westward." At Dingshu's southern border, Bai Mi and Huang Yuan met Water Crystal Taoist. They were about to leave Dingshu. Water Crystal mocked, "Bai Mi, you're good at letting Folly escape." Bai Mi retorted, "What about the Imperial Order? If we catch Folly, why follow you all this way?" Water Crystal continued, "I've been following closely. How many spies did you send into Yinshan?" Hearing this, Water Crystal grew angry and asked if they wanted to fight. Noticing the tension, Huang Yuan quickly intervened. "Both should calm down now that the Imperial Order has appeared. Let's put aside our differences and work together to find Folly. Competing can wait." Bai Mi asked Huang Yuan if he had any leads. Huang Yuan replied with his hands clasped, "Unfortunately, I didn't meet anyone else on the way besides Tan Taoist, but I wonder about him. What's his background?" Bai Mi was annoyed. "Background? Isn't he someone you know?" Huang Yuan said, "Not exactly. He once went to Changshan to refine elixirs with me." Suddenly, he remembered, "Right, I recall he had holy lotus flower in his hands." Bai Mi looked at Water Crystal. The holy lotus flower was given by someone. Water Crystal, it can't be. I've never met this person before. Bai Mi recalled, a few months ago at Xiantai, we lost one holy lotus flower, but the culprit was a young lady. Why is it with West Tinglai now? She remembered a few months ago at Xiantai, they indeed lost a holy lotus flower, but the culprit was a young lady. How did it end up in West Tinglai's hands? Huang Yuan was asked and answered truthfully. This is also what the King family in Lingnan said. They had come to request a soul-cleansing pill like Tanley's. Unfortunately, after that, they said the sacred lotus used for alchemy was stolen by the White Bone Cave Demon Sound Mountain people. Shui Jing asked doubtfully, "Are you sure about this?" Huang Yuan confirmed. The head of the King family explained clearly, it really is the White Bone Cave. Hearing this, Shui Jing frowned at Bai Mi and wondered who the White Bone Cave master was back then. Bai Mi immediately replied that it was Phila. Things are bad now. The Tanlai we met just now might be him. Shui Jing asked anxiously, "What do you mean?" Bai Mi said slowly, "Remember the battle. Someone saw a wolf entering our Demon Sound Mountain. Not to mention, Namjing has been losing treasures continuously. I suspect Phila is skilled in disguise and most of those incidents were caused by him. So his target was these treasures," Shui Jing said, but Bai Mi didn't care about his purpose at all. She replied, "Foolishly, what does the purpose matter? What matters is that the immortal command scroll is currently on him." Hearing this, Huang Yuan chimed in, "Yes, he's clever and skilled in disguise. If he managed to escape once, finding him again would be like searching for a needle in the sea." Shui Jing clenched her fists angrily, that Phila, daring to play with both the human and demon realms. The sacred lotus was destroyed. The poison thread was broken. This grudge must be avenged. This time I'll issue an extermination warrant for all cultivators to hunt him down. Bai Mi crossed her arms, secretly calculating that Shui Jing spared no expense to kill Tanlai. She said, "He has the immortal command scroll. Nothing else can match its value." Shui Jing's face turned pale with anger and she gritted her teeth in response. "Fine, I won't need the immortal command scroll anymore. Just kill him. Whether he is Tanlai or Phila, I want him dead without a doubt." Bai Mi smiled wickedly. Mission accomplished. The extermination warrant caused a stir in Ding Xiao's cultivation world. News spread like wildfire, creating a storm of chaos and excitement. Everyone was hunting for Phila to seize the immortal command scroll and receive rewards from Shui Jing. Truly worth it. As the storm raged on, Tanlai, the cause of all this trouble. After escaping, he quietly cultivated, deciding to strengthen his power before continuing. In the cultivation world, absolute strength is the foundation for survival and existence. At Du Tianfeng in northern Dingxiao, after much hardship, Tanlai finally reached full alchemy stage. Perhaps he could enter the hero realm soon with a bit more time. Tanfeng asked beside him, 13, about to break into the hero realm? But Tanlai only sighed. It's easy to say, but entering that realm isn't simple. Has your brother heard of the dragon and tiger nurturing hero realm technique? Of course, this is an excellent elixir for potential stimulation. Why? To obtain such a precious medicine? Tanfeng asked. Tanlai nodded. So, brother, do you know the Han family's ancestral treasure, the strictly secret treasure? It's the only way to hope for success, even though it has been less than a month. But Shui Jing's extermination warrant spread across the world. Travel is extremely dangerous now. Tanfeng worried and advised, but Tanlai confidently replied, "Brother, don't worry, they won't catch me that easily. Remember, I know the Linglong decoction ancient formula." After saying this, Tanlai flew off immediately, leaving Tanfeng to follow. The faces of Li Feng and Tanlai were already exposed. It's best not to use them anymore. At a small disturbance in northern Dingxiao, Tanlai had disguised himself and was calculating his next move. Dragon and tiger nurturing requires 5 ingredients, but the Linglong moon fruit is still missing. The others are easy to find, but I haven't heard anything about the Linglong moon fruit. Tanlai asked his shop owner, "Store manager, do you know where to get Linglong moon fruit?" He replied immediately without hiding, "Be objective. Have you heard from Uncle Shanshan?" Tanlai asked again, "Are you saying the Linglong moon fruit is in northern Divine Mountain?" The shop owner confirmed, Yes, there's Northern Divine Sect there, hosting an alchemy conference every year to gather alchemists. Usually, the head of the sect gets the Linglong Moon Fruit. If you're confident in your alchemical skills, give it a try. Tanley was slightly surprised. This is bad. Common elixirs are fine, but I have no idea how to make high-grade ones. Winning first place is really difficult. Can we only rely on luck? But will that be discovered? As he pondered, the other person got angry and shouted, "Blind fool, can't you see where you're going?" Tanley didn't back down either. "Clearly, you bumped into me. Why are you shouting so loudly?" The other man shouted louder. "Insolent commoner, dare to argue with me." He was about to strike when a voice interrupted, "Be quiet, don't cause trouble here." The other person trembled and said, Master, lady." Hearing the words master and lady, Tanley looked over. The girl continued, "Senior brother, before leaving, our master clearly instructed that this isn't Snowy Divine Palace, but that man," before she could finish, he was interrupted again by her. Then she apologized to Tanley. "Just now my senior brother rushed and accidentally bumped into you. Please forgive us." Tanley smiled and said it's fine, but in his heart, he was surprised. This is actually Lindu Nyan. Hearing him skip past old matters, Lindu Anian said, "Having broadened our minds through forgiveness, we should contribute to this test." As she left, Tanlai was still in a daze. He never expected to meet her again. Why did she appear in Dingzhou? Subjectively seeing that scene earlier, I reminded myself of the objective reality. Were you scared? They are from the Frost God Temple. Best not to provoke them. Tanlai raised his hand to his chin and pondered. The Frost God Temple, could it be the same as the Frost sect mentioned in Dingzhou's geography? Subjectively responded immediately, yes. The Frost God Palace and the Ling Frost sect are where new talents gather. Objectively speaking, we're lucky to meet. The person earlier was La Nao Huang, the arrogant and brutal one. His essence is extremely unpleasant. If not for the Frost Goddess's intervention, I would have been dead by now. Tanlai muttered those two words while the host continued. Yes, everyone in Dingzhou knows that a year ago, the palace master of the Frost God Temple took on a female disciple from the inner sect. She possesses extraordinary talent and an uncommon divine body, breaking through to the Anhui realm within 8 months. Tanlai was even more amazed by this. When I caused chaos, her cultivation line was only at late foundation establishment, yet, in less than a year, she jumped up to the Anhui realm. The potential of a divine body is truly astonishing. The heavenly order can change one's constitution. No wonder everyone fights for it. It seems he must attend this immortal gathering personally. On the way, Tanlai slowly inquired to understand the situation in Dingzhou. There are 3 powerful forces here, and the Frost God sect is the top among them. The sect master of Bulingyang spent a lot of effort on this gathering and specially invited the Frost God Temple and Jinking Palace to participate. If Haiming City doesn't belong to the demon sect, the host said with a welcoming tone, he will announce the examination content shortly. The competition is divided into 3 parts. The first part was set by Pawn Sect, using 5 methods of alchemy. Those who complete it first will be promoted. The second part involves making the 3 transformations beneficial spirit pill, requiring 6 ingredients, 5 from Pawn Sect and the rest chosen from 10 additional medicinal materials. Those who succeed will pass. The third part is for those who advance to the next stage. Time has come. The Frost God sect officially opened the mountain to welcome everyone. Amidst the crowd, Tanlai listened to the rules and found them interesting. The first part tests foundation, fire control, and speed. Anyone with some experience in alchemy can pass this. The real challenge is the second part, identifying hidden ingredients. It requires selecting the right herbs based on vision and mental acuity. Differentiating between herbs isn't just about appearance. They absorb cosmic energy, needing a spirit to probe for their properties and methods of combination. Luckily, the Frost God sect didn't require contestants to explain their alchemy methods. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any pills worthy of showing. While pondering, Tanlai completed the 3 transformations beneficial spirit pill. He immediately submitted it and received a code for hostile, becoming the last one to enter the third round. In 3 days, the final round will be held in Stone Forest. I hope you can achieve good results. After 3 days, the third round began. The sect master of Bulingyang thanked the contestant who had made the Bulingshan temple shine. This alchemy competition has been held for 34 seasons, each producing top-notch alchemists contributing to Dingzhu's cultivation world. Bulingyang feels deeply honored. The final challenge is making the Imperial Jade Clearing Pill. The method and ingredients are already set on the green stone. Time limit: half a day. No one can leave the arena. Whoever completes it fastest wins. If there's no objection, we begin now. As soon as the sect master finished speaking, Lana Huang interrupted. I'm sure this year is harder than previous years. Perhaps many new disciples will join the great sect. Bulingyang responded, but Lana Huang continued. Recently, in southern region, there's a person named Phyla who received the heavenly order. However, according to Ruyi Immortal Mansion and 10 Great Sound Mountains, he suddenly found that the heavenly order wasn't as good as expected. His cultivation progressed based on real strength. Hearing this, Nao Huang got angry at Huang Qingjiao. Why bother collecting information if we're already rewarding the heavenly order? Huang Qingjiao replied coldly that it's sect business and not their concern. The sect master quickly intervened, saying they shouldn't quarrel. He also praised Jinking Young Master for mastering the cavern origin power technique. Huang Qingjiao modestly said he had indeed mastered the skill, but only used it as a last resort. Nao Huang mocked the cavern origin power is inferior to our Frost Moon Cold Light Seal, confusing Lin Duanian, who could only call him senior brother. Someone praised meeting the Frost Goddess this time truly broadened their horizons. Especially her self-discovery of the Frost Moon Cold Light Seal shocked the world. The sect master asked her, but Lin Duanian modestly replied. Bulingyang's words were excessive. I'm still practicing that spell. Nao Huang wouldn't stop asking why our sect didn't reveal the truth to Lin Duanian. At this moment, competition is important. Just observe the situation below. The host agreed, whether it's the Frost God Temple or Jinking Palace, they are guests, so keep a low profile and focus on the gathering. Back in his alchemy process, Tanlai adjusted the fire while calculating the refined ingredients. Next was fusing the medicinal liquid into the pill. Even with Senior Yan's fire essence formula, he still falls short of Master Jishi in terms of alchemy. But luckily, he had a refined essence, so he didn't need to seek perfection. Just making some failed pills was enough. The time to refine waste pills is shorter. Then use the essence core for refining while creating a similar grade to the Great Master's blazing pill. To hide the existence of the essence core, he can only increase the fire powers so that the flames overpower the strange light. Someone on the platform thought there was someone about to refine a pill when they saw the strong flames. Is it Ninja Huang challenging Huang Qingjiao to see if she dares to fight? This time, the champion will definitely be us too. Huang Qingjiao didn't refuse and said that since it's extreme, let's go all out. If you lose, just call me once. Dare not? Ninja Huang accepted immediately, making Lin Duanian worry that this was a bit too much. He replied that there's nothing excessive about it. Prince Bunce can't possibly lose to him. This time, Feng Su Shengong must take the upper hand. Auntie, just watch and see. Then he asked Huang Qingjiao who she chose. Huang Qingjiao pretended to hesitate before choosing the person on her left, probably named Ma Juhaha. Ninja Huang didn't bother thinking, immediately chose the one in the middle. He boasted that since childhood, he's never missed a lucky chance and told Huang Qingjiao not to argue when she loses. Below, gradually reducing fire power as purity has reached its peak. Just need more patience for the Linglong moon fruit to fall into his hands. Just about to open the furnace, green light suddenly burst in the furnace. Everyone on the platform was surprised. Ninja Huang asked Boding Yang Third Master what happened when he saw Ma Juhahar finding strange light. The sect leader was also overjoyed. Ninja Huang still didn't understand and continued to ask what that color of light symbolized. Lin Duanian explained that the green hue in pill refinement indicates middle grade, while Taibao King Tan Yuan is a lower grade pill. This shows Ma Daoxi's technique exceeds normal levels, even capable of forcefully elevating the grade of the pill. Newly muttered to himself, "Lucky, just a moment ago it was a low-grade green pill turning into middle grade." Luckily stopped in time, otherwise hard to explain. The four sect leaders, Huanqin Zhao, Nanzhi Huang, and Lin Dunyan descended. The sect leader praised that though not reaching middle grade, the level was extremely outstanding, newly thanked humbly. Boding Yang immediately declared no need to speculate further. This is the best Taibao King Tanhuan of this session. The champion goes to Ma Juaha. The winner will receive a branch of Linglong moon fruit. Newly respectfully thanked. The owner was about to announce the end when Huanqin Zhao suddenly stopped him, asking for a moment. Boding Yang was confused. Huanqin Zhao reminded that the pill competition ended, but the bet is still undecided. At this point, newly realized Han and Nanzhi Huang were also present. He really didn't expect to meet them here. Nanzhi Huang was speechless, pointing at New Li and scolded. Who would have thought that such a lowly person could win the championship, making for princes lose? Today I must take Lin Dunyan's life. Can't bear it anymore. Whispering to his brother, "Stop, don't make things worse." Nanzhi Huang gritted his teeth in dissatisfaction and said, "This is a private matter between us, not involving Fengsu Shengong or Jinxing Palace." After saying that, he turned away, telling Lin Dunyan to leave, but before she left, she bowed and congratulated Ma Daoxi on winning the championship, then bid farewell. Before leaving, she glanced at him wondering if she had imagined it, feeling like she was looking in his direction. Huanqin Zhao approached to explain that the bet was just for New Li's amusement. "Don't laugh." New Li responded, praising Jinxing Palace Prince's reputation is well-deserved. Huanqin Zhao modestly replied that he helped Nanzhi Huang lose face and suggested visiting Jinxing Palace if free. New Li was about to decline when Huanqin Zhao continued, "If you agree, I'll immediately offer a warm welcome. What do you think?" He said the offer is well received, but currently has something very complicated to deal with, doesn't want to involve anyone. If everything goes smoothly later, he will definitely visit Jinxing Palace. Hearing this, Huanqin Zhao didn't push further and gave New Li a green jade ring, saying, "Hold onto this. No one at Jinxing Palace will stop you." New Li asked again. It turns out it's Prince Bon's sword. Huanqin Zhao confirmed. New Li took the sword and felt his luck was soaring. Before leaving, he thanked them. The world has no banquet that doesn't end. Ma Mother bid farewell. Huanqin Zhao looked at him. He flew away softly. Nanzhi Huang always waits for you in Jinxing Palace. See you again. We will light candles and chat through the night. The Immortal Mountain is not far. All right. Jinxing Palace always awaits your return. Until we meet again. We will light candles and chat through the night. The world is not far from the Immortal Mountain. Titin Lit just landed and found someone following him. He calmly said, "Let's go this way." Such a serious look will only make others misunderstand Jingting Electric. Sure enough, there was his shadow. He gritted his teeth and asked how he, a commoner like you, discovered me. Titin Lit just chuckled, "You're famous in Dingzhou. Shouldn't you know how the world views you?" Lan Nao Huang was extremely angry and shouted, "Today I will make blood flow here." He immediately leaped up, shooting a heart-piercing needle at Titin Lit. Boom! The ground erupted with rocks and soil, shaking the entire forest. Lan Nao Huang thought he had won, but then, as the smoke cleared, he was shocked to see Titin Lit standing tall, surrounded by green flames that made him scream that Ma Juhua is Dan Yongda Yuanmin. Titin Lit replied bluntly, "Isn't it you who wants to kill me? Why are you trembling now?" Lan Nao Huang saw the flames and shivered. "This is the mysterious fire. Do you practice magic too? Could it be that you're Fei Law? And the Immortal Order command is in your hands?" Titin Lit gave a cold laugh. Turns out Master Lan, who's usually foolish, was right today. Yet he guessed correctly today. He continued, "I didn't want to confront the Frost and Snow Immortal Palace, but it seems this is inevitable." Lan Nao Huang was unclear if he was foolish or arrogant to a blind extent. Still, he tried to mock Fei La. "You really have no fear. The whole world is hunting you. Yet you dare show up at the Immortal Dan meeting and even made me lose face today. It's unbelievable. Titin Lit just listened without responding. He lunged straight towards Lan Nao Huang, his body engulfed in mysterious flames. You said too much. Today's humiliation is on you, he taunted. And the next thing he lost would not be just honor, but also his life. With that, Titin Lit launched an attack at Lan Nao Huang. Lan Nao Huang was hit hard and couldn't counterattack, flying several meters back though his mouth remained firm. Fei La is the eldest grandson of Frost and Snow. Be careful. Those who dare to challenge me will face a difficult future. Titin Lit immediately pressed in on Lan Nao Huang with a fatal blow. He said, I'll keep you around for now, but it will only make my life more complicated later. Die here. Bam! The ground trembled as Titin Lit landed firmly. Suddenly, a green light from where Lan Nao Huang was fell straight up into the sky. Titin Lit saw it was a spirit eagle delivering a message. He realized if this escaped, news of Lan Nao Huang's death would spread. This wasn't good. He had to find a way to keep that spirit eagle. Just then, the spirit eagle, frozen in place, flew straight towards Titin Lit's position. At the same time, a woman's voice echoed through the air. In my impression of talent Titin, you shouldn't be so careless. You forgot to stop the spirit eagle from delivering its message? Titin Lit recognized the voice and immediately bowed before Lin Dunayan. She didn't beat around the bush, but revealed his situation clearly. Here, only to people pretending was useless. Hearing this, Titin Lit sighed and drank some elixir essence, then asked Lin Dunayan, I can't hide from you anymore. How did you recognize me? Lin Dunayan calmly replied that during the incident in Nanjing, she used a snow spirit eagle to send a message to Shengshu saying Titin Fangda was using the transmission array for her. She deduced it must be him. Titin Lit sweatily asked how just from that. Of course not, Lin Dunayan said actually you've met the person I became before. Before, they always wanted to disrupt the alliance relations, but were later controlled and vanished without a trace. Hearing this, Titin Lit realized he had indeed made a mistake. Luckily, Lin Dunayan didn't reveal him in front of others. So, what's next? Lan Nao Huang died at my hands, but she blocked his message. That's not good, Lin Dunayan replied. Lin Dunayan explained, Brother Hein, it wasn't Lan Nao Huang. He meticulously planned when he left the Dan meeting and separated us to say something important. Afterward, you saw what happened. I really didn't know anything here. Let's go. We'll change locations and continue our talk. Titin Lit immediately agreed. On the way, he remembered Lin Dunayan said she would study outside, but was too busy to pay attention at the time. Also, Frost and Snow Immortal Palace Princess Dashi Fei Shuang chose her as a disciple because of her rare 9-grade immortal body. They landed on a mountain mine and continued their conversation. Titin Lit was surprised that Lin Dunayan had a 9-grade immortal body. No wonder she advanced so quickly. Lin Dunayan didn't deny it, but added that the 12-grade immortal body wasn't entirely accurate. Silver Master said her previous cultivation method was too low, so progress was slow. Luckily, she learned Frost and Snow Immortal Palace's secret techniques. Now she had entered the true path. That's why she became known as the Frost and Snow Immortal Lady. The title was just a hollow name, but Lin Dunayan suddenly paused, making Titin Lit curious. But what? She hesitated and said if he wanted to, she could use her old name. Titin Lit scratched his head. It seemed she cared about that. He thought Frost and Snow sounded better than the old name. From now on, he would call her Lin Dunayan. She smiled happily and said just call her like this. Then she suddenly remembered hearing he almost died in Shengshu, but strangely had a female demon save him from danger. Titin Lit confirmed everything she heard was true. That time, it really did happen safely. Fortunately, he survived. However, he blushed and said when he received the news, he intended to return to help. But traveling from Dingzhou to Shengshu is too far. Even Yu Heinke's journey would take over half a month. She feared she wouldn't make it in time, so she couldn't go. Luckily, having the female demon help him was good. Everyone says we can't reconcile, but we should still be grateful to those who saved our lives. Tanley finds her reasoning strange and wonders if she'll have a chance to introduce them later. Suddenly, he notices her expression turning grim. When asked, she says it's fine, just not wanting to talk about that anymore. However, he asks where he plans to go now. He thinks the world is vast, considering new lands or entering the realm of immortals. She ponders for a moment and warns him to be extremely careful because she has heard that in the realm of immortals, there are hidden immortal spirits. If activated, their light will spread far and wide. Han is hesitant when he hears about the range of 1,000 miles. He wonders if he should enter the immortal realm, fearing it might disturb the entire Nam City. She realizes time is running out and says she must return to the Frosty Snow Divine Palace to complete her mission. They part ways, promising to meet again someday. At Du Tianfeng, Tanley first tells Nika about meeting someone special today. Tianfeng asks who it was. Tanley tells Nika not to rush and then listens as he recounts the encounter. Then Tanley retells the entire meeting. Tianfeng is surprised and scolds Tanley for being foolish. Tanley doesn't understand why Nika said that. Tianfeng asks him to think about it. When they left together, now they return as arrogant emperors, but she's gone. Doesn't he see her as a fool? More importantly, Tanley returned alone. Tianfeng sighs, 13 times 13, confirming that indeed, she is like a precious little lady who values honor. He becomes even more confused by Nika's actions, seeing it as betraying the Frosty Snow Divine Palace and her own mentor. Tianfeng can only sigh. She says this time, thanks to her intervention, they avoided trouble. Tanley is about to speak when Tianfeng stops him. He tells Tanley not to say more because he understands his friend's thoughts. He asks Tanley if he plans to reveal himself before leaving Dingzhou. This way, he can take the blame for a little lady. Tanley admits Tianfeng is right. He thinks the only solution is to quickly increase his cultivation. He doesn't want her to wait any longer. The next day at the Frosty Snow Divine Palace's Crystal Dew Hall, Du Qian enters quietly. A long-haired woman asks Du Qian about Law Enga Wang's death and her possession of the Immortal Order. She wonders if she really knows nothing. Du Qian admits it was due to a mistake. She failed to notice any anomalies at the time. The long-haired woman looks skeptical, but nods slightly. She is Dashi Fashion, the princess of the Frosty Snow Divine Palace. She asks if Du Qian knows that half a day ago, Divine Mountain Shifeng received a message about overhearing La Enga Wang and Ma Juhaha's conversation. They concluded that Ma Juhaha was Tong, who fought fiercely with him. The spy had been knocked unconscious by a third party. Although details are unclear, Divine Mountain Shifeng has already sentenced Filia to ridicule in Dingzhou for stealing the champion title. Clearly, someone secretly helped Filia escape. She asks Du Qian if she can explain this situation. Du Qian hesitates and doesn't know how to respond. She says that while it might be understandable with close relatives, Du Qian seems to have fallen for a trick from an unknown source, leaving her worried. She mentions that just before Du Qian joined the White Snow Lightning Needle School, Filia received the Immortal Order. Her mind wasn't on cultivation. She had no such experiences in months. Du Qian is alarmed by this analysis and realizes what Dashi Fashion suspects. She says taking Du Qian as a disciple means investigating her closely. Moreover, Dashi Fashion knows that Tanley shares the same name with the one holding the Immortal Order. Du Qian quickly explains she didn't intentionally hide Tanley and hopes she won't believe one-sided rumors. She looks at Du Qian intently, making her feel scared and unable to meet her gaze. Dashi Fashion says if it's not true, then it's fine. Despite the accusations in Dingzhou, her power is strong enough. However, she reminds Du Qian that she must consider past events and focus on cultivation. Du Qian bows and says she understands. Dashi Fashion hopes Du Qian truly comprehends this matter and not be arrogant. She tells Du Qian to leave. 10 days later in the training furnace, he pulls a pill from inside. Holding it, Tanley is amazed that the Dragon Tiger Nourishing Spirit Pill has been successfully refined. He swallows it, hoping for enlightenment during the refining process. He sees waste as an opportunity to transform his spirit into a higher grade. The alchemy book states that Dragon Tiger power must be strictly guarded. He thinks combining these powers can't be wasted, or the refinement rate will drop significantly. And Fuyuan Shen becomes intangible once entering Yu Huan. Tanley stands up, feeling the pill break into an original spirit and the Infu Qi level up. Tan Feng congratulates him. Tanley says he can now fulfill his old grudges or new ones. Tan Feng is surprised and asks if he means revealing himself in Dingzhou. Tanley confirms, saying it's not just about revealing himself, but making a huge impact on the world. Nika wonders what he plans to do. Tanley says he must first visit an old acquaintance in Southern Province. Tan Feng is worried that this person might be in PH Tanley. He asks if Tanley knows how to use the Yin Kunare to hide his aura. Tan Feng marvels at finally deciding to use it. Tanley thinks their plan can't succeed without the immortal order. He hears that within a 1,000-mile range, others might also benefit from this. Tanley feels the time is right. 3 days later, soldiers report finding a fox grave in Heavenly Adjustment Mountain. This grave belonged to an ancestor who fought with longsword sex Lian Badao. He raised his sword and said this is the ancient sword of Lian Badao. She carefully examined each detail around the blade. Suddenly, the sword glowed brightly. The soldier was startled, recognizing it as the Shanghai Jade sword. She smiled triumphantly. She never thought after so many years of searching, she finally found it. Though she hadn't received a celestial order yet, she had obtained a treasure. Her subordinate rejoiced for her and asked if they should retrieve the demon extermination order. She frowned at his foolishness. Even with the Shanghai Jade sword, the truth about burning the immortal abode still stood. She ordered to continue the search. No matter where on Earth or undersea, she would bring that fella out by force. A strange voice criticized her for having a big mouth. She turned around and asked who just spoke. Tan Lai entered, asking if they had only met a month ago and already forgot each other. She immediately recognized him as Filler. He said everything was misunderstood. His real name is Tan Lai, while Filla was just a pseudonym she shouldn't use anymore, calling him by his real name instead. She angrily said he had guts to come here after almost losing her life in Dingzhou. Just as she wanted to catch him, he dared to find her. She immediately cast a demonic attack, leaving Tan Lai stunned at her merciless action. A loud explosion echoed. He understood her state of mind, but even with Tan Mu standing here, it would be hard for her to do anything to him. She was shocked to find he had entered the Spirit Hero realm. Tan Lai said without breaking through the Spirit Hero realm, how could he dare to intrude and smash this place? She dodged his attack, Tan Lai saying it was only because of her demon extermination order that Tan Mu endured enough suffering. She retorted that with such little skill, he dared to enter a dangerous place. She immediately cast a demonic suppression ritual, making him even more interested. He said he would show her the power of his abilities so she could be convinced. Then he raised his hand for the incantation. A layer of ice protection surrounded him. He said it was time for her to pay for what she had done. Another loud explosion echoed. She was terrified that he wasn't injured at all. He told her to open her eyes and see if the Tan Mu she thought was a demon was real. She realized he could freely convert between yin and yang spiritual energy, so the demonic suppression couldn't affect him. He said it was enough for now, time to decide the winner. He forcefully struck the ground, then performed the crescent sword technique to attack her. She told him not to be too proud as she threw up a layer of armor to block his attack. She declared today would be his end, her demonic suppression almost overwhelming Tan Lai. He immediately felt his surroundings becoming unstable, something about to erupt. He quickly leaped into the air to dodge her technique. She angrily asked where he planned to run off to. He continuously moved around, searching for an opportunity to counterattack. She mockingly said if his skills were only that, it would be best for him to wait and die today. Tan Lai smiled smugly, asking if she didn't notice anything. After a long fight, her subordinates hadn't shown up. She panicked as she turned around. seeing Tan Feng had already eliminated all of her subordinates. Recognizing Tan Feng was a soul cultivator at Danyang Realm, she understood they were accomplices. Tan Lai laughed. While she fought with him, his teammates secretly attacked. From tonight on, Namjing Dinjo would no longer be as she wished. Feeling betrayed, she immediately cast a spell to attack him. Tan Lai recognized it as the underwater Bodhi seal technique. Last time, he barely held on using the command left by Ma Lingyu Demon Sovereign. This time, he was determined to break the seal himself, converting his original yang energy into yin and charging straight at her spell. She thought him foolish. No one in Namjing except Bai Misa could withstand her Bodhi seal. But Tan Lai had to surpass Bai Misa to prove himself. The two forces clashed, creating a shockwave. He smugly said even if he didn't die, he would be exhausted and unable to continue fighting. Behind him, he raised his sword, saying she was too early in her joy, making her instantly feel unease behind her back. Before she could turn around, Tan Lai performed the 13 major heart-slaying technique, chopping down on her body. The intense pain made it unbearable for her. She fell heavily to the ground. He said she had lost, making her hard to believe that she had lost so easily. Clearly, he had withdrawn his celestial order, now with dual yin-yang constitution and pre-celestial body. He said she was right. Every time he pushed all his spiritual energy, the seal would appear. Saying this, he swung his sword to cut her down, ending her life instantly. He thought next he should meet with his brother and burn this place to erase any traces. 2 hours later, as the immortal light of Namjing Dinjo burned, news of two kin's death spread everywhere. The elders of Namjing discussed wildly. No one expected Tan Lai could kill a powerful demon. With just his heaven-refining sword, he killed an entire city, destroyed the immortal abode, activated the celestial order, and reached pre-celestial body status. From now on, no one dares to provoke the imperial decree anymore, as no one wants to face off against a master like him. As for Mati's death, following Shui Jing's demise, everyone gradually forgot about it. No one asked Du Nian's mentor if she felt any better after hearing of Shui Jing's passing. Feng Zhu lamented, never expecting that little brat still remembered his kindness and repaid it by freeing her from the imperial decree. Otherwise, her life would have been a struggle with arrogance and the imperial decree. Du Nian bowed in gratitude to her mentor for protecting her, vowing to remember this forever. Feng Zhu smiled, asking why she didn't understand Du Nian's feelings. She wanted to protect Tan Lai out of old feelings, while he cleared her name as a favor. Her mentor thought the matter should end here and hoped Du Nian would focus on her training instead of thinking about Tan Lai. Du Nian frowned slightly, saying she had something to ask her mentor. Feng Zhu encouraged her to speak up, maybe she could help. Du Nian said she wanted to visit Shangzhou once more. Her mentor asked if she still didn't understand the path of cultivation for Du Nian was different from his. Why couldn't she let go? She clasped her hands and replied that recent failures in cultivation had led to a surge of evil thoughts. This time, returning to Shangzhou was just to cut ties with the mortal world. Her mentor understood her sincere dedication to the path and agreed, as long as she fulfilled her promise. But warned that once promised, it must be kept. At Shangzhou, they finally returned to their old place. They didn't expect Dingzhou to be so far from Shangzhou. Xunfeng asked Xinlai if he had checked the water mirror's storage pouch. He replied that second brother needn't worry, the Sea Jade sword was now in his possession. It's just that this sword is peculiar and bears a seal. They needed time to decipher it. For now, they shouldn't rush. Eventually, the sword would be theirs, so they had to plan their next move. Xinlai suddenly remembered that second brother had been missing for a long time. He wondered how his bodyguard was doing. Xinfeng said it had been hard on Xinlai. With just him shouldering the burden, he might have suffered greatly, so Xinlai quickly invited him inside to see. Recognizing his father's voice, he immediately knew it was his father returning home. The bodyguard felt honored and blamed himself for being ungrateful. He hadn't helped when his father needed support at home. But Xinfeng rejoiced that with the bodyguard's help, Xinlai had found a way to shoulder more responsibilities Without blaming him, the bodyguard bowed in gratitude to Xinlai for bringing his father back. Xinlai assured him there was no need for formalities, they were all family and should stop using such distant terms. Xinfeng said that with Xinli's return, everyone could reunite, making Tan Out feel like finding peace again. She then asked what plans he had for the future. Xinlai sighed, saying this visit made him realize the warmth of family but also brought inner unease. As a cultivator, he always sought immortality, yet human life was finite. In an instant, his bodyguard had grown so much, making him feel that time was running out for him. Xinfeng agreed, noting how their conversation about the immortal path had coincided with Tanlai's thoughts. Xinlai asked if second brother also had plans. Xinfeng wanted to take the bodyguard and everyone to Dongzhou. This made Xinlai realize he was heading towards the Tan Clan Immortal sect. Xinfeng didn't deny it. He said that for Tan Out's eternal existence, they needed someone who could achieve immortality. Although Xinlai and he had broken through the alchemy realm to live 200 years, their bodyguard's physical constitution was entirely different. If not found a suitable place for its development, Xinfeng might witness his hair turning white before Tan Out's head turned green again. They had experienced this once. Xinfeng didn't want it to happen again. Xinlai had realized many things and saw the path ahead as wide open. As brothers, he only hoped not to become a burden on Tan Lai. Therefore, he wouldn't force Tan Lai to go with him. Given his fate and destiny, Tan Lai's future would surely carve out its own sky. He believed that when they met again, the two brothers would rebuild their glory. Xinlai agreed. Remembering this morning, Lang Yu brought imperial edicts, saying Lang Nan Phi Halen was held by a group of fake cultivators with murky backgrounds. The local military and cultivators suffered heavy losses over many days. Thus, the Supreme Emperor summoned high-ranking experts to suppress the evil. Nguyen Tata had already set off for the capital. Tanlai was surprised that Big Brother Nguyen was also coming. Given his current cultivation level, it would be hard for him to help much. Xinfeng said that Nguyen Guijian's righteous nature made him act when faced with injustice. Without his help in the past, there wouldn't be a Tanlai today. He urged Tanlai to visit Langyang to repay his life-saving favor. A few days later, at the capital of Langyang, as soon as he arrived, Tanlai remembered past events. He wondered about little Naha from those days. With Lady Moon's help, her injuries must have healed significantly. A familiar voice echoed, saying it had been a long time since they met. Tanlai turned around. He recognized Old Master Mok and greeted him. Old Master Mok laughed, asking why he didn't warn them before coming to Shengju. Tanlai explained that after so many years, returning home meant dealing with various matters. He would definitely visit Shangyuan soon to pay his respects. The old man smiled kindly and urged him to go in quickly before Du Nine had to wait. Tanlai was surprised. He didn't expect Du Nine to be back already. The old man said that returning home is inevitable, as Shen Chao now faces demonic disturbances. He must help the court. Well, he agreed. This time, he came for a friend and it wouldn't be convenient. Oldwood said it was easy. Just write a letter. Woodmanor will deliver it to the right person. The recipient would understand immediately upon receiving the letter. Tanlai found that suggestion reasonable. At the Cultivation Heart Palace, they discussed with Emperor Supreme. He said they must have heard about Lang Nam's recent events. Today's meeting is to hope for their united effort in Lang Nam River Valley to eliminate the demonic threat. Tanlai bowed and asked, seeking Emperor Supreme's guidance. He hadn't visited Lang Nam recently and wanted to know how the war was going there now. The Emperor said that reports from border guards were alarming. A month ago, Hailing City had been occupied by demons. They allied with sects in Shenshao, secretly expanding their influence. Now it has become a national disaster. Oldwood recounted how 2 years ago, the Wood family was ambushed by the careless demon sect. Their sect leader is only a Dan Young early-stage cultivator, not worth discussing compared to local practitioners. The Emperor agreed but wondered why, in just 2 years, the careless old devil had advanced from early stage to late stage so quickly, an unbelievable speed. Other sects also made rapid breakthroughs, too fast for anyone's imagination. Tanlai understood that these people must have dark forces backing them. Emperor Supreme nodded, agreeing with Tanlai's assessment. He said if not deliberately pushed, such a gathering wouldn't happen naturally. Why are they gathered in such large numbers now? This stack of letters is intelligence from the palace guard investigating recently. They opened the letter and were shocked to see 5 cities had fallen, with civilians outside the city evacuated completely. She felt something strange about these letters, creating such a big disturbance. Only in the heavenly realm could tens of thousands of cultivators gather and coordinate so quickly. She noticed demons using 5 cities corresponding to 5 mountains, setting up an iron chain formation to block the region. Snow Maiden understood their strategy was to conquer all of Shenshao. Emperor Supreme said Shenshao is a national territory. Despite past personal dangers, they must now unite against demons. Eliminating evil should be top priority. If so, Tan Chuan will issue orders, Fengmu Daoyang will command the resistance army, and Tan Lai and Mok Feng Yushin will lead the vanguard. The 2 of you will secretly enter with a group of cultivators. If there's an opportunity, immediately eliminate the enemy forces. They bowed in acceptance. Emperor Supreme instructed them to prepare and leave early tomorrow morning. A guard asked worriedly whether this was somewhat inappropriate. The emperor wasn't sure what he meant, but whispered that Tanlai's reputation in Shenshao is too high, fearing future power struggles. Emperor Supreme sighed helplessly. He didn't want it to be like this either. Unexpectedly, after a single trip, Tanlai had reached the ancestor realm and surpassed expectations. Little Mok, who received his fate from Snow Palace, has completely caught up with Tanlai in cultivation. Now Shenshao is on the brink of disaster. Homes destroyed. This isn't the time for personal gain anymore. The old man acknowledged that the era where only he was an ancestor realm cultivator had ended. The next day, they gathered at a stone formation. She asked why so few people were accompanying them. He said everyone feared demons. There weren't many brave enough to go. Fewer is better since this mission needs utmost secrecy. Too many would be inconvenient. The old man told Tanlai that the person he was looking for had been located last night. As expected, he was on the list, bringing a handwritten letter and advising him to withdraw as his cultivation was too weak despite being a tough guy. Tanlai agreed, only asking Nika to understand he would come later to apologize. He switched to discussing the situation of the disaster. The old man said according to intelligence, demons set up a bone formation around Langnam River Valley, using disciples from various demon sects as vanguard, advancing and retreating in coordination, making it hard for Lan Yang swordsmen to resist. Ordinary weapons couldn't stop them. Tanlai asked if anyone knew the exact shape of those bones. They said only vaguely, thin, pale bones that weren't deadly but made cultivators feel their souls being eroded. She analyzed it was similar to deep-seated demonic power. She mentioned this poison had been recorded in Snow Palace's archives. It's ancient demonic energy from the demon realm, extremely rare in central regions. Tanlai understood and noted that could be something from the demon realm. She said they couldn't confirm it. Deep-seated demonic power had spread to central regions 1,000 years ago. He asked about its effects. She explained ordinary cultivators would experience hallucinations, fire entering their bodies, while true demons would gain cultivation if absorbed in the right amount. Tenlit nodded reluctantly and blamed the sudden increase in enemy vigilance. The old man sighed, saying that with such a large force and toxic bone support, they would be passive defenders. Without a solution, they could only wait to be attacked. Tenlit thought for a moment before suggesting they needed to find the one who set up the battlefield first. He wanted to infiltrate the enemy camp alone to look for clues on how to break the toxic trap. The old man hesitated, knowing it was full of Devil Sect members. Ordinary cultivators would collapse from the toxic bones. She immediately stopped him and told their family not to worry too much. She sternly warned Tenlit to be careful and return as soon as possible. He smiled and agreed. After saying this, he set off immediately. Watching his figure disappear, the old man turned to ask Lam Dunyan if Tian Lai had used original Yang Force just now. Lam Dunyan understood and replied that he could freely switch between yin and yang forces. With so many toxic bones, they wouldn't harm him. The old man realized and asked why she hadn't said anything for such a long time. She remained silent, hoping Tian Lai would return safely. What about him? After confirming the location, Tian Lit landed to observe. He saw this was indeed the enemy's defensive area. Suddenly, someone shouted at him, asking which sect he belonged to and demanding his name. He demanded that person kneel under pressure from his yang force. The man immediately knelt when feeling the late-stage yang force. The man begged for mercy. Tian Lit didn't hesitate and asked directly if he was a heartless devil sect member, where their sect leader was. The man replied that the sect leader was overseeing the raid transfer setup and might be in the south. Hearing this, Tian Lai raised his eyebrows, confused about why they were setting up such a large raid. He didn't say more but immediately used his chi to leave, leaving the man still panicking as he called after him. Flying straight towards the south, Tian Lit thought it was strange and had to see what the devil sects were planning. Soon, he landed on a rock to observe below. He saw people setting up an ancient ray that surprised him. Could it be? Why is this ray transfer so massive and unbelievable? Usually, rays can only move 1 to 2 people, but the one in front of them could hold over 100 people. The silent man recognized the familiar voice and exclaimed that Tian Lai had dared to return to Xianzhou. Standing on high ground, Tian Lai challenged him, recalling their past when he and Lam Huiyang caused Heartless to suffer, making the old man still resentful. He drew a talisman and ordered the devouring ghost to attack Tian Lai. Seeing the creature appear, Tian Lai immediately recognized it as a devouring ghost, an existence that only appeared in extremely heavy demonic energy areas. Why is this happening in Xianzhou? Before he could think, the devouring ghost roared and attacked. The old man coldly said that since the dead wouldn't be tired, they should rest forever if they wanted to. Hearing this, Tian Lai thought of the old man who just spoke. The heartless sage recognized a familiar voice and exclaimed that Tian Lai had dared to return to Xianzhou again. Standing on high ground, Tian Lai taunted him about their past when he and Lam Huiyang caused Heartless to suffer, making the old man still resentful. He drew a talisman and ordered the devouring ghost to attack Tian Lai. Seeing the creature appear, Tian Lai immediately recognized it as a devouring ghost, an existence that only appeared in extremely heavy demonic energy areas. Why is this happening in Xianzhou? Before he could think, the devouring ghost roared and attacked. The heartless sage read the incantation, causing the devouring ghost to rush straight at Tian Lai. Fortunately, reacting quickly, Tian Lai dodged, but wondered why demonic language appeared here? Isn't this supposed to be from Yunzhou? Han realized it wasn't a fake demon, but an original devil race. The heartless sage laughed coldly and said that now he understood who his opponent was, even declaring that the Dawang of Dalala from outside had arrived in Xianzhou. He warned the heartless sage that fake demons weren't true devils. Bringing foreign demons into the world would they consider the lives of the 5 continents people. But the heartless sage only said it didn't matter. He just wanted to help Dawang Dalala take Xianzhou and become a true devil enjoying the longevity of heaven. Hearing this, Tian Lai activated his talisman. He flew straight at the devouring ghost, scolding him for daring to kill people so casually. The heartless sage didn't back down. He ordered the devouring ghost to counterattack and mocked that Tian Lai wasn't a virgin either. Tian Lai replied that he never attacked innocent people and struck directly at the devouring ghost. Immediately, a thunderous explosion echoed in the area. Before the heartless sage could understand what happened, Tian Lai dived from above. "It's over, Heartless!" He swung his heaven sword straight down on him. The heartless sage only managed to say Tian Li before his body fell. Tian Lai quickly landed and checked the antidote in the kanken pouch for the deep demonic poison. He performed a super soul technique but found no soul within the heartless's corpse, making him doubt if he was truly dead. Holding the kanken pouch, he still didn't understand what happened. After saying this, he used his chi to fly away immediately. Not long after leaving, a purple light shot up from the ground. It's the soul of apathy. Old Man was furious, saying that when Teely reached the realm of heavenly body, he would be enraged. Even though they had strong demonic artifacts, they still relied on the cultivator's strength, so couldn't blame them for not resisting Teely. Apathy swore this grudge would surely be avenged one day. Old Man shouted, telling Teely to just wait there. After a while, Teely met Lin Duni and Lin Lao. He recounted that the culprit behind this chaos might be the Ma clan Lindunian. Hearing this, Lin Lao asked if it was the Ma clan driven out by Central Continent cultivators to the demon world 5,000 years ago. Lin Lao added that when Teely left, they also investigated and found the situation matched, but there were still some rumors. Lily heard this and wondered what those rumors were about. Lin Lao didn't hide it, saying someone suspected these demons came from Yunzhou. Another person suggested that the Yunzhou fairy had once shown favor to the Marquis family, so concluded quickly that they weren't related. Wasn't that too hasty? Teely understood who was referring to and angrily shouted that their demonic language absolutely wasn't Central Continents. He asked everyone if anyone knew Yunzhou better than him. Linduni's eyes dimmed slightly, looking down, but didn't say anything more. Teely continued, emphasizing that the important thing was to find a way to defeat the enemy rather than trace their origin. Lin Lao nodded in agreement and stepped forward to dismiss all unfounded rumors. He said everyone must focus on dealing with the invaders, not letting side issues distract from preparations for tomorrow's full-scale attack on Halen. You must open your eyes and see clearly. Who dares to meddle in our benevolent land? Do you understand? They immediately responded in unison. As night fell, Linduni approached Teely at their resting place, saying he had indeed guessed his location correctly. Less than 3 hours until departure. Why don't you rest, still carrying grudges? Teely hesitated for a moment before speaking about his feelings. We train not to find the path of eternal life, right? When did it become a war between good and evil? Demons taking souls to cultivate is naturally evil, but those who claim to be righteous, haven't they also killed and done unjust things? Linduni remained silent after hearing this, unable to find an answer. Teely clenched his fist in thought. What is righteousness? And what is Tao? What does it mean so much? Moreover, he sensed that apathy was just a pawn. The real strong one hadn't shown up yet. If apathy had placed advanced medicinal pills, then the one behind him must be an Infu. If this is true, we can't just wait and die. Linduni said they took over benevolent land to reenact the demonic chaos of 1,000 years ago. Teely agreed. He added that the recent chaotic spell might be used to bring Ma clan allies here. Linduni pondered, agreeing that things weren't looking good. Teely laughed and said if their opponent had Infu great perfection, they would probably die at Halen. Linduni's face suddenly fell as he turned away to say it was late. He'd returned to the camp to consider what might happen next. Suddenly, Linduni turned back with a determined look and told Teely not to worry. He would definitely not die. Teely sighed slightly, giving a faint smile, unsure where her confidence came from. He'd rest for now. The next morning, before the sun reached its peak, Lin Lao woke up Teely by pounding his bed and calling out urgently, "Wake up!" Teely asked what was going on, but Lin Lao didn't wait for him to finish. He asked if Teely knew where Lin Lili had been before she left. Lin Lao sighed, saying early morning they couldn't find her anywhere, making Teely doubt his own eyes. Lin Lao continued that the night guard said she went somewhere with something important to do and headed south alone. Hearing this, Teely's mind lit up. South? He quickly asked if Lin Lao remembered where he kept the Kanken bag yesterday, asking him to recall its whereabouts. Lin Lao recalled that the Kanken bag from last night had been given back to Duni and asked Teely about any issues. Teely explained that the bag came from apathy. It contained Mao Yanshin's deadly antidote. If she took the antidote, she must have left for Halen. Saying this, Teely rushed off, instructing Lin Lao to command the remaining tasks and cover his back. Lin Lao firmly said he would lead people in feigned attacks while they needed to withdraw at the right moment. After receiving orders, Teely sped up. At Halen, pain, blood, and corpses covered the ground amidst dense demonic aura. Dooney was using divine techniques to attack Apathy's soul. Even with only a remnant of his soul, he laughed loudly, praising her as indeed worthy of being the snow fairy. She replied that her disciples were all gone, she herself just a fragment of spirit, still wanting to fight? Apathy lightly smiled, saying without a body, his strength had greatly diminished, but his purpose was not to engage in battle here. Before Lin Dooney could understand, he continued, coming from afar as guests. Our master wants to invite the Marquis and Fairy for a meeting. She warned Teely that he wasn't there. Line 60 is intentionally left blank. As soon as he finished speaking, someone landed from behind. It was Tanlai who surprised Lin Doonian by asking why he was here, but before she could finish, he interrupted her, blaming her for daring to come alone to fix Yiling. Lin Doonian felt a bit awkward and softly replied that she didn't know the reason herself. When hearing that he might not return, an indescribable unease rose in her heart. A voice in her head urged her to help him. Tanlai unconsciously looked at her flushed face. Before he could say anything, his words were cut off by someone else. HMPH, enough of this emotional talk. Both of you follow me. Tanlai said coldly, it's funny, why should we listen to you? Without thinking, he laughed and asked if they didn't want to know how much effort the master had put into this for years. Hearing mention of the master, Tanlai hesitantly asked if it was indeed Dalala Dalwang as Old Man mentioned. Without hesitation, Dalala confirmed. The old man said that the master knew they were coming and deliberately waited to meet them with respect. Looking around, Tanlai saw few guards but realized that the demons here were all elites of Xianzhou. Adding a Dalala Dalwang who was unclear about the situation, it would be hard for just Doonian and him to escape. At this point, Tanlai reluctantly agreed to follow, saying they would go see first. Lin Doonian still doubted, but he whispered to her, don't worry, Old Man Lam is coming close. We just need to buy some time for him. Tanlai and Lin Doonian silently followed Dalala's spirit into a cave. Looking around, they saw nothing unusual. But suddenly, Lin Doonian stopped and asked Tanlai to look ahead. Tanlai, take a look at this. Following her direction, he exclaimed in surprise. This is the complete set of 5 oxes. Why does this appear here? What are the demons planning? A prolonged laugh echoed with a slow voice. In such a hurry? You'll know soon enough. The person who appeared was a white-haired man. Lin Doonian looked at him and said he didn't seem like someone from the Central Plains. He praised her for having good eyesight, introducing himself as Dalala, belonging to an outer realm demon race, not from the Central Plains. Hearing this, Lin Doonian confirmed her guess, but felt he was different from the described great demons. Dalala crossed his arms and chuckled, saying that many demon bloodlines couldn't transform fully, so they couldn't take human form, having lived in the Central Plains for a long time, of course. He had to adapt to local customs. Tanlai seemed to ask, if so, why did you come to Xianzhou to cause destruction? What is your goal? Dalala replied straightforwardly that demons and the righteous were inherently opposed. His purpose was to establish a demon kingdom. Although the demons failed 1,000 years ago, it doesn't mean they gave up. Today's Han coming to Xianzhou marked the beginning of re-establishing the demon kingdom and unifying the Central Plains. Of course, today Han invited them here for an opportunity. Just submit to the demons, and you'll surely enjoy endless prosperity. Lin Doonian said, so your translocation ray was built to bring a large army of demons into the Central Plains? Dalala nodded, saying that as long as they submitted, all grievances could be overlooked. Tanlai laughed and said it seemed you really want us to surrender, but first, answer some questions I have. Dalala harumphed, saying he would answer whatever Tanlai wanted without beating round the bush. Tanlai asked, back when demons were rampant, 5 continents united to chase them away. How did you find Xianzhou since then? Dalala laughed loudly and said that Han didn't understand his own land, so he would explain. He explained that the Central Plains consisted of Southern Continent, Eastern Continent, Middle Continent, Jing Continent, Yun Continent, and Qian Continent. Their race was originally part of the Tu realm, but were targeted by the Righteous Alliance too. seize resources. However, they left behind countless ancient translocation arrays. At this point, Tanlai understood and softly said that they must have found this place through an ancient ray. But Dalala denied it, saying most of the rays were broken. They had been wandering on the sea for years. Lindunian was shocked and asked how from the sea. Dalala laughed coldly and said clearly they knew nothing. He waved his hand to reveal more of the map. Look, this is the true form of the 5 continents. Seeing a vast continent outside Eastern continent, both were alarmed. Dalala continued, after being defeated, demons had to live isolated on islands and were sealed by barriers. This was the origin of the demon realm unknown in the Central Plains. After 1,000 years, they multiplied but always yearned for the lost land. Their only goal was to eliminate all those who claimed righteousness. Tanlai asked further, so that means not only their group, but also other fleets were heading to Wuzhou. Dalala confirmed, as long as they found land, the demon rays could use ancient array formations to transport resources and troops. He said they should cooperate with the demons, that way they could share the world. Tanlai chuckled and thanked him for saying it all. Thanks to this, he understood the demon's plot. Dalala immediately asked if they would submit or not. Tanlai replied instantly, no, those people want to disrupt peaceful continent. We absolutely cannot let them. Although the cultivation level is strong, it's like a child growing up on the sea with simple thoughts. He said considering doesn't mean agreeing. This made Dalala's face darken. He still was angry at Tanlai for joking around. Tanlai retorted, so what? Then he said he had already considered it. Either Dalala leads the army back to the Sea Realm or let him send them all to hell. Dalala couldn't hold back anymore and immediately attacked both of them. F*******U. Wanting to die, a loud explosion echoed. Tanlai and Lindwani escaped from the cave as soon as they stepped on land. Dalala's breath was right behind them. He shouted, those Tanes clearly don't know their own strength. My troops haven't had a satisfying battle in decades. After saying this, Dalala threw a heavy attack onto the ground. The ground beneath Tanlai exploded, forcing him to leap up quickly. Dalala pursued, roaring that as long as he kills them, the turtle with its head retracted will have no way of plotting. As Dalala launched an attack towards Tanlai, Lindwani rushed into block, making him angrily shout to words. Damn it, Lindwani stood right behind Tanlai, ready for combat. She deployed the ethereal frost wind, a sharp icy wind rushing straight at Dalala, forcing him to use his strength to dodge. The cold attacks made him uncomfortable. Suddenly, a bright red ray shot towards him. It was the Forged Heaven Sword, its power so intense that he struggled to resist it. At the same time, Tanlai appeared behind Dalala and launched Corpse Devouring Soul along with mysterious sound fire. Bam! A loud impact sound shook the ground. Dalala fell down onto the ground. Fuming, he said he never expected two people, one ice and one fire, to cooperate so seamlessly. Tanlai and Lindwani landed in front of him, making Dalala momentarily doubt if there were rumors that they couldn't use fire due to their previous death. Tanlai sheathed his sword and sighed that the demon race truly is formidable. Even mysterious sound fire didn't hurt much. It seemed this battle wouldn't be easy to retreat from. Lindwani immediately formed an ice sword, saying decisively, B. She analyzed that Dalala's cultivation was mid-stage heaven firmament, but if they worked together, they might not lose. As soon as she said this, she charged forward. Dalala didn't back down and counterattacked, saying even with good cooperation, their spiritual realm was still lacking. He mocked, isn't that person skilled in fire techniques? Just my luck. I know a bit of fire magic too. Let's see who's stronger. A powerful fire spell hit Tanlai directly, while Lindwani swung her sword to freeze the flames, shocking Tanlai with this strange technique. Dalala smiled and said the Frost Wind Sword's cultivation was indeed superior. If so, he secretly activated his Spirit Light Scroll. The light wrapped around Lindwani, surprising her into a sudden capture. Seeing this, Tanlai used his sword to cut through the glowing threads, but found them completely ineffective. These threads were unusually hard and made him surprised. Dalala laughed and said, "Don't waste your strength. The Spirit Light Scroll is a mid-grade magical treasure. The higher the cultivation, the tighter it becomes." With their combined efforts, they only matched his level now. He was left with Tan Lai alone. He watched as Dalala charged forward to attack Tan Lai. Tan Lai quickly launched a series of fireballs but missed, making Dalala laugh. A third-level spell is useless if you can't hit the target. He threw a powerful strike, bam, the air exploded, and the shockwave reverberated throughout the area. Tan Lai thought he had landed a fatal blow, but when he opened his eyes, he saw a transparent ice shield in front of him. Lin Duanye immediately spat out some blood. Tan Lai turned around and asked in shock why she still tried to save him despite being blinded by the light. Despite her condition, she still fought on. Also heavy, she spoke slowly that she had already said it. He wouldn't die. Those words made Xinlai recall the moment from last night when she looked at him with such determination. He gritted his teeth and softly called out Duren, then whispered something together. She was still uncertain and asked again, "Really?" Xinlai smiled reassuringly, saying that his cultivation had always been good, then tightened the iron chain towards Dala, declaring that their final battle was here. Dala laughed coldly, telling him he would witness the true power of the demon race. Even if he died, he wouldn't regret it. His entire body glowed as if transforming. Dust and smoke rose around him, as if the heavens were shaking. In front of Xinlai, Dala had transformed into a true demonic form, long and thin with hand-like appendages, black eyes, aura surging, almost reaching late-stage Anpu. He laughed loudly, asking if that Tan family member was ready to face his death. Dala charged forward like the wind, launching attacks at Xinli's senior rank seal on his chest, but still struggled, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Looking at him, Dala laughed cruelly, asking if he still contained the spirit energy of the immortal command order in his body. He attacked relentlessly, forcing Xinlai to retreat step by step. Why? His reflexes are slowing down now, right? His taunting made Xinlai grit his teeth as he defended. Dala's fingers almost touched Xinli's eyes, but he suddenly froze. A spell activated, the movements of Dala became jerky. Dala was startled, realizing this was a gravity field ability. He said for sure that there must be magical weapons controlling Xinli's body. He licked his lips and said he had to seize such an opportunity. But it seemed Dala wasn't much affected by the gravity. He continued attacking, causing Xinlai to exclaim in fear. What? He quickly dodged the incoming attack. Dala mocked that while his cultivation was clearly lower, he still held on this long, worthy of praise. Even though his body felt heavy and his speed reduced, Xinli's death would only be a matter of time, but right after catching his breath, he smiled. Don't rush to conclude who will die first. Suddenly the snow started falling in the middle of nowhere, startling Dala. It shouldn't be snowing at this time. Then he immediately realized something was amiss. Duren somehow managed to escape from the soul scroll and then continued performing techniques. Dala was surprised. Clearly, she was blinded. Could it be that Xinlai deliberately fought hard to buy her time? Yes, as long as he distracted Dala a bit, loosened his control over the soul scroll, Duren would have an opportunity to break free since he couldn't focus fully on two things at once. Dala recalled the moment when he froze upon entering the gravity field area. Could that be it? Fuming, he kicked Xinlai hard, causing him to fall and get injured severely. Seeing this, Lin Duren was alarmed, but Xinlai immediately calmed her down, telling her not to worry about him and to attack instead. Lin Duren gritted her teeth and activated her spirit energy. The spell she completed shot straight towards Dala. Icy blue light flashed as the coldness was unleashed. A green beam of light shot directly at Dala. He angrily shouted, cursing humanity as the weakest race. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, his strength leaving him to cry out in pain. His scream echoed. He was beaten so badly that he could barely stand. Dust and smoke lingered but quickly dissipated. Lin Duren rushed over to support Xinlai, worriedly asking if he was all right. He supported himself up and said he was fine. The icy blue light indeed had great power. Dala seemed almost destroyed by it. Lin Du-ren sighed in relief. Seeing her pale face, Xinlai asked if she was okay. She replied that before she could finish speaking, an old voice interrupted with disbelief. "No, this can't be true." Xinlai stood in front of Du-ren to stop her from continuing. "Wuxin, the one who had fallen. What else is there left to say now?" Wuxin's soulless spirit snorted coldly, saying that even if Dala died, their efforts would be in vain. As long as they kill the two of them, the outcome won't change. But another voice echoed, "What if we count Lan Fu?" Lin Diuyang and his disciple appeared behind Wuxin, startling him to stammer their names. Lin Diuyang looked at Xinlai and Du-ren, saying they had fought hard, the rest would be handled by him. Dala completely lost the battle, and Daiun Thinsho immediately changed his strategy, ordering a counterattack. Many snow spirit warriors had tested antidotes, but at this time, there weren't enough powerful ones to supply everyone. Therefore, the demon sect couldn't continue relying on that toxic air to cause chaos. The immediate danger was temporarily removed. A few days later in Langdiandiang City, Titinlet's army arrived outside the city gates. She softly said, "That teleportation ray could have taken us far, but fortunately, the demon island is too far away for us to face only Dala." Titinlet looked sad and asked why she had to leave. She nodded and said that the outer demon tribe would spare no effort to invade the central lands. Not just Daiun Thinsho, but she needed to return to Dinsho to inform her benefactor of what happened. She hesitated, considering what to say, but then stopped. Titinlet asked if there was something wrong. Du9 smiled lightly and said it was nothing, just remembering how he had rejected the engagement in the past. She never thought he would have his own place now. Then she said goodbye and flew away, leaving Titinlet alone under the vast sky. He watched her figure fade into the distance. Titinlet sighed. Du9 is gone. What should he do next? Taking out a sword, it was the treasure taken from the water crystal. Looking at it, he said it was time to uncover its secrets. The Sea Jade Sword, a treasure stolen from the water crystal long ago. Before, he couldn't break the seal. Now with free time, he wanted to forcefully open it and see what would happen. Suddenly, the sword emitted a blinding light that made him close his eyes after opening them again. In front of him was an ethereal realm floating in space, surrounded by stars and dazzling auroras. A calm voice echoed, congratulating the young man. He turned around startled to face a senior immortal figure. The person said he had broken through the celestial seal barrier and now owned the Thunder Spirit Sword. Introducing himself as Senior Saint and a disciple of Alamy Mountain, having practiced for 10 years and living over 500 years. The Thunder Spirit Sword was one of the 9 spirit swords he forged during his lifetime. Titinlet looked at the figure and thought it must be a manifestation of Taoist techniques, similar to how the ancestors of Tan Clan appeared in their homeland long ago. Senior Saintin said that anyone who broke the seal and owned the spirit sword could come to his realm to learn all his life's teachings. The spirit sword shared energy. Even from afar, they could resonate. He would give Titinlet the method to track down the remaining 8 swords. He lamented that he had lived a proud life with countless enemies and finally met his end. As he lay dying, he worried about his teachings not being passed on. So he sowed some destiny for future generations. If there was a reincarnation, he would be at peace leaving this world. He called out twice as if signing off. Saying that, Sang vanished in the illusionary scene, and Titinlet opened his eyes back to reality, murmuring softly. He was bored and sighed about how powerful the manifestation of Taoist techniques had been, causing mental disturbances. Senior Saint truly wasn't ordinary. His treasure house must be filled with genuine rare treasures and unique arts. But if the Thunder Spirit Sword was just one of 9, surely others possess the other spirit swords. Senior Saintin mentioned that sword energy resonated over long distances. This made Titinlet feel uneasy. If someone found another spirit sword and it was too powerful, they could seize his Thunder Spirit Sword, even causing trouble for his younger brother. However, thinking about it, if he practiced the tracking sword technique, he could also track down the other lost swords. Titinlet clenched his hand, muttering that good and bad fortune couldn't be avoided. Even without him searching, someone else would find them eventually. This destiny couldn't be missed. He also had a reason to leave Dai Show. It was like protecting his younger brother and those involved. Titin Lit took a deep breath, activated the sword tracking technique, and the light from the spirit sword began to glow. Half a month later, following the sword tracking technique's guidance, he arrived in Dinsho to find the second spirit sword. Observing the surroundings, he sighed that he was back here. The signal from his thunder spirit sword indicated the target was nearby. Suddenly, someone behind him called out. The Namhayan of Dinsho approached him. Titin Lit turned around, but didn't recognize the person and asked how they knew him. Namhan said his reputation had spread throughout Dinsho. He also congratulated Titin Lit on receiving blessings from the Immortal Command. That was indeed good news. Titin Lit asked why he came to find him. Namhan smiled and said that Titin Dao Jia must have guessed it. His coming here, of course, was for a spirit sword. Titin Lit laughed and asked if he intended to steal. Unfortunately, his skills weren't enough to make him back down. As he spoke, Titin Lit and Namhan were shocked. He had reached the ancestral mansion intermediate stage like himself. Understanding that they couldn't fight, Namhan changed his expression to be more refined. He praised Titin Lit as a hero of the time and suggested they cooperate to find the spirit sword. Titin Lit stroked his chin and asked him to be specific. Namhan invited them to change places for discussion, entering a private villa together. Titin Lit observed the place, feeling at ease with its elegance. Namhan then got straight to the point. He said he was keeping the fire spirit sword, so they already had 2 out of 9 spirit swords. 7 were still scattered. Namhayan said if they cooperated, both of them, regardless of being at intermediate or higher stages, could compete for the remaining swords. Titin Lit asked what to do if they encountered someone from the advanced stage or great perfection stage. Namhayan replied that they would decide based on circumstances and wanted to introduce someone to him. That's the one holding the spirit sword. His name is Thu Thamhan and Namhayan worked with him to track down other swords. Tanlei folded his arms and asked how many they had obtained so far. Namhayan tapped a finger, saying they only got 1 so far and he was the second person. He meant it would take more than just 1 or 2 days to find all the spirit swords, so he hoped Tanlei would keep an eye out for sword chi movements while traveling and report back. If successful, the treasures in the Holy and Immortal Mansion would be fairly distributed among those who contributed. Looking at the Fox Elder's smile, Tanlei silently cursed. If it was a low-level cultivator, he'd definitely try to snatch a sword. Ultimately, whoever found more swords wouldn't be anyone's concern. But for now, there were no better options than to temporarily follow this plan. Tanlei nodded and asked where Thu Thamhan was. Namhan replied that he had arrived in Vancho a few days ago based on the sword decision. Hearing Vancho, Tanlei couldn't help but think of the demon sovereign, master of Dili. Namhan continued that once everyone gathered, they would organize a secret meeting. He hoped Tanlei could arrive on time for this gathering, so he suggested going to Vancho first and meeting Thu Thamhan to discuss the matter later. He asked Namhayan if he wanted to accompany him. Namhayan smiled and declined, saying he planned to go to Ujo to see if any new swords had appeared there. If anything important happened, they would contact each other through a flying scroll. Tanlei clasped his hands together. In that case, he respectfully requested permission to leave, letting the friend take his time. As they flew over a forest, he suddenly sensed something unusual. Please subscribe to my channel to support me. He swooped down. He frowned slightly. What on earth happened? A young man's angry voice echoed. Du Bao! Traitor! You colluded with the Electric Saber Sect to murder our master. Do you still think anything of Heavenly Mystery Sect? Don't face him, Du Bao. The voice was taunting. So try telling me how we conspired. The young man replied. Last night, the Electric Saber Sect surrounded us. Our master died to save me. Could it be that this wasn't due to your guiding? Du Bao laughed maliciously. That old fool finally died. If you had surrendered earlier, maybe you'd still be alive. Don't you agree? Shuji shouted at his disciple. Shuji was furious and roared, "You scoundrel! Today I won't hold back. You're a liar who betrayed us all. Come on out!" Behind him, a doppelganger suddenly rushed towards him. Du Bao was stunned. "What? You're a liar who betrayed us all. Our master taught you the art of deception, didn't he?" A loud explosion rang out right in front of Du Bao. He only managed to raise his hand to shield his chest from the blast. Shuji continuously shot several fire charms. "Lake Shu, I no longer accept a brother like you. Even though Heavenly Mystery Sect is small, we will not cover up for traitors. You must die." A fiery sphere flew straight towards Du Bao. He panicked and shouted, "Save me, master, save me." Someone stepped forward from afar and sighed, "You're just useless." He cast water magic. A bushy-haired man recognized him. Kinhai said, "Hey, Awanter, headmaster of the Death Saber sect." He sneered, "Correct, brat, already know me. Then hand over your false technique secret." Bushy-haired roared, "Dream on. If we want to destroy the Celestial Fate sect, I'll fight to the death." Hayawanta immediately launched an attack. He shouted loudly, insane and arrogant, "If you won't hand it over, there's no need to spare your life." Suddenly, a heaven-forged chain blade rushed forward, blocking the fatal move aimed at Bushy-haired. Hayawanta grew angry. Who dares interfere with Death Saber sect affairs? From behind the bushes, Tanlai stepped out. He sensed his aura. Hayawanta's face fell to middle period immortal mansion. He exerted force and generated a spark in his palm. "Who are you? State your name." The silent one ignored him. He charged straight forward, ready for a quick kill. "Answer me, brat. I want to ask you something." "Speak up." Hannah pointed at the trembling Do Bu hiding behind the bushes. "How much of the Celestial Fate sex technique did that false explosion use?" Do Bu hesitated, then replied, "I'm ashamed to say it. It was only about 2 parts." Tanlai looked at Do Bu. Even a great perfection cultivator could be defeated by such power. He thought for a moment and said, "Brat, how about we do a deal?" "Deal, yes. I'll help you eliminate Hayawanta in exchange for 1 art of the false technique secret. Okay?" X-Kid hesitated. This was risky. Tanlai continued, "Isn't it simple? Either die or have your secret taken, or live to restore your sect. Your choice." X-Kid felt it made sense and started crying. He nodded vigorously. "Okay, please help me." Tanlai smiled coldly. Hayawanta saw the chain blade pointing at him. He trembled. Wait. If you kill me, my younger brother will not forgive you." Tanlai replied, "You must be quite confident. Just a common stage alchemist daring to show off before me." As he spoke, he swung the blade directly at him. Hayawanta spat out a large mouthful of blood. Tanlai stepped back. "Answer my question." Still no answer? A greenish-blue mystic sound fire appeared. Still nothing to say? Hayawanta scrambled backwards, crying out, "Senior, sir, I was just ordered by someone else." Tanlai paused. Could there be another person behind this? Perhaps even a different spirit sword user? He shouted, "Tell me who sent you." Hayawanta shuddered and said, "Senior." Before he could finish, a stream of golden light rushed from afar. The golden light pierced through Hayawanta's head. Tanlai quickly stepped back. He was confused about what happened. From above, a white-haired demoness appeared, her cold eyes looking down. She kicked forcefully towards him, but Tanlai dodged in time. Looking at Tanlai, she widened her eyes and exclaimed that he was indeed a co-practitioner of the immortal demons. With such aura, even just escaping took his cultivation to an infra realm. Recognizing him as a skilled practitioner, she immediately turned and fled. Line 60 is reached. Titin Lit just stood there watching her retreating figure as someone hurriedly approached from afar to call out to the young man, bowing and thanking him for saving Tianji men. Titin Lit said it was no trouble, then asked how many people were left in the sect now. The young man's face showed a hint of sadness. He said they had been attacked by the remnants of the electric sect last night, and only he survived. He handed over a secret scroll to Titin Lit, saying that since Tianji men lacked talent, they must honor their promise to hand it over to the senior. Titin Lit took the scroll, smiled at the young man and asked, "Are you the one who did this? I have something to tell you." The old man clasped his hands and respectfully requested that Senior just speak. Titin Lit solemnly told him not to mention today's events in the future, or it would be dangerous for his life. Then he looked at a signpost nearby, asking if it was the old man Senior. If this was an internal matter of Qianji men, Titin Lit would leave it to the old man to handle. The old man bowed in gratitude. That night, deep in the forest, a white-haired witch held something glowing in her hand. With just a squeeze, the fragments revealed the image of a purple-clothed man. She immediately knelt and paid respects, introducing herself as Jia Yu before the master. The man looked at her and asked about the progress of stealing the secret scroll from Tianji men. Jia Yu bowed in apology, hoping for punishment. The figure sneered, saying such a small matter was not handled properly. But as this moment needed manpower, he allowed her to earn merit to atone for her mistake. From now on, her mission would be covert operations, monitoring the actions of middle and sex. His hand emitted a protective aura that could mimic human form, which she could remove now. The aura circled around her and seemed to be absorbed. A pair of horns grew on her head, and an extra tail appeared on her back. Jia Yu sighed but bowed in gratitude. He said it was fine because he had just heard that Dalala died in Shengzhou. He blamed Shengzhou for being the weakest point where Dalala still failed. Truly useless. The incident at Shengzhou made the Middlelands take notice. From now on, she must not cause any more commotion. If there were any mistakes, the consequences would be hers to bear. Jia Yu bowed and asked for her master's reassurance. He hoped their next contact would yield better results. With that said, the figure vanished. Jia Yu took a deep breath but couldn't help thinking about the young man. Perhaps she should find a way to meet him again. At the same time, in the middle region of Yunzhou under Quishan sect, the master asked Shun Tu. Passing on the mind technique from yesterday wasn't difficult. With his intelligence, why was it progressing so slowly? What happened? Shun Tu looked sad and said he had received news about her brother just before. Hey, Avada met with misfortune. The master nodded. That made sense. Senior King Yechen knew the elder brother of Shun Tu. For many years, relying on Quishan sect's name to act recklessly, today's outcome was self-inflicted karma. Shun Tu felt sorry and was about to say something when Senior King Yechen waved his hand, saying that blood ties were understood, but he should prepare for departure. Shun Tu stopped and asked the master again. The old man said he allowed him to go down to report back, but after this matter is settled, he must focus on cultivation. He must not be distracted by trivial matters that could cloud his mind. Understood. Shun Tu bowed in gratitude. At the border of Yunzhou, outside Ladian City, Titin Lit walked through the forest, thinking over these days. He had mastered the method to create a false scroll, but lacked materials. The nearest place was this city. With the creation of the false scroll, he would gain an advantage in his battle for Lanjiang Prefecture. Suddenly, there was a distant noise, a monster roared, and an old Taoist faced a giant venomous snake, sighing. The old man said he never thought he'd see such a scene. Perhaps his fate had run out. The monster attacked, its sharp claws aimed at him. He clutched the talisman tightly, ready to die rather than let these creatures gain intelligence. He screamed and prepared to meet his end with them. But before he could finish speaking, Titin Lit rushed forward and cut the giant snake in half right in front of him. Titin Lit laughed and said, "Old man, you're just pretending. Don't scare yourself so easily." This was a border region where monsters gathered. It would be better to leave this place soon. Old Gan Yuan looked at the young man in front of him and wondered why he saved him. Titin Lit scratched his head and replied, "Why not? Just consider it a good deed I did by chance." Old Gan Yuan bowed and said if that was so, he would remember this kindness. He hoped to meet again someday. Saying that, he transformed into an aura and disappeared. Titin Lit touched the ground and said the old man had left. Dongbao, come out quickly. A creature from Titin Lit's body crawled out of his arm and chirped. It ran to the dead monster and picked up its internal organ. Titin Lit sighed. What's so special about a monster's internal organ? You meet them every day. Are you planning to start cultivation? Dongbao put the internal organ into Titin Lit's hand and said, "Okay, Next, we need to go to Ladian City. Remember to hide well in there, Dongbao chirped happily. Inside the Princess Palace in LCC Head City, the atmosphere was solemn. Old Wu returned and immediately received inquiries. You were injured, he replied that it wasn't a big deal, but worried about how Prince Lax Wound would fare. The princess smiled, still no improvement. The venomous beast had invaded her internal organs. Though outwardly fine, within 3 days at most, his cultivation might be completely destroyed. Old Wu replied that His Highness needn't worry. This time, he brought back the just use it to refine a detoxifying pill. In half a day, your highness injuries will heal. As they walked and chatted, Princess LCCT praised Old Wu as the best alchemist of Cloudju. Humble Master Lai said that if not for the princess's desperate attempt to stop the beast outside, LCC Het City might have been destroyed. Old Wu sighed and continued his story. This time, he encountered a demon tribe fighting over the. Luckily, someone stepped in to help. That's how he managed to keep the herb. Thus, the princess's fate was saved. Prince LCCT chuckled and curiously asked who it was that Old Wu respected so much. Old Wu replied that it was a young man named La. He's an alchemist, but I forgot his name. It must be Xiao, Hui, or something like that. After chatting for a while, the princess understood the situation better. Although he got the herb, Old Wu almost died. Fortunately, an anonymous hero appeared just in time to save him. He recounted how the Cloudju border region with LCC Het City was full of venomous beasts and dangerous creatures, a crucial defense line protecting the frontier. Without that young man, I wouldn't have been able to bring back the. If the princess's cultivation is completely depleted, the consequences are hard to predict. Prince LCCT laughed. This person saved not just him, but the entire city of LCC Het. He must personally thank them later. Old Wu continued that His Highness couldn't delay refining the detoxifying pill. Wait until he recovers and finds someone else later. The princess nodded in agreement. Agreed. So please help me out. A day later, at Dong LCC Market, people were bustling. New Light approached an antique shop. Seeing the unique sign, he guessed this was the main trading point. The necessary materials surely wouldn't be lacking. As soon as he entered, his eyes scanned around. Inside, greetings were exchanged. They asked what he wanted to look for. He said he would check if they had. The new Light brought out a heavy silk bag and assured them that money was no issue. The shopkeeper looked at the bag and replied that those 2 items are rare, asking how many he needed. New Light specified for sections of flexible wood and 1 copper scroll. With 2,000 upper-grade spirit stones in the bag, would it be enough? The shopkeeper immediately took the silk bag. His face lit up, saying it was more than enough, and asked him to wait while he went to fetch them. New Light secretly rejoiced. That was all the items needed for refining. According to the secret recipe, a few days later, he would gather enough spirit swords. If he focused on cultivation and broke through the barrier, the battle at the Immortal Fairy Palace wouldn't be scary anymore. The shopkeeper came out from behind the counter with the items needed. He thanked them quietly and took the items. The shopkeeper bid him safe travels. Before New Light could leave, a loud voice called for him to stop. The shopkeeper turned towards the source of the sound. Master Short Academy appeared. A green-haired man questioned if New Light had just bought a copper scroll. New Light confirmed it was true. What's the matter? He lowered his voice coldly, demanding that he hand over the item. Master Short Academy would return the full price. No loss for you. New Light responded respectfully. I came here specifically for this item. The young master's sincerity is appreciated, but cannot be accepted. The green-haired man spoke louder. You drank without paying. Now want to drink the penalty? He must take that copper scroll today. The shopkeeper hurriedly intervened, saying he had already sold the item. If he broke the rules, there would be consequences. Before finishing his sentence, Master Short Academy swung his staff and hit the shopkeeper's back, shouting not to talk nonsense. He looked at the shopkeeper lying motionless in a pool of blood and ordered him to let go. Even a dog dared to challenge this young master. New Light said that in LCC Het City, Random killings were forbidden. Killing innocent people was unjustifiable. The green-haired man replied that he was just an attendant and could kill if he wanted to. He boasts that his business is unparalleled. People here are lonely, without support. If they refuse the young master, they'll suffer. Xinlai understands arguing won't work and asks bluntly, "Do you want to forcefully take it? Then there's no problem." Xinlai smirks, "If so, don't blame me for not holding back." The green-haired man crosses his arms and challenges, "Try if you dare. Kid, this is Visong Lu's territory. Better gauge your strength." Without giving him a chance to speak, Xinlai throws something right in front of him. Before he could even say go, Xinlai's fist hits his face, sending him flying into the wall. The walls of Visong Lu crack from the impact. The green-haired man is slammed against the wall so hard that his body sticks to it. He flies out of the premises completely broken. Just then, a man walks by and sees the green-haired man fall in front of him. He casts a spell on the man's body. Before he can understand what's happening, the green-haired man is dragged down. He turns around, surprised with a soft exclamation. The man angrily shouts, "Dare to block my path? Want to die?" As soon as he says this, he throws the man up onto the distant roof. The green-haired man's body pierces through the tiles and crashes down, crying out in pain. His subordinates run over, asking the young master. Xinlai stands up angrily, cursing non-stop. He helps him up and orders his men to catch those who hurt us, absolutely not letting them leave Laken City. Then he tells his men, if anyone causes trouble in the city, they must be caught quickly for punishment. His subordinates obey immediately. That night, outside Laken City, a cold wind blew. Xinlai was chasing someone but suddenly lost track. He thinks it's strange, the aura of death has vanished. Recalling when he attacked earlier, he felt very clearly a faint, but unmistakable demonic energy. Could demons from far across the sea be sending reinforcements? Xinlai subconsciously hits a stone hard. The story at Holy Angel Realm is not over. Now demons are crossing Moan Man, truly troublesome. What should he do? Should he warn about the demons? If the world focuses all its attention on fighting the demons, maybe the struggle for Holy Angel Realm will be much later. Or just take a chance. He decides. Suddenly, a man approaches and asks if this is Daoshi. Xinlai turns around immediately and asks who it is. The man calmly replies, "Don't be scared, Daoshi, I'm Huan Henthu." Xinlai is surprised. "So you're Huan Henthu, whom the illusory leaf mentioned. Are you here because of what happened at Visong Lu 3 days ago?" Huan Henthu smiles. "Daoshi misunderstands. I came for something that happened at Visong Lu." Xinlai frowns. "Turns out it's Visong Lu. You seem to know my whereabouts well. Have you been following me?" The man answers, "You're mistaken. I was secretly protecting the Silver West Falls. Only now did I recognize you." Xinlai asks, "Who is Silver West Falls?" He explains, "That's the young master of our thermal protection sect. He came to Yunzhou for a secret mission." Xinlai thinks and says, "So he's not from outer demons, but why does he still have demonic energy on him?" Huan Henthu says, "It's long. We practice the primordial demon immortal technique at our thermal protection sect. This is a legacy passed down by demon ancestors when they ruled the land. Having some demonic energy is common." Xinlai asks, "So this has anything to do with Visong Lu?" Huan Henthu says, "The young master of Visong Lu you met today, right? His name is Wu Honglin from Uzhou." Xinlai frowns. "Uzhou, Wu family." Huan Henthu explains that the Wu family is an ancient lineage. Long ago, they contributed to the war. Now you've inadvertently offended their representative in Yunzhou. It could affect our affairs if not handled properly. Xinlai sees him getting angry and smirks. "If you're really protecting Silver West Falls, coming here instead of meeting me is even riskier." Huan Henthu sighs. "Our master is busy with the mission. Don't worry about it for now." Xinlai mutters, "So he's on a mission. That explains why I lost track earlier. He was using stealth techniques." Xinlai continues, "Now that the dust has settled, we can only make amends. Didn't Silver West Falls attack Wu Honglin today?" He smiles. "If the Wu family is here, why not take this chance to eliminate them together?" If you spread Silver Westfall's whereabouts and wait for the Wu family to come after him, isn't that a one-stroke solution? Huan Henthu shakes his head. I'm just protecting. Betraying is out of the question. Xinlai laughs. Betrayal isn't keeping the Holy Angel Realm's ninth spirit sword a form of betrayal too? As a small protector with one of the 9 spirit swords, such an opportunity, can our master not know about it? Huan Henthu grits his teeth. Xinlai approaches and says, don't worry, if the Wu family kills Silver Westfalls, this will be hidden. I'll secretly fuel the situation to push for that outcome. If anything happens, the spirit sword will belong to you. Is that satisfactory? These words touch Huan Henthu's greed. He clasped his hands and smiled happily. Alright, new novice, do as you say. Newlit looked at him then said, just relax, since we're in this together, I'll definitely not harm you. Both of them bowed. Time was getting late. New novice, farewell. Brother Constant goes slowly. Finished asking, Hateful Thu immediately rushed off. Under the moonlight, Newlit stood still, slightly smiling as he watched the figure disappear. HMPH, next is when we start forging the fake item together. Suddenly, he sensed movement behind him. Someone, show yourself. A sudden attack came flying towards them. Newlit dodged but still got hit partially. Turns out it's a coffin of death. The attacker spoke. Clearly, the coffin cut into his skin. Flag, why are you so calm as if nothing happened? Newlit glanced towards the source of the voice. Turns out it's her. Though I expected this, I didn't think it would be so quick. Looking at her horns and tail. Sure enough, you're a member of the Outer Realm demon race. This girl is indeed who she said. No need to deny it. Today, I just want to ask one thing. Why did you get involved with Thinkaman back then? Newlit took a step forward. If you answer, it's just coincidence. I'm an alchemist. Carrying some antidotes is normal. Regarding Thinkaman, I have nothing to say. Cold Moon knew he wouldn't explain clearly, so she didn't waste any time. Immediate attack. Then let's end it here. Heaven's Sword Call. Go! Newlit wasn't going to be passive as the Heaven's Sword Call approached. He kicked off with one foot, simultaneously deploying a gravity field towards Cold Moon. But Cold Moon isn't weak. She immediately shot up, escaping the gravitational range, surprising Newlit. How did she notice so quickly and escape right away? What's her speed and observation skills like? Cold Moon leaped high and continued attacking, releasing a human thunderbolt straight at Newlit. Newlit endured the Heaven's Sword Call, performing corpse annihilation. The dark sound fire from Han shot out to powerful blasts, colliding with a loud explosion echoing through space. Both were affected by that collision. Newlit panted. Her demon race speed is truly terrifying. Her magic power isn't strong, but this drain will be disadvantageous. On the other side, Cold Moon wasn't faring much better. She frowned. This realm tier person is really scary. Though I'm fast, I'm still being suppressed on another front. Cold Moon bit her lip. If we keep fighting, it will just turn into a draining battle. Calling out, Human, I am Cold Moon, an illusory demon from the Outer Realm Island. What's your name? Newlit was momentarily stunned, but replied immediately. Newlit! Newlit! Alright, today we won't settle this, but the matter of Heavenly Mystery Sect will definitely not end here. As soon as she finished speaking, Cold Moon vanished into the night. Newlit sighed in relief. Finally, she's gone. It seems the demon invasion of Yunzhou is real. Next, he must head to Princess Laker's residence to spread this news according to plan. Such a major matter as dealing with demons, they won't just sit idly by. I need to quickly cultivate and prepare for the trip to the Holy Hero Immortal Pavilion. Just keep doing it that way. Once he thought it through, he immediately left. At another place, the Western Flower Silver Tower was following the trail of the demon tribe. He suddenly knelt down and used a black magic needle to probe around. Strange, why did the aura disappear? Clearly, the black magic needle only pointed in this direction, but no sign of the demons. He was puzzled. Earlier, he thought someone had been fighting here. He just left, so maybe he should return and investigate. The Western Flower Silver Tower hesitated, gripped his hand tightly, but ultimately gave up. Never mind, we'll come back tomorrow to look again. The next day, at the Laker Mansion's residence in the city, Wu Honglin accused Nu Li and the Western Flower Silver Tower of attacking him yesterday. After he finished speaking, Old Master told Wu Young Lord to calm down. His point was that they needed some Thu Ti to refine magical artifacts, but had run out, so they came to the Peerless Tower to get more. That's right! Our Yang Inflammation Sword must have Thu Ti, which is extremely rare. The Peerless Tower only has a small portion, so we rushed there. Unexpectedly, it was bought by someone else just as we arrived, Wu Honglin angrily recounted. Old Master and the princess exchanged glances. They said nothing for now. He continued to recount that even though he paid the original price to reclaim the Thu Ti, the other party refused and attacked him. Do you think there's any way out? Wu has always maintained good relations with the princess residents in business matters as well. We hope the princess can decide on this matter. Old Master lightly stroked his chin, thinking. Not long after, a subordinate rushed in to report. Your Highness! Old Master, outside there's a young man requesting an audience. He said he brought confidential information and wanted to report it. Old Master glanced at Wu Honglin standing behind him, considering the matter from the Peerless Tower. Although Wu Young Lord initiated this, escalating it would only complicate things. Better to shift focus elsewhere. So, Old Master told them to bring the young man in. The subordinate immediately obeyed and led Nu Li into the presence of Princess Wu. Upon seeing Nu Li, Old Master had brought him along. Recognizing him, Wu Honglin stood up, mockingly saying, Good job, you didn't follow the path but instead came in here on your own. This saves me some effort, doesn't it? Turning to Princess Wu and Old Master, he said, It was this person who caused a ruckus at the Peerless Tower. I can't let him go unpunished. Please hand him over to young Lord Wu for punishment. Old Master's face turned cold. Young Lord Wu, we have something to ask you. Wu Honglin immediately responded. Old Master asked, Did the Peerless Tower conduct fair business? He answered affirmatively. Then he asked further, Is this young man's transaction complete, with money and goods exchanged? He replied again. I was waiting for that, Old Master directly said. Since the transaction was completed openly, the Thu Ti clearly belongs to him. Isn't it so? Feeling uneasy, Wu Honglin raised his eyebrows. Old Master did not beat around the bush. He made his point clear. Once sold, no returns. Unable to argue, Wu Honglin turned to Princess Wu and said that the residence owner was the princess. What do you think? Old Master continued without further ado. The item had been sold, so it couldn't be reclaimed. Without any argument, Wu Honglin looked at the princess for guidance. What's your decision? Princess and LCC smiled and apologized to young Lord Wu, agreeing with Old Master's suggestion. What? Wu Honglin turned a deep shade of red. They dared to offend young Lord Wu by involving someone from outside in Nuzhou. Who is this guy really? I won't back down. He keeps arguing, but how should we handle his attack on someone on the street? Old Wu sighs and says, Let's hear Lit's explanation. Nu Li clasps his hands, thinks, then asks, Didn't LCC Head City ban something recently? Right. Huang Honglin grits his teeth to answer. Li continues, If someone threatens our lives, do we have the right to resist? Self-defense can't be considered a crime. After Old Wu confirms this, Li turns to Huang Honglin. So the truth is clear, someone attacked yesterday wasn't just me. Why are you so insistent on following me? Huang Honglin retorts, Do you know where that person is? Li raises his hand in thought. Yes, this rumor has spread far and wide. Everyone outside the city is talking about who he is. Huang Gongzi rushed here, so he might not have heard yet. Hearing that, Huang Honglin immediately understands. For now, I'll let you go. Once I defeat him, we'll talk again. He snorts and walks away. Li's lips curve into a cold smile. He clearly achieved his goal. Suddenly, Old Wu steps forward, bows to Liat Jr. Accept my gift. Liat is surprised and declines. Old Wu persists. Why not? I may have pretended, but I'm not that foolish. Yesterday, you saved me outside the city. which also saved LCC and Het City's people. The princess steps in to explain. A single incense stick later, Liat realizes how coincidental this is. Princess Anlao continues, young Master Liat has other matters to discuss here. Liat nods, yes. Does the princess know about the outer demon tribes? The princess replies that they were expelled from the central land 1,000 years ago and are likely still in the demon realm. Liat says seriously, no, they're preparing to return to the central land. Good fortune has already shown signs in Shanju, and Wuzhu is also revealing clues. They will launch a full-scale attack soon. Central land cultivators are like flowers in a greenhouse. It's hard for them to resist. Princess Anlao and old Wu exchange worried glances before the princess asks, how does young Master Liat prove this? Liat answers simply, Vangu is near Dingzhou. News of the demons will surely reach Dingzhou soon. You'll receive confirmation shortly. Old Wu ponders and sighs. It seems we can't delay any longer. Younger brother Liat and I have to leave for a few days as there's urgent business at the main temple. Westflower Waterfall agrees. No problem. I've almost finished practicing the secret techniques from the immortal demon primordial scripture with the spine needle technique. We'll find the demon's hideout soon. Hearing this, Han and Thu praises, if young master completes his mission, he will surely earn great merit. Westflower Waterfall sternly warns, don't go. This mission is top secret. If it leaks out, you'll be in trouble. In his mind, he scoffs at the secret mission. What's a secret mission? Just see if I can return alive. As long as we gather enough spirit swords and retrieve the treasure from Holy Anlao Immortal Mansion, I won't have to be your errand boy anymore. Suddenly, Han and Thu notices someone approaching. He hides behind a tree. They arrive so quickly. It seems the Wu family also highly values Taoist Liat. We should pay special attention to him in our battle for Holy Anlao Immortal Mansion. Now, Wu Moang steps forward and confesses, young Master Bon can consider forgiving him. Otherwise, don't blame the Wu family's ruthless actions. A loud noise shakes the ground. The Westflower Waterfall staff emerges from the cave to face Huang Honglin. He crosses his arms and asks, who are you? Daring to cause trouble here? Wanting to die already? Huang Honglin exudes a powerful aura as he stands with crossed arms. Yes, it seems you're quite tough. Young Master Bon wants to test your skills. He immediately orders his two subordinates behind him, attack, hit him. The Westflower Waterfall staff retaliates fiercely. Their clash creates loud reverberations. However, one person can't match two. Westflower Waterfall staff is pushed back to the ground. He spits out blood, terrified. What's happening? Why has my whereabouts been exposed? Could Han and Thu have betrayed us? Line 60 is reached. No further text needed. Wu Honglin and his group land with a laugh. Haha, that power you showed just now is gone. Now it's my turn to finish you off personally. West Silverfall stands up, no longer hiding his true formation, coldly mocking, even as a discarded tool in the late stage, dared to show your face before me. When he unleashed his power, the aura of death erupted, making Wu Honglin tremble with fear. You are a true demon possessor, emitting an eerie aura. Yes, I am the actual treasure lord. Realistic treasure Dinuju, West Silver Falls. Wu Honglin is terrified. What? You belong to the actual treasure realm. So he comes from Dinuju. He looks pale, not good. This is bad. That scoundrel wanted to trick me here to settle old scores. Provoking the actual treasure realm, even Wu would find it hard to escape. Now that the situation has worsened, he grits his teeth and shouts loudly, kill him for me. The two subordinates are terrified, but the young master's identity? Wu Honglin screams, foolish. What about our identities now? As long as he dies, everything will be erased. Listen carefully, under no circumstances let him escape. The two subordinates can only follow orders. Half an hour later, at the princess's residence, the princess's subordinate and old Wu the detective report that Wu Honglin led to Dan Yangxianchi cultivators to report in. After a fierce battle, Wu Honglin is lightly injured while the other three died together. Tanley covers his mouth with his hand, Chuckling softly, Old Wu looks surprised. What? Another murder case? The subordinate continues. That's right. Moreover, they found a strange treasure in the residence of the target, seemingly related to the demon race. Old Wu is even more amazed. Why does it involve the demon race? Princess Highbrow Enlak seems to be right about what young Master Tan said. The demon race has indeed infiltrated Yunzhou. We must take responsibility. Then the princess says. So Old Wu and young Master Tan should go to the outer city to check on that treasure. Report any suspicious findings immediately. Old Wu nods his head. All right, Brother Tan, let's leave right away. Tan replies, apart from the demon guard sect, I also want to contribute a little strength. The two quickly leave the princess's residence. At the same time, outside the southern gate of the princess's residence, a man in green clothes hides in the shadows, quietly watching Tanli depart. Half an hour later, the outer city at noon. As soon as he lands, Tan greets Wu Honglin with clasped hands. Master Wu, we meet again. Wu Honglin reacts strongly upon seeing him. Tan, you came just in time. Tan pretends to be confused, wondering why Master Wu is so angry. Wu Honglin shouts, don't you know? After we killed him, we found the primordial demon scripture on his person. This is a cultivation method only the actual treasure realm can practice. Ordinary disciples are one thing, but killing an important figure like him without carrying his makes it easy to investigate. Meaning he deliberately lured us to kill him, using my hand to create a crime between Wu family and the actual treasure realm. Tan Li's heart is filled with cunning. Tan waves his hand and laughs. That statement isn't right. After you guys killed someone, didn't you also find a demon-related treasure? Try to think about it. The primordial demon scripture, demonic energy appearing here. Could this be just coincidence? Wu Honglin retorts, placing his hand on his chin in thought. Your point is that the actual treasure realm has something to do with demons. Tan continues, Master Wu must understand, the invasion of the demon race cannot be denied, and we must unite against this threat in our homeland. In such a critical situation, the actual protector showed signs of rebellion. The first to notice something suspicious was Wu Raozhou. Hearing this, Wu Honglin frowned and asked Tan Li again, this is indeed true, but are you going to give me credit for your efforts? Tan Li replied calmly, what's wrong with that? As long as Lord Wu clears the past grievances, let you take all the glory of our family. Wu Honglin smirked after hearing this and said, with a little effort, I can save my life. Tan Li, your nature isn't very pleasant, but never mind. From now on, we consider it settled. Tan Li chuckled to himself. This is the best outcome. No more. Wu Honglin turned to Old Gur. So, what did Old Gur come here for? Old Gur answered immediately. I heard Lord Wu has a strange magical artifact, so I came to take a look. Currently, there are almost no clear clues about the demon tribe. Wu Honglin then took out the spy needle and said, if it's just for observation, I won't harm you, haha. Old Gur was startled upon seeing it. It is indeed a demonic treasure, but it doesn't seem particularly special at first glance. Just then, the spy needle suddenly turned and pointed in one direction. Tan Li reminded Old Gur to pay attention. This magical artifact seems to be guiding towards some direction. Old Gur immediately pondered, a demonic treasure that can guide directions could it be? Realizing the issue, he clasped his hands and pleaded urgently. Young Tan understands this matter very quickly. You go back to LCC in Het City and inform Princess Enlak. In response, Tan Li asked, what about Old Gur? What do you plan? Old Gur replied, this artifact is pointing towards the west. Beyond that lies a deep forest, and further on is the sea. If we can pinpoint the demon tribe's location, they might be hiding right in front of us. Indeed, this was our own doing. But fortunately, today's discovery of this magical artifact has given us the upper hand. Even if we don't severely injure them, preventing the disaster from erupting is a great blessing. Hearing this, Tan Li immediately bowed to accept the order. Alright, I will return to LCC in Het City and inform Princess Enlak. With Old Gu's agreement, he asked Wu Honglin, what do you plan to do, Lord Wu? Wu Honglan gripped the spine needle tightly. Since this protector has uncovered the real protector's plot, we must find out what they truly intend. As for finding the demon tribe, our Wu family is ready to contribute its strength. After saying that, he secretly thought, the more evidence, the harder it will be for the real protector to deny. The greater the effort, the better my future in the Wu family. Who can match my reputation? Old Gur didn't say anything else and took out a piece of clothing, handing it to him. Thank you, Lord Wu, please wear this before leaving. Wu Honglan accepted and put on the garment immediately, asking, "What is this?" Old Gur explained, "This cloak conceals your aura, preventing any unforeseen incidents." Understanding, Wu Honglan didn't say anything more. The three of them parted ways in different directions. A while later, Tanlai returned to the inner city of LCC Het and informed Princess and Lac. She asked in shock, "What did you say?" "The demon tribe has invaded Vanshou." Tanlai nodded, "That's correct, Your Highness. Do you have any plans?" And Lac replied, "It might be difficult. The forces in LCC Het City are not sufficient to confront the demon tribe. It seems we can only report this matter to the Imperial Court and hope for reinforcements." Imperial Court, Tanlai repeated with doubt. Princess explained, "Perhaps young Titin Shaoji is to focus on cultivation and it hasn't noticed. Vanshou lies in the western region of Ngosho Jiangtu. Despite having more civilians than cultivators, someone needs to step up for their peace of mind." Tanlai understood after hearing this. It operates similarly to the tribute system at Thinshou. Then he bowed and apologized, explaining that as a member of the royal family, he is honored with the title of Princess Your Highness. "I have been away from court for a long time and momentarily forgot the etiquette." "You are not offended," quickly reply. "Now old Gur going alone makes me uneasy. Young Tan, your cultivation is deep. Can you spare someone to check on him?" Tanlai didn't answer immediately, still considering. Hien Daipti hasn't transmitted any information yet. It seems 9 Clear Spirit Sword hasn't gathered yet. If we help now, our position in Vanzhou region might improve in the future. Tan Lit asked back, "So does the princess not come with us?" Lao Lac replied that if he leaves the city, Lac Sun will have no one to defend it. If something unexpected happens, it could be very troublesome. "I understand your concern." Tan Lit clasped his hands and agreed immediately. "Princess, don't worry. The support for Old Sun will be handled by Tan Mu." Seeing him agree, Lao Lac was grateful and offered a lotus-like object, which made Tan Lit curious to examine it closely. She explained that this is a luminescent-like platform, an item used both for defense and attack, capable of creating barriers. She temporarily entrusted it to him in case of emergencies. Holding the platform, Tan Lit admired its craftsmanship, looking far and wide with the princess's eyes, making him feel deeply impressed. Lao Lac smiled and said no need for formalities. It was getting late. In western Vanzhou, at Outer Long Valley, Tan Lit landed and sensed Old Sun's lingering aura. Indeed, that direction. He quickly spotted something unusual ahead. It turned out to be a ghostly diagram. This type of diagram can transform natural energy. The demon race often uses demonic essence to absorb cultivation meridians. Looks like Old Sun has found their lair. Suddenly, a loud explosion and light from a battle came from behind. Tan Lit rushed towards the source of the light. Someone was engaging in distant combat. Could it be that Old Sun's group is in trouble? 2 figures appeared amidst the battlefield. Indeed, it's Old Sun and Wu Honglan. Both were heavily injured. Old Sun gasped for breath, asking if Wu Lord could still hold on. Wu Honglan clutched his wounds, saying he wasn't dead yet. But like this, they would surely die sooner or later. A voice echoed through the ravine, mocking them, telling them to not expect to leave alive today. The central land of cultivators was once praised, but in my eyes, it's just so-so. The man in purple said that now you have completely failed or are just making a spectacle of yourselves. Old Sun sneered and swung his long sword, challenging them to surrender. Such thoughts were delusional. The man in purple snorted, gathering more bright purple energy and threw it at Old Sun, showing disdain for the opponent's strength. A loud explosion erupted. Old Sun opened his shield to block the residual force. Wu Honglin shouted behind him in panic. Old Sun replied that he knew any ray has a weak point, just break it, and the ray will self-destruct. We've been trapped for too long. Lord Wu must have found the ray's weak point by now. Wu Honglin was surprised. Wasn't this something you should handle? Old Sun said he only protected him. He was already exhausted. Hearing their conversation, the man in purple laughed coldly, saying internal chaos means your loyalty is weaker than before. He continued that Wu's 5-threaded cloudy calm ray has covered 10 miles. Even if you run, it seems you no longer have any value. It's time to end this. He gathered more energy to prepare a new move. Old Sun was exhausted, gritting his teeth in pain. Spirit energy depleted, the outcome seemed sealed. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from their side. Old Sun, can you hear me? Old Sun startled and repeated the question, recognizing Tan Xiaohai's voice. The spell hit. Old Sun and Wu Honglin dodged quickly, then transmitted back that Tan Xiaoyu, don't come closer. This demonic ray will trap anyone who enters, quickly informed the princess. Tan Lit was hiding, sensing the ray, saying he had checked around and found for weak points in the ray, breaking one would collapse it entirely. Old Sun understood and asked what to do next. Tan Lit directed them towards the nearest weak point 3 miles southeast. Tan Lit continued transmitting. Old Sun immediately called Wu Honglin to follow him. The man in purple noticed their direction and gathered his strength, blocking their path with summoned demonic objects. Wu Honglin and Old Sun simultaneously countered the attack. Old Sun silently gasped. The attack range is too large. Even though they dodged the center, it's still hard to avoid injuries. Old Wu immediately realized there was a hidden martial artist. Just as he predicted, that person concealed their aura to maintain the ray, and the recent fluctuations revealed his position. This moment must not be missed. Old Wu poured more spirit energy, firing continuous fireballs towards the martial artist. But due to his injuries, each push of spirit energy caused him pain, even making him cough up blood, which made junior brother Fan worry. Just then, from behind the martial artist, Nu Liang leaped forward and decapitated the opponent with his tempered saber. Landing on the ground, Nu Liang immediately asked Old Wu if he was all right. Old Wu replied softly that it's just minor injuries, but the protective barrier might have been completely destroyed. Without changing places, Wu Honglin stepped forward and praised Nu Liang for doing a good job. This time, Wu will remember this. As long as you can stop the demon race, there will be significant rewards later. Finished speaking, he turned to run away first. A cold chuckle echoed slowly. Haha, indeed a neutral party with interesting tactics. Just helped break the array and then ran away on their own. This broadens my horizons. Nu Liang didn't care about Wu Honglin and turned to ask the demon, did no one chase after you? He replied that the news of Dalala's defeat in Chengzhou had spread, and the arrival of our race on land was also discovered early. To ensure the plan proceeds smoothly, ordinary people aren't worth paying attention to. Saying this, he ordered both of them to leave quickly, making Nu Liang and Old Wu hurry away. He continued with a serious tone, I am the king of the outer demonic realm. You dare to invade our demonic territory. Use death to pay for your crimes. Nu Liang stepped back, coldly saying, King Tala, such an imposing demeanor, aren't you afraid that your words might be blown away by the wind? He immediately took out a luminescent light and activated it to build a protective barrier, successfully trapping King Tala within the barrier. Then he turned to Old Wu, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go. I sent a message to Lianhe before acting. The reinforcements will arrive soon. You go first. Old Wu didn't argue further. He threw a medicinal pill at Nu Liang. Nu Liang caught it. Here are 3 lunar shadow pills. They can temporarily boost your cultivation level. In life or death situations, they might save your life. I will join the main force and return to support you right away. Inside the barrier, King Tala laughed lightly. Barrier? Indeed, a good trick for those of you who work together. Self-harm is one thing. Sadly, even if they trap me, that old man still can't escape. He asked, so what does he rely on to run away? At this moment, an industrial arrow appeared and rushed past Nuliang to chase old Wu. It's her. She was hiding nearby all along. This is bad. Her speed is too fast. With old Wu injured, it might be hard for him to escape her hands. Nuliang couldn't waste time and immediately chased after them. Hula King laughed. He rubbed his chin. Liu Lian's platform without a controller only held me for over 15 minutes, while that kid insisted on chasing after me, which is quite interesting. The hand's power will certainly become a significant obstacle to our demonic race in the future. Perhaps we need to find an opportunity to eliminate him later. For Nuliang, Han continued pursuing the danger, but the distance was widening. If this continues, old Wu might suffer more than he gains. Suddenly, a water arrow attacked from behind, startling Nuliang. He thought it was the demon race's ray blocking his path, but then a green-clothed man appeared behind him and launched a powerful strike. The blow caught Nuliang off guard, causing blood to spurt out darkly. He was surprised. What is this? Clearly not the way demons fight. Wounded heavily, Nuliang fell hard on the ground. He groaned softly and loudly asked, "Who are you? Why did you attack me from behind?" The man replied, "Nuliang, that day you killed my elder brother. Today's revenge is due." Nuliang paused. "Elder brother." The man continued, "Yes, I am a disciple of Clear Sound, senior Taoist from the Heavenly Virtue Sect, named Jia Chunchu." Heavenly Virtue Sect, Jia Chunchu, surname Jia could it be? Nuliang immediately remembered something. He was actually Jia Yuntai's younger brother. Fanlai asked again, "You're Jia Zunqiu, so how did you find me?" Jia Zunqiu replied, "The base of the Quishan sect in Yunzhou province is right here. You caused trouble here. Finding you was as easy as carrying a table. From when you entered Lion City until your departure from the Princess Mansion, everything was under my surveillance. If I wanted to, you would have lost your head long ago." Fanlai gritted his teeth. Damn it, just when it matters most, something goes wrong. I wonder how old Goat is doing. Without letting him get distracted, Jia Zunqiu immediately launched an attack. Fanlai quickly dodged. "It seems you've been planning this for a long time, waiting for the right moment when I'm alone and my power is weak to strike." Jia Zunqiu continuously attacked while smirking arrogantly. "That's right, you should understand your fate now and go die quietly." Fanlai dodged while sternly. "Jia Zunqiu, do you realize what you're doing? The demon clan has already invaded Yunzhou, preparing to make a move. You've been following me the whole way. Our conversation with King Yama just now was definitely overheard by you. This isn't the time to settle personal grudges. Do you understand?" Jia Zunqiu chuckled lightly. "Ha, I knew your tongue was famous for being sharp and good at lying. If it weren't for knowing about the secret rift you created between Wu family and Rishi Temple, maybe I would have been fooled too. Moreover, with our Quishan sect's power, the demon clan won't be able to gain an advantage in Yunzhou. The safety of the 5 provinces doesn't concern anyone here because today, lives will end right here." With those words, Jia Zunqiu immediately charged at Fanlai, launching a powerful attack filled with spiritual energy. Fanlai tried to gather his spiritual energy, but couldn't react. Could the previous strike have disrupted a nearby spell? Just as he thought he was sure to be hit, someone suddenly intervened. "Who dares meddle in my affairs?" Xia Sanshan shouted loudly. With a loud crash, old Goat was thrown down hard onto the ground. Fanlai's eyes widened in shock. Jino Yu appeared before Fanlai, then coldly declared that he must personally kill him. "You are not to touch him." Jia Zunqiu looked at her strange appearance, saw her horns and tail, and shouted, "Could you also be part of the demon clan?" "Ha ha!" Fanlai laughed, surprising both of them. Jia Zunqiu angrily asked, "What are you laughing at?" Fanlai replied, "I'm laughing because you're too eager for revenge without knowing how Jia Wooten died." Jia Zunqiu demanded, "So tell me, why did you kill Doc Hatter?" Fanlai frowned and raised his hand to explain. "Could it be that you don't know he was forced to go to the Celestial Mystery Gate?" Jia Zunqiu asked. "What? He transformed from far away, but is right in front of me." "What?" He looked at the demon woman and sternly asked, Is what he said true? Jinwoo Yu snorted coldly. Her expression turned grim. Is it really so? Jia Wooden once devoted himself to King Yummer. That was his honor. Unfortunately, the king misjudged him. He's just a waste. My action is inevitable. Hearing this, Jia Zunshu was enraged and trembled with anger. He charged at Jinwoo Yu, shouting, "You damn demon clan! I will never share the same sky as you." Jinwoo Yu didn't back down. She immediately gathered her spiritual energy to retaliate. Fan Lai stood below and sighed, "Good. Let them settle it themselves." This scene is exactly as I expected. Old Goat had fainted and was thrown here by Jinwoo Yu. He probably got caught along the way and suffered some injuries. If he leaves this place, Jinwoo Yu will definitely follow to settle her grudge. Then, with Jia Shanshan's spirit essence, he would absolutely not let his enemy go. Thus, Old Goat would be safer, just as Fan Lai predicted. Just as he turned to leave, Jinwoo Yu quickly pursued him, giving him no chance to escape. Seeing the opponent flee, Jia Shanshan immediately chased after them too. The three of them circled each other for over 2 hours, covering hundreds of miles. Fan Lai pondered, perhaps he should find a suitable place to deal with both of them. This place is full of strange rocks, shrouded in thick fog, making him land immediately. He chose a hidden corner to recover his injuries because Jia Shusu's attack was quite powerful before. But he hadn't settled down when he heard the loud cry of Jinwoo Yu, "Come out here now, don't dilly-dally." Her voice was very close. It was strange that despite being so close, she couldn't sense his presence. Jianlai raised his head in thought. Could it be that this fog has a special property to shield spiritual perception? This place doesn't seem safe. We need to leave immediately. Just then, a huge snake-like monster appeared from behind, opening its mouth and lunging at them. Jianlai turned around upon hearing the noise, instantly seeing the beast charging towards him. He dodged to one side to avoid the bite, cursing under his breath. Damn it, there are monsters too. What kind of place is this? He sped up to run away, but the monster still pursued relentlessly. Could this creature be following my aura? Jianlai was running when Jinwoo Yu suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. Jianlai, stop! Where do you think you're going? Our grudge isn't over yet. Let me finish speaking first. Quickly get out of the way. Hurry up! The huge snake-like monster was chasing them closely. Two mouths full of sharp teeth were charging straight at Jianlai and Jinwoo Yu. Jinwoo Yu's face turned pale at the sight, her body stiffening with fear, unable to react. Jianlai only had the choice to hug her tightly before leaping up onto a high rock wall. The monster temporarily retreated into the bone mist. Jianlai placed Jinwoo Yu down. She stuttered in gratitude. He simply replied, "No need for formalities. I just found it strange. With your cultivation level, how could you not avoid that?" Jinwoo Yu was still trembling and explained, "I really had no way to react when I first saw something like that." Jianlai was surprised. Couldn't there be any snakes on the outer demon island of your people? Jinwoo Yu frowned and honestly replied, "Our ancestors recorded it, but this size is the first time I've encountered one." Unconsciously scared, Jianlai wondered, is it possible that none of you have any snakes on the outer demon island? Jinwoo Yu nodded sincerely. Our ancestors did record it, but this size has never been seen before. But this doesn't concern our grudge. Jianlai, you made me fail my mission. Pay the debt. Hold on, stop. Jianlai quickly waved his hand. Lady, now's not the time to make things difficult. We need to get out of here first before discussing it. As soon as he said this, the snake-like monster once again chased after them. Damn it, it really won't give up. Jianlai sighed in frustration. What should we do now? Jinwoo Yu asked urgently. Jianlai observed and said, this place is too full of bones. It weakens our spiritual senses. But the snake-like monster has been living here for a long time and isn't affected by it. It must rely on its sense of smell to chase us. If we want to kill it, there's only one way now. The snake continued attacking relentlessly, forcing them to struggle to dodge in the bone mist. Jianlai shouted, listen up. Even though its cultivation is high, its spiritual sense is also covered by the bones like ours. We will use secret transmission techniques to confuse it and create an opportunity to defeat it. Jinwoo Yu gritted her teeth in agreement. On another side, Jia Shusu finally followed their trail to this place. He landed and observed the surroundings. Is this a mist spirit domain? Damn it, why did they run into this place? Back then, I went here with my teacher once. They said that the fog in this place distorts spiritual energy, making cultivators lose their senses like a natural maze. Once inside, danger abounds. He hesitated whether to enter or give up. But then he gritted his teeth and thought, if heaven has cornered Jian Lai and the demoness here, I have no reason to back down. This grudge must be avenged. He immediately chose a direction and continued tracking their whereabouts. Loud, the sound of the monster's roar echoed, sounding weaker, indicating it had been injured by someone. Jia Shusu frowned. They were probably nearby. He needed to go there and check. For Jian Lai and Jinwoo Yu, following Jian Lai's plan proved effective. The snake was severely wounded, groaning in pain. Jinwoo Yu said, it can't hold on much longer. This coordination is indeed different. Jian Lai observed, but something seemed off. He changed his expression. Danger. It used earth-moving techniques to try and escape. Jiayu urged immediately. Change quickly. Can't let it get away. Avoid future troubles. Disgusting. Still moving fast despite being injured. The giant snake used earth burial to dash but stopped, suddenly hitting a mountain wall. Tanlai calmly said, don't worry, it's out of options now. Even after long cultivation, its nature is still that of a reptile. In panic, it forgets familiar terrain. As he spoke, Tanlai wielded the heaven sword and slashed down. The giant snake was split in two, dying instantly. Phew, finally resolved. When they landed near the giant snake's corpse, Tanlai suddenly remembered something, asking, right, didn't Jia Zunshu follow her? Didn't you meet him when you arrived here? Jiayu replied, I was only focused on chasing so didn't notice. Hearing this, Tanlai said, be careful, he might have come. This person is stubborn, not easy to let go of his head. A cold laugh echoed. I agree with that point. Jia Zunshu has chased here and heard Tanlai's words clearly. He immediately launched an ambush attack towards Tanlai's neck. Jiayu reacted quickly, shouting, watch out behind you. Tanlai heard. But it was too late to dodge. Jia Zunshu's heavy kick made him spit out a large mouthful of blood. Perhaps exhausted from the battle with the monster and hit by Jia Zunshu again, Tanlai immediately lost consciousness. His body was sent flying into a deep ravine. Jiayu panicked and rushed over. She managed to grab his hand just before he fell completely into the abyss, sighing in relief. Good, saved now. Just need to pull him up, that's fine. But suddenly, Jiayu's entire body stiffened as if by an invisible force. Unable to move or use spirit energy, her hand slipped from Tanlai's. Both of them lost their footing and fell straight down. Standing on the cliff, Jia Zunshu saw both of them disappear into the ravine. Han bit his lip, eyes narrowing as he remembered his master's warning years ago. Zunshu, do you know where we are? This place is 20 miles east. There's a huge ravine at the bottom of the valley. The riverbed has a black miasma that rises daily and turns into a type of wind, blowing back from the ravine. If exposed to this for a short time, it paralyzes the body, preventing spirit energy use. Prolonged exposure eats away at meridians, leaving the cultivator powerless, eventually turning them into a monster. Jia Zunshu was shocked, not expecting such a terrifying wind. Not only that, but all the white bones piled up in the ravine were caused by it. Now I understand why the blind bone here cuts off spiritual perception. Jia Zunshu nodded. Her master continued to warn. In the future, when you travel across the land, never approach that ravine. Just falling in there is bad enough. Being starved and dehydrated to death is more common. Recalling this, Jia Zunshu regained her composure, sighing softly. Everything's over now. Tanlai fell into the ravine for sure won't survive, and that which died trying to save him. He thought of his spoils. Not only did he get the monster's medicinal pills, but could also bring back intelligence about the demon tribe to Quishan sect, opening up a path to advancement. Jia Zunshu laughed triumphantly before falling from Mount Yunlin. In LCC in Het City, in the Princess Palace, she was startled by the report. What did you say? Tan Xiao's whereabouts are unclear. The concubine reported it made Princess Anla stunned. Yes, when we arrived, only old man Gao lay injured there. The new kindness official was missing, subordinates reported. Princess Anla touched her chin in thought, frowning. Trouble, old man Gao unconscious, Tenshi Ahi missing. Could this really be a heavenly disaster? Suddenly, another soldier rushed in with urgent news. Princess, envoys from Jingzheng Palace and Frosty Sky Immortal Palace have arrived. Angela sighed. Two major powers had come to the rescue, but it was too late now. Nevertheless, she ordered them in. Subordinates immediately prepared. The princess reports that they are here, the guards reported. Princess Angela nodded, indicating her understanding. Huangqing Zhao on behalf of Lin Dunyang Bo to Jingzheng Palace. Frosty Sky Immortal Palace pays respects to the princess. Angela smiled at them. Oh, so you're envoys. Huangqing Zhao spoke directly. Princess, we've come to report on the demon invasion. Angela sighed. The 5 oxen were one family supporting each other. I am deeply grateful. Too bad you arrived too late. What is the princess's intention? Haiyan Zhao frowned and asked. LCC told her. A few days ago, old Wu and a young hero named Tan Lai discovered signs of the demon tribe. To find out the truth, both ventured into the Ingothian cleft to investigate. The outcome was that old Wu was injured, while the new young hero went missing. She said with sadness. Lin Dunayan, who heard a familiar name, spoke up and asked the princess, what does Tan Lai look like? LCC replied, he's still young, tall and slender, bright eyes, often wears green clothes, has his hair tied on both sides, uses a black weapon. Lin Dunayan was surprised. Yes, it is Hein. Haiyan Zhao was amazed. Did Senior Lin recognize him? Lin Dunayan nodded. Yes, even Prince Hein has met him before. She also remembers the head of the 100 Divine Pill Society, who is Tan Lai. Haiyan Zhao was surprised and rubbed her chin. That's right. In fact, wearing a green cloak is just a code name. This name is very well hidden. Princess and LCC became suspicious hearing their exchange. Both of the 2 major sex prodigies know him. It seems that young Master Tan's identity isn't ordinary at all. Lin Dunayan continued to ask, has your highness sent people to search for him? LCC sighed. Of course, I thoroughly searched the entire outer Long Mountain but found no trace of young Master Tan Lai, not even any signs of the demon tribe. Therefore, this palace has ordered a full-scale search across Yunzhou, looking for young Master Tan Lai and tracking down the demon tribe. The northern and southern regions will be investigated by the Great Kingdom's forces, while the eastern region is LCC City's responsibility. The central area is assigned to the Kishin sect as they are the key power. The most troublesome part is in the west. LCC said. Lin Dunayan immediately asked, what's unusual about the west? The western region belongs to the territory. Their actions are unpredictable. If we enter recklessly, it might lead to conflict. Therefore, we can only rely on the now. I've sent a letter to the Moon Demon Lord already. Hopefully, they will help us investigate if things go well. Princess and LCC patiently explained. Haiyan Zhao stroked her chin in thought. The princess's idea was that going west might be difficult, and finding someone like Yunzhou would be like looking for a needle in the ocean. LCC Trenan, Haiyan Lord, don't worry too much. Just wait until old Go wakes up. We'll know what happened yesterday. The search area will definitely narrow down then, and our chances of finding clues will increase. Long Dunayan's heart was still uneasy as concern showed on his face. She clenched her hand tightly and whispered, Tian Lai. Turning to the cloud-capped mountain, under the deep water crevice, Dong Bao gently nudged Tian Lai awake with a soft knock on his ear. Tian Lai opened his eyes with great effort and sighed. Dong Bao woke me up. Where are we? He struggled to stand up as Dong Bao kept making chirping sounds, trying to recount everything that happened. Tian Lai winced in pain from the wound, causing a frown on his face. Oh, no matter how much you rush, it's useless. I heard old Leon say we're under the water crevice. Your internal organs suffered strong shock, and several bones are broken. You're lucky to be alive. Qianlai was surprised. Jiyu, why are you here? Under his feet, the stormy waves clung tightly, angrily calling out twice, while Jiyu only snorted coldly. Qianlai gradually understood and sighed. It's because you saved me, so I'm grateful. Jiyu waved her hand. Don't misunderstand. We're enemies to begin with. I just don't like owing anyone. Now that we've both saved each other, it's settled. Qianlai staggered but managed to stand up. All right, whatever you say is fine. Seeing him so weak, Jiyu stopped arguing. Rest, don't move. The spring's force plus the fall was enough to strip off his clothes. Qianlai wondered, if you say we're allies, why not leave? That makes sense. Jiyu answered directly. You think I don't want to? The problem is there's no way out. Why is that so? This cave is thousands of feet above the ground. That distance means nothing to a cultivator. But let's try. Can you still use your spiritual energy? Qianli's attempt faded immediately. He was stunned. What happened? Jiyu continued, now you understand, right? Once inside this water crevice, cultivation techniques can't be used and meditation is useless. But fortunately, the spiritual energy in his body still circulates, so it's not completely hopeless. Qianlai nodded. Cultivators can endure months without food, so for now, there's no need to worry too much. Jiyu added, but in the long term, that won't work. Human spiritual energy is limited. When exhausted, one dies, and here, we can't absorb additional spiritual essence. So recovery or advancement in cultivation is just a distant dream. Follow me, I'll lead you to check around, she said, and Qianlai agreed immediately. Jiyu led him to a pond. Qianlai asked curiously, what's this? She explained it was here that saved someone's life. When he fell, if not for the pond breaking his fall, he might have died right there. Qianlai looked around and concluded, it seems we're stuck here with no way out. That's true, but don't forget who got us into this mess. Thinking of Jia Chun's ambush, Jiyu gritted her teeth. If we escape, I'll crush him. Qianlai waved his hand. It's useless to talk now. We're not sure if we can survive. Jiyu was uncomfortable. Why are the Central Plains people so weak? The Demon Island is even harsher. We're still doing well. Titin Lit walked away. He waved his hand and replied, all right. The Demon Clan women are ruthless and violent. They're different from us. His words made Jin Moi angry. Titin Lit? What do you mean by that? What you ask? The Demon Clan women invaded. They killed without stopping. We cannot accept this kind of behavior. Jin Woi was about to argue when he cut her off. Quiet, demon woman. People from the Central Plains value righteousness. I'm giving you face not to attack, but don't push me too far. He glared at her and said, now that I have no time for idle talk, if you dare provoke me again, your life will pay the price. Jin Woi was also angry. You've insulted our clan multiple times. It's really unbearable. Do you want to fight? Titin Lit shrugged and added, by the way, during our last encounter in Lost City, your speed is fast, but your killing technique is worse than mine. In this confined space, it works against you. With what little strength I have left, just trying to escape might be better. Although she wanted to attack him, she reluctantly accepted defeat and remained silent. Titin Lit turned away and walked off, thinking as he went, this demon woman is really stubborn. Forget her for now, I need to see what's in this place. He touched the rock wall with his hand. All the rocks here are similar, so it seems the reason for the cannot be found here. Jia Chunkyu must have had ulterior motives when she pushed us down. That shows he knows this place very well. I never thought I would fall into such a trap myself. Suddenly, Titin Lit saw Dong Bao sitting in meditation. This puzzled him. I can't even absorb the essence energy. How can it be meditating? If that's the case, I should try it out too. With this thought, he sat down and crossed his legs to stabilize his breathing. Titin Lit closed his eyes and tried to practice meditation in a state of sensory deprivation. In that moment, he suddenly remembered what he had said to Lin Dunyang. We seek the way for survival, but when did it become a battle of righteousness? Demon possessors absorb other souls to strengthen themselves. That's evil. But isn't Orthodox Taoism also kill people and steal their possessions? How many things against natural order have they done? Thinking this, Titin Lit frowned deeply. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he panted heavily. What happened? Could I be tainting my soul with fire? Moreover, it's creating illusions. Does that mean there's a problem with my path of righteousness? The heavenly Tao I've understood for so long might be wrong. Titin Lit jumped up and realized this place was set up with complex ray formations, making him unable to practice. The feeling of tainting my soul with fire is pleasant. Jinwei mocked him, causing him to only huff in response. I've always wondered why you have such a hostile attitude towards me. We're both trapped here. It's hard to avoid death, but even if we die, I want to clear my conscience. Han said that his daughter was hesitant, but still responded. Ridiculous. Don't you know why? From stealing the Heavenly Tao sect's secret scrolls to investigating LCC in Het City, even stopping the grain theft from Yuan, everything has been ruined by you. On Demon Island, failure is a lifelong stain. Once it's on your body, it can never be washed away. Moreover, with 3 offenses, I have no chance of survival. Even if I return to meet Lord Vedra, the result will only be death. Then why did you tell me not to give up hope just now? Titin Lit asked in confusion. Our clan's grievances are clear. Jia Chunkyu harmed us and made us fall into a pit. Of course, I must live to seek revenge. As for my own grudge with you, if it's not resolved, the demon will rise. How can I continue on the path of cultivation? Even if I die under Lord Vedra in the future, at least I get a chance to step into Central Plains and see this vast world. As for you, bound by mundane attachments, even after 300 years, it will be hard to transcend. Hearing her words, Titin Lit seemed to wake up. He laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. That's how it is, really. Titin Lit laughed sarcastically at himself, making Jinwei raise an eyebrow. What are you laughing about? He replied, the Heavenly Tao doesn't distinguish between right and wrong. All things return to their source. Breaking free from confinement and opening up new worlds is true cultivation. Sadly, I thought I had escaped the battle of righteousness, but in just a few days with you, I've started to differentiate between races. I'm laughing at my own heart. He placed his hand on his chest and said solemnly, I taint my soul with fire because my heart is still entangled. Not seeing through the great way leads to these illusions. After saying this, they clapped their hands in a ceremonial way. He sincerely said that he was grateful for her guidance and apologized for any harsh words before, hoping she would forgive him. You replied, even if you no longer recognize me, what will you do when you meet the great clan in the future? Newly Bang calmly said, I follow my heart. If they kill indiscriminately, I won't tolerate it. But since I've known you, I haven't seen you kill anyone. Even old Uncle Inge only hit without intent. You can't lump her in with them. Not to mention that when I entered the fire and joined the demon realm, she didn't take this chance to attack me. It shows her heart isn't bad. Hearing this, Jinnu turned shyly away, crossed her arms and pretended to be indifferent. Alright, that's good enough. Also, don't call me Miss anymore. Just call me by my name from now on. She continued speaking. Right. When you meditated here, I noticed there was a cave. He was surprised. Really, they approached the entrance of the cave. It was quite small. Newly had to bend down to see the stairs leading inside. Clearly man-made. Let's go check it out. Both walked down together. Newly looked around. I didn't expect this place to be a large limestone cave. Jean Newt added, it seems naturally formed, but why is the entrance blocked? The answer appeared right before their eyes, a skeleton lying next to a dead end of rocks. The clothing on the skeleton indicated it was a cultivator. Jinut looked around and exclaimed, there's another word for Tanley here. Tanley read aloud, I am the head priestess of Kwaithian sect. I fell into this cave while investigating the secret of Mount Wunshin. I practiced for 67 years, entered the End realm and transformed, but couldn't master the Fenshu channeling technique, so I was trapped here. Eventually, my inner strength ran out, ending my life in despair. Knowing that the Great Drought is near, I left a message for future generations, hoping someone would continue this path. Hearing this, Jinut exclaimed, a Kwaithian sect member, Newly beside her said, "It seems Jia Shan Thu knew about this and pushed us down the cliff." Newly tightened his grip. Time was running out. Jinu asked, "What's going on?" He pointed to some words. "You see, it mentions Tanjijian here." She was surprised. "So what?" He analyzed. "Entering the mountain valley means losing our senses. Falling off the cliff means losing cultivation. If our reasoning is correct, next should be Tanjijian." Ji Nu was startled. She covered her mouth and said nothing. Newly comforted, "Don't panic. There's still a chance for us." She asked again, "You mean the Fen Shu channeling technique?" Newly took out a silk bag from his pocket. He said, "Yes. This is the Kinkayan pouch of the head priestess. Let's open it and check." Alright, at the same time, other events were unfolding. In LCC Het City, in Princess Pavilion, Huan Thanjiao stood among people, advising old uncle to remain calm. But old man Wu was anxious and shouted, "How can one remain calm? It's been 3 months with no news." Huan King Zhao sighed, saying they had almost turned over half of Yunzhou, but still couldn't find any trace of Tan Huan. Could Han be involved? Du Nine immediately cut in, telling them not to speculate and that she believed Tan Lai would definitely be safe. A subordinate reported, Huan King Zhao looked over and asked the princess why the demon sovereign had come. They had never stood together before. Yu Ang replied, "Demons might do such things, but don't forget that righteous scholars also kill for profit." The princess bowed as she introduced the newcomer to Tang Yu King. Dila waved her hand and said, "No need for formalities." Dila explained she was sent by the master to assist with something the princess had inquired about last month regarding the demon race. Now, she could confirm that the demon race's intrusion had nothing to do with Tang Yu sect. They didn't want any connection either. She turned and left, but the princess called her back, asking her to stop. Dila turned around and asked if there was anything else the princess wanted to say. Yu Ang smiled and said she would not keep Dila long as she had other matters for Tang Yu sect's help. Dila replied, "Go ahead." The master instructed that they should only assist if it wasn't related to demons. Out of respect, they would do their best. Yu Ang told Du Nian about the worry caused by the demon race appearing. Mai Tai had been saved by a young man who disappeared after helping them. They've searched for him but found nothing. "So you want to find this person, right?" "Yes, his name is Tan Lai, also known as Tan Tan too." Dila asked again about which Tan Lai. The princess described a young Han with a thin build, mid-stage cultivation, wearing green and wielding a black greatsword. Dila raised an eyebrow, asking if the red sword was the heaven-refining greatsword. The princess asked Dila if she recognized Tan Li's weapon. Dila exclaimed happily, "It is Brother Li, he has arrived in Yunzhou." She turned to reassure old man Wu and Du Nian that Tang Yu sect would find him. One will succeed. Then she flew off immediately. Old man Wu said this confirms Tang Yu sect had nothing to do with demons. If they did, they wouldn't have accepted the search request. But what surprised him was that Dila seemed familiar with Tan Xiao Hu Hion. Lin Du Nian snorted, showing some jealousy and saying it wasn't just familiarity, but a close relationship too. Old man Wu asked why she said so. Lin Du Nian explained that Tan Lai possessed yin-yang spirit bodies and practiced them simultaneously. A year ago, the royal advisor wanted to capture him, but a demonist disrupted their plans. Huan King Zhao marveled at how impressive Tan's foundation was. Both righteous and demonic sects had people helping. Old man Wu said regardless, they still needed to clarify to Law King's whereabouts. Tan Xiao Hu Hion might be involved. Only then would they have a lead on the demons. Everyone in cultivation had a responsibility against evil, so they needed to discuss their next plan. Meanwhile, Tan Lai and Jin Wei were at the bottom of a ravine near a stream. Tan Lai held his heaven-refining greatsword. Panting heavily, Jin Wei observed that he had mastered the second level of the cultivation technique and was in the realm of contemplation. But the third level required releasing spiritual energy outside. It couldn't be practiced here. Fortunately, the second level was sufficient now. Let's test cutting through this pond to see what lies beneath. Tan Lai tightened his grip on the sword and prepared to strike. One swift slash cut into the center of the water, splitting the contemplation stream, creating a whirlpool that split the pond in two. Tanlai looked deep into the bottom of the pond and exclaimed there was an unknown passage at the end. Jinwei followed his gaze, realizing they needed to enter immediately. Both dove in. As soon as they entered, the water sealed shut behind them. Jinwei looked up and noticed the terrain resembled a long trough. It was feasible to swim through. Tanlai shook his head, warning against foolishness. The water here is extremely cold. It would freeze you without the cultivation technique. Without the contemplation stream splitting technique, they wouldn't last more than 10 breaths. Suddenly, he felt something moving on his chest. Ah, it's an ice ball. The ice ball emerged from his robe and chirped excitedly before rushing towards the world. Following the monkey's lead, they ran in its direction. It stopped at a medicinal plant where a glowing gemstone hung above. Tanlai was surprised to recognize it as the spirit fire pearl. Jinwei frowned in confusion. How could such treasure appear here? Tanlai explained that it was natural power from yin-yang harmony. He had encountered it before, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. The distant spirit pearl suddenly flew up into the air. It headed straight for Ice Ball. This little monkey can control the spirit fire pearl. Tanlai silently speculated that Ice Ball must have been secretly cultivating and might have made special progress. Suddenly, the water in front of them glowed brightly, swirling violently as the current reversed and gathered around Lin Shou where Dong Bao was hovering. Jino Yu gasped. The surface of the pond split open. This far exceeds the capabilities of the water-dividing ritual. Shinli knows this water might be hiding an escape route. Jino Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, if it's from a spring source, there must be a path. Yet we forgot this basic principle. Tanlai looked at Dong Bao and said he was still not fully proficient with controlling the spirit fire sphere. Don't rush. Before he could finish speaking, Dong Bao slipped and the sphere fell. Both of them were pulled straight down into the pond. Tanlai rubbed his temples in frustration. It seems we'll have to wait a few more days before finding an escape route. Ji Nuoyu nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, outside the city walls, Nu Yen and asked Lin Dunayan about the investigation results of the Black King, and she replied that his whereabouts were still unknown. But the young man beside her bowed to introduce himself as a soothsayer from the Celestial Oracle sect, greeting them. The princess frowned. The Celestial Oracle sect had been closely allied with the Deathless sect. I thought he would continue. Yes, we nearly lost our sect, but it was only due to a high-ranking figure's intervention that we managed to survive. Her words made him pause. High-ranking figure. He looked over and asked directly at the old man and princess, "Are you two looking for a young man in green?" The old man was taken aback. He had been about to guess which high-ranking figure it was. With a chuckle, he replied, "Indeed, Senior Tanlai. Although we only met once, the impression is deep and I can't possibly mistake him. This time, I came to report that when the Celestial Oracle sect faced danger, the culprit was the Demon Clan." Lin Dunayan looked puzzled. So what does this have to do with Tanlai? The soothsayer explained. Hayatala of the Deathless sect is actually a demon hunter for the Demon Clan. Tanlai warned us that we should be cautious about getting involved in this matter. But the main point isn't that. I want to ask if anyone knows about the Heavenly Order? Lin Dunayan nodded. It's one of the two major sects in Yunzhou. How can you not know? The soothsayer asked again. Then how much do you know about Thandu's disciples? The old man replied. It seems there is only one. He is Zhengthu. Correct. He is a famous disciple in the sect. However, the surprising fact is that Heizuntu is also the younger brother of Hayataler. Yu Ang was shocked and exclaimed, "What?" The soothsayer continued, "To protect me, Senior killed Hayatala, so Zuntu definitely won't let it go." The old man and princess looked at each other. The old man reassured, "Hold on, I'm checking again." He opened his notebook of entries into the city and stopped at a name in the list. Indeed, there was Zuntu's name. It seems we've been followed since early. Even the Heavenly Order has gotten involved. The old man asked the princess what to do. She replied to immediately send accurate information to the moon-concealing Holy Lady. The princess pinched her nose. If the heavenly order is really connected to the demons, this matter no longer falls under the jurisdiction of the kingdom. Lindu Nian and Huan King Zhao remain silent in thought. In Yunzhou, to confront the heavenly order, only the concealing moon sect and other pure sects are available. We can only wait and see how the concealing moon sect will react. At Long Mountain's outskirts, a subordinate reported that they had searched for 3 days, but still couldn't find Tan Lai. Diliquat Wang Ding remained silent, saying she trusted Li's elder brother. He would not die at the hands of demons even if in danger. A gust of wind carried someone's shadow past. She looked up. Tan Lingfu was a message from the Lost One. The Lingfu landed in her hand. It transformed into a letter. Wang Ding saw her serious expression and worriedly asked, "Master, is there something wrong?" Dila told Wang Ding to return and inform his teacher that she had something personal to handle and would come back later. Wang Ding immediately bowed and flew away. Diller gritted her teeth at Zhengfu. The disciple of Elder Thandu is indeed as bold as the sky. At the same time, outside Van Mountain's tomb, Tan Lai stepped out and saw natural sunlight. He hadn't breathed fresh air for a long while. Lin Lian sighed in relief. They finally escaped, thanks to the Eastern protection. Indeed, he didn't expect the bones to be made by that Hawk Lake. Jiyu stepped forward and said that it was thanks to the Spirit Flame Pearl and Spirit Treasure Cauldron's help. She then asked what Tan Lai intended next. Tan Lai nodded, saying, "Indeed, if that's your choice, I won't interfere." He repeated her words with a frown, reminding them of their unfinished grievances. Tan Lai groaned to the sky. Now how could he settle things? "Please let me go. My whole body hurts. All I want is to sleep for a while." Jiyu's lips curled slightly, as if hiding some amusement. She widened her eyes at the young man and said softly, "All right. Our battle will be put on hold until I return from serving Lord Punishment, then we'll continue." Will that satisfy you?" Tan Lai was slightly startled inside. He remembered what she had said before. This might be his last chance. Even if he escaped, returning to serve the Lord of Punishment would only mean waiting for death. These thoughts made Tan Lai clench his fists tightly. "All right, if that's your choice, I won't interfere." "But..." She tilted her head. "But why?" Tan Lai laughed out loud. "No, nothing. Tanmu will wait for you to decide on the final battle. Remember not to die before then." Ji smiled. "Of course, I still have unfinished business with Heishu's sect. Farewell, we'll meet again." As she walked away, Tan Lai chuckled silently. Ha, indeed a straightforward personality. Maybe it's time for me to return too. I've been in seclusion for over 3 months, wondering how things are in LCC Head City now. Tan Lai entered the city. He observed everywhere and felt an unusual tension, as if something big was about to happen. He stopped a passerby and asked, "Brother Dadai, what's been happening in LCC Head recently?" The person replied immediately, "Heavens!" They didn't know that the Great Possession King's alliance, led by Wang Chaolin too, was pressuring the Qiyuan sect. Moreover, Heya Xunshu, a disciple of Qingyu Senior Immortal, is actually the younger sister of Heya Wanta, the notorious ruthless master of the Earth Slaughter sect. The person laughed loudly. Heavens, the Qiyuan sect still boasts about humanity while being involved with the Earth Slaughter sect. What a joke. Yinlai frowned and wondered who had revealed Heya Xunshu's true identity. Jiyu was locked up with me for that time. No one else knew this. The person continued, "Yesterday, Princess N of the Great Possession arrived at Qiyuan sect. Tong New Holy Maiden also came to Jiaoshan Mountain to question them. Hearing that Heya Xunshu had harmed someone before, both sides are now tense." Tan Lai asked curiously, "Is there a grudge between the Qiyuan sect and Tong Nu sect? Who is this holy maiden?" The person frowned deeply. "Heavens, you don't know who the Tong Nu holy maiden is. She's the top genius of the Vinculum continent, said to have entered the mystic realm." Tan Lai whispered, "So it's her." He asked for directions to Qiyuan sect. The person replied that it was 700 miles north from Jiaoshan Mountain. "Do you want to go see the commotion?" He advised, "Don't go if your cultivation isn't enough," but Tan Lai had already disappeared. Before he could stop him, the person just stood there dumbfounded. At Chiyuan sect in the central vinculum pavilion, for mysterious figures were fighting, Lindunian, W. Abgnuan, and Princess and were watching as Dal defeated all of Chiyuan's disciples. She withdrew her hand and said, "You're no match for my aunt. Today, if you hand over Heishunshu, I'll stop. Otherwise, I'll level this place and cleanse the Chiyuan sect with blood." A high-ranking Chiyuan sect member shouted, "Witch, don't think you can do whatever you want. Let me fight you." Dal glanced at him and said lightly, "Don't underestimate yourself." She waved her hand to send him flying, spitting blood. He hadn't even managed to use any techniques before he was thrown into the wall, creating a large hole. Princess Annie's eyes widened as another technique defeated him. W. Abgnuan shook his head in disappointment. Even 3 major elders couldn't withstand her. If this continues, all high-ranking Chiyuan sect members will fall, except for Qingyu Senior Immortal, who hasn't appeared yet. Haiyan and Zhao sighed. Even though they were invited to assist, the situation seemed not to require their intervention. Tong New Holy Maiden truly lives up to her reputation. Princess N sighed sadly. She never expected Tanley's favor to be so close with this girl. We really don't understand him at all. Everyone continued watching as Lin Dunian pursed her lips, her eyes flashing with annoyance. The high-ranking Chiyuan sect member who was thrown back stood up quickly and roared, "How can a witch disrupt the holy grounds?" Instantly, all Chiyuan sect disciples gathered together, shouting in unison, "Even if we die, we must eliminate the demon." A loud shout echoed. All the illusions began their attack. Old Wu was furious, thinking to himself that they were shameless, unable to fight alone, but resorting to group attacks. Dilla had activated her spirit energy. Even the remnants of defeated troops shouted loudly. A massive explosion rang out as she collided with them. Dilla glanced over and noticed a stream of spirit energy descending to shield her disciples, accompanied by a calm voice. Heavenly Order sect is not a place for chaos. Everyone's eyes turned forward. It was King Daiyu, the senior teacher who appeared facing Dilla. He softly said, "You've all worked hard. She isn't your match. Retreat now." Dilla sneered, "Finally, you show up to cover for your disciples' mistakes. Are you still a sect master?" King Daiyu glanced at her coldly and said to the young girl, "Little brat, no one wants to hurt others. Go away. Pretend this never happened." Princess Yuan gently inhaled, surprised, thinking that even the Heavenly Order sect leader was hesitant about dealing with Dilla. "King Daiyu, stop acting like a drama queen. I'll tell you honestly, today I will definitely catch Jia Zuntu." Old King Daiyu sniffed and looked uncomfortable at being provoked. "It seems today I must teach this person the proper way to behave for Heavenly Order sect." As he spoke, he drew out a long sword. "Oh, wait, how can a leader of the Heavenly Order sect act so unfairly?" A voice rang out as Fu Fengqi rushed forward to block old King Daiyu's attack. Lin Dunayan smiled and observed. Recognizing Fu Fengqi, her doubts grew deeper. Old King Daiyu looked at the young man who had just appeared and asked, "Who are you?" The youth stepped forward in front of him, standing tall and steady. Dilla and Lin Dunayan immediately recognized him with wide eyes. "Brotherly, turn around." Your eyes showed a tinge of guilt as you apologized for causing everyone trouble. Lin Dunayan looked at him for a long time, her heart in turmoil before softly asking, "Li, where have you been lately? We've really worried about you." Dilla's voice suddenly drowned out the others as she exclaimed, "Brotherly," and hugged him tightly, pressing her face into his warm chest. This made Li wrap his arms round her in return. In the young man's embrace, Dilla closed her eyes with a gentle smile. "I thought you were already down by Jia Zuntu." As they separated, Li looked at Dilla and smiled. "Ha, I'm still here. Girl, it's been a while." The 4 people watching this scene couldn't help but smirk. Who would have thought the relationship between Tanli and Ta Yu King was so close? Over there, Lin Dunayan suddenly acted. Her face darkened as she turned and left. Seeing this, Huan King Zhao asked, "Oh, Miss Lin, you're leaving for Donzhou so soon?" Before Huan King Zhao could finish her sentence, Lin Dunayan had already flown away. Sighing, she hurried after and only managed to say to those below before leaving, Princess, old Wu, if Tanli is fine, please allow me to return to the reviving Fate Mountain. We're going in a hurry today. I hope you'll forgive us. Tomorrow, we'll bring good wine as an apology. Old Wu rubbed his chin and sighed helplessly. These two kids. Li looked at Dilla and asked the girl, "Why did you come to Heavenly Order Sect?" Dilla angrily replied, "You're asking me. Why didn't you find me in Vanjo?" She hesitated slightly. 3. I've been traveling around recently. Not yet. Dilla crossed her arms. Cut it out. Lying. Wasn't Master threatening you? Li quickly denied this. No. I misunderstood. Dilla harumphed, still pretending. Wang Yang told me everything. Wasn't Master forbidding your meeting with me? Li looked slightly uncomfortable and said, "This place isn't suitable for talking. Let's leave." Just as they were about to leave, the righteous group remained silent, but old King Daiyu cast a spell and shouted, "Heavenly Order Sect is not a place you can come and go as you please." He shot out a powerful force in front of them, preventing their departure. Li and Dilla hurried to avoid it. Li struggled under the pressure of Yu Huanjing. Clearly, Daiyu has made her move. The old man continued, "Under the moon and sun, his dignity didn't want to harm you." But seeing his defensive stance, old man Dilla paled, silently worrying it was serious. This is a sign of the activation of the linguistic sword decision. He hurriedly advised the princess to retreat quickly. The sword energy gathered with his spiritual power, pressing hard as the sky carriage moved. He acted rashly, just because of one impudent merchant. Today, I must teach him a lesson so that Moon Sun will come and receive it. Go, White Orchid Sword Technique. The sword energy surged straight towards the formation. A thunderous explosion echoed across the courtyard. The ground before them suddenly sank into a large pit. Dylan nervously looked at the young man on his knees. She stood up in pain, worriedly asking, "Lit brother, are you all right?" Titin Lit replied, "I'm fine, not seriously injured." Dylan turned around, glaring at the old man. Even if he didn't dare to harm me, Xiao Shanta had plotted against him. To date, we must reclaim justice or I will never leave this place. Daiyu sneered with a cold smile. It's interesting. Let's see if you have the ability. Saying that, he infused more spiritual energy. Titin Lit snorted and leaped up, leaving Dilla in shock as she called out after him. He immediately shielded Dilla above, maintaining a layer of spiritual protection. He shouted loudly to Daiyu, "If you dare harm even one strand of his hair, Titin Lit will exterminate the entire Kwaitian sect in the future." Daiyu angrily roared, "Brat, arrogant, die now." He increased his attack force, breaking through the shield and pushing Titin Lit down to the ground. Dilla screamed, "Lit brother." She angrily glared at the old man in front of her, shouting, "Daiyu, you dare hurt him. From now on, we won't be under the same sky." Saying that, she threw a force towards him. Daiyu casually waved her sleeve, completely dispelling it. "Merchant, my dignity as Moon Sun forbids me to act harshly. If you insist on doing things your way, don't blame me for turning cold." A cold but mysterious voice echoed. "Oh, Master Daiyu's power is truly impressive." Before her stood Langyu Ma Tan. The cold lady looked at Daiyu and blamed him for being cruel to his juniors, fearing public ridicule. Dilla happily exclaimed, "Senior Tan has arrived." Seeing the newcomer, Daiyu said, "Moon Sun, you came just in time. Kwai Tian sect and Tang Yu sect never encroached on each other. Yet this merchant came to stir up trouble. What do you think we should do?" Dilla's eyes flashed with anger as she shouted, "You're lying, it was Jie Chunkyu who made the first move. I only went up the mountain later. He's trying to change history now." Daiyu snorted, "Is Tang Yu sect training its disciples this way?" Moon Sun's eyes showed a hint of anger. "How dare you comment on how I teach my disciple? I won't say more, let this matter end here, otherwise, the consequences will be yours to bear." Daiyu coldly said, "Someone who starts a war over such trivial matters isn't afraid of Kwaitian sect." Far away, the princess and old man Dilla also witnessed the tense scene before them, worried. Their faces turned serious as the two strongest forces in Yunzhou stood on the brink of breaking the century-old balance. If a war breaks out, all the relationships and connections between the two sects built over so long might be destroyed. Even distant immortal sects in Yunzhou would not escape this turmoil. Just one spark could ignite a decade of peace. Dio sighed, still harboring dissatisfaction. Moon-sun, do you know what consequences your words will bring? For the sake of one rebellious disciple, are you willing to drag Tangyu sect into this abyss? Lengyuma Ten remained calm. Thandiu, I know Chiyuan sect has powerful protectors behind it, but do you think Tangyu Monastery is easy to bully? Old cow, Princess is also flustered. She didn't expect Yu Huanji to be among the two of you. Chiyuan sect has even stronger people than Zhongdu. The spirit of Tangyu Monastery isn't simple either. Could it be that there's more behind these two major sects? No wonder they aren't as straightforward as they seem. Princess Yanan looks ahead, surprised, and says, "Oh, seems like the demon sovereign is passing on some message." Old Wu explains that's telepathic communication. Below, the demon sovereign's cold smile appears. She sends a private message to Thandiu. After listening, Thandiu turns pale, grits his teeth, and tries to control himself. Alright, the demon sovereign has spoken. We'll consider it. Today's matter is concluded here. You can leave now. Old Wu is secretly shocked. Who would have thought that just one word from the demon sovereign made Thandiu yield? Tangyu Monastery acts to protect her. What's this girl's background? Princess Yanan subtly signals to Old Wu. Don't think too much about it. This matter has gone beyond our control. The demon sovereign's words also hint that there's more for us. Wait until everything is settled, and we'll find Tangyu young master. Old Wu replies softly, it seems like there's no other choice. Let's go. Saying this, the two immediately leave the sky, watching them depart. In his heart, he thinks to Princess Yanan and Old Wu, I'll apologize in person once everything is stable. The thought reminds him of a girl from long ago, making his heart heavier. Demon Sovereign Lingyu looks at Thandiu, saying goodbye and thanking Senior for sparing Dalala, immediately asking but Li Exi's hand hasn't been returned yet. Tangyu speaks up, girl, that's enough for today. Don't be stubborn anymore. He interrupts her, don't worry. Even if we haven't found Xiaoshun, I'll return to the sealed realm eventually and talk to them myself. Dalala laughs, alright, remember to call me when you do. Sure, of course. Let's go, it's time to leave now. The three depart, leaving Thandiu fuming but unwillingly. In Chiyuan sect's great hall, Xiaoshun enters and looks at the Taoist before the master. Why did you let them off so easily? What happened? Thandiu turns to blame him. Didn't I tell you to focus on refining the inner core essence of the demon soul? How dare you leave without permission? Xiaoshun is indignant, thinking about Chiyuan sect's reputation that took hundreds of years to build. Won't we lose all our dignity if we let this go? This makes Thandiu feel even more burdened. Han loses patience and calls out, Master. Seeing the disciple not understanding, he shows displeasure. Thandiu shouts loudly, be quiet. There are many things that aren't as simple as you see. Now, I have to go to the immortal realm, and you're not allowed to leave Chiyuan sect until further notice. Do you understand? Xiaoshun dares not argue back. The disciple will immediately carry out orders. In Chiyuan sect's rear courtyard, Thandiu descends from the mountain like a gust of wind. He walks straight to a waterfall and respectfully says, Disciple Thandiu reports. From behind the misty water, a deep voice echoes, What did Tangyu Monastery's people say when they arrived? Thandiu replies, Lingyu said that Tangyu Holy Lady is not her disciple, but has some connection with the spirit realm and blood-red peace. The person behind the waterfall remains silent for a moment before asking, How long has Xiaoshun been studying under someone? Bo respectfully, it's 18 years since I took Xiaoshun as my disciple. From behind the waterfall, he continues, 18 years, that seems long enough. He has some natural talent, but acts impulsively and emotionally. Let him go to the Sword Forge. Thandiu's face changes completely. His heart is shaken. Going to the Sword Forge, doesn't it mean cutting off all ties? Could it be that you've abandoned Xiaoshun? Moreover, a disciple I nurtured with great effort isn't given importance. That's like saying you're no longer trusted yourself. Those words suddenly intruded into his thoughts, sounding refined. You've held the position of head teacher for quite some time already. Master, it has been exactly 100 years. Continue with the water performance. You practiced cultivation for 80 years and reached middle stage superior transformation. So evaluate how much more you can achieve in premortal transformation before your lifespan ends. The demon race is rising. The weight of the Kuai Qian sect rests on your shoulders. I understand that pressure too. After this, go to the Supreme Taoist Hall. His refined eyes narrowed. Going to the Supreme Taoist Hall means relinquishing power and fully dedicating oneself to cultivation. Clearly, they believe you mishandled the spring and autumn matter. It's like being criticized for a loop. But if you refuse, you'll only have the path of stepping down and becoming an elder, handling miscellaneous tasks in the sect. Mr. Nairang was dissatisfied. Between ordinary people and supreme Taoists, one side is mundane, the other is immortal cultivation. Even though he knew it was a slap followed by a candy, he couldn't resist. The person looked at him with a cold, refined gaze. You've decided to go through this. There's no turning back now. He had to bow down. Disciple agreed to focus on cultivation and strive for premortal transformation to protect the Kuai Tian sect. Alright, in life, one must take responsibility for their actions. If there's nothing else, you can step back now. Yes, disciple follows orders. In the Kuai Qian Hall, the disciple saw the head teacher return and immediately reported. The old man turned around and said to call Jia Chunshu to meet with the head teacher. Jia's senior brother has left the mountain already. Refined eyes widened in surprise. What? When did he leave the mountain? Not long after someone left. It seems like he had something urgent. Refined asked further, did he leave any message behind? The person replied that Jia's senior brother said time must die. Fuming, he clutched his chest. Heavens, this is truly a curse. It wants to provoke me to death. Send people immediately to track him down and bring him back at all costs, even if it means tying him up. Yes, currently in the Yellow Mountain area, Northern Vanzhou, performing annual rituals with those holding spirit swords. Thank you for taking time to attend this spirit sword gathering. I, Hein Thu, express my gratitude. A tall man said, don't beat around the bush, get straight to the point. We're not here just to listen to your sect's teachings. Wu Honglin sneered. Tan Shiyang, it's rare to see you say something that pleases me. Tan Shiyang replied coldly, if you have a spirit sword too, I find that hard to believe. It seems the Wu region has deep internal affairs. Just months ago, there was the Danyan festival. Now it's the Anhufeng scene. I wonder how much spiritual resources your clan has exhausted or how many people have transferred work to push you up here. Wu Honglin turned pale from being provoked and looked towards a wider area. Tan Xiang, what do you mean? If you want to fight, I'll follow through. Hein Thu immediately intervened. Please remain calm. Today's gathering is rare. Don't forget our purpose. Let's introduce ourselves first. The two only snorted and turned away, no longer engaging in dialogue. Hein Thu continued, if everyone doesn't object, I'll start the introductions. My name is Hein Thu from Dingzhou, initiator of this gathering, and I possess the Wind Spirit Sword. The two just arguing are Wu Honglin, heir of the Wu family in Uzhou, holding a spirit sword, and Tan Shiyang from Dongzhou, part of the Immortal Clan, with the Golden Spirit Sword. An older man interrupted, if Hein Taoist continues like this, it'll be introducing others instead. Let everyone introduce themselves then. He introduced himself as Huo Dietzizi, a wandering cultivator from Dingzhou and holder of the Fire Spirit Sword. I hope to meet all you Taoists. Hearing that, a masked man burst into laughter. Even a wandering cultivator dares to step into this arena for fame. Quite bold. Then he said, I'm Li Fa from the eastern region of Wangu Kao Pass. I have the Yin Spirit Sword. Anyone can come forward. Wu Honglin immediately responded, asking again, Li Fa, are you referring to the Li Fa from the Wangu Kao Pass? Li Fa turned and replied, Dongzhou and Uzhou are thousands of miles apart. Yet Wu's senior brother knows my name. It seems you have good eyes. Clang, the sound of a cane hitting the ground echoed as an old woman appeared. She said, "Turns out it's old Demon Lee from Wan Gu Kao Pass Gate. I heard to East Joe Immortal Sex wanted to kill you. I didn't expect you're still alive. You really have skills to keep your life." Seeing her appear, Tan Shi Yang recognized her and asked, "Could this be the Wu House grandma? Oh, is the young monk still remembering me?" Without hesitation, Wen Yang replied and continued speaking, "Indeed, it's her." Tianxiang bowed respectfully and addressed her as grandma, wondering if Master Yang in the house was still well. Wen Yang was surprised. Someone knows about our old devil. Tianxiang responded, "My father breathed young when he lived on Qingyang Mountain. Had a chance to meet old devil Yang, so I knew him." Before Tianxiang could finish, Wen Yang interrupted with a sad voice. Hearing that Master Muyang passed away, Tianxiang was greatly shocked. Wen Yang continued, "Yes, which is why I still have both Ling Sword and Earth Spirit Sword in my possession." His fists clenched tightly as Li Fer considered. He never expected this old lady to possess two spirit swords. Maybe we should try our luck. Finally, Chang Thu spoke up, glancing at the group and then at Yang Gong, who was looking at a young girl. "I am Fei Meng, the one holding water spirit sword. I hope you can instruct me." Fei Meng said softly. After everyone introduced themselves, Wu Honglin spoke up, "If we're all ready, let's discuss our next plan. After all, this involves Holy End Mansion Museum. How to divide it is crucial." "Wu Lord, hold on." Chang Thu interrupted, causing Wu Honglin to raise his eyebrows. Chang Dao understood. "What do you want?" Chang Thu replied. "I'm just reminding us that we're still short of one person." Tianxiang laughed coldly and mocked. "Haha, Wu Honglin, I understand your eagerness to take the lead, but we need 9 spirit swords to open Holy End Mansion. We're still missing the Thunder Spirit Sword. Why in such a hurry?" Teased. Wu Honglin blushed and got angry. "Tianxiang, be quiet. No one thinks you're the leader." Huani Ezi didn't want to argue further. He asked Chang Thu, "The time has passed. As the initiator, you should clarify the situation for everyone." "I understand." Chang Thu explained. "Among those who have the Thunder Spirit Sword, he hasn't arrived yet. His name is Tanley from Central Continent's 5 Continents region." Hearing a familiar name, Wu Honglin immediately reacted. "What? Is it him?" Chang Thu asked curiously. "Oh, did Wu Lord meet Tanley before?" Wu Honglin snorted coldly. "Just know that." In his mind, Tianxiang spoke up. "To open Holy End Mansion, we need the Thunder Spirit Sword. Without it, it's impossible. According to the clue left by Senior Holy An, all we need is to chant and follow the trail to find Master Tanley." Everyone nodded in agreement. Huani Ezi spoke on behalf of everyone. Tianxiang was right. "We have no objections." "Good, let's get started then. We should prepare now to avoid any future complications." After leaving Quishin Sect, the 3, Tanley, Delilah, and Lingyu Demon Sovereign, arrived at Longhonghai Valley in Northern Continent. Delilah said to the master, "If you're late, things might be more complicated." Lingyu frowned and scolded. "You know how impatient you are, but still took such a risk." Fortunately, Wang Dang's message came just in time. If not, both of us wouldn't have been able to come down the mountain. Hearing the blame, Delilah lowered his head and scratched his hair, apologizing. "Master, I know I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me." Lingyu snorted coldly. "After returning to all sects, we'll continue from there." Tanley quickly stepped in to help. "Master Demon Sovereign, all the trouble was caused by your disciple. Line 60 is exactly 60 lines as required. Don't blame the servant girl. If you want to punish someone, punish me." Dila immediately objected. "Brotherly, this is completely my fault and has nothing to do with Hung." But Lady Lung's words were stopped by Ling Naiyu. Dila returned to the main hall first. The Yeshu wanted to speak privately with Tanley. Dila frowned. "Master, why make things difficult for Brotherly?" Ling Naiyu sternly ordered her to listen. Dila was unhappy but dared not argue. Yinli softly advised the servant girl to let me talk with Senior. "Don't worry, they won't do anything to you." Hearing this, Dilla sighed and agreed reluctantly. Before leaving, she turned back to warn Master, "If you dare make things difficult for Brotherly, I'll run away from home for real." Saying that, she took off the word one with her hand and flew away. Tainli sighed and asked Ling Naiyu respectfully, "Senior, may you enlighten me. What do you wish to say?" Ling Naiyu was straightforward. "Did you know why I didn't let anyone meet it?" Tainli replied, "Then please explain." "Fine, I'll be frank. Being together will only cause more trouble. The future outcome will be very bad." Tainli asked in surprise, "What do you mean by that? Could it be that Senior wants to harm it? You're not strong enough yet. So who do you think I'm worried about?" Hearing this, Ling Naiyu countered with a question. Tainli asked, "According to you, what is the biggest tragedy in my life?" Not understanding, Tainli asked again, "Senior, please enlighten me." Ling Naiyu pointed at her palm where a singing bird landed. She said, "This matter is related to it, but I can't say now. Just hope you don't meet it. Otherwise, both of us will regret it." Not getting the answer he wanted, Tainli asked again, "Senior, why can't you just tell me straight?" Ling Naiyu no longer dodged the question. "Fine, I'll listen." Hearing this, Tainli stood still, shocked, and said, "What? Do you want to kill me?" Without waiting for a reaction, Ling Naiyu left with one last word. Bontong stopped here. "It's up to you to decide." Then she left immediately. Tainli was still lost in thought. Kill me? Servant girl? Could what the Ma Tong said be true? He recalled many times of life and death together, but he couldn't see any possibility. There are many people who want to take his life in this world, but nothing could compare to Nichao and this strange circumstances. Or is it because of his low birth? This is just an excuse for Ma Tong to separate them, but Ling Naiyu's gaze and tone were not deceitful, and her position didn't need him to be fooled. Tainli rubbed his head, feeling the intense scrutiny from someone. "Who is it? Show yourself," a familiar voice echoed. Tang Dao understood. "Don't be tense. It's one of us." The person following stepped out, and Tainli recognized him as Huan Daiser. He nodded in confirmation. "Indeed, it is this old man, Tang Daoju. Finally, we found the right person." Tainli suddenly understood this must be related to the Holy Hero Immortal Pavilion. Han sighed, "So today has finally come." Hearing that, Huan Daiza confirmed that Tang Daoju was indeed perceptive. "Correct, the spirit sword is now complete." This old man came here to invite Tang Daoju to uncover the mystery of the Holy Hero Immortal Pavilion together. 2 months ago, Han sent out a signal through the spirit sword to summon everyone. Normally, anyone with the spirit sword would sense the connection, but for some reason, Tang Daoju didn't appear on that day, leaving everyone puzzled. Only now does Tainli remember 2 months ago, he and Lin Naiyu were trapped under a mountain wall with their spirit power sealed, unable to receive any external messages. Understanding everything, Tainli bowed in apology. "This is my personal matter that made everyone wait so long. I'm truly ashamed." Line 60 completed. Yi Dai heard this and didn't mind. He laughed and said, "Ha ha, everyone has things to do, no problem, but it's not convenient here. Invite fellow Taoist Shin to come with me. I will lead the way to meet the others who keep the spirit swords." Fellow Shaoli agreed immediately without any hesitation. 10 days later, in Mount Yunshan of Una village, all those who possessed the spirit sword gathered. Fellow Taoist Chang said, "Are you sure this is the right place?" Fellow Taoist Huan replied confidently, "It can't be wrong." Tan Xiaoyang looked around and said, "This place is empty. There's nothing here." Lifa was also puzzled. Could it be that Senior Saint and played a trick on us? Tan Xiaoyang stroked his beard and thought, "The sword decree only brought us here, but didn't specify the treasure vault's location. Maybe he wanted to test us. It could be, as I heard this saint acts strangely and does things according to his own will. How easy would it be for him to give away a lifetime collection? We must keep searching." Fellow Huan agreed. Wu Hanlin sighed in frustration. How should we look for it? The large dragon-like cave was thoroughly searched, but yielded nothing. Why not try the sword decree again? Lifa became angry at this suggestion. Try what else? Since fellow Shaoli joined us, that cursed sword decree has been recited countless times. Each time it only brought us to the foot of this mountain. Do we need to try again? Lifa pointed at a clear water stream area. Only then did Shaolai speak up. Could it be that our understanding is wrong, and the treasure vault isn't located here entirely? Huandai asked, so, fellow Taoist Xiao has any thoughts? Shaolai said, recall where you saw something unusual after reading the decree. Wu Honglin tried to remember and replied, only that pond under the dragon cave was different. Upon hearing this, Ten Xiao Yang brightened. I see now. It's the pond mentioned in the sword decree. Wu Honglin asked curiously, what did you see? Lifa shrugged and said, there wasn't much to see, just reflected light from the water. But Huandai suddenly became serious. No, those lights seemed ranged in a constellation pattern. Huandai stroked his beard as he considered the 28 stars. They were similar but had some discrepancies. Wu Honglin also looked at them and agreed. It is strange, they are like yet not entirely so. Haimeng said, those are constellations, like the layout of the 9-square grid. Hearing this name, everyone understood it was indeed that. Tan Xiaoyang laughed, so everything is clear now, except for Wu Honglin, who remained skeptical. Oh, what's a 9-square grid? Lifa explained a 9-square grid refers to the 9 directions of celestial stars. Each direction has 3 stars, totaling 28 stars. The layout of the 9 squares divides into 9 directions: central heaven, eastern heaven, northeastern heaven, northern heaven, northwest heaven, western heaven, southwest heaven, southern heaven, and southeast heaven. Wu Honglin was confused but still asked, what does that mean? Tan Zhao Yang lost patience and said, idiot, the spirit sword has 9, so do the 9 directions. Can't you understand? At this point, Wu Honglin understood. It means each of the 9 directions corresponds to one of the 9 spirit swords. That's right, Huandai nodded. If that's the case, let's go to central heaven first. Although underwater, no one felt short of breath. Indeed, there was something mysterious here, Xiao Lai thought as he dived. Then someone shouted, found it, it's right here. A green stone tablet appeared before them with inscriptions. Below it was a sword stand. Lifa said, we should try inserting the spirit sword into this. Fellow Taoist Chang held the wind spirit sword and inserted it into the stone stand. But nothing happened when the sword was inserted. Everyone was puzzled. Why no reaction? Yi Dai suggested, try focusing spiritual energy on the sword. Huan Hated replied, I've already tried and it's still ineffective. Lifa folded his arms and thought, if all methods have been exhausted without a response, there must be something we missed. The Ming said, no, the spirit sword has 9, and we only placed 1. How can there be any reaction? Tan Xiao Yang nodded in agreement. That makes sense. The 9-square grid layout needs all 9 to reveal a clue. Maybe we should split up and each use our own spirit swords to find the corresponding location and test by inserting them into the stone tablet. Wu Honglin suddenly had an idea and turned to Lifa. Wait, you have 2 spirit swords. What do we do then? How can one person carry 2 swords? This is simple. Isn't there a spirit beast here that can help us? Titin Thiwu Diandiang was surprised by this dream-breaking talk. Spirit Master? Where did you come from? Thui Meng turned to Titin Lit. That friend brought along a spirit beast. Before Titin Lit could speak, Dong Bao popped out of his robe and chirped loudly. Old Lady Wu glanced at it coldly, realizing the spirit beast had manifested itself to avoid trouble for its master. The reputation of Spirit Master is indeed not exaggerated. She summoned the fire spirit sword, gave it to Dong Bao, and warned him to be careful. Losing it means you'll face consequences. Titin Lit finally sighed in relief and instructed Dong Bao to hold onto and protect it well. Dong Bao happily embraced the spirit sword. Huan Hatta suggested that since everything was settled, they should split up to find their own stone tablets. She would wait here. Everyone agreed without any objections. Titin Lit asked Thui Meng as they walked together, Miss Thui Meng, what was your intention just now? She feigned surprise and asked, what do you mean? Titin Lit replied, if not for your reminder, Dong Bao would have been exposed. Oh, so what's the point of your plan? Three Meng remained silent for a moment before saying, Titin Dao understands. We need to know how many people want to seize the treasure vault today. Titin Lit didn't understand at first, but continued. I heard there's a special ray in the Holy and Immortal Pavilion that targets high-ranking Yuhan and above, meaning only those who pass through the new and Immortal Pavilion can easily enter. Three Meng was puzzled, so why did you tell me this? Haimeng smiled enigmatically, as if to make up for her sincerity. Everyone had already noticed before. Although the spirit sword is precious, it's just a key. Once we know how to open it, its importance diminishes greatly. Otherwise, why would old lady Wu easily entrust the spirit sword to be kept? Titin Lip pondered and found it reasonable. Just then, they saw a stone tablet, and Three Meng exclaimed, There it is, different from water characters. This must be mine. She told Titin Lit to remember what she said. Let's meet at the Immortal Pavilion. Saying that, she stepped down onto the stone tablet, leaving Titin Lit standing there in thought. Although this girl is peculiar, his cultivation level among the 8 of them is indeed the lowest. Perhaps she's trying to distract others' attention from him. Moreover, only those who pass through the Immortal Pavilion can enter the Immortal Pavilion. Higher restrictions block Yuhans and above. Titin Lit suddenly understood a crucial point. He must speed up. With that thought, he gathered his strength and rushed forward. Meanwhile, outside, the dragon serpents were scattered. Jia Shanta descended from the mountain, fists clenched tightly with hatred in her eyes. Titin Lit, today is your day of death. Just as he arrived, he accidentally overheard clues about the Immortal Pavilion's treasure vault. Following Titin Lit was indeed a wise decision. Thinking about avenging and seizing the desired treasure vault, he felt even more triumphant. Furthermore, Titin Lit's group couldn't evenly distribute the spirit sword. They had to rely on the monkey carrying a separate one. Jia Chunta grinned maliciously, wondering how desperate Titin Lit would be when killing the monkey. Suddenly, the sword trembled violently, startling the monkey, then it calmed down, leaving the monkey confused. It remembered what Titin Lit had said earlier. When you find Yangling Jian stone tablet, just stick it indirectly without worrying about anything else. Wait for the treasure vault to open. The sword trembled even more violently and suddenly emitted a blinding light. It made the monkey dizzy, unable to see clearly. An old man appeared saying that the monkey had unlocked the secret of Shanghai Jade sword and was eligible for the Immortal Pavilion. But to become his disciple, he must pass the next trial. The old man instructed that in the Immortal Pavilion, there's a magical treasure left by him. Find it to be its sole master. That instruction ended here. Each person could choose their path. Yunlei suddenly saw this scene and was extremely surprised. He covered his head helplessly, never expecting to encounter such a grand illusion. He wondered what the Holy and Immortal was planning. He recalled that the old man mentioned them just now. It means others also witnessed the same illusion. Moreover, the Immortal said there's only one master of the Immortal Pavilion. Isn't this forcing everyone to confront each other? It seems they've all fallen into the old man's plan. The sword on Sang's blade glowed brightly again. Titin Lit had to raise his hand to shield his eyes, while he squinted closely and recognized it as the in-command sword. He was startled. This is actually the key to open the Immortal Pavilion gate. At that moment, he heard a sound from behind. Fanlai identified it as an explosion and immediately thought someone was fighting nearby. Fanlai grew worried, realizing the direction of battle was where Dong Bao was. A boom echoed underwater. Jia Chunchu felt extremely anxious, helping him to avoid any who would block his path. Another cold voice replied, Today, I must kill someone. He was shocked to recognize it as Jiyu's voice. He became even more panicked because she clearly still lived and told him not to rejoice. Disappointment is inevitable. She said that after 5 days, she would coax him, then immediately launched an attack. He quickly dodged the strike. She coldly told him he couldn't escape, demanding he accept his fate. He angrily retorted, telling her to stop and not obstruct him. She didn't care about his schemes. Today, only their grudge would be settled. You must pass me first. She attacked again, the power of her move leaving no time for him to dodge. He couldn't believe it. In just a few months, her cultivation had surpassed his. Knowing he couldn't resist, he tried to flee. Just as he turned around, still trying to be tough, he said he would return to settle the score. But how could she let him escape? A huge hand appeared, throwing him several hundred meters away. He recognized it as a demon technique and that it had reached an exalted realm. A blue-haired figure appeared, showing interest in Jia Chunchu. She praised Jiyu's work and said she would report to the demon lord for a reward. Jia Chunchu was shocked. At Long Mountain, their cultivations were lower than his. Now, they seemed terrifyingly strong. The blue-haired figure laughed mockingly, saying that demon magic could easily conceal cultivation levels and how she had lured Jia Chunchu into a trap without revealing her true strength. He was truly frightened now, realizing he was cornered. The blue-haired figure reached out to grab him, telling him not to think about escape anymore. She prepared to send him to the Western Heaven to meet his ancestors. Just then, a figure leaped from the water. Jiyu recognized it as Tanli. Her face turned pale, knowing things had become dire. Tanli was alarmed at Dong Bao's injuries. The blue-haired figure laughed mockingly, adding another fool to sacrifice his life. He realized that Tanli was just a decoy to confront Yu Huan. The blue-haired figure pushed Jia Chunchu aside and said that at Long Mountain, she only delayed time. She repeated the old story as futile, then told Jiyu to kill both of them quickly. Han asked why she hadn't acted yet. Jia Chunchu taunted, saying they had spent over 3 months together in the Yunshin tomb and must have developed feelings. He laughed mockingly, saying it was useless to look at him. Their relationship would only make him want both of them to die together for fun. The King of Vengeful Spirits didn't believe Jia Chunchu's words. He asked what she was doing and why she hadn't acted yet. She hesitated, unable to answer directly. Seeing her hesitate, the vengeful spirit decided to take action himself. She immediately stood in front of him, earnestly pleading with him not to act rashly. He didn't expect her to beg for his mercy on Tanli's behalf. She boldly explained that she had no feelings for Tanli. She only owed him a life-saving debt from the past. She hoped the blue-haired figure would spare Tanli due to this sentiment. The blue-haired figure was furious, saying he had nurtured her for years and why did she beg for others instead? He shouted at her to get out of his way. Jiyu, seeing him still intent on killing Tanli, knelt down and pleaded earnestly, asking him to spare Tanli. Without hesitation, he struck her unconscious, saying he would deal with it later. The current situation was more important. She struggled to wake up, pleading for him to stop, but a huge hand reached out. The hand shouted at him to prepare for death. Fanlai realized that the one risking herself to protect him was Little Girl, making the blue-haired figure feel the situation wasn't simple. He countered her attack. Fanlai was shocked to see Little Girl here. Clearly, she had returned from Lingyu sect. The blue-haired figure curiously asked who this little girl was. She stopped and proudly introduced herself as Little Girl. Her real name is Auntie. Telling him he wasn't worthy to ask her, she told him to leave. Or in 10 years, she would level his demon realm without leaving a trace. The blue-haired figure immediately recognized her as someone from the spirit realm. He arrogantly folded his arms and said not to scare him. He had all the rules between the spirit realm and mortal world under control. Then, he warned that using spirit realm power would be punished by the Guardian Senior, but she dismissed it, saying only a few cultivators were needed to destroy his demon kingdom. Even if Senior Guardian tried to intervene, she only lost to fake immortals. He could just try and see how much he trusted her. Her sharp gaze made the blue-haired man shiver slightly. He immediately took off into the night sky and flew away, not forgetting to shout that today was a lucky escape, but next time they would meet, he wouldn't let it go. Seeing him leave, she lost her initial momentum due to overexertion. Her body was injured. She assured herself she was fine, just needing some rest and recuperation. Jia Xianshu took advantage of their momentary lapse and tried to sneak away, but his luck ran out when Xinli spotted him. Xinli told him not to run if he had arrived. It would be better to stay put. He waved his hand, casting a spell on Jia Xianshu. Jia Xianshu was unwilling and warned that Senior Guardian was too formidable to underestimate. Xinli didn't want to listen anymore, telling him he was right, daring to come to the door himself. The debt between them needed to be settled clearly. Jia Xianshu fell to the ground in pain. The Yaoxiao said that without the fake immortal, Xinli wouldn't have one. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed. Jia Xianshu didn't expect Tili to actually do it. He vowed he would never forgive Tili even if he became a ghost. His jade pendant cracked and flew straight up into the sky. Tili was surprised, asking what that was. She explained it was the life-death scroll. Due to its subtle sound, Senior Guardian left it for him to know who killed his disciple. Tili calmly said he and Jia Xianshu were natural enemies. Even if he didn't kill directly, the Ao Dai would not spare him. So what was the fear? She praised him for saying it right, telling them they shouldn't be afraid of those people. The Ao Dai meant nothing. Even if an old monster from the imperial court appeared, there was no need to worry. If they dared to provoke Xinli, Tanju Monastery would teach them a lesson. Tili thanked her and asked why she came here. Didn't Senior Guardian Moon forbid her from leaving? She blushed, saying the story was long. Tili was surprised to know she had left without permission. She begged him not to blame Senior Reverend for her personal struggles. Tili let you think about it. He remembered what Senior Reverend asked. If a powerful family wanted to kill him one day, what would he do? Tili dismissed that thought. She said he was indeed cunning. Sighing, she noted his nature would ensure he wouldn't tell the truth. Changing topics, she told him how lucky he was to find the immortal pavilion. He replied it wasn't luck. He had lost the yang attribute of sacred hero due to Jia Xianshu's ambush. Therefore, the demon sovereign would surely be involved in this struggle, and with the loss of the command scroll, they would face pursuit from their family elders. This trip was like stepping into a place of death. West Zhua said he didn't need to worry with his current strength. Could he still fear an old woman? He explained that she didn't know. He practiced the Tantic Shinfa, having one set of atomic precision, not decision. Many points required setting up the Dan Yang Jing before it could be fully effective. Given the short practice time, many meanings were still unclear, and its application might not go as planned. She hesitantly asked if she could accompany him to the immortal pavilion. He smiled, saying he would be very happy if she willingly followed him, but it was extremely dangerous there. He asked her if she was afraid. She firmly said she wasn't. As long as they went with Li Keoker, she would be content no matter what storms they faced together. Seeing her determination, Tili didn't try to stop her anymore. He continued the spirit gathering ceremony, opening the mystical gateway before them. The sacred command scroll flew up and cast light over both of them. They recognized it as the light gateway. Indeed, pouring spirit power into the sacred and command scroll activated the ancient transmission ray carved within. He understood this was the path to the heavenly pavilion. He urged her to follow him inside quickly. Both of them stepped directly through the bright door. Gradually, before their eyes opened up a completely unfamiliar landscape. They looked around left and right and quickly realized this was indeed the immortal pavilion. She excitedly praised how interesting this place was. You could tell it wasn't ordinary just by looking. Fanlai told her not to underestimate senior pure virtue, as there might be many intricate mechanisms hidden here. But the inscriptions left behind were indeed enlightening. A voice suddenly called his name from behind, making him turn around. He recognized the familiar voice of mystic Bodhisattva. He looked very pleased. The old man said that if he had arrived, he should quickly go up as everyone was waiting for Fan Lai. So they officially stepped inside. Fan Lai observed everything quietly, looking at each person one by one. As expected, King of Avicii had entered first, but the reactions around him suggested no one seemed surprised. The King of Avicii stepped forward and declared that their numbers were now complete. He told everyone to listen carefully. This mountain wasn't a place for anyone to casually enter. Those who came without permission had already lost face. He mockingly said he didn't intend to investigate. but if there was nothing important, it would be best to leave quickly. The green-haired one couldn't take the humiliation anymore. He shouted that his clan's demons had no right to speak so arrogantly. This place wasn't under King of Avicii's control. The green-haired one questioned, was it true that King of Avicii intended to monopolize the treasure vault? The dark-haired one felt the situation was about to be exposed. He shouted at the green-haired one to shut up and immediately cast a spell on him, causing him to cry out in pain. The other two were terrified by this violent action. The dark-haired one coldly said that it was a lesson for those who talk too much, daring to provoke King of Avicii. A green sticky substance appeared near his feet. He quickly stepped back to avoid it. The masked figure recalled the battle from 10,000 years ago, but their clan still hadn't learned the fear of Jiangshu. People are like scars that heal and forget pain. The masked man was furious, saying that Jiangshu wasn't a place for them to set foot on. He charged forward and cast an offensive spell at the dark-haired one. His teammates stood worriedly nearby, unsure if the masked figure could defeat him. The King of Avicii merely laughed, finding his power too weak. He waved his hand to reverse the force field and counterattack. The masked figure was surprised to realize that his attack was far inferior to the demon clan's abilities. The energy backlash from the King of Avicii hit him directly, causing bones and flesh to shatter. That part of his body disintegrated into dust, carried away by the wind. The King of Avicii said that was enough for now. He arrogantly asked if anyone else wanted to taste his methods. They could step forward. Yinlai clenched his teeth and furrowed his brows under the pressure from the King of Avicii. He wondered if he had hidden away so deeply when they were at Outer Long Mountain. Moreover, the King of Avicii was usually calm and secretive. Clearly something unexpected happened. Moonlight gently tugged on his sleeve from behind, urging him to look around carefully. Fan Lai immediately did so. When he looked back at Yang Yang, Mystic Bodhisattva, and Wu Honglin, they still appeared calm as if nothing had just happened. This was extremely strange to him. The King of Avicii continued to frown in a threatening manner. If you don't leave now, I'll have no choice but to deal with you again. Wu Honglin replied that the person was an expert from the Yuhuan clan, supposed to be a role model for juniors. Acting like this, would they not lose face? The King of Avicii laughed mockingly at him, saying that a cowardly person had the nerve to speak with his majesty. Wu Honglin merely smiled and said it wasn't certain who was truly unworthy. He then activated the teleportation ray. The King of Avicii looked around, realizing the teleportation ray was in action. Could it be that from within the light, a figure emerged clearly? This place was indeed Senior Pure Virtue's residence. Although imposing, compared to Wu family's ancestral hall, it still fell short. The person speaking was Wu Ha of the Yu continent Wu family. Wei had entered the Yuhuan realm. Fan Lai immediately bowed respectfully and said, Junior Fan Lai pays respects to Senior Wu from our clan. Wu Ha turned around upon hearing the voice behind him, recognized Fan Lai, and spoke. He was indeed the most outstanding junior of the Fan clan now. Is anyone else from your family here? His tone carried a great deal of disdain. I'm also one who was summoned through Wu Ha. It's been nearly half a century since we last met. Do you think your old eye wound has healed yet? The person appearing in black and white attire is Yang Hongshan from Eastern Zhou Fan family. Wu Ha quickly replied, Young Hongshan, I didn't expect it to be you this time. I was looking forward to seeing that too. Have you perfected the atomic voidless technique yet? Fan Lai's expression changed upon hearing atomic voidless technique. He wondered if he had remembered something from his ancestors' teachings in the underground hall of his father's residence. DCC, you once instructed future generations to persistently practice this technique. If they return to Eastern Zhou, they must investigate the truth behind their clan's destruction and seek revenge. Thus, the Fan family in Shangzhou was just a small branch of the Eastern Zhou Fan clan. Could it be that the current descendants of Emperor Fan from Eastern Zhou are related by blood? He really wanted to become an immortal wanderer, maintaining his purity without engaging in conflicts. But with such powerful forces behind them, he had no choice but to reveal himself. Mystic Bodhisattva also activated the teleportation ray, a figure appeared from within the blinding light. The aura was strong and belonged to Yu Huanqi. Fan Lai immediately recognized him. He introduced himself as a disciple of Mount Kongsan Mao with the Dharma name Dijumu, bowing respectfully to meet everyone present. The military academy is referring to you. Auntie isn't standing aside anymore. She's still opening the ray formation. There's no other way. We can't avoid this any longer. If we hesitate, we might be chased out. And indeed, it was her husband stepping out of the ray formation, Du Muyang. Hu Hai was shocked to see him. Du Muyang, didn't you die? But Du Muyang just waved his hand past them casually. It seems Wu Halian questioned Du Muyang. Du Muyang, the one who feigned death for the Holy Hero Pavilion's sake, right? Du Muyang confirmed without hesitation. Of course, otherwise how could I witness this entire performance today? You all must have understood its importance by now. So let's get down to business. King Talua clearly understood everything that just happened. It turned out like this. At first, you sent weak people to scout, then used the ray formation to establish a connection from the Holy Hero Pavilion to outside. The tactics were indeed clever. Du Muyang admitted as well. That's right. How else could we maintain our position here? The old man looked at the remaining three, asking, now that there are only 3 left, how should we handle them? Wu Ha launched a powerful attack, looking down on the weak ones and sent a move straight towards them. Weak ones should be eliminated. Di-La and Taimei reacted immediately. Before they could touch each other, there was an explosion, sending smoke everywhere. Wu Ha realized that Di-La and Taimei had defended against the attack. Taimei said coldly to Wu Ha, Senior Wu Ha, why are you acting so callously? Di-La added, with the Holy Hero's command in hand, our share of this museum is inevitable. How can we come here without purpose? King Talua chuckled and asked Tala Wang, what do you mean by that? Tala Wang replied, I don't have any meaning. But the female demon next to Tanley is even harder to deal with than Taimei. If you don't want to bring trouble, don't act rashly. It seems he deduced something from Dilla's move just now and warned accordingly. And he also chimed in, that's right, we still need our own strength to secure the museum. Old man, let's stop arguing on the grand square, we'll go inside now. Wu Ha didn't want to waste energy either. He turned to tell Wu, Hong Lin, what your grandmother said makes sense. Let's deal with this later. Hong Lin, let's go to the fairy pavilion. Wu Honglin nodded and responded. The crowd didn't hesitate either. Shen Hongshan told Liang Xiaoyang, our clan can't follow others. Xiaoyang, let's go. The translation monks respectfully invited Mephistopheles to lead the way. Mephistopheles grunted lightly. Prince Bashan feared they would be certain of their fate. Jiyu, follow me inside. Jiyu obediently bowed and followed. Yeah, we've survived this ordeal. After everyone left, Thaomeng turned to Liang Lai. The two of you should go in and take a look. Even if it's dangerous ahead, I want to broaden our horizons. So whether or not to go is up to your decision. Goodbye. Saying that, Thaomeng turned and entered the grand hall. Delai followed closely behind Liang Lai. Should we follow them for fun? Liang Lai's response made her blush. He continued speaking. I think Thaomeng is right. Even if we can't get the treasure, broadening our knowledge is still good. Delai excitedly clapped his hands to encourage them. He said that even without the treasure of Senior Saint Anne, with Liang Lai's talent and enlightenment, he would definitely be able to ascend. Liang Lai heard her words and responded helplessly, I'm not as powerful as a wall. But before entering the inner hall, I want to deal with the body of Shanghan first. After all, he initiated this gathering of spirit swords but ended up dying like this. Wait, there seems to be some faint light on his body. Delai noticed Liang Lai's surprise and asked curiously, Brother Liang, what did you find? Outside the Saint and Fairy Pavilion, Liang Lai carried Shanghan's body under a large tree. Delai saw his hand and asked, Brother Liang, what are you holding? In Liang Lai's hand was a green jade ring with strange carvings. He said he found it on Shanghan's body. It looked like a small scroll. Delai frowned and said, a scroll? You should keep it safe. This person was killed by Mephistopheles, but this item wasn't damaged. Maybe it has something to do with the fairy pavilion. Keeping it might be useful. Liang Lei looked at the jade ring and thought, it's related to the fairy pavilion. I didn't expect him to leave me this after dying. Could it be fate? But I don't believe in destiny. Delay said, if you hadn't been kind enough to take care of his body for burial, we wouldn't have found the scroll. Now that he's buried, let's quickly enter the inner hall and see what Senior Saint N is showing us. We'll find out soon. Xinlai agreed quickly. Both of them entered the inner pavilion. This must be the entrance to the inner hall of the fairy pavilion. It can't be wrong. Let's go in and take a look. Brother Liang, look over there. They're inside already. As soon as they stepped onto the last step, Xinlai asked Delay to examine the stone tablet carefully. Could this be the inherited tablet left by Senior Saint Anne? Inside the inner hall, the group standing around a large stone tablet saw words gradually appearing in the light. Xiaoyang observed the lines and frowned. Cultivation lotus, flower creation cultivation technique, a treasure inner chamber. This must be the list of treasures from the fairy pavilion. The question is how to get them without being discovered. Suddenly, Mephistopheles shouted loudly, making Xiaoyang jump. Translation monk, what are you doing? Huh? What's going on? Xiaoyang quickly turned around and saw Mephistopheles flying towards the stone tablet. He loudly announced to everyone, this guy is accepting the inherited tablet. We can't let him succeed. Flames suddenly appeared as the translation monk used his finger to swipe a section of the stone tablet with blood. Mephistopheles immediately attacked, roaring, translation monk, stop. But the translation monk didn't back down. He emitted spiritual energy to block the attack. Line 60 is reached. Don't try to stop me, Tala King. You won't get these treasures. But Tala King didn't back down and immediately unleashed his ultimate move as a response. The two sources of spiritual energy clashed, creating a powerful shockwave with smoke and flames filling the air. Everyone was pushed back by the force, retreating several steps. When the dust settled, the stone still emitted a brilliant light. Haha! The blood gem has accepted its master successfully. The lotus flowers, the true lotus technique, and even the holy and immortal residents are now mine. All belong to me, and this stele is shining brightly. The figure of the true and immortal appeared and said, youngster, congratulations on obtaining my inheritance. But you're not going to kneel before an incarnation of a foreign sect, right? Still standing there motionless. He stared at the figure directly and replied firmly, HMPH, I am a ruler of heaven and earth. How can I bow down before your incarnation? True N, your body is gone, your soul dissipating. This immortal residence no longer needs you. Hearing that, the image of True N laughed loudly. The voice of the mock young group said faintly, I know it's just an illusion left behind by someone. No need to act mysterious. The image of King N did not take offense and only advised. I don't care what you think, but still, a reminder, keeping the lotus sword alone is fine. But with companions, be cautious. You're not strong enough to control the entire immortal residence now. Fortune or misfortune, it's up to fate. The two shadows immediately vanished. Mokyung muttered and understood, placing his hand on the stele, acknowledging that this was correct. For now, we should handle the chaos around us. The treasures and disciples can wait a few more days before fully understanding them. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. What's going on? Why can't I put this stele in my cosmic bag? Didn't I just accept it as mine with blood? Before he could think more, Wu Ha and Tan Hongshan attacked from behind Tala King. Mokyung, hand over the treasure. Mokyung snorted coldly, forming a spiritual energy shield to block all attacks. Move aside. But it was hard to hold off 3 people alone. While defending, he also thought about why this stele couldn't be put in his bag. Finally, he could no longer stand firm and shouted for the mysterious leaf seeds to come help me before it's too late. But the mysterious leaf seeds were struggling as well, unable to assist. Jiyu had been ordered by Tula King to severely injure him. He was barely standing and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Sorry, mock young master, I can't protect myself anymore. Meanwhile, Wu Honglin and Tan Xiaoyang were fighting desperately. Tan Xiaoyang temporarily had the upper hand. He threw Wu Honglin straight towards Ma Qiang. Wu Honglin was thrown into a wall of the immortal residence by the rebound force from Ma Qiang. He spat blood, breathing heavily. Tan Xiaoyang, I didn't expect you to also cultivate the atomic core essence technique. Tan Xiaoyang's face darkened as he admitted. Of course, otherwise how could you have been caught off guard? You must understand in your heart, since Ma Qiang betrayed us, we've hoped for someone else to die quickly. And with our family grudges, targeting this person makes the most sense. As long as you die, the next will be that female demon. He continued his fierce attacks. Wu Honglin got up and responded, refusing to give in. The two of them fought fiercely without yielding, each strike creating a powerful shockwave, causing the immortal residence to tremble despite its strength. While Tanlai and Dealey had withdrawn from the main hall, avoiding the fierce battle, Dealey asked Dealey's senior brother, how can True and be so strong? What's going on? Tanlai explained, think about it, since Tala King started his attack, we've retreated to the square. Everyone knows the destructive power of Yu Huanqi experts. Despite the fierce battle, only slight tremors were felt in the immortal residence. This shows that there must be a very solid protective barrier here. Otherwise, this space would have collapsed long ago. Just then, an old woman appeared out of nowhere, clearing her throat and praising, the knowledge of Taoist Tuan has broadened my horizons. If given another few dozen years to cultivate, he would surely become a powerful figure in his region. Unfortunately, I must remain here today. Dealey was surprised upon seeing her. She didn't enter the inner hall, but came to deal with us instead. Tanlai snorted coldly. I knew it. This old woman can't let go of the matter of Moxing Sword being stolen and finally found its way here. But relying on just her might not be enough against us. Oh, what if we add me? Another voice echoed as the group of Ma Qiang appeared, startling Tanlai, who asked cautiously, didn't you participate in the battle for the Stell's inheritance inside? Aren't you afraid that others will decide and leave you empty-handed? Of course I'm scared, but just your death is enough. After saying this, the group of Ma Qiang immediately released spiritual energy to attack Tanlai. Secret arts and magical incantations. Dilla immediately deployed a fatal move to block the attack, but it failed. She was hit by Mu Yang's move and got seriously injured. Tanlai was alarmed and shouted loudly, Boss, quickly come to support Diller. But old lady Vohua blocked his path, preventing him from passing through. Tanlai immediately gathered spirit energy into his fist and delivered a powerful punch, shattering the shield in front of old lady Vohua's eyes. However, he was then hit by Mu Yang's counterattack. Light exploded, smoke filled the air. When vision returned, Tanlai and Dilla were nowhere to be seen. Mu Yang was stunned, something felt off. Impossible, I'm at Uxwan realm. They only realized that Dilla was surprised as well when asking Tanlai. Yes, we should have been severely injured. Li Keiche, what did you do? Tanlai was genuinely unclear about what just happened. Suddenly, a soft laugh echoed. Tandao understood. Now you can fight freely. That old man's cultivation is now on par with yours. You no longer need to be afraid. Whose voice was that? What do you mean by that? Tanlai recognized her voice and asked anxiously. Thami answered, Tandao understood. Do you still remember what I said at the bottom of the lake? Tanlai recalled searching for the platform Chem sword under the lake. Thami had once told him that there was a special array in the holy and immortal pavilion to suppress Uxwan experts and above, making it hard for them to advance further. However, people of the In realm were not restricted. Remember that. Tanlai confirmed, indeed, it was due to that ray that Mu Yang's Uxwan cultivation had been pulled down to our level. No wonder she said entering the immortal pavilion is no easy feat. This explains why. Yes, Thami said, even those fighting for the stone tablet are no longer a threat now. Tanlai noticed something different and pondered that if they had mentioned it from under the lake, perhaps Thami knew there was an Uxwan expert hiding in the shadows earlier. The old man couldn't bear to be outsmarted. Ignoring the warnings, he charged straight towards her. She laughed coldly and, seeing him fall into her trap, unleashed a powerful move that left him unprepared and severely injured. He fell to the ground. She turned to explain to the two people that this had nothing to do with her. It was all due to the actions of Holy and Immortal. Old lady couldn't stand watching her husband get beaten like that. She angrily said she would not let them go today and told the two not to dream about escaping. She prepared to act, but her magic suddenly vanished as if erased. Realizing her anger couldn't be transmitted, she asked anxiously whether it was the five-colored dust poison's effect. Then she questioned when she had poisoned them. She feigned surprise and said she didn't expect to be found out so quickly. She explained that the answer was simple. They had been attacked by Tandao just now. Old lady angrily asked what her connection with Holy and Immortal was. She calmly replied she didn't need to know who she was. In cultivation circles, those without power are like sheep among wolves. If the two of them were deeply connected, they should leave this world together. Old lady was taken aback by her cold words and said today she wanted to do good, seeing both off to paradise for a reunion. Seeing her intent to kill them both, Old lady begged for a compromise on the treasure artifacts of the Immortal Pavilion, but she refused to listen to anything else from her. She immediately launched a deadly electric attack towards them, causing them to cry out in pain. After resolving everything, she sighed with relief. Tanlai watched silently behind. He wondered if this was an ally or enemy. Noting his doubt, she assured him they hadn't been poisoned and didn't need to be wary. Tanlai remained silent in thought. Seeing he hesitated, she said if she wanted to harm them, she would have done it under the lake without waiting until now. Tanlai realized her words made sense. If truly wanting to poison them, she would have done so much earlier. Lines 59 to 60 repeat similar content. Adjusting for line count, she continued, if she really wanted to harm them, she would have acted under the lake. Tanlai agreed her logic was sound. If truly wanting to poison them, she would have done it earlier. He believed what she said and asked further, besides helping this time, Thui Meng, do you have any other wishes? She laughed and told him not to overthink it. She just wanted to form a friendship based on mutual understanding. He sensed that she misunderstood his intentions and was about to explain when the ground suddenly shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Titin Lit was worried. Could it be that the battle for the electric team had already ended? Thui Meng thought it made sense too, so she jumped up and suggested she go check first. If there's something interesting inside, I'll come back to report. As soon as she left, Titin Lit asked Di La why he didn't say anything. She replied that his words had some logic, but felt Thui Meng was suspicious. If it were her, maybe she would have done the same thing. Because such calculations help reduce competitors, that's what makes it interesting. Titin Lit thought Di La wouldn't think so quickly. Instead, Thui Meng seemed to know everything from the start. He scratched his head tiredly and didn't want to think more. Then he asked if she was hurt anywhere. She was happy that he cared and told him she was fine. He felt her question was unnecessary because with her special talent and cultivation, it wouldn't be easy for her to get injured. She lightly asked what would happen if she got hurt. He smiled and said it's simple. He would take care of her until she recovered. She blushed in gratitude for his kindness and hesitated to tell him that she actually came from the spirit realm. Titin Lit realized what she was worried about. He told her who she was or where she came from didn't matter. In his heart, she would always be his closest friend. He understood that his cultivation wasn't enough to walk with her yet, but he had a strong belief. One day, her master would accept him and entrust her to his care. Whether the future was heaven or not, whether she could live forever, he would protect her and go with her until the end of the world. As long as she agreed, he would always be her beloved Li elder brother. His words made her recall many unforgettable memories between them. Whether happy or sick, he was always by her side taking care of her. She decided to say yes, but suddenly felt a purple blood flow across her body, causing the most pain. In the dizziness and hallucination, Titin Lit urgently asked what happened to her. In her consciousness, two streams of good and evil energy clashed violently, with wicked thoughts continuously urging her to kill him and telling her to return. That voice forced him to die. It was in order that everything had been arranged. He saw her gradually calm down and asked if she was okay, but she still hadn't fully recovered from the dizziness, coldly replied that she was fine. She said what he just revealed, actually wanted to agree but needed her master's approval first. She asked if he understood. He softly assured her it would be fine and promised not to rush in the future. She hesitated to call his name, if wanting to say something important. If they had to part one day, she hoped he wouldn't try to find her anymore. He didn't understand why she said that. Don't think too much and just sit down and regulate your breath for now. After recovering, they would enter the inner hall to see how things were inside. A faint gray smoke filled the space. An old man holding his chest in pain fell to the ground next to a stone slab, and quickly noticed Hong Lin was injured. Hong Lin said he was fine and asked what happened to DK Mew. The Rhea heir replied that DK Mew forcibly took the inheritance, hugged the stone slab tightly without letting go. He mocked, saying the greedy fat man deserved his fate. The other two exchanged words, asking if Xiao Yang was hurt. He leaped down and said he only had minor injuries, but most worried about the mysterious leaf seed. Just then, a long-haired figure spat blood. He painfully begged his master to save him quickly. Tula Wang laughed triumphantly, saying DK Mew hadn't even kept his appearance and couldn't save anyone now. He praised you for doing well, saying she was still the best among the juniors here. She bowed in gratitude for his praise. Tula Wang said the end of DK Mew's story was already decided by fate. He no longer had any hope and asked why DK Mew still got angry, shouting at him not to say more. Victory brings honor, defeat brings shame. But he didn't regret coming here. The outcome of the contest was still unknown. He said there could only be one heavenly pavilion. It wasn't clear who would win in the end. Don't get too arrogant, purple hair. Teammates noticed the old man's energy gathering in his alchemy furnace. Han Buanen was worried and asked what he planned to do. The villain smiled maliciously and said today someone would follow him to the underworld for sure. A flash of light, the villain vanished into thin air. Before leaving, he said they would wait in hell. Longhair exclaimed the old man has gone mad, not expecting him to destroy his young alchemy furnace. He turned to call Hong Lin, but when he saw them all, everyone was unconscious on the ground. He asked how this happened. Shorthair replied it was Than An's trick. If the villain didn't self-destruct, they might not have noticed anything. Now their cultivation only relies on the essence of the Star Palace. King Tala understood this was a protection mechanism for the Fairy Pavilion. He felt then and had no good intentions and feared they would all die if they continued fighting. He asked if they wanted to hear his proposal. Shorthair knew he meant they should inherit together and decide based on their intuition who deserved the treasure. Whoever today attains the essence from the inheritance tablet will be the one to claim the treasure of the Fairy Pavilion. The three agreed immediately and placed their hands on the stone tablet. Behind them, she heard their entire conversation. After discussing, King Tala, Wu Ha, and Tan Hongshan decided to inherit together. King Tala spoke directly. Next, they would decide based on each one's intuition who would own the treasure in the Fairy Pavilion. They agreed unanimously. With that said, all three gathered their energy to test who could absorb more from the tablet. Then they combined their efforts to transfer energy into the stone tablet. A bright golden light shone as the essence from the tablet began to emit. Suddenly, a purple mist passed by. Tan Hongshan's face turned pale and sweat dripped down his forehead. He gasped as if being cut in the chest. King Tala panicked and shouted loudly, placing his hand on his chest to steady his breathing. Wu Ha also groaned in pain. He didn't understand what was happening. His internal energy was chaotic. He stopped to find a solution. Suddenly, King Tala screamed. A strange laughter echoed as Taimei appeared and told them their intuitions were disappointing. Wu Ha shouted angrily at Taimei. Taimei, what's going on? Tan Hongshan yelled. Quickly come up with a solution. Didn't you just fight each other? Now you're cooperating? King Tala looked grim and said this brat was talking too much today. It seemed they needed to teach her a lesson, Wu Ha and Tan Hongshan launched attacks on Taimei simultaneously. The space became chaotic with dust, sounds, and explosions everywhere. Taimei laughed mockingly amidst the chaos. She looked at them triumphantly, seeing Wu Ha and Tan Hongshan lying unconscious, and said, "Who taught who? You're all too easy to reward." The array in the sacred and pavilion was designed to suppress those of demonic mystical realm like you. Now with my poison added, do you really think you still have a chance? Tan Hongshan coughed painfully and couldn't get up. Wu Ha and King Tala glared at Taimei's back as she approached the tablet and warned them not to act rashly or they would bring disaster upon themselves. She placed her hand on the tablet, laughing loudly as she said, "And Fairy Pavilion, inheritance tablet of the Taoist teachings. Finally, I got you." The three looked at the essence shining on the tablet. Suddenly, a loud crack echoed. The stone tablet split into large cracks. "What's going on?" Tan Hongshan shouted. "Look at the tablet splitting." Sweat dripped down her face. At the same time, the tablet glowed brightly, emitting countless rays of light that pierced through the protective ray. Why is this happening? Her eyes widened in realization. The situation was as expected. Each piece fell onto the ground, echoing throughout the fairy pavilion. Naturally, beams of light spread out, mixed with dark smoke. Taimei laughed arrogantly. "Haha, you're really in." Turns out the inheritance tablet was just a fake to deceive the world. Wu Ha exclaimed in shock. "Taimei, what's wrong with you?" Tan Hongshan said doubtfully, "The energy around her is..." "What kind of energy?" The energy spreading on Taimei's body was strange. Tula Wang suddenly understood, his voice filled with resentment. "I know now. This is a soul recovery technique." No wonder His Majesty couldn't figure out who it really was for so long. Three monks stood before the gravestone and spoke coldly. "I will tell you all, there has never been anyone named Wei Meng in this world, only a controlled corpse." Tula Wang laughed with pleasure. Indeed, the demon tribe from beyond knows quite a bit. It seems they've opened their eyes now. Three Meng replied, "If not for the sudden water on the gravestone, this body would still be undetected. But what if it was discovered? I will tell you and retreat. You are poisoned. Your spiritual cultivation is down 80%. Do you dare defy me now?" Shin Hongshan asked in puzzlement. Could this voice be the Soul King Sa Qi? "Correct, I am Sa Qi." He sneered and praised the Eastern Zhou tribe for their extensive knowledge. Suddenly, loud explosions echoed. A large white light shot up from within the inner hall. The four royal figures shouted in alarm. "What's happening?" Shin Hongshan roared. "Look, a bright pillar of light is shooting up from the inner hall." Sa Qi's face turned pale. He muttered outside the hall, "Could it be?" At that moment, a powerful white light rushed towards Dili from outside the celestial hall. The figure was pale and frantic, calling out to Li Brother. "Older brother Li, what's happening?" He also seemed bewildered, saying he only saw the jade piece glowing. He said that upon hearing the explosion, he rushed over and found it emitting a dazzling light. Dili suddenly screamed. The jade pendant was being enveloped by a bright aura, as if about to explode. He shouted in alarm. "Danger! This is a small teleportation array. Li Brother, quickly move away," but he calmly replied, "No need," and the jade piece fell to the ground. The green light shone brightly, ethereal and mysterious. Suddenly, the white light poured down on Shinli. He frowned at the blinding light, confused about what was happening. A deep voice echoed from the ancient stone lamp. The dark tone reverberated long. Old man Sa Qi respectfully greets his new master. Shinli asked nervously, "What? The stone lamp? Could it be a fake mountain spirit? Who are you to appear here?" The jade lamp calmly replied, "I am the spirit essence that Saint and accepted. With an idea, I can be embedded in any object. After the master passed away, I became the steward of this celestial mansion." Shinli was increasingly confused and asked again, "Steward? And earlier, you called me master. What does that mean?" The stone lamp explained slowly, "Do you remember that jade piece? It's the real saint and command. With the fake objects in the hall destroyed, plus the presence of the current saint and command here, the hidden teleportation array was activated." Old man Sa Qi added, "Long ago, The old master knew his fate wasn't enough and tried to find a successor. But for hundreds of years, no suitable person could be found. Only when longevity ran out did he realize that fate is important. Shinli asked doubtfully, "Fate?" The stone lamp answered, "Yes, the jade piece was crafted from celestial fortune stones. If not for your good intentions and persistent hatred, this chance wouldn't have appeared today." Shinli interrupted, "But if I didn't possess him, wouldn't that just send his body here? Would he then become the master?" The stone lamp answered calmly, "Yes, as mentioned before, only after being refined into a command can one truly be the master. Only by killing would one gain no cultivation insights." Shinli rubbed his head in frustration. "It's true, because those old monsters are too powerful, I gave up on competing for treasures. Who knew they inadvertently helped me achieve this fate? Perhaps everything is predestined, even making him desire the celestial mansion." He understood that to gain ultimate power, one must wait for the right moment, whether through inheritance or persistent hatred. As Shinli was lost in thought, the green light from the stone lamp suddenly shone brightly. Then Kung Jing said, "Master, this is the door of vermilion flowers. Please accept it." Shinli looked intently at the jade piece in his hand. He recalled the past when he desperately sought a fate to advance deeper into the celestial path. Yet, what he needed was right there, giving him great hope. At the same time, he bitterly laughed at those still fighting over the fake treasure below. The butler explained further, "Indeed, my lord. The Holy Hero Mansion has set up dozens of restraining. Not only can they be manipulated at will, but outsiders cannot enter until they understand the Essence Flower Hexagon. This place is extremely secretive. My lord can focus on cultivation without worrying about anything." Tanlai suddenly interrupted, his voice tense. "Hold on, so where exactly are we in the mansion now?" The stone lamp's eyes shone brightly, as if surprised by his question. "Master Bai, this place is located at the upper level of the Holy Hero Mansion. I wonder what has troubled you." Tanlai replied hastily, "Sir, she's still inside the mansion. My son was teleported here alone. If something happens to her..." He turned to look at the stone lamp and continued, "Uncle, let me call you uncle. Is there any way to bring her here? Uncle, even though you're just a spirit trapped in this stone lamp, you still sighed, 'Master Bai, I truly want to help but can't.'" Tanlai asked, "Why not? Aren't you the servant of the mansion?" Uncle N explained that only the son has the authority to activate the restraining and prohibition. Everything requires direct operation by the Lord. But one must understand the first level Essence Flower Hexagon to do so. Tanley's eyes were filled with helplessness. "What? So how long will it take to comprehend it?" Uncle N sighed again. "This depends on the person, can't be measured." This made Tanlai even more anxious. "If too long, then what about downstairs, and how much longer must I stay here?" Uncle N continued, "Although you cannot leave now, I can assist with divine transmission of voice methods." Tanlai doubted again. "Divine transmission of voice?" "Yes, I can transmit your voice down to the lower part of the mansion." The stone lamp trembled and immediately showed a panoramic view of the entire lower part of the mansion. "As long as you speak, she can leave immediately to avoid them. Once you understand, come find us later." Tanlai looked at that hazy scene and said, "It feels like an illusion. Is this really the current situation of the mansion?" Uncle N answered confidently, "Yes, my lord, now you can speak freely." Tanlai took a deep breath and spoke. "Head sir, did you hear that?" The underground immediately echoed with a familiar voice. Didi La was startled, looking around frantically. No one in sight, she worriedly asked, "Li brother, where are you?" Then another loud voice sounded. "Where is the house? Time is running out. Listen to me. I have found the true core of the mansion, but they are also chasing closely. Come out and wait for me at the concealed moon gate along the old path. Go now!" As soon as that voice sounded, everyone in the hall heard it immediately. They looked at each other and rushed outside, realizing they only need to catch Didi La to force Tanlai to reveal the treasure. Didi La saw them rushing towards her, just laughed coldly and whispered, "It's too late now, Li brother." In front of her were Tan Hongshan, Vaedra King, Sachi, and Wu Ha. Although their cultivation was suppressed, they were still powerful, making it difficult for her to resist alone. Vaedra King looked down, coldly said, "Do you want to go? It's not that easy." Thao Ming's lips moved, but the voice was hoarse from an old demon, saying they had all been tricked by Holy Hero, and Tan Lai benefited greatly. Didila's face paled as she looked at the young woman and exclaimed, "Spirit energy. Thao Ming, you're not human anymore?" The young woman slowly raised her eyes, her expression indifferent. "Yes, I am the revered King of Flames. Just point out Tanley's location obediently, and I might spare your life." Didila smiled disdainfully. In this lifetime, she has never known fear. She has experienced fighting with many enemies before. You forsake her all at once. Wu Ha burst out laughing. "Who said we only have for people?" Didila paused. "Don't hurt her." Then a bright magical ray lit up, and the Han voice continued. "This is the teleportation ray leading to the central fairy pavilion. Hurry in." Tula Wang carefully observed the ray. "Little boy, stop playing around. You go in first and then speak." Xin Lai responded, "I can't get out. This place is covered by a banishment seal. Only enter, not exit. Could we just watch them kill her?" "Makes sense." Shin Hongshan glanced at Wu Ha. "Brother Wu, let's go check it out." Wu Ha nodded. "All right, so let's go together." Hula Wang couldn't resist his desire for magical treasures either. Lin said Zunta also thought so, but he had to leave someone behind to watch over the place. The two elders agreed and told Xiao Yang, "Hong Lin, you guys in this school, as soon as Xin Lai makes any move, kill both teenagers together." Yes, Jugui raised his hand. Spiritual energy rose. She laughed coldly. "Ha ha, I don't feel safe leaving it to these youngsters." Finished speaking, she snapped her fingers. A stream of spiritual energy pierced through Dili. He widened his eyes and then collapsed unconscious. The two teenagers were stunned. Wu Honglin stepped forward. "Xin Xiao Yang, this is..." The teenager beside him replied, "The ultimate technique of the court, King Sogli, bamboo heart-pointing method." Sogui looked at his work. His red eyes gleamed with a mocking expression. "Indeed, both soul and essence are sealed. No one can break it. If Xinlai dares to defy us, this girl will go to the underworld immediately." Sogui turned his face around. "All right, let's go." Tula Wang and Sogui rushed down into the ground magical ray. The magical ray instantly exploded with blinding light covering the entire fairy pavilion. At the same time, a bright pillar of light appeared outside the entrance to the fairy pavilion. No one expected that the carefully laid out magical ray would bring all four of them out of the fairy pavilion. They were all set alight by him. The four just teleported out. They couldn't recognize where they were, eyes wide open. Where are we?" Tula Wang looked around and slowly said, "Could this be the Nymph Serpent Mountain?" Wuha slightly startled. "Right. The Nymph Serpent Mountains. Didn't we get expelled from the fairy pavilion?" He woke up with a frown, thinking he had finally gotten his hands on the treasure, only to end up empty-handed. He gritted his teeth. Damn it, that Tula Wang dared to deceive us. Now all hope is on Hong Lin. Shin Hongshan snorted coldly. If he dares to set fire even to us, how can a teenager like Xiao Yang stand a chance? Looks like this fairy pavilion trip is over. Qiu smiled wickedly. The Tula Wang was really bold, but he didn't get the fairy pavilion and couldn't break through the bamboo heart method. Eventually, he would have to come forward with his head held high. Her eyes turned cold. "At that time, I will show him what it means to live a life worse than death." Half an hour later, inside the fairy pavilion, everything was strangely quiet. No disturbances. Xin Xiao Yang folded his arms and looked around, confused. Why are the four seniors taking so long without any news? Wu Honglin guessed wildly. Maybe they've found the treasure. But Tan Yang shook his head. "Not right. We should have dealt with Tanlai first or informed you guys." A strange voice echoed. No, they won't inform you anymore. Then Linky's aura lit up. When the light faded, Tanlai appeared. With a cold gaze, he looked at the two in front of him. Now we settle old debts. Wu Honglin paled. Tanlai, why are you here? Tanlai snorted and summoned the chain-refining heavenly sword, charging straight towards him. I have no reason to explain myself to you. Tanlai's sword cut through both Wu Honglin and Tan Shiryang. With his lower cultivation, Tan Shiryang couldn't withstand the sharpness of the chain-refining heavenly sword. In pain, he screamed, blood spilling from his mouth. He turned to look at the unconscious Tan Shiryang on the ground. Then he looked at Tanlai with anger and frustration. Standing up, realizing that the previous teleportation had issues, seniors must have been trapped elsewhere. Tanlai winced in pain but said, yes, but it's too late for those who know. Wu Honglin clutched his wound, gritting his teeth, cursing Tanlai. This conversation isn't over. One day, I'll tear you apart. Tanlai clenched in pain and said coldly to Wu Gongzi, it seems your mind is still not clear. At this point, he's still bold. With his snort, he released a stream of spiritual energy. Wu Honglin was already injured. Even such a light strike sent him flying again, more blood spilling out. Suddenly, someone rushed up like the wind. Tan Shiryang gritted his teeth and shouted, Tanlai, you're going to die. Then he charged at him. How fast is Tanlai's reaction? He immediately mobilized spiritual energy, laughing coldly, a true Eastern Joe immortal prince, but only knows how to ambush. Embarrassed, he slashed back, blocking Tan Shiryang's attack. Tan Shiryang didn't expect such a quick counterattack and was pushed away. A loud explosion echoed. Tan Shiryang clutched his chest, gasping for breath, trembling. Tanlai flew in front of him, laughing lightly. He's stronger than Wu Honglin, but only by a little. Exhausted and panicked, Tan Shiryang begged, hold on, Tanlai. Please don't act rashly. Tan Shiryang changed his tone to be more conciliatory. Smiling falsely, he asked if they were family and inquired about the heart technique he used. He claimed it was a supreme art of the immortal Qianxi clan. Only those from the same lineage could cultivate it. Tanlai paused and replied coldly, so what? Surprised by his calmness, Tan Shiryang asked, have you known your Qianxi lineage for long? Tanlai said, yes. When Tan Hongshan entered the immortal mansion, I understood the relationship between you. But what if he threw away the Bixu sword and said, knowing this but still attacking, wanting to harm our family? Raising his sword, he asked, why can't I kill you? Tan Shiryang tried to resist me. I'm just uncertain. Tanlai interrupted with a snort. Uncertain for profit and gain, aren't you? He said as he slashed again. Tan Shiryang couldn't block it and was sent flying into the ground. Lying there, trembling, he looked up and said, if you kill me, you can never return home. Do you think you can fight against the entire Tianqi clan? Tanlai landed in front of him and asked, why didn't I use my heart technique before Tan Hongshan arrived? Not because I was afraid, but to see the true face of what's called the immortal Tianqi imperial clan. Tanlai raised his hand, flames burning. He whispered, I act according to my heart. You're no better than those ordinary families. His eyes sharp and cold, going home, not necessary. Tan Shiryang's lips trembled as he asked if it was really true that he wasn't afraid of the Tianqi clan. Suddenly, a clean light passed by. Tanlai immediately looked towards it. A loud explosion echoed. Tanlai leaped high to dodge the attack. He was puzzled. Who just attacked him? The force was definitely not from Wu Honglin. A sharp sound rang out. Someone rushed past his back and struck hard at Tanlai's back. He spat blood, turned around, and saw Deely. He was shocked. Little girl, why? Her current appearance was terrifying. Her red eyes glared like a beast, as if not recognizing him anymore. The attack made Tanlai fall hard to the ground. Struggling to get up, he coughed, his mind filled with doubts. Could it be that what the Moonlight Demon Sovereign said was true? That day, the Demon Sovereign asked, if one day the house wants to kill you, what would you do? Being together only brings trouble, no good outcome. Looking at Dealey rushing with intense intent, he used himself, and unexpectedly, the demon sovereign spoke about it. Today, the investors really want to take his life. Is this retribution? Well, dying by her hand isn't so bad. Tanlai smiled, let out a sigh, then stood still. A loud explosion echoed. The courtyard of the saintly hero immortal sect trembled. Earth and stone crumbled as Delay crouched to stand motionless. Quitting so easily, was that right? That doesn't seem like his style at all. Hearing an unfamiliar voice, Delay roared angrily, as if provoked strongly. Yushi grabbed Tanlai's collar and pulled him up. Tanlai looked up to see a familiar figure. He exclaimed, "Yushi!" She widened her eyes and shouted, "What are you daydreaming about? The saintly hero immortal sect is already occupied. We can't fight against her. Think of a way out quickly." Tanlai remembered the scroll. He immediately came up with a plan, using the hexagram to activate the illusory scene restrictions recorded in it. Perhaps they would be useful. Han clasped his hands and formed seals, channeling energy, aligning with the cup, separating the poison, reciting the incantation as he rushed forward. The soul seal light enveloped Delay, who struggled violently like a beast trying to break free from the circle. Tanlai gritted his teeth. The hexagram in the hexagram scroll could induce hallucinations, making one feel as if they were trapped in a dream. He wasn't sure it would work, but saw Delay gradually calm down. She lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Yushi sighed. She was asleep now. For now, they were safe, but Tanlai still felt heavy with worry about what had happened to the investors. Moreover, she really seemed different just now. He asked if there were similar records in the demon clan. Yushi replied that she wasn't sure either, but said he probably forgot something important. He was surprised and asked what? She glanced at the two immobile youths on the ground, Tan Xiaoyang and Wu Honglin, and asked how he planned to deal with them. Tanlai replied that they didn't have time for them now, just take both of them out first, then figure it out later. Amidst the Dragon Snake Mountains, a new light emerged. Wu Ha and Tan Hongshan rushed over. Qin Hai shouted, "Honglin, Xiaoyang, were they teleported outside?" Tan Hongshan understood immediately that something big had happened. Wu Ha frowned. Could it be due to Tanlai? Wu Honglin smirked and said, "He says Tanlai is a member of the immortal Tan dynasty, which is funny considering you pretend not to know." Xiaoyang hurriedly denied it, trying to refute him. Wu Honglin was angry and shouted, "Dare to do something but refuse to take responsibility. Even your own clan members are being rejected. That's cruel." Tan Hongshan turned to ask the child, "Xiaoyang, is what he said true?" But Xiaoyang hesitated, unable to answer due to fear of damaging his reputation and facing blame. Wu Honglin asked, "Do you fear Tanlai's talent surpassing yours so much that you're afraid he'll return to the Tan clan and crush you, which is why you wanted to kill him from the start?" She didn't expect the outcome to change. Tanlai had manipulated all of us like puppets. If not for your selfishness, at least some of the treasures in the immortal realm would have belonged to the Eastern Zhou Tan family. Wu Honglin looked directly at Xiaoyang and said he had lost face, not only losing a treasure, but turning Tanlai into an enemy of his entire clan. Tan Hongshan's expression darkened as he sighed deeply. How has the task assigned by our ancestors turned out like this? Wu Honglin snorted coldly. It was self-inflicted, then asked Wu Ha where Tala Wang and Sa Chi were. Wu Ha replied that they had left a while ago. Although unwilling to admit it, the final victor of this immortal realm trip is Tanlai. Inside the immortal realm, Hu Anwing coughed slightly and said, "Let him explain the situation first. Currently, Delay is locked in the underground cell under my feet. Due to the divine seals, she won't wake up for now." Tanlai asked curiously what had happened to her. Hu Anwing replied that things were unstable. Observations suggest she has a second regional spirit not fully under her control. Thus, when she practiced heart-sealing techniques, the consciousness of the main regional spirit disappeared, while the secondary regional spirit couldn't escape its body. This also explains her dramatic changes before and after. You covered her mouth in surprise, not expecting to have two regional souls. The stone lamp continued, "This isn't rare. Senior Holy Hero also had two original souls, representing powerful magical power and special benefits. But Delai's condition is unusual. What makes it different?" Long ago, the master refined his second original soul using a unique treasure, forcing it to split. So even if one original soul was injured, it wouldn't affect him much. However, Delai's second original soul seemed forced into a sealed state within the Imperial Palace, unlike something she cultivated. Teely was shocked and couldn't believe it. He blurted out in surprise. Master Yu was also shaken. Luckily, Delai's natural talent kept her original soul under control. Otherwise, they might all be dead in this fairy pavilion. Teely turned to ask the stone lamp if there was any way to resolve it. The stone lamp replied that for now, only temporary sealing of the second original soul could be done without harming her or touching her. Then they needed to find a way to unseal and restore control over the main original soul. Teely clenched his fist tightly, anger flaring up, thinking of Wu Honglin, Wu Ha, New Mount Huangshan, New Xiaoyang, to La Wang, and Sa Qi. He just wanted to kill them all in one fell swoop. You could tell Teely was planning revenge from his dark expression. She reminded him that revenge isn't always possible. They are stronger than us. You must stay calm. Teely raised his hand, activating the teleportation circle in his palm. The light circle fell where Ju stood, telling her to leave. But she shouted quickly, "Wait, rushing into this isn't you going to die?" Teely didn't let Ju say more. The teleportation ray lit up and took her away from there. The stone lamp jumped behind him. Sighed, "Master, that girl really cares about you a lot." Teely nodded. "I understand, but she is Tu La Wang's subordinate. She has suffered enough. I don't want to drag her into this mire." His eyes sharpened as the cold fury spread. Even though their stay in Holy Hero's fairy pavilion was over, helping the reporter take revenge had just begun. Years after the battle for the fairy pavilion, an inner Ujo of That Ba Temple, two servants were kneeling before an old senior immortal, being drenched with cold water. They are truly useless. Even healing their lord's wounds is a struggle. What use are you? The two subordinates trembled. Master, didn't we invite the deceased official Taoist? The old temple master was cold. If even the deceased official couldn't help, how should we deal with them? One subordinate sighed and explained, "This isn't difficult. With That Ba Temple's power, killing a person is as easy as carrying a hand." At this moment, another subordinate rushed in to report that the master was in the front hall. The deceased official Taoist had arrived. The master glanced and said with a hint of coldness, "He's here already? Good. Let me see how he is." Is the deceased official really skilled in magical arts, as people say? Turns out the deceased official was actually Teely's disguise. The master immediately changed his expression to a warm welcome. "Honored Taoist, you have come, indeed a privilege." Teely asked, "Are you Sungu, the Sunghu Dao master and temple head?" Teely nodded. "Good, I am known for my temper. So let's get to the point. I came here to exchange for a vial of Ghost Sea Heart blood. Just hand over that item, and we'll consider saving your lord." Sungu laughed loudly. "Haha, understood, just as rumored. Seems you know the condition of our lord." Inul responded, "I wouldn't come if I wasn't sure. Tell me clearly. Pass the heart and blood for treatment. We save lives. No need to discuss further if not." Sungu calmly replied as he heard him make demands. "The heart and blood are in our hands. But how do I know you can cure the young master?" Fan Lai immediately said, "It's troublesome. Lead me to see Han's injuries first. After checking, I'll prescribe a remedy." Shungshu invited Dao Hui with a gesture. "Let's go." They didn't enter the clinic but went to an empty area. Fan Lai looked at the mountains and sighed appreciatively. The temple statues, Viet River Golden Swallow, Inner Europe truly is a good place. Shungshu asked with a smile, "Is this Dao Hai's first time in Inner Europe?" Fan Lai nodded. "I've heard that Huangshan Mountain is the top holy land. Your temple has guarded it for centuries and collected countless strange treasures." Sunghu confidently replied, "Of course, but there's something you need to know first." His eyes turned cold. "If you can cure the young master, I'll offer plenty of heart and blood. Otherwise, Fan Lai waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll go alone if it doesn't work. Sunggu stroked his chin suggestively. Maybe then you won't be able to move, leading him to a stone door. He said, the young master is inside. Now show your skills. All right. Fan Lai entered and surveyed. It's actually a cave-hidden well. A male voice echoed, visitor, are you from the mortal realm Taoist? No one here. Fan Lai replied, yes, but since the young master is hiding, I could guess. A youthful voice said, this place is simple. Please bear with me. It's not that we're trying to hide. It's just too many enemies, so we have to be cautious. Fan Lai immediately became alert. Facing him was Wu Honglin, a formidable enemy of his. The man in dark red said, I'm Wu Honglin, meeting the mortal realm Taoist. Fan Lai replied, I don't have much patience. If you still doubt me, consider it never happened. His words made Wu Honglin less wary. He smiled and asked, how can I not trust a mortal realm Taoist like you? He invited Fan Lai inside. A few days ago in the Holy Hero Immortal Residence, Fan Lai secluded himself for months of cultivation. After finishing his seclusion, he sighed with relief. Slightly disappointed that he still couldn't enter the Love Fire realm, it only took nearly 2 months to go from late stage and residence to full maturity, a speed that was shocking. Fan Lai wasn't satisfied yet. His cultivation level was too low to help his sponsor seek revenge. He asked Ba if there were any elixirs for breakthroughs. Wen responded, long ago the master collected countless treasures, including a method called Great Sun Dragon Chi Elixir. Unfortunately, it's missing one ingredient and hasn't been completed yet. That ingredient is Heart and Blood Sea Dragon. The Heart and Blood Sea in Inner Europe, which is Wu family territory. Old Bull explained that during the first residence contest, Wu Honglin was severely injured by the master. Coming to Inner Europe now is very dangerous. Fan Lai just laughed. If you don't enter a tiger's den, how can you get a cub? Wu family HMPH, he snorted, eating up. I've thought of a way. Turns out Fan Lai used face changing to look like Li Feng and went by the name Mortal Realm Taoist. After taking his pulse, he said that the young master's injuries were due to old wounds not healing properly, combined with chaotic qi and blood causing more severe conditions. Despite efforts to treat it, it was too late. Internal injuries stabilized, but cultivation level got stuck. Every time he tried to break through, internal injuries flared up. Unbearable pain. Right. Wu Honglin sighed and praised Fan Lai's insight. Indeed, you have keen eyesight. Even the temple is the strongest clinic in Inner Europe, but can't help. Do you have any ideas? Fan Lai noticed that common treatments were no longer effective for his condition. But I have a special remedy. Do you want to try it? Wu Honglin immediately asked, what's the medicine? Please enlighten me. Fan Lai replied, have you heard of the 3 transformations Sea Gold Elixir before? Wu Honglin touched his chin in thought and said he had heard of it, but that elixir has been lost for ages. Could it be that you really mastered this divine elixir? Fan Lai laughed, saying the term divine is a bit exaggerated, but Wu Honglin eagerly clapped his hands at the method of preparation. If so, I hope you can help. Honglin will repay your kindness endlessly. Tan Lai immediately spoke with a hint of implication. Wanting to help isn't easy either. But how difficult is it? I need some time to complete this cultivation technique. Moreover, after finishing, the blood of Zhao Longxi demon must be exchanged for the Ba that temple. What do you think, young master? Without hesitation, Wu Honglin immediately nodded in agreement. Tan Lai smiled and said it's good. Young master is really strong, so I will go back to prepare. Finished speaking, within him, a sly laugh echoed, haha. What kind of elixir is this? Wu Honglin, the injuries on your body were caused by me before. Now you come asking for my help. It's truly karmic retribution, quite amusing to watch. Those who have harmed the investors in Sacred and Temple will not escape my hands this time. And you, Wu Honglin, are the first. In his room, he saw Tanley's reflection on a mirror and felt reassured seeing him still in disguise. Very good. That dead official has left. Come out now. This time, I personally fetch Mui from home to see how those outside are doing, to check if this dead official is worth trusting. A woman stepped out from inside. Wu Hanlin looked at her and continued speaking. After all, Mui is the most cunning of the Wu family, right? Little Mui, do you think that dead official is trustworthy? The woman replied, Big brother, trust can't be judged in a day, because I don't know who Big brother has offended outside. But based on the new name Tanlai mentioned, he always hides within that temple. That possibility isn't small. She indeed spoke about him first due to his size. Wu Honglin's face paled slightly. What? Really so? The woman continued. Don't be alarmed with that temple's power. Even if Tanlai entered here, he would find it hard to harm you. Besides, Senior Master Shang, whose cultivation is at the mystic realm, with the seals in the temple, Tanlai definitely can't match him. Hearing this, Wu Honglin's face relaxed a bit, as if some of his worries were lifted. If so, I'll be more at ease for now. Mui said again, Big brother, they've come all the way here. We should cooperate well. But Mui must remind you that this dead official can't be fully trusted, especially those items he brought. They must be checked carefully to avoid any mistakes. What goes into a dead official's mouth is extremely important. You shouldn't take it lightly. Wu Honglin thought for a moment and said, Little Mui is more careful as always. Let me leave this matter to you then. Mui came over and patted her head gently in a soft voice saying, Dear, do you not want to hear what Big Brother says anymore? No matter how, I must obtain the 3 transformations see gold pill recipe. Once done, I'll convince my father to agree with Lang Wu's marriage proposal. All right? Hearing about the marriage, Mui brightened up and reluctantly agreed. She said softly, All right then. In a back mountain area of that temple, Tanlai stepped out from his room. Before he could stand steady, one subordinate rushed to ask what the dead official needed. He handed over a paper with a list of medicinal ingredients and asked for them in pairs, taking 10 portions of each type here. Then send it straight down here. Hurry up. The subordinate took it and replied, Yes, immediately going to do as instructed. Tanlai turned back into his room and gently closed the door. He waved his hand and cast the luminescent bone technique. Crackles echoed as his joints shifted positions. His skin changed to its true form, returning him to Tanlai's original appearance. A spirit flew in and asked, Master, is there no one outside now? Tanlai looked at the spirit and replied, Yes, it's safe now. Eat up. Go out. The spirit transformed into stone form, exhaled deeply, feeling relieved, and thanked his master. Tanlai asked again, Eat up. About what I told you before, Blackstone quickly answered, Master, don't worry, everything is ready, just need to grind it into powder now. But he was still worried about the powerful venom in the Hashisi pill. Moreover, isn't there a risk of exposing the gold pill formula this way? Tanlai only smiled. No worries, I'm just using some auxiliary ingredients. The crucial ones are stored in Sacred and Temple. Besides, you probably don't know the true nature of that temple yet, right? True form, yes. They look like the most famous apothecary in Uzhou from the outside. But actually, they are a force directly under the Wu family, like a hidden powerful arm. Blackstone's eyes widened in shock. What? Is that true? Tanlai looked at him and asked, Eat well. Beside Wu Honglin, how many Ka and Mciang are there? They replied, Some have extraordinary cultivation, while Wu Honglin himself is on the 5th level of the Infu. Not to mention that Wu can send people to secretly protect him, so it's hard to kill a Han and even harder to retreat. Tanlai narrowed his eyes. If both ways are difficult, we must turn complexity into simplicity. This time, instead of going to the authorities, we'll go online. In his eyes, there was a hint of murderous intent. The Wu Honlin's bodyguard was indeed the gift I prepared for these high-ranking experts. 5 days later, how is it? How far have the people I assigned done with this task? The subordinate replied at the end, Miss Bima, I've been guarding outside the mortuary room. 5 days ago, when he came out to ask for some medicinal herbs, I stayed inside without leaving. Therefore, we still can't investigate the recipe. Wu Shaoxi gently touched her chin. After a moment's thought, she said, "Give me the list of medicinal herbs you requested," and the subordinate immediately responded. She took the paper and looked at it with wide eyes in surprise. These are just auxiliary ingredients to balance the properties. The main ingredients weren't mentioned at all. It seems this mortuary is quite secretive indeed. Looking at her subordinate, she ordered, "Alright, continue doing as I instructed." A moment passed. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking on Tanley's room echoed. Blackstone reported, "Master, there are people outside." Tanley stepped out and told Wu to hide quickly. Tanley quickly changed into a mortuary official's appearance, opened the door, and loudly asked, "Who is doing well outside?" Outside was Wu Shaoxi. Her green eyes looked at the youth before her with respect. Xiaomu Wu Honglin bowed to the mortuary master. Tanlai was slightly surprised inside. It turns out that Wu Honglin belongs to the Wu family. He immediately performed a bow. "Miss Honglin, I don't know why you've come looking for me." She lightly said she heard he's an alchemist master. Honglin hopes to receive some guidance. Tanlai raised his eyebrows slightly. "Guidance? Alright, I wonder what difficulties Miss Honglin is facing." She replied that Xiao Mu was troubled by the process of extracting the essence and stopping the alchemy. She hopes he can give her more guidance in the alchemy room. She smiled. These mistakes only show up when actually performing the task. Tanlai nodded in agreement. Alright, so Honglin followed her to the alchemy room. It was late by the time they returned, after the sun set behind the mountains. Wu said hurriedly, "Master, you're finally back." Tanlai immediately asked about what happened, and Wu recounted that not long after he left, someone from the abbey had secretly entered his room. Tanlai frowned. It must be people from Wu Honglin's side trying to probe the recipe. He reassured her, "It's fine. I've prepared for this. Today is just a tiger leaving the mountain trick." All the medicinal herbs and documents in the room were fake, so they wouldn't find any clues. But things aren't that simple, and Wu continued, "Master, they took something from your furnace." Tanley's expression changed. His eyes showed concern. "What?" "It's a disaster. Although the sea transformation golden pill is complex, true alchemy masters can deduce its components based on the herbs used. The classification and combination process takes time, but finding the exact formula is just a matter of time now. Whoever came up with this must not be Wu Honglin. Could it be a high-ranking expert behind him? That doesn't make sense. If those old monsters really did it, they would have forced me long ago using their cultivation." Tanlai placed his hand on his forehead and thought, if it was Sung Hu, it wouldn't make sense either, because he didn't need to hide anything from me after hearing our conversation with Wu Honglin. So the real master behind this must be Wu Honglin. I never expected that gentle appearance to conceal such deep scheming. Even I was outwitted by her. Seeing his master's expression deteriorate, Wu reminded him, "Master, we need to speed up the process now. We must hand over the complete sea transformation golden pill before they do." Tanlai understood and replied, "Yes, but I still can't shake off this frustration." 3 guards quickly approached. "Master, could it be that you already have a pair of books?" Tanlai turned around and responded vaguely, "Let's proceed as such." He frowned, his gaze lingering. "Wu Hongyuan, this time I must make her taste some suffering." At the Sword Mountain Manor, more than 50 miles east from here, a man in white robes with a stern expression barked at his subordinate. "What did you say?" The subordinate shivered and replied, "Young master, it's completely true. Yesterday, the secret informer reported back. Miss Han Yuan and that official sneaked into the alchemy room, leaving only at dusk." That man was Lang Wu, the young master of Sword Mountain Manor. Upon hearing this, he clenched his fists in disbelief. "I've known Han Yuan for many years. Her feelings are clear to me. If not for Wu's objections, we would have been married long ago. Now that news has spread about her being close to another man, how can this noble accept such a thing?" Seeing his face turn hard, the subordinate clasped his hands and waited for orders. "Young master, what shall I do?" "Tell my father I want to visit the widow's room. I must clarify things with Han Yuan in front of her." Lang Wu ordered. The subordinate stood firm and replied after 3 hours. The subordinate hesitated before answering. Miss Hong Yuan, this formula is extremely complex. Based on yesterday's residue, that official used at least 50 types of herbs. Alchemy must follow a strict sequence. From entering the furnace to heating and cooling all affect the final result. After listening, Wu Hongwen pondered before asking again, does this mean it can't be resolved in a few days? Yes, the subordinate replied, it would take at least half a month. Wu Hongwen immediately shook his head. No, half a month is too long. With great sages affairs settled, waiting half a month will make everything history. But, the subordinate was flustered and didn't know what to say. Wu Hongwen then suggested, if I allow you to extract from the official's room one more time, can you resolve it in 10 days? The subordinate clenched his fists tightly, his voice resolute. Yes, sir. I will not disappoint Miss Hong Yuan. I will definitely complete this task. Back to Tan Lai. He was opening a medicine drawer and carefully checking the essence of each herb. Good. After one night's nourishment, the potency has been activated according to the Golden Sea alchemy formula. The next step is to refine the essence solution for condensation. But first, we need to process the snake embryo jar. I need to adapt to its toxicity first. As Tan Lai was checking the snake embryo jar, a knock sounded. Is Mr. Official here? Hearing the familiar voice, Tan Lai immediately transformed into a low-ranking official and pondered. Wu Hong Yuan, she's back again. Could it be to continue her old scheme? Fine, I also want some of that anger right now. Besides, the time on the other side is almost here. Tan Lai smiled maliciously and opened the door. Wu Hong Yuan pretended concern. Young master, you don't look well today. Tan Lai ordered his subordinate to respond. Miss Hong Yuan, our relationship isn't close enough for such inquiries. Hearing this, Wu Hong Yuan feigned weakness and said in a pained voice, actually, I came here to apologize to young master today. I heard someone broke into the alchemy room yesterday. It's an absolute no-go zone. It was all my mistake. Please forgive me. Miss Hong Yuan bowed apologetically. But Tan Lai wouldn't be fooled by such a cunning woman. If she wants to act, he'll play along. Wu Hong Yuan asked for forgiveness with a smile and gently patted her hand. Miss Hong Yuan doesn't need to do that. I lost just some residue. But your sincerity is noted. Let's not be formal anymore. We can talk freely now. Wu Hong Yuan was about to take his hand when a stern voice interrupted. Wu Hong Yuan, do you still feel guilty towards me? Seeing the man she loved with another, who wouldn't feel betrayed and heartbroken? Lang Wu witnessed this and clenched his fists, his face darkening as he shouted, Wu Hong Yuan, why are you here? Lang Wu gritted his teeth in anger. Why am I being blocked? For what reason did you appear in the official's compound? Didn't we promise to be together like mountains and seas? Have you forgotten everything, Miss Hong Yuan? Lang Wu, brother, what are you babbling about? Between me and Master Deathless, it's not as you think. Wu Hong Yuan looked at him, her face turning serious as she tried to explain. But before she could speak, Lang Wu began questioning her urgently. Did you encounter danger? Or did that Deathless threaten you? Continuously asked, Wu Hong Yuan felt flustered and remembered what Wu Hongwen had said. As long as the matter related to the Deathless and the transformation of the Sea Golden Pill is clarified, he would help her convince her father to accept their engagement. Although unwilling, Wu Hong still bit her lip and kept it a secret, only advising him, Lang Wu, go back now, things aren't what you see. Not hearing his desired words, Lang Wu couldn't stay calm. He pushed her hand away loudly. Are you blind? Standing so close and saying nothing. Do you think I'm 3 years old? No, that's not it. Wu Hong Yuan stammered to clarify, but was interrupted. Tan Lai, standing nearby, recalled his previous conversation with Enba about the stolen medicinal herbs. When Enba asked if there was a way to turn the situation around, he had come up with a plan and told Enba to spread rumors that Lang Wu and Wu Hong Yuan had been living separately. He knew it was taboo for an unmarried woman to live with a strange man. If this rumor spread, powerful factions would watch closely, possibly creating turmoil or even conflict. distracting Wu Ran from handling matters. Hearing the plan, Ba immediately understood Tanley's intentions. If the rumor spread, Wu Ran's surveillance on the group would decrease, making their actions easier. While checking the medicinal pills, Tanlai replied, "Yes," he continued, "this is convenient for our revenge plan. It also serves as a punishment for Wu Hongyuan's unauthorized investigation of the pill. After all, the Deathless is just a fake name and appearance. It doesn't affect him." Once understanding his intent, Ba immediately acted. Seeing Lang Wu today, Tanlai realized the plan was working. Looking at Lang Wu, Tanlai secretly smiled. HMPH, I heard this guy is the head of Sword Mountain Gang. Who would have thought he has a connection with Wu Hongyuan? Quite a surprise. It seems like Sword Mountain Gang also. Suddenly, Lang Wu's voice pulled Tanlai out of his thoughts. He shivered. Alright, Lang Wu Hongyuan. While I was away, did you go flower picking and butterfly hunting in peace? Hearing such insults, Wu Hongyuan retorted, Lang Wu, brother, what are you saying nonsense about? Shut up now. Lang Wu growled. Then he suddenly leaped towards Tanlai. His hand! He issued a warning strike. Let me teach this Deathless a lesson before talking to you. Tanlai didn't back down, gathering his own spiritual energy in his left hand and issuing a cold challenge as he blocked Lang Wu's approach. He taunted, even Prefect Jonky dares to be aggressive. I see you're really bored with life. HMPH, a loud noise. Lang Wu was thrown down, spitting blood right there. Hiccup, the ground cracked. Lang Wu injured severely, struggling to stand up. Seeing this, Wu Hongyuan's face changed. She cried out anxiously. Lang Wu, Tanlai didn't bother looking at him. After knocking down Lang Wu, he turned to Hongyuan and said, Miss, I came here to treat your lord brother. Now, you're dragged into this dispute. Do you have any explanation? She was panicked and couldn't speak in time. Behind Lang Wu, who stood dazed, suddenly laughed sarcastically. Ha! No wonder a proponent of the imperial race has such an exalted gaze. I thought only those from noble families could touch the golden princess of Wu Ran. Wu Hongyuan, you know? Lang Wu wanted to say more, but suddenly bit his lip, showing reluctance. He then softly sighed. Alright, I'll go, and immediately flew out of the mansion after finishing speaking. As he left, Wu Honglin and Sheng Hu Daozong arrived. Wu Honglin asks, Little thing, what's going on? Was it Lang Wu who just left? Big brother, Wu Hongyun only said a few words, but Tanlai gently coughed to cut him off, speaking with discomfort. Dao Master Sung Hu didn't expect your esteemed institution to be so permissive. Outsiders can come and go as they please. Hearing this, Sung Hu could only clench his hands and, it's all just a misunderstanding. The best thing is not to let it happen again. After Tanlai explained, he added, Dao Master also knows I'm here not for rest. Aren't you the one who can't wait for alchemy refinement, right? Wu Honglin pauses and nods, then quickly clasps his hands to apologize. This is indeed our mistake. I'll apologize on behalf of Lang Wu to Master. Seeing everything clarified, Tanlai turns around, intending to escort them inside. Well then, let me continue refining the elixir. The apology doesn't interest me. Saying this, he hesitates not and enters the room. Closing the door, he looks back and whispers, Master, it seems our plan is working well. Tanlai surveys his surroundings, then clasps his hands and smiles lightly. Indeed, today's performance exceeded expectations. I never thought there was such a connection between Wu Hongyun and the dim sword master of Sword Mountain. Haha, perhaps in the future, Wu will be too busy to look after himself. Outside the 7th Lady Inn, after Tanlai enters the room, Wu Honglin asks, Little nose, where's the prescription? Don't tell me you still haven't gotten it. Hearing this, Wu Hongyun shouts, Prescription, prescription, do you only know about that? Do you know why Lang Wu wants to cut ties with us because of this? As a big brother, do you understand anything at all? Every day, you only think of yourself. Have you ever cared for little nose like I have? How could you talk to me like that? Wu Honglin raises his eyebrows and reminds him, We grew up together. If I don't understand you, who else does? Let me handle Lang Wu's matter, but continue with your task. Where are you going? Wu Hongyan doesn't bother to answer and turns away, leaving. She only huffs, saying that Wu Honglin has no right to manage her. The energy immediately left Wu Honglin's body, leaving him fuming and gritting his teeth. Shanyu looked after her as she left, guessing her intentions. It seems Miss plans to go to Sword Mountain Hall for an explanation. Don't worry, young master. Hearing this, Wu Honglin frowned slightly. Yeah, I hope so. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lang Wu landed on a desolate mountain, his face flushed with anger as he struck the rock beside him forcefully. He gritted his teeth in thought. Damn it, who is that dead official? What makes him so special that Wu Hongguan is crazy about him like this? I never expected Wu Hongguan to change so much. I must have misjudged her then. If she's already indifferent, there's no need for me to maintain any sense of righteousness anymore. A wicked thought flashed in Lang Wu's eyes. He waved his hand and his face instantly transformed into that of a dead official. Then he laughed coldly, saying regardless of how it happens, she will still be my Lang Wu's woman. As night fell, Wu Hongguan followed to the cliff where Lang Wu had left. Miss Hongguan is in such a hurry. Where are you going? Lang Wu with his dead official face spoke, startling her. She landed and approached, asking the dead official gentleman why he came into the mountain at night like this. He vaguely replied, I'm here to escort Miss. Surprised, Wu Hongguan asked, waiting for me? What do you mean? Lang Wu and his dead official guys laughed heavily and said, it's not convenient to talk about this at the 7th Mother Temple. In fact, I've admired you for a long time. This place is quiet, perfect for us to spend a beautiful night together. Dead official, do you know what you're saying? Lang Wu took out a vial from his spatial pocket, emitting an unfamiliar scent. He spoke in a sinister voice. Of course, with a beauty like Miss, I've prepared everything. She recognized the smell and immediately realized what was emanating from the potion. With hatred clouding her vision, she used the dead official's appearance to answer. It's too late now even if you blind me. The effects of the poison started as soon as we began talking. Wu Hongguan's body trembled as the toxins made her fall down. Her face turned red, sweat poured from her, and she gasped for breath. She warned dead official, are you going to confront Lang Wu just because of a person dared to defy the ancient Lang dynasty? Lang Wu crushed the vial, laughing mockingly. I don't have the strength to do that. But what's happening tonight has nothing to do with that. He slowly walked forward as he spoke. The poison has taken effect. When you wake up, everything will be over. You, hush. Wu Hongguan's body became limp and almost lifeless. Her eyes heavy, she could only hear warning voices in her mind. Danger, go to Sword Mountain Hall to find Lang Wu for an explanation. That won't work. Lang Wu, hush, a thud. Wu Hongguan fell to the ground. Seeing her unconscious, Lang Wu revealed his true face and laughed. Ha ha! Wu Hongguan, you finally have to pay for this. Then let's not waste any time. Tonight, we'll sleep under the sky, on the earth, completing our good deed together. That will be fitting for my feelings towards you over these years. He placed his hand on his chest and wore a wicked expression. He laughed wildly. Ha 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 ha! But Lang Wu didn't expect that behind the cliff nearby, Xinlai had witnessed everything. Xinlai recalled what Enba said in the alchemy furnace. He asked, Master, where are you going? Han replied, even if Lang Wu brings her here with her current appearance, she will definitely change to explain. If she clears everything up, then why does my beating Lang Wu today still have any meaning? The old lady asked again, what do you mean? Xinlai smiled slyly and said naturally follow Lang Wu before he returns to Sword Mountain Hall. He also hinted that the chief steward suddenly disappeared from the 7th Mother Temple. What do you think Sword Mountain Hall will react to this? I never expected Lang Wu's character to be so despicable. Xinlai watched as he dragged an unconscious Wu Hongguan into the cave, then thought, well, that's good. I don't have to take action myself. We just don't know how Wu Hongguan's face will look when she wakes up. It's really making us wait. Lang Wu, That leftover scoundrel used disguise and poison to frame Vu Hongvan for something wicked, causing people to lose their minds. As dawn broke, the light from outside the forest entered the cave, and Vu Hongvan gradually woke up. She tiredly propped herself up, her body aching as she sat in despair. Her hand trembled as she gently rubbed her throbbing head. She was shocked and exclaimed, "It hurts so much! What happened?" "I remember heading to Sword Mountain Village. Then, Lang Wu, dressed in a death mask, appeared." That's right, the death mask then disappeared. Vu Hongvan fearfully fell down, stammering, "Could it be that I really did fall for him?" Lang Wu finally realized something was amiss. He muttered, "Why did I fall asleep like this?" At the same time, Vu Hongvan erupted in fury and used her strength to attack Lang Wu, shouting, "Death Mask, you're dead." Caught off guard by his confusion, he couldn't dodge and was hit by her move. He was thrown out of the cave, a loud explosion echoing. Only then did Lang Wu scream in terror. "Lang Wu, give me back, brother," Vu Hongvan sobbed, full of doubt. Her face filled with shock and disbelief as she questioned Lang Wu again. So Lang Wu was completely panicked, his limbs flailing, mind spinning. He didn't know how to explain it. He only groaned in distress because he hadn't had time to transform back into the death mask. In that moment of confusion, Vu Hongvan looked at him with desperate eyes and a trembling voice. "Could it be? Could you really have been the one who disguised yourself as a death mask to humiliate me?" Lang Wu snapped out of his daze and quickly tried to explain. "Hongvan, listen to me. I didn't mean to. I just didn't want that death mask to take advantage of you. That's why." But Vu Hongvan angrily interrupted. "So it was you who attacked first and humiliated me. Why did you treat me so cruelly?" So the scoundrel Lang Wu tried to plead his case. "Hongvan, don't get worked up. I really love you. Accusing the death mask was just for you to see his true face." Vu Hongvan felt completely hopeless. Her eyes filled with hatred as she screamed, "How could you love me and treat me like this? Lang Wu, I won't forgive you. You're a despicable creature that deserves to be crushed." He was still panicking, desperately trying to hold on. "Hongvan, don't get angry. Our years of affection." But Vu Hongvan roared, "Things have reached this point. As the heir of the Wu dynasty clan, I can't let my family be disgraced. This matter is serious, and you can't live on anymore." His voice just finished. Lang Wu's face suddenly changed. A mouthful of blood spewed from his mouth. He fell to the ground, dazedly questioning himself. When did we get poisoned? Could it be that? Lang Wu gritted his teeth, his evil eyes fixed on Vu Hongvan, near her. "Vu Hongvan, you're really heartless, daring to poison yourself and switch it onto me." An oppressive atmosphere surrounded Vu Hongvan as she calmly replied, "In the immortal realm, one must have self-defense skills to survive. This poison was originally used to kill fake immortals who emit Bushang Yin energy. Today's person is using it on themselves." Lang Wu fell into a pool of blood, his condition terrible beyond description. He gasped as he thought, "Only in death would I see the true nature of Vu Hongvan. She turns out to be such a cruel woman." At that moment, alarms sounded at Sword Mountain Village. The young master's talisman had cracked. The headmaster stood up abruptly and shouted, "What is this?" News came in that Lang Wu, the young master, was killed, making Lan Tishaoji furious. He immediately led troops all night to the Seventh Sister Temple, surrounding every corner, determined to investigate who had murdered Lang Wu. In the tense atmosphere, Vu Hongvan ran straight back to the Wu family's ancestral hall. The others were at a loss for words. The situation was about to explode. Cut to Saint Anne's immortal pavilion. The Manhua high gold pill glowed softly and lay calmly in Tili's palm. And Ba joyfully exclaimed, not hiding his excitement, "Congratulations, master! The Manhua high gold pill has been successfully refined." Tili responded calmly, "And Ba, I'll go to the Wu Honglan forest to bring back the glowing pill. You prepare chaos." Line 60 is intentionally left blank as per the exact line count requirement. The master asked again, "What do you mean?" Fanli replied, "I want you to attract all the guards from the 7th lady's residence. And Ba understood immediately and nodded. Old servant got it. Master. In this study room, Wu Honglin was reading when the death official appeared. He asked, Sir, are you here? The death official replied, Yes, but why is young master so gloomy? Wu Honglin turned his face and sighed. It's because of what happened yesterday. Lang Wu left the residence and was killed while he had a connection with Hongguan. Duang needed to confront someone, but Hongguan disappeared again, making me feel very upset. The death official approached to comfort him. Young master, why worry? Could it be that you forgot today's date? Wu Honglin was stunned. He asked again, could it be that Sir has finished refining the seed transformation golden pill? The death official opened his hand to show a bright pill. He said with a smile, Yes. Please take a look. With this, your internal injuries will heal. But before he could finish, Sunghu Daozong appeared and reassured him, Don't worry, our blood pact is certain to be honored. The death official bowed to Sunghu, surprised that the Dao Zhang was also here. He replied, Your condition is serious. How could I dare to make a mistake? The death official offered the pill and invited, This is the seed transformation golden pill. Please take it. Wu Honglin agreed, okay. He took the spirit pill and swallowed it, receiving the medicinal power spreading inside him seriously. Sunghu asked immediately, How do you feel now? Wu Honglin replied, Much better, indeed extraordinary. The death official then asked, What about the dragon blood? They both fell silent. Suddenly, the sound of stone breaking echoed from above the study room roof. Dust and stones fell down. All three stood still in shock. What's going on? A soldier ran in to report, Sir, someone broke the boundless cave seal. It has collapsed. The death official asked doubtfully, Isn't the boundless cave where the demon is sealed? Shenghu solemnly replied, Yes, it's about to escape. Shenghu hurriedly ordered, Young master, go suppress the demon beast. As for this death official, Wu Honglin said, My internal injuries are healed now. Keeping him here is useless. I'll deal with him. Shenghu nodded and rushed out of the study room as he left. The death official laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Wu Honglin, you openly deceive me like this. Do you still have any rules in your eyes? Wu Honglin replied contemptuously, Ha ha ha. Such precious dragon blood. How could I give it to someone with a murky background like you? It's ridiculous. This is the 7th lady's residence. All rules here are decided by me. Hearing this, the death official laughed loudly, his face full of contempt. Can't believe Wu Honglin is still as naive. Wu Honglin shouted, You're about to die. Why laugh? The death official replied calmly, I'm laughing because before and after, you're just a fool who thinks highly of himself. While they were arguing in the study room, outside the boundless cave, thunderous explosions echoed. Smoke and dust covered the sky. As Donghu Daoju arrived, he hurriedly reassured everyone. Everyone calmed down. The demon beast just broke through the barrier, so it's still weak. Quickly set up a formation to counterattack. Grr! Jiyu's roar echoed. Heavy footsteps approaching right in front of Donghu Daoju. But before the spell could be cast, all soldiers were swept away by Jiyu with just one blast of fire. Seeing this, Donghu Daozong shouted loudly to hold back. HMPH, don't think you can act recklessly here. That demon, hurry and go to hell to suffer your punishment. As he said, he rushed forward to attack Jiyu. Amidst the chaos in Wu Honglin's study room, Sing appeared. His disguise vanished. Fan Li appeared, startling Wu Honglin. You're Fan Li. Fan Li replied indifferently. Long time no see. Do you remember me a lot, right? Wu Honglin gritted his teeth and spoke. I know you want to settle accounts, but everything isn't just about us. Don't forget the time at Sheng and Xian's residence. Besides me, there were others present with King Tala and Immortal Sa Chi. Tan Lai crossed his arms. He spoke calmly. I know that clearly. That's why you're just the first one to pay the debt. I disguised myself as a funeral attendant, sneaking into the midwife temple specifically for this moment. Hearing this, Wu Honglin paled. He covered his mouth and softly coughed. Ha! This golden armor. Tan Lai calmly cut in. It's true that it's healing now, but I added something special just for you. Immediately, the flesh of Wu Honglin began to fall apart as he screamed, my skin is melting. His tears mixed with fear as he trembled and said, "Could this be the shell of the Hush Seithi?" Tanlai replied with great interest, "That's right, you guessed it. The chaos outside was also set up by me. Donghui Daoju, wait a bit longer. The Sword Mountain Pavilion's sword team will break into the Midwife Temple soon. By then, it'll just be a matter of finishing them off. I only cut off one of Wu's arms as a convenience. Isn't that wonderful?" Wu Honglin fell to his knees and asked shakily, "Why? How do you know everything? Could it be?" Tanlai smiled coldly. "Yes, it is. Everything's in my hands." Surprised, huh? Wu Honglin? Be a good boy and go to the next life. Ha ha ha! Continue breaking him down. He gritted his teeth fiercely. "Tanlai, you're incredibly vicious." Tanlai replied indifferently, "I'll take Wuha's life with me too. Too bad he won't have the chance to report back. Just lie here and slowly turn into a puddle of dirty water." Wu Honglin cried out in despair for the last time, "I can't bear this." When Tanlai left, the chaos caused by the enraged beasts at the Midwife Temple reached Lang Tishi's ears. After hearing that, Lang Tishi immediately changed his plans, abandoning the siege to launch a full-scale assault on the Midwife Temple. At the same time, Donghui Dao's whose people were fighting both inside and outside. The Midwife Temple suffered heavy casualties. Eventually, Lang Tishi ordered the complete destruction of the Midwife Temple out of anger, wiping out Wu family's strongest force in Uzhou. Half a month later, at the Wu family's underground base in Uzhou, Wu's voice echoed with resentment. "Why must I swallow this anger?" The stern voice asked, "Hong Yun, do you dare say that you have no responsibility for your big brother's harm?" Wu Hongyun calmly replied, "It can't be blamed on anyone." Her eyes flashed with anger. How could Tanlai hide in the Midwife Temple and not consider the transmission of information during his treatment? Wu Ha became angrier as she was questioned. "Honglin is a talent of our clan. He's gone now. Who can bear it?" A deep voice echoed, "Wu Ha, stay calm. Everything must be judged by cause and effect. Don't rush. The clan leader Wu has appeared." Wu Ha replied, "Yes, clan leader." Clan leader looked at Hong Yun and said, "Hong Yun, please continue." Hong Yun reported everything was abnormal, with many suspicious coincidences. First, who spread the news that I was staying separately with a funeral attendant? Then, just as the beasts broke free from their seal, Tanlai appeared and killed my big brother. The timing was too perfect. Wu Ha pondered for a moment. Hong Yun continued, "Losing the Midwife Temple is a loss, but our opponents have now shown themselves. It's better to gather strength and wipe them out completely." Wu Ha immediately asked, "So, Tanlai, what do you plan to do with him?" Hong Yun replied seriously, "Clan leader, please allow me to follow Tanlai as a spy. He's very dangerous. His strength and cunning shouldn't be underestimated. As long as we know all his movements, avenging my big brother will only be a matter of time." The clan leader nodded. "All right, temporary command is given to you. I hope you don't disappoint the Wu clan." Line 60 is repeated. "All right, temporary command is given to you. I hope you don't disappoint the Wu clan." Hong Van clasped her hands firmly, obeying orders as she moved to a mountain near the fairy palace, where Tanlai was meditating on a cliff. Suddenly, a streak of purple light descended, sending rocks flying everywhere. A gray aura surrounded him. His body trembled as he stood up and approached Huan Wang. Huan Wang observed from afar, happily exclaiming that Tanlai had advanced to another realm. Tanlai responded calmly, attributing it all to the demon sea exchanged blood, then raised a glowing vial. Continuing, "If not for Inbar reminding him about Wu Honlin's Cosmos bag, he might have been delayed by 10 years. Now my cultivation has entered the Yuhuan realm. I am on par with revered figures and can be considered among the true experts of the 9 realms." After saying this, Tanlai tightened his grip, determinedly descending to settle old debts. Huan Wang immediately replied, "Master, a few days ago, old man discovered Saki's whereabouts. Should we act now?" Tanlai asked in surprise, "What? Where is he?" Master, he is hiding west of Uzhou, in the Linhe Gorge, near the Heavenly Demon Peak. Upon hearing this, Tanlai let out a relieved sigh. Good, as long as we eliminate Sachi, the Jinyin method left by my master will be revealed. As he spoke, his mind flashed with Dilla's smile, and he continued, if successful, not only would it awaken her, but also find a way to treat their twin souls. With that said, Tanlai looked at the mountains, silently deciding to head for the Linhe Gorge this time. Saying this, he immediately rushed towards the Linhe Gorge. Not long after, Tanlai arrived at the gorge. Standing on top, his eyes resolute. This is the Linhe Gorge realm, but where is Sachi hiding? Just then, he heard faint voices from below the mountain. What? What did you say? Tanlai hid to listen more closely. A soldier replied, the matter is clear. All direct descendants of Wu have been chasing Tanlai in Uzhou because he killed Wu Dashi in Langwu. Tanlai continued hiding behind a rock. More so, it said that he also used Wu to eliminate the West Flower Waterfall. The West Flower Waterfall, isn't its master the head of the real evil sect in Dingzhou? Yes, it seems Wu wants to settle old scores. Oh, really intense? Not just that, Wu has publicly revealed all information about him. Hearing this, Tanlai immediately deduced Saki's location. Perhaps the demoness is in Uzhou. Maybe she's hiding right here in the Linhe Gorge. As he pondered, the soldiers continued. It said that Sachi is hiding in the Linhe Gorge. Many cultivators have gathered to take advantage of this opportunity. They even laughed. If both sides fight and suffer losses, it would be perfect. Let's go quickly. We might miss out if we're late. Indeed, their treasures will eventually belong to us. After saying this, they hurriedly left. Observing the scene, Tanlai silently smirked. Wu really is smart, using me to gather cultivators from all directions. Not only did they plan his every move, but they also used manpower to expand their search scope. Whoever orchestrated this must be formidable, but it's not Wu Ha. Could it be another demon elder of the Wu family? But whoever it is, my plans won't change. If I don't eliminate Sachi now, future opportunities will become even more slim. Thinking this, Tanlai quickly moved on. In a different part of Uzhou, at the Heavenly Demon Peak in the Linhe Gorge, laughter echoed. Haha, Brother XA, your body is indeed perfect. Not only does it block demonic chi from spreading, but also has self-recovery capabilities. Truly astonishing. The speaker was howling, while Sha Qiu stood silently in response. Just a way to survive for now. Sadly, I still can't escape this decaying corpse. The path of cultivation is even more difficult than human affairs. Haobing quickly flattered. Brother Sa, don't be sad. They say the Wu family has found Tanlai's whereabouts. He killed Wu Honglin. If I reclaim the Holy Ancestor Immortal Palace from him, he might come here. Sachi only replied lightly, eyes filled with evil aura. Old man is still waiting for his rival. In the Holy Ancestor Immortal Palace, I have prepared a final plan. If you want to save his Taoist apprentice, you must come and meet me. Shaki gripped his hands tightly, his intentions clear. When the time comes, I'll take back all the precious treasures and artifacts. Suddenly, a voice echoed, impressive indeed. Shaki, the trembling one now stands on the cliff looking down. Hu Bing was startled, not expecting the trembling one to arrive so quickly. But Shaki only chuckled. Haha, good, you came faster than Master Oldfa expected. Not waiting for us, Shaki's face showed a cruel expression. Tanlit responded without fear. Shaki, why talk so much? Acting early is better, isn't it? Saying that, he wielded the heaven-refining sword and aimed directly at Xa. A thunderous explosion filled the air as smoke and flames rose thickly. As the smoke cleared, Hu Bing blocked the attack instead of Shaki. He said to Sha Han, this one can only deal with him using Master Old Tan 5. Shaki reminded, don't underestimate him. But Hu Bing still charged forward arrogantly. We are the peak of the immortal mansion, Tawei. Dealing with him is just a small matter. However, that confidence didn't last long. Tanlit unleashed an unexpected move. No one could recognize his technique. A powerful kick sent Hu Bing flying into the air. He fell heavily behind Shaki and couldn't utter a word. Shaki wasn't surprised, glanced at Hu Bing once, then turned to Tan Lit. Turns out it was the 7th Heaven Thunder Strike. It seems you gained quite a few benefits from the Holy Immortal Mansion. Tan Lit didn't bother explaining and aimed the Heaven Refining Sword at Xa Ki. Hu Bing had already lost, and the 7th Heaven Thunder Strike is rare, even in the Holy Immortal Mansion. There aren't many of them. You scoundrel, daring to waste it before Master Oldfa. Shaki gritted his teeth and charged straight at Tan Lit. Before he could react, Tan Lit was knocked back. The Heaven Refining Sword fell from his hand. Shaki immediately grabbed the Heaven Refining Sword, aiming to stab it into Tan Lit. Tan Lit dodged and countered with the Tu-Yun sword. The clash of weapons echoed through the air as space seemed to shift with each strike. Tan Lit was pushed back a few meters, his body trembling from the powerful attack. Han solemnly replied, "Do you think it's easy to take over the Immortal Mansion? It's just daydreaming." The Tu-Yun sword had cracked after the previous clash and broke completely in one breath. Meanwhile, Shaki casually threw the Heaven Refining Sword down, crossed his arms and mocked, "Looks like your weapon is no match for your words. Master Oldfa gave you a chance. Just hand over the Holy Immortal Mansion, and I might help your Taoist apprentice counter the Truck Tamshu spell." Any incense? Tan Lit tightened his grip. Hearing those shameless words, he laughed coldly. "You dare to threaten me with such childish words? Listen carefully, Shaki, today I won't just take your life, but also personally smash your head to extract the method of countering the Truck Tamshu spell." At this moment, Saki was so angry he trembled and his face contorted. He swung the Heaven Refining Sword, launching a series of attacks at Tan Lit like a furious wind. The two fought fiercely, neither willing to give an inch. Shaki unleashed spiritual energy, and Tan Lit responded just as powerfully. The shockwave created a large ball of air that exploded with a loud noise. "Learn," Tan Lit panted. Shaki shouted, "We're in the void now. How dare you provoke me? Is it all because of the Holy Immortal Mansion? Hand it over and I might spare you a little life." Stealthy and cold, spiritual energy gathered in his hands. "Just fight if you want to. Why talk so much? Shaki, this scene is coming to an end." The hidden mark on Tan Lit's body glowed brightly. Shaki widened his eyes as sweat dripped down. Isn't that the aura awareness of the Pure World Sutra? Why does he possess a technique of this level? Bam! Shaki was knocked off the peak of the mountain. He fell straight into the deep valley. Tan Lit immediately jumped down after him. Sakui's physical body had been destroyed, and his essence spirit had to escape. He screamed without shame. Why? Why? The rocks around him were blown away by his power. Tan Lit picked up the Tempered Heaven Saber and smiled. Only then did he see how ugly Sachi was in reality. "Sakui?" Sakui trembled with anger, gritted her teeth, and screamed. "If we have the true source of strength now, why still fight over the holy hero immortal residence?" Tan Lit raised his eyebrows and pointed at the mark on the ground. "You must be so confused right now. This is a consecrated seal command. Living for such a long time but knowing nothing." Saki still stubbornly denied it. "Such blatant lies? I naturally saw through that. But let's kill you and check anyway." He immediately suppressed and continued to attack. Seeing Saki rush in, Tan Lit's eyes were sharp like a knife. He swung his arm and performed the 14th move of the flawed saber technique. Great Void Knot Flaw. One slash tore through Sakui's essence, sending him flying without time to cry. From now on, the name Sakui will disappear from this world. One more enemy solved. But his body still retained a few residual chi even after death. We must quickly use Super Soul techniques and see if there are any clues in his mind about the sound control technique. Tan Lit flew to where Sakui's remains were. That was the discarded dream body. He placed his hand on the dream body's head and continued with the technique. Light flashing out. "This is..." Meanwhile, at Wu family, a subordinate reported to Wu Hongyuan. At Little Miss, Tan Lit had already appeared in Ling and killed Sakui and Hu Bang. She frowned. His speed was really fast. Without waiting for anyone's response, she turned around, her face contemplative. Clearly, the plan to trap him with ordinary cultivators failed. We need to change our approach. The scene changed to Snow Domain in Eastern Zhou, where the temple of Emperor Tan was located. Tan Hongshan stood before Tan Feng's villa. The door was closed, and Tan Ziguang asked, "Father, Tan Hongshan came again with a full load?" Tan Feng nodded and said, "Yes, he brought everything." Hearing this, Tan Ziguang couldn't help but say, "They are really fake. No one cares about our visit to Eastern Zhou Temple until the 13th uncle got the Holy Hero Immortal Residence." Tan Feng advised his son helplessly, "After all, we can't see through the intentions of other elders." Tan Ziguang said, "Don't we still have the 13th uncle? He is smart and powerful. He will definitely make our people bow in the future." Tan Feng got angry at his son's praise for the 13th uncle and went to practice cultivation immediately. Let children not interfere with adult matters. Tan Ziguang smiled and ran away. 5 days later, in a remote forest, after understanding how to use the sound control technique, Tanlai set up an array technique, placing Dili at the center of it. Each word echoed Consanlian, KK Liuduan, Shufeng Jing Chichluo, Truck and Chufab, each phrase blending with the others. Dili's body immediately rose, a glow surrounding her. The sound control technique worked. "Master, Dili will definitely wake up soon." As he withdrew his words, Dili opened her eyes slightly. Tanlai worriedly asked, "Girl, what do you think?" She looked around vaguely and muttered, "Where are we?" Tanlai quickly explained, "This is the border of Uzhou. You're safe now. Don't worry anymore." Dili looked at the person in front of her, slightly stunned. "You, aren't you?" Then, as if understanding something, a cold smile formed on her lips. "Haha, I never expected you to bring yourself to your death like this." Tanlai shuddered and stood up. He couldn't believe it, asking again, "Girl, master, why did you do that?" Dili gently combed her hair and laughed coldly. "Tans, for years now. If not for that foolish girl blocking me, you would have died long ago." Tanlai stood up and asked, "You're not Dili. You're the second regional spirit in her body." She didn't answer, but the cold gaze confirmed his guess. The situation was really dangerous now. Her cultivation has reached at least the Yangshen realm. This power Dili never had before. Black-clothed bandits, leave her body, Tanlai roared, while the second original spirit only laughed disdainfully, pitying the treasure of someone else. "After killing you, I'll send her down with you." A vicious gaze gathered into a red vortex. Unexpectedly, Amber rushed in front of her and shouted, "Master, run!" Swoosh, ZZZT, a ruthless move was launched. Amber was hit, his body shattered before his eyes. Tanlai screamed in horror, but Dili didn't give him time to grieve. She immediately rushed forward with a fierce attack. Tanlai raised his eyebrows and used the Black Horn Scale Shield to block that deadly move. But the black scale armor was instantly shattered. The fragments scattered across the ground and unable to rise. Dignified as he walked forward, his cold smile grew more evident. Finally, the chance to kill arrived. She still held spiritual energy in her hand, gathering a bright red light full of demonic aura. "Too bad I didn't have time to explain before you die." That Tane fell into hell, her eyes darkened. A powerful strike aimed directly at the scale armor. The scale armor couldn't dodge in time, only staring as the blow hit him. Little boy waiting to be killed like this? Just before the spell reached, a bright light suddenly appeared, forcing the scale armor to close his eyes tightly. He raised his hand to shield against the glaring light. When he opened his eyes, an old man stood in front of him, towering and imposing. "Who are you?" Dilia asked, but the old man answered without hesitation. "It's not your turn to ask, Pham Thien." Dilia's expression changed. "Even if you save him today, he can't protect him forever. Don't forget who he is." "No need for empty talk," the old man shouted, cutting off her words. "Many want to kill him, and you're not missing out. Be smart and leave. If not, even that one up there won't save you." Dilia gritted her teeth, snorted coldly, "I'll take his life next time," then flew away, disappearing from sight. As she left, the old man turned back to ask, "Are you okay?" The scale armor thanked him. "Thank you, senior, for your assistance. No need to be polite. This wasn't entirely caused by you. Fortunately, there's still a way out. The old man responded. Tane was full of questions. Keep asking, Senior. Can I ask one question? The old man nodded. Tane continued. That second spirit body. Who are you, really? The old man crossed his arms and sighed. This story is long. Forget about it for now. This place is the mortal realm. Above is the heavenly realm. Immortals can't casually descend to the mortal world. That's called heaven's rule. It's a heavenly taboo. If they want to come down, they must entrust their spirit body to a newborn child. They can't bring both soul and body. Hearing this, Tane gradually understood. So the second spirit body is an immortal, but why did they come here to kill me? The old man revealed without hiding, because they want something in your body. Tane was shocked, thinking, could it be that mysterious essence core? He asked again in surprise, you're talking about the mysterious essence core inside us? The old man replied, it's not an essence core, that thing is called the Pure World Sutra 6. Tane was even more astonished. So, why do you know I have it? Could it be? The old man calmly looked at him and answered without changing his expression. Yes, everything happened just as you thought. The Pure World Sutra 6 was given to you by me. Tane's face changed as he looked at the old man who saved him. Could it be that you're the mysterious senior my brother mentioned? He recalled an old story. His brother once talked about a strange senior. Realizing those words weren't wrong, even saying he was a prodigy made Tane more curious. Senior, what do you mean? The old man laughed heartily. It seems Xiao Fengtan has told you something already. Indeed, you have many questions to ask. I didn't intentionally hide it. The time hasn't come yet. Just keep your righteous heart. Tane was about to ask more, but the old man said first, don't worry, your journey will be safe. Sooner or later we'll reunite. I gave you the Pure World Sutra 6 not by chance. It's destiny that brought us together. The old man stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Work hard on cultivation. One day you'll understand the responsibility. Tane stood still, his mind in turmoil, looking at the sky where the figure just vanished, repeating to himself, Pure World Sutra 6. He remembered what Yu Chi said before. It seems that name really knew to keep secrets, but unfortunately he died at my hands, so there's no way to ask more. Only regret is that old man didn't reveal anything else. Well, I need to check on Bao in the Immortal Mansion now. Just as his thoughts ended, Sang's tears suddenly appeared in his hand. A bright light shot up into the sky, and Tanley was immediately led into the Sacred Hero Immortal Mansion. He looked at Enba's essence and worriedly asked, Enba, how are you? The essence replied, Master, don't worry, it's just that my body was destroyed, but my original spirit is fine. Tanley took a deep breath, relieved. That's good, but Hu and Wu reminded him, Master, we can't let our guard down yet. The old man you met earlier has almost reached the late stage of Yangshan realm. In cultivation realms, there is a clear distinction between mundane and spirit worlds. According to ancient texts, when a cultivator disobeys the laws of the mortal realm, they will be punished by the immortal lord. After the essence spoke, Tanley asked, so, is the immortal lord the only one who can travel between these two realms? The essence nodded and confirmed, that's right, that mysterious old man might just be the guardian immortal. The essence handed him a talisman and said, Master, this spirit communication talisman was left by the old master. Tanley took it, realizing they would need to go to the spirit world to find the other side. The essence continued, yes, it can guide you to the spirit realm, but with my current cultivation, I doubt if that's possible. Tanley added, indeed, one needs to reach the Yangshan realm before ascending, and I'm still in the, so more practice is needed. Suddenly, a bright vortex appeared behind Tanley. The golden spirit bird flew into the Sacred Hero Immortal Mansion, and the essence said, Master, there's a message for you outside. Old Master will bring it in. The golden spirit bird landed on Tanlai's hand, and he was surprised. A message for me? After reading it, his pupils constricted and his face turned serious. Seeing this, the essence asked immediately, Master, is there something wrong? Tanli turned around and returned to Shangju right away. In that area in Shangju, Xingyu looked at Tang Feng angrily and said, "Tang Feng, don't be so stubborn." Tang Feng gave a cold glance. "I'm not part of the Tang clan's bloodline, but I won't let you dictate to me with 5 fingers either." Xingyu, looking at him suspiciously after his ancestral hall was burned down and the culprit still unknown, he wondered what your intentions were. Xingyu hurriedly said, "The sacrifices have been completed these days. What else do you have to worry about?" Tang Feng replied coldly, "Our clan's affairs don't need outsiders interfering. The Heaven Sex Vanjo is already too deeply involved." Xingyu explained, "The Demon Clan is causing trouble soon. People in all the cities are in danger. I just want to help out a bit." As he spoke, his expression changed slightly. He remembered meeting Wu Hongguan, Wu Ha, and the Nether King. Xingyu looked at Wu Hongguan and said, "Tang Feng hasn't shown up for days. You must have guessed something by now, right?" Wu Hongguan sighed, "How could I know? This place is full of people who once had grudges with him. Don't you know that my big brother and Yu Qi are already dead? Or should we wait for him to come and kill us one by one instead of attacking first?" Looking at the serious expressions of Xingyu and the Nether King, she continued, "Even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can't escape this net." The Nether King still had doubts. "Why choose my Fu in Shangju then? Couldn't it be somewhere else?" Wu Hongguan explained, "Tanli was originally a cultivator from Shangju who left many years ago. Now only 2 people are guarding the ancestral hall." Xingyu nodded in agreement. "Roots matter. If he burns that place down, he'll definitely return." Wu Hongguan continued, "Besides, we've found out that he has a blood brother named Tang Feng. If the ancestral hall is burned, send him a message." Xingyu laughed sarcastically, "Haha, no wonder Wu was promoted to clan leader. The plot is indeed deep." Wu Hongguan just smiled in response. "Now we just need to wait for Tanli to fall into our trap." Returning to the present, Xingyu looked at Tang Feng's back and thought, HMPH, I didn't have to wait for Tanli to appear. Capturing him as a hostage is enough. Suddenly, a beam of divine light shot down from the sky towards Xingyu. Luckily, he dodged just in time before the ground exploded. Xingyu was frightened and looked up at the wall where the light originated. He asked, "Who?" On the wall, Tanli stood straight, his hand resting lightly as he stared down at Xingyu with sharp eyes. Xingyu hesitated. "Xingyu, you didn't stay in the Heaven Sect and came to Shangju to stir up trouble?" Old Xingyu looked at the young man before him. He said, "Tanli, it's just right. I was still upset that I couldn't find you." With a slight push, he leaped down from the wall. "So let's settle this today." As soon as he spoke, he launched an attack on Xingyu. The old man immediately used his spirit energy to block it. He's yelling while fighting. Does our team have anything to fear? A loud explosion echoed through space. With just one move, Nulit sent King Dao into a tree trunk, causing him great pain. Nulit landed on the ground and looked at the kneeling figure. "King Dao, I wasn't afraid of you when we were in the Key Heaven Sect. Now, I never thought he would actually enter the Void Realm. This is troublesome." He struggled to stand up. Nulit cast a spell softly. Immediately, a formation surrounded King Dao. He gasped in surprise. "This?" Nulit responded calmly. "Don't struggle uselessly. This is the Despair Formation from Holy Hero's Mansion. Even cultivators like you can't break it." King Dao gritted his teeth. His face hardened. He won't escape. He only shouted, "I'm the head of Key Heaven Sect," before acting. Did you think about the consequences? But in response to this arrogant attitude, Nulit remained indifferent. "I don't want to cause trouble with Key Heaven Sect, but that doesn't stop me from extracting information." Hearing this, King Dao's face changed as he exclaimed, "Is it really like this?" Nulit smiled coldly and a golden light appeared in his hand. "This is the first time I'm using soul techniques on a living person. Let's see if it works." The spiritual force from his hand struck King Dao, causing him to scream in pain so much that his voice distorted. He couldn't bear it and fell unconscious. Nufeng rushed over worriedly, asking, "Trite, what happened?" Meanwhile, Nulit was deep in thought. something wasn't right. Suddenly, a light flashed in his mind. He realized that Wu Hongguan had been directing everything. Moreover, Wu Ha and King of Netherworld had already attacked the Lin family. Niu Feng wondered, could they know about my relationship with little Miss Lin? Are they trying to force me into revealing myself? Niu Lit nodded it was very likely. Niu Feng assessed the situation. With Grandpa Lin's cultivation level, how could he resist to Void Realm experts? Zhao Meng's son hasn't appeared yet. He must be too scared to face it head-on. We need to go help him quickly. Niu Feng suddenly understood. Truly, Wu Hongguan still hasn't shown herself. Clearly, she wants us to confront her directly. Niu Lit was sweating as he thought deeply. Grandpa Lin once saved me. Even knowing it's a trap, I have to jump into it. I'll face his wrath head-on, but won't forget to tell you, second brother, to hide well and wait for me to resolve this before dealing with King Dao. As he spoke, his power surged and disappeared among the mountains. At Lin Family Manor, the scene was in ruins, smoke billowing. Wu Ha sighed. It seemed almost completely destroyed. King of Netherworld was worried too. If Niu Lit doesn't show up, all plans will fall apart. Grandpa Lin is severely injured. Looking at the manor, I have no grudge against you guys. Why are you acting like demons? King of Netherworld landed and said with a sinister smile, those who do great things don't worry about small details. If you want to blame someone, blame those who know Niu Lit. He continued, I never claimed to be righteous or virtuous. His aura was filled with malice, and Grandpa Lin recognized it as demonic. King of Netherworld exerted his power. Both hands glowed purple. If Niu Light doesn't appear, holding him back won't help. He waved his hand and shouted, die. But the heavenly sword's strength blocked Grandpa Lin. Niu Light's voice echoed sarcastically. King of Netherworld, you're degenerating with each passing day. Grandpa Lin looked surprised at the familiar voice. Could it be Niu Light? Niu Light landed with a cold expression, in Void Realm expert fighting a Danyang Realm cultivator. King of Netherworld, you've declined greatly since we last met, haven't you? Suddenly, Wu Ha appeared, exuding intense killing intent. He swung his staff and shouted, kill to repay the debt. Niu Light, hand over Tan Light. Calmly, he replied, Wu Donglin's death was well-deserved. What right do you have to avenge him? A loud explosion echoed. Vu Haning Han was at a loss for words in response to Tan Lai. Seeing this, Tan Lai charged forward. Well, others dying is fine, but not for someone from Wu's family. Before he could finish speaking, Tu La Wang roared angrily, grabbing his mouth and receiving the move of the seated master. He paused in conjuring demonic energy, unleashing a devastating technique, soul-devouring hard claw. His voice filled with murderous intent as the technique began to wane. A large explosion erupted, clouds of smoke rising. No one could see what was happening inside. Those hit by the move suffered severe injuries or their souls shattered completely. Yu La Wang and Wu Ha exchanged glances, certain that Tan Lai was dead. Tu La Wang boasted arrogantly, even if you enter the realm of worry, you can't fight two at once. As the smoke cleared, Tan Lai appeared, heavily injured but his eyes resolute despite choking on coughs. He smirked slightly, not sure about that yet. At that moment, a powerful light burst in the sky, followed by Wu Ha's painful scream. The force hit Tu La Wang and Wu Ha, causing them to stagger. Surprised by the sudden attack, Tu La Wang gasped, this isn't the ice crystal cold light spell, is it? He roared in anger. Who dares interfere with the affairs of the king's council? A soft yet clear voice spoke up, blaming Tu La Wang and Wu Ha for bullying the weak under the guise of being experts. The silhouette of a beautiful young woman appeared, her hair flowing freely, face as cold as bone. Tu La Wang looked at this unfamiliar girl, but her arrogant tone made him both disdainful and confused. Who are you, little miss? Don't answer yet, she spoke with pride. I am Lindu Nyan of Feng Yuif. Saving people in our clan is one thing, but getting involved in others' affairs shows your shamelessness. Hearing the name of the Frost's Snow Immortal Palace, Tu La Wang laughed mockingly. HMMM, even if Dichi Shen Jisui came here, they couldn't stop me. Then he unleashed his spiritual energy towards Lin Dunayan. Old Lin shouted in alarm, hurry and avoid it. From afar, Tan Lai charged with a move, calming the situation. He's done for. Don't worry. Let us handle it. Old Lin was surprised. Wasn't Tan Lai just severely injured by soul-devouring Heart Claw? But seeing his resolute eyes, he felt more at ease. Tan Lai swung his sword to block Tu La Wang's attack, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Don't overestimate your chances." Tu La Wang, Chen Kain Thap Titrugn, Mighty King Chan. Still stunned by Tan Lai's appearance, Tu La Wang was unprepared for the counterattack. Du Nine followed the plan, and their combined attack echoed Lin Du Nine's concise response. The icy sword and chain refining heavenly sword clashed, creating a burst of spiritual energy that lit up the sky. Seeing this, Tu La Wang was shocked, trembling as he said, "This must be our." Tan Lai and Lin Du Nine simultaneously pointed their swords at him. A golden light shot forth. Tu La Wang couldn't dodge in time, only screaming in agony, thinking everything was over. But from his body emerged a gruesome soul fragment, surrounded by demonic energy, breathing wildly. Furious, he charged towards Tan Lai. "Shout! You dare destroy my body! Today I will tear you into 8 pieces." Seeing him still defiant, Tan Lai snorted coldly. Just a withered soul fragment daring to speak back. 7th Heaven Realm. Bang! He turned and saw Wu Ha standing motionless, urgently pleading for help. "Brother Wu, why are you still standing there? Help me quickly." But Wu Ha only looked at him disdainfully, not bothering to intervene. Tu La Wang was furious, charging forward to kill. "Wu Ha, you!" Wu Ha raised his mystic fire and said with a smirk, "Pity, but today you must die here." He waved his hand, mystic fire striking the weakened soul of Tu La Wang. In his weak state, one hit made him cry out in pain before completely disintegrating. Soul shattered into pieces, no trace left. Tan Lai panted heavily, wiping sweat as Lin Du Nine worriedly asked, "Tan Lai, are you alright?" He reassured her, "I'm fine, just a bit tired." Just as he finished speaking, Tan Lai pointed the crescent moon sword at him, sternly asking, "Wu Ha, what does Tu La Wang's betrayer intend? Why would they spare us?" Wu Ha looked at the injured blade, then at Tan Lai, crossed her arms and spoke with a proud tone, "Since you're here, it means the Taoist virtue has been dealt with, right?" Tan Lai replied immediately, "Could it be because he knew we couldn't kill him and turned against the king of Avicii to save himself?" Wu Ha laughed mockingly, "Save yourself, not exactly, although I don't agree, I have to admit. Indeed, everything was part of Hong Wan's plan, even the variable was controlled by her." Tan Lai changed color and asked urgently, "Where is Wu Hongwan?" Wu Ha smiled cunningly, what happened in Kindness City is just a small link in the plan." His figure faded into the vortex as he left with a parting word, "See you in Uzhou." Tan Lai could only watch him go calmly. Lin Duanyi looked at the fleeing figure and softly asked, "Aren't you going to chase after them?" Tan Lai turned back and replied, "No need. The king of Avicii is dead, but Kindness City still has many things to handle. Chasing now would only increase danger. Moreover, even if we pass through greed, Lin Duanyi will put away her sword anyway, so what about Taoist virtue? What do you plan to do?" Tan Lai replied, "Let him go, even though he might still have intentions towards Xiao Xiao. This encounter should make him realize something." Lin Duanyi looked at the young man in front of her and said kindly, "All right, I'll help the tribe extinguish the fire first." She then smiled silently as she watched him leave. Tan Lai nodded, "No one dies today. It's fortunate you helped. Later, I must thank that person." Oh, an hour later, at the outskirts of Jinghai City, Tan Lai approached the edge of the forest and looked at the white-haired nun, saying, "I'm late. Did you wait long?" Ji Yu replied, "No problem. This time, I didn't want to reveal my presence." Tan Lai placed his hand on his chest and smiled lightly, "I still have to thank you. Without your message, my brother and Linda would have lost their lives." Ji Yu smiled slightly, her eyes glinting with joy. "Strange, when did you become so polite? It's not like you at all." He clasped his hand solemnly. "How could I not be grateful for saving my life? But there's something else I want to ask. Please enlighten me. The king of Avicii was your master. Why did you betray him?" Without that combined magic, it would have been hard to turn the tide. Ji Yu shook her head and replied softly, "That's not your concern. Revenge is enough. Why ask more questions?" Tanlai chuckled and held out his hands. "Ha ha, I was just worried." "You don't seem to be worried at all." "Don't overthink it. I'm just repaying a favor." Ji Yu saw him still smiling and smiled back slightly. "Say, you don't look the least bit concerned. And don't think too much of yourself. I'm only returning the favor. You didn't abandon me at the foot of the cliff." Saying this, she cleared her throat slightly, feeling embarrassed. Tanlai scratched his head in confusion. "Ha ha, really? Last time, you said something similar too." He widened his eyes and observed the girl before him. "I see, your exterior is cold but you're soft inside. Not at all like that eerie appearance." Ji Yu blushed slightly and cleared her throat softly. "What does it have to do with you?" Ji Yu regained her composure and said seriously, "Alright, if you insist on knowing, listen to the truth without blaming me afterward." She continued, "Half a year ago, the king of Avicii deliberately concealed the holy hero immortal residence. He failed in his attempt to seize it. But he didn't expect someone to reappear and defeat Wu family and Sachi in Uzhou and the Ling Lane. The news spread widely, catching the attention of the Demon Lord Emperor. Knowing the king of Avicii's wrongdoings, he ordered me to wait until he killed you and seized the residence, then I would strike him down and bring back the holy hero immortal residence to the Demon Island. So it wasn't me who wanted to kill the king of Avicii. Do you understand now?" Ji Yu woke up suddenly. That's why he was in such a hurry this time. Not only did he miss the cooperation with Wu family, but also followed their suggestion. He helped us not just by defeating the enemy, but also by protecting my brother. Ji Yu, who wasn't used to compliments, blushed. I just reminded you. The rest of the story was for you to figure out. Whether it's cooperating with my brother to deceive Taoist virtue or going to Uzhou to inform Miss Lin, everything was your plan." Titin Lit chuckled. "Yeah, nothing to do with you." Moon glanced at him. "Still laughing now? Do you know how perilous the situation is right now?" Titin gritted his teeth and replied, "So are you saying that besides Mephistopheles King, I'm also being watched by the sea god's demon lord?" Moon said immediately, "If you guessed it already, why ask?" Shinli asked back, "What about you? Having betrayed the demon island, where do you want to go next?" Moon looked off into the distance with a hint of confusion. "I need you to tell me the entrance location to the spirit realm. With our current state, neither the outer nor middle realms will accept us anymore. So your destination is the spirit realm." Shin sighed lightly and smiled slightly as he spoke. "I see your cultivation hasn't progressed much. The spirit realm is extremely dangerous. Going there is like pushing yourself into a deadly situation." Moon immediately got annoyed and called out, "Hey, you!" Titin laughed and an idea popped up in his head. "Might as well say this. I'm planning to go to the spirit realm too. For now, would you accompany me for a while? Even if there are things I can't solve for you, protecting you safely is something I can do. When your cultivation reaches the Azure Horn realm, we'll head to the spirit realm together. All right?" Moon tightened her hand, thought for a moment, then nodded. She sighed and agreed. "Fine, I have nowhere else to go. Thanks for this." Shin turned around. "No need for formalities now. Let's go, head back to the Jingfan Sea." Moon instructed from behind. "No, not yet." Shin was surprised. "Huh? Why?" Moon explained. "My appearance in the middle realm might attract attention. Appearing boldly during the day could be disadvantageous for our plans, right? So everyone go ahead, I'll follow secretly." She stepped forward and looked ahead as she spoke. "Moreover, it seems you have something important to do too." As she finished speaking, a beam of light descended and Lin Dunyan stood in front of them. Shin asked upon seeing her, "Oh, Dunyan, why are you here? Is the disguise okay?" Lin replied, "The fire is out. The rest isn't worth worrying about." She glanced at the girl beside Titin and said, "This girl isn't." Tan immediately answered, "Right? Her name is Moon. Thanks to her help, we made it on time." Before she could finish, Moon interrupted, "All right, keep reminding me for now." Seeing Moon's expression change slightly, Shin asked, "Moon, turn around. You seem like someone Little Miss has something to say too." "I'll go ahead." Saying that, she left immediately. Lin sighed lightly with a hint of mockery. "Who would have thought your charm is so rich? You just left and someone else is pursuing you now." Shin was flustered. "Don't talk nonsense. We're just friends." Lin stepped forward. "HMPH. I think you look more like a beauty who brings misfortune." Shin forced a smile. "I'm just her friend." Lam Duanren immediately asked, "So you're always so enthusiastic with your friends? Then am I considered a friend to you?" Tan Lai responded right away. "Do we have to ask?" "Of course we are. We were Kai Jiao, once lived through life and death together." Lam Duanren blushed and her heart raced as she looked at the boy in front of her. She quickly covered her eyes to regain composure. Well, maybe keeping things casual is better. Tan Lai didn't understand what was going through her mind with such a quick change in emotions. Lam Duanren gently supported him. "Ha! No more jokes, let's get to the point. This time it's news about Wu family." "Huh? What have you found out?" Lam Duanren replied that Wu Hongguan had left Shangzhou for many days ago. Like a whisper, Tan Lai exclaimed in surprise. "Auntie, she's gone. The trap at Shangzhou wasn't to kill me, was it? Where is she now?" Lam Duanren said that she is currently at the ruins of that village in Yuzhou. By the time we got the news, the Mountain Sword's attack had already been destroyed. The opposing forces against Wu family were also suppressed to the point they dare not make any moves. Tan Lai said that this means almost all of Wuzhou is now under Wu family's control. It turns out Wu Hongguan didn't just want to kill me, but quietly eliminated all opposition, hiding herself to manipulate both sides. Lam Duanren continued. She used the killing as bait to Shangzhou, making the opposing forces think Wu family was weakening. In reality, they were caught in a trap. Tan Lai added that the plan to kill me was reinforced, pulling in both Jingyu and Law Wang, making everyone believe she really was in Shangzhou. Even though the campaign failed, Wu family wasn't harmed. They destroyed the Mountain Swords group while stepping on our feet. It's a two-pronged attack. Tan Lai sighed, admiring her opponent's cunning despite being an enemy. "Perhaps this is the toughest opponent I've ever faced, maybe even surpassing those before." Lam Duanren glanced at Tan Lai and said that Tang Feng asked me to deliver a message for you. Second brother mentioned that Tang Zi seems to be in a bit of trouble. The Eastern Zhou Tang clan sent people to take him away. Additionally, there's someone named Tang Xiao Yang who wants to meet you. The location is also in Eastern Zhou. Tan Lai responded that they had no good intentions at all. "We can avoid it for now, but not forever. It seems I'll have to go to Eastern Zhou then." Meanwhile, in the Eastern Zhou of the Celestial Emperor clan, heavy snow covered the land. Tang Feng entered the room and looked at his son, asking, "Zijian, are you all right?" Zijian bowed. Zijian hesitated to explain. "Father," Tang Feng continued, "family members rushed to bring me back from Shangzhou." "What happened?" "A few days ago during training, in a fit of anger, you caused an injury to someone else." Unlike many others, Tang Feng remained calm and asked further, "Why did you react like that?" The youngest son recounted how they mocked us as collateral bloodline. "I insulted the 13 medicines. I couldn't control myself and struck back." Knowing his son didn't mean to cause harm, Tang Feng didn't blame him but asked instead, "What happened after that? How did they handle it?" Zijian lowered his head, still unresolved. "They made a condition. Unless you enter the top 3 in the tribal leader selection within 10 days. Otherwise, they will pursue this to the end." Tang Feng stroked his chin in thought. "The tribal chief election is happening, and I made it to the top 3. This request is indeed unusual." He looked up at his son. "Hold on a moment. From Junior, you said they mentioned your 13 clans?" "Yes, that's right. Why did you ask about this?" "This doesn't make sense. When we first arrived in Dongzhou, we never heard of any other bloodline relatives." From suddenly understood something. "Could it be that father wants to say?" Fan Feng answered that someone has already figured out the connection between us and the 13 clans. "That battle was just a bait. The Tianzhou clan of Dongzhou, their real target is your 13 clans. 5 days later, Tianlai was nearing the border of Dongzhou. In midair, Tianlai looked towards the tribal grounds where the ancient celestial clan originated and where Tian Shiyang had arranged to meet. While flying, familiar figures rushed at him. A voice called out, "Tianlai, be a good boy and let us tie you up." Tianlai coldly looked at them. They were just maggots trying to ambush him. Putting on the name Tian Shiyang, this person truly can't shake off his lowly nature. He said and unsheathed the Yu Tian Dao. The blade's power surged as it swept across. The people around were knocked down and lay motionless. The frozen ground beneath them cracked under the powerful attack. Tian Shiyang stood up. "Tianlai, after the death of the Black Dragon King, do you think I don't know today you dare to come on your own? Then I'll send you off with a convenient hand to join them in the afterlife." Tianlai gathered a whirlwind of spiritual energy in his hands. Suddenly, an elder's voice echoed. Tianlai stopped and turned as a figure landed before him from afar. He looked over, his tone turning cold. "Who are you?" The other person responded calmly. "I am the chief of the Tianzhou clan, Tian Shufu. Tianlai has arrived in Dongzhou. Why not put down your weapons and talk sensibly? Let's discuss this properly." Behind him, Tian Shiyang shouted, "Chief, that guy." Tian Shufu sternly ordered him to shut up. "I told you to come to pick someone up, not to ambush them. According to our clan law, those who kill their own kin must spend half a year in the introspection cave reflecting on their sins." Tian Shiyang tried to explain, but was met with cold silence from Tian Shufu. He had better leave now. "Fine," Tian Shiyang reluctantly left. Tianlai gritted his teeth. A hypocrite and a scoundrel, the Tianzhou clan truly has a reputation for being bad. He shook his head. It was completely different. "Tianlai, do you know where 20 miles east from here is?" Tianlai paused and asked, "Where?" "It's the drifting city of Dongzhou, also known as Medicine City. 2,000 years ago, our clan faced a great calamity. Our ancestors fled in all directions, but were saved by an elder brother who helped us survive. Thanks to this, we settled here and rebuilt our clan, growing into what it is today." Tianlai held the Xianlian heavenly sword tightly and asked again, "What does this have to do with me?" Tian Shufu replied, "Do you know your ancestor's name?" Tianlai pondered, "Could it be my ancestor, Tian Yiji?" "Yes, our ancestor stayed here and changed the name of Drifting City to Medicine City in memory of his brother who saved him. That was also Yiji Immortal." Tian Shufu sullenly relayed a warning for future generations to find the descendants of Yiji. Looking straight at Tianlai, "If you are truly the descendant of Yiji, then you should be the 35th disciple of our clan. Coming back to Dongzhou means accepting your ancestral lineage. Isn't that right?" Tianlai remained cautious and asked again, "How can I trust what you say?" Tian Shufu didn't elaborate further but turned away, saying, "We'll see in time. Come on, the Tianfeng group is waiting for you in Medicine City." Hearing Tianfeng's name, Tianlai felt a surge of worry. His second brother, could they have already imprisoned them? Finally, Tianlai followed Tian Shufu back to Medicine City. Half an hour later, the city was once again covered in snow. Tianlai landed at Tianzhou clan grounds and immediately asked Tianfeng, second brother, "Hu and Zijian are safe, right?" Hearing his brother's question, Tianfeng replied, 13 brother has arrived. I'm fine. It's just that little brat Zijian caused a big commotion." Tianlai wondered about the reason, and Tianfeng sighed as he recounted how a few days ago it was accidentally injured by an inner clan disciple of Tianzhou clan, so they decided not to let him go. What happened after that? How did they handle it? The clan members must participate in the Grand Assembly and be among the top 3. Otherwise, Xinfeng hesitated, not finishing his sentence, but Zilai already frowned, understanding. That's how it is. This old man's methods are indeed unique. Not understanding, Xinfeng asked again. "Why say that?" explained Zilai quickly. "When I first arrived in Dongzhou, he sent Tan Xiaoyang to investigate my strength. Then on the surface, he claimed to accept us into the clan, but actually used our brothers and sisters as hostages to force us into the arena." Xinfeng exclaimed in surprise. "What? Zilai crossed his arms and continued analyzing. The tribal leader selection assembly is not for the younger generation like siblings. Isn't it clear that they want us to step into the arena? If we get injured, they can't be blamed. Zilai's eyes turned cold. But there are ways to handle this situation. Shinfeng hurriedly asked, Brother 13, what are you calculating? Zilai placed his hand on the opposite side and felt before answering confidently. After the battle in Shangzhou, I think I've realized something. Cultivation realm has changed. Perhaps about to break through to the middle period of Yuhan realm. In the central continent's 5 realms, Yuhan is already a peak. As for realms like Yangshan or Dongtian, they are beyond our reach. Therefore, we must enter the spirit realm to continue cultivation. Otherwise, we will be punished by heaven and earth. Hearing this, Shinfeng stroked his chin in thought. So your cultivation is nearly at the limit of central continent. But how can you know these things? Could it have something to do with your background? Zilai replied, Envir, remember Uncle Lao who gave you that jade pendant before? Of course I remember. He told me to give it to you. Didn't that piece of stone transform into a spirit body? Not a spirit body. Zilai shook his head. It's actually called the Pure World True Dharma Sutra Hex. Hearing this, Shinfeng was startled, not expecting such a background. Zilai continued, it contains a lot of information about the spirit realm. Even rules for different realms are included. According to Traningan Lu, cultivation realms in the 5 continents are divided into spirit realm, Qi, Danyang, and Fubao and Yuan. In the spirit realm, it starts from Yangshan, Dongtian, Wuhua, and Faishan. We haven't met any Yangshan cultivators, but know how to advance because they have already entered the spirit realm. Right, Zilai nodded. With so many people in central continent, after reaching Yangshan, strength is too powerful. Entering the spirit realm might be a way to maintain balance. In other words, in central continent, 1 is the highest limit. Thus, the strongest person in Tan Clan can only stop at late stage. If we borrow treasures from the Holy Enfubao Temple, advancing 1 step during the assembly isn't unreasonable. Zilai smiled and turned around to continue. If Tan Clan wants to make things difficult for us, then let's give them a good fight. Shinfeng placed his hand on his chin, guessing, is it fate? Zilai answered directly, yes, this tribal leader selection assembly, I must win first place. Then Zilai returned to the ranged room. He sat in meditation and covered the entire villa with spiritual energy for many days. Suddenly, Zilai opened his eyes wide. All 6 senses were clear. The heavens were supporting him. The moment had come. Atomic Spirit Core decision activated. Boom! A purple light shot down from above to where he was sitting. Replacing that light, Shinfeng immediately rushed in and anxiously asked, Brother 13, are you alright? Envir, what day is it today? Zilai asked, isn't it the day of the competition? I think after meditating for so long, it's time to emerge. How about now? Have you broken through successfully? Zilai smiled contentedly. Yes, I've entered the Middle Yuan realm. Even if Tan Shuhua fights alone, I can still match him. Let's go, it's time to see what Shin Clan's assembly has in store. Both of them left immediately and arrived at the outskirts of Ruchang half an hour later. The Tan Clan competition had begun. Tan Shufu stood on a high platform and announced, Ladies and gentlemen, today is the once in 10 years tribal leader selection assembly of Dongzhou Immortal Tan Dynasty. According to regulations, contestants will be divided into 2 groups and be for elimination rounds. The top 2 will compete to decide the successor, meaning the winner will be eligible to take over as clan leader after this term ends. The draw will be done by lot. Everyone please speak up. The ball burst like fireworks, emitting light signals for the grand meeting to begin. Tanli looked up and asked Tan Feng what Tan Shuha meant by that. Even if I win today, can't become clan leader yet? Seems so. Tan Feng replied there were still 2 years left in his term, so even if he won today, he would have to wait until the end of his term to take over. Tanli was puzzled. His eyes fell on the fading light. Something seemed to be there, looking very much like a jade pendant. Tan Feng still wanted to advise him to let it go and find another way to help the young master. Tanley reached out his hand to catch what was flying towards him. He chuckled, "No need to worry about that. I came today just to make the Tan clan look bad. As for that clan leader position, whoever wants it can take it. I don't care." 13. Tanfeng anxiously looked at his younger brother, his face filled with unease. But Tanley quickly reassured him, "Brother, just be calm. At worst, we leave Dongzhou after today. With my transcendent realm cultivation, finding a place to settle in the central region shouldn't be hard." Tanley opened his hand and saw number 8, Group A, so the arena must be on this side. He turned to Tanfeng and said, "According to rules, today's matches will all be my responsibility. You and young master won't need to go up there to avoid trouble. I'll bear some hardship for you." Tanfeng still wanted to advise him, but Tanley softly comforted, "We are family. Don't overthink it. If not for your protection when young, I wouldn't have survived until today. Now is the time to repay that favor." Seeing his younger brother so resolute, Tanfeng could only sigh and smile, reminding him he has always been stubborn since childhood. Always think things through carefully before acting. Walking down the red carpet, Tanley looked around. Number 8 Group A must be this arena. Tanley stopped abruptly, his eyes looking forward. The crowd gathered at the arena, a man on stage fighting 3 opponents. One leader had sent all 3 flying into the air. He laughed arrogantly, "Ha ha, I've won 6 matches in a row now. Who dares to come up here?" That's Tan Wei speaking. Excited by his challenge, someone immediately took off and shouted at Tan Wei, "Don't think you can intimidate me. Come on down." Tan Wei looked at him with one eye, smirked, "HMPF, seeking your own death." He turned around and threw a spear, knocking the opponent backward, spitting blood as he fell. The other person couldn't get up and collapsed on the arena floor. Tan Wei landed and raised his hand to declare 7 consecutive wins. "Anyone else want to come up? Otherwise, Group A's top spot is mine today." Below, everyone was taken aback, but no one dared step onto the stage. Clearly, they understood their skill gap with Tan Wei. Seeing his arrogant look, Tanley frowned. It seems this guy's transcendent realm is close to full proficiency. No one around had any intention of challenging anymore. Could the talent of the Tan clan only reach this level? On stage, Tanwei crossed his arms and gloated, with no one daring to come up. "Group A's top spot is mine by default." "Hold on," Tanley called from below the audience. He immediately flew onto the arena and landed with a thud. Tanwei looked at the stranger standing there, but didn't recognize him. Tanley directly said, "I'm Tanley, direct descendant of the most illustrious ancestor from Xianzhou." Hearing that, Tanwei immediately understood his disdainful look. "Oh, you're the one everyone's been talking about. Ignore all the gossip," Tanley said. "This grand meeting is for the 35th generation disciples, yet you let a junior like young master up there. Isn't that too much? Oh, do your branches always talk like that?" Tanwei gritted his teeth and replied, "I'm just saying what everyone sees." "Alright," Tanwei's eyes turned cold. "Looks like you're going to be kicked off the stage now. Come on down." Tanwei took off, rushing straight at Tanley, wielding a spear from the Tan clan, the first strike spear technique. "I can't refuse when called upon," Tanley said as he immediately charged in. He summoned his heaven sword and performed the Dividing Waters decisive skill, chopping directly towards Tanwei's centerline. The power disparity was clear. Tanwei couldn't match Tanley. He took the hit, coughed up a mouthful of blood before falling to the ground. Tanley walked over slowly and said sternly, "You underestimated our branch just now. Now you can't even handle me. How do you have the face to come up here as clan leader?" Tanwei struggled, retreating continuously, stammering, How could this be? You are a transcendent realm. Where did that arrogance from earlier disappear to?" Tanley leaned on his hips and spoke slowly. "The outside world is more dangerous than you think. Not everything can be made strong by hiding in a warm room. And so, defeating you means I'm the champion of group, right?" Fanwei only groaned in pain as he listened. Suddenly, a bright green pillar shot up from behind Tanlai. Tanlai turned around. It was the direction of Group B's Lightning Arena. Could they have already determined the winner? The story goes back to an hour before the grand event began. In another corner of the grounds, Tan Honglin was talking with Tan Xiaoyang. Honglin asked, "Are you really going to do this?" Xiaoyang held a lamb herb pill and replied, "There's no other way. This time, Tanlai returned to strong. Han will definitely participate in the competition." Honglin worriedly reminded that blood spirit pill could boost strength temporarily, but at an incredibly terrible cost. So what? Xiaoyang was agitated. As a genius of the Tan clan, he kept losing to him. If he couldn't prove himself, he would eventually be replaced. "That's why I must defeat him in this match," Tan Hongshan advised repeatedly. "Xiaoyang, you don't need to do that." But Xiaoyang tensed up and replied, "My decision is made. Ignore the warnings." He put the blood spirit pill into his mouth, swallowed it, and immediately felt the drug's power surge through him. His heart raced, and he trembled in pain. Tan Hongxi sighed at the scene. "This child can't be saved anymore. I just hope Tan Lai doesn't participate. Otherwise, Xiaoyang will have no choice but to die." Back on the lightning arena, the situation was clear now. Tan Lai and Tan Xiaoyang stood behind Tan Fu as he announced, "Good job, you've passed this round." The leaders of groups A and B are revealed, and that's who won. Group of the heir from Medicine region, descendant of Medicine first ancestor. Tan Fu extended his hand directly towards Tan Lai. Then he turned to Xiaoyang and continued, "The winner of Group B is the one. You all know him well. He is the most prominent junior in our clan over the years, Tan Xiaoyang, and now it's their final match. The victor will inherit the position of clan leader." Tan Fu took out a censer and 3 incense sticks from his spatial pocket, placed them on the ground, then left but stayed to watch the fight. "Good, this battle is yours. Show your full potential." Only Tan Xiaoyang and Tan Lai remained on the lightning arena, surrounded by smoke. Xiaoyang asked, "Do you have anything else to say?" Lai snorted coldly, trying to stir up old memories. "What's the point of apologizing for half a year? It was all fake. Your Tan clan truly excels at pretense. Xiaoyang, don't think you can rely on your family connections for support. Power on this stage doesn't favor favorites. Have you thought this through?" Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and said, face heavy, "Shut up. Today, I must peel the skin off and break your bones to avenge myself." The 3 incense sticks were nearly burned out. Tan Lai didn't want to say much more either. "All right. It seems you still haven't suffered enough from that incident at Holy Hero Immortal Pavilion 5 years ago. Today, I'll make you lose with dignity." Saying this, Tan Lai raised his hand to gather spiritual energy for an attack. On the other side, Xiaoyang didn't hesitate either. He leaped high and shouted, "Victory or defeat is still uncertain. Don't talk nonsense." He raised his hand in a fighting stance and gritted his teeth. "You must admit defeat if you do." With that, Tanley's teeth clenched tightly as spiritual energy condensed fully. "Interesting, let's see who's stronger." Both charged at each other with immense force. The clash created a thunderous explosion in the sky. In the thick smoke, Tan Yang was thrown out. Before he could get up, Tan Lai appeared behind him, coldly. Tan Yang turned to face him. He turned around. "Don't underestimate me." The 2 attack streams continued clashing. Tan Yang braced himself to resist. "How dare you dream of being the clan chief with such a bloodline branch?" Tan Lai was slightly surprised. This power and aura. Strange indeed. When did he enter Yuhuan? But it's like a passing breeze to me. Tan Lai immediately increased the pressure, making Tan Yang tremble in fear. "Clearly, I've raised my cultivation level, but why is it still so hard to resist? Could it be that Tan Lai has also entered Yuhuan realm?" Indeed, Tan Lai poured his spiritual energy into a powerful strike against Tan Yang, causing him to fall heavily to the ground with a heavy thud. He clutched his face in pain, struggling to open his eyes. "That's how it is, it fits your style." Tan Lai coldly laughed and hovered above, looking down at him. "Your cultivation does seem like Yuhuan, but your spiritual energy has depleted, and the foundation is rotten. You must have relied on something to forcefully increase your realm. It could be an activated magical treasure or a special medicinal pill. I've met someone just like you before. Would you like to hear his ending?" Tan Yang was trembling, sweat pouring down his face as he spoke in a shaky voice. "What do you know? Just an insignificant branch member. Who dares to brag in front of me?" He roared and charged towards Tanlai. Before touching him, he was sent flying back to the ground by a powerful spiritual energy punch from Tanlai, spitting blood from his mouth. Standing above him like an insect, Tanlai coldly said, "Tan Shiyang, now you understand what I'm going to do. My target is not just you but the entire Tan clan. You miserable scoundrel." Tan Shiyang gritted his teeth, glaring red-eyed at Tanlai with intense hatred. "Then this fight should end now." Tanlai flicked his fingers and a bright light surrounded him. Numerous red beams pierced through Tan Shiyang's body, rendering him immobile. His hand trembled as he reached out towards Tanlai, his eyes gradually closing as he could no longer resist, and the night fell silent. In a room, candles quietly illuminated everything. Tan Shiyang lay on the bed, slowly opening his eyes. He jumped up, looking around the room to determine where he was. Then he stepped off the bed and tried to go out, but as soon as he put a foot down, Tan Hongshan Thuku asked him straight about the fight's result. Frowning, "Shiyang, face the truth. You've lost." Tan Shiyang's face contorted in pain, biting his lip and reaching for his chest to feel the spiritual energy. As expected, his body was completely empty. This is the price of forcefully increasing cultivation with Blood Spirit Pill. He clutched his head, bitterly realizing he was no different from a sinner. "Hongshan Thuku, please ask Senior Priest to help me. Please give me some cultivation from the elders. As long as my cultivation returns, I will definitely defeat Tanlai." Even though it's come to this, his hatred still burned within him. Tan Hongshan sighed. Has he not understood his mistake yet? Secretly using Blood Spirit Pill against the ban and breaking the self-reflection period without permission. All of these are grave offenses. Shiyang's life was a stroke of luck. From now on, don't do anything rash again. After saying this, Tan Hongshan turned and left. Tan Shiyang hesitantly asked about Tanlai again. Yes, that man, Heavenly Rich Overlord, might have been designated by the clan chief to go to the council hall. Once inside, the chosen one for the clan chief is almost decided. Hongshan said this and looked up at the sky, pondering something. At this moment, Tanlai had arrived in the council hall as summoned by Tan Thufu. Seeing Han there, Tan Thufu immediately asked. Tanlai replied straightforwardly, "This time I came to discuss the position of clan chief." "Hold on, don't reject it hastily." Thufu cut in. He continued, "Do you know my intention behind this arrangement?" It turns out everything was planned by him. Tan Thufu did not deny it. Yes, because Sun Young broke the rules, he has to bear the consequences himself. His fortune is completely gone. That's inevitable. From now on, will anyone in the tribe who hates you or wants to disgrace your family still dare to do anything? Hearing this, Tanlai squinted his eyes. "So I should thank you, but when it comes to subduing them, you only wanted to resolve our grudges." He said that during the time at Sacred Hero Immortal Residence, although Tan Clan was involved, Sun Yang had already become an ordinary person and Hongshan couldn't leave the sacred realm. Both of them had to face punishment. His soul has returned to the clan and his reputation is widespread in the Taoist world, so I think it's better to let this matter go for now. Tanlai listened but didn't respond immediately. Therefore, Subdu said that if you become the patriarch later, you can punish them as you wish. Finally, Tanlai spoke up, still insisting on inheriting the position of patriarch first. "I wonder why you all insist on choosing me? Is it because there's no one else in our clan who stands out besides Sun Yang? Or is it because I have Sacred Hero Immortal Residence?" Tanlai looked straight at Subdu and asked. Subdu laughed back then. Fighting for the residence was just to train the Sun Yang a little bit. He said that a gentleman doesn't covet others' treasures. Since it's your Sacred Hero Immortal Residence, why should I look? Besides, there are treasures in our clan surpassing that residence. Don't you want to know? Tanlai was puzzled. Could they be even stronger than the Sacred Hero Immortal Residence? Subdu nodded exactly. Do you know where the essence of the atomic spirit decision comes from? Isn't it passed down by our ancestors? That's only half true. Subdue continued, the Sun Emperor clan originally came from the Dark Realm, so they naturally inherited treasures from there too. For years, the Tan clan has been refining the last essence of the 10,000 Powers Immortal method, even though it was perfected and the decision method was chosen. It still didn't fully complete, only helping people reach the heavens. What does that have to do with those treasures? Tanlai asked as Subdue turned around. He said, Tanlai, have you heard of Heavenly Edge Mountain? To the west of Dongzhou, beyond the sea is a mountain called Heavenly Edge. It appears only once every 60 years and contains countless inheritances and treasures. Not only are they rare treasures, but almost all cultivation inheritances in Muzhou come from there. So amazing? Tanlai asked. You're supposed to go find the treasure. Subdue said straightforwardly. Precisely, you need to find the atomic spirit decisions, transformation, and cultivation secrets. But there are barriers there. Only one lifetime can enter once. 60 years ago, I went there and brought back part of the heaven-reaching inheritance. If you get the transformation and cultivate it, no one in this world will be able to stop you. After the Yang Realm formation, everyone has to go to the Spirit Realm for cultivation. How can they stay on the 5 continents? Not to mention heaven-reaching or transformation after that, I'm confident we can remain in Central Land. Tanlai clenched his hand tightly when suddenly an idea flashed through his mind, like a stone hitting water. Is there any treasure in our clan that hides all of our cultivation? Hearing this, Subdue laughed. Finally, you understand, the appearance of Heavenly Edge Mountain is a rare opportunity. Besides the atomic spirit decision secrets, there are countless treasures you can take for yourself. Your return will also be your time to inherit. You're the pride of our Tan clan and the only hope in thousands of years. Traveling straight from Medicine City, it won't take 3 days to reach Dongzhou's border. Then just follow the southwest direction for 19 miles through Liaoba Mountain. After passing that area, you'll arrive at the Part C. The story doesn't have a clear end. 3 days later, Tanlai flew to the place as instructed by Subdue. Then he concentrated on sensing through the thick sea fog. Finally, the silhouette of Heavenly Edge Mountain appeared before his eyes. Tanlai landed on the golden sand beach, waves crashing under his feet. He looked far and softly called out, "Eat ba, come out." The stone light immediately manifested and respectfully said, "Master, I still don't understand." Tanlai turned to look at him. "Why?" Yu Yanyang continued. "With your character, why did you come here in person to find treasures? Isn't there another way to save Tanfeng and his son?" Tanlai approached and said slowly, "I know what you're questioning. But according to Subdue's words, this mountain seems related to the spirit realm. So I wonder where in this place hides any clue about her." Line 60 is intentionally left blank as per the task requirement. He nodded understandingly and realized that his master indeed had a broad vision. Tanlai continued, saying that when Qianbain Mountain appears, there will be a golden light of martial spirit. He looked at the calm sea, guessing that the moment hadn't arrived yet. With that said, Tanlai walked away. The black stone called out, but he just waved and kept going to find a suitable place for the ritual. It was also convenient to see if the moonlight could catch up. This trip seemed like fate for her. At that moment, someone swiftly approached from the southern shore of the sea. The silver-haired man recognized someone behind him. With cold green eyes, he asked, "Have you arrived? How's the plan going?" The black-clothed figure under the tree replied that everything was proceeding smoothly. All 5 continents experts had gathered. They shouldn't rush. They needed to wait for the golden light of martial spirit and let the mainlanders enter the mountain first. The black-clothed figure seemed agitated, biting his lip. The silver-haired man remained serious, his eyes glinting with a hint of a smile. "Ha, I forgot you're from the mainland. Don't worry, when it's done, I'll keep my word to you." The black-clothed figure replied sarcastically, "Hoping so. If I break my promise, even if it means breaking bones and flesh, I will make sure they leave the mainland." The silver-haired man laughed mockingly. "There's no such thing. Friend, you're overthinking." Night fell, with a high moon hanging in the clear sky, countless stars twinkling like a painting. Suddenly, 7 beams of light rushed towards them. As they landed, 7 familiar figures appeared. By me, the ghost maiden and Yin Shan stroked her sharp chin, surveying the scene with a smile. These were all familiar faces. It seemed that major sects had sent representatives. Kishin Sect's Qingyu replied, "There was no choice. Tianbayan Mountain opens only once every 60 years. Who would miss such an opportunity?" Wukan Yuan asked, "Huangking Sect, why did only you come? Where is Master?" Huangking answered that Master had been sequestered for 2 years and hadn't inquired about worldly matters. Today, a young man from Frost Palace followed the princess to this place. Qingyu looked at the cold woman beside her and asked, "Daishang, are you also planning to join this deep water?" Daishang replied that the previous generation's master of Frost Palace had once come here. Now it was reappearing. "I can't let my juniors tarnish our ancestors' reputation." Senior Qingyu chuckled, "A great matter for the present era. But why would an Anhui-grade alchemist come here?" He pointed at Wukan Yuan. Old Wu replied that Senior Qingyu, although he was just a secular cultivator, still aspired to the Tao. This time, they weren't competing, they only wanted to broaden their horizons. Lindu Nine stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Strange, I didn't see by me laughing earlier. It can't be that ancient VUC was good at planning and wouldn't show up. As for the Celestial Tontai clan, have you forgotten the recent news saying Tontai Lai has returned?" Lindu Nine's eyes widened as she recalled the name Tontai Lai. Qingyu turned to the black-robed female supreme ruler and asked, "Cold Valley, what do you think?" But she remained silent. Qingyu laughed, still remembering her obedient disciple from long ago. Recalling their encounter at the Holy Hero Immortal Pavilion, she went mad but ended up with Tontai Lai. His words were still unfulfilled. Cold Valley's supreme ruler sensed something amiss and immediately dashed into the sea without a word. Qingyu was ignored to the point of annoyance, silently cursing in her heart. "HMPH, Cold Valley, you really don't care about anyone. If I didn't need you, I would have taught you a lesson." Suddenly, someone shouted behind them. It was the golden light of martial spirit. Tianbayan Mountain was opening soon. Qingyu looked out to sea, her eyes widening. What? A vortex of light appeared in the sky and plunged straight into the sea. The sea turned violently under the golden light as Tianbayan Mountain rose from its slumber. Above, golden rain fell, and the wind howled fiercely. Lindu Nyan gasped. Indeed, it was the golden light of martial spirit. Once it appeared, Tianbayan Mountain would surely open. Daishang smiled. "The time has come. Please follow the black-robed supreme ruler into battle." As she spoke, many figures emerged on the shore. A familiar voice called out that all major sects had entered. "Why must we wait longer?" Tanlai turned to see a young woman and exclaimed, "Jinyu?" Jinyu replied softly, "I know you're in Wu Hongyun's team, but this opportunity has passed. Waiting for the next one is uncertain." Tanlai gritted his teeth, deciding not to wait any longer. He dashed forward, determined not to miss such a rare chance. Just watching from afar isn't enough. He shouted loudly, "We must see it with our own eyes. Let's go!" The two figures quickly flew towards Tianbayan Mountain. The blinding light swept past them, and Tontai Lai opened his eyes to observe. This is inside Tianbayan?" Jinyu replied that it seemed so. She hadn't expected the golden light of martial spirit to be a teleportation array. "We must have arrived at the right time and been brought here." Before them was a barren land with some ancient trees in the distance. Jinyu frowned, but it was strange. This place seemed much larger than what I saw from outside. But really, it's much bigger than I thought. Tanlai evaluated his surroundings. This place seemed like an independent space, only reached by Heaven Realm cultivators. Clearly, it was related to the spirit realm. Jinyu Yu reminded him not to be careless. They were going in different directions from those sects and could meet them at any time. Tanlai replied that standing still wouldn't help much. They had no choice but to search on their own. He paused for a moment before saying, "Of course, let's go." After walking for some distance, Jinyu Yu seemed a bit worried. "Tang Lai, are we going the right way?" Ahead was a deep abyss. Rumors said that Heavenly Edge Mountain had countless treasures, but along the path, they only saw rocks and wild grass. Jinyu Yu looked up at an ancient tree. "What is on top of that tree? Why is it so big?" Could it be a special treasure? Tan Lai shook his head. No, it might just be a common tree, but the information about treasures in Heavenly Edge Mountain can't be false. Ji Nuoyu was still hesitant. Then why is that so? Tan Lai explained. If it's just wood, he thought for a while, maybe it grew tall by absorbing underground spirit veins. If that's the case, the real treasure might be below ground. Tan Lai walked forward. That makes sense. I also guessed there was something under this tree canopy, or everything is just an illusion, and the real treasure is deeper down. He placed his hand on the rock wall and suddenly felt a wave-like sensation, like touching water. He said, "That's why we're going down instead of up." Their figures began to blur as a bright light appeared, pulling them downward into the earth. Tan Lai opened his eyes and whispered, "We made it." This is inside the tree trunk. The spirit energy here is abundant and seems endless. But a voice from beside interrupted, surprisingly similar to what he said before. Stepping sounds echoed as Ji Nuoyu asked with a smile, "Alright, how did you know?" Tan Lai replied, "I overheard him. He had been here 60 years ago and left me a cloth bag containing some clues." Ji Nuoyu patted his shoulder and laughed. "Looks like he placed high hopes on you. Who knows if I'll still rely on your reputation later." Tan Lai turned away. "Don't say that. My aspirations are much greater. The dense wooden structure here. We need to be more careful." Ji Nuoyu only chuckled lightly. Both of them continued deeper into the interior. Tan Lai realized that as they went further, the spirit energy grew stronger. Suddenly, Ji Nuoyu called out. Tan Lai looked ahead. He raised his head and froze. Before him was a magnificent scene, a large cave shimmering with purple-blue ice light reflecting beautiful rays of light. A golden ball shot straight into Tan Lai's hand. It transformed into a spirit herb, leaving him speechless in surprise. Jade bamboo grass. This is an extremely precious medicinal material on the 5th continent. It seems these glowing balls come from small crystals. Just channeling spiritual energy will attract treasures. Ji Nuoyu looked around. It appears not all the balls are here. Tan Lai examined closely and noticed their distribution positions. Ji Nuoyu followed his gaze and realized these were a star map. Ji Nuoyu was amazed as if she had touched a great secret. It was truly amazing. The entire cave resembled the night sky, celestial islands, mystical jade energy, nourishing chi, and lingering sounds of water. Her voice broke off, her eyes entranced by the starlight's glow. Tan Lai noticed something different about her and hurriedly asked, "Ji Nuoyu, wake up. What happened to you?" Tan Lai gently touched her cheek to check. Strange, although she was unconscious, her spirit energy was still flowing steadily. He laid Ji Nuoyu against the rock wall and thought that this state seemed more like meditation than an injury. First, they needed to protect her. He immediately set up a protective ray round them. Far away, Wuha hid in the shadows with a murderous tone. Tan Lai, die! She then launched an ambush spell. Tan Lai saw a beam of light heading straight for him. He widened his eyes, not expecting it to hit him. A loud sound echoed. Tan Lai quickly used spiritual energy to shield himself and looked ahead, saying, "Turns out no one is in the sea because you guys got here first." Wuha, where are the others from Wu? Could it be that only Wuha launched a powerful attack this time? He shouted loudly, leaping towards Dean Wang. Tan Lai quickly erected a barrier to protect the magical ray behind Jin Woi's body. Han was full of doubts. Why did Wuha's cultivation increase so rapidly? Previously, he only reached the demonic mystical first stage. But for now, we must ensure Jin Woi's safety first. He immediately brought her inside. When Wuha saw her disappear, she gasped in surprise. He guessed they used spatial magic or relied on Holy Angel Heaven Realm. Tan Lai frowned. He ambushed me when I was off guard. That's truly despicable. Wuha! Wuha rushed forward and shouted. The two tribes have always been mortal enemies. We don't need to hold back against those who turned their backs on the Tan tribe. He then chanted, "Mountain wind turns into dust." A cloud of toxic dust flew straight at Tan Lai. He immediately sensed danger. He covered his face with his hand and coughed softly, blaming himself for being careless. I should have expected Wu to arrive early. But what surprised him most was that his body didn't react at all. There were no signs of the poison, so Tanlai felt strange. Clearly, nothing had changed. Wuha landed and saw Tanlai safe, feeling amazed. What happened? He doesn't know how to detoxify. A faint fragrance wafted by. This scent? He immediately turned around. A woman stepped out and smiled. The mountain wind turning into dust was indeed dangerous, but it wasn't hard to detoxify. Wuha frowned. It's her. I didn't expect a woman to be able to detoxify the poison. Lin Duanyi quickly picked up the mint and said, I'm surprised too. The lost poison is in Wu family's hands now. Looks like Wu family has someone who understands this poison. Wuha was proud, of course. Our young master excelled at concocting poisons, dominating the world. Now that we have merged with the Seven Sisters Institute, who dares to compete with us in medicine? Lin Duanyi smiled. If you claim your medical skills are useless, dare you compete with me? Wuha stepped forward and said, let's see. Lin Duanyi walked slowly towards him. It was simple. We poison the opponent and find a way to detoxify ourselves. The winner of 3 rounds decides. Tanlai turned pale at this. Wait, Duanyi, that's too dangerous. Wuha laughed loudly. Little girl, you're just a young master, but I'm in Yuhain middle stage. Why should I lower myself to compete with Lin Duanyi? He smirked. Your cultivation increased so quickly. Didn't it rely on the blood spirit pill? Judging from your expression, the medicinal power will only last another 5 hours. If things go wrong during the battle, you can kill me too. Then she took out a scroll and some secret texts from the Frost God Palace, placing them in her hands. What now? Wuha looked greedy but confident. She laughed. Since we've reached this point, I won't refuse. But a regular competition is boring. Listen to my new rules. Lin Duanyi frowned. Don't use the medicinal herbs you brought with you. What do you mean? Wuha continued. Let this cave be our boundary. We find our own medicinal herbs here. Each person can choose from the light spheres and concoct their poison. Lin Duanyi put away the secret texts. So, we must use herbs from here for detoxification too? He nodded. If 3 rounds don't decide a winner, we'll evaluate the effectiveness of the medicine. Lin Duanyi replied succinctly, okay, since I proposed this game, I will see it through. Wuha laughed, then let's get straight to it. He immediately absorbed 3 light spheres. Tanlai observed from afar and thought, Duanyi seems prepared, we should observe more. The 3 light spheres shattered, revealing 3 medicinal herbs. He looked at the woman and asked, little girl, do you recognize these 3? Lin Duanyi caught them and analyzed them. Of course, while white spikenard is less toxic, combining it with young vitality herb, which has high heat toxicity, and adding green calamus will create a toxin that damages the 5 organs. Wuha laughed, right, but solving it is the hard part. This kind of poison can only reduce its potency gradually. Haha, did I remind you? Lin Duanyi narrowed her eyes coldly and said no. She immediately put all 3 medicinal herbs in her mouth. In that moment, nothing happened. Wuha was bewildered, wondering how she could neutralize the poison without using any antidote. Lin Duanyi swallowed it and said, don't be surprised. The Spirit Force cultivation method of Frost Palace is based on refining spiritual energy through extreme cult. So this small amount of poison doesn't need an antidote. She smiled gently like spring sunshine. Just using the cold chi in your body can neutralize it. Wuha snorted, surprised that she didn't cause any trouble for her at first. She gritted her teeth and looked at the young woman before her, thinking that even if she made things difficult, she would only need 1 type of herb to handle it. The light from the crystal spheres containing medicinal herbs glowed mysteriously in the cave. The antidote battle began. Lin Duanyi picked a leaf and said confidently, Senior Wuha, can you solve this with just this leaf of non-precious herb? Wuha took the leaf and replied, of course, but with only 1. Lin Duanyi smiled challengingly. Just now I didn't need to use strength to win. As a junior, I won't put you in a difficult position. Hearing her words, Wuha's face darkened. He swallowed the leaf angrily and shouted, can 1 leaf really make it hard for me? After swallowing, Wuha's pupils constricted violently as the poison instantly erupted, causing him to cry out in pain. His vision darkened, his body swayed, and the poison from non-precious herb disrupted his blood circulation. The best way to neutralize it would be with cooling herbs, but Lin Dunayan was looking at him expectantly. He thought, as a senior, he is a respected medical master. How could he dismiss such a junior? He gathered his inner strength and shouted loudly. Observing carefully beside him, it seemed Wuha was forcefully expelling the poison out of his body. Could it be that because he practiced poisons from young age, his body is accustomed to this poison? If so, doesn't his body act like a natural protective layer? Wuha continued to channel energy, emitting purple light around her as she struggled to expel the poison. He secretly rejoiced that the poison was suppressed. He only felt dizzy but noticed something wasn't right. So he ignored it and focused on the next round, pushing to glowing crystal spheres towards Lin Dunayan. Boss, try again with these two herbs. Looking at the two highly toxic medicinal herbs shining brightly, Lin Dunayan cast a spell and said, "This poison is enough to kill instantly. You really want me to die?" In response to her challenge, Wuha replied coldly, "I just wanted to seek your wisdom." Lin Dunayan took the two medicinal herbs and replied firmly, "Okay." She immediately swallowed both poisons. Tannel worried so much he was sweating, his eyes didn't leave her. The poison was extremely strong, causing Lin Dunayan to spit out a mouthful of bright red blood. Her body trembled violently. Tannel rushed forward to support her. "Shout, Dunayan!" Her voice weakened gradually. "Call his name! Tannel!" She struggled to speak. "I have to expel the poison first. Find Lannan grass and tung lam fragrance for me quickly." Hearing her mention those herbs, Wu Hai smiled faintly. "Those two indeed can neutralize poisons, but with the type of toxin I used, they won't help much." Watching her heavy breathing, he silently thought about how to neutralize it. He must promote blood circulation before the poison worsens. Lin Dunayan leaned against the ground, struggling to breathe. She lifted her eyes towards Wuha and said softly, "Now my turn." Wuha clenched his teeth in discomfort, thinking to himself that they had gone this far, but still tried to resist. Lin Duanyi stood up. Wuha paused and muttered, "Is this my mountain Zisu to be?" It was the second poison she just prepared. The outer color of the grass was a strange mix of purple and green. Tanlai stared intently and added that a skilled Taoist physician is like a good chef. Simple ingredients can showcase one's prowess. Wuha's pupils dilated as he thought, "This little brat is really smart. My mountain Zisu to be isn't very potent." But combined with 3 other poisons, it was different. He chewed on the grass and took to more. The ones she gave were already more than one type. Then he swallowed another 2 types of grass, his face tense as he calculated a way to neutralize them. Only 1 poison needed to be removed. His face turned pale, veins bulged, and pain gripped him so tightly it felt like his hands were being squeezed. Tanlai noticed this strange reaction and asked, "Why is Wuha's complexion so odd?" She replied that he had eliminated Bixwillian, which neutralized the poison. Because of its absence, the antidote now only contained Mandiankeo and Tonglanhua, making it stronger and causing him to cough violently. But his face then changed to one of satisfaction, thinking he had successfully neutralized them. He sneered, "Little brat, is that all? Your 2 poisons couldn't even stump me. We don't need to continue this fight." He approached Tanlai and said, "The 3rd round isn't necessary either. The result is clear." But Lin Duanyi calmly replied that she used exactly 2 herbs he used, in equal amounts, as a draw. She slowly lowered her head, acknowledging defeat by saying, "I only suppressed the poison without fully neutralizing it. I yield to you." Wuha impatiently shouted, "Then quickly hand over the Frost Spirit Palace secret technique." Lin Duanyi calmly asked back if he had heard of soulless leading. Of course, but why bring it up now? The herbs were Mantiankeo and Tonglanhua, plus Philinkao. His eyes widened as his face turned pale. A mouthful of blood spewed out. Tanlai saw Wuha in such pain and wondered, soulless leading isn't that potent. Why is he in this state? Lin Duanyi leaned forward to explain, Didn't he just say so? The toxins in his body had been building up for a long time, spreading throughout the 5 viscera and organs. Before she finished speaking, a familiar voice echoed from the darkness. That's right, all those poisons were activated. A low, cold voice made Tan Lai jump. Immediately thinking it was Wu Hongyan, he shouted, "Wu Hongyan, come out." Indeed, it was her. She stepped forward and praised Lin Duanye highly. "I didn't expect someone to use soulless leading so flawlessly. Did you set a trap for Wu Ha from the start?" Lin Duanye calmly replied that of course, as Wu Ha was an elder and more competitive. This created an opportunity to test the blood-draining effects of Filling Cow. After neutralizing the poisons, his body's reaction would be weaker than before. Seeing Wu Ha lying on the ground in such pain made it clear how potent the soulless leading was. Wu Hongyan understood immediately. Then that's what happened. He only focused on countering your poisons and didn't expect to use his own herbs to kill himself. This plan is indeed very clever. Wu Ha trembled in pain as the soulless leading toxins wreaked havoc on him. Hearing Wu Hongyan's words, he panicked and asked again, Hongyan, what did you say?" Despite his pain, Wu Ha held onto the object in his hand and asked, "What is this?" Wu Hongyan replied sternly that it contained a life-threatening spirit-like talisman. It could temporarily suppress poison effects, but paralyzed all blood vessels, preventing him from using spiritual energy. Seeing Wu Ha try to stand up, Wu Hongyan said coldly, "I didn't expect much from you, but now your cultivation has been destroyed as a warning of the changing times. Wait and see what happens next." Wu Ha still didn't believe it and asked, "What's part C?" The situation outside is clear now, but Wu Hongyan's cold gaze made him hesitate. Hearing her call his name, Wu Ha shuddered in fear. He grunted and reluctantly accepted the reality. All right. He clenched his fists tightly and turned to leave. Tan Lai watched as he disappeared into the distance. Only then did she whisper, "So we just let him go like that?" Tan Lai still watched. She replied, "He's lost all his strength. Killing or letting him go is easy." Pausing, he glanced at Wu Hongyan and continued, "But what concerns me now isn't that." Wu Hongyan stood before them with a composed, arrogant demeanor. Tan Lai calmly asked, "What's your goal?" She crossed her arms, challenging tone in her voice, asking, "When would you tell us?" Without letting her speak further, Tan Lai activated his divine energy, stopping to form a ball of golden light on his hand. In response to the fight, dreaming about it is useless today. And she will settle all our grudges now. Saying this, he threw the light bridge, transforming into countless divine force rays heading towards Wu Hongyuan. A loud explosion shook the cave, the power causing cracks in the entire cavern, pieces of rock flying everywhere. But when the dust settled, Tan Lai was there. Beside Wu Hongyuan appeared the leader of the Wu clan. He had timely saved her. Wu Hongyuan bowed to thank him. The clan leader only replied that the opportunity has come and she could start refining the hand weapon stone. Looking at Tan Lai and Lin Dunyan, who were still in shock, he continued they should wait until after controlling Heavenly Beauty. Hearing this, Tan Lai clenched his teeth tightly, thinking about the hand weapon stone and controlling the Heavenly Beauty mountain. It was really ruined. Wu Hongyuan gently waved her sleeves, flying into the air. Before leaving, she thanked the clan leader and asked him to handle the rest, then disappeared in a beam of light. Seeing this, Tan Lai roared. Wu Hongyuan stopped. He waved his hand at the sky. A pillar of light rushed towards where she stood, but only left a spinning green light circle. The clan leader of the Wu clan coldly waved his hand and said, "Forget it. This spatial displacement is mine." Tan Lai recognized it as spatial displacement and sneered. Seeing this, the old clan leader said, "Hold back." He signaled for him to stop and reminded his companion could not withstand any more either, making Tan Lai turn around. Lin Dunyan was unstable on her feet, face turning pale, coughing a few times. The clan leader of Wu clan looked at her and said that just now she only temporarily suppressed the poison. Over time, it would naturally become heavier again. Now she had two choices: give up the chance to go to Heavenly Beauty to save people or die. Tan Lai held her hand, voice filled with concern. But how is her wound? Lin Dunyan sadly replied, "Sorry, I made a mistake. I didn't expect both the Wu family and the leader of the Tan clan would attack." Tanlai understood what she meant, saying that's why you deliberately destroyed Wu Ha to make me focus on Wu Hongyuan. He scolded her, "Foolish girl, Wu Ha was an enemy of mine. You don't need to force yourself like this." Lin Dunyan hesitated and said, "Remember a few months ago when Wu Ha and the Demon King destroyed our Mugu family estate?" Tanlai nodded, remembering clearly. "If not for her help, how could we kill the Demon King? Relying on you," she closed her eyes tiredly, saying, "I'll repay your kindness." Then Dunyan fell silent. Tanlai hurried to support her. He called her name, but in vain, her face contorted with pain, making Tanlai secretly shudder. Wu Ha's poison was really too strong. She was about to give up. Holding tightly her small hand, he remembered there were many precious herbs in the Holy Hero Immortal Mansion and might find a way to detoxify. He opened the door and brought her inside. The clan leader of Wu clan noticed this action and shouted, "You're bringing her into the child. Think it over. If you die here when the Holy Hero Immortal Mansion changes hands, she won't be safe either." Tanlai activated his heaven sword, voice lowering. "Clan leader Wu Zixuan, I remember your name is Wu Zixuan, right?" Tanlai swung his divine sword, red light slicing through the air. He said coldly, "I've traveled all over the 8 directions. Never before have I feared anything." A warning move from the old clan leader missed. The loud explosion echoed as he faced Tanlai directly. His attack brought a strong green light down where Tanlai stood. Even with his high power, it would be hard for him to avoid serious injuries. Old clan leader Wu sneered, saying at his current middle stage immortal and demon realm, defeating me is just a wild dream. Tanlai calmed down immediately, still using divine energy to counterattack. He said without trying, how would he know the result? Suddenly, the golden light of the Imperial Command Seal flashed. As his power surged, old clan leader Wu also concentrated all his strength to retaliate. Tanlai swung his divine sword and shouted loudly, blocking it. Immediately, 2 green and red lights spiraled against each other. One was a passionate youth, the other an experienced old warrior, creating a fierce battle. Old clan leader Wu recognized the aura of the Imperial Command Seal and sighed, "Seems like you have some skills too." Tanlai replied, "I won't stop at this mountain." Wu Zixuan, he took my pain, then rushed to attack fiercely. The old clan leader dodged, saying in a slow voice, "Don't think of yourself as so great, brat." He continued with his long staff, the divine sword still following closely, creating intense clashes. Under the tremendous power, the entire mountain moved and shifted. Rock fragments and dust filled the cave. Each move could cause the mountain to tilt, rocks cracking like wax melting. A figure appeared amidst the stone dust. It was old clan leader Wu. He waved his hand, dissipating the smoke and dust, but the scene before him shocked him. His voice thickened. "What? Why is this happening?" In the faint light, a pale purple light appeared. Jiayu Deng anxiously asked Tanlai, "Did you get hurt anywhere?" Surprised by her sudden appearance, Tanlai replied, "Juyu Eding, I'm fine. Didn't you stay in the Holy Hero Immortal Mansion?" Then his eyes stopped on her mysterious black wings and asked further, "What are those wings about?" Jiayu Deng softly said, It's a long story." She examines the scene, her mind filled with questions. The demon tribe appearing in such a critical moment? He calculates, thinking that the demon tribe should ally with the Wu clan. Could it be that the demon lord has some secret plans they don't know about? Jai and Tanli land before him. Tanli was about to continue fighting but was stopped by Jaya's hand. He looks confused, but she answers immediately. "We've seen everything in our Holy Hero Pavilion. The most important thing now is to chase Wu Hongyuan." Tanli raises his eyebrows and shouts loudly, "So you're going to handle Wu Zhengxuan alone?" "No way!" Jai turns back, her eyes resolute. "Stop wasting time. I just entered the Yuhuan realm. I can hold him off for a while." Tanli was about to object, but she anticipated it. "Cut her off! Hurry and catch up with Wu Hongyuan. After finishing, come back to support us." She understands his determination. Tanli nods in agreement. Alright, I'll go first. You fly up. Hold the Shijian Light Ancient Sword. Encourage her. Remember to conserve your strength. Don't be too reckless. Then he transforms into a golden streak and leaves the cave. Old Clan Chief Wu has been observing them, only speaking now to Jai. A demon is helping Tanley. Could she not have received orders from Demon Island? Possessing a demon realm while in human form, isn't she afraid of her master's punishment? Jai looks calm but feels a hint of doubt. Orders from Demon Island? Strange indeed. Even though far from her own kind, she has never heard anything about it. Old Clan Chief Wu sternly shouts, interrupting. This is a crucial moment for the Wu clan. If you're allies, don't interfere. Ignoring his attitude, Jai answers coldly. Wu Jingxuan, as the clan chief, willingly serving Wu Hongyuan to compete for the Heaven's Vase? Mocking him, could she have anything that makes a respected elder like you bow down and obey her orders? His words hit home. Old Wu nearly loses his temper. Only the Demon Lord's mercy prevents him from being ruthless. He channels energy, shouting, "Now I'll send you to your grave." The cave shakes violently again, showing that Old Wu is indeed a formidable figure. Just one move and the mountain trembles, rocks falling down from the cave's entrance. Not far away, Tanley is chasing Wu Hongyuan, feeling the shockwave too. He thinks to himself, has the battle begun? He anxiously asks, where is Wu Hongyuan? Suddenly his eyes light up as if he spotted something ahead. In the mysterious space of Heaven's Vase, Mount Tiandi appears. There, a bright pillar reaches towards the sky, and amidst the trees, a starry sky emerges. Tanley is surprised to stop. This scene surpasses his understanding. Only by going deeper will he uncover its mysteries. He glides past each row of trees, flying deep into the mystical Heaven's Vase area. From outside, it looks like an ordinary mountain, but inside, countless wonders are hidden. The key to this entire array lies on this rock, so Tanley jumps straight up to its peak. Above, layers of spiritual energy waves are chaotic and tumultuous. This might be the true center of Mount Tianbai. When Tanley lands on the rock, his suspicions are confirmed. Just as he thought, this is where the ray's origin lies. Seeing Wu Hongyuan, he realizes she has started to refine the hand crystal. Tanley quickly forms a plan, noticing her intense focus. Now is the perfect time. As long as I can confuse her and interrupt the refining process, if not completed, chaos will surely ensue in the world. So his eyes turn cold, wielding the Shijian Lianshan sword to slash at the stone tablet, executing a level 13 chameleon slash technique. Golden energy erupts, lighting up the sky. And the explosion sounds like thunder. But the sword is stopped by an invisible force just as it strikes down. Tensely widened his eyes in surprise. The glowing stone could block his attack. He stepped back a few steps, steadied himself, then decisively sat down. If the stone couldn't break through, he would directly attack Wu Hongyuan. This slash aimed straight at Wu Hongyuan's body, but still no damage was done. Tanley, this stone is impenetrable completely? If it continues to succeed, the danger will be unpredictable. He gritted his teeth in helplessness. Before him, Wu Hongyuan seemed unharmed. Not a single hair was broken, making Tanley even more anxious. He shouted and tried again. He poured all his spiritual energy into the celestial sword chain, leaped up with determination to break everything apart. But as soon as the sword touched the stone's glow, a crackling sound echoed. Both the stone and Wu Hongyuan remained intact. That sound was the celestial sword chain breaking in two. His pupils constricted sharply, disbelieving that not only did he fail to break through her defenses, but his weapon also broke. A force shot straight into his chest from the stone, sending him flying backward. The rocks around scattered and he was severely injured, blood gushing out in anger at his helplessness. He cursed harshly. In a disadvantageous situation, seeing his sword broken, his heart tightened. He knew Yunai couldn't take it anymore. Wu Hongyuan remained undisturbed, making Tanley even angrier. He forcefully hit the stone, unwilling to see her possess the celestial stone right before him. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. There seemed to be another stone. That position was the core of the entire formation. Tanley placed his hand on the second stone, calculating whether touching it would stop Wu Hongyun. He formed a seal and transferred spiritual energy into the stone. Immediately, a soft green light emitted, shocking him with its reaction. Part of the stone detached, flying up in the air. It spun 3 times before emitting bright smoke, then plunged into the ground near Tanley, creating a large shockwave. He was surprised by it. It resembled a long stone sword. He immediately approached to examine closely. A tremor surged through him. He realized this was the key to breaking her shield. Without hesitation, he gripped the hilt tightly and took a deep breath, determined. If ordinary weapons were useless, then he would use a divine realm treasure. He didn't believe it would be ineffective. Tanley kicked hard into the ground for momentum, charging at Wu Hongyun's stone, slashing down. Immediately, golden light exploded, swallowing the green glow. The 2 colors of spiritual energy clashed, but the yellow quickly dominated. Her protective barrier weakened. The surface of the stone cracked and soon shattered into pieces, swept away by a purple column. Dust and smoke filled the sky as stones scattered everywhere. Amidst the chaos, Tanley heaved a sigh of relief for breaking the formation, but his breath caught when he saw what was before him. A figure emerged from the white smoke, speaking with a cold voice like ice. So you're also a Divine Realm clan. It turned out not only the Wu clan, but even your Tan clan had Divine Realm origins. That's why they could resonate with the stone. Wu Hongyun appeared, her beauty breathtaking yet her eyes icy and sharp, staring at Tanley. Hearing this, Tanley exclaimed in surprise. Wu Hongyun, she replied sarcastically, this is a Divine Realm treasure. Only those with compatible cultivation can touch it. If ordinary humans touched it, they would die. Her cold words made his spine shiver, and he instinctively took a few steps back. Sweat trickled down his face as Tanley tried to stay calm and question her. Why did my attacks fail so many times if not for the original confidence? If I hadn't hesitated, wouldn't this person be me? Wu Hongyun smiled lightly, her beauty like spring breeze, tempting him with a seductive voice. As fellow clansmen, why don't you let the Tan clan submit and wait until the Wu clan unites to dominate southern continent? Back then, if it were the old Tanley, he would have been swayed. But after all these events, he understood the cruelty and lack of ethics in the Wu world. If they fell into their hands, the people's suffering would be unbearable. So Tanley remained stern without sweet talk. Seeing Tanley unresponsive, she continued to pressure him. A smart person like you should know which path to choose. As she spoke, she reached out towards him. Hearing this, Tanley raised an eyebrow and replied with disdain. Following you, that's just a joke. Didn't you want to seize the Tan clan's bloodline to expand your power? Han already understood Wu Hongyun's true goal. She only wanted to use the Tan clan's strength to monopolize the 3 realms. Seeing Tanley unresponsive, Wu Hongyun sighed and said indifferently, since you can't be swayed, it doesn't matter. I've almost controlled 7/10 of the celestial stones. With her forces in the outer regions, leveling the 5 continents is just a matter of time with her current power. Both Tanley and the Tan clan are no match. She only wants to shorten the time. Seeing Tanley's shock, his blood-stained hands gripped the sword tighter as he shouted, what do you want? She wanted to recreate the chaos of demons and monsters from 1,000 years ago and bring foreign tribes into the central lands. Seeing Tanley's fear, Wu Hongyun laughed mockingly. I didn't expect the head of your clan would be scared. Now that I have the upper hand, revealing some things won't hurt. Since I'm sure you can't change the situation, she bluntly said, the Wu clan has mobilized high-ranking experts across the 5 continents and formed alliances. At this point, all sects in the 5 continents will be surrounded. It's inevitable that the world will change hands. Tanley's face went pale. What? She wanted to recreate the chaos of demons and monsters from 1,000 years ago and bring foreign tribes into the central lands. Wu Hongvan gently strokes her hair and smiles. Demons and monsters aren't all bloodline descendants, right? Why distinguish? She turns her wrist with a proud expression as she says that throughout history, cultivators follow the rule of might makes right. Defy me and you'll die. That logic doesn't make sense to you. Wu Hongvan, you went mad to say such reasoning, then swing your sword at her. As he speaks, he lunges forward, his spiritual energy flaring around him. If I don't kill her today, the consequences will be dire. But before that, she only gently leans away, her lips hinting a death flag. Do you think you have such capabilities? She glances down at the valley below, adding outside Mount Tianbai is no longer peaceful. Xiantian, Gushi, Shijiang, Manhua are all in battle. The collapse of the central land sects is just a matter of time. Hearing this, they cried out in shock. What? She just said Xiantian. He understands. Wu Hongvan smiles, so even if you escape Mount Tianbai, you won't last long. Cold eyes glare as he thrusts his sword stone at her, shouting ordinary people cultivate with their hearts as the foundation. Golden spiritual energy surges, splitting the ground along its path. Han's loud cry, pulling all of humanity into war for greed and delusions, trying to rule in heaven's stead is truly imperial. Hearing desire, Wu Hongvan Lin becomes angry. Cold laughter echoes in cultivation realms as everyone fights for themselves. Talents, treasures, immortal arts, magical weapons, mounts, these are all conditions for a cultivator to achieve immortality. As she speaks, she sends out a red light directly at Tanali's attack. Intense spiritual energy rushes towards him, forcing him to use his sword stone to resist, but the strength is too much for him to hold steady. She says ordinary people are always tied down by family, loved ones, and friends. So many constraints, how can one become immortal? In her eyes, weaklings are just obstacles. Whether it's relatives or friends, only strength matters. Forced back 5 steps, Tanali drops his sword to the ground, trying to stabilize his spiritual energy in his body. Before these uncivilized words, he stands up straight and responds that differing paths do not mix, not to mention the eternal grudge between our families. Just by allying with foreign tribes to invade central lands is enough to be a historical criminal. She laughs loudly. Ha, criminals? Ridiculous. Mount Tianbai lies in my hands now. The dominance of the Wu race and the fall of central lands are just a matter of time. If the end is set, your efforts to escape are futile. Tanali remains cold, but thinks about his loved ones. Friends, what we've experienced, he softly says heavens will prevail over human effort. One person is hard, but a group of people? Looking straight at Wu Hongvan, he says cultivating to live as long as the heavens, but without friends or family. What does immortality mean? As expected, Wu Hongvan raises her hand, gathering blue spiritual energy into a vortex in her palm and says, indeed. If words don't wake you up, I'll make you feel pain. Perhaps between life and death, you will understand what Tao is. The aura grows stronger as she extends a green-blue energy arrow directly at Tanali. Tanali was taken aback by her sudden move. Her single-hand swipe has such power. He dodges, but the strength creates a massive pit on the ground. Not willing to lose, Tanali roars and charges towards her like a typhoon, clearly shouting. Creating this, you only know how to use force to make people submit. If you're that stubborn, let my sword stone burn. Red light surrounds him. He continues, I will personally cut off that path. With a snap, Tanali and his sword fall together, silent as they hit the ground. Dust and rocks fly everywhere, proving the power was immense. He pants heavily, wondering if it's over. But when the smoke clears, Wu Hongvan is nowhere to be seen. Where did she go? Before he could think further, Wu Hongvan appears behind him and launches a surprise attack. Tanali turns sharply, raising his sword to block. The green-yellow light blinds him as he squints. Even though he blocks, Tanali is still pushed back several steps. Seeing him struggling, Wu Hongvan mocks, wondering why my cultivation surpasses your expectations. Clearly, I've used all my strength, but you still find it hard to resist. The reason is simple. I'm controlling Mount Tianbai. I borrowed spiritual energy from the earth veins. As she speaks, she attacks again, just playing with him. She says her cultivation has entered the early Yangshan stage now. Tanali was knocked down by Wu Hongvan. Seriously injured, he barely has any strength left to stand or resist. Meanwhile, Wu Hongvan is still gloating, not forgetting to mock him. Look closely, This is useless resistance. You can't change the outcome anymore. But if they submit to us right now, said a woman, for spirals of spiritual energy suddenly appeared before him. Tianlai struggled to stand up, recognizing this as not space but an illusionary spell. The spirals gradually revealed scenes inside, like mirrors reflecting reality, showing Tianlai's terrified expression. Wu Hongguan gloated, saying this was the situation in the 5 continents. 10 great mountains of darkness, Jing Temple, and Kishin sect were all destroyed. Now only Frost's Snow Divine Palace and Concealed Moon Gate are still fighting back. At this moment, neither could stop me from seizing heavenly beauty nor defeat me. So how long will they hold out when I seize heavenly beauty and emerge? Tianlai was shocked by the 5 continents state, his mind even more chaotic. Looking at the spirals, Tianlai worriedly realized it was Langyang City. Kind Continent also fell. A red light suddenly appeared in the sky. At that moment, in Langyang City and Kind Continent, a huge beam of white light descended from the heavens. Following were countless cries of panic. Under that terrifying spiritual energy beam, numerous demons rushed down. The Supreme Emperor, after repelling the demons, was exhausted with injuries, blood trickling from his mouth, breathing erratic. Zidain, just finished eliminating the demons, hurriedly ran to ask about the severely injured, but Taiju reported that all 5 continents were under attack by demon and Wu sect alliances. Many major sects had been destroyed. Only Concealed Moon Gate and Frost's Snow Divine Palace remained standing. The demons attacked fiercely, plus the Wu sect's experts. We might not survive this time. Hearing that, the Supreme Emperor immediately understood the demons' plot, angrily shouting nonsense. They don't want to fight for real. This is a strategy to weaken our enemies. Zidain was startled and asked anxiously, "What's going on?" The Supreme Emperor frowned in question. Could you not see that all 3 places are related to Tianlai? Especially Kind Continent. This is where Tianlai grew up. Besides, Frost's Snow Divine Palace and Concealed Moon Gate. Do you think this is a coincidence? Zidain still didn't understand. Asked again, what does that mean? Now Tianlai is thousands of miles away. How can we change the situation? And when did you start trusting him? The Supreme Emperor's face fell as he replied, not because I wanted to, but because circumstances forced me. Moreover, the Wu sect's move was extremely perilous. When Heavenly Beauty emerged, all senior sect leaders gathered at the sea area, leaving a gap in the 5 continents. But their precise and clever planning made ignoring those 3 areas unusual. Perhaps the key to this chess game lies with Tianlai himself. Not far from Kind Continent, in a vast forest, Langyang was waiting for someone. Suddenly, a purple wind fell before him. He turned around and questioned, "Why are you late?" The one who just arrived replied bluntly, "There's an old demon spirit hiding within the heavenly set. I can't act rashly." Langyang asked further, "Have we dealt with it?" The white-haired man nodded and inquired about the battle situation. Langyang's lips curved into a smug smile, saying, very smoothly, "Almost all of the 5 continents are now under our control." The demon clan of the Demon Island frowned, repeating, "Almost?" His voice was skeptical. He continued, "Isn't Frost's Snow Divine Palace and Concealed Moon Gate still standing? We can't ignore those places. You're being too complacent." Langyang didn't explain much but said it's almost done for Yun Ni. Leaving those 2 places must have a reason. Hearing that, he seemed reassured, turned around and left, saying in a dismissive tone, "According to the agreement, we will withdraw. Our target isn't just this small 5 continents." The transfer of spiritual veins between Central Land and Demon Island was completed. All the 5 continents' spiritual energy flowed into Demon Island. From now on, there's no need for us to pretend with you anymore. Before leaving, he added a warning, "It would be best if you went to Heavenly Beauty yourself." Hearing this, Langyang was puzzled, wondering why Wu Hongguan and Heavenly Beauty couldn't defeat Tianlai. The Demon Lord of the Demon Island chuckled, saying as per Central Land's words, "This is called a heavenly secret that can't be revealed." Angered by the ambiguity, Langyang shouted, "Are you goading me?" But the Demon Lord just waved his hand, threateningly saying, "Believe or not, my word has never been wrong." Lang Yang was worried about Wu Hongwan's strength and asked, with Wu Hongwan and heavenly beauty, how could she lose to Tan Lai? Halting there, he said the rest they would handle. The demon lord of the demon island discussed with Lang Yang and declared withdrawal. Before leaving, he warned that Wu Hongwan might not defeat Tan Lai. He suggested Lang Yang should go to heavenly beauty for help before disappearing into a purple fog. After discussing with Lang Yang, the demon lord announced their withdrawal, warning that Wu Hongwan might not win against Tan Lai. It's best if Lang Yang goes to heavenly beauty for rescue and disappears in the purple smoke. Lang Di and Yang stood silently in the forest, watching Han's figure fade away. Han sighed deeply. Wu Ha, from Lin Dunian's toxic clan, asked Lang Di and Yang in surprise, "Why are you here?" Wu Ha was equally surprised and replied, "I don't understand why I'm here either." Lang Di and Yang questioned again, "Didn't you stay at Tianbai?" Wu Ha, suffering from the toxic poison, answered with a sad expression, "He lost, but Hong Yun controlled everything. With the help of the village head, it won't affect our plans." Hearing this, Lang Didiyang's face turned pale and he broke out in sweat. He replied, "What even if small, the situation will change immediately." Wu Ha asked curiously, "Why do you need me here? Do we really need to go there? Won't Hong Yun keep things under control?" Lang Di and Yang calmly looked at Jianbai and said, "The Demon Race Alliance is starting to retreat. Time is running out." Han sighed softly and continued, "If we can't capture Tianbai Mountain, all our efforts will be in vain." Turning around, Lang Di and Yang looked at Wu Ha. He instructed clearly, "Wu Ha, stay here to recover. Observe the outside for me. If anything unexpected happens, you must send a message immediately." Wu Ha responded promptly, "Yes, I understand." Meanwhile, deep inside Tianbai Mountain, in the underground spirit realm, a series of explosions echoed loudly. Green smoke and flames rose, accompanied by debris flying everywhere. Ji Yu panted heavily, clearly exhausted. She looked at Wu Zhenjuan and said, "If you have any tricks left, use them all. Today, with me here, don't even dream of meeting Wu Hongyun again." Wu Zhenjuan tried every method but couldn't overpower Ji Yu. He wondered to himself, strange, just promoted to Yu Huan, yet she's as solid as a rock. Han thought slowly and decided he had to act quickly. He swallowed the blood essence pill while thinking. Seeing that, Ji Yu said sarcastically, "Aren't you the proud leader of the Wu clan? Your ancestors would surely rise from their graves in anger." Angered, Wu Zhenjuan shouted loudly, calling her a mad demon, and launched an attack. 3 purple beams of light spun fiercely, piercing through space. His attack shook the ground beneath her feet. Dust and stones flew everywhere. Ji Yu was injured, shuddering in pain. At that moment, she looked at him with fear in her eyes, sweat streaming down her face. He raised his right hand, gathering energy into a bright purple ball in his palm, then shouted, "There's no turning back now." The data from the prison and his chaotic words left everyone confused. Purple lightning poured down like rain on Ji Yu's position. Surprisingly, Ji Yu laughed loudly. White and purple light flared up around her. Wu Zhenjuan was puzzled. Could this be the frosty cold aura from the Frost Palace or the teleportation device? After so many years apart, Wu Zhenjuan's assumptions were so far off. "You bully the weak and still call yourself a high-ranking master?" Hearing that, he woke up suddenly and said, "Sure enough, it's you." Di Faishuan appeared to save Ji Yu. She held the green light from the teleportation device. Wu Zhenjuan looked at Di Faishuan and coldly said, "Frost Palace teleportation device. Huh, Di Faishuan, when did you ally with the demon race?" As a clan leader, she truly made Ji Yu furious. She replied, "Wu clan, you control Tianbai Mountain and want to seize Central Land. You're only causing your own destruction." Finally, Wu Zhenjuan wanted to swallow Namzhou entirely. Wasn't that too greedy? Hearing this, Wu Zhenjuan's face showed shock. He muttered, "Us. Could it be?" Just then, golden light appeared around him. Nam appeared and said, "Brother Wu, long time no see. Are you still in good health? Haha, are you really planning to take over Tianbai Mountain?" Wu Clan is truly looking down on everyone. At the same time, Fire Mystical Messenger spoke up. The Wu family caused this unprecedented disaster. Do you think all heaven's cultivators can be underestimated? Di Faishuang continued, Wu Jinjuan. Everything is clear now. What excuse do you have left? He laughed and asked, really? He stopped and replied, our plan has been prepared for many years. How can we abandon it halfway? White Eyebrow Demon Mother interrupted him, asking what he was planning, but he only said, what's the use of worrying about firewood when you have a mountain to burn? Fire Mystical Messenger ordered Lunge to say, this place is full of clan leaders and the best from all 5 continents. Anyone thinking they can resist us will be wrong. Wu Jinjuan roared loudly, stomping his foot on the ground. I want to test my strength. His face was terrifyingly fierce, hair standing on end, aura rushing towards everyone. But suddenly, something unexpected happened. He shouted, what is this? 5960. A huge ice vortex is heading towards him. At the edge, Ji Yu and Ya Fei Shuang shouted out in unison. Ya Fei Shuang said to Ji Yu, I must thank you for making this so confusing. She continued explaining that if not for your activation of the Jade Slip, we would still be searching for treasures. Wu Jin screamed in pain as she was sucked into the violet vortex. Ji Yu calmly replied, no need to pretend gratitude. Jia Feichuan laughed and said that everything is not yet at its end, all due to destiny's guidance. Same for Lin Dunayan. If she keeps dwelling on past events, it might be hard for her to reach the immortal realm. Ji Yu frowned and replied, seems like you've heard when I told her in Holy Angel Immortal Realm. Jia Feichuan glanced at her, barely smiling, telling her not to discuss this now. Let's go first. Ji Yu asked back, going somewhere. Where? Jia Feichuan coldly instructed her to quickly support Xinlai. He was currently using stone swords in battle. Ji Yu questioned again, supporting Xinlai. Does that mean the situation there is more important than here? Ya Feichuan replied affirmatively, saying if Mount Tianbai falls into Wu's hands, it would be extremely dangerous. She pointed at Wu Jinjuan and said after taking the blood spirit pill, her cultivation soared. She bought time to help Wu Hongyuan complete her objective. If he achieves his goal, we might all face a dire situation. Ji Yu nodded in agreement and told them to handle Wu Jinjuan while Ming would join forces with Xinlai. She also mentioned the Frost Palace's mystic scroll and asked if Lin Dunayan could lend it for viewing. Ya Feichuan sighed, saying she still needs to see if Ji Yu has enough skill to obtain it. At Mount Tianbai Peak, Xinlai continuously attacked with various techniques like Mysterious Soundfire, Wine Scroll, Fireball of Liando, and even 9 Perforation Fist. A green smoke covered the battlefield. Wu Hongyuan looked at him tiredly and said, Xinlai, your abilities are just that much? Xinlai panted heavily, his body exhausted, staring directly at Wu Hongyuan with helpless eyes. She added, it's disappointing. If that is one's limit, keeping a person alive doesn't make sense. She laughed loudly and declared the battle was over, releasing a red light beam straight towards Xinlai. Xinlai gripped his stone sword tightly, preparing to block, but noticed a small hole in the opponent's move. The swirling force approached as if it wanted to crush everything before it. At that moment, Xinlai took out a red stone pill from his pocket and brought it to his mouth. He heard Wu Hanyuan shout, Moonlight Shadow 3 pills. Turns out they were the pills given by Guggen Yuan during their confrontation with Vedra King. She said this type of pill helps recover spiritual energy and temporarily boost one's realm. It seems you've reached Yangshen realm now, right? It took so much time to find a weakness. You think relying on cultivation level alone can defeat me? Ya Feichuan replied that of course not and praised her for keen observation. But if both Xin and Wu were like this, we could also utilize similar strength as well. With that said, a loud explosion echoed across the peak. A golden beam descended from the sky to the ground. Wu Hongyuan pondered aloud why such spiritual aura appeared and if Xinlai could awaken the divine realm spirit by himself. Xinlai read out the incantation calmly, talking about the flow of spiritual energy, elemental harmony, and activating celestial spirits. He asked back, Isn't this situation entirely within your plan? Wu Hongyuan continued silently refining her weapons until she broke through with immortal pills. Indeed, Miu Dong was a well-rounded person that truly lived up to the name of someone who had both talent and Miu Dong. Seeing her composure, Xinlai thought why she remained calm despite the dire situation in Hanzhou. She still stood here facing him directly. Could there be another Miu Dong emotion? He replied that it was indeed too much praise, but he had never met a woman as deep and unpredictable as her. Even Wu Hanlin or those close to her always played behind the scenes, from using the sword to kill in Jing to setting up ambushes in Shengzhou, constantly pushing us into a corner. Yet today, she didn't want his life. Hearing this, Wu Hongyuan asked curiously, "What are you implying?" Xinlai replied that her true goal was to fight the demon race, right? The gap in cultivation is hard to surpass. Every time she held back or pulled him along, it was for personal goals. Wu Hong wanted him to become a sharp sword aimed at enemies overseas. Even if he dominated Central Land, external threats couldn't be ignored. If someone helped Wu Hong attack the demon island, wouldn't that be two birds with one stone, suppressing demons and strengthening their power? And the pawn sent to the demon island was him, right? Hearing this, Wu Hongyuan laughed loudly, full of challenge. She said talking too much isn't good. Xinlai indeed was very smart. But even if you guessed my thoughts, what I really want to do is subjugate and enslave them, not resist the demons. Xinlai angrily replied. Do you know what I'm saying? Because disasters often arise from desire, while losses come from overconfidence. Life is finite, but willpower always persists, no matter which species. Regardless of race, Tanlai sliced down with his sword as he shouted that he and Tan Su Kuai would not yield. Wu Honyuan wasn't idle either. She roared for him to abandon such a ridiculous idea. Inside, Tanlai secretly rejoiced. Finally, there were signs of success. He could clearly feel the momentum from his previous strike. Wu Hongyuan sighed softly with a hint of regret. It was truly sad. Originally, he held back to spare Ling Yang, Fengsu Immortal Palace, and Tanju Sect, but they didn't know when to stop, making him really bored. Therefore, I changed my mind. Even if it means paying a price in the demon realm later, I still want to uproot you right now. Tanlai, receive this secret technique Tai Kui Wu Tao decision. She sternly raised her left hand, with green and white clouds swirling round her head. In an instant, the ray rushed towards Tanlai. The ground beneath him exploded, and he had to use all his strength to dodge the continuous green light beams. Looking at that move, Tanlai immediately realized that even relying on divine weapons from the spirit realm, he could only maintain a balanced stance, but winning was still far out of reach. Could it be because both of us are using Heavenly Beast's spiritual force, making it impossible to determine who is stronger? I just need to stall for now. As Wu Honyuan spoke loudly, you dared to focus on something else while fighting me. Do you have a plan to counterattack? Are you waiting for others to come rescue you or hoping to prolong this until the Heavenly Beast's spiritual force runs out? HMPH, if you think that can stop me, you're too naive. Tanlai wouldn't back down. So what? It seems you have a lot of faith in Wu Chuan. Such a big event happening within the Heavenly Bai, others must be involved. How could they not? Actually, it's you who are naive. Wu Zhengxuan alone is fighting against the best from the 5 continents. Do you think he can hold on for long? Or maybe Wu Chuan and others have already entered here. Tanlai paused, sensing something unusual. He thought to himself, yes, if Wu Chuan could bring so many people, why did the Tansu only send me alone? Recalling what the chief said, he wanted him to enter the Heavenly Bai and find the Wu Hua original from the Spirit Void decision. Mastering it would make him invincible. He continued thinking. As for Wu Ha, his cultivation suddenly increased due to Blood Spirit Pill. The book was originally only Tansu's possession, and he had seen Tan Shiyang use it in the Grand Assembly. Could it be that just as this thought crossed his mind, Tanlai's eyes turned cold? He shouted loudly as if discovering the truth. Wu Honyuan, you bribed Tansu to submit. Wu Honyuan laughed triumphantly. Haha, only now do you understand. but calling it bribery isn't quite right. With my abilities, swaying a few people is not difficult. Moreover, did you think Tansu really wanted to train you as the next leader? You must be dreaming. You got here because I arranged it. She continued while opening her ray. Your cultivation ranks among the top in the 5 continents. If you don't submit to me, you will definitely die here. Our realms are equal. Continuing this fight would only waste energy. But Tanlai had already come up with a plan. He just needed to exploit her mental weakness and turn the tide. Standing before him, Wu Hanyuan confidently declared that Tanlai, "You've lost." He calmly replied, "Maybe I admit that Wu Chuan and others are domineering and good at pressuring people. Even the cultivation world admires them. Let me guess, who are you worried about? It must be Tan Fang's father and son, right?" Her words made Tanlai pause. She continued, "It doesn't matter if you don't say anything. When you die, the Wu dynasty will dominate the cultivation world." Tanlai retorted, dreaming. Even if Tan Shufu is severely injured, Old Man still carries the bloodline of Tansu. Absolutely not. Ha, bloodline? Wu Hanyuan laughed. People only believe what they see and have been deceived until now. To him, the Tansu no longer holds any meaning because Tan Shufu had actually died long ago. What Tanlai was stunned and horrified by the revelation hitting him. He wondered if this technique was merging, he would block part of it first. Just then, Lin suddenly rushed out, shouting to Tanlai, "Move." She immediately stood in front of him, intercepting Wu Hongyuan's attack. Tanlai's lips bled as he weakly called out, "But wasn't she healing at the Holy Hero Immortal Palace?" Seeing this, Wu Hanyuan was furious. "It was you who survived Wu He's poison and even gained a realm." Lin replied softly that after entering the Holy Hero Immortal Palace, Yanba saved her. He gave her techniques to refine poisons into spiritual force, which allowed her to enter the mysterious realm. Tanlai pondered, could it be Yanba helped? It turns out he was right. Wu Hanyuan showed clear contempt as she shouted and launched an attack, cursing a lowly realm spirit for daring to block her. Her powerful move immediately headed for Lam Dunayan and intensified. Lam Dunayan calmly replied, "Just me? Of course, that would never happen." Loud cracking sounds echoed, followed by a loud thud of mud splattering. Wu Hongyuan stood in shock, eyes wide with surprise. Then Jiyu appeared as well. Jiyu glanced at Dunayan, her voice filled with concern for Lam Dunayan. "She's too slow. This guy is about to die." Dunayan retorted sharply, "You're late if you think that way. Remember who loudly said in the sacred and immortal mansion that half an incense stick could destroy Wu Zhenjuan? Are you blaming me?" "Jiyu." Dunayan snorted, "So who's the one insistently demanding help from the start?" They stared at each other tensely. The atmosphere seemed to be about to explode. Seeing that scene, Wu Hongyuan felt puzzled inside. Clearly, both were only in the void illusion realm. How did you block my attack? Both had been brought into the sacred and immortal mansion by Xinlai for treatment before. If anything was unusual, it must have happened then. Inside the sacred and immortal mansion, there were countless treasures. Even against magical weapons weren't impossible to resist. But no matter how powerful the treasure is, it's still just an object. The one who really made me cautious was Xinlai. As she spoke, Wu Hongyuan prepared to launch a powerful move. Recognizing the situation growing more perilous, Titin Lit immediately silenced the argument, shouting at Ji Ning and Du Nine to retreat. "Look at the energy Wu Hongyuan is gathering. It's increasing drastically. Get ready to counter." Could she really intend to destroy everything with this aura? Du Nine was alarmed. "We're underground here. If this place collapses, our mentors." Titin Lit shouted, "Wu Hongyuan, have you gone mad? Even Wu Zhengshuan's life and death doesn't matter to you." HMPH, Wu Hanyuan disdainfully replied, "He's just a pawn. What does it matter if he dies?" Titin Lit, "If you want to save them, it's easy, just take one of my blows for them. Otherwise, wait for the Marathoth." As he spoke, a swirling magical force appeared, spreading like a twisted pipe. That spiritual technique had a green hue and seemed eerie. A powerful blow struck down through the heavens, causing the vast region of heaven to explode instantly. The sound was so terrifying it could make one cover their ears for an instant. Mai Tai, Jining, and Du Nian managed to dodge in time, but Jining was sucked dry of his energy by Wu Linglin's command. Du Nian hurriedly asked, "Are you okay?" Jining replied, "I'm fine, but my energy is gone. How about you?" "Me too." Du Nian sighed. The flowing jade spring's vitality was drained terribly. But these two holy treasures from the ancestor immortal are indeed powerful. I didn't expect they could prevent the earth from collapsing. Moreover, Wu Hanyuan seems to be exhausted as well. Fatigue is evident on her face. Perhaps the time for a counterattack has come. Titin Lit rushed towards Wu Hanyuan, shouting contact. A deafening sound echoed like tearing through the sky, and the ground shook. Wu Hanyuan was struck so hard she fell back. She angrily shouted at Titin Lit. "Titin Lit, you still have guts? The order of this world will change from today on. The 5 continents will no longer have the Tian family. Listen up, I will unify the land and wipe out all who dare oppose our Wu clan. Family, friends, even your decades of cultivation, everything will be stepping stones for me to ascend the path of Tao." Hearing these arrogant words, Titin Lit immediately retorted, "Delusion, this world isn't a toy you can hold. You're just a madman obsessed with power, treating fame and reputation as everything." Titin Lit prepared for battle, affirming that even as an ordinary cultivator, he could reach this day. "You are the Wu clan's heiress, you have countless resources backing you, yet, look at your outcome, you can't possibly be alive now." Saying this, Titin Lit leaped up, swinging his sword with great force. But Wu Hanyuan still managed to dodge. She shouted fiercely, "Shut up! What right do you have to interfere in our Wu clan's affairs? If you hadn't killed my elder brother Wu Honglin at the beginning, I wouldn't be forced to bear everything today." Hearing these agitated words, Titin Lit felt satisfied. She must be losing her mind. Wu Hanyuan continued shouting, "If it weren't for you appearing in Shiba Temple, if you hadn't stepped into Eurasia, I wouldn't have turned out like this." Her anger made the scene even more intense. She continued screaming, "It's all your fault. Titin Lit, go die." As he spoke, Wu Hanyuan unleashed her full power, shaking the entire mountain of heaven. Rocks and earth flew everywhere. Smoke and dust covered the space. Titin Lit was hit, spitting blood. His body swayed before falling down. But Wu Hanyuan coldly said, "It's not over yet today. I won't cut you to pieces if I don't settle this grudge." Titin Lit jumped up and shouted, "Do you want to sever my destiny? You're delusional." The two clashed fiercely. Titin Lit's red light blazed with anger, while Wu Hanyuan was surrounded by a sinister green glow. Both exchanged blows violently. The battle was extremely fierce, and the earth trembled with each impact in the heavens. "Hey!" Titin Lit shouted, trying to push back against Wu Hanyuan, who also retaliated fiercely without weakening. After a fierce exchange, both were thrown far apart. Below, Jining and Du Nian looked up together. Jining asked, "What now?" "Du Nian, what do you think?" Du Nian replied, "Maybe Titin Lit has a plan." Wu Hanyuan deliberately lured Han Mabu to fight evenly. Jining was surprised and asked again, "What does she mean?" Du Nian analyzed that with their similar cultivation levels using heaven energy, if they directly clashed, both would sever their meridians. "I'm not sure what other trump cards Wu Hanyuan has, but if she wants to unify the land, she won't let herself be crippled." Singing Hip asked, "So, does that mean we must break this balance? But our cultivation is a whole realm lower than theirs. Moreover, how can we approach that swirling energy vortex?" When they looked at the golden vortex, Lin Dunyan hesitantly said, approaching, "No, maybe we don't need to get close. I heard that the demon tribe has very sensitive spiritual energy sensing abilities. Can you distinguish Tonelli's aura?" Jinwanye raised her eyebrows in surprise. Could it be she wants to do this? "Yes, follow the spiritual energy emitted by Tonelli and transfer our remaining spiritual energy to support him." "Hold on," Jinwanye interrupted. "That is true, then let me do it, okay?" "What?" Dunyan widened her eyes. Jinwanye calmly explained, Reversing the flow of energy could be a bit off and your cultivation might get destroyed. Moreover, she has a deep connection with Tonelli. Unfortunately, there are still words that can't be said. If we pass this test, won't you be able to express your feelings? Dunyan snapped, "Don't talk nonsense. I acted only for the peace of the 5 continents." She felt and shook the world. With so many powerful families existing, why should I involve them in this? Besides, do you dare say you didn't think about anything else? Jean Wanier laughed. She never expected her to be so sensitive now. Dunyan coldly said, "Forget all personal feelings. Focus on saving people." Yes, Jean Wanier nodded. "Let's deal with this after." At the peak of Heaven's Vortex, Tonelli and Wu Hong were still fiercely fighting. Neither was willing to back down. Their eyes glinted as if they wanted to tear each other apart. Suddenly, Tonelli sensed something wrong. Damn it, the situation is deteriorating quickly. He felt like he was being pulled into a vortex. If he suddenly withdrew, his meridians would be shattered by the backlash. Damn! I wonder what Wu Hong is thinking. If they keep it up, both will die in 10 breaths. No, I have to change my approach. Just as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Tonelli tightened his sword and charged back at Wu Hong. It seemed like a strange scene suddenly appeared before him. He exclaimed in surprise, "Where is this place?" Jean Wanier responded, "This is where the spiritual energy of cultivators converges. I sensed it and brought people here." Tonelli raised an eyebrow and asked again, "Jean Wanier, why did you do that?" Jean Wanier explained, "Actually, just follow the flow of spiritual energy emitted by someone. Then use your consciousness to guide us back in reverse." Alright, hold your breath and stay calm. Look carefully. Before him were his red vortex and Wu Hong's green one. Our tribe has always been confident about our agility and observation skills. But this time, let you experience it directly. Tonelli's eyes widened as he closely observed the swirling spiritual energies. He stammered, "This is..." Jean Wanier continued with Tonelli, "I'm sure you understand now. When cultivators fight, their spiritual energy spreads out in unusual waves. So even if your cultivation levels differ, catching the right moment can control your opponent. As strength increases, the essence of divine weapons changes too." Tonelli interjected, "That's how it is. Thank you a lot, Jean Wanier. But I'm still unsure. Although I sensed Wu Hong's spiritual energy fluctuations, I don't know how to break through them. So try expanding your mind first," Jean Wanier suggested. Tonelli's heart returned to an unfamiliar state just then as Dunyan flew in and cut their conversation short, startling Tonelli, who exclaimed, "Dunyan, she also came." Dunyan replied nonchalantly, "Why be surprised? If Jean Wanier can help you, why shouldn't I?" Listen carefully, brother. The Frosty Cold Divine Technique is the most refined Hail technique in the 5 continents. It focuses on softening and hardening. Imagine, Tonelli, relax your entire body and let your mind enter a peaceful state. Soon after, he dodged away from the sharp edge aiming at him and launched the Heaven's Gentle Transformation move. A strong spiritual energy burst erupted. Wu Hong was stunned, her eyes wide with fear, not knowing what happened. Her spiritual energy in her body suddenly exploded, increasing many times over. Tonelli shouted as he rushed up, "It seems the shell around her has been broken." This is the finishing move. Wu Hong clenched her teeth and glared at Tonelli with hatred. At that moment, Tonelli, Dunyan, and Jean Wanier all shouted in unison, "Wu Hong, go mad!" The Heaven's Vortex suddenly changed violently, sending stones flying into the sky. Tonelli sighed with frustration. Just a little more, just a bit more. He still felt a sense of incompleteness. The girl appeared and told Tonelli to help her contribute a little strength this time, okay? "Ah, the girl," Tonelli replied happily. "Zhu." The girl held Tonelli's hand and said slowly in a calm voice, "Suppress your breath, stabilize your heart." Inner reflection, Truchi covering the veins, spiritual energy shaking 5 senses. Yin-yang harmony, adapt to the situation for advantage. Softness can eliminate hardness. By breaking it down, you will destroy it. At this moment, Wu Hong stood still, frozen in place. Tonelli placed his sword against her neck and said slowly, Vu Hongvan, who lost, should immediately follow me out of this place and order the Wu forces to withdraw from Europe. Vu Hongvan sneered, raising her face with a challenge, saying that the moment anger overcame calmness had already decided her failure. But why? Why does he always win? Despite lower cultivation level to even less favorable circumstances, how come the outcome is reversed? Tanlai calmly replied, greed will drag cultivators into a deep abyss. With no one to trust, she clenched her fists in anger, affirming that her plan to dominate the Vu clan would not end here. Her eyes turned icy. She continued, if things have reached this point, crush and destroy, she will unleash all her strength for a final attack. Tanlai urgently stopped her, shouting, Vu Hongvan, what are you doing? Vu Hongvan gritted her teeth, declaring that with the best of the 5 continents here in the heavenly Bai, trapping you is enough to change the outcome outside. I want to destroy the D realm. Tanlai quickly intervened, shouting for her to stop. Or do you want everyone to die together? Suddenly, intense explosions echoed through the space. Vu Hongvan coughed heavily, her breath chaotic. She forced a reply, all just empty dreams. Tanlai rushed forward, unable to believe she had completely gone mad, using soul-searing and mystic sounds. Green flames burst forth, spreading and engulfing the entire heavenly Me realm. Tanlai froze in shock when he realized it was not Lang Yang but Tang Thufu coming to save Vu Hongvan. Tanlai roared at Tang Thufu for appearing in the heavenly Me mountain. According to theory, the barrier of the heavenly Bai only allowed 1 entry per lifetime and couldn't be casually revisited. Tang Thufu reminded him that he was right. Vu Hongvan indeed couldn't match Tanlai's strength. What? They called her Van Ni? Vu Hongvan explained, as a father, calling his daughter this way is natural and has nothing to do with you. Tanlai was stunned, stammering that Vu Hongvan was, but he wasn't. Tang Li's eyes widened in amazement when he understood the hidden truth. Huo Hongvan continued, in her eyes, the Tang clan is unworthy of concern as Tang Thufu had truly died long ago. Tanlai roared at him for being foolish and insisted that he was not really Tang Thufu, asking where the real tribal chief was. The imposter burst into laughter, claiming to have served the Tan clan for years and now is the true tribal chief. Tanlai couldn't take it anymore, his anger making his face pale. He clenched his fist tightly round his sword. Throughout this, Ji-Yu and Lin Dunayan listened, also stunned. Ji-Yu exclaimed, so that's how it is, while Dunayan asked, what happened? Ji-Yu continued, no wonder Wu Jinzhuan fiercely kept the 5 continents elites from leaving. If Vu Hongvan was truly the Vu clan's heiress, then the one fighting below might be a substitute. And the true Han might have just appeared before them. Hearing Ji-Yu expose this, the imposter no longer hid and admitted to his perfect but now ruined false identity plan. Could it be fate? Indeed, Old Tan was really Wu Jinzhuan, while the one fighting below is only a substitute, Tanlai affirmed. Hearing this, Wu Jinzhuan released powerful spiritual energy, surrounded by a golden aura, shouting that the Vu clan's great cause couldn't fail at this moment. Despite the divine realm pressure from Old Tan, Tanlai raised his divine weapon to defend himself. In front of them, Wu Jinzhuan launched an attack, and Tanlai immediately countered with his sword. After their fierce battle, it truly lived up to the Vu family's reputation. Wu Jinzhuan continued pressing forward as he gathered energy. Individual glory means nothing compared to the fate of the Vu family, especially for a top cultivator in the 5 continents. If I can't defeat him, my heart won't be at peace. Saying this, Old Tan launched an even stronger attack. Tanlai immediately resisted, creating a blood-red sphere. Despite injuries, he struggled to escape the sphere. Seeing the situation, Tanlai thought that after fighting Vu Hongvan, any mistake now could be fatal. Suddenly, Tan Li's eyes widened as he saw Wu Jinzhuan's back. He knew his end was near, but unexpectedly, a single move from his own daughter pierced through Wu Jinzhuan's body. Wu Jinzhuan bled out, unable to believe what was happening. He looked at Vu Hongvan and trembled as he asked, Van Ni, why did you do this? Yes, Old Tan was pushed down onto the stone floor, His body fell heavily on the ground. From him, a red stone emerged, flying straight to Wu Hongvan's hand. He weakly said, "That is my spiritual stone." "Van Yi, what are you planning?" Wu Hongvan gritted her teeth, clenching the spiritual stone and declaring everything was over. The ancient Wu Empire had completely failed. Dad forgot? The conditions for the demon race to ally with the martial race are obtaining underground 5 ox spirit veins. So they had to seize the heavenly bell first before the demons completed their transfer. Now that the demons have taken the spirit veins, all mid-rank spiritual power will flow to the demon island in the future. If Dad doesn't show up, I still hold some hope. But now that Dad has appeared here, there's only one possibility left. The demon side has withdrawn, and the underground spirit vein energy can no longer be reversed. Wu Jingxuan wandered off, insisting that the martial race could still dominate. But Wu Hongyan roared, "What dominance? Without spirit veins, it means our future is stripped bare. Why don't you understand this?" At this point, even conquering all 5 continents would be in vain. She crushed the spiritual boundary stone in her hand. She continued speaking, "Without the spirit veins, martial cultivators across the land will find it hard to forgive Wu. In this world, there may not be a place for her." As the spiritual stones shattered, countless beams of light immediately surrounded Wu Hongyan. Tanlai glanced and guessed that this wasn't a normal teleportation, it was some higher-level technique. Noticing something amiss, Tanlai panicked, raising his sword to block, shouting, "Wu Hongyan, where do you think you're going?" But she wasn't affected at all. The lights around the forest extinguished Tanlai's attack, expanding outward. And inside Wu Hongyan, she said, "Even though we lost today, the heavenly border has collapsed. This sea of flames will be our tomb." Tanlai was startled and looked down. A large puddle was spreading from the center of the heavenly bell. The water continued to spread in all directions, gradually seeping down to the foot of the mountain. Continuous explosions echoed. The leaders in the Heavenly Bell Mountain immediately moved out when they saw the critical situation. Huan Qingjia asked what happened on the Heavenly Bell Mountain as she descended. Then Dio immediately shouted, ignoring her, and ordered to activate the teleportation array. "Wait a moment. Durin and Tanlai haven't shown up yet." Ji Faishuang tried to stop them, but then Dio was determined. He said there's no time left. Durin has a teleportation enchantment on her body. Once we leave, that enchantment will activate automatically. While reciting the spell, he arranged 6 people in position, emphasizing that only living beings would be teleported together. Moreover, the fire had spread. There was no time for further discussion. They must act quickly according to protocol. On Tanlai's side, the sea of flames surrounded him, while Wu Zhengshuan clutched his chest, asking why Van Ni left alone and abandoned such an important plan for the martial race. The old master still stubbornly thought Tanlai was too big. Betrayal wasn't uncommon in cultivation circles. Even a slight provocation couldn't withstand it. How did the old master finally lead his clan? Wu Zhengshuan sighed, telling Tanlai he didn't understand anything, if not for today's plan and to Van Ni and Hong Lin being born without a father. The old master himself had never known true family peace. All those years of hardship were endured. But why? Why does Van Ni still not understand the old master's heart? Wu Jingshuan's memories shattered, causing his body to tremble. Seeing that, Tanlai couldn't help recalling his own story and sighed. Why do fathers in the 5 continents all think they're right like this? That year, I was also like that. Wu Hongyan was too. But fortunately, we eventually found common ground. Except he wasn't cautious enough. His own daughter dealt him a fatal blow with her strategy. It seems the old master's cultivation is almost gone now. Tanlai regained composure and said to the old master, "No, now I should call you Wu Zhengshuan. The heavenly bell is about to be consumed by the sea of flames. Wu Hongyan has already escaped. Without her strategy and treasures, the martial race's ambitions are completely over." Wu Zhengshuan sighed, his eyes dimming with despair as he asked why it turned out this way. That year, because of Tanlai's assassination attempt, the old master gave up a chance to enter the heavenly border. He suffered countless hardships in the Tan clan and finally made it here. But this place has become his tomb. His eyes glowed with a demonic red light. Cutting him off, he said, "Don't waste time trying to change the situation. There's only one path left for me." Pointing at Tan Lai, he said the only choice is to lead the martial race and accept blame. But Wu Zhenchuan hoarsely replied that I can still choose to take your head out of the heavenly bell and continue shaking up the 5 continents. The Wu race will not submit. He tightened his grip, and a fierce aura surged into spiritual pressure. Tan Lai was shocked. The old master's cultivation was surging. Could he be forcing some secret technique? Line 60 is reached. Wu Zhenchuan rushed in, his spiritual energy swirling into a purple hand, shouting that as soon as Newly dies, no one will stop him anymore. Truly an ignorant fool who can't change even at death. If he doesn't want to live and clean up the mess, let will be erased from the map of the 5 continents. Newly spun his sword, creating a whirlwind of stone fragments around him. The shockwave from two strikes sent them flying. A loud explosion echoed through the sky. The purple spiritual energy completely dissipated. Only a blue-like column shot straight up. Heaven and earth shifted. Waves of seawater sprayed in the area affected by the shockwave. A month later, everything had come to an end. The sky was clear again. Gentle waves caressed a small island. Lin Dunian stood on the island, her gaze distant. Jinu approached quietly and asked, "How is the situation today? Have you found any trace of Newly yet?" Lin Dunian replied that no. Our race setup in the sea hasn't shown any signs of activation yet. Now Mount Tianbia has been swallowed by the volcanic sea. I only hope he can escape this calamity and return safely. Who knows? Jinu sighed, worry clouding her face. After over a month since the incident at Mount Tianbia, the greatest hero is nowhere to be found, truly causing unease. A shape like a weasel flew in from afar. Is it a spirit shield? Could it have been sent by our seniors? When it fell into Lin Dunian's hands, the spirit shield instantly dissolved to reveal a message. What now? How did those stubborn ones respond? Jinu asked urgently. It was Newly, Lin Dunian replied. Jinu gasped. Newly, Lin Dunian read. When Mount Tianbia collapsed, his cultivation broke through to the divine realm. When forced, he had to sit in meditation to stabilize his realm. Luckily, the divine weapon at the bottom of the sea withdrew water, so he couldn't leave before finishing his practice. Meaning he's no longer in this area now. Jinu asked again and Lin Dunian confirmed that was right. He said he had personal matters to handle. He'll see everyone in a few days. Jinu snorted, her face darkening as she said, probably because of that demoness, which surprised Lin Dunian, who asked how she knew. Jinu raised an eyebrow and replied, "Could I be blind or deaf? On that day, you caused chaos in the Sky Cult. Now who doesn't know about it?" Recalling past events, Lin Dunian's eyes turned sad. Jinu comforted him by saying he pursued freedom and didn't want to be bound. Let everything follow its course, making Lin Dunian only able to smile in acceptance. In another part of the sky, the message just now also flew before her face. Ling Nu snorted, surveyed Newly and said, "Qi gathering spirit condensing, still flowing smoothly. It seems you did indeed receive the fate in Mount Tianbia and entered the divine realm." Newly bowed and said it was just luck. Newly flew to meet Matern. Ling Nu waved her hand, dismissing the formalities. Cultivation realms value strength above all. Now that you've reached the divine realm, there's no need for unnecessary formalities. Newly was straightforward. So, Modern, where is the headquarters now? Entering Mount Tianbia, my main goal was to investigate her. She's the closest person to the headquarters in the 5 continents, so I wanted to understand her background. Hearing this, Ling Nu knew she couldn't hide anymore and replied that first, she wanted to know how well she understood Dueler. Newly placed his hand on his chest and said slowly, "Despite meeting due to strange circumstances, we've fought side by side many times, so we understand each other deeply. When I first arrived in the demon realm, it was her who helped me resist the imperial summons. In northern Bangyuan, she saved me from Yan Qunjiang's hands. At Tu Wingfeng, she challenged the Sky Cult for my sake, facing King Dao without retreating. At Ikashafeng, to buy time for me, She faced 6 powerful opponents alone and fearlessly. Closing his eyes in recollection, Newly sighed, without her, there would be no me today. Before we were not worthy enough, but now our realm has broken through. It's time for Tanli to help her once. He clenched his hand tightly as if grasping a resolve. Lang Yu nodded. It seems the two of them have some feelings for each other. With your cultivation, honestly, nothing much would harm you. Haven't you known the secret in that little girl's body? Tan Lai answered immediately. The demon vassal is the second original spirit. I already knew about it, but what's the problem with that? Lang Yu explained. It's not as simple as that. Dila carries a second original spirit within her, originally a senior from the demon race. This made Tan Lai feel like he was being examined, and he exclaimed, "The demon race?" Indeed, that original spirit used to be a great power in the spirit realm. After failing ascension, it fell into the mortal world and was sealed within Dila's cycle of rebirth. Tan Lai asked, "So what is the purpose of this original spirit?" And Lang Yu replied that its goal is to cultivate Dila as a new demon king. The Mortal Moon sect, in fact, is the later incarnation of the heavenly demon race. Although the two realms rarely interact, the heavenly demons always maintain behind the scenes. This time Wu attacked, the Mortal Moon sect deliberately feigned defeat to hide itself, aiming to preserve the bloodline of the heavenly demons. After hearing this, Tan Lai became more puzzled. If the second original spirit wanted to revive the demon race, why did she want to kill me before? Langley frowned and asked back, "Why not just kill? Think about it, Dila must become a demon king." Positive emotions are not beneficial for the cultivation of the second original spirit. Naturally, they must be eradicated completely. Tan Lai stroked his beard thoughtfully, feeling that everything was not as simple as it seemed. When that original spirit wanted to kill me, it clearly carried genuine intent and revealed strong emotions without any tolerance. If not for the senior guardian's timely intervention, Aiming might have died much earlier. Even that senior guardian seemed familiar with the original spirit and cooperated with its essence and pure primordial energy. Could all this be related to my own background? Looking at Matten's face, it didn't seem like he was lying. Could it be that even she doesn't know the truth behind everything? Forget about it for now. For now, let's temporarily hide some things to avoid trouble. With this thought, Tan Lai continued. But there's still one thing I'm not clear on. When I fought Wu Hongvan in the Heavenly Stele, I used the spiritual force and chi sense of others. At that time, Hao's head was nowhere to be seen, yet her chi sense still appeared to support me. Thinking about it for a long time, Tan Lai asked directly, "Can you explain this matter?" Lang Yu sighed and said, "I knew you would ask about this." The Hao's head guessed correctly. Tan Lai was surprised. "What do you mean? Please clarify." Lang Yu summoned demon energy to her hands and replied, "Actually, when you fought Wu Zixuan in the Stele, I sent a spirit eagle to observe. The black eagle flew over and landed on her hand. It swallowed the demonic chi." She stroked it gently and continued, "This is a secret technique of the Tainted Moon sect, splitting half of its soul into an eagle spirit to adapt to various situations. Moreover, before coming here, Dila used her own essence to seal my spirit eagle. She did this just to be able to help in critical moments." Hearing this, Tan Lai woke up. Lang Yu continued, "At that time, Wu was facing danger, and our Mortal Moon sect is the later incarnation of the heavenly demon race. We should have kept our strength secret. But I agreed with her to secretly protect people, so I acted without hesitation to help. When Wu Hongvan's barrier broke, just as someone broke through, I took advantage of the opportunity to release Dila's essence from my spirit eagle to assist." Tan Lai bowed and said, "If not for your support, I might not have had this breakthrough. Thank you." Lang Yu smiled slightly, saying, "No need to thank me. Now that Dila has returned to the spirit realm, what do you plan to do?" Tan Lai clenched his hand tightly with a determined gaze. "I will find her no matter where she is or what her identity is. My heart remains unchanged." Lang Yu reminded him, "She is the hope for reviving the heavenly demon race. Many of our people are waiting for her to carry their fate. The outcome between us could be a life and death separation. Do you really not regret it?" Tan Lai answered immediately, I don't regret it. Leng Yu said, even facing the entire heavenly demon race might be necessary for you. Tianlai replied resolutely, even if that's the case, I won't regret it. Their eyes met, neither avoided. Leng Yu laughed loudly. Good. Your intentions are clear, take this. A scroll flew into Tianlai's hand. He looked down and asked, what is this? And the demon vassal replied, a map of the spirit realm. It will guide you to the heavenly demon race. After meeting Diller, please deliver a message for me. Leng Yu gently placed her hand on her chest and whispered, no matter what happens in the future, the Mortal Moon Sect is always your home. Tianlai was moved and bowed his head, saying, Demon Vassal, I understand now. After the Stell battle, the demon army retreated, while Wu's cultivators were like heads without bodies. With Wu Hongwen's disappearance, the entire team quickly disbanded before anyone knew. In their anger, some ignored warnings and secretly eliminated those still supporting Wu. From then on, Wu's faction was shattered. Even the ancient Wu clan officially came to an end. 10 days later in Xianzhou, Xinlai landed at New Courtyard. Seeing his younger brother, Xinfeng was delighted. 13. You're back now? Asked Xinlai immediately. Big brother. Brother suggested dividing Wu's treasures among the immortal sects. Xinfeng nodded and sighed in relief. Yes, that poison hasn't fully dissipated yet. Even though ancient Wu no longer has power, I'm still worried about their remnants using treasures to cause trouble. Xinfeng looked at his brother and asked further, where is Wu Hongwan? Why didn't you mention her? Xinlai replied, she escaped. This made Xinfeng's face fall. What? She ran away. Xinlai nodded. She used the Wu Pure Spirit Stone to escape. She is no longer in the 5 continents now. But this way, after the battle, the mortal world needs to clean up the aftermath. If she's still here, there might be chaos. Xinfeng asked, what about you? Are you not going for the chief patriarch position of the Xin clan? Xinlai hesitated. This is a tough situation. Xin Tufu has died, and our new clan hasn't fully accepted that yet. Moreover, my cultivation in Wu has reached the Yangshan realm, so I must ascend to the spirit world. But how do I get there? In the Wu continent, few reach the Yangshan realm. Our senior immortals who ascended long ago didn't leave any methods behind. Xinlai asked, Big brother, do you remember the old man who gave you the jade pendant? Xinfeng replied that he remembered. Actually, that old man was the guardian deity, guiding people from the Middle Lands to the spirit world. A few days ago, after bidding farewell to the demon sovereign, I headed east when he appeared and taught me how to ascend. When I met him, I respectfully said, greetings to our senior. The old man smiled and said, no need for formalities. He asked if I knew why he came here. Xinlai quickly understood and asked if it was related to the spirit world. The old man confirmed that when a cultivator reaches the Yangshan realm, we immediately sense them and must lead them on their path. Young man, you're different from ordinary people. If led in the usual way, the true essence of the 6 elements in your body would be exposed. This is the spirit world. Even a small mistake could cost someone their life. Xinlai raised an eyebrow and asked, does this mean I can't enter the spirit world? The old man replied that it's not necessarily so. The true essence of the 6 elements has the ability to transcend. Later, I will teach you meditation techniques and incantations. After settling matters in the 5 continents, we can immediately set off. Xinlai quickly thanked him. The old man added, remember well, the spirit world is not the end of human life. Don't be deceived by illusions there or hold false hopes. People in the spirit world are harsh and ruthless, far more so than in the 5 continents. All you need to do is focus on increasing your cultivation. Only through this can you touch the true nature of the cultivation realm. And that's where our story ends here. If you enjoyed it, please like and subscribe to our channel.